The summer heat was as oppressive as a furnace, and all I could think about was an ice-cold Coke. Just imagining that made me feel like I was in heaven. I had just sold the small company I ran, and with an extra $200,000 in my account, I figured I deserved to treat myself. Humming a little tune, I strolled over to the fridge. The moment I pulled the door open, a sudden flash of light streaked past, and I felt myself being sucked into a black hole. Oh my God, I was just humming for fun, and now I've actually traveled to another world. The room fell silent in an instant. So quiet, you could hear a pin drop. My shouts faded away, swallowed by the emptiness. When I finally came to, I found myself standing out in the wilderness. A bitter wind howled as yellow sand swirled through the air. Lightning cracked across the sky, and thunder rumbled overhead. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Still in my pajamas, I stood there dazed and confused. Who would have thought that one second I'd be at home reaching for a drink, and the next, I'd be thrown into such a desolate place? My nerves were on edge, and I couldn't make sense of what was happening. Just then, a car sped by about 100 feet away, weaving dangerously as it went. I could hear some indistinct shouts in English from inside. I had no idea if those people were friends or foes, so I stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move until the car finally disappeared into the distance. Only when it was gone did I start to cautiously look around. Before long, a massive crater caught my eye. Beep. Attribute fragment detected. Attribute collection system activated. Beep. Thunder power fragment detected. Beep. Strength fragment detected. Beep. Thunder power fragment detected. Beep. As I drew closer to the crater, a series of electronic prompts echoed in my head. Peering down, I saw over a dozen glowing fragments scattered in the pit, with a colossal hammer planted firmly at its center. My God, what is this? Wait a second. Could that be Thor's hammer? My eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that my refrigerator had actually transported me into the Marvel Universe? And right at the beginning of the first Thor movie, judging by the surroundings, I guessed I must be somewhere near a small town 50 miles outside of Puente Antiguo. After a moment's hesitation, I finally slid, trembling down into the crater and reached for the nearest fragment, which was about the size of a fingernail. Beep. Thunder power fragment collected successfully. A jolt shot through my body, arcs of electricity dancing along my skin before quickly fading. I stretched out my hand, trying to summon a spark of electricity, and to my amazement, a burst of crackling energy leapt from my fingertips. Oh my God, I cried out, trembling with excitement. I'd actually gained the power of thunder. It was just a tiny amount, but still, this was the power of thunder. Just picturing Thor's majestic presence from the movies sent shivers down my spine. Eyes shining with anticipation, I set about frantically gathering up every fragment I could find on the ground. Beep. Fragment of Thunder Force successfully collected. Beep. Fragment of Thunder Force successfully collected. Beep. Fragment of Speed Force successfully collected. Beep. Fragment of the Will of Thor's hammer successfully collected. A few minutes later, I was almost entirely enveloped by lightning, blue-violet arcs crackling constantly across my body, my eyes shining as brightly as light bulbs. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Didn't I just pick up a special fragment? The Will of Thor's hammer? If I could collect a few more, maybe I really could lift Thor's hammer. Rubbing my hands in anticipation, I began searching carefully around the hammer. Beep. Fragment of Starcore Hardness attribute successfully collected. I searched for quite some time, but didn't find any more fragments of the Will of Thor's hammer. Instead, I discovered a small piece of the Starcore Hardness attribute next to the hammer. What on earth could that do? Beep. Time's up. Without warning, a doorway of white light appeared around me. Everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was back home. The same familiar bedroom, the fridge with 2 bottles of soda left. Everything felt so unreal, as if it had all been a dream. I lost my footing and landed heavily on the floor. Looking around, I made sure this really was my place. But then I realized that the beer belly I'd grown from too many business dinners was gone, replaced by the faint outlines of muscle. Clearly, this was no dream. The blue light from the fridge flickered once, and I noticed a strange tattoo had appeared on the back of my right hand. When I opened the fridge again, everything inside was unchanged. Beep. Personal panel opening. Host. Zhangxi. Attributes. Strength 12, Speed 11, Endurance 10, Best value for an average adult is 10. Skills. Thunder Force, 12%. Special attributes. Starcore Hardness, 0.02%. Will of Thor's hammer, 1%. I stroked my chin, fairly satisfied with the results. I tried slicing my skin with a knife, but not even a mark appeared. Just 0.02% of Starcore Hardness, and the effect was already so impressive, it was almost beyond belief. I took a sip of soda from the fridge and drifted off to sleep in high spirits. Little did I know, Because I'd sold my company, quite a few people in Hangzhou spent the whole night wide awake. The alarm clock shrilled early in the morning, ringing nonstop. Still half asleep, I slapped it off, only for it to start up again. After several rounds of this, I finally lost my temper. Who is it? Can't a guy get some decent sleep around here? A voice came through the phone, deliberately lowered and gruff. 17, Juying Road, 11:30 sharp. If you're late, that's on you. I'm not responsible for what happens to your girlfriend. What? Who are you? What are you planning to do to my girlfriend? I snapped awake, all traces of sleep gone. But just as I sat up, I froze. Wait a minute. How would I have a girlfriend? Did you call the wrong number? Huh. The person on the other end was speechless for a moment, then suddenly roared. Quit pretending. Put that woman on the phone. Through the receiver, I heard the sound of a woman crying. It was oddly familiar. Wasn't that Luo Ruomeng, the finance manager for my old company? The realization hit me, and I almost burst out laughing. How did she end up being mistaken for my girlfriend and getting kidnapped? I'll come right away. Don't hurt her. No police. You have to come alone and bring the technical drawings. Before I could reply, the call cut off with 2 short beeps. I slapped my forehead. So, they were after our company's technology. Was the mastermind Shinfeng, or that old Fox Liang? For money, these people would do anything. My face hardened. I had to get there as soon as possible. What if something happened to Luo Ruomeng? I hurried out and flagged down a cab. Driver, to 17, Juling Road, and step on it. Just over 20 minutes later, the taxi reached an intersection near 17, Juling Road. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, tires screaming. Despite the quick stop, we couldn't avoid it. A red Maserati running the light slammed into us, crushing the front of our cab. A young man with green-dyed hair climbed out of the Maserati, swearing as he stomped over. He reached through the taxi window and grabbed the driver's collar. Get out. I said get out. Do you even know how to drive, old man? Zhang Shi barked a low warning, already pulling out his phone with his right hand. His eyes darted between the open gates of 17, Juling Road, and the surrounding street. There was barely anyone around, just 2 or 3 passers-by, a woman, a child, and an elderly man. None of them looked like they had anything to do with this. From the shadows, 2 lookouts, hidden in a corner, kept watch on the street, earpieces hooked over their ears. Has the target appeared? No sign of Zhang Shi yet, but there's a crashed red Maserati parked nearby. Forget about that. Zhang Shi would never drive a car like that. He couldn't afford it anyway. Inside the warehouse at 17, Juling Road, a young man curled his lip in disdain. Keep your eyes open. Minutes ticked by. It was now 11:30. The phone rang. The target had arrived. A faint smile flickered across Zhang Shi's lips as he quickly answered. Where are you? The voice on the other end was low and deliberately hoarse. I'm already here. Then come in. No, you come out first. I know you're waiting to ambush me in there. Silence hung on the line. A moment later. Get in here. Your girlfriend is in my hands. You're in no position to bargain. You have 1 minute. If you're late, I'll leave a mark on her face. With that, the caller slammed the phone down. Zhang Shi's expression grew even darker. The green-haired young man standing off to the side swallowed nervously, anxiety churning inside him. How on earth had he gotten himself tangled up in a kidnapping case like this? It looks like you're about to go in. Can you let me go now? Let you go. Zhang Shi raised his eyebrows. Switch places with me. The engine roared with fury. Zhang Shi gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed his foot off the brake. The red Maserati shot forward like a wild stallion, hurtling straight toward the gates of number 17, Juling Road. Bang! The loosely closed gates shattered into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. Blinding sunlight poured in as the red Maserati stormed ahead, charging into the factory like an enraged bull. Run! Something's going down. What's with that car? Inside the factory, the young men who had been leisurely sipping red wine from crystal glasses were so startled they nearly swallowed their drinks. The Maserati barreled straight toward them. Chun Feng's legs turned to jelly. He could barely stand, and he was pretty sure his underwear was soaked through. A group of black-clad henchmen panicked and scattered in every direction. But Luo Ruomeng, tied to a pillar across the room, suddenly lit up with excitement, her eyes wide open. Stop! Nobody run! The young man stomped his feet in rage. He had worked so hard to gather his men, and now all his momentum had evaporated. Click! The car door swung open and a foot stepped out. Everyone stared that way, squinting against the sunlight, unable to open their eyes fully. Hello, everyone. Zhang Shi greeted them with a bright, easy smile. Oh my, isn't this young Master Chen Feng? Why are you sitting on the floor? And, wow, what's that awful smell? Chen Feng's face darkened as he scrambled to his feet. Did you bring the technical blueprints? What blueprints? I haven't the faintest idea. Zhang Shi shrugged with a light chuckle, spreading his hands. He was bold now, his skills heightened. In the past, he would never have dared to drive straight into a den full of thugs. But with the hardness of the Star Core and the power of thunder at his command, he was no longer just an ordinary man. Afraid of Chun Feng's lackeys? Ridiculous. You didn't bring them? Are you playing games with me? Chun Feng's brow twitched violently, his anger overflowing. What are you all standing around for? What's he so smug about? Get him. Zhang, don't worry about me, run. Tied to the pillar, Luo Womeng shouted anxiously. She knew Zhang Shi couldn't possibly take on a dozen men by himself. All right, don't forget that woman, bring her here. I want to humiliate his girlfriend right in front of him. Chun Feng sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile. Now you want to leave? Too late. If you dare play games with me, you'll have to pay the price. Chapter 3. I'll borrow your authority. A dozen or so men cracked their knuckles, grinning menacingly as they closed in on Zhang Shi by the door. Zhang Shi's figure was slender, looking frail and helpless. Leave? You think you can just walk away now? Weren't you so high and mighty when you drove in here? What happened to your arrogance? Chun Feng burst out laughing, his tone laced with mockery. You think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Shi shrugged dismissively, his expression calm and resolute. He stood there alone, yet carried himself with the presence of someone who could stand against a dozen men by himself. At that moment, the door of the red Maserati swung open. A young man with dyed green hair stumbled out, unsteady on his feet. He was still a bit dazed from the collision just now, but as he regained his senses, he saw Zhang Shi standing alone against more than 10 opponents, still unflinching. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amusement, finding the scene rather interesting. He got out to inspect the front of his car and sighed helplessly. This vehicle was probably totaled. Who the hell are you, butting in here out of nowhere? Chun Feng, still basking in his own bravado, was suddenly interrupted. He spun around impatiently, shouting in anger. Fisk, it's only been a few days, and your temper's grown, Chun Feng. You even dare to yell at me now. The green-haired young man's face darkened. Xiao Feng. Everyone froze for a moment. Who would dare call Chun Feng by such a familiar nickname? Was this a death wish? Chun Feng was also seething, ready to explode, but when he recognized the green-haired youth's face, all his fury got stuck in his throat. He was secretly grateful he hadn't said anything worse. What? Li? Young Master Li? Chun Feng blurted out in shock. Li Quaning, young Master Li, was the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 5 most powerful families in Hangzhou. Among their crowd of privileged heirs, he was at the very top. Chun Feng's own family was nothing more than 3rd tier, completely outclassed by the Li's. If he ever crossed young Master Li, even his elders wouldn't be able to protect him. Chun Feng immediately toned down his bravado. Young Master Li, what brings you here? Even as he spoke, his mouth felt dry from nerves. Why am I here? Maybe you should ask yourself. If you hadn't called him over, would I even be here? And now look, I've lost a brand new Maserati because of this mess. Li Quaning's tone was thick with complaint. Hearing this, Chun Feng misunderstood even more. He thought Li Quaning had come specifically to help Zhang Shi, even sacrificing a luxury car to back him up. What kind of relationship did those two have? Just how close were they for Li Quaning to go this far? Zhang Shi noticed a subtle change in Chun Feng's expression. Glancing at the green-haired young man beside him, she seemed to guess what he was thinking. She smiled faintly and went along with the moment. Say, do you understand now? I'll lay my cards on the table. He's here to help me. Li Quaning was left stunned. The green-haired youth stared at Zhang Shi in disbelief, confusion written all over his face. That's not true. Don't make things up. Zhang Shi shot him a warning look, then casually patted the side of the car. Thud. The already damaged Maserati's hood caved in another layer. Creak, creak. The green-haired young man shuddered in fright. He knew for sure he wasn't tougher than the car. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to argue back. After all, Chun Feng was just a minor player. Now wasn't the time to attract trouble. Getting beaten up would be far worse than being used as a scapegoat. With her view blocked, Chun Feng didn't notice what Zhang Shi had done to the car. He just thought she had given it a casual slap, and didn't pay it much mind. Seeing even someone as prominent as Li Quaning get a fierce glare from Zhang Shi, Chun Feng felt a pit in his stomach. With a bitter sigh, he said, Brother Zhang, there must be some misunderstanding here. I'm sorry, it's my fault. That's your attitude when you apologize? Zhang Shi raised her eyebrows, her gaze landing on Luo Ruomeng, who was still tied up nearby. Hurry up and untie Miss Luo. Chun Feng's heart skipped a beat, cursing himself for forgetting about that. He quickly shouted at his men to release Luo Ruomeng. Luo Ruomeng's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Brother Zhang to have such hidden connections. In that case, she wasn't about to swallow her anger anymore. She flexed her slightly stiff arms, puffed up with indignation, and without hesitation, slapped Chen Feng hard across the face. That's the price for kidnapping me. The crisp sound of the slap made Chen Feng's lackeys wince with embarrassment for him. You. Chen Feng was so furious he nearly burst out swearing, even instinctively raising his hand as if to strike back. Zhang, she let out a low, commanding hum, calm and authoritative on the surface. But inwardly, she was a little anxious. This girl was just too daring. She might be feeling bold now, but if things really got out of hand, Chen Feng wouldn't let slide so easily. Well-deserved. Chen Feng could hardly contain his frustration. Today, he'd really run into a brick wall. No wonder that old fox Li Yang hadn't rushed to deal with Zhang Shi. He'd set Chen Feng up as the scapegoat, unable to offend Li Kuaning, and not daring to cross Zhang Shi with Li Kuaning backing her. All of Chen Feng's anger and resentment was now firmly aimed at Li Yang. Achoo! On the top floor of a high-rise, in the chairman's office, Li Yang, his hair flecked with gray, suddenly sneezed. He paused in his work, rubbing his nose. Chairman, the weather is getting chilly. You should take care of your health. I'll go make you a pot of hot tea. The young secretary smiled as she reminded him, swaying her hips as she left the office. Hurry, there's no time to explain. After rushing out of the factory building, Zhang Shi grabbed Luo Ruoming's hand, and they dashed down the street. Luo Ruoming still thought, Zhang, she must have some powerful connections. She even felt a bit regretful that she didn't take the chance to give Chen Feng a harder lesson. After the two of them left, Li Kuaning didn't follow, nor did he say goodbye, which made Chen Feng suspicious. Mr. Li, may I ask, what's your relationship with Zhang Shi? Chen Feng gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to ask. Relationship? I have nothing to do with him. That guy wrecked my car. Li Kuaning, still fuming, shot Chen Feng a glare, then drove off in his battered vehicle. What? Chen Feng was stunned, but only took a second for him to catch on, and he shouted furiously, What are you waiting for? Go after Zhang Shi. A group of his underlings immediately sprang into action, jumping onto their motorcycles and speeding off in pursuit. Of course, a car is much faster than running, especially since Luo Ruoming was a girl. There was no way she could outrun them. As the pursuers were about to catch up, a taxi happened to pull up at the intersection. Quick, Ruoming, you get in first. Zhang Shi pushed Luo Ruoming into the car, but there wasn't time for him to get in as well. He could only urge the driver to take off right away. Then, in a panic, Zhang Shi turned and darted into a narrow alley. The roar of engines thundered behind him. Zhang Shi dashed around a corner. But when Chen Feng and his men chased after him, all they found ahead was a high wall, a dead end. There was no sign of Zhang Shi anywhere. Damn it, where'd he go? Just then, as Zhang Shi landed on his feet, a sudden burst of gunfire and the screams of a crowd erupted in his ears. He looked around and saw swarms of bizarre creatures piloting flying vehicles, firing wildly, while enormous insect-like ships drifted above the city. A blast of cannon fire streaked toward him. With a deafening explosion, it detonated right beside him, blowing apart the parked cars. My God, this is insane. Zhang Shi scrambled to the side, barely dodging the blast radius. Do the military know what's going on here? Do we even know ourselves? Hurry, get people into those buildings, move everyone to the basements or the subway. Don't let anyone out on the street. Seal off everything up to 39th Street. Nearby, two police officers were talking, but wait, those uniforms and that Stars and Stripes emblem? Captain America? Zhang Shi froze for a moment, and suddenly it all clicked. He was in the middle of the Avengers 1 storyline, and the final battle was already underway. Loki was probably fighting Thor atop a skyscraper, and the streets of New York had already descended into chaos. This place was far too dangerous. Shellfire exploded all around. Zhang Shi barely had time to think. He was just about to look for cover when he saw 3 fragments drop to the ground from Captain America amidst the chaos. Beep beep, power fragment detected. Beep beep, speed fragment detected. Beep beep, Captain America's evolutionary bloodline fragment detected. The first 2 fragments were fairly common, but it was the third that caught Zhang Shi's eye. That was Captain America's evolutionary bloodline. Without the super soldier serum, Captain America would just be a skinny young man. It was that very evolution that gave him the strength to stand toe-to-toe with Thor. If you remember correctly, Captain America could even lift Thor's hammer. With such enticing rewards right before him, who wouldn't be tempted? Zhang Shi had already tasted the benefits of collecting attribute fragments, and wasn't about to let these 3 slip by. He crouched low, moving carefully behind the cover of parked vehicles, inching closer to Captain America. Hey, you, the Asian kid, what are you doing? Get back here. It's dangerous over there. A policeman in charge of evacuating civilians noticed Zhang Shi and shouted urgently. Dangerous? Where there's risk, there's reward, my friend. Instead of slowing down, Zhang quickened his pace at the sound of the officer's warning. Hey, are you crazy? Stop right now. Forget about that kid. If he wants to get himself killed, let him. Just then, an alien soldier spotted Zhang, dashing forward and immediately charged in from the side. Captain America noticed the innocent civilian and called out anxiously, "No, watch out, get down." He leapt from the car, trying to rush to the rescue, but the distance was too great. There was no way he'd make it in time. Danger was closing in fast. Get lost. Zhang grabbed a broken mechanical arm from the ground and smashed it down on the alien soldier's head with all his might. With a bone-crunching blow, the alien's head burst apart. Oh my God! Two police officers behind him shouted in shock. Captain America froze for a split second, his brows furrowed as he stared at Zhang, in confusion. Did this guy also take the super soldier serum? But he looked like just an ordinary guy. Zhang strode over calmly, making Captain America a bit uneasy, not knowing if this stranger was friend or foe. But Zhang steadied his nerves, acting as if nothing had happened, and patted Captain America on the shoulder. At the same time, he spun and punched out another alien soldier, sneaking up behind him. Now's not the time to be daydreaming, Cap. Beep beep, Captain America's evolutionary bloodline fragment collected. Beep beep, strength increased. Beep beep, 3 fragments in hand. A surge of strength and speed coursed through Zhang body, thrilling him like the final sprint in a race. You're right. Let's fight side by side and take these guys down together. Captain America pondered for a moment, then nodded, silently acknowledging Zhang as an ally. Fight side by side? A chill ran through Zhang heart. His only goal was to quietly snatch a few fragments and make some easy money. He'd never planned to risk life and limb alongside Captain America. His earlier reveal was simply a ploy to get closer to the fragments. After all, this world wasn't his home, and he had no desire to play the hero or save the day. He was more than happy to leave that kind of glory to the Avengers. Besides, now was hardly the time for self-indulgence. Explosions shook the air all around them. He needed to get out fast. All right, I'll head that way. You take the other side. No problem. Zhang nodded gravely, then hurried off, intent on finding a safe spot where he could observe the battlefield. But just as he turned, "Mommy, help me." As the crowd surged towards the subway entrance, a little girl, no more than 5 or 6, fell to the ground in the chaos. Her mother, shoved aside by the frantic mass of people, fought desperately to get back to her child. An alien soldier spotted the girl and immediately swung his weapon toward her, energy flaring as it gathered in the barrel. No! The young mother's scream tore through the turmoil, raw and desperate. The little girl's face was streaked with dust and tears, terror shining in her wide, innocent eyes. A fatal shot was seconds away. In that instant, a figure darted forward, scooping the girl up from the ground. A heartbeat later, a blast from the alien's weapon gouged a deep crater into the pavement where Captain America thought for a moment, then nodded, tacitly acknowledging Zhang as an ally. Fighting side by side, Zhang's heart tightened. His goal was simply to quietly collect shards and make a little money. He'd never planned on risking life and limb with Captain America. His earlier exposure was just a ploy to get closer to the fragments. After all, this world wasn't his home, and he had no interest in playing the hero or saving the world. That kind of glory was best left to the Avengers. Besides, this was no time for self-congratulation. Explosions thundered all around, and he needed to get out fast. All right, I'll head over there. You take the other side. No problem. Zhang nodded with a serious expression, then hurried off, looking for a safe spot to observe the battle. But just as he turned, "Mommy, help me." As the crowd surged toward the subway entrance, a little girl of about 5 or 6 tumbled to the ground in the chaos. Her mother was swept away by the rushing throng, desperately struggling to return for her child. An alien soldier noticed the girl, instantly swinging his weapon toward her as energy began to gather along its barrel. No! The young mother's scream was raw with terror. Dust and tears streaked the little girl's face, fear shining in her wide, innocent eyes. A deadly shot was about to strike. At that very moment, a figure dashed forward, scooping the girl up from the ground. The next instant, the spot where she'd lain erupted in a blast of energy, carving a gaping hole in the pavement. Thankfully, she'd been saved just in time. "Go, get your daughter to safety. It's too dangerous out here." Zhang quietly handed the girl back to her mother, then turned to face the ruthless alien soldier. He let out a quiet sigh. He'd always thought this was just a story world where he could collect attributes, but when life and death danger appeared before him, he realized he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. If that's the case, then there's only one thing left. Fight. In the distance, Zhang saw Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye regrouped in another block. Soon, Hulk, Iron Man, and Thor would join the fray. Instead of hiding in the shadows and chasing scraps, why not plunge into the heart of the battle? That's where the real power fragments were. Resolute, a fierce grin spread across his face. Thunder crackled in his veins, arcs of electricity dancing over his skin. With a mighty leap, he shattered the concrete beneath his feet and shot toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. Explosions, crashes, and gunfire echoed all around. One alien soldier after another fell before him. Beep, low-level power fragment detected. Beep, low-level power fragment detected. To Zhang-Xi's delight, even the alien soldiers dropped power fragments. Though smaller and fewer than those from superheroes, they quickly added up, and the haul was well worth it. An unexpected windfall. He fought off alien soldiers while collecting fragments at the same time. Zhang-Xi hardly felt any fatigue. Every new fragment he gathered replenished his stamina and even made him stronger than before. Not only that, many of the alien soldiers lying on the ground had been taken down by other superheroes and police officers, and more kept falling from the sky above. As vast numbers of alien soldiers were defeated, Zhang-Xi's strength, speed, and endurance surged at an astonishing pace. Just then, Dr. Banner arrived as well, instantly transforming into the Hulk. The towering, furious Hulk appeared just a few dozen meters away. Zhang-Xi picked up his pace, shaking off the aliens grappling at his heels, and quickly moved closer to the cluster of superheroes. "Hey man, you finally made it." Captain America greeted Zhang-Xi with a friendly nod. Perhaps Zhang-Xi's lean frame and decisive combat style reminded Cap of his own younger days. Either way, the Asian youth left a favorable impression on him. Who is he? Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the others looked on in surprise, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this seemingly frail Asian man. Before Zhang-Xi could answer, he sprang into action. A heavy punch crackling with lightning sent an alien soldier hurtling through the air. My God, is this another god of thunder? High-level power fragment from the Hulk detected. Speed fragment from Black Widow detected. Perfect aim skill fragment from Hawkeye detected. Advanced agent skills fragment from Hawkeye detected, including hand-to-hand combat, piloting, interrogation, etc. Thunder Force fragment detected. Willpower fragment of Mjolnir detected. As Zhang-Xi drew closer to these superheroes, the system notifications echoed in his ears one after another, making it nearly impossible for him to hide his excitement. It was just too exhilarating. Chapter 5. You must go on a blind date. Iron Man, just landing, flipped up his mask, his face written with shock. Everyone's eyes darted back and forth between Zhang-Xi and Thor. Don't look at me. I have no idea what's going on either, Thor replied, equally baffled. Thor, you sure you don't have another brother besides Loki? Maybe your father had a few secrets, Tony quipped, shrugging as he half-joked. While the others chatted, Zhang-Xi quietly kept collecting all sorts of ability fragments. Power fragment collected successfully. Collection successful. Every time he obtained a new fragment, Zhang-Xi felt a dramatic transformation sweep through his body. Not only was his physical prowess growing, but his mind was also rapidly filling with a wealth of professional knowledge. Hand-to-hand combat, interrogation, piloting aircraft, reconnaissance. Countless fragments of memory silently endowed Zhang-Xi with the skills of a top-tier special agent and the unique abilities of various superheroes. My friend, perhaps you should introduce yourself? Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, narrowed his eyes, a hint of caution in his gaze. He wasn't fond of unknown, uncontrollable variables. Clearly, I'm not Thor's brother. Just call me X. Zhang-Xi spoke up voluntarily, aware he had to confront the situation head-on. Doing his best to appear friendly and harmless, he added, maybe we can save the questions about me for later. There are more enemies approaching from above. Before we close the portal, we need to get things under control. Overhead, swarms of alien soldiers and fighter ships poured from the wormhole. Zhang-Xi's words gave him the perfect excuse to delay further questioning. The superheroes exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging the urgency of his point. Right now, the most pressing matter was to deal with the alien invasion Loki had brought upon them. As for this mysterious stranger, they could investigate him later. After all, at the moment he seemed to be on their side. The battle was about to erupt. Keep your eyes on the battlefield and report enemy movements at all times. Stark, hold a defensive line. Thor, find a way to seal the portal and slow the enemy advance. Use your lightning against those creatures. X, you can summon lightning too. Work with Thor. Hulk, unleash everything you've got. Sir, take a look at this. Agent Hill pulled up a surveillance feed, her expression grave. Director Nick Fury, his single eye fixed on the screen, raised his brow slightly. Another enhanced individual? Or someone from Asgard? The footage showed Zhang Shi, fists crackling with electricity, smashing an alien soldier with a single blow and rescuing Black Widow. We still don't know who he is. There's no record of this person anywhere. Keep a close watch on him. Make contact as soon as possible. No uncontrolled factors can be ignored. Understood, sir. After over an hour of fierce fighting, Tony soared into the wormhole with a missile and managed to return to Earth at the very last moment. By the time everyone turned to look for the mysterious X to learn more about him, they discovered he had already vanished without a trace. On the news, a new superhero named X appeared in the footage. In one report, a young mother, her daughter in tow, gave an emotional interview, expressing her gratitude to X. With this incident, a subtle change seemed to sweep through the Marvel universe. In a narrow alleyway, Zhang Shi strode out, not much time having passed. Chun Feng's men barely had time to react before a dark figure flashed past, knocking them all down in an instant. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Leisurely, Zhang Shi wiped his hands on Chun Feng's white shirt, then turned and walked away. As Chun Feng lay sprawled on the ground, all his resentment twisted into fear. Zhang Shi walked out of the alley and boarded a bus. It was dusk, the sun was setting, and the streets were filled with people coming and going. After the fierce battle, Zhang Shi finally felt his nerves relax, as if he'd been reborn. Leaning back in his seat, he summoned his personal panel, visible only to himself, and carefully took stock of his gains from this encounter. Ding ding, personal panel unfolding. Host, Zhang Shi. Attributes, Strength 36, Speed 32, Endurance 53. The average adult's maximum is 10. Skills, Thunder Power, 24%, Elite Agent 100%, Deadshot, 89%. Special attributes, Star Core Hardness, 0.14%, Will of Thor's Hammer, 15%, Captain Evolution Bloodline, 23%. His abilities had improved across the board, and he'd even gained new skills. After returning home, Zhang Shi was about to call Luo Roming to check on her, when suddenly his mother called. You little rascal, why haven't you answered my calls all day? You used to say you were busy with work, but now the company's been sold, and you've made your money. So now you have no excuse. You have to go on a blind date. Look at you. How old are you already? The neighbor Aunt Yang's son is already in elementary school. The moment he picked up, his mother launched into a rapid-fire barrage about getting married. Zhang Shi pressed a hand to his forehead, sighing, all right, I got it. What time tomorrow? Where is it? His mother gave a sharp humph and said, listen, Zhang Shi, don't even think about brushing me off. This time, Aunt Li from next door introduced her. She graduated from a prestigious university, she's pretty, and both her parents have decent jobs. If you mess this up again, you'll threaten to jump off a roof again, right? Mom, can't you change your script? If you meant it every time, the grass on your grave would be taller than me by now. You brat, say that again and see what happens. From her tone, he could tell she was really angry this time. Zhang Shi quickly relented. All right, don't get mad. At least tell me where I'm supposed to meet her. Hearing his softened tone, his mother calmed down. You know the love bar on Jinshi Road? Her name is Pan Yun. She'll be wearing pink. Remember to dress up and make yourself presentable. Ambiguous time, ambiguous place, ambiguous arrangement. Okay, got it. Zhang Shi muttered under his breath, then hung up. Perhaps it was because he had gained Thor's power, but at that moment, Zhang Shi couldn't help but cry out in his heart. I am Zhang Shi, the man blessed by the gods of the north. And yet, for the glory of the gods, I still have to go on a blind date. Yet after this silent outburst, he could only sigh helplessly. He had to go. There was no more room for excuses. Otherwise, his mother might truly do something drastic. Zhang Shi returned to his bedroom and treated himself to a good, long sleep. Early the next morning, he got up and took great care with his appearance. He combed his hair neatly, slipped on a sharp-looking suit, and admired himself in the mirror for a moment before heading out to Love Bar. He arrived in no time. Silently, Zhang Shi nodded in approval. The decor here really set the mood, conjuring up memories of first love. Since he was early, he decided to go inside, ordered a beer, and found himself a seat. Watching the affectionate couples around him, Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Is love without bread really worth it? Maybe it's wiser to build a career first, then think about family. That's always been his belief. Now, with these newfound powers, he'd finally achieved some success. Perhaps it was time to consider his own future happiness. The only thing was he knew very little about this girl Pan Yun. What kind of person was she? Sipping his drink, Zhang Shi mused over his plans for the future. Without realizing it, the appointed meeting time was drawing near. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the bar. Chapter 6, Coming to the Rescue. Zhang Shi stood up to see what was happening. He caught sight of two women hurrying out of the corridor, chased by a man. Even from a distance, the stench of alcohol on him was overwhelming. He was clearly very drunk. Zhang Shi recognized the two women at once. Luo Ruomen and her close friend, Chen Xiuyu. Come on, pretty ladies, have a drink with me. The drunkard staggered forward, cutting off Luo Ruomen and Chen Xiuyu. Moments later, several other men followed, joining in their harassment. Though both women struggled to resist, they were no match for the group. People nearby seemed utterly indifferent, as if scenes like this were just part of the routine. Some even egged the men on, whistling and jeering. Zhang Shi could not stand it any longer. He might not know Chen Xiuyu well, but Luo Ruoming had once worked for him. He couldn't just sit back and watch. As the drunk reached out, about to grab Luo Ruoming, he suddenly felt an iron grip clamp down on his wrist, followed by a jolt of searing pain. With a yelp, the drunk spun around, only to find himself face to face with a strikingly handsome young man. Zhang Shi. Luo Ruoming cried out his name in delight. Zhang Shi gave Luo Ruoming a gentle smile, then turned to the drunk and said, "Sorry, they're my friends. You'd better leave right now." As he spoke, there seemed to be a flicker of lightning in his eyes, but the drunk, lost in his stupor, didn't notice at all. The man shouted, "Who do you think you are? Ask around here. Everyone knows me as Brother Nan. I'm telling you, tonight I'm buying your two friends drinks. If you know what's good for you, get lost and mind your own business." "And what if I don't leave?" Zhang Shi narrowed his eyes at him. "You're looking for trouble," Brother Nan roared, pulling a switchblade from his jacket and lunging at Zhang Shi's abdomen. Zhang Shi seemed completely unguarded. The blade struck him squarely. Luo Ruoming and Chen Xiuyu gasped in horror, stumbling backward, their faces drained of color. Neither of them had expected Brother Nan to be so vicious, resorting to a deadly move right from the start. Zhang Shi said nothing, simply lowering his gaze to look at his own abdomen. A smug grin spread across Brother Nan's face, but it quickly froze as a crisp sound rang out. A broken blade clattered to the ground. Brother Nan stared dumbfounded at the handle left in his hand, still trying to process what had happened, when a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling toward his face. With a heavy thud, Brother Nan was sent flying. Crimson blood and white teeth sprayed through the air. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness instantly. Zhang Shi looked down his abdomen and shook his head with a sigh. The switchblade had still managed to leave a small wound. He thought to himself, "It seems I still have room to improve." Brother Nan's lackeys, witnessing this scene, trembled uncontrollably. One of them asked Zhang Shi in a quivering voice, "Hey, are you a monster?" Zhang Shi gave a wry smile and replied, "Ever heard of the iron shirt technique? So, do you still want to buy my friends a drink?" Seeing Zhang Shi's overwhelming strength, the group dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. "Please, sir, spare us. We were wrong. We'll never do it again." Zhang Shi had no intention of paying them any more attention. He waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, and don't let me see you here again. And take him with you," he added, pointing at Brother Nan, still sprawled unconscious on the ground. The men nodded frantically, quickly lifted Brother Nan, and fled the scene as fast as they could. Turning around, Zhang Shi looked at Luo Ruoming and Chen Xiuyu and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Luo Ruoming was still shaken, swallowing hard before answering. "It's a friend's birthday today. We came out for drinks, but we didn't expect to get into this kind of trouble. By the way, you—" Zhang Shi quickly waved her concern away. "I'm fine. I was actually supposed to meet a friend for drinks. He hasn't arrived yet. You two should go. If you need anything, just let me know." He didn't want the two of them to keep pressing him with questions, especially since he had a blind date coming up soon, and having both girls hanging around wouldn't be convenient. Luo Ruoming and Chen Xiuyu still had plenty they wanted to ask, but seeing Zhang Shi's resolve, they had no choice but to let it go. Luo Ruoming nodded and said, "Then we'll head out first." "All right." After watching them leave, Zhang Shi took a deep breath and ordered another drink, trying to calm the emotions stirred up by their interruption. After all, he was here for a blind date and needed to keep up a good appearance. He checked the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Zhang Shi glanced towards the entrance, and all of a sudden, his eyes lit up. A girl walked in, dressed fashionably and radiating confidence in a pink dress, her presence simply captivating. Zhang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, studying her carefully. This must be Pan Yun, he thought. No wonder his mother described her as beautiful. She was tall and slender, with delicate features. But what truly set her apart was her fresh and pure aura, stirring up a sense of protectiveness and instant liking. Zhang Shi felt a flutter of excitement. Maybe this blind date would be worth looking forward to. After all, he'd been single for so many years, and he still held a hopeful longing for love. He waved his hand, catching Pan Yun's attention, and she walked straight over. Zhang Shi greeted her with a warm smile. "Hello, are you Pan Yun?" "Yes." Pan Yun nodded. "And you must be Zhang Shi?" "That's right." Zhang Shi snapped his fingers and said, "Waiter, could we have a menu? I'd like to order." "Of course, sir." Zhang Shi no longer bore any trace of his former overweight, unkempt self. Now, he was handsome and stylish, combining the maturity of a grown man with the energy of youth. As Pan Yin looked at him, she couldn't help but approve inwardly. He looks good. First impression, check. Now it's time to get to know him better. Just a moment. Let's hold off on ordering for now, Pan Yin told the waiter. Zhang Shi was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Aren't you hungry?" "No rush. I prefer to be straightforward. Since we're here for a blind date, how about we get to know each other first? We can eat later, all right?" Zhang Shi was caught off guard. He hadn't expected someone who looked so delicate to be so direct, but he rather liked it. No need for guesswork. "Sure, go ahead." Pan Yin nodded, then suddenly asked, "Do you own a house? A car? How much do you have in savings?" Zhang Shi was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this what people meant by getting straight to the point? Although he possessed superpowers now, he hadn't had the chance to turn them into actual wealth. Aside from the 200,000 he'd received from selling his company, there wasn't much else in his bank account. "Is there something inconvenient to say?" Pan Yun's expression turned cold, and her tone became abrupt. In that instant, all of Zhang Shi's goodwill toward her vanished. Chapter 7. Gold Digger? How could this be? She's so beautiful, and yet, is she really a gold digger? Well, perhaps she was simply curious about my situation. Zhang Shi took a deep breath and continued. "Right now, I don't own a house. I'm renting. I don't have a car either, since I don't need one for work. But, not long after graduating from university, I started my own business. I just sold my company a few days ago and made 200,000 yuan. I haven't decided what to do next, but I believe in my abilities." In fact, with his special abilities, Zhang Shi knew he could make a fortune even if he were just doing manual labor. He thought his circumstances weren't bad. At the very least, he had potential. But to his surprise, Pan Yun's lips curled into a mocking smile that nearly reached her ears. "Heavens, are you kidding me? I can't believe I wasted my time on a pauper like you. What a joke." Pan Yun sneered coldly, her words merciless. "You only have 200,000 in savings? I couldn't even make that last 6 months. Is that something to brag about?" Zhang Shi scratched his head, perplexed. For someone his age who hadn't relied on his parents and had built everything on his own, was this really so unimpressive? "Hold on. If you spend tens of thousands each month, where does your money come from?" Zhang Shi shot back. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Pan Yun's face, but she quickly recovered her icy demeanor. "What's it to you? Let me give you some advice. Stop dreaming. With your conditions, you think you can pursue me? Not a chance." For some reason, Pan Yun seemed unable to stop herself. Her words poured out in a torrent of sarcasm and contempt. Zhang Shi felt a surge of irritation. He thought, "If you're not interested, just say so. We could part ways amicably. Why resort to humiliating me? I'm the son of Odin, after all. How could I let myself be shamed by someone like you?" Still, even as anger simmered within him, Zhang Shi didn't want to argue with her. She was, after all, a woman. He forced himself to swallow his frustration, deciding he would complain to his mother about this when he got home, and make sure to avoid this kind of blind date in the future. Zhang Shi could endure it, but someone else couldn't. At that moment, Luo Ruoming and Chen Shuiyu emerged from their private room. They'd been in no mood to linger after running into trouble earlier, and were about to leave, only to witness the scene unfold. Perhaps Pan Yin was too worked up to watch her volume. Her words echoed through the entire bar, so everyone heard her scathing remarks. She had publicly belittled Zhang Shi, leaving him with nothing to say. Yet, the faint crackle of electricity at his fingertips betrayed the rage building inside him. "Hey, isn't that woman out of line?" Luo Ruoming couldn't help but speak up. Never mind that Zhang Shi had once been her boss. After all the times he'd saved her, she felt deeply indebted to him. Hearing someone insult Zhang Shi like this, she wasn't about to stand by and do nothing. Chen Shuiyu let out a cold laugh and said, "She's just a vain woman, nothing more. I've seen plenty like her around my older brother. They're usually just someone's kept mistress." Luo Ruoming nodded and said, "If that's the case, should we give her a little lesson?" "Sure," Chen Shuiyu replied. "But to be fair, she did help us out earlier. We should at least show some appreciation. But how exactly should we do it?" "That's easy," Luo Ruoming said with a slight smile. She leaned in close and whispered a few words in Chen Shuyu's ear. Zhang Shi had finally had enough and stood up, ready to leave. Just then, Luo Ruoming and Chen Shuyu walked over together. A flush crept up Zhang Shi's cheeks. He had always cared about his reputation, and now, caught in this embarrassing situation, he was at a complete loss for words. Luo Ruoming stepped forward, placed a hand on Zhang Shi's shoulder, and said in a teasing tone, "Oh, darling, why don't you come to my place tonight? I just got a new king-size bed. It's absolutely heavenly." Before Zhang Shi could react, Chun Shuyu slipped her arm through his and pulled a set of car keys from her bag, her voice coy and sweet. Honey, didn't you say you were coming to my place tonight? You even left your car keys with me. The sudden turn of events left everyone in the room stunned, especially Pan Yun. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the car keys in Chun Shuyu's hand. It was a gold Lamborghini key, a legendary luxury car that most people could only dream of owning. Could it be that Zhang, she was testing me all along? Zhang Shi himself was momentarily confused. He glanced at Luo Ruomeng, who gave him a sly wink, and only then did he realize they were helping him out of this predicament. Truth be told, Zhang Shi had never been one to show off, but he also couldn't stand being looked down upon. So, if this was the situation, why not turn the tables on this gold-digging woman? He smiled slightly, looked Pan Yun straight in the eye, and said with newfound confidence, At first, I just wanted to get to know you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to mock me. Since that's the case, there's no need to pretend anymore. The truth is, I'm a billionaire, and these two are my girlfriends. You're welcome to join us, or not. It's entirely up to you. With that, he made an inviting gesture. Pan Yun's hand trembled ever so slightly. If she could, she would have slapped herself right then and there. After all, he was a veritable gold mine, and she had let him slip right through her fingers. Forcing a smile, Pan Yun said, Oh, Zhang Shi, I actually knew you were quite well off. It's just that you never came out and said it, so I had to push you. A little. Everything that happened just now was a misunderstanding. I did it on purpose. Anyway, I'm starving. Why don't we all have dinner together? Her sudden change in attitude came so quickly, it seemed almost painfully insincere. Luo Ruomeng pouted and said, Honey, didn't you say you only love me? Besides, do you really think someone like her is good enough for you? That's right. Girls like her are a dime a dozen. You really have no taste, do you? Chun Shuyu chimed in, echoing her friend. On the surface, the two seemed to be bickering, but in truth, they were mocking Pan Yun. Although Pan Yun was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Luo Ruomeng and Chun Shuyu. Whether in temperament or appearance, the two stood head and shoulders above her. Pan Yun no longer paid attention to them. She simply looked at Zhang Shi with a sense of loss, hoping for one last chance. Since he was already playing along, Zhang Shi decided to commit to the act until the end. Laughing heartily, he naturally put his arms around both women's shoulders and said, All right, darlings, it's about time. Let's go. Feeling Zhang Shi's strong arm around them, both young women blushed. For the first time, they felt a sense of security in his presence, and even found themselves a little moved. Zhang Shi didn't notice this at all. With envious eyes following them, he left Love Bar with the two beautiful women by his side. As for Pan Yun, she became exactly what she'd said herself, a person completely abandoned. The three of them exited the bar and headed to the parking lot. Zhang Shi now kept a respectful distance. Once outside, he let go of their shoulders. Looking at them, he said sincerely, Thank you both. Chapter 8. Chun Shuyu's Invitation. Although he just acted a bit like a playboy, in reality, Zhang Shi was already influenced by the superhero shard. He'd started to grow used to that upright and noble character, even with a touch of Thor's fondness for beer and carefree attitude. Of course, he also wondered whether he'd eventually become the kind of burly guy who liked to stay home all day. You don't have to be so polite, Chun Shuyu said, tucking her hair behind her ear with a smile. Actually, we should be thanking you. Without you, we really wouldn't have known what to do tonight. Ruomeng, you're something else. Why didn't you introduce your amazing boss to me sooner? Luo Ruomeng gave an awkward smile. She hadn't expected Zhang Shi to suddenly become so impressive. He was nothing like the man she'd known before. All right, enough of that. Zhang Shi waved his hand, saying, I should be heading back. Your car probably only seats two, right? You two go ahead. I'll just walk home. Wait a sec. Chun Shuyu called after him. Actually, I have a pretty good impression of you. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I'd like to invite you over to my place. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Oh, today is your friend's birthday, and tomorrow it's yours? Your birthdays are awfully close, aren't they? Enough talk. Are you coming or not? Chun Shuyu pressed, adding just a hint of playful pleading to her tone. Zhang Shi didn't answer right away. His mind was working at lightning speed. By now, his abilities were already formidable. Maybe not top tier within the Marvel Universe, but certainly unrivaled on Earth. Even so, making money still required some clever thinking. He couldn't just go out and do manual labor. So, how could he earn a fortune quickly? Two key figures came to mind. Both of these people were from the Marvel world. One was the billionaire Tony Stark, and the other was the king of Wakanda, the Black Panther, who possessed vast reserves of vibranium. Black Panther's advantage lay in his resources. Though Wakanda's technology was advanced, without vibranium, its effects would be limited. Stark, on the other hand, was not only a business tycoon, but also a genius inventor. It shouldn't be too hard to acquire some technology from him. Once he returned, he could find an investor. The Chun family might not wield overwhelming influence, but their backing was enough to get started. Yes, it seemed that once things settled down, he'd have to pay a visit to Stark, the notorious playboy. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you in or not? Chun Shiweyu's anxious voice broke his train of thought as she noticed Zhang Shi's silence. Zhang Shi nodded and replied, "All right, let's do it tomorrow." "Really?" Chun Shiweyu gripped Zhang Shi's arm, bouncing with excitement. She beamed. "No backing out. I'm heading off then. See you tomorrow." With that, she took Luo Romong by the hand and hurried away. Watching the two of them fade into the distance, Zhang Shi scratched his head and muttered under his breath, "What a mess. Today really has been a disaster." His mood thoroughly soured. He decided to put off any trips to the Marvel world for now and take a moment to collect himself. He'd see how the Chin families had responded. Tomorrow, if they agreed to invest, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Shi slowly started making his way home. "Yes," Chun Shiweyu exclaimed from the back seat of the car, her excitement bubbling over. He said yes. "I have to say, boss, you're more reliable than I imagined." "Huh? Are you interested in him?" Luo Ruoming asked lightly. "It's rare to see you show this much enthusiasm for a guy." "That's just because I haven't met the right one before. Look at Zhang Shi. Not only is he good-looking, but he got a great figure, too. Most importantly, he gives off this superhero vibe. Don't you feel it?" "Really? I can't say I do. Maybe it's just your imagination," Luo Ruoming replied. "I don't care what anyone says. He's my destiny." Chun Shiweyu's face was radiant with happiness. She closed her eyes, her heart pounding with excitement. Watching her like this, Luo Ruoming couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She couldn't quite explain why. She just felt a sadness she couldn't shake. Could it be? A troubling thought flickered through Luo Ruoming's mind, but she quickly shook her head. Impossible, she told herself. This sort of thing only happens in TV dramas. Back at home, Zhang Shi pulled out his phone and called his mother. "Mom, who exactly did you set me up with? She's a total gold digger. Seriously, how could you be so unreliable?" His mother gave a slightly embarrassed laugh. "Well, I'm just anxious for you, that's all. It's your own fault for not finding someone yourself." "All right, dear mother, I'm begging you. Please, no more blind dates. I really can't take it anymore," Zhang Shi said helplessly. Fine, I'll leave you be. Do whatever you like," his mother replied, then promptly hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Zhang Shi pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, "See, she's the one who gets mad in the end. I just don't get it." After grumbling for a bit, Zhang Shi flopped onto his bed and fell asleep, putting an end to this miserable day. The next morning, Zhang Shi got up right on time. Ever since he'd acquired Captain Roger's shard, he'd felt a powerful urge to exercise every morning. Few laps just weren't enough to satisfy him. He pulled on a tank top, gazed at his muscular reflection in the mirror, and couldn't help but smile. Clothes made him look slim, but without them, he was impressively built. A physique like this was something to be proud of. Once at the park, Zhang Shi started running. He moved at a brisk pace, barely feeling tired, as if he could keep going forever. This was the strength the super soldier serum had given him. What surprised Zhang Shi even more was that as his training intensified, his physical abilities kept improving. Proof that working out really did make him stronger. "Hey, do you see the guy over there? No idea who he is, but he's so fast. Really impressive. Ah, to be young again." The elderly folks in the park couldn't help but praise Zhang Shi as they watched him run. After 20 laps, Zhang Shi figured he'd done enough. He slowed to a stop and headed to the mall to pick up some gifts. Even though the Chun family was quite well off and probably wouldn't care much about the presents he brought, showing up empty-handed just didn't feel right. Zhang Shi still had some savings, so he could afford a few modest luxuries. Lacking any real experience with relationships, Zhang Shi wasn't sure what kind of gifts girls actually liked, but he did know there were certain things you just shouldn't give casually, like flowers or rings. Those could easily be misunderstood and might cause unnecessary speculation. The last thing he wanted was to spark any gossip. "All right, let's go with this one." After wandering around for quite some time, Zhang Shi finally stopped in front of a lady's watch counter. He had his eye on a women's wristwatch, priced at over 30,000 yuan. For him, this was no small expense after all. He usually bought shampoo for less than 10 yuan. But sometimes, money simply had to be spent. After all, there were many things ahead for which he would need the Chun family's help. If he didn't invest now, how could he expect any return in the future? Chapter 9. A Narrow Path for Old Foes. After purchasing the watch, he picked out a set of fine teaware, intending it as a gift for the patriarch of the Chun family. He didn't really know the old man's tastes, but figured that tea sets were a safe choice unlikely to offend. Between the watch and the teaware, Zhang Shi had spent nearly half his savings. Naturally, he felt a pang of distress, but he could only comfort himself by thinking of it as an investment. Worst case, he'd just have to work harder to earn it all back. As he left the mall, Zhang Shi's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on the screen. Curiosity piqued and answered the call. Hello, Zhang Shi. He was briefly taken aback. Who is this? Chen Shuiyu? How did you get my number? She laughed lightly. Was it supposed to be hard to find her number? Everything's ready here. You should be on your way. Oh, don't worry. I said I'd come, and I always keep my word. I won't stand you up. That's what I wanted to hear. Just a reminder, if you dare bail on me, I'll make sure you regret it. That's all for now. When the call ended, Zhang Shi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Honestly, where do these heiresses get such tempers? He checked the time, hailed a car, and set out for the Chun family residence. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhang Shi nodded to himself in silent approval. No doubt about it. This was a true family of wealth and power. The villa alone must have cost billions. It was imposing in every sense. Clearly, he'd found the right people to align himself with. As long as he could establish ties with the Chun family, his own prospects would soar. However, just as he took a few steps forward, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Li Kuaning. Talk about fate's twisted sense of humor. Enemies really do cross paths on narrow roads. Li Kuaning spotted Zhang Shi as well, his gaze brimming with hostility, his mustache practically bristling with rage. Zhang Shi, however, quickly collected himself, greeting him with a pleasant smile. Hey Li, long time no see. You bastard. Li Kuaning spat through gritted teeth. What right does a penniless scoundrel like you have to show your face here? Zhang Shi shrugged. I was invited. Why, is that a problem? The Li family may have a lot of influence, but today's not really about you, is it? As for our little feud, why not save it for another day? Another day? Li Kuaning exploded, his voice booming with anger. No, you'll learn today what happens when you cross me. Guards, get over here. As soon as Li Kuaning finished speaking, 7 or 8 burly men strode out from the room. These were Li Kuaning's personal bodyguards. Given the immense power held by the Li family, the patriarch had arranged for these elite guards to protect his son, worried that someone might target him. Yet, Li Kuaning treated them as his own private thugs, frequently using their strength to bully others and stir up trouble. What's going on, young Master Li? One of the bodyguards asked. Li Kuaning, furious and out of control, pointed at Zhang Shi and shouted, Beat him up, knock his teeth out, blind him, break his legs. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Such a ruthless command revealed just how much Li Kuaning had inflated his own sense of importance. Zhang Shi calmly set the gift he was holding down on the floor, crossed his arms over his chest, and replied coolly, Brother Li, you should learn some restraint. Do you really think you can handle me with just these men? You're far too naive. What did you say? The bodyguards were instantly incensed by Zhang Shi's words. Battle-hardened as they were, they had never been spoken to with such contempt. Roaring with anger, several of them charged straight at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi hadn't intended to cause a scene, but since he had run into Li Kuaning, he figured it was better to settle things now than risk more trouble erupting during the banquet. He knew that even if he kept a low profile, Li Kuaning would never let him off so easily. Still, Zhang Shi understood he couldn't afford to be too flashy. If he unleashed the power of the Thunder God, it could cause a major commotion. Fortunately, that was far from his only ace. He also possessed the hand-to-hand combat skills of a secret agent. In the film The Avengers, Black Widow's fighting moves were unforgettable. Now, Zhang Shi could pull off the same feats, and even had some of Captain Rogers' abilities as well. Dealing with these bodyguards was child's play for him. As the burly men rushed in, Zhang Shi's eyes turned cold. In a flash, he leapt up, locked his legs around one man's neck, twisted his waist, and sent the opponent crashing to the ground. That was Black Widow's signature move. This kid isn't easy. Everyone get him. Don't hold back. With a low, dismissive snort, Zhang Shi sprang to his feet in a single, fluid motion. His left fist shot out in a hook aimed at a bodyguard's face. The man reacted quickly and dodged to the side, but Zhang Shi was quicker still. Pulling his fist back, he drove his elbow hard into the man's neck. Without missing a beat, Zhang Shi targeted another opponent. He grabbed the man by the neck, then drove his knee viciously into the man's abdomen. Shocked and desperate, the man tried to retreat, but Zhang Shi was faster. One sharp knee sent him flying, a cry of pain escaping as he crashed across the floor. The entire fight was smooth and blindingly fast, leaving barely a moment for anyone to react. Li Kuaning stood there, dumbfounded. This wasn't just a brawl. It looked like an intricately choreographed performance. The sounds of fighting quickly alarmed the people inside the house. Before long, someone rushed out. What greeted their eyes was Zhang Shi standing exactly where he'd been, The bodyguards sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, and Li Kuaning frozen in place. At this moment, Li Kuaning was completely stunned. He had always known Zhang Shi was strong, but he never imagined his strength could reach such heights. These bodyguards had been by his side for years, each one highly skilled. Yet before Zhang Shi, not a single one could withstand even a single exchange. Could this man really still be considered an ordinary person? What on earth happened here? The Chen family's butler demanded loudly. Who are you? What are you doing here? Young Master Li, are you all right? Li Kuaning looked up, just about to answer, when suddenly he heard a faint crackle beneath his feet. He glanced down and saw a scorch mark on the floor, as if it had been struck by lightning. A chill shot through Li Kuaning's heart. He looked up at Zhang Shi, only to see Zhang Shi give him a slight smile, a flicker of blue lightning seeming to flash in his eyes. Dear heavens, could he truly not be an ordinary man? If I say the wrong thing, could my life be in danger? Panic welled up in Li Kuaning's chest. He could only force out a couple of awkward laughs and said, It's nothing, really. This is a friend of mine. He's trained in martial arts. I just asked the bodyguards to spar with him a little. He's very impressive, as you can see. Heh. Li Kuaning managed a strained smile, but looked more like he was about to cry than laugh. I see. The butler nodded, about to say more when Chen Xiu came out from the house. Her eyes sparkled with delight the moment she saw Zhang Shi. Brother Zhang Shi, you're finally here. Chen Xiu hurried over and took hold of Zhang Shi's arm, her tone playful and affectionate. What took you so long? I've been waiting for you and getting so anxious. Chapter 10. The Chen Family Patriarch. In front of everyone, Chen Xiuyu acted so close to Zhang Shi that Li Kuaning couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking. Such behavior would easily make people misunderstand their relationship. Zhang Shi gave an awkward smile and quietly slipped his arm free. I just got here myself, he replied. Brother Zhang Shi, were you the one who took down all these people? Chen Xiuyu asked, pointing at the bodyguards who were still struggling on the ground. That's right. I couldn't help it. As soon as I arrived, they wanted to test me out. Zhang Shi chuckled. Nothing serious, just a friendly sparring match, right, young Master Li? He looked at Li Kuaning with a smile. Li Kuaning couldn't help but shiver. He forced a stiff laugh and said, Yes, that's right. I'd heard Brother Zhang Shi was skilled, so I asked him to give my bodyguard a little guidance. Seeing it today, his reputation is truly well-deserved. Truly remarkable, haha. Of course, my brother Zhang Shi is the best, Chen Xiuyu said proudly. Come on, let's go inside. At this moment, Zhang Shi finally noticed how Chen Xiuyu was dressed today. She wore a soft pink dress that radiated youthful energy. Her presence light and fresh. There was a subtle fragrance about her, inviting those nearby to lose themselves in its gentle allure. Everyone present felt a ripple of confusion, secretly wondering, is the young lady in love? No one had ever heard anything about it. Who is this mysterious man, really? Li Kuaning gradually regained her composure, but as she watched Zhang Shi's figure, a tremor still ran through her heart. This man is definitely not as simple as he seems. Once inside, Chen Xiuyu tugged Zhang Shi to sit down beside her. Only then did Zhang Shi remember the gift he'd brought. Smiling, he handed it over. I just learned today is your birthday. Happy birthday. Haha, thank you. Chen Xiuyu accepted the gift, but instead of opening it right away, she set it aside and began chatting with Zhang Shi in a light, casual manner. Zhang Shi seemed a bit distracted. In truth, his real reason for coming was to meet the head of the Chen family, but the host had yet to appear, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Just then, Luo Ruomeng walked in. Xiuyu, happy birthday, she said with a bright smile, sweeping Chen Xiuyu into a big, warm hug. Thank you, thank you. Ruomeng, look who's here today. I spotted him as soon as I walked in, Luo Ruomeng replied, chuckling as she took a seat. Teasingly, she said, Boss, ever since you sold your company, it looks like you've got nothing serious to do. So, are you planning to enjoy the good life now? Which eye of yours saw me relaxing? Zhang Shi replied with a helpless smile. The new company is still in the works. It won't be long before we open for business. Luo Ruomeng nodded, her tone half playful and half earnest. Well, I want a job myself these days. Will you still have a spot for me as a cashier when the time comes? Of course. I'll be waiting for you to come aboard. Zhang Shi agreed with a laugh. More and more guests arrived, a testament to the Chen family's vast network. All told, nearly 100 people came and went. Zhang Shi didn't know most of them, but Chen Xiuyu stayed by his side, introducing him to everyone. He greeted each guest with the utmost courtesy. These were all people of influence and distinction. Building good relationships here could only benefit Zhang Shi in the future. A noteworthy moment came when Luo Ruomeng and Li Kuaning crossed paths unexpectedly. Both widened their eyes in surprise, and if Zhang Shi hadn't intervened quickly, the situation might have grown very awkward. It was only then that Zhangxi truly understood Luo Ruoming's background. She was the youngest daughter of the Luo family's third master from Machine City. Though not a direct heir, she was nonetheless highly accomplished. Zhangxi couldn't help but wonder why someone like her would choose to work as his cashier. Still, those questions could wait for another day. As the last of the guests settled in, the head of the Chun family finally made his entrance. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement, slowly stepped out from inside the house. There was a gentle smile on his face, yet the natural aura of leadership he carried was impossible to ignore. This was none other than the head of the Chun family, Chun Haiming. As Zhangxi watched Chun Haiming, he couldn't help but nod to himself in silent approval. So this was the family patriarch. Indeed, an extraordinary presence. The moment Chun Haiming appeared, the entire room fell quiet. With a warm smile, he waved to everyone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is my daughter's birthday. I'm truly honored by your presence. I have only one request for tonight. Please enjoy yourselves, eat, drink, and have a wonderful time." Though his words were brief, his meaning was crystal clear. Applause broke out all around, and with that, the banquet officially began. Zhangxi leaned in and whispered to Chun Xiuyu, "Xiuyu, I have a project I'd like to discuss with your father. Could you introduce me to him?" Chun Xiuyu shot him a look and replied, "You're not trying to get my dad to invest in something, are you? That won't be easy, you know. I may not be involved in the family business, but I know my dad. He doesn't invest lightly, unless you're friends first. So you'd better focus on building a relationship with him. Talk of investments can wait." Zhangxi gave a slight smile and asked with curiosity, "How did you know I wanted to ask him about investing?" Chun Xiuyu shrugged. "It's simple. You just mentioned your company is working on a new project. Since you're a tech company, you probably need funding, right? And I'm guessing you came to my birthday party for that very reason. Am I wrong?" Her words caught Zhangxi off guard. This was the first time someone had seen right through his intentions. Well, Xiuyu, let me explain. It's fine. You don't need to explain." Chun Xiuyu gently brushed her hair aside and spoke softly. "What you think doesn't matter to me. I just want you to know. Seeing you here makes me happy. Really, it does." It was as direct a confession as anyone could make. Zhangxi stood there, stunned, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Chun Xiuyu burst out laughing. "All right, didn't you say you wanted to meet my dad? Come on, follow me. He'll listen if I say a few words for you." Sensing Zhangxi's awkwardness, she took the initiative to change the subject, then led him over to Chun Haiming. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is Zhangxi, the one I told you about before. He's truly impressive," Chun Xiuyu said, her face beaming with pride. Chun Haiming affectionately patted his daughter's head, then turned to Zhangxi and asked, "You're the one who saved my daughter at the bar last night, aren't you?" Zhangxi nodded and replied with a smile. "It was nothing, just a small favor, really. I don't have many virtues to boast of, but I have always firmly believed in gratitude and repaying kindness," Chun Haiming said, taking a deep breath. "It's precisely because of this that I've achieved what I have today. So tell me, is there anything you desire? As long as it's within my power, I will make it happen for you." "You're far too generous," Zhangxi replied quickly. "If I must name a wish, then simply being able to meet you is already my greatest reward. Those who know when to advance and when to retreat are the ones who can accomplish great things." "Not bad. It's rare to see a young man who's so calm and unassuming," Chun Haiming finally said with a smile. Chun Xiuyu shot Zhangxi a mischievous wink, signaling that the first step was done, and now it was time to proceed slowly. Zhangxi understood exactly what Chun Xiuyu meant. He took out the high-end tea set he'd prepared for Chun Haiming, just about to say something, when suddenly he froze. Ever since he picked up those superhero fragments, Zhangxi had become extraordinarily perceptive. Nothing escaped his notice, not even the slightest stir in the wind or grass. But that wasn't all. The most incredible thing was his newfound ability to sense what lurked unseen in the air. Killing intent. Right now, his instincts as an agent told him there was murderous intent hidden in the air. "Hey, Zhangxi, what's wrong?" Chun Xiuyu couldn't help but ask, seeing Zhangxi rooted to the spot. Zhangxi waved his hand, face grave, and whispered, "Don't make a sound. There's an assassin." "An assassin?" Chun Xiuyu almost cried out, but Chun Haiming was quick. He clapped a hand over her mouth just in time. Chun Haiming could tell that this young man was anything but ordinary, so he didn't dare utter a word, afraid he might disrupt him. Zhangxi closed his eyes, focusing on the source of the killing intent. But with his fragments still incomplete, and today's room filled with guests, he just couldn't pinpoint the assassin's exact location. He wanted more time to search, but the assassin didn't give him that chance. A flash of cold light. A 3-inch throwing knife whistled through the air, aimed straight at Chun Haiming's throat. The knife was so fast, almost no one could react in time, not even Zhang Shi. He simply couldn't get to it before it struck. If that blade landed, Chun Haiming would be dead for sure. At the very brink of disaster, Zhang Shi lunged forward, shielding Chun Haiming with his own chest and taking the deadly blade himself. He'd thought, with his toughened body, he'd suffered nothing more than a scratch. But to his shock, the knife was far more powerful than he'd imagined. It punched right through his skin and sank into his flesh. Zhang Shi grunted, stumbling back several steps. He quickly glanced down to check the wound. Fortunately, the cut wasn't deep, just about a centimeter in. It was right over his chest, and Zhang Shi couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Damn, if it had gone any deeper, he might not have made it out alive. All of this happened in a heartbeat. The other guests hadn't noticed a thing. They ate, drank, and chatted as usual. But Chen Shuyu and Chun Haiming were scared out of their wits. Zhang Shi, Chun Shuyu, rushed to him, concern written all over her face. Zhang Shi, are you all right? Chun Haiming's face darkened as well. He hurriedly said, hang in there, I'll go get a doctor. Zhang Shi quickly stopped him and said, don't go. Don't make a scene, or the assassin might slip away. But your wound, it's fine. I told you I've trained in iron shirt and golden bell techniques. Zhang Shi said with a cheerful grin. Though his chest still throbbed with pain, it was far from unbearable. Then Zhang Shi continued. Right now, no one else has noticed what happened, so the assassin won't leave. But if we cause a commotion, he'll probably take the chance to run. I still can't pinpoint exactly who the assassin is, so we can't alert everyone just yet. Uncle, what you need to do now is quietly contact your people and seal off this place. No one goes in or out. At this point, Captain Roger's calm and command skills became invaluable. Chun Haiming was truly surprised. This young man wasn't flustered at all, as if he'd seen far bigger storms. It was really astonishing. Still, astonishment aside, the things that needed doing had to be done. Chun Haiming kept a straight face as he picked up his phone, quietly, instructing his men to lock down the Chun family villa. Meanwhile, he asked Chen Shuyu to bring out some gauze and help bandage Zhang Shi's wound. Fortunately, Zhang Shi hadn't lost much blood, so tending to the injury wasn't too difficult. As she wrapped the bandage, Chen Shuyu asked softly, Zhang Shi, does it hurt? Zhang Shi shook his head and replied, don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Chen Haiming said, I've already made the arrangements. Now, Zhang, how do we find this assassin? And who sent him? Zhang Shi gave a faint smile and said, we'll only know who sent him after we catch him. As for finding the assassin, it's not actually that hard. Right now, only we and the killer know what happened, and there's one more detail you shouldn't forget. He paused for a moment, then went on. When we came in, you all searched us at the door, didn't you? Don't look so surprised. I know it's only natural. When he entered, Zhang Shi had felt people bumping into him, either on purpose or by accident. It was clear they were checking to see if he was armed. Chen Haiming looked a little embarrassed and said, well, yes, that's true. After all, I'm not exactly an unknown figure, and there are plenty of people who want me dead, so we have to take precautions. So, that narrows it down right away. If I'm right, it should be him. Zhang Shi said, his words carrying a deeper meaning. He picked up the throwing knife, studied it carefully for a moment, then slipped it into his pocket. A blade that could pierce his body without any sign of bending was clearly no ordinary knife. Zhang Shi was determined to keep it and examine it further when he had the chance. Chen Haiming was, after all, an old fox, quick to catch on. With Zhang Shi's words laid out so clearly, he immediately understood who the assassin was likely to be. He simply said, all right, I understand now. Xiao Zhang, get some rest. I'll send people to keep an eye on him. If anything unusual happens, we'll detain him at once. Chun Shuyu, not following their twists and turns, blinked her large, glistening eyes and asked, what are you talking about? Who's the assassin? This isn't your concern. Chun Haiming replied dotingly. Go get some rest, and don't come out. But Dad, go rest. Chun Haiming's tone grew firmer, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Even as she pouted and hesitated, Chun Shuyu dared not say another word. She nodded, then turned and left the room. Once Chen Shuyu was gone, Chen Haiming let out a sigh. I trust my men checked everyone thoroughly. No one should have been carrying weapons. The only ones who could have brought in that throwing knife are members of the Chen family. Isn't that right? Zhang Shi didn't speak. He simply nodded. Chun Haiming continued, and as for the people in the house, I'll arrange a search. The only person I wouldn't search is my housekeeper, Uncle Li. Am I right? Again, Zhang Shi remained silent and nodded. Chun Haiming was a wily old fox. After all, his sharp mind wasn't for nothing. With just a subtle hint, he'd pieced together what had happened. Chun Haiming sighed, tilting his head back with a weary shake. Zhang Shi understood how he must feel. Uncle Li had probably served Chun Haiming for many years, and now, with this betrayal, How could he not be shaken? Zhang, she stood up and said, "Let me handle this. Uncle Li must be quite a remarkable figure to have hidden by your side for so long. If he really was the one who threw that knife just now, then his skills are not ordinary. It's best if I go. But what about your injury? Are you sure you're all right?" "It's nothing, really. After all, I did spend some time at Shaolin Temple. This is just a scratch." Zhang, she made up a casual excuse. In truth, even if he hadn't, his injury was nearly healed. Captain Roger's serum did possess remarkable healing properties. "Very well. Go then, but be careful, Xiao Zhang," Chun Haiming said with concern. "Don't worry." With that, Zhang, she turned and headed out. Just as he stepped through the door, he found two of the Chun family's servants sprawled on the ground. Shocked, Zhang, she rushed over to check on them. "Hey, are you two all right?" Zhang, she asked with concern. One of the servants coughed up blood, his voice weak as he said, "Hurry, chase him." Uncle Li ran east. With that, he passed out. Zhang, she didn't have time to worry about anything else. He immediately dashed off toward the east. What he failed to notice was that behind him, a car had quietly started following at a distance. Zhang, she moved at an incredible speed. Thanks to his superhuman physique, he quickly caught up with Uncle Li. Uncle Li looked at Zhang, she stunned and horrified. What kind of monster is he? Not only could he block my flying knives, but he can move this fast. It was simply unbelievable. Uncle Li broke into a desperate run, trying to escape, but Zhang, she wasn't about to give him the chance. This time, he held nothing back. He unleashed the full force of his thunderous power. There were about 200 meters between them. Zhang, she summoned his thunder, and a streak of pale blue lightning shot toward Uncle Li with blinding speed. No matter how fast Uncle Li was, he couldn't outrun lightning. The bolt struck him square in the back, sending a jolt through his body. With a strangled, inhuman cry, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The scene happened to be witnessed by the person trailing behind them. Li Kuaning's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the incredible sight, utterly dumbfounded. What was that just now? Lightning? Thunder? Could it be? This man is the god of thunder? Li Kuaning swallowed hard. My goodness, no wonder I couldn't beat him. He's not just a man, he's a god. Frozen in place, Li Kuaning dared not make a sound. In that moment, all his hatred for Zhang, she melted away, replaced by awe. Leaving Li Kuaning to his thoughts, Zhang, she walked forward, grabbed Uncle Li, and gave a cold snort. "Uncle Li, there's nowhere left for you to run." Uncle Li's head spun, the power of the lightning having left him dazed. Zhang, she glanced at his condition, said nothing more, and hoisted him onto his shoulder, ready to leave. "Wait." Zhang, she turned back to see Li Kuaning jogging up, trying his best to ingratiate himself. Brother Zhang, let's take the car. You must be tired." Zhang, she paused in surprise, then asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Well, Li Kuaning couldn't admit he'd been secretly following, so he stammered, "I was just passing by, just passing by." "Brother Zhang, you truly are a remarkable man." "All right, enough." Zhang, she waved a dismissive hand, cutting off the pointless chatter. "Since you saw what happened, there's nothing more to say. But I have one request." Li Kuaning instantly perked up. "Whatever you say, Brother Zhang. I don't want anyone else to know about this. So I expect you to keep your mouth shut. If you can't do that, then I can help you make sure you do." As he said this, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Shi's eyes. Li Kuaning shivered with fear and quickly promised, "Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Not a single word, I swear." That's for the best," Zhang Shi said with satisfaction, nodding his head. "Well then, let's get going." All right, the two of them got into the car and headed straight for the Chen residence. By this time, the guests at Chen's house had already been sent away by Chun Haiming. Now that they knew who the assassin was, there was no reason to keep everyone around. Besides, family scandals are best kept private. The fewer who know, the better. Chun Haiming personally locked up Uncle Li. Uncle Li showed little reaction, his expression calm, as if resolved to resist until the end. Grasping Zhang Shi's hand, Chun Haiming spoke with deep gratitude. "Thank you so much, Xiao Zhang. You've truly saved my life." With a cheerful smile, Zhang Shi replied, "No need to thank me, Mr. Chun. It was just a small favor." After a brief pause, Zhang Shi continued, "We need to act quickly and get him to reveal who's behind all this. And since he's been by your side for years, he may not be the only one with ill intentions. We should find out if he has any accomplices as soon as possible." Decisive and sharp, Zhang Shi instantly pinpointed the heart of the problem. Was this really a green newcomer? He seemed more like a seasoned-old fox. Chun Haiming shook his head and said, "I know you're right, but look at him. He's as stubborn as they come. Do you really think he'll talk? If we resort to private justice, well, Don't worry. Leave it to me," Zhang Shi said confidently, patting his chest. Once again, the widow's fragments proved their worth. When it came to interrogations, the widow was a true expert. Even Loki had fallen for her tricks before. Though Zhang, she hadn't mastered all her secrets yet. Handling someone like Uncle Lee would be a breeze. All right, Chun Haiming nodded. I'll leave it to you then. Perhaps it had become a habit, but Chun Haiming was starting to rely on Zhang. Zhang gave a slight smile. Don't worry. The moment someone is first captured is the best time for interrogation. If you can break through their psychological defenses right then, they'll often spill everything they know. But Zhang didn't plan to do that. Uncle Lee was likely a specially trained agent, raised by the mastermind. Anyone who could endure for so many years wasn't going to give in easily. So Zhang decided to try a different approach. Guided questioning. He opened the door to the small, dark room and stepped inside. Uncle Lee had already regained his composure. He looked at Zhang, sneered, and said, I know why you're here. I can't beat you, but don't think you'll get a word out of me. I won't say anything. I know, Zhang replied, taking a seat. I'm here to have a heart-to-heart with you. A heart-to-heart. Uncle Lee gave a derisive snort. Cut it out. You're here to interrogate me, aren't you? No, honestly, it's just a talk, Zhang replied. Actually, you probably noticed, I'm not an ordinary person, right? I have superpowers. So it's true. I suspected as much from the start. But tell me, do you think it's a blessing? On the contrary, I see it as a curse, Zhang said slowly. No matter whether your abilities are good or bad, you're always an outsider. So I have to keep my powers hidden, just like you do, always concealing who I truly am. It's exhausting. As he spoke, Zhang's expression turned genuinely forlorn, as if he truly meant every word. Uncle Lee simply gazed at him in silence. Forget it. No point in talking about this. Zhang shrugged. You probably know my family background too. It's nothing special, nothing. Compared to yours. Honestly, I feel like a hero with nowhere to use his talents. So, I hope you can help me make something of myself. Uncle Lee eyed him warily. You want my help? Who do you think you're fooling? You just caught me, remember? That's right, because I want to earn some credit, Zhang replied. But I have to say, Chun Haiming's reaction just now was a real letdown. I did him a favor, and he gave me nothing in return. Instead, he treated me like some errand boy, sending me to interrogate you. But you're different. If my guess is right, you also come from a powerful family. So how about this? We work together. I let you go, and we join forces. What do you say? Nobody is truly unafraid of death. Even though Uncle Lee had steeled himself for the worst after being captured, suddenly, it seemed as if fate might offer him another chance. People often think they can face death with composure, but when even a glimmer of hope appears, they realize how wrong they were. Clenching his jaw and stomping his foot, Uncle Lee made up his mind. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm with the Lee family. It was the head of the family, Li Yang, who sent me. Li Yang. Zhang drew in a sharp breath. This bastard is ambitious enough to plot against even the head of the Chun family. True, the Chun family wasn't as powerful as the Li family, but both were among the top 5 families of Machanica City. To pull off such an open betrayal, this was simply brazen beyond belief. Uncle Lee continued, I'm a distant relative of Li Yang. Nothing special about me, except I know how to fight. He trained me as an undercover agent in the Chun family. You? No, the Li family's in metal manufacturing, but lately, the Chun family has started showing interest in that field too. That's why he ordered me to kill Chun Haiming. So that's the reason. No wonder this throwing knife was able to pierce my skin. It must be made with the Li family's unique technology, some kind of super metal. As long as you let me go, I'll recommend you to Li Yang. Trust me, the treatment you'll get from the Li family is beyond anything you could imagine. Zhang chuckled and replied, Sorry, if you were from any other family, I might consider it. But since you're with the Li family, I just can't do it. Uncle Lee was stunned, unable to react before Zhang continued. Brother Chun, you heard everything, right? I think it's time for you to come in. The door swung open, and there stood Chun Haiming, his face dark with anger. Uncle Lee's face turned a sickly shade of green. Damn it, what a cunning little brat. He glared at Zhang with murderous eyes. If looks could kill, Zhang would have been torn to pieces 1,000 times over. Zhang stood up and said, All right, I'll leave the rest of the questioning to you. But, brother, let me give you a piece of advice. For now, it's best to swallow your pride. Zhang's words were tactful, but Chun Haiming understood his meaning perfectly well. Their strength was still no match for the Li family, so it would be wise not to break with them just yet. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang nodded, then said, I'll take my leave for now. I'll visit again another day. Thank you. I won't keep you then. Once this matter is settled, I'll make sure to thank you properly. You're too kind. Leaving the Chun family home, Zhang pondered his next move. Now that his relationship with Chun Haiming was solid, he didn't have to worry about funding. It seemed the time had come to pay a visit to the Marvel Universe and see if he could squeeze some technology out of Stark. Besides, he still had that rare metal throwing knife. In his memory, aside from vibranium, there weren't many metals in the Marvel world this tough. Perhaps this was some new technology as well. Marvel Universe. Stark Tower. Wearing sunglasses, Zhang-Shi looked up at the oddly shaped building before him. This was the Avengers base, the pinnacle of technology in this world. Better keep a low profile, Zhang-Shi muttered under his breath and walked inside. Hi sir, can I help you? A blonde, blue-eyed receptionist greeted him. Zhang-Shi smiled politely. Hello, I'm here to see Mr. Stark. Tony's out right now, but he'll be back tonight, she replied. If you don't mind, you can have a coffee while you wait. May I ask your name? I'm X. Mr. Stark knows who I am, Zhang-Shi replied. All right, Mr. X, I'll let him know you're here. Things were going more smoothly than he had expected. After all, it wasn't easy to get an appointment with Stark. Sitting in the lounge with a cup of coffee, Zhang-Shi began to contemplate his next move. One had to admit, Stark truly knew how to enjoy life. The aroma of this coffee was genuinely exquisite. At the moment, nothing significant seemed to be unfolding in the Marvel Universe. It was a period of calm. Suddenly, the door to the lounge swung open. Zhang-Shi looked up, momentarily stunned by what he saw. The newcomer was just as surprised to see him. It was none other than Captain America himself, Steve Rogers. X, what are you doing here? Rogers asked, clearly caught off guard. Oh, I'm here to see Mr. Stark, Zhang-Shi replied. What about you, Captain? Did you need something too? Yes, I do. But who exactly are you? Rogers asked, a note of suspicion in his voice. Rogers' wary tone took Zhang-Shi by surprise. The last time they met, their exchange had been perfectly cordial. Why was Rogers suddenly so severe? I'm X, Zhang-Shi protested. Rogers stood up, fixing Zhang-Shi with a steely gaze. You're lying. You must be hiding something, some secret you don't want anyone to know. Come on, Captain, Zhang-Shi said. What's this about? I'm not your enemy. It's true, you have fought alongside us before, but you wield Thor's power and refuse to reveal your true identity. That makes you dangerous. I have a responsibility to protect the public. That was Captain America for you. Ever vigilant, never letting even the slightest risk slip by. Rogers rose to his full height, and Zhang-Shi could tell a fight was imminent. He didn't want to throw down with Captain America, but it looked like he didn't have much choice. I'm giving you one last chance. Will you tell me the truth or not? Rogers demanded. It's not that I don't want to, Captain, Zhang-Shi replied with a bitter smile. It's just that even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Very well, Rogers nodded, then broke into a quick sprint and launched a powerful kick at Zhang-Shi. Captain America's combat skills were among the best in the Marvel world. Enhanced by the super soldier serum, his body was at the peak of human potential. The force behind his kick was tremendous. Even though Zhang-Shi was ready for it, he was still sent flying across the room. He landed, staggered back several steps, and dropped to one knee. A tightness seized his chest, leaving him breathless. Rogers stretched, loosening up his muscles as he spoke. I can keep this up all day. Yeah, I know, Zhang-Shi replied helplessly. That was, after all, Captain America's classic line. Since things had reached this point, Zhang-Shi decided he wouldn't just sit there and take it. Sparks of lightning crackled in his hands as he hurled a bolt toward Rogers. He was fast, but Rogers was even faster. In an instant, he snatched up his shield, raised it to his chest, and blocked the attack. Then, with a powerful swing, he hurled the shield straight at Zhang-Shi. What a troublesome guy, Zhang-Shi muttered to himself as he dodged the shield, but Rogers' fist was already coming at him again. There was no denying Zhang-Shi was strong, but it all depended on his opponent. Whether it was in strength, skill, or experience, he was nowhere near Rogers' level. It was a total domination. Rogers overwhelmed Zhang-Shi from start to finish. After a short while, Zhang-Shi was left battered and bruised, his face swollen and covered in marks. Sorry, pal. I might have gone a bit too hard. Rogers shook his head, but you need to tell me the truth. The truth? But how was he supposed to explain? Just as Zhang-Shi was at a loss, the door swung open again. This time, Tony Stark walked in. Stark, wearing his signature sunglasses, glanced at the two of them and said, Hey guys, this isn't the place for a fight. Tony, Rogers said, this guy might be a problem. Stark shrugged, walked over to Zhang-Shi, and helped him up, saying, If there's a problem, let's sit down and talk it out. And Cap, you've really got a solid punch. Look at the state he's in, poor guy. This isn't the time for jokes, That's enough, Cap, Stark interrupted. What happened with Loki was a wake-up call. There are eyes on Earth, and whoever he is, right now he's on our side. You're not helping like this. Rogers had to admit Stark at a point, but there was still a nagging sense of danger about having someone with an unknown background among them. Even though he couldn't help feeling a certain affinity for Zhang-Shi, he'd acted on his doubts. It's fine. I'll head back for now. With that, Rogers turned and left. Stark patted Zhang-Shi's shoulder in his own inimitable way and said, Don't take it to heart, buddy. He's pushing 100 years old. His thinking's a bit old-fashioned. Zhangxi gave a wry smile and stayed silent. He bore Rogers no grudge. He understood the captain acted out of responsibility for his country and people, not out of malice. Besides, getting beaten up wasn't a complete loss for him. He managed to collect a few more fragments of the super soldier serum, which made him even stronger. Come on, have a seat, Stark said, gesturing for Zhangxi to sit. So what brings you to me? Zhangxi had originally planned to get straight to the point, but after what happened with Rogers, he didn't dare act rashly. He'd always seen the Marvel world as a place to boost his own abilities. Dangerous, yes, but not beyond his ability to handle. Now, though, Zhangxi realized he was facing more than just danger. Trying to fit in with the Avengers was going to be a real challenge. Zhangxi's eyes darted around. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out the throwing knife Uncle Li had used for the assassination attempt. He handed it to Stark and said, "This throwing knife is made from a very unusual material. It's incredibly hard. I can't figure out what it is. So I'm giving it to you, hoping you can take a look." Stark accepted the throwing knife and at the same time casually picked up an apple from beside him. As he peeled the apple, he nodded and said, not bad at all. It's definitely sharp." Mr. Stark?" She was momentarily stunned. Stark, still peeling the apple, gave his wrist a flick. Just then a voice chimed in. "Sir, how can I assist you?" "Jarvis, analyze the composition of this knife for me." "Certainly, sir." Jarvis, Stark's artificial intelligence system, was equipped with every imaginable function. If you could think of it, if you needed it, just ask, and Jarvis could get it done. He truly was extraordinary. A red beam of light shone from Stark's wristband onto the throwing knife. The light moved slowly over the blade as it analyzed the material. About half a minute later, Jarvis's voice sounded again. "Sir, the primary component of the throwing knife is iron, but it's blended with several other unknown alloys. It's not vibranium, nor is it titanium. Its hardness is extremely high, and it's very ductile. While it isn't as formidable as vibranium, it's still impressive, potentially even a substitute for your Iron Man suit." "Is it really that remarkable?" Tony exclaimed in surprise. He quickly picked up the knife and examined it closely. Zhangxi hadn't expected this result either. Watching the fascinated look in Tony's eyes, he felt genuinely pleased. But along with that pleasure came a question. Marvel's world was astoundingly advanced, far beyond anything in reality. Yet this metal had managed to impress even a genius like Stark. My goodness, what kind of metal is this? How could such advanced technology possibly exist in the real world? Stark spoke up. "All right, X, I'm keeping this. I'll study it thoroughly." "All right, I'll leave it to you." Zhangxi nodded, then stood up and said, "I'll get going now. Didn't mean to disturb you." "Leaving already? Let me guess, you're still mad at Cap, aren't you?" "No, like I said, I understand. By the way, Thor and the others aren't here, right?" "No, he took Loki back to Asgard. He hasn't returned yet." "All right then." After quickly getting a sense of things, Zhangxi bid Tony farewell. As he was leaving, Tony handed him his personal number, telling him to call directly if he ever needed anything. This time, Zhangxi had gained quite a lot. He had obtained a fragment of Captain America's serum, and he befriended Iron Man, both of which would be of great benefit to him on his path ahead. Of course, there was yet another takeaway. He had come to a profound realization about the gap between himself and these superheroes, which only strengthened his resolve to become more powerful. Rubbing his aching nose, Zhangxi returned home. Barely had he stepped through the door when he received a call from Chun Shuyu. "Hey, brother Zhangxi, why did you leave so suddenly? You didn't even stay until the end of my birthday party." Chun Shuyu complained, her voice puffed up with indignation. With a helpless sigh, Zhangxi pressed a hand to his forehead and said, "Sorry about that. Something came up at the last minute, so I couldn't stay with you longer." "Come on, all the guests were gone. Assassins had shown up. What kind of party could there possibly be after that, seriously?" "Well, let's make it up another day then. Where do you live?" "I'll come find you," she insisted. No, that's not necessary." Zhangxi quickly interjected. "Let's just set up another time. There's really no rush, right?" He was still sporting a swollen, bruised face. Meeting up now would just be embarrassing. "All right then," Chun Shuyu replied, a disappointment clear. "But you have to promise me you're not just making excuses." Don't worry. I never lied to you." After hanging up, Zhangxi let out a long sigh. All he could do now was wait. Time moved at the same pace in the Marvel world as in reality, and with Tony's abilities, he was sure there would be results in less than a week. For now, things were calm on Zhangxi's end, but there was someone else who just couldn't let things go. That person was Chun Feng. After his failed attempt to kidnap Luo Romeng, Chun Feng had done some serious soul searching and finally pinpointed the root of his problems, Li Kuaning. It was obvious, really. If not for having to consider Li Kuaning, he wouldn't have had so many doubts and hesitations. Sure, Zhangxi was tough, but no matter how strong, How many nails could he really hammer down on his own? That day's events were humiliating. So humiliating, in fact, that he just couldn't swallow his pride. Chen Feng wanted revenge. No matter what, he had to teach Zhang Shi a lesson. Brother Feng. Chen Feng and his crew were huddled together when one of his lackeys spoke up. Old Master Liang doesn't want to keep pushing this. Are we really going to go through with it? Are you kidding me? You think I could just let this go? Chen Feng slammed his hand on the table, eyes blazing with anger. Who does he think he is, strutting around in front of me? No matter what, I have to get my revenge. Otherwise, I'd have to write my own name backwards. I've got an idea, the younger man said, his eyes darting around before he leaned in close to Chen Feng and whispered, Look, Brother Feng, that Zhang Shi does have some skills. If we go head-to-head with him, even if we win, we'll pay a price. Why not use the situation to our advantage and find someone else to take the lead for us? Find someone to take the lead? Chen Feng was caught off guard and couldn't help but ask, Who could stand up for us? Of course, it's the young master of the Li family, Li Quaning. Damn, at those words, Chen Feng jumped up. Are you out of your mind? You actually want to use the Li family's young master? Do you have a death wish? The younger man grinned. Brother Feng, you're looking at this the wrong way. It's not that I want to use him. I want to leverage his grudge. Don't forget, last time, Zhang Shi managed to get on Li Xiao's bad side too. And who is Li Xiao? He's the Li family's young master. Definitely not someone to mess with. Just nudge him a little, and he'll probably blow up, so. Before the younger man could finish, Chen Feng already understood what to do next. He grinned and nodded approvingly. You're a clever one, aren't you? Huh, it was indeed a good idea. At least it would have been a good idea before. But now things had changed. In the end, Chen Feng decided to go with his companion's suggestion. He made his way straight to Li Quaning and told him everything. After listening to Chen Feng, Li Quaning fell silent. Believing he was making progress, Chen Feng fanned the flames. Li Xiao, don't you think we should settle the score? Don't worry, as long as you give the word. I'll take the lead and beat Zhang Shi to a pulp for you. You? Li Quaning looked at Chen Feng, his gaze icy. Do you really think you're up to it? Of course I'm not. But you are Li Xiao. I believe if you step in, there's no doubt. That's enough. Li Quaning suddenly roared. If you dare cause trouble for Zhang Shi, I'll end you myself. Chen Feng was stunned. He stared at Li Quaning, swallowed hard, and stammered. Wait, Li Xiao, what are you saying? What do you think I mean? Exactly what I said. Li Quaning snapped. There's no grudge between us. Zhang Shi's my big brother. If you so much as think about messing with him, I'm warning you, I'll break your legs. Chen Feng was completely floored. The last time they met, Li Quaning had made it clear he had it out for Zhang Shi, and Chen Feng himself had seen what happened to that Maserati. How had things changed so quickly? How are they suddenly not enemies? But Li Xiao, what do you mean, what? Get lost now, Li Quaning snapped. And let me tell you, unless you think you've lived too long, don't even think about messing with Zhang Shi. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died, understand? Chen Feng had no idea why Li Quaning was acting this way, but at this very moment, all he felt was a stifling frustration. There was simply no room for any other emotion. Well, wasn't this something? He'd wanted Li Quaning to stand up for him, but it turned out the two of them were thick as thieves. Now, where's he supposed to go to seek justice? All right, that's it, isn't it? If you got nothing else, just get out of here. Li Quaning waved him away. Chen Feng seethed with anger, but didn't dare say a word. He simply turned and left. Once Chen Feng had gone, one of Li Quaning's lackeys stepped forward and said, Young Master Li, I bought everything you asked for. When do you want me to bring it over? As soon as possible. The sooner, the better. You guys, never mind, I'll do it myself. Li Quaning stood up to leave, then turned and told his lackey, Put all that stuff in my car, got it? Yes, young Master Li. With the Li family's resources, finding Zhang Shi's home was a breeze. Before long, he was downstairs at Zhang Shi's place. Reaching out, he knocked on the door. Zhang Shi was fast asleep. The knocking woke him, and he sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. Who is it? He called out. It's me, Brother Zhang. Li Quaning replied ingratiatingly. I brought you something. Brought something? Zhang Shi muttered, but still got up to open the door. Standing at the door was Li Quaning, his arms loaded with bags of all shapes and sizes, food, drinks, clothes, daily necessities, you name it. Zhang Shi was stunned. Eyes wide, he asked in disbelief, What? What's all this? I don't need any of it. I'm not lacking for anything. Li Quaning grinned from ear to ear. Brother Zhang, I was hoping I could move in with you. Could you teach me? I want to be as formidable as you are. Hearing this, Zhang Shi nearly choked on the spot. All this time, he thought the gifts were for him, but it turned out they were for Li Quaning's own use. The realization was more than a little awkward. Li Quaning went on, Of course, Brother Zhang, if you want any of this, it's all yours. From now on, as long as you're willing to teach me, I'll be your loyal sidekick. Li Quaning said it so bluntly that Zhang Shi was left speechless. That word, sidekick, was just... Zhang, replied slowly. Sorry, I'm not going to teach you. No, Brother Zhang, why? Li Kuaning asked, his wide eyes fixed on Zhang. Brother Zhang, sure, we did have some misunderstandings in the past, but I know I was wrong. If you're still angry, you can hit me, yell at me, whatever you want. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll do anything. The fragment collection system was something Zhang she couldn't share with Li Kuaning. Still, Zhang she had learned many training methods through those fragments. With just a bit of instruction, Li Kuaning could become very skilled, but Zhang she didn't want to do it. No, the reason I won't teach you isn't because of any grudges between us. It's because you're not the right person. Zhang she replied calmly. From start to finish, you've always been a spoiled rich kid, and that's never changed. If I were to teach you these skills, it wouldn't benefit society at all. In fact, it would only bring trouble. Do you understand? This was what Zhang she was truly worried about. Oh, so that's it. Li Kuaning chuckled and said, Come on, brother, you're overthinking it. That's really not a big deal. I can change, can't I? Just watch me. Change. Zhang she let out a wry laugh. The hardest thing for a person to change is their habits. You've lived your whole life as an arrogant, pampered young master. Turning that around, well, that's no easy task. That's not a problem. Just watch what I do. If you think I'm not up to it, don't teach me. But if you see I can do it, teach me a few moves. How about it, Brother Zhang? Is that fair? As the saying goes, it is never too late to mend one's ways. For Li Kuaning to speak like this, it showed he truly wanted to turn over a new leaf. Zhang she thought it over and found the idea not so bad. He nodded and said, All right, since you put it that way, I'll give you a chance and see what you're made of. But remember, if your words and actions don't match, I won't go easy on you. Got it? Hearing this, Li Kuaning was so excited, he practically jumped for joy. All right, got it. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. And so, Li Kuaning and Zhang she began living together. At first, Li Kuaning wanted to buy Zhang she a villa and a car, but Zhang she turned him down. He believed one shouldn't take rewards without earning them. Those gifts were just too much. Besides, he wanted to achieve his goals through his own effort. While Zhang she waited for updates from Tony Stark, his days passed by comfortably enough. But Chen Feng was not so content. A fire burned in Chun Feng's chest, stifling and unresolved. He'd hoped Li Kuaning would help him get even, but now, Li Kuaning had become Zhang Xi's lackey. Left with no other options, Chun Feng decided to seek help from someone else. The head of the Li family, Liang. The Li family was the most peculiar among the 5 great families of Machanica City. Normally, the head of family wielded the greatest power, but the Li family was an exception. Liang didn't hold that much authority. Most of it was in the hands of other branches of the family. This had a lot to do with Li Yang's own abilities. Think about it. What could you expect from someone who had to resort to kidnapping to steal someone else's blueprints? How far could a man like that possibly go? Still, as the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter what, he was a member of the Li family. Chen Feng simply refused to believe that little Zhang she could be any match for him. With that thought, Chen Feng went off to find Liang. Liang was in quite a foul mood himself these days. Imagine being the head of the Li family and having to stoop so low as to snatch some nobody's technical drawings. Fine, he could live with that, but he didn't even get the drawings in the end. That wasn't just embarrassing. It was utterly humiliating. Director Li, the secretary walked in, looking at Liang. Director Li, there's a man named Chun Feng outside who wishes to see you. Him. Liang let out a weary sigh. Send him in. Yes, Director Li. Before long, Chun Feng walked in. The moment he saw Liang, it was as if he'd spotted a long-lost relative. He dropped to his knees, sobbing and sniffling, tears streaming down his face in a pitiful display. Li Yang's patience wore thin at his wailing. Enough. Stop crying. Do you actually have something to say or not? If not, get out. Uncle Li, you have to help me. Chen Feng poured out the entire story to Liang. Liang was already feeling down, and now, hearing that Li Kuaning was in cahoots with Zhang Shi, his anger boiled over. You mean to say Li Kuaning has become Zhang Shi's lackey? Liang slammed his fist on the table and roared, Unbelievable. A member of the dignified Li family, stooping to something like this. Exactly. I can't stand it either, but what can I do? I can only turn to you, Uncle Li. Liang turned to his secretary. Call in all our security guards. Go to Zhang Shi's place and finish him off. The secretary was taken aback. Director Li, but the young master is still there. I don't care. If he's that spineless, he deserves whatever he gets. Liang barked, his temper flaring. Seeing Liang so enraged, the secretary dared not argue further and hurried off to carry out his orders. Having achieved his goal, Chun Feng couldn't help but smile. But he hadn't long to savor his triumph before Liang turned to him and said, Chun Feng, since I'm sending my men, can yours take the lead? This caught Chen Feng completely off guard. But, Uncle Lee, my men aren't much good in a fight. That's fine, so long as they make up the numbers. Liang might have been impulsive, but he was far from foolish. Why waste his own men when he had ready-made cannon fodder at hand? It was high time Chan Feng proved his worth. Zhang Shi was still unaware that a fierce battle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the Marvel universe, Stark, wearing his trademark sunglasses, was in his lab, examining that piece of metal. Pepper Potts walked in, looked at Tony, and couldn't help but say, "Tony, take a break, will you?" "Hey, come over here and check this out," Stark said excitedly as soon as he saw Pepper. "That X brought technology I've never seen before." "Jarvis?" "Yes, sir." A molecular structure appeared before them. Pepper didn't really understand any of it. She just stared blankly at the projection. Stark continued, "This metal is basically iron, but mixed within the iron molecules are a few other elements. It's precisely this combination that makes ordinary iron nearly indestructible. Its hardness is second only to vibranium." "Isn't that fascinating?" "Really? So, are you planning to use this for your next suit?" Pepper asked. No, not for now. Before Tony could finish, Pepper cut in, "Tony, don't you think you already have enough suits?" Darling, I'm protecting the safety of the Earth, and ours as well," Tony replied. "All right, that's a reason I can accept," Pepper said with a small sigh. "But can you tell me when we'll finally get to live a normal life?" Tony fell silent for a moment before answering. "Well, at the very least, Earth has to be completely safe. After what happened with Loki, we both know Earth's defenses just aren't enough. Now, with this mysterious newcomer, I feel we need to strengthen our security even more." Pepper shrugged and turned to leave. "Okay then." Watching her go, Tony let out a deep sigh. Because of Zhang Shi's intervention, the plotlines of the Marvel Universe had shifted. Superheroes' powers and beliefs had all changed in some way or another. But the one thing that hadn't changed was their personalities. Tony Stark, once the epitome of egotism, had learned selflessness through countless battles. In front of others, he was always smiling, still seeming like that carefree playboy, but truthfully, he kept many things buried deep inside. "All right." Tony clapped his hands and dove back into his work. He still had doubts about Zhang Shi's true identity, but unlike Rogers, Tony simply wanted to bring him over to his side. Nothing more. Back in the real world, Zhang Shi was lying on his bed, while Li Yang waited on him hand and foot. They'd been living together for some time now, and Zhang Shi had noticed that Li Yang really had changed. At least, he wasn't nearly as annoying as before. But at that very moment, the assassin Li Yang had sent was already closing in on Zhang Shi's apartment. Originally, Zhang Shi was lounging leisurely on the bed, but he sensed that something was off. He opened his eyes, carefully observing every movement in his surroundings. "Brother Zhang, come on. Soak your feet and relax a bit." Li Kuaning came in carrying a basin of water, intending to give Zhang Shi a foot bath. "Wait, something's up." Zhang Shi spoke softly, then walked over and pressed Li Kuaning down into a chair. Li Kuaning was taken aback. Just as he was about to glance out the window, Zhang Shi growled in a low voice, "Don't move. Do you have a death wish?" Li Kuaning panicked. As a pampered young master, he'd never seen anything like this before. Just seeing the look on Zhang Shi's face made his knees go weak. Uncertain how many people might be outside, Zhang Shi first checked his personal stats panel, estimating his chances of success. Beep. Character panel. Host, Zhang Shi. Attributes, Strength 42, Speed 39, Endurance 59. Skills, Power of Thunder 24%, Elite Agent 100%, Sharpshooter 89%. Special Attributes, Starcore Hardness 0.15%, Super Soldier Serum 26%, Will of Thor's Hammer 15%, Alchemist, Iron 8%. Zhang Shi nodded to himself. His overall strength was quite impressive. He figured that Alchemist Fragment must have been picked up from Tony by accident. With these attributes, taking on even dozens of opponents wouldn't be an issue. Zhang Shi turned to Li Kuaning and said, "Hide under the bed, and don't come out." Li Kuaning wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Shi and make a good impression, but deep down he knew his own limits. Fighting alongside Zhang Shi would be about as useful as walking into danger unarmed. He nodded, then hid himself away. Zhang Shi moved to the door, standing quietly as he waited for the assassins to arrive. The killer reached the door and slipped out a length of wire, deftly picking the lock. In Zhang Shi's hand was a pot lid, his improvised weapon. There was no choice, no gun, no hammer. Rather than wielding unfamiliar weapons with little skill or power, he decided a pot lid would serve better as a shield. Though the apartment door was reinforced, Li Yang's bodyguards were no slouches. It wasn't long before the door was forced open, and a dark figure slipped inside. With lightning speed, Zhang Shi swung the pot lid, landing a heavy blow on the intruder's head. The force was tremendous. Before the poor fellow could even react, he collapsed, knocked out cold. That single blow with the pot lid marked the official start of the battle. These bodyguards were Li Yang's elite, every bit as skilled as Uncle Li. If Zhang fought them with only his agent skills, he'd be at a disadvantage, so he had to rely on his unique strengths and advantages to take them on. The assassin at the back was startled, his face drained of color, and he instinctively stepped back. But Zhang was not about to let this opportunity slip by. Li Kuaning was still inside the house. If things went wrong, he could get hurt too. Raising his left hand, Zhang summoned the power of thunder, striking one attacker. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled the pot lid in his hand, like a shield, sending it hurtling into another. Every movement was seamless and precise, executed with the fluid grace of a seasoned fighter. Across from Zhang room, Chun Feng and Li Yang were watching every move, their eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos. Li Yang's expression was grim. He hadn't been able to reach Uncle Li for days, and it seemed likely that Chun Haiming had captured him. On top of that, he'd heard Zhang had attended the Chun family gathering. If that was true, then odds were high Zhang had found and taken Uncle Li. At any cost, this person must be killed. But not now, Li Yang growled, his tone menacing. And then, Li Kuaning will die here as well. Zhang will use him as a hostage, and once he gets what he wants, he'll kill him too. Is that clear? Chun Feng shivered involuntarily at Li Yang's words. So that was the plan. On the surface, Li Yang seemed to be targeting Zhang, but in reality, Li Kuaning was his true objective. If Li Kuaning died, the most powerful branch of the Li family would go to war. With Zhang, given Zhang's ties with Chun Haiming, the Chun family would surely get involved. When that chaos erupted, he could bide his time, let them fight, and then swoop in to reap all the benefits. What a cunning old fox. Only someone truly devious could devise such a vicious plot. Chun Feng felt as if he'd struck a deal with the devil, but with things already set in motion, there was no turning back. He was committed, for better or for worse, to see this through to the end. Meanwhile, Zhang was growing more uneasy with every blow he exchanged. By all logic, he should have been the target. He'd been fighting tooth and nail to draw the assassins away from his own room, yet they charged forward with wild abandon, desperate to break in. Zhang wasn't exactly destitute, but surely whatever little money he had wasn't enough to pique their interest. There was only one explanation for this frenzy. The assassins weren't just after him. Their target included Li Kuaning. Damn it! Zhang cursed under his breath, his mind racing. In a flash, he understood their motive. If the young master of the Li family died in his house, there was no question that the Lis would seek revenge. But who were these killers? Surely not the Lis themselves. Could it be Chun Feng? There was no time to puzzle it out. Zhang eyes narrowed in determination as he drew another weapon. A slingshot. The gift of never missing a shot wasn't limited to firearms. As long as it was a ranged weapon, this attribute would activate. This ability had its origins in Hawkeye. Barton. After all, as an ordinary man holding his own in the Avengers, Barton relied entirely on his uncanny marksmanship. Now, Zhang had acquired this very skill. Zhang pulled a small steel ball from his pocket, set it onto his slingshot, and quickly took aim at the assassin before him. At the same time, he channeled his own thunderous power into the projectile. This was where Zhang's true advantage lay. He possessed multiple superpowers and could freely combine them according to the situation, unleashing their full potential. Zhang roared, releasing his grip. The steel ball shot toward the assassin at breakneck speed. Once infused with lightning, the projectile's destructive force became terrifying. A steel ball, crackling with blue energy, struck one of the assassins squarely in the chest. The man felt as if he'd been hammered by an invisible force, a pain so overwhelming it defied description. He let out a guttural scream and collapsed flat on his back, limbs twitching uncontrollably. Damn! The assassins couldn't help but curse, panic rising in their chests. Just what was this? Did this guy have some kind of secret weapon? Zhang grinned. Clearly, his combination attack was proving highly effective. With slingshot in hand, he continued to take aim and fire one shot after another. Combining his thunderous power with his unfailing aim, Zhang was unstoppable. He deliberately held back, making sure his attacks weren't lethal, but they would certainly leave his enemies incapacitated for hours. It was only now that the assassins realized why their previous attempt had ended in failure. Zhang was no ordinary target. No matter how many of them there were, in front of him they were as helpless as infants, utterly unable to fight back. This entire scene was clearly witnessed by Li Yang and his group across the way. Damn it, Li Yang gritted his teeth. Is that guy even human? How can he be so powerful? Chun Feng's expression was equally grim. This whole mess had started because of him. If he hadn't sought revenge, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. If Li Yang suffered too great a loss, Chun Feng knew he'd be in trouble too. Though Liang was reluctant to admit it, the truth was right before his eyes. One by one, his men were falling. It was obvious. This operation was doomed to fail. With a heavy heart, Liang raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his phone. Retreat. After giving the order, Liang turned and left without looking back. Chun Feng tried to follow, but Liang sent him sprawling to the ground with a slap. Damn it, this is all your fault, you bastard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss this time. Bastard. He had to vent his anger somewhere. If he couldn't beat Zhang Shi, at least he could take it out on this guy. The more he thought about how all his men had been taken down, the more furious Liang became, twisting his waist as he wiped his shoes on Chun Feng's body. Chun Feng felt utterly humiliated, but there was nothing he could do except take the beating. At the same time, he was filled with deep regret. He really had been asking for trouble. If only he just accepted his losses instead of landing himself in an even worse situation. After dealing with the last man, Zhang Shi wiped the sweat from his brow. Looking at the assassin sprawled across the floor, he called out in a loud, clear voice, "Come out, Quan Ning. It's over now." At these words, Li Kuaning, who had been trembling under the bed, finally crawled out. Seeing the state he was in, Zhang Shi felt both exasperated and amused. Just moments ago, this young man had been so full of bravado, vowing to learn martial arts from him and fight for justice. Yet now, his courage was nowhere to be found, so far from what he'd boasted. Still, Zhang Shi understood. After all, Kuaning was a pampered young master who'd lived a life of luxury. Change would take time. It couldn't happen overnight. Li Kuaning, still shaking, walked out of the room. He glanced down at the assassins and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This, Zhang Shi frowned and asked, "What is it? Do you recognize them?" "Of course I do," Li Kuaning replied in surprise. "These guys are all bodyguard for my own family. Li Yang's personal bodyguards." Hearing this, Zhang Shi suddenly understood. So that was it. He hadn't known who had sent these killers after him, but now that he knew they were from the Li family, it made perfect sense. There were only a handful of people who bore him a grudge, and Li Yang, the old fox, was the worst of them all, truly despicable. But what Zhang Shi couldn't figure out was, why would Li Yang want to kill Li Kuaning? He asked, "Let me ask you, is there some kind of conflict in your family?" If anyone else had asked, Li Kuaning probably wouldn't have said a word. But with Zhang Shi questioning him, he didn't dare to hide anything. He proceeded to spill out everything about his family's affairs. After hearing Li Kuaning's story, Zhang Shi nodded to himself. So that's how it is. Li Yang was trying to kill two birds with one stone, using someone else to do his dirty work. What a cunning, ruthless man. His mind raced, and an idea took shape. He wasn't afraid of these assassins, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of those around him. This was an opportunity, a chance to completely remove Li Yang as a threat. "Kuaning, you know who the leader is, don't you?" Li Kuaning nodded and pointed at a man lying on the ground. "It's him." "Good. Bring him along and call the police." "We're going to your house," Zhang Shi said with a cold smile. "Go to my house. Can't you see it? Li Yang wants to kill you, and then pin the blame on me." Zhang Shi said, "With a traitor like this in your family, shouldn't you do something about it?" Li Kuaning hadn't considered this possibility at all. Hearing Zhang Shi's words, he erupted in fury. Let's go to my house. That wretched Li Yang dared to mess with me. My father will definitely teach him a lesson." "Huh, all right," Zhang Shi replied with a cheerful laugh. It seems the time has come to settle things with Li Yang once and for all. Meanwhile, Li Yang was still venting his frustration, kicking for who knows how long until he'd let out some of the anger pent up inside him. Looking down at Chun Feng, who had fainted on the ground, he said nothing more, simply turned and left. He returned home, but after only a few steps inside, he sensed something was wrong. The front gate stood wide open, and there were many cars parked outside. Damn, Li Yang suddenly realized. Li Kuaning's bodyguards knew who he was. His whereabouts must have been exposed. "Master, we..." Before the bodyguard could finish, Li Yang cut him off, urging, "Quick, let's go." "What's this? Thinking of leaving now?" came a mocking voice. Three figures emerged from the doorway. People more familiar to Li Yang than anyone. Li Kuaning, his father Li Ji, and of course, Zhang Shi. Li Kuaning glared at Li Yang, his voice seething with rage. "Uncle, you're my flesh and blood. How could you do something like this?" Li Ji remained silent, but his gaze was icy cold. True, Li Kuaning was a hopeless case, but he was still his son, laying hands on his own child. How was that any different from slapping himself in the face? Zhang Shi stretched lazily and said, "All right, I won't meddle in your family matters. You all handle this yourselves." With that, he stepped aside, though his eyes never left Li Yang, ready to stop him if he tried to flee. Li Yang, the old fox, quickly regained his composure. "Little brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Yes, I sent people out, but I was aiming for him, not my nephew. Blood is thicker than water. How could I ever do such a thing? That's nonsense. Li Kuaning shouted angrily. Then why did your men break into the house? Give me one good reason. Li Kuaning showed not a shred of respect for his uncle. Proof of just how utterly this family head had failed. Kuaning, Li Ji said, waving a hand, watch your manners. He's still your uncle. But father, this uncle of mine almost cost me my life. Li Kuaning protested passionately. Li Ji looked at Li Yang and gave a weary sigh, saying nothing more. Zhang Shi watched him, starting to understand what was on his mind. He was probably feeling guilty. After all, they were brothers by blood, and no one wanted things to come to this. To be honest, he himself bore some responsibility. If he had given Li Yang enough respect and more authority, perhaps none of this would have ever happened. Yet, even if given another chance, Li Ji wouldn't regret his choices. The reason was simple. Li Yang was a terrifying, fanatical, and extremely volatile man. What was worse, Li Yang possessed a dangerous piece of technology that Li Ji had no control over. Li Ji walked over slowly and spoke in a gentle voice. Big brother, you shouldn't have done this. Li Yang chuckled softly. I've told you, this is all just Zhang Shi's one-sided story. He's deceived. Ahe was probably feeling guilty. After all, they were brothers by blood. No one wanted things to come to this. To be honest, he himself bore some responsibility. If he'd given Li Yang enough respect, a bit more authority, perhaps none of this would have happened. But even if given another chance, Li Ji wouldn't regret his decisions. The reason was simple. Li Yang was a terrifying, reckless, and extreme person. More troubling still, in Li Yang's hands was a dangerous technology, one Li Ji had no control over. Li Ji walked over slowly and spoke in a gentle voice. Big brother, you shouldn't have done this. Li Yang let out a low chuckle. I've told you, all of this is just Zhang Shi's one-sided story. He's been manipulating Aining. I just wanted to snap him out of it, that's all. Even now, you're still making excuses. Li Kuaning waved his hand, and a man was carried out from the house. The poor fellow looked miserable, no visible injuries. But his legs jerked uncontrollably, and his pants were soaked. Clearly, he'd lost control of his bladder. He was the unlucky squad leader who'd been brought back. Li Kuaning's voice was cold as ice. Speak, what was your purpose here? If you lie, you'll get another taste. Being struck by a bullet charge with electricity was no better than torture. The man broke down at once. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Our boss sent us to do it. He said not to. Kill Zhang Shi, just cripple him, then finish off young Master Li Kuaning. That way, the blame would fall on Zhang Shi. That's the whole story, I swear. If I'm lying, may lightning strike me down. Li Ji's face betrayed no emotion as he listened. He simply gestured, and the servant took the man away. Li Yang's expression didn't change either, but deep in his eyes, there was a faint trace of sorrow. Zhang Shi leaned against the wall, fiddling with his phone, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Li Yang said coolly, Xiao Zhang, you and Aining go take a walk. What happens here doesn't concern you anymore. All right, Zhang Shi replied, putting away his phone. Come on, let's go stretch our legs. But, brother Zhang, enough, I'll show you a few moves. Although Li Kuaning had changed a lot, at heart he was still every inch the young master, unable to read the room, always a bit oblivious. Zhang Shi knew that only by saying this would Kuaning obediently follow him outside. As expected, after hearing this, Li Kuaning's eyes lit up. Almost without hesitation, he said, All right, brother Zhang, let's head out then. You have to teach me some of your best moves. Oh, by the way, I thought that move where you tossed the pot lid was especially cool. If you just switched out the weapon, you'd be just like Captain America. And your slingshot move. Wow, that was amazing. Zhang Shi simply smiled without saying a word and pulled Li Kuaning outside with him. After the two of them left, Li Ji stepped forward to help Li Yang up. Li Yang was a bit surprised, but still said, What do you want? You already know everything. If you want to kill me or punish me, just do it. As Li Ji brushed the dirt off Li Yang's clothes, he said, Don't make us out to be enemies. Aren't we brothers by blood? Brothers by blood? Li Yang sneered. I'm your elder brother, the head of the Li family, but what have you ever given me? Tell me, what have you given me? Is this what a family head is supposed to do? Li Ji replied calmly. There's nothing I could do. You went too far. Some things just can't be done the way you want, so you took away my real power. Is that it? Li Yang roared. That's your excuse? If you're going to take everything away, why not take the position of family head too? I know what you're thinking. You just want to keep a good reputation for yourself. Do you think you're so pure? You're nothing but a hypocrite. That's all you are, a hypocrite. Li Ji waved his hand, signaling his men to take Li Yang away. He saw no point in wasting words with him. If he could, Li Ji would have liked to get rid of Li Yang entirely. But right now, that wasn't an option, because Li Yang still possessed a powerful, formidable technology. Li Ji couldn't make a move against him yet. If he pushed Li Yang too far, that technology could become a disaster for all of humanity. That's enough, Li Ji said. Let's go thank that young man, Zhang. At this moment, in the open space behind the Li family villa, hurry up, do it. Weren't you just asking me to teach you kung fu? Well, go on then. Zhang stood with his arms crossed, watching as Li Kuaning hung from the pull-up bar. Zhang could teach Li Kuaning martial arts, but every skill was built on a foundation of physical strength. Right now, Li Kuaning was no different from a typical couch potato. Zhang had told him to do a pull-up, but he couldn't manage even one. Brother Zhang, Li Kuaning grunted, struggling. Can't we make an exception? Or maybe switch to a different exercise? I really can't do this one. No way. Zhang waved his hand and said, no matter the move, strength is the foundation. Strength in your hands is the most basic of all, so you have to build up your grip and arm strength. But there are no buts. Zhang stood up and said, if you can't do it, then head to the gym. Well, I'm teaching you our techniques, not strength training. With that, Zhang prepared to leave. Hey, brother Zhang. Li Ji walked over, witnessing the scene, and couldn't help but shake his head with a hint of resignation. Xiao Zhang, Li Ji said, thank you so much for today. Oh, think nothing of it. It was just a small favor. Zhang replied with a cheerful smile. Besides, this all started because of me, so it's only right that I take responsibility. Come on, don't say that. You're my son's lifesaver, and mine too. Without you, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. For just a moment, perhaps it was just his imagination, but Zhang caught a wicked smile flickering across Li Ji's face. There was something in that grin that sent a chill down Zhang's spine. Maybe, just maybe, Li Ji was an even more dangerous man than he'd realized. Zhang quickly collected himself and said, all right, let's leave it at that for now. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll be heading out. We'll catch up another time. Haha, I won't keep you then. Leaving Li Kuaning's house behind, Zhang took a moment to steady his nerves. He couldn't explain it, but Li Ji gave him a sense of genuine danger. He shook his head, dismissing the uneasy thoughts. Zhang checked the time. It was about right. Given Tony's abilities, he was confident the throwing knife had been thoroughly analyzed by now. The timing seemed perfect. With that, Zhang set off for the Marvel Universe. This time, his teleportation landed him once again at Stark Tower. Not wanting to waste a second, Zhang strode straight in. Hey X. No sooner had he entered than someone greeted him. Zhang recognized the receptionist from before. Hello. Zhang replied politely. I'm here to see Mr. Stark. The receptionist said, Mr. Stark left instructions. If you come looking for him, you can go straight to his lab. Please follow me. Thank you. Zhang nodded and followed the receptionist. On the way, he spotted Pepper Potts. Zhang greeted her with a smile. Hi, how are you? Pepper glanced at him, her expression distant, and walked away without a word. Zhang was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? She doesn't look very happy. The receptionist shrugged. Our boss has been holed up in the lab day and night lately, working on who knows what. So she's not too pleased. Oh, I see. Zhang nodded with a smile, but then he suddenly froze. A chilling thought had just flashed through his mind. This storyline feels so familiar. Tony, obsessed with researching his Iron Man suits, neglects his girlfriend's feelings. Isn't this basically the plot of Iron Man 3? Wait, does this mean the story here has already entered the events of Iron Man 3? As a diehard Marvel fan, Zhang knows the Marvel timeline and story arcs inside out. Just one detail, and he can guess exactly which point in the story he's at. Damn it, at this point, that guy Killian is going to send helicopters to attack Stark Tower. It would be one thing if he didn't know, but now that he does, Zhang is determined to stop it all. Not for any other reason. He's not a Marvel character. He doesn't have the protagonist's plot armor. Who knows if he'll end up dying here? As Zhang was getting lost in these wild thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded. Hey, it's not nice to talk about the boss's private life, Tony said, emerging with disheveled hair and a weary look. Don't blame him. It was me who asked, Zhang replied. Yeah, I know. It's fine, I don't mind, Stark said. Come with me. There's something I want to discuss with you. Zhang nodded and followed Tony. The two of them entered Tony's laboratory. Tony said, Jarvis, show our guest the schematics. Yes, sir. A blueprint appeared before them. It was a design for an Iron Man suit. Tony, holding a cup of coffee, asked, what do you think? I'm pretty satisfied with it. Zhang looked a little puzzled and asked, well, I don't really understand this stuff, but shouldn't you be working on that flying dagger? Wait, have you already figured it out? Are you planning to use the dagger's material to make a new suit? No, that's not what I had in mind. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Tony waved his hand, and another diagram appeared. Look, this is the molecular structure of the metal from the flying dagger. This metal has some significant side effects. Side effects? Yes. For the user, there's no problem at all. In fact, it's easy to replicate. Just cut off a piece and fuse it with any other metal, and that metal will gain the same properties. It really is something special. Well, that does sound impressive. But what about the side effects? Where do they come in? Zhangxi asked. I'm not sure if it even counts as a side effect. Here, let me show you. Stark picked up a small cage from the side, inside which were a few white mice. To test if this metal was toxic, I ran some experiments on these mice. Yeah, I know what you're going to say, it's cruel, but I didn't have a choice. And then, that's when the problem showed up. What do you mean? These lab mice had already reached sexual maturity, but after I experimented on them, their mating behaviors suddenly stopped altogether. Tony said gravely. Is there a connection? Yes, because what I did was just a superficial experiment. Theoretically, this kind of result shouldn't have happened. Now I'm even starting to suspect that these mice have lost their ability to reproduce entirely. So, hospitals might never have to do sterilization surgeries again, and the birth control industry could be in crisis. Though Tony was smiling as he said this, Zhangxi immediately sensed the seriousness of the problem. This metal is so easy to mass-produce, and its effects are so pronounced. It almost feels deliberate. But the side effect is terrifying. If this is really true, could it mean that humans on Earth might lose the ability to reproduce? And most importantly, Zhangxi himself had been cut by that blade. Did that mean he might also? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Zhangxi was an only child. If he couldn't have children, his mother would be devastated. With this in mind, Zhangxi shut his eyes tightly, letting scenes from certain risque films play through his mind, all while silently pleading, "Come on, buddy, don't let me down now. Don't scare me like this." As the images became more vivid, Zhangxi finally felt some response from his body, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. It seemed the metal had no effect on humans. He decided to leave further checks until he got home. Tony happened to glance at Zhangxi and, noticing his odd behavior, frowned and asked, "Hey man, what's going on in your head?" "On me? Nothing." Zhangxi quickly recovered, forcing a cheerful smile. Even though he hadn't been caught, he still felt embarrassed at being confronted so suddenly. "Oh, well, as long as you're okay. Where were we? Right, about the metal, because it might have these side effects. I haven't dared to use it for making armor. So that's how it is." It seemed handing the metal over to Tony for research had been the right call all along. He'd known from the start that this metal was extraordinary. "All right, enough about that, Tony," Zhangxi quickly said. "By the way, you really need to stay alert. There's a chance helicopters could come to bomb you at any time in the next few days. You must be careful." Zhangxi's abrupt change of topic caught Tony off guard. He stared for a moment before breaking into a grin. "Hey, what are you even talking about? Are you dreaming?" "No, I'm not joking. I'm dead serious," Zhangxi replied, his face turning solemn. "Do you remember someone named Jillian from before all this?" "Jillian?" Tony was momentarily puzzled, then thought for a moment and said, "Nope, doesn't ring a bell." "You wouldn't remember him, of course. He's just a minor character. Never mind, you'll recall soon enough. Anyway, the point is prevention. Set up your defenses immediately. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhangxi's warning was timely, but by now, it was already too late. "You're really something else," Tony said with a cheerful laugh. "You're being completely unrealistic. How am I supposed to believe any of this?" Zhangxi continued. "There's something called the extremist virus. That's a trump card. If you don't take control of the situation, I can tell you right now, Pepper will be in danger." Tony could shrug off anyone's name, but the moment Pepper was mentioned, his expression turned serious. Zhangxi pressed on. "Even if you don't believe me, at the very least, you need to suit up. Otherwise, it's far too dangerous. No, you need to explain to me what exactly is." "There's nothing more to explain. Go now." Even before Zhangxi finished speaking, a dark figure streaked past the top of Stark Tower, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the entire building to its core, as if it might collapse at any moment. Tony was momentarily stunned, but his battle-hardened instincts kicked in quickly. Zhangxi's voice rang out, "Hurry, get your suit on." "Yeah, you're right." Tony nodded, then turned and waved his hand. A red beam shot from his palm, and the pieces of his suit began to fly toward him one by one, assembling around his body. Wait, was he this used to suiting up now? It had been so long, he couldn't quite remember. Piece by piece, Tony donned the suit with his signature flair, almost finished, until the last piece clattered awkwardly into place. Well, that was a bit embarrassing. But in this timeline, this method should still work, right? Zhangxi realized that his intervention had already altered the timeline of the Marvel Universe. Whether Iron Man would survive was suddenly anyone's guess. All right, if that was the case, then he really had to step up. Anyone who's seen Avengers Endgame knows what Tony means to the team. He's the heart of it all. Zhangxi dashed over, swept Tony up his arms, and sprinted toward the exit. Tony, still a bit dazed, couldn't help but joke, "Bro, you carry me like this and people might get the wrong idea." "Wrong idea, my ass." Zhangxi shot back, exasperated. Would we be in this mess if you just listened to me earlier? Oh, you're right. Zhangxi had no time to banter. His attention was razor sharp, and the fragments of Hawkeye's training proved invaluable now. No movement in the area escaped his notice. What was happening now had already deviated from the original plot, but Zhangxi couldn't worry about that anymore. Whatever comes, let it come. He'd just have to adapt as things unfolded. Zhangxi darted left and right to dodge the chaos, while at the same moment, Tony summoned his Iron Man suit once again. This time, at last, nothing went wrong. The armor assembled perfectly around him. Clad in his suit, Tony handed Zhangxi a bracelet and said, "Here, take this, summon a suit, and help me save people." Tony's gesture took Zhangxi by surprise. While Tony had many suits, he rarely let anyone else use them. Giving Zhangxi one now meant Tony had placed his full trust in him. The attack this time was even more severe than in the original story. The Stark Tower was already teetering, on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Zhangxi quickly put on the bracelet and activated the merge mode. Excitement surged through him, and in a rather dramatic fashion, he shouted, "Iron Man armor, assemble." All right, so maybe that was a bit over the top. Countless fragments of armor shot toward Zhangxi, and in the instant the suit formed around him, he felt entirely transformed, reborn, as the artificial intelligence chimed in. "Hello, Mr. X. Would you like me to introduce the suit's features?" "As much as I'd love to. I'm afraid there's no time. Let's go." Zhangxi limbered up for a moment and launched himself into action. By absorbing the Iron Man fragments, he felt confident he could handle the suit. Zhangxi and Tony weaved through the panicked crowds, rescuing people wherever they could, always vigilant to prevent Stark Tower from collapsing. Zhangxi turned to Tony and said, "Mr. Stark, wait here a moment. I'll go out and make sure those helicopters don't ambush us again." "Buddy, that's pretty risky," Tony called after him. "It's fine. I can handle it." Without waiting for Tony's reply, Zhangxi flew straight out the window. Soaring through the sky in the Iron Man suit was an indescribable thrill. She felt like he could take on 10 opponents at once. Beep. Alchemist fragments absorbed. Beep. Iron fragments collected. The system's notifications sounded rapidly, and Zhangxi knew he was getting stronger by the second. But now was no time to dwell on that. He wasn't about to waste time searching with his eyes. Instead, he asked, "Jarvis, could you tell me where the helicopters are?" "There are 2 helicopters at your 3 o'clock, Jarvis replied. Zhangxi trusted Jarvis completely, so he shot off in that direction without hesitation. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the 2 helicopters came into view. Zhangxi had already forgotten which version of the Mark armor he was wearing, but it didn't matter anymore. He simply raised his hand, took aim at the 2 helicopters, and made as if to fire. "No, you can't," Jarvis reminded him just in time. "Miss Potts is on board." Zhangxi was startled. "Oh my god, Pepper is actually on one of those helicopters. Where did she get taken? Was that part even in the story?" 1,000 thoughts flashed across Zhangxi's mind. The script seemed meaningless now. Fine, if that's the case, he could only improvise from here. Zhangxi stopped in his tracks. He didn't pursue anymore, just stood and watched as the 2 helicopters disappeared into the distance. As long as they didn't come back to cause trouble, there'd be no problem. Once they were gone, Zhangxi returned to Stark Tower. By that time, Tony had nearly wrapped things up. The personnel had been evacuated, and repairs on the building were already underway. The efficiency was truly impressive. Seeing Zhangxi return, Tony immediately rushed over and lifted him right off the ground. "Hey man, take it easy," Zhangxi said. Tony's tone was cold as he asked, "How do you know all of this? Who are you, really? Tell me now, where's Pepper? And what exactly is the extremist virus?" Tony meant no harm by his questions, but with Pepper missing, his anxiety got the better of him. "Set me down first, and I'll explain everything," Zhangxi replied. Tony took a deep breath and put Zhangxi down. Then Zhangxi said, "Like I told you before, even if I explained who I am and how I know all these things, you wouldn't believe me anyway. So let's not waste time on that. Let me tell you what matters right now. Pepper's been taken by Killian. He'll use her as leverage against you, and he's also planning to inject her with the extremist virus. You can think of extremists as something that, once injected, can make a person ignite at will and greatly enhance their combat abilities." "You mean the guy Killian has this power too?" Tony asked. "Yes. Killian is going to be your main adversary this time," Zhangxi confirmed. After hearing all this, Tony fell into deep thought. It was about 5 minutes before he finally nodded. "Right, I remember now. Killian's the guy who wanted to meet me, and I stood him up. That's him, isn't it?" "That's right," Zhangxi said. "Honestly, this is partly your fault. If you hadn't been so arrogant back then, none of this might have happened. But don't beat yourself up too much. Everyone's reckless when they're young, right?" Zhangxi offered a bit of comfort. "What's done is done. No point dwelling on it now." Tony stretched his arms and asked, "So what do we do next?" Tony was never someone to lack his own opinions. As a veteran Avenger, his abilities were beyond question. He'd saved the Earth from catastrophe more times than one could count. The reason he asked Zhang-Shi what to do wasn't because he wanted to avoid responsibility. Quite the opposite. It was because he was shrewd. To Tony, Zhang-Shi was a resource. This man seemed to know everything about the world they were in. If someone else could take the lead, who would risk their life to be the hero? Zhang-Shi pondered for a moment. The Marvel world story was shifting. Some details might not unfold as he remembered, but the main trajectory would remain unchanged. In the end, Killian would inevitably come for Tony seeking revenge. At last, Zhang-Shi spoke. What else can we do? We wait. Killian will come to us on his own. Okay, that's an idea, Tony replied. But what about Pepper? She's been kidnapped. Don't worry. Killian's target is you, not Pepper. In fact, Pepper is going to be the key to your victory. All we need to do is wait. Of course, there were plenty of other details, but Zhang-Shi decided to let them go. The more he interfered, the greater the chance for unpredictable changes. Better to head straight for the ending. Tony didn't entirely agree with Zhang-Shi's advice, but with no better plan, and given how impressive Zhang-Shi had been, he decided to go along with it. Oh, one more thing, Zhang-Shi added. We need to prepare more suits of armor. In this fight, the armor is going to be used up like ammunition. If we don't have enough, we can't win. All right, got it, Tony nodded. Jarvis, repair Stark Tower. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory, Pepper was tied to a chair, still unconscious. Killian approached, sat down in front of her, and reached out, gently tapping her cheek to rouse her. Pepper slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Killian, she tensed up and demanded, Who are you? What do you want? What do I want? Killian sneered, his voice dripping with malice. I'm Killian, a nobody Stark once dismissed without a second thought. I looked up to him, saw him as my idol, but he couldn't even give me the most basic respect. Just because he's a success, he thinks he can ignore everyone else, doesn't he? Perhaps his anger was too intense. As Killian spoke, heat radiated from his body, his skin shifting from flesh tone to a burning orange red. The closeness made Pepper uncomfortably aware of the searing heat. I won't kill him so easily. First, I'll take everything away from him. Then, I'll make sure he dies in agony. Killian's laughter rang out, wild and unrestrained. Pepper clenched her teeth, glaring at him. You're insane. Madman? You turn me into a madman. Killian's laughter faded as he fixed his gaze on Pepper. Suddenly, he grabbed her chin in a tight grip. Well, I just had a better idea. What if I turned you into someone like me? How do you think Stark would react? I bet he'd be thrilled, wouldn't he? Huh, I can't wait to see it. No, what are you doing? Pepper struggled desperately, but the shackles that bound her were too strong. No matter how fiercely she fought, it was all in vain. Killian stood up, waved a hand, and commanded, Inject her with it. Go ahead. His laughter echoed in the air. The assistant beside him nodded in reply, then slowly approached Pepper with the syringe in hand. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Tony was deep in research, working on a brand new suit of armor. Zhang-Shi had warned him that the extremist virus could generate extremely high temperatures, so Tony was trying to make his suit more heat-resistant. Zhang-Shi, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease. Mr. Stark, none of this matters, he remarked lightly. No matter what material you use, it won't stand up to the extremist virus. Tony ignored him, focusing on his experiment. For your sake, I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Of course I'm not lying, Zhang-Shi replied, getting up with a serious look. Remember our deal. If I help you get through this, you owe me a few pieces of your tech. Don't go back on your word. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. While Zhang-Shi and Tony worked hard on perfecting the Iron Man suit, Killian was also making preparations for his final assault on Tony. Some events still follow the original storyline, but those details aren't important here. 1 week later, Tony and Zhang-Shi now stood atop Stark Tower, both suited up and ready for battle, waiting for Killian's arrival. Ready, partner? Tony asked, a smile playing on his lips. Honestly, fighting side by side with you feels more natural than with Rhodey. No matter the circumstances, Tony always managed to keep things light. He bottled up all his nerves deep inside, rarely letting them show. Of course, there were moments when even he lost control, like in Captain America, Civil War, when he clashed fiercely with Rogers and Bucky. But that was still far off, so Zhang-Shi didn't need to worry just yet. Is that so? But everyone knows you and Rhodey are the real deal, Zhang-Shi teased. Okay, I admit it, you're right, Tony replied with a deep breath. So, is he coming? All right, that's about it. No sooner had Tony finished speaking than the sound of a helicopter approaching Stark Tower filled the air. Tony tensed, ready for action, but held back from attacking. After all, Pepper might be on board, and a rash move could put her in danger. They're here, Zhang-Shi announced. I know. Get ready for a fight. At that, Tony's armor snapped shut, and both of them braced themselves for battle. The helicopter hovered overhead, its blades thundering above them. A group of people leaped out from the chopper, landing with practiced ease. They looked at Tony and Zhang-Shi with disdain. In their eyes, the extremist virus, which could melt even Iron Man's armor, was Tony's ultimate nemesis. No matter what he did, Tony Stark didn't stand a chance. Killian, I remember you, Tony said coldly. You're nothing but a loser. Always were, always will be. Oh really, Tony Stark? Killian sneered. You can talk big now, but soon, I'll make sure you're too broken to even cry. I'm going to make you pay for your arrogance. Sure, arrogance comes naturally to me. If I've hurt your fragile ego, well, I apologize, Tony replied nonchalantly. Tony Stark, Killian spat, his anger barely contained. Do you really think I won't do anything to your girlfriend? No, that's never crossed my mind. But your real enemy is me. Unless you take me down first, you'll never feel satisfied, will you? Tony countered. If I were you, I'd take me out first, then make you watch as I destroy everything you care about. Huh, not a bad idea, Killian said, a wicked grin spreading across his face as his skin began to glow with an orange-red hue. The extremist virus was kicking in, revealing his true power. It was Zhang-Shi's first time seeing extremists up close. Honestly, he thought it was one of the coolest forms in the Marvel Universe, a powered-up version of Iron Fist, but not quite as formidable as the Human Torch. If he could just get a piece of that ability, he'd be unstoppable. Tony glanced at Zhang-Shi and said, help me protect Pepper. Leave this guy to me. Zhang-Shi nodded. No problem. But he's tough. Be careful. Don't worry, I've got this. With that, Tony launched himself into the air and hurtled toward Killian. Good. Come on. Killian roared, his fists glowing red-hot as he swung at Tony. The two clashed in midair, trading blows with ferocious energy. Zhang-Shi wanted to collect the fragments, but first things first, he had more urgent matters to handle. He turned toward Pepper and flew over to her without hesitation. Zhang-Shi could no longer recall whether Killian had brought backup in the original novel, but that hardly mattered now. What mattered was that he needed to find a way to deal with these guys, all of them. He landed firmly on the ground, fixing his gaze on the group. With an air of confidence, he declared, I don't want to go on a killing spree, but that doesn't mean I won't. So if you know what's good for you, get lost now. The group exchanged glances, then one of them sneered, Kid, you really don't know the meaning of fear, do you? Come on, let's settle this. Once and for all. Wait, foreigners say things like that too? Zhang-Shi scratched his head, but there was no time to dwell on it. The fight broke out in an instant. No sooner had they clashed than one man rushed up and grabbed Zhang-Shi's arm. Immediately, Zhang-Shi felt an intense heat sear through him, and his heart sank. Damn it, were there really this many extremist virus carriers in the original story? Is the universe playing a joke on me? He didn't have time to think. With a blast, Zhang-Shi sent the man flying. Smoke curled up from the spot where the man had seized him, dark and menacing, a truly chilling sight. Zhang-Shi knew all too well. People infected with the extremist virus were notoriously hard to kill. So he shot into the air, gaining altitude to put some distance between them, and launched his counterattack from above. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Stark Tower erupted in a cacophony of fire and lightning, explosions lighting up the night. The battle raged with such ferocity that anyone watching might have mistaken it for a fireworks show put on by Stark himself. Amidst the chaos, Zhang-Shi's fragment collection system beeped incessantly in his mind. Beep beep, collected, advanced agent fragment. Beep beep, collected, extremist virus fragment. Beep beep, collected, Iron Man fragment. Throughout the fight, Zhang-Shi was evolving, his power growing, his abilities becoming more and more versatile. At this point, he was a jack of all trades. He could do a bit of everything, though he hadn't mastered any one skill. Against ordinary opponents, he could hold his own, but if a true boss appeared, he'd be in trouble. Still, Zhang-Shi had an edge. He could keep grinding, gaining strength with every battle. If he ever reached his full potential, he wouldn't just face bosses, he'd become one. Zhang-Shi didn't have time to worry about Tony's situation. He was locked in a fierce back and forth with his own group of enemies. But he wasn't invincible. Soon, his armor was riddled with holes, battered and falling apart. Helpless, he called out, Hey, Mr. Stark, mind sending over a spare suit of armor? I'd love to, but I can't right now, came Tony's voice over the comms. I've already lost 10 suits on my end. You'll have to figure something out yourself. Fine, heartless as ever, Zhang-Shi muttered, and touched down on the ground once more. The tattered armor made Zhang-Shi look even more disheveled and desperate. The people around him jeered excitedly. Hey, you're out of options, aren't you? Without your armor, you're nothing but a helpless chick waiting to be slaughtered. Is that really so? Zhang calmly brushed the shards off his body while checking his own stats. The extremist virus had already accumulated significantly. He was at 20% now. It was time for Zhang to show what he was truly capable of. With lightning speed, he pulled a slingshot from his pocket and took aim at the leader of the group. The sight of Zhang wielding such a weapon left everyone momentarily stunned. For 3 whole seconds, the crowd was frozen in disbelief. Then the place erupted with laughter. On the day of a life-or-death showdown, he brings out a slingshot. Even if he'd been professionally trained, no one could help but burst out laughing. It wasn't just the enemies. Even Tony, watching from the sidelines, felt a headache coming on. Let me tell you something. Every part of the armor has its own power source. Just one arm alone can outmatch your little toy in sheer force. I know, Mr. Stark, Zhang replied. But if I did that, they'd definitely dodge. All right, I get what you're saying, Tony admitted, attacking Killian as he spoke. But with that thing in your hand, even if you hit someone, what difference would it make? Trust me, I'm not a kid anymore. Just watch me. Zhang's eyes sharpened. He channeled all his lightning power and the force of the extremist virus into the pellet, loading it into the slingshot. With the combined might of his enhanced serum and the slingshot's incredible elasticity, the projectile's destructive power was off the charts. Take this, Zhang roared, releasing the slingshot with a snap. The pellet shot out like a bullet, striking the leader squarely on the forehead with impeccable precision. The man didn't even have a chance to react before his head exploded from the impact. The extremist virus could boost one's healing and defensive abilities, but Zhang hadn't given him the slightest chance to use them. As the pellet pierced through his skull, the lightning energy surged, unleashing its continuous destructive force. In Zhang's hands, that power was even more devastating. Under the onslaught of lightning, the man's body was beyond any hope of recovery. It simply shattered, reduced to fragments. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This guy might not have been as strong as Killian, but he was no pushover either. For Zhang to take him out with a slingshot, just like that, it was unbelievable. Tony stopped in his tracks, staring at Zhang with a deepening frown. From Zhang he seemed to see the abilities of every member of the Avengers rolled into one. Zhang was like a living embodiment of them all. Who was this man, really? Zhang gave his slingshot a cool spin and said, So, Mr. Stark, what do you think? Not bad, right? Although it's not quite perfect yet. I think my moves could look even cooler. Mitchum, yeah, I think so too, Stark replied, just about to say more when Killian's fist came flying at him. Fortunately, Stark reacted quickly, summoning a suit of armor to shield himself. Without it, that punch could have taken him out for good. Zhang knew this wasn't the time to be smug. The biggest boss was still at large. He needed to finish off these henchmen first. Grabbing his slingshot, Zhang launched another attack. This time, Killian's men were ready for him and scattered in all directions. But with his uncanny accuracy, Zhang sent them fleeing in terror, their cries echoing as they scrambled to escape. As the fight wore on, Zhang's extremist virus fragments absorbed more and more energy, making him steadily stronger. Finishing off these small fry was only a matter of time. Things were going smoothly for Zhang, but Tony wasn't having nearly as much luck. Killian's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even though Tony had upgraded his Iron Man suit to withstand high temperatures, it was still like paper before the extremist virus. Killian could melt through the armor with ease, and he was as tough as a wild animal. Ordinary weapons barely made a dent. This was bad news. Dodging and fighting, Tony racked his brain for a solution, but for now he was out of options. Before long, Zhang had dealt with everyone else. He wiped the sweat from his brow and walked over to Pepper, freeing her from her chains. Thank you. Pepper gasped, still shaken. She wasn't yet the superhero who could don a suit of armor and take on Thanos' army. She hadn't transformed to that level, so right now, she was deeply afraid. Zhang waved it off. Don't mention it. It was nothing, really. What we should focus on now is how to deal with that guy. Pepper nodded, glancing at Tony locked in furious battle with Killian. Unable to hold back, she said, I think we should help him. Absolutely. And you're definitely capable of helping now, Zhang replied calmly. He injected you with the extremist virus too, didn't he? Yes, he did. How did you know? Pepper asked, surprised. Zhang chuckled. I could just feel it. Anyway, enough talk. Let's go help Tony. Pepper nodded again, and the two of them hurried toward the battlefield where Tony and Killian were locked in combat. Anyone who's seen the movie knows just how desperate Tony looked. He was commanding his Iron Legion, sending them forward one after another, but Killian? That guy seemed practically unstoppable, cutting through Tony's suits like a hot knife through butter, as if they were nothing more than toys. Hey, Mr. Stark, we're here, Zhang called out. Tony shook his dazed head and replied, Well, you finally made it. If you'd taken any longer, I might have died right here. Zhang chuckled. Come on, there's no way you die. So everyone's here then, Killian said coldly. But Stark, where's your good friend Rhodey? Why isn't he with you? Zhangxi found it odd too. In the storyline, Rhodey was supposed to show up. Not only that, but the president was supposed to get kidnapped by Killian. This was a pretty big departure from the plot. Still, it didn't really matter. Things were already off script. All they had to do was take Killian down. Tony scoffed. Is that really what you're worried about right now? Maybe you should be thinking about how you're going to escape. Escape? Killian sneered. You really think the three of you can defeat me? The iron suits you're so proud of. They're nothing but scrap metal to me. They can't even scratch me. Oh really? I can't agree with that, Tony shot back. I'm Iron Man, after all. You might think the suit is my soul, but let me tell you, without the suit, I'm still Iron Man. I'm still the billionaire, the playboy, the genius. But you? Tony's eyes narrowed as he taunted. You're nothing but a freak, neither man nor monster. Shut up. Killian, stung by the words, charged forward. That was exactly what Tony had been waiting for. He barked, Jarvis now. Before Killian could react, a suit of armor flew in, snapping shut around him. Killian let out a startled cry, but Tony didn't give him a chance. The iron suit, with Killian trapped inside, shot up into the sky and exploded in a blazing flash. That move was devastating. Killian plummeted from the sky, engulfed in a sea of flames. How about that? Pretty cool move, right? Tony grinned. Don't celebrate just yet, Zhangxi warned. That won't be enough to kill him. Finish him off. Got it. Tony nodded, then called out, Jarvis, let's show him what our Iron Legion can do. Boss, are you sure? Those suits are worth millions. Some of them tens of millions. That's right. Just do it, Tony replied with a smile. Besides, I promised my girl a fireworks show. After Tony finished speaking, a multitude of Iron Man suits burst out from within Stark Tower, each one shimmering with a crimson glow. One suit lifted Killian high into the sky, and then the rest surged upward, launching themselves into self-destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The suits erupted like a true fireworks display, setting the sky ablaze with brilliant red. Watching this spectacle, Zhangxi couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this scene did appear in the final act of Iron Man, but in the movie, Tony used it as a grand confession to Pepper. Now, not only was there a confession, but a battle as well. This Tony really knew how to make a statement. Killian's vitality was formidable, but the explosive force of Tony's suits was overwhelming. He might have survived one or two explosions, but with so many suits detonating one after another, not even a god could have walked away unscathed. At last, after a final, tortured scream, Killian was reduced to ashes. Well, his end was a little different from the film, but dead is dead. No need to get hung up on the details. Hey, Tony, it's over, Zhangxi said with a cheerful grin. Yeah, it is. Tony looked at Zhangxi, unable to hold back. I think we should have a proper talk. I agree, Zhangxi nodded seriously. But for now, you should spend time with your girlfriend. Whatever we need to discuss can wait until tomorrow. I'll come by again in the morning. Hey, leaving already? Where are you going? Tony called after him. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhangxi replied, I've rented a hotel nearby, Mr. Stark. That's nothing for you to worry about. Besides, why would I stick around here so I can play third wheel? I'm off. With that, Zhangxi strode away without looking back. Smart move. I like that, Tony commented, then turned to embrace Pepper. But Pepper quickly dodged him, warning, Don't, Tony. I still have the extremist virus. My body heat could hurt you. Oh, don't worry, dear. I love how fiery you are, Tony quipped with his signature corny charm, gently pulling Pepper into his arms. Don't worry, darling. I promise I'll cure you. I know I can. While the two whispered their sweet nothings, Zhangxi had already reached the lobby below. Looking up, he chuckled himself. Well, I suppose this is where the two of them finally start their shameless, uninhibited life together, Zhangxi muttered. Ah, whatever. In any case, the story had reached its end. Tomorrow, it was time to get down to business. Early the next morning, Zhangxi left the hotel and headed straight for Stark Tower. In just one night, Stark Tower had already undergone significant repairs. The remaining Iron Man suits were pitching in as workers, helping restore the building. Zhangxi nodded to himself in quiet admiration. Was this the true power of technology? It really was incredible. Hello, Mr. X. The receptionist greeted Zhangxi warmly as soon as she saw him. Mr. Stark is expecting you. Please go right in. Thank you, Zhangxi replied with a smile, nodding politely before continuing on his way. Before long, he arrived at Stark's office. Though Stark still bore some injuries, he looked to be in great spirits. His face was radiant, and he seemed genuinely happy. Hey, Mr. Stark, Zhangxi said cheerfully. You shouldn't push yourself too hard if you're not feeling well. Take it easy, all right? Oh, I know, Tony replied with a slight grin. Then, reaching into a nearby drawer, he pulled out several folders. These are all the latest technologies from Stark Industries. Missiles, laser cannons, firearms. If you want them, they're yours. Tony truly was generous. To be honest, these were the same weapons he installed in his Iron Man suits, and their power was nothing short of astonishing. Zhang smiled and replied, "There's no need for that, Mr. Stark. I'm not after military technology. What I'm interested in are technologies that can improve everyday life. Stark Industries may be famous for its weapons, but I'm sure you've made great advances in other fields too, haven't you? I'm really not interested in armaments, just some of your other innovations." "I see," Tony nodded. "If that's the case, I'll share our clean energy technologies with you. In that arena, Stark Industries is at the forefront, and, Stark Tower itself runs entirely on clean energy." "Thank you, Mr. Stark." "No need to thank me. We're friends now, aren't we?" Tony replied. "By the way, have you ever thought about joining the Avengers?" Zhang was taken aback for a moment. Becoming an Avenger? Honestly, the idea had never really crossed his mind. Life in a Marvel world was certainly exciting, but the truth was he didn't belong here. If he got too involved, who knew what kind of consequences that might bring? More importantly, he still had no idea how he'd managed to cross into this world in the first place. To be safe, it was better to proceed with caution. After a moment's thought, Zhang said, "Let me think about it. If you ever need me, I'll be there." "Thank you. Let's exchange numbers so we can stay in touch," Tony suggested. Of course. Zhang wondered if a phone from another world would even work here, but he decided to give it a try. After all, they'd probably need to keep in touch from now on. After leaving his phone number, Zhang picked up the blueprints Tony had given him, ready to bid his farewell. Just then, a striking figure appeared at the door of Tony's office. Zhang turned around, momentarily stunned, for the newcomer was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow herself. On television, she already looked stunning, but seeing her in real life left Zhang genuinely dazzled. No wonder people joke about wanting to drink your bathwater. Wait, am I mixing up the actress and the character? Zhang thought to himself. Natasha looked at Zhang, with a hint of surprise. "What are you doing here?" Zhang blushed slightly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just dropped by to say hi. Don't try to fool me. After all the commotion last night, you think I wouldn't know?" Natasha grinned. Suddenly, she leaned in close, her face just inches from Zhang's ear. Miss Natasha," Zhang stammered nervously, flustered by the sudden closeness of such a beautiful woman. "What's wrong, getting nervous?" Natasha smiled playfully. "It's my first time getting this close to someone from the East. Got some time? Want to grab a drink together?" Such a straightforward invitation couldn't go unnoticed by Zhang. As much as he wanted to accept, he didn't quite dare. He hadn't forgotten that Black Widow had a certain chemistry with Dr. Banner, the Hulk. Even though Zhang prided himself on his own resilience, he wasn't about to bet on his survival if the Hulk ever lost his temper. Maybe next time. I've got something to take care of right now. Let's talk again the next time we meet." Zhang replied, flustered. "Mr. Stark, I'll head out first. Let's catch up next time." With that, he made a hasty exit. Tony couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Natasha, isn't it a bit much to tease the new guy like that?" Natasha stood up, her gaze lingering on the doorway where Zhang had disappeared. "I wasn't teasing him. I honestly think he's pretty cute. So what brings you here this time?" "I found a Hydra base. Should we make a move?" "Really? This isn't a small operation. We'll have to wait. Looks like it's time to call in the Avengers." Back in the real world, Zhang let out a sigh of relief. This had been his longest stint in the Marvel Universe so far. Over a week, and the rewards this time are substantial. The improvements to his attributes were secondary. Most importantly, he'd gotten his hands on Stark's technology. In the real world, the technology of the Marvel Universe is nothing short of unattainable. Now, holding such technology in his own hands, it was as if he'd acquired 2 mountains of gold. With enough financial backing, he could easily become a major player in the business world. With this thought in mind, Zhang hurriedly hailed a cab and made his way to the Chun family residence. Before long, he arrived at the Chun family villa. As soon as he stepped out of the taxi, Chun Xiuyu spotted him. "Wow, brother Zhang, you finally made it." Chun Xiuyu dashed over, grabbing his arm in excitement. "You're only just getting here? Where have you been all these days?" Zhang smoothly slipped his arm free and replied, "Just busy with company matters, that's all." "Where's Uncle Chun? I need to talk to him about something." "You come all this way, and the first thing you do is look for my dad? You don't look like you miss me at all." "That's just too much," Chun Xiuyu pouted. It's not like that. I really do have something important to discuss with him. Let's catch up in a bit, okay?" It was clear Zhang was a little anxious. While Chun Xiuyu could be a bit childish at times, she certainly wasn't clueless. She nodded and let him inside. At this moment, Chun Hyaming was resting in his room, eyes closed, quietly collecting himself. The recent incident had left quite an impact on him. Maybe it was age catching up with him, but he no longer had the drive and passion of his youth. All he wanted was to live out his remaining days in peace. That was his wish. Dad. Chen Xiuyu called as she pushed the door open and entered. Dad, look who's here. Chen Haiming opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Zhang Shi, quickly got up. Oh, Zhang, you're here? And without so much as a heads up? I could have had a meal prepared. Oh, come on, Uncle Chen. There's no need to be so formal. Zhang Shi replied with a cheerful smile. Chen Haiming motioned for Zhang Shi to sit. The way he looked at the young man, his eyes nearly crinkled with delight. He was genuinely pleased with Zhang Shi and had even considered matching him with his daughter. Zhang Shi could sense this, but kept the thought to himself. Come, sit, Zhang, Chen Haiming said, pouring him a cup of tea. So, is there something you need my help with this time? Nothing gets past you, Uncle Chen, Zhang Shi said with a laugh, pulling out the stack of technical documents Tony had given him. Take a look at this, Uncle Chen. I managed to get my hands on some cutting-edge tech. I want to use it to start a tech company. What do you think? Chen Haiming took the documents and skimmed through them. They were all in English and far too advanced for him to understand. Still, he knew Zhang Shi wouldn't try to palm off fake technology on him. There was simply no reason for it. Zhang Shi continued. These are all blueprints and descriptions related to new energy technologies. While they're basic, things like wind and solar power, they can significantly boost efficiency. There's real potential here. What Tony had given him was indeed some fundamental technology. The reason he didn't hand over the arc reactor wasn't out of stinginess, but because, aside from Stark Industries, no other company possessed the manufacturing capabilities to produce it. Since Zhang Shi had asked for new energy technology, Tony simply gave him these. Chen Haiming nodded. Suddenly, he noticed the signature. His brows knit together as he couldn't help but ask, Tony Stark? Why does that name sound so familiar? Zhang Shi's heart skipped a beat. He realized he'd forgotten to change the signature in his haste. But he kept his composure and replied smoothly, Oh, my friend's idol is Tony Stark. He actually got the inspiration for this technology from the Marvel movies. So that's how it is, Chen Haiming nodded, then continued, All right, Xiao Zhang, I'll invest in this project. How about this? I provide the funds, you provide the technology, and we start a company together. As for money, I'll put in 5 million for starters. Will that be enough? If not, I can add more. 5 million was hardly a drop in the ocean for the wealthy Chen family, but for Zhang Shi, it was a shot of pure adrenaline. With his capital, he could finally start his own company, a true turning point, his chance to rise from obscurity to the ranks of the affluent and successful. Ah, that's more than enough, Zhang Shi said, unable to contain his excitement. Thank you so much, Uncle Chen. You have no idea how much this helps me. No need to be so polite. You've earned it, Chen Haiming replied with a warm smile. Take this money and invest it as you see fit. Don't worry about profit or loss. If you lose it, I have plenty more. Just come to me if you need more. I couldn't possibly impose like that. And don't worry, Uncle Chen. I promise I won't let you down, Zhang Shi replied, his voice firm with conviction. Oh, come on, you two. Haven't you finished talking business yet? Isn't it time to eat? I'm absolutely starving. Chen Xiuyu chimed in playfully. With a laugh, Chen Haiming agreed. All right, let's go eat. Xiao Zhang, there's no need to be so formal. Today is worth celebrating. There's a Turkish kebab place 2 blocks from here. The food is excellent. My treat. Let's all go together. With Chen Haiming's generous hospitality, Zhang Shi couldn't refuse and simply agreed. Soon, they arrived at the kebab restaurant. As Zhang Shi looked around, he couldn't help but nod to himself in approval. The decor was impressive, and the place was bustling with customers, a sure sign that the food would live up to its reputation. Zhang Shi continued. These are blueprints and explanations for new energy technologies. While they mainly cover basic techniques like wind and solar energy, they can significantly boost efficiency. There's a lot of potential here. What Tony had given him were indeed fundamental technologies. The reason he didn't hand over the arc reactor design wasn't because he was stingy, but rather that apart from Stark Industries, no other company had the manufacturing capabilities to produce it. Since Zhang Shi asked for new energy technology, Tony provided these alternatives. Chen Haiming nodded. Suddenly, he caught sight of the signature. His brow furrowed, and he couldn't help but ask, Tony Stark? Why does that name sound so familiar? Zhang Shi's heart skipped a beat. He'd forgotten to change the signature in his haste. Still, he composed himself quickly, replying, without missing a beat, Oh, my friend's idol is Tony Stark. He actually found inspiration for this technology from Marvel movies. So that's how it is, Chen Haiming nodded, then continued, All right, Xiao Zhang, I'm in. Here's what I propose. I'll provide the capital, you provide the technology, and we'll start a company together. I'll put in 5 million yuan to begin with. Is that enough? If not, I can add more. 5 million might have been a mere drop in the ocean for the wealthy Chen family, but for Zhang Shi, It was a shot of pure adrenaline. With this money, he could finally launch his own company, turn his fortunes around, and step into the world of the rich and successful. Ah, that's plenty more than enough. Zhang, said eagerly. Thank you so much, Uncle Chun. You're really helping me out. No need to thank me. You deserve it. Chun Haiming replied with a warm smile. Take this money and invest it. Don't worry about profit or loss. If you lose it, I have plenty more. Just come to me if you need more. Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. But don't worry, Uncle Chun. I promise I won't let you down, Zhang said with determination. Oh, come on, you two. Haven't we talked enough business for now? Isn't it time to eat? I'm so hungry I could faint. Chan Shuyu chimed in, playfully pouting. Now, all right, let's eat. Xiao Zhang, no more formalities. Today's a day worth celebrating. There's a Turkish kebab place 2 streets over that's fantastic. It's my treat. Let's all go together. With Chun Haiming's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang couldn't refuse, so he agreed. Before long, they arrived at the kebab restaurant. Zhang glanced around, quietly nodding in approval. He had to admit, the decor was impressive, and the place was bustling with customers, a clear sign that the food was likely just as good. The group found a place to sit down. Chun Haiming chuckled. I come here to eat all the time. I'm practically a regular. Excuse me, waiter, 3 barbecue set meals, please. Of course, replied the waiter. Zhang grinned and said, Uncle Chun, you always eat this? Isn't it a bit unhealthy? Oh, that's just talk, Chun Haiming replied, waving it off. Didn't you see that news a while back? Some wellness expert only lived to his 40s, I think. If something's meant to be, it will be. If it's not, there's no use forcing it. I've lived a pretty good life already. From here on out, I just want to take things easy and enjoy whatever time I have left. That's all I ask. You really do have an open mind about things, Uncle Chun, Zhang said with a laugh. The 3 of them chatted and joked, the atmosphere light and easy. Before long, the barbecue sets arrived at their table. Zhang picked up a fork, speared a piece of meat, and tasted it carefully, savoring the flavor. Yes, Chen Haiming's recommendation did not disappoint. The food was truly delicious. Zhang, she was confident that nowhere else in the whole mechanical city could one find barbecue as tasty as this. So what do you think? Isn't it good? Chen Shuyu asked with a cheerful smile. It's really delicious, honestly, Zhang replied sincerely. As long as you like it, Chen Haiming said, taking a moment to compose himself before continuing. There's something I need to discuss with you, Zhang. I'm getting on in years, so for this next partnership, I won't be taking an active role anymore. I'll just provide the funding. Zhang nodded. I understand, Uncle Chun. But, Chen Haiming went on, someone from our side still needs to be personally involved, otherwise it'll be hard to explain things to the family. So how about this? I'll have Shuyu work with you as your partner. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhang almost choked on his barbecue. He stared at Chen Haiming in disbelief. Chen Shuyu? This had to be a joke. It wasn't that Zhang had anything against her, but this was a business partnership, a serious venture to make. Money. And as far as he could tell, what could Chen Shuyu possibly bring to the table? She wasn't exactly the business type. It just seemed reckless. Chen Shuyu seemed to catch on to what he was thinking. She scoffed, her tone sharp. Hey, Zhang, are you looking down on me? Do you think I'll just hold you back? Zhang face flushed, caught red-handed. He might have been thinking exactly that, but he couldn't just say it out loud. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, that's not it. Oh, it's just that being the boss is a lot tougher than it seems. It's nowhere near as cool as you might imagine. I'm just worried you might not be able to handle it physically, that's all. Chun Shuyu let out a derisive laugh and said, Let me tell you, our Chun family is nothing like the Li family. The Li family might have someone like Li Kuaning. A useless, good-for-nothing, but there's no one like that in the Chun family. You still don't know me well enough, so let me explain. I have a master's degree in business administration from a prestigious university, and right now, I manage all 3 of the Chun family's companies. Under my management, we turn a profit every year, and my contribution alone accounts for 30% of our family's total income. So, do you still think I can't handle it? After hearing Chan Shuyu's words, Zhang was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected her to be so capable. Clearly, he'd underestimated her. So what do you think? My daughter's quite impressive, isn't she? Chen Haiming said proudly. Don't let her low profile fool you. When it comes to work, she's a real powerhouse. But, well, there's no point talking about it now. You'll see for yourself once you start working together. Zhang nodded. If Chen Shuyu was really as competent as she claimed, working with her would make everything so much easier. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and Zhang left in high spirits. After dinner, he went home to start preparing for the company's launch. Though he called it his preparations, in reality, Chen Shuyu handled almost everything. With her experience managing companies, she made quick work of it. In just a few days, she had secured the business license for Zhang company. Not bad, Zhang said, looking over the license with satisfaction. But this name? Is there something wrong with the name? Chen Xiuyu asked with a playful grin. Xiuyu Technology Company, Limited. Doesn't it sound nice? You and me, we're partners, after all. Isn't that fitting? She laughed. I suppose you have a point, Zhangxi replied, chuckling awkwardly. Although he felt the name was a bit odd, it didn't really matter. As long as the paperwork was done, the name was secondary. As for the company location, Zhangxi had wanted to rent a place himself, but Chen Xiuyu insisted he use one of her family's properties. The Chen family was wealthy, so providing an office building was no big deal. Zhangxi was about to refuse, but then he thought, since they were partners, it wouldn't hurt to use their space. So, he agreed, albeit a bit reluctantly. When it came to hiring staff, Zhangxi left everything to Luo Ruoming. Yes, Luo Ruoming had joined Zhangxi's company. She used to be an accountant, but now she was in charge of both finance and HR. Zhangxi wondered if she'd done it on purpose, but when he approached her about the job, she said something interesting to him. Our Luo family usually keeps a low profile, but even so, we generally only work within our own businesses. Cases like mine are extremely rare. If my father hadn't shielded me, I fear I would have already been expelled from the Luo family. Is it really that serious? Zhangxi asked in disbelief. What do you think? That's why you should appreciate me. And don't get the wrong idea, I just mean at work. There's nothing more to it. So, don't overthink things. If Luo Ruoming hadn't said that, Zhangxi wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that she did, Zhangxi couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that she's fallen for him? Well, that's a bit of headache, but honestly, Zhangxi was secretly delighted. After all, with so many people interested in him, he must be quite charming. Just like that, Zhangxi's company was officially registered, and the factory started operations smoothly. To protect his rights, Zhangxi filed patents for all the technology Tony had given him. Although his prowess on Earth was almost unmatched, he didn't want to show off too much. After all, this was Earth, not the Marvel Universe. As he once told Uncle Lee, if you stand out too much, people will see you as an oddity, not a hero. About half a month had passed since his return, and now the company was finally up and running. Looking at his own business, Zhangxi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He declared, "Today is a day worth remembering. In a bit, let's all meet in my office for a meeting. I'll rearrange everyone's duties." The group nodded and followed Zhangxi into his office. Seated in his chair, Zhangxi looked at the people before him. Besides Luo Ruoming and Chen Xiuyu, there were 3 others. All 3 had been recruited by Luo Ruoming, either top university graduates or seasoned experts, each of them a real talent. After a brief pause, Zhangxi said, "Ruoming, you'll continue handling finance and human resources. This is your forte, so I'm sure you'll have no problem with it, right?" Luo Ruoming nodded and replied, "No problem, leave it to me. Piece of cake." "Xiuyu," Zhangxi continued, "you'll be in charge of sales and cost budgeting for our products." "Understood." Wang Shuang, Yang Fan, duly. Zhangxi addressed the 3 of them. "You're all technical talents, so I'll be assigning you to a lab. Your job is to study these blueprints thoroughly for me and see if you could develop any new technologies from them. If you're short on people, just let me know. Ruoming, let me remind you, anyone they value is talent. You must do your utmost to recruit. Is that clear?" By now, Zhangxi had come to realize that true talent couldn't be bought at any price, which made him especially committed to nurturing it. "There's an issue, but I'll do my best," Ruoming replied. "Good, just give it your all." Zhangxi stood up. "That's all for now. Meeting adjourned." The 3 new engineers left the room, but Luo Ruoming and Chen Xiuyu stayed behind. Zhangxi looked at them in confusion. "Why are you 2 still here? Is there something else?" "There is," Chen Xiuyu said. "Aren't you going to the university reunion?" Mechanical City didn't have many universities, so their reunions were rather unusual, not organized by school, but by major and year of admission. For example, everyone who entered in 2018 and majored in business, no matter which university in Mechanical City they attended, would be considered classmates. It was a strange habit and, honestly, a little awkward. Every time there was a reunion, a huge crowd would show up at the restaurant, but nobody really knew anyone else. The atmosphere was always a little uncomfortable. Supposedly, this tradition started years ago as a way to boost the city's struggling restaurant business, and it actually worked pretty well. Well, the details didn't matter much. Zhangxi simply said, "Really? I hadn't heard about it. How did you find out?" "I have a senior in the WeChat group. He told me." "Don't believe me? See for yourself." Zhangxi pulled out his phone and finally saw the message. To be honest, the university WeChat group was mostly for idle chatter that often dragged on into the middle of the night. A real headache for Zhangxi. He'd muted notifications a while ago, which explained why he was only seeing it now. "So what do you think? Should I go?" Zhangxi scratched his head. In truth, he'd always disliked social gatherings. outside of work events. He didn't have many friends. He'd only grown close to a handful of people in college, so the thought of a reunion didn't appeal to him at all. Go on, why wouldn't you? Luo Ruomeng and Chun Shuiyu spoke in unison. This is a real opportunity. We've looked into it, even among all the engineering and science graduates. In Mechanical City, your class was the best. Now that you're so capable, you'll definitely be able to attract more talented people. So, our suggestion is that you should go. The real reason Zhang, she was reluctant to attend, was because he couldn't stand the way people at reunions boasted and bragged. If you weren't making $1 million a year, you were looked down on. But after hearing what the two had to say, Zhang Shi realized they made sense. This really was an opportunity. All right, if that's the case, I'll go, Zhang Shi muttered, scratching his head. What a headache. People really do end up having to do things they don't like. Aha, that's for sure. So, do you need us to go with you and help you save face? Chen Shuyu asked with a playful grin. Maybe not. You two can go just hang out nearby. If I need you, I'll give you a call. All right, that works. No matter what, since he decided to go, Zhang Shi figured he'd better tidy himself up. These days, he was getting more muscular, almost as built as Captain Rogers himself. The super soldier serum was steadily replicating in his system. Even if Zhang Shi stopped absorbing it, the serum within him would continue to increase, strengthening every part of him. Fortunately, Zhang Shi didn't have any bad habits. Otherwise, he might really have turned into a villain by now. The reunion was set at the largest hotel in Mechanical City, the Kaiyuan Hotel. It was said to be the first hotel in the city. The name Kaiyuan, meaning new beginning, said it all. Zhang Shi drove Chun Shuiyu's car to the venue, parked, and stepped out with a confident air. After all, he was a small business owner now, and this trip was also a chance to recruit new talent. He had to look the part. A Rolex on his wrist, an LV bag in hand, everything in place. With his slick-back hair gleaming, he looked every bit the promising young entrepreneur. Following the directions he'd been given, Zhang Shi made his way to their private room. The turnout was huge, so many people that they'd reserved the entire hotel lobby. Hundreds showed up for this class reunion. Zhang Shi couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Was this really fun? Surely most people couldn't even recognize half the faces here. Hey, Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi turned around and spotted two familiar figures. They were his old roommates, Qianjin and Sun Hao. The three of them had been thick as thieves in college, some of the few genuine friends Zhang Shi had made during those years. Hey, you two made it as well. Seeing his old friends, Zhang Shi was genuinely delighted, though he silently cursed himself for being slow to react. After all, these two were outstanding talents. Themselves, Qianjin was currently working as an investment advisor at an investment firm, while Sun Hao was now a programmer at an internet company. Both of them were doing quite well for themselves. Of course, it's a class reunion. How can we not show up? Sun Hao laughed, rubbing his slightly receding hairline. You seem to be doing great. I heard you just started a new company. How's that going? Is business good? I made a bit of money and sold the last one. Now I'm starting over with a new company, but I'm short-staffed. If you two are interested, how about joining me? Zhang Shi said with a cheerful grin. Sure, anytime. The two of them laughed it off, and Zhang Shi knew they were just being polite, making excuses without meaning it. But he was determined. He would prove himself tonight and win them over, so they would willingly join his venture. Come on, let's get to our table. Qianjin slung his arm around Zhang Shi's neck with ease. He frowned, then exclaimed, Whoa, man, you've gotten even more muscular. Seriously, your arms are solid. Really? If you worked out, you'd be just as strong, Zhang Shi replied with a laugh. Soon, they were all seated. The group chatted and joked, the atmosphere lively and warm. At that moment, a few people made their way onto the stage in the hall. They were the class presidents from each program. This reunion had been organized thanks to their efforts. Zhang Shi glanced at his own class president and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. His class president was named Zhou Yong, a good-looking guy on the surface, but a nasty piece of work deep down. Coming from a wealthy family, Zhou Yong was a classic spoiled rich kid. He had even bought his way into the class president role and was known for bullying others with his status. Even Zhang Shi himself had been on the receiving end, though he chose not to dwell on it. Looking at this pretentious show-off, Zhang Shi felt nothing but disgust. The lights in the hall dimmed, and everyone's attention turned to the stage. A slow, somber melody began to play, infusing the room with a touch of nostalgia and melancholy. For auld lang syne, my friends, for friendship's sake. As the music played, Zhou Yong began to speak, his voice smooth and steady. Hello, everyone. Today marks the reunion of all engineering students from Mechanical City. First, I want to thank you all for coming out to support us. Your presence is a testament to our camaraderie and the continuation of our shared bond. No matter where life takes us, our friendship as classmates will never change. Although Zhou Yong's words sounded impressive, Zhang Shi felt utterly unmoved. He knew better. This was just a two-faced performance. All talk and no sincerity. Disgusting, that was the only word for it. Pure disgust. After Zhou Yong finished speaking, the other class monitors took turns giving their speeches. Their content was more or less the same, and Zhangxi found himself fighting drowsiness as he listened. Glancing around at his classmates below the stage, he noticed that hardly anyone was actually paying attention. Instead, those who had partners seemed to be chatting and laughing quietly among themselves. He chuckled inwardly. At reunions like this, breaking up a couple or two seemed almost inevitable. At long last, after a full half hour, the class monitors finally finished their speeches. Zhou Yong's voice rang out. "All right, I now declare the banquet open." "Hey, Zhangxi, don't be so down," Sun Hao said with a cheerful grin. "You know what that guy is like? Why waste your anger on him? Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Always acting so self-important. If only he knew how fed up everyone is with him." "That's right. Zhangxi, cheer up. It's been ages since we brothers saw each other. Let's enjoy ourselves and not let anyone ruin the mood. Come on, let's have a toast." Taking a deep breath, Zhangxi pushed aside his irritation. Just as they raised their glasses, a female classmate approached. "Hey, long time no see." When Zhangxi looked up and saw who it was, he couldn't help but smile. It was their class beauty, Luo Xian. True to her name, Luo Xian was stunningly beautiful. There was an ethereal quality about her, as if she glided through life untouched by the mundane world. Every gesture, every smile, she was like a fairy descended to earth, captivating everyone around her. Catching sight of Luo Xian, Zhangxi found himself momentarily distracted. It was only natural. Back in her school days, hardly anyone in their class wasn't smitten with her. It wasn't about being infatuated. It was simply an appreciation of beauty. Snapping back to himself, Zhangxi returned her smile. "Yeah, you made it too. How have you been lately?" "Doing well." "I'm good," Luo Xian replied, her smile radiant enough to turn heads. "I heard you started a new company. Impressive. Back then, I always thought you were one of the few in our class who could really make it on their own. Looks like my instincts were right." Her smile was so dazzling that while Zhangxi managed to keep his composure, Qianjin and Sun Hao were left wide-eyed, nearly swooning. "What are you all chatting about?" As they were talking, Zhou Yong walked over. Looking at everyone, he said, "Hey, brothers from 602, it's been a long time." There was a faint hint of disdain in his tone. Sun Hao and the others turned away, ignoring him. Zhangxi, however, responded politely. "Hello, class monitor." "Oh, forget about titles like class monitor. We're all brothers here. If you ever need anything, just ask," Zhou Yong said with a cocky air. Then, turning to Luo Xian, he said, "So, Xiao Xian, still not willing to be my girlfriend?" Luo Xian spoke coldly. "I would never date someone with a trail of romantic entanglements following him everywhere. And stop calling me Little Xian. I've never heard a more disgusting nickname." With that, she turned and left without looking back. Zhou Yong chuckled. All these years and she's still got the same icy temper. "But I like an ice-cold beauty, I really do." He laughed again and then walked away as well. "What on earth is this?" Zhangxi tossed his chopsticks onto the table, feeling deeply frustrated. He didn't expect everyone to sit down together and have a merry meal, but this suffocating, toxic atmosphere was more than he could tolerate. All right, Zhangxi, don't get so worked up. Wasn't this all pretty much expected?" Sun Hao said with a carefree grin. "And stop fiddling with those few hairs on your head. You're only making them even scarcer," Zhangxi replied, not hiding his annoyance. No matter what, since he was here, he was determined to see it through to the end. Zhangxi had originally planned to give a speech on stage, maybe promote his company a bit, but now he was in no mood for it. Forget it. He'd just find a few people at the end and introduce himself then. Zhangxi had hoped to get through this class reunion quietly and uneventfully, but as luck would have it, someone just had to make trouble for him. Back at his own table, Zhou Yong downed a glass of liquor in one gulp, then slammed his hand on the table and cursed. "Damn it, this really pisses me off." His table mates couldn't help laughing at the scene. "Come on, Zhou, why are you so mad? It's not like this is the first time our goddess Luo Xian has turned you down. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? She can reject me, fine, I can take that. But at the same time she was turning me down, she actually smiled at that punk Zhangxi. Seriously, who does he think he is? He's a nobody. Why should he get special treatment?" That was what really infuriated Zhou Yong. "Oh, is that all?" The other rich kids at the table exchanged glances, then said, "Don't worry, Zhou. Leave this to us. We'll help you vent your anger. Fine, go ahead, but don't go overboard. There are a lot of people here. Just embarrass him a little. That's enough." Zhou, relax. We know exactly what to do." Zhangxi was quietly eating at his table when he noticed a group of people approaching. Looking up, he saw it was Zhou Yong's usual gang of troublemaking friends. Birds of a feather flocked together, and naturally, Zhou Yong's friends were all spoiled rich kids, hardly the best company. Zhangxi put down his chopsticks, looked at them coolly, and asked, "What do you want?" "Ah, it's nothing. I just wanted to have a drink with you," said a man named Meng Ran, raising his glass to Zhangxi. "Zhangxi, you really are the star of our class. I heard that your company had a set of design plans, and you sold them, making 200,000. Is that right? Pretty impressive, huh?" "Yeah, that's true," Zhangxi replied, narrowing his eyes. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing. I just think you've got some skills, considering you managed to make in a year what I get as pocket money in a month. Impressive, truly impressive. So, I thought I'd give you an opportunity. How about this? Come work on my family's company. Annual salary, 200,000. What do you say?" Interested? On the surface, Meng Ran's words sounded like an invitation, but in reality, they were an insult. Zhangxi's eyes sharpened, and a spark of lightning flickered on his right index finger, ready to strike at any moment. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Meng Ran chuckled. "Just look at you. After all that hard work, you still can't reach what I was born with. What more can I say? You should know your place. Competing with Brother Zhou for a woman? Please, that's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. You're dreaming big, aren't you?" Laughter broke out. Except for Zhangxi and his two close friends, everyone else joined in. No matter how good-natured Zhangxi was, he couldn't take it anymore. He reached out, ready to teach Meng Ran a lesson, but before he could, someone pressed his hand down. Two people arrived, just in time. Luo Ruomen and Chen Shuyu. Chen Shuyu glanced at Zhangxi and shook her head slightly, signaling him to stand down. She then turned to Meng Ran and asked, "And who are you?" Seeing someone intervene, Meng Ran was about to retort when he suddenly froze. He recognized both of them instantly. These two were the heiresses of the Luo and Chun families, two of the 5 great families in Mechanical City. What on earth were they doing here? Meng Ran swallowed hard and stammered. I'm Meng Ran from the Meng family. We've met before, I think." "The Meng family? Never heard of it." Chun Shuyu snorted, then continued. "So, do you have any problem with our boss?" "What did you say? Your boss?" Meng Ran's jaw dropped in disbelief. "That's right," Luo Roming said slowly. "Chun Haiming, head of the Chun family, invested 5 million to help our boss, Zhangxi, set up a company dedicated to high-tech research and development. Both Shuyu and I are now working for President Zhang. So, how about it? What do you think of this toad who happens to be our boss?" A gasp went through the crowd. Luo Roming's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone around to hear every word. 5 million. Now, to these wealthy heirs, that really isn't an unattainable sum. But whose 5 million are we talking about here? The Chun family, one of the 5 great clans of Mechanical City. Do you think they're joking with you? And what's more, both Luo Ruoming and Chun Shuyu are working under him. What kind of treatment is that? That's the kind of privilege you'd expect for a president. This, Meng Ran stood frozen to the spot, at a complete loss for words. She gave Chun Shuyu a big thumbs up, silently thanking them for showing up just in time. Yet, despite his gratitude, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Even though Meng Ran had been cowed, what he truly feared wasn't for himself, but for the Chun and Luo families. That realization left Zhangxi feeling somewhat defeated. At the same time, he understood that true influence can't be built overnight. He knew he had to become much stronger if he ever wanted to be a real king in his own right. Of course, that's something for the future. No need to rush. Zhangxi firmly believed that, one day, he would become powerful by relying on his own strength. "So, what brings the two of you here?" Zhangxi asked, though he already knew the answer. Luo Roming shrugged casually and replied, "Oh, nothing much. We were just bored and wandering around, didn't expect to bump into you here. Anyway, we're heading out now. Hurry back soon, boss." With that, the two of them turned and walked away. Their appearance may have been brief, but the impact they made was immeasurable. The eyes of hundreds in the hall were now fixed on Zhangxi. No one dared underestimate this young man anymore. It's all a misunderstanding, really, just a big misunderstanding," Meng Ran said, forcing a laugh, though his smile looked more pitiful than cheerful. "Well, I'll get going now. You guys enjoy the food, the drinks, and have a good time," he added, patting Zhangxi on the shoulder before making a quick exit. "Umph," Zhangxi snorted coldly, not bothering to respond. "Wow, I can't believe it," Sun Hao said in amazement. "You actually have ties with both the Luo and Chen families? That's incredible." "Exactly. Out of all of us in the dorm, you're the one making it big. You got to look out for us in the future," Qian Jin chimed in, laughing. "It's nothing, really. I was just lucky," Zhangxi replied. "But if any of you want to join my company, you're always welcome. Count me in." Another classmate piped up enthusiastically. I might not be much help, but I can invest some money. How about this? I'll put in 500,000. Let me have a share, all right. And me too, I want in." Word spread like wildfire. Soon, Everyone in the hall knew about Zhang Shi's background. People flocked over, eager to curry favor, some offering their talents, others their money. In an instant, Zhang Shi became the center of attention, the star of the gathering. No matter what, Zhang Shi was genuinely delighted. At the very least, he had achieved his goal this time. Zhou Yang's expression was predictably grim. With a cold snort, he said, "What's so impressive about that? He's just a guy living off a woman, nothing more." Despite his words, Zhou Yang's heart was filled with envy. If he had the chance to rely on someone like that, he was certain he'd drop his pride in a heartbeat. Luo Xian also walked over, gazing at Zhang Shi with a warm, playful smile. "I wonder if there's anything I can help with?" she asked. With the goddess herself offering, Zhang Shi had no reason to refuse. He grinned and replied, "Of course. Actually, I could use a secretary. Would you be interested?" "Sure, no problem," Luo Xian answered. "All right, it's settled then," Zhang Shi said, getting up and clapping his hands. "Everyone, I've heard what you have to say. Here's the deal. Anyone interested in collaborating with Shiyu Corporation, come to our office tomorrow, and we'll discuss the details. But tonight, we're here to have fun, not to talk business, okay?" "All right," the group responded, nodding in agreement. They dropped all talk of work and eagerly gathered around Zhang Shi, toasting and trying to get closer to him. "Oof. Ridiculous." Zhou Yong stood up with a snort. "I'm leaving. This is pointless." "Zhou, wait," Meng Ran called out. "What is it?" "Zhou, you go ahead. I think there's been a misunderstanding between me and Zhang Shi. I'd like to talk things through with him." Zhou Yong's eyes widened as he turned to glare at Meng Ran, his voice booming with anger. "What do you mean by that? What are you trying to do?" "It's nothing, Zhou. I just believe it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. So please don't take it the wrong way." Zhou Yong was so frustrated he nearly stomped his feet, but there was nothing he could do. He swallowed his anger for now, planning to settle things with Meng Ran when the time was right. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi was busy mingling, his spirits lifted. Yet, Chen Xiuyu and Luo Ruomeng were far from happy. They didn't mind most of Zhang Shi's decisions, but seeing him appoint Luo Xian as his personal secretary made them both feel a twinge of jealousy. Luo Xian was undeniably beautiful, easily a match for the two of them, and they sensed a real threat. Of course, if that was all, they might have handled it. What made things worse was that both women realized they were thinking exactly the same thing. It was almost terrifying. Luo Ruomeng had considered this possibility before, but had reassured herself it was just her imagination. There was no way she had feelings for Zhang Shi. Now, however, she had to admit to herself that she'd been wrong. When it comes to matters of the heart, when those feelings truly arrive, they're utterly impossible to control. These past few days, every time she closed her eyes, Zhang Shi's face and voice would fill her mind. She simply couldn't help herself. Strictly speaking, though, this wasn't really wrong. After all, neither Zhang Shi nor the others had any real connection to her. Yet, Luo Ruomeng couldn't shake the sense that she was stealing her good friend's boyfriend, which left her feeling as if something were stuck in her throat, uncomfortable and uneasy. "Hey, Ruomeng, what are you thinking about?" asked Chen Xiuyu, watching her closely. "Oh, it's nothing," Luo Ruomeng replied. "I'm just a little surprised, that's all. I can't believe Zhang Shi actually made that woman his secretary." "Exactly. Just seeing her makes me angry." Chen Xiuyu pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaoyang? Yes, I need your help looking into someone. Her name is Luo Xian, also a graduate from the School of Science and Engineering at the University of Mechanical Engineering. Right? Once you've got the details, send them over." "Thanks, that's all." After hanging up, Chen Xiuyu seemed to realize something. She turned to Luo Ruomeng and asked, "Hey, Ruomeng, since when did you start caring about this?" Caught off guard, Luo Ruomeng stiffened, hastily replying, "What? Oh, I'm not interested. I was just asking out of curiosity." "I see." Chen Xiuyu nodded thoughtfully, as if making a mental note. That evening, Zhang Shi drank a lot, but thanks to the effects of the evolution serum, his body now had some self-healing abilities. No matter how much he drank, he never got drunk. All things considered, this class reunion had been quite fruitful. Many people were planning to come in for interviews the next day. Still, Zhang Shi wasn't about to hire just anyone. He knew tomorrow would be a busy day. On the way back, Zhang Shi and Chen Xiuyu shared a car. Zhang Shi said, "Ruomeng, I'm counting on you tomorrow. There'll probably be a lot of people coming in to interview, so I'll need you to help keep things in order." "Don't worry. That's my job," she replied. Zhang Shi paused for a moment, picking up a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Wait, what's with your tone? Are you upset about something?" "Upset? Us? How could we dare?" Chen Xiuyu replied sarcastically. "You've just become the boss, and the first thing you do is hire a beautiful woman as your secretary. What could we possibly say? After all, you're the boss now, right? So that's what this is about." Zhang Shi suddenly understood. He quickly explained, "Look, you two are overthinking it. I'm just putting everyone to their best use. Back in class, Luo Xian was always the class committee secretary. She was really capable. There's nothing more to it. Don't read too much into it. Oh, really? If I believed that, I'd be getting Alzheimer's early, Chen Shuyu replied, her tone bristling with disbelief. Although Zhang she didn't have much experience with relationships, he knew one thing for certain. Never try to reason with a woman. If he tried to argue logically, he'd lose, and lose badly. He shrugged his shoulders and gave a helpless, bitter laugh, then fell silent. Chen Shuyu drove Zhang Shi home and dropped him off before leaving. Zhang Shi didn't think much of it. He just went inside, ready to get some sleep. But while he was winding down, Chen Shuyu and Luo Ruomeng had no intention of sleeping. Ruomeng, Chen Shuyu said calmly as she drove, we need to talk. Luo Ruomeng was momentarily startled, but quickly understood what she meant. She believed that her friendship with Chen Shuyu was genuine, not just superficial, but even the closest friends have some things they cannot share, like matters of the heart. All right, I understand, she replied. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi had just gotten home and was about to lie down when, suddenly, the doorbell rang. He thought maybe Chen Shuyu had come back. He walked over and opened the door, and in a flash, a dark figure darted inside. Startled, Zhang Shi instinctively tapped into the power of the desperate virus, ready to attack. But just then the shadow spoke. Wait, Zhang, it's me. Zhang Shi finally saw who it was. It wasn't anyone else. It was Li Quaning. Damn, it's you? You scared the life out of me, Zhang Shi said. Li Quaning gave a sheepish grin. Ha, Zhang, I pretty much finished my training now. What do you think? Could you start teaching me? Without a word, Zhang Shi grabbed his wrist as if to throw him out. He didn't use much force, but for someone who rarely exercised, it should have been enough. Yet Li Quaning stood his ground, unmoving. Not bad, Zhang Shi said, letting go. Looks like you've really put in the work. I'm impressed. Li Quaning's transformation genuinely surprised Zhang Shi. After all, strength isn't built overnight. Li Quaning must have endured a lot these past weeks. I told you I'd change, and I meant it, Li Quaning said, brimming with anticipation. Come on, Zhang, I'm ready. Let's start training. You really have no sense of timing, do you? Zhang Shi said, exasperated. It's so late. What kind of training are you expecting now? Here's. What? Tomorrow, come my company. I'll see what you're suited for and give you a job. That way, you'll stop loafing around all day. Li Quaning pouted. But I don't want to work. If you don't work, I'm not teaching you. That's all there is to it. Now, where are you sleeping tonight? I'll just crash here, Li Quaning replied. Li Quaning's transformation took Zhang Shi completely by surprise. Only then did Zhang Shi truly begin to change his opinion of him. This young man really had turned over a new leaf. The next morning, bright and early, Zhang Shi brought Li Quaning to the company. Today, Shiyu Corporation was bustling like never before. The line of interviewees stretched a long way out. Zhang Shi was overjoyed. This was an auspicious sign. If things kept going this way, the company was sure to flourish. But his happiness was short-lived. Trouble soon followed. His assistant approached, looking at Zhang Shi and saying, President Zhang, something's wrong. We got a problem. A problem? Zhang Shi paused, a bit surprised, and asked what happened. The assistant replied, today's interviews were supposed to be overseen by Director Luo, but now Shi and President Chun are both in the meeting room and simply refuse to come out. It looks like the two of them are having a disagreement. After hearing this, Zhang Shi couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused. What on earth was going on? They were both adults, yet here they were acting like children. How could they let themselves become a laughingstock in front of everyone? Bringing all this talent together had been no easy feat for Zhang Shi. If he couldn't secure them today, it would be much harder to bring them back in the future. I see. Do your best to keep the candidates settled. I'll handle the rest. Quaning, you go help out as well. All right, I understand. With those instructions given, Zhang Shi headed straight for the meeting room. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was off. Luo Ruomeng and Chen Shuyu were both leaning over the table, silent and sulking, completely different from their usual friendly selves. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Zhang Shi was the first to break the silence. He chuckled and asked, so, ladies, what's going on here? There's a crowd waiting outside. Shouldn't we get back to work? Chen Shuyu turned to him. No rush. The interviews can wait. There's something more important we need to settle. Luo Ruomeng chimed in. Yes, this has to be resolved. So, let me ask you, do you like the two of us? Zhang Shi was completely stunned by the bluntness of the question. Chen Shuyu continued. Let me be clear, both of us like you. But you need to make a choice. Of course, if you say you don't want either of us, that's fine too. We promise not to bother you. Do you understand? Did he really feel nothing for them? Of course not. The answer was obvious. Luo Ruomeng, the dignified eldest daughter of the Luo family, had followed him even before he was anybody, and because of him, she had even been kidnapped. Zhang Shi felt grateful to her. Of course, that gratitude had already started to blur into something softer, a gentle, budding affection. Chin Shuyu had helped him even more. From the very beginning, when she'd helped him put that gold digger in her place, to later, when he was able to start this company, she was always a driving force behind him. And her personality, he genuinely liked that too. She stared blankly and asked, why are you two asking me this? He heard Chun Shuyu reply, honestly, we didn't want to push you this soon. But both of us are feeling a sense of crisis. If we don't make you decide, neither of us will have a chance. So today, we need you to give us an answer. Hold on, she said quickly. Okay, if you have something to say about me, just say it, but don't let it ruin your friendship. The way you two are acting, are you planning to become enemies? Luo Ruomeng replied coolly. I cherish my friendship with Shuyu, but we both know that the moment we fell for the same man, that friendship was bound to end. Chun Shuyu didn't say anything, but she could read her face. She was thinking the exact same thing as Luo Ruomeng. What are you two doing? She blurted out, anxious. Can't you both just stop? How did such good friends end up becoming rivals? Feelings aren't something you can control, you know? Chun Shuyu said quietly. I don't want to be this way either, but after our talk last night, we both realized there's no turning back. This is the only way forward. Make your choice, Zhangxi. Zhangxi clenched his teeth and asked, what if I choose neither of you? Then it means you don't like either of us, and we'll both leave. If you choose one, the other will stay. But regardless of what you decide, our friendship ends here. Zhangxi was completely stunned. Was friendship these days really this fragile? Just like that, it could snap. What was this, some kind of drama? Could he even choose? Of course not. There was no way he could make a decision. The truth was, even Zhangxi wasn't sure what he felt for. Either of them. Did he like them? Maybe a little. Was it love? Perhaps, to some extent. But to confess? Sorry, he really couldn't say that. After much deliberation, Zhangxi still couldn't figure out what he should do. He finally said, all right, that's enough. I really can't make a choice right now, but I want you both to finish the job first. At this moment, we're not friends. We're boss and subordinates. Since you're my employees, just do as I say. The two exchanged a glance, but said nothing more. Without another word, they turned and left. Watching their puffed-up, disgruntled figures, Zhangxi realized there was no way this work would turn out well. Ah, how even a hero can stumble before a beautiful face. Beauty truly is intoxicating. One can lose themselves in its allure. Yet, this whole episode reminded Zhangxi of something else. No matter what the issue is, it's crucial to clear things up to face right away. The longer you drag things out, the more emotions pile up, and the harder it becomes to talk things through. So, he decided it was necessary to go to the Marvel Universe and resolve his misunderstanding with Captain Rogers. If there remained any barrier between them, it would only hinder his future prospects in that world. With that thought, Zhangxi resolved to head to the Marvel Universe. On one hand, he wanted to turn hostility into friendship with Rogers. On the other, given how things stood now, maybe it was best to lay low for a while. Perhaps, once everyone cooled off, the situation would improve. He left behind a note. I'll be out on business for a few days. Wait for my return. With that, he set off for the Marvel Universe. A moment of disorientation passed, and Zhangxi opened his eyes. He found himself inside a residential building. That was the thing about this system. It had many advantages, but the transfer locations were never fixed. You could never predict where you'd end up. So each time, Zhangxi had to spend a lot of time figuring out his position and place in the timeline. But was it really impossible to figure out? Maybe there was some pattern to it. Zhangxi shook his head and turned to leave, hoping to contact Rogers through Stark. But just then, the sharp sound of gunfire erupted. Startled, Zhangxi instantly went on high alert. He crept cautiously toward the source of the gunshots. Suddenly, a group of men in black burst out of a nearby room, and Zhangxi quickly ducked out of sight. With no idea what was really going on, it was best not to act rashly. An accidental injury would be a real problem. Not long after the men in black rushed past, a tall figure closely followed behind. Zhangxi recognized that silhouette instantly. It was none other than Captain Rogers. Shield in hand, Rogers was covered in blood, chasing after the men in black with unwavering determination. At that moment, Zhangxi knew exactly where on the timeline he'd landed. Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Zhangxi immediately understood. The system would never teleport him somewhere by accident. Wherever it sent him, something significant was bound to happen. From now on, he could deduce his position in the timeline based on the places where he was teleported. If that was the case, then right now, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. must have just suffered a severe injury. After pondering for a moment, Zhangxi broke into a run, chasing after Rogers in the direction he had left. At present, Director Nick was probably in a state of feigned death. There was no need for him to intervene. If he did, he might just make things worse. So, he decided not to go with Rogers. Thanks to his enhanced abilities, Zhangxi moved with the lightness of a swallow. He had no fear of getting lost. Every place they passed through was left in ruins, and as long as he followed this trail of destruction, he would catch up with Rogers soon enough. After leaping over several buildings in succession, he finally caught sight of Rogers from behind. Rogers, clutching a shield, was gasping for breath, his chest heaving. "Hey, Captain!" Zhangxi had barely spoken half a sentence when Rogers spun around and, without a word, pinned him to the ground. Rogers' most formidable move wasn't his shield. It was his chokehold. When he got serious, he'd even choke himself. Even against Ultron, that mechanical menace, the captain would go straight for the neck, as if he could suffocate a robot to death. What was even more unsettling was that Ultron genuinely seemed worried about being strangled. Well, that was more than a little awkward. Rogers' grip was iron strong, squeezing the air from Zhangxi's lungs so completely that he couldn't draw in that instant. Zhangxi understood. This system would never teleport him somewhere. For no reason. Wherever it chose to send him, something significant was bound to happen. So from now on, he could use the teleportation destinations to gauge where he was along the timeline. Given that, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. should have just suffered a serious injury. Zhangxi pondered this for a moment, then took off in the direction Rogers had gone. Right now, Director Nick was likely in a state of feigned death. There was no need for him to get involved, and if he did, it might only complicate things. So it was better to follow Rogers for now. Enhanced as he was, Zhangxi moved as light as a feather. He didn't have to worry about losing his way. The places they passed through were all in ruins, and as long as he followed the trail of destruction, he'd be able to catch up with Rogers. After leaping over several buildings in quick succession, he finally caught sight of Rogers' back. Rogers, shield in hand, was gasping for breath, drawing deep lungfuls of air. "Hey, Captain!" Zhangxi had barely started his greeting when Rogers spun around, and without a word, wrestled Zhangxi to the ground, locking him in place. Rogers' most formidable move wasn't his shield, it was his chokehold. When he got serious, he'd lock down anyone, even himself if he had to. Even Ultron, that mechanical menace, had nearly been choked out by the captain, who seemed determined to suffocate even a robot. What was even more terrifying, Ultron had actually worried he might suffocate to death. Well, it was all a bit awkward, to be honest. Rogers' grip was iron strong, making it impossible for Zhangxi to breathe. He wanted to unleash the extremist virus, but at that moment, his entire body was drained of strength. Blood wasn't reaching his brain, and his vision was starting to fade. With a cold edge in his voice, Rogers demanded, "Talk. Why are you here? What's your connection to those assassins?" He'd already been suspicious of Zhangxi, and finding him here only deepened his doubts. Zhangxi struggled a few times, but found it futile. There was no escaping. Left with no choice, he managed to choke out a single sentence. "Bucky is still alive." "What?" Rogers froze, his grip slackening as he stared at Zhangxi in shock. "What did you say?" "Bucky is alive." Instead of knocking Rogers out, Zhangxi simply gasped for breath, taking several moments to recover before nodding. "That's right. Bucky is alive. The assassin you just chased, that was Bucky. He's your enemy this time, the Winter Soldier." "That's impossible," Rogers protested. "It's been over 70 years. There's no way Bucky's still alive. And even if he were, he'd be an old man by now, not someone capable of something like this." "After he fell from the train, Hydra captured him," Zhangxi explained. "They turned him into an enhanced human, wiped his memory, and forged him into their own weapon, a killer who only knew how to obey." All of this was simply beyond what Rogers could accept. He stared at Zhangxi, fell silent for a moment, and then said, "Director Nick specifically reminded me just now not to trust anyone." "I know," Zhangxi replied, "but I'm not an insider." "You'd better explain what you mean by not an insider," Rogers asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. Zhangxi said, "Hey, Captain, I know you feel responsible for your country, but I hope you can trust me. I mean you no harm. I'm here to help you. Help us." Rogers repeated, "Fine, then tell me who you are. Don't get hung up on that, Captain. That rigid thinking of yours, well, it's both your flaw and your strength, I suppose, Zhang." She replied cheerfully, "How about this? Let me tell you a few things, and then you can decide later whether or not you trust me." With that, he leaned in close to Rogers and whispered a few words in his ear. Rogers' expression grew increasingly grave. "Is what you're saying true? S.H.I.E.L.D. really has." "Sure," Zhangxi interrupted quickly. "Keep your voice down. Anyway, I've told you what you need to know. The rest is up to you. That's all for now. I'll be going." With those words, Zhangxi pressed a slip of paper with his contact information into Rogers' hand, then turned and walked away. Rogers did not follow him. He just stared at the note in his hand, lost in thought. Everything was happening so suddenly, far beyond anything he had imagined. On one hand, his old friend Bucky was actually still alive. On the other, there were traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. It seemed his suspicions had been correct. Nick must have been attacked for this very reason. Captain, a S.H.I.E.L.D. staff member hurried over. Captain, please return to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. We have some questions for you. All right, I understand. Rogers looked in the direction Zhang-Shi had gone, and after a long moment of silence, he finally began to move. Sigh, looks like I'll have to lend them a hand after all. Zhang-Shi sat in a cafe, leisurely sipping his coffee. With the abilities these superheroes possessed, even if he didn't get involved, they would probably be able to solve the problem on their own. Still, since he was here, he thought he might as well give them a boost. After all, this wasn't a movie. There was no need for so much drama. As long as things turned out well in the end, that was what mattered. Finishing his coffee, Zhang-Shi found a hotel and took a nap. For now, there wasn't much for him to do. Rogers should have returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. by now. All he needed was a bit of patience and to wait for Rogers to come out. Anyway, I've given all the warnings I could. With Rogers' intelligence, I trust he'll figure out what's going on. Early the next morning, Zhang-Shi headed to the vicinity of S.H.I.E.L.D. The captain should be coming out of there soon. Although S.H.I.E.L.D.'s location isn't exactly a secret, it's not somewhere just anyone can find. Of course, as someone familiar with the Marvel movies, Zhang-Shi knew exactly where S.H.I.E.L.D. was. He waited nearby for a while, then saw flames shooting up from inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang-Shi nodded to himself. This must be the scene where the captain takes down the plane. He had to admit, Rogers was truly impressive here. Taking down a plane with nothing but his shield. That's not something just anyone could pull off. Right after, a motorcycle burst out. Rogers was in his combat suit, shield on his back, looking every bit the hero. Spotting Zhang-Shi, Rogers called out urgently, "X, hop on." Zhang-Shi nodded, timed his jump perfectly, and landed steadily on the captain's motorcycle. Rogers twisted the throttle, the bike roared to life, and the two sped off, leaving everything behind. On the road, Zhang-Shi asked, "So, Captain, was I right? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Rogers replied, "Yeah, you were right. But how did you know all this?" Zhang-Shi chuckled. "Ah, that's something I can't tell you. As for who the Hydra Mole is, I can't reveal that either. You'll have to unravel the clues yourself, step by step." Although he wanted to help, Zhang-Shi knew he shouldn't do too much. A lot of things simply had to be handled by these superheroes themselves. After all, this was their world. He was just a guest passing through. "All right, fine," Rogers replied coolly as he accelerated. "I'll get to the bottom of this. Hydra, you just wait." Truth be told, Zhang-Shi didn't really want to get involved in too much S.H.I.E.L.D. business. What he really wanted was to join the Guardians of the Galaxy or maybe Thor's storylines. Those guys were a riot, and he'd feel much more at ease with them. But for now, his activities were limited to the Marvel world on Earth. Going elsewhere simply wasn't possible. At least, not yet. Oh well, best to deal with what's in front of him now and worry about the rest later. Soon, they shook off S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pursuers and arrived at a shabby old house. Rogers changed his clothes and said, "Hydra must be plotting something huge. We have to stop them as soon as possible." "You're right," Zhang-Shi agreed. "But just the two of us. Success won't be so easy. We'll need some help." "Help? Who?" "Natalia, and the Falcon. That's your new friend," Zhang-Shi said. "You really do know quite a lot," Rogers replied with a warm smile, his expression brimming with trust in his comrade. Zhang-Shi gave a silent nod. This was exactly the outcome he'd hoped for. Now that Rogers trusted him, any misunderstandings between them had melted away. "X, I owe you an apology. I was in the wrong before," Rogers said sincerely. "Don't say that, Captain. You were just doing your duty. I should be the one thanking you for understanding my situation." Zhang-Shi paused, then continued. "Director Nick gave you a hard drive, didn't he? Come on, let's go and get it." Rogers nodded, and the two of them set off together. Although the plot had shifted a bit last time during Iron Man 3, Zhang-Shi hadn't taken it to heart. Some changes were only natural, and ultimately, they were harmless tweaks. However, this time, Zhang-Shi's expectations were about to be upended. They had barely taken a few steps when, all of a sudden, both men's faces tensed. A primal sense of danger washed over them. Almost instinctively, Rogers whipped out his shield, protecting them just in time. Suddenly, a deafening explosion thundered above their heads. A rocket blasted down, striking Rogers' shield with pinpoint accuracy. Thankfully, the shield was made of vibranium and absorbed the impact. Otherwise, that blast could have ended them both right then and there. "Are you all right?" Zhang-Shi asked, casting a worried glance at Rogers. Rogers had taken the brunt of the explosion, and Zhang-Shi couldn't help but be concerned. "I'm fine. Piece of cake," Rogers replied, getting to his feet. He glanced at a nearby rooftop, where a shadowy figure stood silhouetted against the sky. "Is that Bucky?" Zhang-Shi nodded. "That's right. It's him. Right now, he's completely under Hydra's control. No one can predict what he might do. We'd best be careful. Rogers nodded too, his eyes filled with the deep affection and brotherhood born of a lifetime of friendship. He remembered when he was just a scrawny kid from Brooklyn, an easy target for bullies, except for Bucky. Bucky had never picked on him. Instead, he'd always treated him as a friend. Every time trouble found him, Bucky was first to step in and help. This nearly century-long bond was something few could ever truly understand. Watching him now, Zhang-Shi let out a sigh. When he'd finished watching Captain America, Civil War, he'd felt conflicted, torn. Both Iron Man and the Captain were characters he loved. Seeing them pitted against each other was the last thing he wanted. After the movie, Zhang-Shi pondered long and hard. Who was right, and who was wrong in all of this? Bucky was indeed the one who killed Iron Man's parents, but it wasn't by his own will. He was just being controlled. Still, no matter how you explain it, the fact remains that he did kill Tony's parents. Who could just swallow that kind of pain? Especially when Tony, his voice trembling with tears, said, "So was I." How many people in the theater had their eyes well up at that moment? Zhang-Shi shook his head, pushing aside these troubling thoughts. After all, that's something to worry about later. Right now, taking care of the Captain's old friend was the immediate concern. As the saying goes, when someone turns dark, their strength triples. When they're redeemed, they're left much weaker. At this moment, Bucky's power was truly formidable. Even someone at Rogers' level would find him hard to handle. Though Zhang-Shi himself was already quite strong, there was still a gap between him and Rogers. Zhang-Shi turned and asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Rogers' expression was grim as he replied, "None of you intervene. I'll handle this." Zhang-Shi nodded and sensibly stepped aside. Truth be told, even if Rogers hadn't said so, he wouldn't have jumped in. After all, they were close friends. Even though Zhang-Shi had earned the Captain's trust and recognition, he was still at heart an outsider. If he misjudged his strength and something went wrong, who would he complain to if the Captain gave him a beating? For Bucky's sake, Rogers had even fought Iron Man. What chance did Zhang-Shi stand? Bucky didn't run. Instead, he descended the steps, followed closely by 2 or 3 men in black. No need to ask. These were clearly Hydra's people. With a cold edge to his voice, Rogers said, "X, I'll leave these men in black to you." "All right, sure." Zhang-Shi nodded. He'd been hoping for a bit of a break, but it looked like the Captain still had tasks for him. Oh well, he thought, at least it was good practice. Every fight meant more shards to collect. There was a silver lining to it. When it came to these Hydra puppets, Zhang-Shi didn't even bother using the extremist virus. He charged straight in, engaging them in hand-to-hand combat. All the skills of an agent, the enhancements of the super soldier serum, and Captain America's own fighting experience came together in Zhang-Shi, pushing his abilities to their peak. He plunged into the fray, fists and feet flying, each strike precise and decisive. The men in black barely lasted 2 rounds before they were all laid out on the ground. Rogers was genuinely surprised. He'd never expected this X to be so formidable. His speed and power weren't far off from Rogers himself. It seemed he'd found a valuable ally. Pulling his thoughts back to the moment, Rogers looked at Bucky and called out, "Bucky, we're friends." Bucky said nothing. Instead, he raised his gun and aimed it at Rogers, pulling the trigger without a moment's hesitation. "All right then, let me knock some sense into you." Rogers raised his shield in front of him, and, as if it were magnetic, the shield effortlessly deflected every bullet that came its way. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled the shield straight at Bucky. The shield struck with perfect accuracy, hitting Bucky's gun and knocking out of his hand. Without missing a beat, Rogers dashed forward, retrieved his shield, and swung it at Bucky. Bucky reacted quickly, raising his metal arm to block the blow. Rogers closed in, and the two of them fell into close combat. Both were powerhouses with plenty of battle experience, so their fight was measured and precise, a display captivating enough to watch. Zhang-Shi observed the scene, nodding to himself in silent approval. Thankfully, he hadn't jumped into the fray. Both men were stronger than him, and trying to get the upper hand against them would be nearly impossible. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged several rounds. Their skills were evenly matched, with neither able to gain a decisive advantage. Sensing the stalemate, Bucky mustered his strength to push Rogers back, then leapt high and made his escape. "Bucky!" The Captain tried to give chase, but Zhang-Shi called out to stop him. "Captain, even if you catch up to him now, it's no use. He's lost his memory. He won't listen to you," Zhang-Shi said. "But, don't worry. He'll come to understand eventually. One day, he'll find his way back." Hearing Zhang-Shi's words, Rogers felt a bit of reassurance settle in his heart. It seemed as if everything Zhang-Shi said turned out to be true, and with those words, his worry eased. "Let's go," Rogers said, determination lighting up his expression. "It's time we put an end to Hydra's schemes." He stood tall, his resolve as steadfast as ever. That was his true charm. No matter the situation, he always inspired those around him with unwavering confidence to face any challenge. The two of them set out, first heading to the spot where Rogers had hidden the flash drive. Just like in a movie, the drive was missing. Suddenly, Black Widow appeared behind them. "Natasha," Rogers said, "are you hiding something from us?" Natasha replied, "Director Nick is dead. We have to do something about it." "Hey, X, fancy meeting you again." "Ah, hello," Zhang said, his cheeks flushing a little. For some reason, whenever he saw Natasha, he couldn't help but feel shy. "All right, enough of that," Rogers interjected. "We need to head to Hydra's abandoned base. X just told me the location." "Perfect. That's exactly what I was thinking," Natasha replied. The three of them set off, hurrying toward Hydra's deserted base. The story unfolded just like in a movie, except this time, there was no dramatic airstrike to destroy the base. 3 days later, Rogers, Natasha, Zhang, and Falcon gathered in the room, deep in discussion over their strategy. Rogers spoke up. "Hey, Sam, it's an honor to have your help." "Thank you." "Oh, don't say that, Cap. The honor's all mine." "Falcon," Sam replied quickly. "Come on, let's get moving. How about we stick to the plan we discussed?" "Sounds good," Rogers nodded, then looked over at Zhang, as if seeking his approval. Zhang suddenly smiled and said, "Don't look at me, Captain. You're in charge here." "All right, then." Rogers nodded again. Truth be told, he was clever enough to know that if anything was off with his plan, Zhang would have spoken up. Since Zhang hadn't objected, it meant everything was proceeding just as they'd arranged. This Zhang seemed to know everything happening in this world, as if he had it all at his fingertips. With him around, things on their end ran so much more smoothly. The four split into two teams. Sam and Rogers would sabotage the weapon control systems, while Zhang and Black Widow headed to S.H.I.E.L.D. to join director Nick Fury in exposing Hydra's plot. That was Rogers' arrangement, and Zhang had no objection. Even if Rogers hadn't explained, Zhang understood his intentions. Rogers was just worried Zhang might accidentally hurt his old friend. That much was clear to him. Soon enough, Zhang and Natasha arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha turned to him and said, "We didn't have to come. This job is dangerous." Zhang grinned. "What's there to be afraid of? Everything will go smoothly. Do you know about my past?" Natasha looked at him, asking out of the blue. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "I know. You really do know everything," Natasha said with a sudden, playful smile. Her tone was suggestive. "Once this is all over, can I buy you a drink?" The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Anyone would understand her implication. Zhang felt a little dazed, and after a couple of hard coughs, he managed to steady himself. Natasha, maybe we should save that conversation until after the mission. Besides, I think you and Dr. Banner might be a better match. You should know, I've never exactly been the faithful type. In the movies, Natasha had kissed Rogers, had flirted with Banner, and had an ambiguous relationship with Barton. That was just the films. In the comics, Black Widow was even more captivating and enigmatic. "Let's just focus on the mission for now," Zhang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Natasha couldn't help but laugh. A laugh so dazzling it could topple empires. Zhang nearly lost his footing from the sheer charm of it. Yet just then, something unexpected happened. Zhang was suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness, and then, in an instant, vanished right in front of Natasha. Black Widow froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened before her eyes. Yet, no matter how unbelievable, it had truly occurred. Natasha was deeply worried, but after all, she was a battle-hardened veteran, an agent who had seen it all. Completing the mission was what mattered. Most right now. Besides, Zhang had disappeared without warning like this before, and turned out all right. Surely, he'd be fine this time too? At some point, this mysterious X had come to occupy an irreplaceable spot in Black Widow's heart. The way he made her feel was unlike anyone else. Reality. Zhang's eyes snapped open. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. A splitting headache throbbed in his temples, his ears buzzed, and only one phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind. System error. System error. Host has been forcibly transported back to the real world. Seeing these words, Zhang was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Everything had been fine, so why had he been yanked back so suddenly? The system had always been stable before. Why was it malfunctioning now? Right now, the plot of Captain America 2 had reached a critical juncture. If he hadn't intervened, there would have been no problem. But now that he had, who could say if the storyline had changed? The one certain victory was now hanging in the balance. Damn it! Zhang tried once more to re-enter the Marvel world, but no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible. His abilities were all still there, but entry into the Marvel universe was barred. Panic swept over Zhang. He had no idea what had happened, and for now, he was completely out of options. Well, if he couldn't go back for the time being, He might as well deal with the company's affairs first. He'd already been gone for several days again. Who knew how things were at the company? Surely, Chen Shuyu and Luo Ruoming had patched things up by now. But Zhangxi was being far too optimistic. He drove to the company, and the moment he stepped through the doors, someone rushed to greet him. It was none other than Luo Xian. "President Zhang, you're finally back. Your phone's been unreachable this whole time. We were all worried sick." Luo Xian was as beautiful as ever, though at this moment, her exquisite features were clouded with worry. Zhangxi asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen at the company?" "Ever since you left, Director Luo and Director Chun have been at odds about everything. One says east, the other says west. Neither will give in. With no one to make decisions, the company's been completely paralyzed." "Zhang," she waved his hand. "Just give me the results." "Oh, and by the way, you're officially back at work, aren't you?" "The result is they're still arguing in the conference room right now." "Yes, I went back to work, but neither of them even saw the people who came for the interview that day. They just hired everyone on the spot." Luo Xian said helplessly. "Isn't this just ridiculous?" Zhangxi was fuming inside. With a face like thunder, he strode towards the conference room. He was determined to see just what kind of chaos these two could stir up. He had barely reached the doorway when the sound of their heated argument spilled out. "That idea of yours just isn't going to work. We don't have enough funds right now. It's way too risky," Luo Ruoming insisted. "What do you know? Ever heard the saying, fortune favors the bold? You're just the accountant. When it's time to put up the cash, just do it. And spare me the lectures." Chen Shuiyu's usual spoiled princess demeanor was gone. Her tone was sharp, more like a businesswoman than ever. "No, I have a responsibility to the company. With you here, this company will never get off the ground." After that, their voices blended into a barrage of bickering. Nothing new, just the same endless quarrels. Luo Xian glanced at Zhangxi and said, "This isn't the first time. You've only been away a few days. This has been happening every day." Zhangxi let out a heavy sigh. "This is all my fault, isn't it? Fine, you go back to your work. I'll handle things here." "All right, if you say so." Luo Xian left. Zhangxi took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and pushed open the door to the conference room. The two women were still caught up in their argument, but the moment they saw Zhangxi, they both froze. Turning to the others in the room, Zhangxi said, "You can all go now. This doesn't concern you." Relief washed over the group. Attending meetings like this every day was pure torture, having to pretend to listen, trying to look serious. Hearing Zhangxi's words, they hurried out of the room. It was time to sit down and have a proper talk. Favorable timing and location mean nothing without unity. If there's infighting within the company, all his hard work would go to waste. Zhangxi knew he couldn't avoid this any longer. Now, only Zhangxi, Luo Ruoming, and Chen Shuyu remained. The air was thick with awkwardness. Zhangxi pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the two of them. "If you have any issues, come talk to me or settle it privately. Don't bring your personal feelings into work, all right? This company belongs to all of us. If it falls apart, nobody wins. Don't act like the world stops turning if you walk away." Chen Shuyu replied coldly. "If this lousy company goes under, I'll still be a rich heiress back home. Why should I care?" Luo Ruoming didn't speak, but she nodded slightly in agreement. With a single sentence, she was instantly silenced. He looked helplessly at the two of them and said, "All right, fine. You two are impressive. Only you two are impressive. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? What will it take for you to be satisfied?" "It's simple. Choose one," they replied in unison. "At the moment, that's the only solution we have." "What if I want both?" Zhangxi slapped the table and declared, "Why don't you both just be with me?" With that, he turned and walked away. As he was leaving, he didn't notice the quick glance exchanged between Luo Ruoming and Chen Shuyu. A silent look, as if some unspoken understanding passed between them. Back in his own office, Zhangxi took a long drink of water, then slumped into his chair and closed his eyes in resignation. Truth be told, what he just said was nothing more than angry words. He hadn't really held out any hope. He knew his own worth. Yes, he was doing well for himself now, but compared to the powerful Chun and Luo families, he was still far behind. The idea that both heiresses from those families would marry him? Zhangxi might as well be daydreaming. "Luo Xian," Zhangxi called out. Luo Xian entered and asked, "Zhangxi, no, President Zhang, is there something you need?" Zhangxi gave a wry smile. "Work still needs to get done. Here's what I need. Could you bring me all the tasks and documents from these past few days? I need to take a look." "Of course." Luo Xian nodded and stepped out. Not long after, she returned, carrying an armful of thick files. Seeing the towering stack, Zhangxi was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "It's only been a few days. How did we end up with so many documents?" Luo Xian sighed as well. "There's nothing I can do about it. Director Luo and the others keep submitting them. But don't be fooled by the sheer number. None of these files have been finalized yet, so it's up to me to make all the decisions, right? Zhang, she said with a mix of laughter and frustration. All right, I get it. Luo Xian nodded, but didn't leave. Zhang, she glanced at her and couldn't help but ask, why are you still here? Is there something else? There's something I want to say to you, Luo Xian replied softly. A man shouldn't let himself owe too many debts of romance. Well, in Luo Xian's eyes, Zhang, she had already become a thorough scoundrel. Zhang, she gave a small laugh, not bothering to explain, nor did he want to. The situation was already giving him a headache. There was no point in talking about it any further. He looked at the mountain of files before him, let out a sigh, then reached for one to begin. As Zhang, she lost himself in work, completely absorbed and unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Natasha and director Nick Fury had already unraveled Hydra's plot. Nick put his eye patch back on and said, I never would have guessed. My backup plan actually worked. That's right. Director, you really live up to your reputation. Your foresight is remarkable. All right, since when did you get so good at flattery, Nat? Let's talk about your end of things, Nick asked. How's Cap holding up? He should have succeeded, but we haven't heard back from him yet. We need to send a search and rescue team as soon as possible. X once told me that Rogers and Bucky would go through a long, brutal fight and then fall from the plane. We need to get to him fast. Nick waved his hand, and S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately dispatched a rescue team. He asked, this X, how much do you actually know about him? Natasha shook her head. Not much, honestly. The first time he appeared was during Loki's attack on Earth. Later, I saw him at Tony's place, and now this time. S.H.I.E.L.D. has records on nearly every superpowered individual on Earth, but there's nothing on him, Nick said, and his powers are unique. I've done some digging. He's got strength in combat, skills on par with Cap, the ability to harness lightning like Thor, and even that extremist virus that Killian used when he fought Tony. It's like he can do it all, just with his bare hands. That does seem to be the case, Natasha replied. But is there a problem? As long as he's on our side, there's no issue. But tell me, Nat, you seem to have a particular interest in this man from the East, don't you? Nick pressed. No, I'm just curious, that's all. Natasha brushed her hair aside. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Let me know the moment you hear anything from Cap. Don't worry, I will. At that moment, on the shore, Rogers slowly opened his eyes. Every muscle in his body ached. Bucky really hadn't held back. He fought with everything he had. But in the end, Bucky stopped. That meant he'd regained some of his memories. Still, he couldn't face what he'd done in the past, so he left. Would he spend the rest of his life living under a new name, hidden from the world? Over here, we found Cap. The S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue team finally arrived. Rogers let his eyes fall shut. Just before he lost consciousness, his thoughts weren't of Bucky, but of Zhang Shi. That man, he's truly an enigma. Reality. Zhang Shi tossed the files onto his desk. Just moments ago, he'd received a notification from the Fragment system. The malfunction had been fixed, and he was now able to travel to the Marvel world. Judging by the time, the captain should have resolved the issue by now, so there was no point in going over there herself. Zhang Shi paused her work, but a different matter lingered in her mind. The system had experienced a malfunction, and now that it was working again, it meant someone must have repaired it. So, has there always been someone controlling the system? In other words, is she herself being controlled by someone else? Zhang, she shook her head. It was too soon to dwell on such thoughts. Even if there was someone pulling the strings, there was nothing she could do about it right now. Best to focus on the problems in front of her. No matter what, the conflict between Chen Xiuyu and Luo Ruomeng had to be resolved. Both of them were her most capable lieutenants. If either of them faltered, there was no way she could handle all this work alone. Turning this over in her mind, Zhang, she picked up her phone and dialed Chen Xiuyu's number. Hello, President Zhang, what is it? Chen Xiuyu's mood was foul, and the way she addressed Zhang, she had grown noticeably colder. Where she used to call him Brother Zhang, now it was the distant President Zhang. Zhang, she didn't mind. He simply said, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner, and maybe talk for a bit. Is that so? But I have to ask you something first. Chen Xiuyu's tone was guarded. Are you inviting just me, or both me and Luo Ruomeng? Does it make a difference? What do you think? Zhang, she sighed. I'd like both of you to come, but I won't be the one calling Ruomeng. I want you to invite her. You two used to be close friends, didn't you? I don't want my issues to ruin your friendship. Do you understand what I mean? Haven't I made myself clear enough? Ever since we both fell for you, we've already... All right, I've said what I wanted to say. Whether you call her or not is up to you. 7 o'clock tonight at Love Bar. I'll be waiting for you there. With that, Zhang, she ended the call. Love Bar, the very spot where the three of them first became entangled. Zhang, she hoped that since it all started there, it could also end there. As the line went dead and the busy tone echoed in her ear, Chen Xiuyu held her phone and sighed. Maybe they really had pushed things too far. They were best friends. After all, there was no need for this. After some thought, Chen Xiuyu dialed Luo Ruomeng's number. But all she got was a constant, "The number you have dialed is busy" message. So be it. Chun Shui realized she had already been put on the blacklist. That wretched girl, she muttered through clenched teeth, tossing her phone aside. Even though she had blocked Luo Ruoming as well, Ruoming's actions still left her fuming. Though she was angry, deep down she still liked Zhang Shi. After sitting for a while, she sent Luo Ruoming a text message, roughly saying that she was heading to Love Bar to discuss something. Almost at the exact moment she sent her message, she received one from Luo Ruoming, saying nearly the same thing. Chun Shuiyu paused in surprise, then couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps they had already found a way to solve their problem. 7 o'clock in the evening, at Love Bar. Zhang Shi had reserved a private room, ordered a few bottles of liquor, and waited for the two of them to arrive. To be honest, he was feeling quite uneasy. After all, neither of these women were people to be trifled with. He wasn't naive enough to believe that a few words would be enough to resolve their conflict. The door opened. Zhang Shi looked up and saw both of them standing outside. Though there wasn't much interaction between them, the hostility he'd seen in their eyes before had faded. "Come on in," Zhang Shi said. The two women didn't say anything, but simply walked in. Zhang Shi asked, "I ordered whiskey and some cocktails. Take a look. If you want something else, I can call the waiter. There's no need to make it so complicated. Let's just get straight to the point," Luo Ruoming said. "Why did you call us here tonight?" "All right, let's get to it," Zhang Shi replied. "The reason I asked you both here is because of the company. If things keep going like this, our company will fall apart soon. Maybe you don't care, but this company is everything I have. I care a lot. So that's what this is about." Chun Shui nodded. "But you know what the precondition for fixing the company is, don't you?" "I know. That's why I'm bringing this up now." Zhang Shi's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said earnestly, "If I have to choose between the two of you, I really can't. You've both helped me so much, and I genuinely like you both. You can see me as a jerk if you want, that's fine, but my point is, either I don't choose either of you, or I choose both." He paused, then continued, "I know, it's a lot to take in, but that's my decision. We can turn private affection into something greater. Either both of you are with me, or neither. Honestly, I ended up in this situation because you both pushed me here. So don't blame me." Zhang Shi's words did, admittedly, shift the blame onto them a little, but that was the truth of it. If the two women hadn't backed him into a corner, he never would have come up with such an idea. In the end, it was their simultaneous affection for him that led to all this. "Hey, you wish." Chun Shuiyu scoffed coldly. "Both of us are top tier, whether it's family background or looks, and you actually want to marry us both?" "Zhang Shi, how much fake liquor have you had?" Luo Ruoming chimed in. "Exactly, you're dreaming." With a cheeky grin, Zhang Shi replied, "Oh, so now you're not arguing anymore? Looks like you two are finally in sync, right?" Both women were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected Zhang Shi to change the subject so quickly. Zhang Shi, sounding unusually earnest, continued, "You're both my dear friends, and I really like you both. But if you force me to choose between you, I truly can't do it. That's why I've always kept my feelings in check and never confessed to either of you. Now that you've asked me directly, all I can do is tell you what's really in my heart, whether you agree or not, or even if you decide to leave my company, it's all up to you. I just hope that your friendship doesn't get hurt because of me. Otherwise, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. You both say you care about me, right? Then please, don't let me get hurt, okay?" Though he'd never been in a relationship before, Zhang Shi knew a thing or two about acting pitiable and dropping a few cheesy lines. He'd at least seen enough of it to fake it well. Chun Shuiyu pursed her lips and stayed silent. Luo Ruoming, on the other hand, spoke up. Shuiyu." As she spoke, Luo Ruoming gently took Chun Shuyu's hand and said softly, "I'm sorry, I went too far. You're my best friend. I shouldn't have treated you like that." "No, it's my fault," replied Chun Shuyu. "Blame me. I was being too overbearing." Zhang Shi couldn't help but laugh. He raised his glass and drained it in one go. That's more like it. After all, they've been close friends for over 20 years, growing up together. Their bond runs deep. He sighed inwardly, a little annoyed. With the evolution serum in his system, he could drink as much as he wanted without feeling a thing, not even the slightest buzz. What kind of drinking is this? Now that the two had made up, Zhang Shi's mood improved as well. He grinned and asked, "So, does this mean you two have agreed to marry me together?" "In your dreams," the two of them retorted in perfect unison. Zhang Shi chuckled and shook his head. Honestly, he hadn't really expected anything. He knew he was being greedy. But what came next completely floored him. "But we could consider starting by dating you. In fact, why not start right now?" Zhang Shi was stunned. Good heavens, was he dreaming? He'd just thrown out a wild idea without expecting anything. But who could have guessed? The two of them actually agreed? Wait, what do you two mean by this? Give me a moment to process." Zhang Shi pressed a hand over his heart as he spoke. "What else could we mean? The two of us have already agreed. Luo Ruoming smoothed her hair as she spoke. In fact, we discussed this on the way here. As ridiculous as it sounds, this sort of thing isn't uncommon in mechanical city. Our fathers, weren't they all like this? You're talented, and we both believe you'll accomplish great things. So agreeing to be with you doesn't feel like a compromise for us. We do have one condition, though. All right, say it, whatever it is, I'll agree to it. At this moment, Zhangxi was practically over the moon. His mother had always fretted over his future marriage, but now, not only did he have a partner, he had two, both heiresses from the 5 great families of Mechanical City. He couldn't wait to see how his mother would react to this news. Let me make this clear. It's just the two of us, no one else. Understood. That was as far as they were willing to go. Best friends could still accept each other, but if there were anyone else, the two of them would lose their minds. Don't worry, just the two of you, I promise. Zhangxi responded eagerly. I'm not someone who doesn't know when to be satisfied. Having you both is already a blessing. How could I possibly be greedy for more? All right then, let's have a drink. Luo Ruoming raised her glass. From now on, the 3 of us are a family. Let's give this a try. If it doesn't work, we'll talk again. To us, cheers. The 3 of them downed their glasses of whiskey in one go. Zhangxi set his glass down, looking at the 2 women. With the alcohol warming their faces, both women's cheeks were tinged with a soft blush. Zhangxi hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw they really were beautiful. What? Not going to have another drink? Zhangxi smiled, reaching for his glass once more. The next day, Zhangxi opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. 8 in the morning. It would soon be time for work. He stretched, then looked at the person sleeping beside him and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. After washing up, Zhangxi made breakfast and called out, Hey, time to eat. Finish your breakfast and get ready to come to work with me. Don't think a little alcohol gives you an excuse to forget your own name. There was a flurry of movement from inside the room, followed by the door opening. Li Kuaning stumbled out, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, Brother Zhang, what happened last night? Well, I know you're all disappointed, but the truth is the person who slept in Zhangxi's room last night was none other than Li Kuaning. Zhang, she was a rather conservative person, so he would never dream of doing something as bold as starting a relationship and then getting intimate on the very same night. For Zhangxi, yesterday was a day worth remembering. Not only did he solve a major problem at work, but he also settled a lifelong matter of his own. Truly, good things often come in pairs. But as for Li Kuaning, yesterday was nothing short of a heartbreaking day. He'd always been a playboy, never taking matters of the heart seriously. Yet, as the saying goes, the only reason you think you don't care about love is because you haven't met the right person. Last night at the nightclub, Li Kuaning met a girl who truly moved his heart. The trouble was, that girl already had a boyfriend. Someone taller than him, more handsome, more charismatic. Well, so be it, at the very least. Li Kuaning thought he could compete when it came to wealth. But after asking around, he learned that her boyfriend was Lu Ming, the young master of the Lu family, one of the 5 great families of Mechanical City. His family background was just as impressive as Li Kuaning's. That was the final straw. Even the one thing Li Kuaning thought he could measure up to was gone. He felt the sting of rejection for the first time. Li Kuaning had been spoiled since childhood, never having suffered such a blow. So he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, drinking himself into a stupor, and stumbled back, half-conscious, to Zhangxi's home. Once there, instead of going to his own room, he wandered straight into Zhangxi's, pushed the door open, and collapsed onto the bed. Seeing him like this, Zhangxi was both exasperated and helpless. But with Li Kuaning so drunk, he couldn't just throw him out. All he could do was let him sleep it off here for the night. You really have some nerve, Zhangxi said, unable to hide his irritation. Drinking yourself silly like a fool. If I didn't have a good temper, I'd have kicked you out already. Now, tell me, what happened yesterday that got you so worked up? As soon as Zhangxi questioned him, Li Kuaning's defiance melted away. He let out a heavy sigh and said, Zhang, I think I just got my heart broken. Heartbroken? You? You haven't even been in a real relationship. Zhangxi replied, Don't try to fool me. I know everything. That little friend of yours who brought you over last night already filled me in on the whole story. Oh, so you know, Li Kuaning sighed again, dejected. I've never felt like such a failure in my whole life. Everything you have comes from your family. It looks impressive, and truth be told, it is impressive. But listen, as a person, you need to have something unique about you. There are plenty of rich kids out there, what? Will make people remember you? Now come on, let's eat. After breakfast, take a good look at yourself and reflect. Sometimes, what a girl values isn't your looks or your money, but who you are on the inside. Yeah, easy for you to say, with 2 beautiful women on your arms. The well-fed never know the hunger of the starving. Li Kuaning sat down, speaking as he ate. After finishing his meal, Li Kuaning felt a bit better, seeing that he had recovered well. Zhang, she took him along to the company. No sooner had they arrived than Luo Xian came to greet them and said, "President Zhang, good news." "Oh, what's the good news?" Zhang Shi asked. "The product you brought in has already been completed, and it's currently in use." "Really? It's already in use? That's truly wonderful news," Zhang Shi said excitedly. "Come on, take me to see it." Zhang Shi had absolute confidence in Tony's technology. As the representative of the most advanced technology in the Marvel world, the foundational techniques were beyond reproach. There was never any question about their reliability. Luo Xian led Zhang Shi to the factory, which was located right behind their company. Since they were using nothing but new energy technology, there was no pollution, so they could operate without worry. The two entered the factory and found Wang Shuang, Yang Fan, and Dooley standing there, observing a machine in front of them. President Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Shi, the group quickly greeted him. Zhang Shi waved his hand and said, "It's fine. So what brings you all here so early? Tell me, how's this new technology?" Yang Fan spoke up. "President Zhang, come take a look. This new technology is based on something quite common, solar power generation. But the efficiency of this solar generator is beyond anything we imagined." "Oh, just how efficient is it?" Zhang Shi asked, eyeing the machine before him. It looked like a large pillar stretching from the floor up through the ceiling, with a computer-like device at the base. Nothing particularly striking at first glance. "It's extremely efficient," Dooley chimed in. "The solar panel on top is only about 2 square meters, but the way it's built is unique. Let me put it this way. We just finished rewiring everything, and now every bit of electricity used by our company, including the factory, is supplied by this solar generator. And that's not all. It's so sensitive that it can capture even the faintest trace of light. At night, even moonlight, starlight, or the glow of nearby lamps is enough for it to keep generating power." As he listened, Zhang Shi felt a quiet shock. Was this the power of Tony's technology? He'd always seen in movies how advanced Tony's inventions were. Last time, when he visited Stark Tower, he'd been preoccupied with dealing with Killian, so all his attention had been on the weaponry. Only now did he truly experience Tony's genius. Solar panels were something even a recent engineering graduate like Zhang Shi could assemble, but in Tony's hands, they could achieve such astonishing results. It was truly remarkable. The simpler something is, the harder it is to perfect. The fact that Tony managed to create such an unbeatable solar panel shows just how advanced his skills have become. "I've got the numbers," Wang Shuang said, adjusting her glasses and holding up her tablet. "I did an estimate based on the population, area, and number of buildings in our mechanical city. As long as we can build 365 of these solar generators, we'll be able to power the entire city. Of course, that's in an ideal scenario. There's no telling what issues might come up, so this figure is still up for discussion." "That's already incredible," Zhang Shi responded after a moment. "Given the area covered by each solar panel, even if we make over 300, the total space used would barely be half a football field. To generate so much electricity with such a small footprint is just amazing. In any case, let's get these into mass production. I need to get the advertising out." "There's more good news," Yang Fan chimed in. "The second set of blueprints you gave us is for a precision machine tool. If we can build this, I guarantee it'll be the most precise machine tool in the world, with error rates almost down to 0. But the manufacturing process is a bit complex, so we're still in the experimental phase, and it might need more investment." "That's fine. There's no rush. We've got plenty of time. If we're going to do something, we'll do it to the best possible standard. Is there any issue with mass-producing the solar panels?" The three shook their heads. "No issues. The process is simple. The cost is low. Mass production will be easy." "Perfect. Get them into production immediately. See, if you're going to make friends, find someone like Tony, wealthy, skilled, and generous enough to help his friends out of poverty and into prosperity. It's truly wonderful." Having settled things at the factory, Zhang Shi returned to his office. He was in high spirits, and riding that wave of enthusiasm, he called all company supervisors and above to a meeting in the conference room. Due to some less than pleasant experiences from previous meetings, the mere mention of a meeting now triggered a collective groan throughout the company. Still, since it was the boss calling, no one dared skip it. Soon, everyone had gathered in the conference room. Zhang Shi looked around at the group and said, "Is everyone here? Good. Then I declare the meeting officially open." A few people were surprised. Today, Chun Shuyu and Luo Ruoming, usually at each other's throats, were chatting and even laughing together. Could it be that the two of them had finally reconciled? Never underestimate the power of office gossip. Almost everything finds its way out. Now, everyone in the company knows that the two of them were at odds over Zhang Shi, and now that they've made up, it means that President Zhang has managed to win them both over. Wow, that's impressive. The boss really is extraordinary. After a brief pause, Zhang Shi continued. Our company's first product has been successfully developed, so it's time for us to get busy. First, we need to nail the advertising. Marketing department, get in touch with all the TV stations right now and pay whatever it takes to get us on air. I don't care what it takes, but I want our ads to be everywhere within a week. Any problems? And don't even mention budget issues. Just go straight to Manager Luo. The head of marketing nodded and replied, if the budget isn't a problem, then I have no issues. Good. We'll also need to hold a launch event. Get that ready too. Shueyu. Yes, what is it? After the launch event, I want you to get in touch with the major appliance retailers and all relevant companies to promote our product. Remember to file for a patent first, so no one can steal our idea. Understood. Zhang, she was displaying excellent business acumen, skills learned from Tony, who is not only a superhero, but also a savvy businessman. During their last encounter, Zhang, she had casually picked Tony's brain for advice on doing business, and had picked up quite a lot. He was organizing each task methodically when, right at that moment, someone obliviously pushed the door open and barged in. It was a security guard, breathless as he announced, President Zhang, something's wrong. There's trouble. Someone's causing a scene, and Captain Lee is fighting them right now. Zhang, she frowned. This was no trivial matter. He had taught Li Kuaning a few techniques over the past few days. Not many, but never underestimate the power of office gossip. Basically, anything that happens will get out. Now, everyone in the company knows the two of them were competing for Zhang Shi's attention. And now that they've made up, does that mean President Zhang has tamed them both? Wow, impressive. The boss really is something else, truly extraordinary. After a brief pause, Zhang, she continued. Our company's first product has been successfully developed, so it's time for us to get busy. First, we need to nail the advertising. Marketing department, get in touch with all the TV stations. Right now, buy airtime and get us on TV. Use any means necessary. I want our ads to dominate every channel within a week. Is that clear? Any questions? And don't worry about the budget. Just go straight to Supervisor Luo for the funds. The marketing supervisor nodded and replied, if the money's not an issue, then I don't have a problem. Good. We'll also need to hold a launch event. You handle the preparations for that, too. Shueyu. Yes, what is it? After the launch, contact all the major electronics retailers and companies to promote our product. And remember to apply for a patent first, just in case someone tries to steal our idea. Understood. Zhang, she displayed impressive business acumen, skills he had picked up from Tony. Tony was not only a superhero, but also a shrewd businessman. During their last interaction, Zhang, she had subtly sought Tony's advice on running a business and had learned quite a bit. He was organizing everything in an orderly manner when, right at that moment, someone barged in without so much as a knock. A security guard rushed in, panting. President Zhang, something's wrong. There's trouble. Someone's here making a scene. Captain Lee is fighting with them right now. Zhang, she frowned. This was no small matter. He had taught Li Kuaning a few techniques over the past few days. Not many, but all were quite effective. If Li couldn't control his strength, things could get out of hand. Romeng, Shueyu, you two continue the meeting. I'll go check it out, Zhang, she said, then turned and hurried out. Be careful, the two replied in unison. Seeing everyone's surprised looks, the pair blushed, cleared their throats, and said softly, right, let's get back to the meeting. Zhang, she jogged all the way to the lobby, where he saw Li Kuaning, along with several bodyguards, fighting a group of men in black. The men in black wore sunglasses and looked fierce. Li Kuaning was in the thick of the fight, but Zhang Shi's worries didn't come true. After all, Li was just an ordinary person, not particularly gifted, and his moves weren't especially sharp. Still, he was holding his own. The fight was pretty evenly matched. Zhang, she shook his head, then stepped forward and called out in a clear, commanding voice, everyone, stop right now. His voice was so loud that it caught everyone's attention. The crowd immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Zhang Shi. With a friendly smile, Zhang Shi walked over to the men in black. Looking at them, he asked with an easygoing tone, Gentlemen, may I ask what brings you here today? Before the men in black could answer, Li Kuaning quickly interjected, Brother Zhang, these men are from the Liu family. They're here to cause trouble. The Liu family? Zhang Shi's brows furrowed. I have no quarrel with your family. In fact, I don't even know you. What's the meaning of this? The leader of the group let out a cold snort. Kid, let me ask you, are you working in energy technology? News travels fast, doesn't it? Zhang Shi didn't bother to hide the truth. He nodded and said, that's right. I've been working on some research in that field lately. Why? Is there a problem? A problem? You could say that, the man replied. Are you operating in Mech City? Don't you know the rules? Let me spell them out for you. In Mech City, anyone who wants to do research in energy tech must report to us, the Liu family. We'll inspect your products, and only once we've approved them can you move on to sales. And every year, you owe us a patent fee. That's how it works. Got it. Although Zhang, she still wore a smile. He felt nothing but disgust inside after hearing the man's words. So this is how the mighty Liu family operates. This is nothing but extortion. Zhangxi recalled that when he first considered entering the new energy sector, Chen Haiming had warned him not to underestimate the Liu family. They were notorious in the energy world. Whether it was new energy or traditional energy, they held a mountain of patents and raked in an enormous amount just from patent fees every year. Originally, Zhangxi had thought he would compete with them on equal ground. Now he understood why the Liu family had so many patents. It wasn't because they invented them, they simply stole them by force. The leader's meaning was clear. Every patent had to pass through their hands. If they fancied it, they kept it. Utterly shameless. You bastard, what a load of nonsense. Li Kuaning shouted angrily. Let you check our work? Why not just say you're here to steal it? If that's how you want to see it, so be it. In the end, I'm just doing my job, the big man replied, his tone arrogant and full of swagger. Not convinced? Let me tell you, this is what real power looks like. If you don't like it, come and try us. Let's see whose fists are harder. He spoke with such confidence because the Liu family truly was formidable, ranking among the top of the 5 great families. Sure, Zhangxi now had the Li and Chen families backing him, but if a real confrontation broke out, who could say for certain that they'd actually step in to help him? Damn it. Normally, Li Kuaning would have backed down by now, but this time he was furious, the anger stuck in his chest with nowhere to go. It was understandable. After all, just last night, the Liu family's eldest son had stolen his lover, and today the Liu family was coming after his company. No man could swallow such humiliation. Zhangxi, of course, understood how Li Kuaning felt. He walked over, gently patted his shoulder, and said softly, "It's all right. Go on, I'll handle this." But it's fine. Just go. No matter how upset he was, Li Kuaning didn't dare disobey Zhangxi's orders. He shot the other man a fierce glare, then retreated. Zhang, she stepped forward and asked, this company was invested in by the head of the Chun family. Could you do us this one favor? The burly man shook his head. No can do. There's no wiggle room here. Not for you. Not even if Chun Haiming himself showed up. This is the Liu family's rule. But the man wouldn't even show respect for the Chun family, genuinely surprised Zhangxi. But instead of backing down, he only grew more incensed. Who let them get away with this kind of behavior? Acting like bandits. Was there no law? No justice left? Rules? Zhangxi sneered. You know, the only reason you're still standing here talking to me is because those rules saved your skin. Go back and tell the Liu family's patriarch exactly what I said. Our company will never pay up, and we'll never hand over our technology. He'd better give up that idea for good. In that case, there's nothing left to discuss. The burly man let out a cold laugh, then suddenly gestured. The men he'd brought with him each pulled out a baseball bat, swinging them up and bringing them crashing down with force. As for himself, he lunged straight at Zhangxi, throwing a punch with impressive speed. Zhangxi was taken aback for a moment. This guy was far more skilled than he'd expected. It seemed he'd run into a real, tough opponent today. Still, he didn't shrink back. In fact, he felt a rush of excitement. It wasn't often you met someone this formidable in the real world, and Zhangxi relished the challenge. He became instantly alert, ducked his head to avoid the strike, then swung his leg up, aiming to trap the man's neck and take him down. The big man reacted quickly. In one swift motion, he grabbed Zhangxi by the leg and, with a furious roar, hurled him away. Zhangxi flipped twice in the air before landing squarely and steadily back where he started. Other than in the Marvel Universe, Zhangxi had never encountered anyone this formidable. He was about to offer a couple of words in praise, but suddenly realized something was off. Although the men in black that the big man brought weren't quite as strong as him, their skills were nothing to scoff at. At the very least, Li Kuaning and the others were no match for them. Seeing this, Zhangxi decided to deal with these guys first. He pulled out his slingshot and, moving like the wind, fired off 5 pellets in rapid succession. Each shot hit its mark with precision, striking the black-clad men squarely. Every pellet crackled with thunderous force, knocking the men out cold, so deeply unconscious that not even pinching their souls would wake them. The big man was stunned for a moment, then dropped his earlier disdain and took a fresh look at Zhangxi. What did you just do? The big man asked coldly. Zhangxi gave a slight smile and replied, Don't get the wrong idea. I just didn't want anyone interfering with our duel. Come on, let's begin. I won't use this thing. I'll beat you in hand-to-hand combat. The big man couldn't help but laugh. In the Liu family, my skills are among the very best. Are you sure about this? A gentleman's word is his bond. I said barehanded, and I mean barehanded. Are you that confident in your abilities? If so, how about we make a wager? What kind of wager? I can tell you're here to complete your mission, right? Here's the deal. If you win, I'll let you go, and you can take our technology with you. Yeah, you're really that confident? All right, but what if I lose? Zhangxi spoke slowly, If you lose, I want you to become my eyes. Though he hadn't spelled it out, the big man wasn't stupid. He understood exactly what Jiangxi meant. Don't worry, Jiangxi reassured him. Everyone you brought is already unconscious, so you have nothing to worry about. Stretching his limbs, he continued, all right, let's get started. By now, Jiangxi had already decided to deal with the Liu family. After all, the new energy industry was his first business and would remain a crucial sector in the future. As long as the Liu family stood in his way, they'd always be an obstacle. This big man seemed decent enough, likely the sort who keeps his promises. As long as he could win him over, the man would probably work for him. The big man's lips curled into a slight smile. You really are too arrogant, Jiangxi. Is that so? You're the first person to say that to me. But never mind. One day, you'll be my brother. Now let's begin. By the way, what's your name? My name is Su Tian. The burly man drew in a deep breath, then charged straight toward Jiangxi. Jiangxi narrowed his eyes, bracing himself with caution. This man's skill was easily on par with a top-level agent from the Marvel universe, truly formidable. Jiangxi had no idea where the Liu family had found such an expert, but he couldn't help but admire him. Li Kuaning didn't understand why Jiangxi was doing this. He might not have been the brightest, but he knew Jiangxi was smarter than he was. As long as Jiangxi had made up his mind, there had to be a reason, so Li Kuaning chose to stay silent. The two men's fists collided in midair with incredible speed. Thus the fight began. It was a clash between two masters, their close-quarters abilities almost evenly matched, which greatly surprised Jiangxi. His own evolution serum had reached over 30% by now, which meant he possessed about 30% of Captain Rogers' combat skills. Even the Marvel Universe, that was remarkable. Yet Su Tian was able to match him blow for blow. How could this man be so powerful? But there was something even more intriguing. During the fight, Jiangxi's fragment collection system kept chiming in his mind. Beep beep, unknown fragment detected. For the host's safety, it will not be collected for now. Hearing this, Jiangxi became certain. Su Tian was no ordinary person. If that was the case, then he would just have to defeat him and get his answers afterward. With that thought, Jiangxi suddenly picked up the pace of his attacks, catching Su Tian off guard. Although their skills were evenly matched, Jiangxi had one advantage that Su Tian lacked, his stamina. The evolution serum had a remarkable effect. It sped up his metabolism, which meant Jiangxi barely felt fatigue. Su Tian, on the other hand, was starting to struggle to keep up as the fight dragged on. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and pressed on. By now, everyone in the hall had been ushered out by Li Kuaning. Only Li Kuaning, his security guards, and the Liu family's men, some of whom were still writhing on the floor, remained. All eyes were glued to Jiangxi and Su Tian. After all, it wasn't every day you got to witness such a thrilling fight. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of fierce combat, Jiangxi's chance arrived. As they crossed paths, Jiangxi seized the moment. His hand sliced through the air, chopping towards Su Tian's neck. Su Tian tried to raise his arm to block, but his muscles ached and his limbs felt numb. He just couldn't lift them anymore. Helplessly, he tried to retreat. Jiangxi wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. The smile on his face widened as he strode forward, his hand never leaving the space in front of Su Tian's neck. Thud! Su Tian slumped against the wall. Jiangxi's hand didn't stop. This strike could have easily gone straight through his neck. Su Tian's face went pale, and he reflexively shut his eyes. Am I dead? A low chuckle reached his ears. Su Tian hurriedly opened his eyes to see Jiangxi's fingertip hovering less than 3 centimeters from his throat. Jiangxi was watching him with a bright, cheerful smile. After such a long fight, Jiangxi didn't even look winded. And just now, with all that force behind his attack, he managed to stop right on a dime. Clearly, Jiangxi's skills were still superior to his own. I lost, Su Tian sighed. Do what you want. Kill me, or whatever, it's up to you. Who said I was going to kill you? Jiangxi's lips curled into a sly smile. Did you already forget the wager we made? The wager? Su Tian paused for a moment before remembering their agreement. If he lost, he'd have to become Jiangxi's undercover agent. Come on, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to my office, Jiangxi said, taking Su Tian by the hand. Without waiting for his response, Jiangxi led him away, as if the two of them weren't just locked in a fierce standoff, but instead were old friends catching up after many years. On the way, Jiangxi spotted Luo Ruomeng and the others. The hall was quiet, and everyone seemed to know exactly what they should be doing. They'd been in a meeting the whole time, paying no attention to anything else. Jiangxi, is the problem taken care of? And who's this? Luo Ruomeng asked. Jiangxi answered with a broad grin, all sorted out. This is a friend of mine. Honestly, if it weren't for him, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It was just a harmless lie, but somehow it warmed Su Tian's heart. It felt like Zhang Shi was going out of his way to protect him, treating him as one of their own. Oh, well thank you then, Luo Ruming said to Su Tian with an easy smile. No problem, Su Tian replied, scratching his head. Despite his fierce appearance, the look of uncertainty on his face made the moment feel oddly natural. So, how's the meeting going? Zhang Shi asked. Great. We've nailed down the main direction, and most of the work's been assigned. Now it's just a matter of working out the details. You don't have to worry about a thing. We've got it covered, Chun Shui replied. Good, glad to hear it. After a few quick words, Zhang Shi and Su Tian made their way to the office. Zhang Shi motioned for Su Tian to sit and said, Come on, have some tea and take a breather. Zhang Shi, what's your game here? Su Tian asked. Do you really think I'll help you? I don't think you have any reason to refuse, Zhang Shi said with a casual shrug. No matter how much the Liu family is offering you, I'll pay. You double. And the status I can give you is definitely higher than anything they can offer. So what do you say? Isn't that tempting enough? Su Tian let out a short laugh and replied, It is tempting, no doubt about that. But first of all, the Liu family has never wronged me, so I don't see any reason to risk my life for you. Besides, you need to be alive to enjoy the money you earn. If I cross the Liu family, do you really think I'd live long enough to spend it? Zhang Shi picked up a cup of tea, took a gentle sip, and then said, Do you think I'd be afraid? If I were, would I have dared to make a move against you today? You aren't naive enough to think that with the Chun family backing you, the Liu family wouldn't dare to touch you, are you? There's a lot more going on among these powerful families than you realize. There are layers of secrets you know nothing about, so what? You think I'm only relying on them? As he spoke, Zhang Shi stretched out his hand. First, his hand turned a deep orange red, then shifted into a crackling, electric blue. Su Tian couldn't hide his astonishment at the sight. This is... No need to be surprised. You're superhuman too, aren't you? Zhang Shi said with a smile. Your skills are far beyond those of ordinary people. So what's your story? Now that Zhang Shi had revealed his own secret, Su Tian made no effort to hide his. Well, a while back, I had a master who gave me a special herb. After that, my body changed. A special herb? Zhang Shi was taken aback for a moment. Could it be the heart-shaped herb from Black Panther? The heart-shaped herb is the source of the Marvel superhero Black Panther's power. Its effects are similar to Captain America's super soldier serum, unlocking a person's full potential and greatly enhancing their abilities. In the movie, Black Panther becomes the king of Wakanda, thanks to this very herb. But wait, if that were the case, the system should have detected it by now, right? And if it really was the heart-shaped herb, Su Tian's strength shouldn't be any less than his own. Besides, his own powers come from the system, while Su Tian doesn't have one. Could he really be relying on nothing but luck? No matter. Those details could wait for another time. Zhang Shi pressed on. All right, it doesn't matter. Look, we're both superhumans. Will you help me? I have one last question, Su Tian said slowly. Aren't you worried I might turn on you at the last minute? Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Not at all. I know you. You're someone who values freedom and strength above all else. I can help you become stronger, and I'll give you all the freedom you want. So what do you say? I don't have any more questions then, Su Tian said. I'm willing to follow you, Brother Zhang. As he finished speaking, he made a move as if to kneel. Zhang Shi, quick as lightning, rushed forward and pulled him up before he could get down. Hey, don't do that. We're a proper company here. None of those messy old customs. All right, you know what you need to do, right? Do you need my help? I know. I can handle it myself, Su Tian replied. If the Liu family makes any moves, I'll let you know. As he spoke, he pulled a dagger from his coat and stabbed himself in the abdomen. He controlled his strength perfectly, leaving only a small wound in a spot between his liver and stomach. Nothing life-threatening. Seeing this, Zhang Shi nodded to himself in approval. Su Tian truly was an experienced man. Now that Zhang Shi had already dealt with the others, sent by the Liu family, Su Tian was the only one left. If he returned completely unscathed, it would surely arouse suspicion from the Liu family. Well, I'm off then. Su Tian glanced at Zhang Shi, as if wanting to say something more, but held his tongue. Then he dashed toward the window, crashed through the glass, and leaped out. Zhang Shi's office was on the 6th floor. For most people, jumping from this height would be suicide, but for someone as skilled as Su Tian, it was nothing. He kicked off the wall a few times as he fell, and when he hit the ground, he rolled smoothly, completely dissipating the force of the fall. Brother Zhang, hearing the sound of breaking glass, Li Kuaning burst through the door. He never trusted people from the Liu family and had been standing guard outside. If Su Tian had made any wrong move, he would have fought him to the bitter end. Seeing Li Kuaning, Zhang Shi couldn't help but smile, feeling a little moved as well. He really had changed. He wasn't like he used to be. It's all right, relax. Get someone to fix the glass, Zhang Shi said. And let's put out word that a bunch of thugs try to make trouble at our company. Tell everyone they were all caught, except one who managed to escape. A little cover-up was still necessary. Oh, all right. Got it, Li Kuaning replied. But, Brother Zhang, do you really trust him that much? It's not on my trust. It's my own instincts. That's all for now. By the way, what about the others he brought with him? Oh, they've already been carried back. They're still twitching, Li Kuaning said. Though he wished Zhang she would teach him that move, he figured it was beyond him. Is that so? Looks like I used a bit too much force, Zhang she said with a chuckle. Once they wake up, just send them straight to the police. After making sure everything was set, Zhang she stretched lazily. In truth, he had no intention of toppling the Liu family. First, he simply didn't have the power to do something that drastic right now. Second, if the Liu family didn't make a move against him, there was no reason for him to take such action. The main reason he brought Su Tian over to his side was because he valued Su Tian's abilities. Besides, he was quite intrigued by that mysterious, heart-shaped herb. If the opportunity ever arose, he was determined to try it himself and see what effects it might have. Meanwhile, at the Liu residence, Su Tian, clutching his stomach, hobbled his way back. When the Liu family's servants caught sight of him, they hurried over, concern etched on their faces. Brother Su, what happened? Are you all right? Su Tian smirked inwardly. This so-called injury was nothing to him. Still, he put on a show of weakness and replied, Where's the master? Quick, take me to him. I'm right here. A refined-looking, bespectacled middle-aged man stepped out of the house. This was Liu Zhongyong, current head of the Liu family. Don't let his gentle name or scholarly appearance fool you. Liu Zhongyong was a scoundrel through and through. From a young age, he was rotten to the core, shifty at the dinner table, deceitful in his words, and always scheming with clenched fists. Although the Liu family was one of the 5 great families of Mecha City, their actions weren't much different from street thugs, and all those schemes originated from Liu Zhongyong himself. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Tian feigned weakness and reported, Master, this was an accident. We heard a new energy company had just opened up in the eastern district of Mecha City. As you know, all the city's energy businesses are under our family's control, so I went over to have a word with them, just as we've done before. Who would have thought they wouldn't give us the time of day? Even after I revealed who we were, they showed no respect at all and just attacked us. The others were beaten down, and I barely managed to escape. It sounded as if Su Tian was exaggerating to stir up trouble, but in reality, he knew Liu Zhongyong too well and chose his words carefully for a reason. Liu Zhongyong was the type who bullied the weak but feared the strong. If Su Tian made Zhang she seem weak, Liu Zhongyong would likely storm over with his men, which wasn't what Su Tian wanted, at least not yet. But if he painted Zhang she as formidable, Liu Zhongyong would think twice before making any rash moves. Sure enough, after hearing Su Tian's report, Liu Zhongyong's face turned thunderous with rage. He was about to call his men to retaliate, but then he hesitated, reconsidering. He knew full well how strong Su Tian was. There were few in the world who could best him in a fight. Yet Su Tian had come back injured. Just how formidable must their opponent be? Sensing his concern, Su Tian spoke up. Master, that company is just a small outfit. Not many people there at all. But their boss is a tough fighter. At least, I'm no match for him. If we go head-to-head, we could probably win, but the cost might outweigh the gain. So maybe we should what? Maybe we should just leave them alone, since it's only a small company. I doubt they have any real technology. What do you think? Despite Su Tian's burly appearance, he was actually clever and meticulous. He knew that the most important thing now was to buy time for Zhang Shi to help his brand become established. Earlier at Shiyu Company, he overheard a mention of some new technology they were working on. Once that was successful, even if Liu Zhongyong wanted to cause trouble, he'd find himself powerless to do much. You're saying we should just let them go? Liu Zhongyong narrowed his eyes. That's not like you, old Su. Su Tian heaved a theatrical sigh. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. I really can't beat that guy, so for now I'll just have to swallow this insult. But don't worry, master. This is only temporary. I'll get stronger, and then I'll settle the score. Simply settling scores brought no profit, only more trouble, and Liu Zhongyong had no interest in such foolishness. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, let's leave. If for now, it's just a small company, not worth our attention. We'll deal with them when the time is right. Someone, hurry and get his wounds dressed. Good work, old Su. You're too kind, master. And just like that, a pair of eyes was quietly planted inside the Liu family. Everything proceeded smoothly. Zhang Shi's informant was now in place, and any movement within the Liu family would reach him immediately. One way or another, it was precious time and opportunity for him to grow. Large quantities of solar panels rolled off the production lines. These new energy panels could power the entire mechanical city. But no one was foolish enough to flood the market all at once. Instead, they would be sold gradually. No matter how revolutionary a change, it must be managed step by step. Move too fast, and the city would struggle to adapt. If energy transformation happened overnight, Mechanical City couldn't handle the shock. The transition could be slow, but the money couldn't wait. With such a fine product and Chun Shuiyu's business acumen, buyers for the panels appeared in droves, and at excellent prices too. "Mr. Zhang, these are for me," said the buyer, Zheng Long, with a broad smile. "I'm sure this won't be our last deal together." "Not at all, Mr. Zhang. I'll be counting on your support for my business in the future." After all, having run his own company before, these social niceties came easily to him. Now, speaking of Zheng Long, he and Zhang Shi went way back. Zhang Shi's very first technology had been sold to him. In other words, his initial capital had come from Zheng Long. Although Zheng Long could be quite annoying, he had always been straightforward when it came to money, never playing any tricks. That's why, when Zhang Shi was looking for clients, Zheng Long was naturally the first person who came to mind. "Haha, young and promising. I like that," Zheng Long chuckled, glancing at his watch. "Well, it's about time. I'd better get going. Let's have dinner another day." "Absolutely," Zhang Shi replied with a cheerful smile. Since Zheng Long was an old client, Zhang Shi allocated most of the goods to him. The rest he distributed among a few others, keeping some back for themselves to try and sell in other cities. All in all, the first step was done and had gone fairly smoothly. When all the goods had been sent out, Zhang Shi clapped his hands and announced, "All right, everyone, take a break. Tonight, we're having a big team-building event, and all expenses are on me. Let's hear some excitement." "Yeah," came the enthusiastic response. The employees were both happy and a little surprised. After all, it was only their first deal, and already the boss was treating everyone. Such generosity was rare. Zhang Shi had his reasons, though. No matter the circumstances, motivating employees was essential. And how do you motivate people? With benefits, of course. When the money's good, people are naturally willing to go the extra mile for you. Watching his team cheer and celebrate, Zhang Shi felt genuinely pleased. Yes, things were bound to get better from here. While Zhang Shi was preparing for the celebration, Zheng Long made his way to the Liu family estate to see Liu Zhongyong. Zhang Shi had failed to look into this, and it would prove to be his greatest oversight. In truth, Zheng Long had always been one of Liu Zhongyong's people, though not by any deliberate arrangement. On Liu Zhongyong's part, it was nothing more than a coincidence. What had started as a routine business transaction had, by chance, turned Zheng Long into an informant right under Zhang Shi's nose. So, it had turned into a game of undercover intrigue. Who could have predicted that? Inside the Liu family compound, Liu Zhongyong stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the solar cell device before him. He couldn't help but ask, "So this is that new product from Zhang Shi?" "Yes, that's right. It's called Solar Deity. Its energy conversion capabilities are said to be incredible, though I haven't tried it myself. This entire set goes for 1.5 million. 1.5 million? Liu Zhongyong nearly burst out laughing. Who would spend over $1 million on something like this? At first, I didn't want this thing either. But then Zhang Shi gave me a demonstration. Her company, without any external energy sources, is powered entirely by this device. That proves there's something special about it." "Really? That's actually quite interesting." Liu Zhongyong was genuinely surprised. If this was true, it was indeed a rare and impressive technology. "So what should we do, Boss Liu? Should we? What are you thinking? Do you take us for bandits?" Liu Zhongyong frowned and asked. "Not everything can be solved with brute force. Sometimes you have to use your head. If it had been anyone else, Liu Zhongyong would likely have just snatched it or bought it outright. But Zhang Shi was different. Her skills were always what he worried about most. The wealthier a person became, the more they feared for their life. He genuinely worried that if he got into a direct confrontation with Zhang Shi, it would be a costly mistake. "Come here, this way." Liu Zhongyong leaned close to Zheng Long's ear and whispered a few words. Zheng Long didn't say anything, only nodded repeatedly. "Well, do you understand what to do now?" Liu Zhongyong asked. "Don't worry, Boss Liu, I've got it." "Hey, you're brilliant." With this move, Zhang Shi's company might go bankrupt without even a chance to fight back. Ha ha ha. "Hey, let's not be too optimistic. We haven't put into action yet. No one knows how things will turn out. Zhang Shi isn't just anybody. Who knows if this plan will even work?" As the two were plotting, Su Tian walked in and announced, "Master." "Oh, Su Tian, it's you." Liu Zhongyong waved his hand with a smile. "What brings you here?" "Master, it's like this. Our brothers from last time are all at the police station now. I'm short on people. Do you think you could assign me a few more?" "Oh, it's that." Liu Zhongyong's smile faded in an instant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn that Zhang Shi. Let's see how you get out of this one. This time, we'll settle the score together." He said it without much thought, But Su Tian was listening carefully. He froze for a moment, then tensed up. It seemed that this old fox was finally ready to make a move against Zhang Shi. Su Tian asked cautiously, "Master, have you already decided how to deal with Zhang Shi?" "That's none of your concern. We're not using violence this time. We're using brains. In any case, I won't need your help on this one. If you need more men, just talk to Uncle Wang. He'll assign them to you." Su Tian wanted to probe for more information, but Lu Zhongyong didn't give him the chance. He turned and left immediately. Su Tian turned back and looked at Zhang Shi's product in front of him, unable to stop himself from falling into deep thought. It seemed their plan was clearly aimed at this product. No matter what, he needed to warn Zhang Shi. With that in mind, he took out his phone and composed a text message. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi was out with his colleagues at a nightclub, eating, drinking, and having a good time. Come on, bottoms up. For some reason, all the employees seemed intent on getting Zhang Shi drunk. Yet, thanks to the evolution serum, Zhang Shi could drink endlessly without ever getting tipsy. Aside from needing more frequent trips to the restroom, he felt no other effects. A message notification chimed. Zhang Shi glanced at his phone and saw a text from Su Tian. There was just one sentence. "The wolf wants to snatch the cub. Be careful." It was a cryptic message, but Zhang Shi instantly understood what Su Tian meant. The wolf obviously referred to the Liu family, and the cub was his new product. In other words, the Liu family was about to make a move on his new product. Zhang Shi couldn't help but smile. Let them come. He had full confidence in his own abilities. And with Su Tian on his side, he had nothing to fear. If the Liu family tried to take it by force, he was ready to fight back with everything he had. With this thought, Zhang Shi deliberately opened his personal panel to check his stats. Beep beep, personal panel unfolding. Host, Zhang Shi. Attributes, strength, 50, speed, 50, endurance, 69. Skills, thunder power, 24%, advanced agent 100%, perfect marksman, 92%. Special attributes, star core hardness, 0.3%, will of Thor's hammer, 15%, captain's evolution serum, 39%, alchemist, 20%, extremis virus, 18%. With attributes like these, Zhang Shi truly wondered, was there anyone who could match him? President Zhang? Dooley stumbled over, her words a little slurred. How come you never seem to get drunk? Zhang Shi collected himself and chuckled. Of course not. I have an iron stomach for drink. But you all should take it easy, remember we have work tomorrow. Your next big task is to find a way to get that precision machine tool built as quickly as possible, understand? Don't worry, President Zhang. We'll take care of it in no time. Watching their antics, Zhang Shi could only shake his head in resignation. He'd only considered brute force, but he hadn't recalled Su Tian's assessment of Lu Zhongyong. That man was nothing short of despicable, and the lengths he'd go to this time were absolutely shameless. The night of revelry passed quietly, with everything settling down in peace. During this period, Zhang Shi hadn't gone to the Marvel world. After all, there were plenty of things to deal with on his end, and he simply didn't have the time. It's worth mentioning that he received a call from Tony while he was here. Apparently, electromagnetic waves can penetrate dimensional barriers. That was fantastic news after all. He could never predict when something big might happen in the Marvel world, but having a phone would make things much more convenient. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Tony, as if suddenly remembering something, said to Zhang Shi, "By the way, how's your progress with the tech I gave you?" "It's going great. The solar panels are already in mass production, performing well. I'm just about to start selling them." Zhang Shi saw no need to hide anything from Tony. He simply told the truth. "I see. You should really include an instruction manual. Last time, things were a bit rushed, and I forgot to mention it. These panels must remain completely independent. Whatever you do, don't take shortcuts by linking them together, because the output is already very high. If you connect them, they'll explode." Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle at Tony's words. "Don't worry, man. I'm not that clueless. I do know the basics. I know you know, but that doesn't mean your customers do. If they start tinkering and something goes wrong, you're still responsible for not warning them. Anyway, make sure you take care of it." "Got it, Tony. I'll handle it." After hanging up, Tony muttered to himself, "Where on earth did this guy come from? He doesn't seem like he belongs to our world at all." "It doesn't matter, as long as he's on our side," Pepper replied. "So how are you feeling now?" Tony touched his chest. There was no longer a reactor there, and he looked just like any ordinary person. A broad grin spread across his face. "Yeah, I feel a whole lot better. Now, for the first time, I actually feel like a normal man. Doesn't it feel better to touch my chest at night and find muscle instead of a hunk of metal?" "I think it does." This was the real Tony. Pepper couldn't help but laugh, though a trace of worry lingered in her heart. After all, Tony was a superhero, burdened with enormous responsibilities. Would he really always be by her side? Back in the real world, brother Zhang Shi, Who was that on the phone just now? Chen Shuyu walked in and asked. Oh, it was nothing. Zhang Shi replied with a cheerful smile. What's up? Do you need something? It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to talk to you about our company's new product, Chen Shuyu said as she smoothed her hair. These solar panels are incredibly popular. Right now, our secondary distributors have already started selling them. A lot of companies have purchased our product, and distributors from other regions have come as well. Honestly, demand is far exceeding supply. Is that so? Well, that's really great news. Zhang, she was genuinely delighted. Suddenly, he remembered what Tony had mentioned to him earlier and quickly asked, by the way, I need to check something. Did we include the user manual? And in the manual, did it say not to connect the panels together? Of course we did. But as for what you mentioned, that wasn't specifically stated. Who would have nothing better to do than connect several panels together? Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't try something like that, right? Chen Shuyi replied. Zhang Shi nodded. She was just as he'd expected, and it seemed Tony was simply overthinking things. In Tony's world, maybe someone might try that, but here, nobody had the time or inclination to bother. All in all, Zhang Shi had now accumulated considerable wealth, enough to carry out his next plans. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Lu Zhongyong was in the Lu family laboratory, dismantling and studying Zhang Shi's solar panel. After all, having worked in the energy industry for so many years, it would be a lie to say he hadn't picked up any technical skill. The Lu family's engineers were also quite renowned. So, that's how it works, Lu Zhongyong murmured, nodding slightly as he read the engineer's report. The material of the solar panel was nothing special, but the arrangement was a bit different. Such a subtle change in order, it could boost the panel's power output so much. It was truly impressive. Master, what should we do next? One of the engineers asked. I've checked, and he's already patented it. If we try to copy it, it would be infringement. There's no point, and we'd only end up paying damages. Is that so? Lu Zhongyong inquired. So you're saying we can't get our hands on this thing? That's right, that's what I mean. Lu Zhongyong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Still, it didn't matter. He had his own ways. In that case, we'll just make it ours, Lu Zhongyong said with a cold chuckle. His philosophy was simple. If you can't have something, destroy it yourself, then find a way to piece it back together. In the end, the thing becomes yours. This was precisely the plan he and Zheng Long had in mind. Seeing Lu Zhongyong smile, the engineers all shook their heads in silence. Alas, yet another brilliant invention was about to be ruined in his hands. A week later, Zhang Shi was sitting in his office, listening to the reports from Wang Shuang and the others. At present, they had hit a bottleneck with the machine. Tool issue, the whole process had stalled. No matter what they tried, the precision of the parts just couldn't meet the requirements of the equipment. Now Zhang Shi finally understood. Some technologies simply can't be replicated just by knowing the underlying principles. Economic globalization is inevitable because every country has its own unique strengths. Only by integrating these strengths can we create the products we truly need. But discussing these bigger ideas would have to wait. Right now, what mattered most was finding a way to solve this immediate problem. Is there really no other way? Zhang Shi asked. Wang Shuang shook his head and replied, There's nothing we can do. In the entire machinery city, only one place can make parts with such precision. But they would never sell those parts to you. You mean the Lu family? That's right. After hearing Wang Shuang's answer, Zhang Shi shook his head in frustration. What kind of situation was this? There were 5 major families in total, and Zhang Shi had some sort of relationship with 3 of them. Why did it have to be the Lu family, the only one he had no ties with? This was just too much. Should he go to the Marvel world to make a purchase? It was a good idea in theory, but transportation posed a huge problem. The machine tool would definitely need to be produced in large quantities in the future, which meant he'd need a lot of parts. But Zhang Shi had already confirmed that he could only travel to the Marvel world alone. He could bring some of his own belongings, but it was impossible to take something as large as a truck with him. Is there really nowhere else? Wang Shuang thought for a moment, then said, Actually, there is. Across the sea, there's a place called Turk Country, famous for its parts. Manufacturing. In fact, most of the world's precision components come from there. The only problem is it's a bit far away, and the people there. How should I put it? They're quite eccentric and very proud. Getting parts from them isn't easy. I see. Zhang Shi nodded. No matter what, as long as there's a solution, that's all that matters. Look up flights for me to Turk Country. I want to go negotiate in person. Zhang Shi knew that if he truly wanted to grow and succeed, clinging to his small patch of land would never be enough. He had to venture out into the world. Turk Country sounded impressive. Surely there would be huge business opportunities there. Well, that's doable, Wang Shuang replied. But I'll need to contact them first. The thing is, this country is a bit different. You can only enter if you have official permission. So, we'll have to wait a little. Zhang Shi scratched his head and muttered, All right, you're not wrong. It really is a strange country. By the way, how do you know all this? Oh, I have a classmate who's working over there. He's the one who told me about it. All right, got it. Let's do it that way. Zhang waved his hand and said, "You may go now." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." After Wang Shuang left, Zhang, feeling rather bored, picked up his phone and started scrolling through the news. Despite being a bit of a homebody, Zhang had little interest in games or movies. His only real pastime was catching up on the news. No matter the time, keeping an eye on national affairs always seemed worthwhile. According to our report, at 2 p.m. this afternoon, an explosion occurred near Donghuan Road in Mek City. Sources say it was a chemical plant that blew up. The number of casualties remains unclear, and the cause of the incident is still under investigation. Reading this, Zhang couldn't help but become more alert. Safety was no trivial matter. No matter when or where, it always demanded attention. A single mishap could spell disaster. Setting his phone aside, Zhang stretched lazily, preparing to get some exercise. Just then, the door to his office swung open. Chen Xiyu rushed in, breathless with urgency. Spotting Zhang, she hurriedly asked, "Zhang, did you hear? There was an explosion on Donghuan Road." Zhang nodded, still a little confused. "Yeah, I heard. A chemical plant exploded, right? But why are you so worked up? It's not connected to us. As long as we're careful about safety in our own production, we'll be fine." "No, it is connected, very much so," Chen Xiyu insisted. "Did you know the plant was Yeoman Chemical Factory? Not long ago, they bought 2 solar panels from us." A frown creased Zhang's brow as a vague sense of unease began to settle in. "I've already sent someone to check things out at the scene," Chen Xiyu continued, "but I can't confirm anything yet. Still, I overheard something. They said the explosion started with the solar panels. That's what triggered it." "So, you mean there's a quality problem with our solar panels?" Zhang asked. "That's what they're saying, but I don't believe it's true," Chen Xiyu replied. "All our products go through strict review and testing. There shouldn't be any issues. Still, the situation is already bad for us. 3 clients have called me in the past 2 hours to cancel their orders. If we don't take action soon, the losses could keep mounting." Zhang nodded. Indeed, things were quickly slipping beyond his expectations. It was clear something had to be done. But before he could decide on a course of action, yet another news alert popped up. Breaking news. The cause of the accident at Yeoman Chemical Plant has been identified. It turns out the factory purchased solar panels with power ratings that were too high, and combined with today's intense sunlight, it triggered the explosion. It seems that every new technology needs time to be tested. I wonder how Shiyu Corporation will respond to this incident? Hearing this, Zhang almost jumped up in anger. This was clearly a smear and a frame-up. Zhang knew Tony's technology was flawless, even without checking. Besides, the solar panel technology was straightforward and posed no significant risk. How could they pin this on him? "Oh no, the thing I feared most has happened." Chen Xiyu stamped her foot anxiously. "Wait here. I'll go home and ask my father how to handle this situation." "Brother, Zhang, you need to confirm immediately whether our products have any issues. If necessary, recall them at once." With that, Chen Xiyu dashed off in a hurry. Tony's words replayed in Zhang's mind. He was certain the quality of the panels was beyond question. If something had gone wrong, the most likely explanation was that someone else had discovered the very same problem. Zhang couldn't just sit back and wait for disaster. He hurried downstairs, got in his car, and sped off toward Yeoman Chemical Plant. At the same time, in the Liu household, Liu Zhongyong held his phone, a satisfied grin on his face. "Well, is it done? Rest assured, Mr. Liu. They all followed my advice and altered the panels. Now that a factory has already had an incident, it's only a matter of time before safety issues erupt on a larger scale. Hey, good. Be ready. As soon as the problems blow up, mobilize the most authoritative media to make a statement and take them down. Afterward, we'll swiftly modify the technology and make it our own. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I know exactly what to do." Liu Zhongyong put down his phone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Anything I set my sights on will be mine, no matter when. Zhang, just you wait." Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Zhang arrived at Yeoman Chemical Plant. By now, the plant was under strict lockdown. After all, chemical products were involved, and no one knew yet if there was any danger. Further testing was required. But Zhang wasn't afraid. Thanks to his special agent training, his infiltration and reconnaissance skills were top-notch. Within minutes, he managed to get his hands on a protective suit. With the heavy mask concealing his face, no one could tell who he was. And so, he slipped inside without a hitch. As soon as he stepped inside, Zhang spotted the battery panel that had exploded with such a loud bang. He crouched down to inspect his own product. Although it was now burnt beyond recognition, Zhang could still make out the wiring. Just as he suspected, Someone had tampered with the circuitry on the battery panel. Two panels that were originally meant to operate separately had been connected into one, causing the power output to become far too great. The wires couldn't handle the load and short-circuited. With that, an explosion was hardly a surprise. Zhangxi wasn't a fool. In an instant, he realized this had to be the work of the Liu family. So that's it. Liu Zhongyong didn't want to confront him head-on, but instead chose this underhanded way to sabotage his product. But how had the Liu family pulled it off? Sure, they could buy his products, modify them, and then resell them, but Zhangxi kept close tabs on his sales channels. By all accounts, something like this shouldn't have been possible. Thinking it over, Zhangxi took out his phone and sent a text message to Su Tian. Find a dealer called Wolf Fong. Su Tian was sharp. He should understand what Zhangxi meant. Setting his phone aside, Zhangxi walked out slowly. Sighing, he realized the situation was quickly spiraling beyond his control. For now, there was nothing he could do but head back and wait for Su Tian's reply. In comparison, Zhangxi still lacked experience. Liu Zhongyong had already started putting his next move into action. When Zhangxi returned to the company, he found a crowd gathered at the entrance. Cameras and microphones in hand, it was obvious they were reporters. Because this was a new technology, and Zhangxi had been very confident in it, he'd invited plenty of media to help promote the launch. He'd never imagined things would go wrong, and now it felt like a slap in the face. Mr. Zhang! Mr. Zhang! The moment they spotted him, the reporters surged forward like flies drawn to food, surrounding him and peppering him with questions from all directions. Mr. Zhang, there are issues with your company's product. Is this a design flaw? Mr. Zhang, just a few months ago at your press conference, you said you wanted to change the future of new energy. How will these recent quality problems affect your plans? Mr. Zhang, the questions came rapid fire, each more pointed than the last, and Zhangxi found himself genuinely at a loss. In his desperation, he called upon the power of the desperation virus within him. Instantly, his body temperature surged, and with a wave of energy, he forced all the reporters back. What? The reporters were stunned, staring at Zhangxi in confusion, unsure what had just happened. But Zhangxi didn't care. Without a word, he turned and left. Yet, things were far from over. Chemical plants, the Power Bureau, and many companies that had purchased their battery boxes all had suffered explosions. This left Zhangxi at a complete loss. He knew someone had tampered with the solar panels, but there was simply no way to explain it. Even if he spoke out, no one would believe him, unless they managed to catch the culprit behind the sabotage. Only then could his company clear its name. But saying it was one thing, actually doing it was another. It was far from easy. Zhangxi pressed his hand to his forehead, anxiety clouding his thoughts. Now, even he was starting to panic. Brother Zhangxi, Luo Ruomeng, and Chen Xiu hurried in, concern etched on their faces. Brother Zhangxi, why are you still here? We need to act fast. If we don't handle this now, the company will go under. I want to take action too, Zhangxi replied with a bitter smile. But what can I do? He told them in detail what he had just witnessed at the Yongin chemical plant. After hearing his account, Chen Xiu spoke up. This must be the Liu family's handiwork. Most likely, Zhangxi agreed, but we don't have any evidence. And we don't even know how they managed this. How did they modify such a large batch of batteries? None of us have a clue right now, so... Wait a minute. Zhangxi froze as a critical realization flashed through his mind. It wasn't just one or two solar panels that had malfunctioned. It was a whole wave of them. How had the Liu family gotten their hands on so much of their product? Thinking it through, Zhangxi suddenly understood. The problem must have come from the retailers he had chosen to distribute their goods. Whether they were coerced or willingly complicit, the Liu family had clearly managed to control them. Only then could they have tampered with the products at such a scale. Contact all of our suppliers immediately. I need to talk to them, Zhangxi ordered. The two women reacted instantly. They understood his meaning without further explanation. There was no time to waste. They turned and hurried out. Meanwhile, over at the Liu family's residence. After receiving Zhangxi's text message, Su Tian instantly understood what he was getting at and began investigating everyone who had recently come into contact with Liu Zhongyong. Originally, Su Tian's position was essentially that of a head of security, so these matters usually weren't within his reach. But he had his own methods. He had planted a tiny listening device in Liu Zhongyong's room to gather intelligence. And today, at last, he picked up something useful. Boss Liu, your skills are truly impressive. I never imagined things would go this smoothly. That brat Zhang, she must be scared out of his wits by now. Completely at a loss, haha. While he's certainly formidable, at the end of the day, he's just a green kid. Does he really think he could take me on? What a joke. By the way, old Zhang, don't mess up all the products, otherwise I'll have nothing to work with. Just say it's a process issue. That way the results are even better. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I know exactly what to do. Old Zhang, So this man's surname is Zhang. He didn't know who this person was, but if he passed this information along to Zhang Shi, Zhang would probably know. Su Tian was about to relay this news to Zhang Shi when, all of a sudden, chaos erupted. A gang of people arrived at the Liu family estate. At the front was a man astride a motorcycle, sunglasses perched on his nose, 2 baseball bats slung across his back, a picture of swagger and bravado. Behind him trailed a group of followers, all dressed in much the same fashion. "Captain, are we really going to do this?" one of them asked hesitantly. "Isn't this a bit reckless?" "Reckless? We're only doing this because the Liu family forced our hand. Our old man isn't someone to be trifled with, either. Let's settle this." The leader was none other than Li Kuaning. Li Kuaning was seething with anger, his fury directed squarely at the Liu family. First, the Liu family's young master had stolen his girlfriend. Then, they tampered with his company's products. Zhang Shi might be adaptable, able to swallow his pride and bear the humiliation, but Li Kuaning simply couldn't stomach it. On top of that, after picking up a few martial arts moved from Zhang Shi, he fancied himself rather formidable. So, without telling Zhang Shi, he volunteered to lead the charge against the Liu family himself. "I still think we should. Enough talk. Let's catch them red-handed, get the evidence, and take them down." Li Kuaning's determination was clear as day. With no more objections, the group could only follow him in. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Su Tian, deeply absorbed in his task, was startled out of his focus. Instinctively, he pulled off his headphones and called out, "What do you want?" "Oh, Su, someone's causing trouble outside. You should come have a look." Su Tian cursed under his breath. Of all times for something like this to happen, it had to be now. Who could be so clueless? "Fine, I got it. I'll be right there." Su Tian quickly tidied things up, then turned and headed outside. No sooner had he stepped out than he found the courtyard in complete chaos. Li Kuaning and his gang were locked in a fierce fight with the Liu family servants. Things turned out completely different from what Li Kuaning had imagined. Although his skills had improved somewhat apart from someone like Zhang Shi, who possessed an extraordinary system, everyone else had to devote time to real training. Li Kuaning simply hadn't practiced long enough, and these household guards had all been personally trained by Su Tian. They were seasoned and experienced in real combat. At first, Li Kuaning could put up some resistance, but now he was overwhelmed, utterly subdued by these men. Su Tian drew in a deep breath and leapt forward. With just a few casual moves, he sent Li Kuaning and the others sprawling on the ground. He was just about to speak when he suddenly recognized Li Kuaning. The last time when they were at Zhang Shi's place, the two of them had met, so Su Tian knew Li Kuaning was one of Zhang Shi's people. He wasn't exactly sure why Li Kuaning was here, making trouble, but he decided he ought to show some courtesy. "Brother Su, what should we do with these people?" a servant asked. Snapping back to reality, Su Tian considered for a moment, then said, "They're nothing but a few insignificant nobodies. Just give them a beating and throw them out." Li Kuaning recognized Su Tian as well. Hearing he was about to be beaten, panic washed over him. He struggled and cried out, "Su Tian, it's me. It's me." The people around were stunned. This guy actually knew Su Tian, and he called him by name. Who was he? Su Tian cursed silently, but he kept his composure. He waved his hand, saying nothing. "Su Tian, it's really me. Why are you hitting me? Help me." Li Kuaning kept shouting, his voice growing more desperate. Su Tian was losing patience. He leaned in close to Li Kuaning and whispered, "I know who you are. Just go along with it. I've got a plan." "Plan? What plan?" "It's me. Do you really want to hit me?" "All right, I get it, it's you. Just stop talking, will you?" "No, it's me, I'm Li Kuaning." The Li family's name was well known, but Li Kuaning himself was not, so nobody here realized he was the young master of the Li clan. Finally, Su Tian couldn't take it anymore. He strode over, looked Li Kuaning in the eye, and without another word, slapped him twice across the face. Su Tian didn't hold back. The blows left Li Kuaning dazed. Taking advantage of his stunned state, Su Tian grabbed a rag and stuffed it into Li Kuaning's mouth. "Really, these nobodies all want to call me brother. Give them a good beating, especially this one. Don't hold back." Su Tian had no other choice. It was either this or let this loose-tongued fool spill all their secrets. And so what followed was a merciless, brutal beating. No one knew how long the beating went on. By the time it ended, Li Kuaning had already lost consciousness. Seeing this, Su Tian realized things would get out of hand if he continued. So, just as he was about to toss Li Kuaning out, someone he hadn't expected showed up. It was Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi was already enough of a headache for him. All Su Tian wanted was to quietly wait for word from Chun Xiuyu and Luo Ruan. But barely had things calmed down when Zhang Shi heard about Li Kuaning stirring up trouble with the Liu family. That news threw him into a panic. The strength of the Liu family spoke for itself. One only had to look at Su Tian to get the idea. In contrast, Li Kuaning, despite his rapid progress, was still a half-baked novice. For him, to pick a fight with the Liu family was as good as walking straight into a trap. So Zhang Shi rushed over without a moment's delay. The moment he entered the courtyard, he saw Li Kuaning lying there, covered in blood. The sight scared Zhang Shi out of his wits. No matter how shallow their friendship might be, even if Li Kuaning was considered useless, he was still the young master of the Li family. If something happened to him, Li Ji would never let Zhang Shi off the hook. Zhang Shi already had his misgivings about Li Ji. This was the last moment he wanted to get dragged into further trouble. He looked up and glared fiercely at Su Tian. In his eyes, a faint blue spark of lightning flickered for an instant. Su Tian flinched, startled, but quickly regained his composure. Looking at Zhang Shi, he said, "President Zhang, isn't it? This is your friend, right? Now, you're a man of standing. But your friend here, not so much. He came to our Liu family, spouting all kinds of nonsense, full of bluster, no manners at all. Someone like that needs a lesson, wouldn't you agree?" Su Tian's words were sharp and cutting, but Zhang Shi caught his meaning immediately. So, that's how it was. Li Kuaning must have run his mouth and almost exposed Su Tian, so Su Tian taught him a lesson. Yeah, Zhang Shi responded just as quickly. With a genial smile, he walked over to Li Kuaning and helped him up, saying, "Yes, exactly. Look at him now, just like how you all looked a few months back. Ah, as they say, the wheel of fortune turns. I'll have to watch my step from now on." Su Tian's face flushed red, clearly fuming. At that very moment, someone slowly emerged from the house. "Who's there, making a scene at our Liu family?" Zhang Shi lifted his head to see who it was, a bald man with gold-rimmed glasses, shifty-eyed and not at all trustworthy. This must be Liu Zhongyong, the head of the Liu family. "I'm Zhang Shi. I'll come and take my friend home," Zhang Shi said calmly. "Oh, so it's you?" Liu Zhongyong replied with a smile. "No wonder old Su mentioned you. Truly, you're a young man of remarkable talent. To achieve so much at your age, impressive, truly impressive. Not all. Master Liu, you are the true hero of this generation. Compared to you, I'm nothing." This was the first time Zhang Shi and Liu Zhongyong met in person, and both quickly formed an impression of the greatest rival they each faced. "Ah, you're too polite," Liu Zhongyong replied, waving his hand dismissively. "All just empty titles. So, since you're here, why not come in and have a seat? I heard you're the son-in-law of Old Chun and Old Luo. Well, that's quite something." Zhang Shi gave a wry smile. "Well, I suppose my only asset is that I still look decent." He extended his hand, gesturing toward Li Kuaning, who was lying semi-conscious on the ground. "Do you know who he is?" "Of course. He's old Li's son. Last time I saw him, he was just a kid, 6 or 7 maybe. Time really flies. Look how he's grown. Ah, the young are always a little too hot-blooded. It's all just a misunderstanding. Lao Su, take him to the hospital, will you? I'll go to old Li's house and apologize in person another day." "Yes, master." Su Tian glanced at Zhang Shi, then promptly left. "Young man," Liu Zhongyong said, "life must have been rough for you lately, hasn't it?" Zhang Shi narrowed his eyes and replied in a cold voice, "A bit, yes. But while I've been struggling, it seems some people are quite pleased about it." "Oh, that sort of person is a real vulture, kicking others when they're down. Still, let me offer you some advice as an elder. Don't let impatience and pride get the better of you. Work with those who came before you. You'll get much farther that way. Is that so? If I work with you, you'll always be the ruler of your domain. But if I go it alone, I can stand at the very top of the world." Liu Zhongyong's face darkened. One arrogant kid, he thought. Clearly, he hasn't suffered enough to know his limits. Zhang, she couldn't be bothered to argue further. He walked over, gently patted Liu Zhongyong on the shoulder, and said, "Uncle Liu, don't underestimate the younger generation." With that, he turned and walked away. A servant stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Master, should we deal with him?" Liu Zhongyong let out a cold laugh. "Not yet. You see, he's an esper." Only then did they notice the large blackened patch on Liu Zhongyong's clothing, still smoldering with thin wisps of smoke. "Master, are you?" "It's fine, no harm done. Things are getting more and more interesting." A hint of blood red flashed through Liu Zhongyong's eyes. On his way out, Zhang Shi also made sure his company's immortals were sent to the hospital. They've been injured too, though not as badly as Li Kuaning. At the hospital, Zhang Shi ran into Zhou Tian. "There's no one else here. Let's talk somewhere private," Zhou Tian said, pulling Zhang Shi into an empty hospital room. "I'm sorry, Zhang. I didn't mean to hit Aining. It's just that he—" "Say no more, I understand. This isn't your fault." Zhang Shi let out a sigh. "Aining was too impulsive, that fool. When he wakes up, I'm going to have a word with him. Young people, after all, it's understandable. Anyway, let's not dwell on this." Su Tian's expression grew serious. "Lately, I've heard some things about you. That solar panel of yours, did something happen to it?" Yes, that's right. There's been a bit of trouble. This was Lu Zhongyong's doing. One of your major clients is actually one of his people. Before the sale, they must have tampered with it. And since you didn't include a manual, that just made matters worse. Zhang Shi's gaze sharpened, his voice turning cold. So it's just as I thought. But if that's the case, doesn't that make them responsible too? The Lu family's backing them. Even if they lose a bit of money, it's nothing much to them. Zhang Shi nodded and looked at Su Tian. All right, thank you. This information is very important to me. You take care too, and don't let yourself get exposed. Don't worry. Even if I can't win a fight, I can still run away. I should get going. It'll get suspicious if I stay any longer. All right, go on, be careful. After Su Tian had left, Zhang Shi walked into the hospital room. By now, Li Kuaning had woken up. He sat with his head hanging, silent. Zhang Shi approached, picked up an apple from the table, and started peeling it as he asked, "How are you feeling? Still hurt?" "Not really. The pain's mostly gone," Li Kuaning replied softly. Zhang Shi said, "Let this be a lesson. You're lucky it was Su Tian today. If it had been someone else, you might not have made it back, understand? Next time, think before you act. Don't be so reckless." "All right, I understand." Getting this young master to admit fault was enough for Zhang Shi. After a few more words, Zhang Shi headed back to the office. In the meantime, a few more factories had exploded, but Zhang Shi barely reacted anymore. He'd gotten used to it. Worrying was pointless. Solving the problem as quickly as possible was what mattered. Chun Xiuyu and Luo Ruomen were both highly efficient. That same evening, they contacted every distributor. However, they didn't find anything unusual. None of the products sold by these distributors had any issues. Then Chun Xiuyu reported, "Zhang Shi, everything checks out on our end. I think the problem must be with you." "With me? You mean Zheng Long?" "Exactly. He's the only possibility." "All right, I get it. You two can go now." Chun Xiuyu and Luo Ruomen exchanged a glance, then turned and walked away. After spending some time together, they had come to understand Zhang Shi's temperament. He was never one to admit defeat. Now that a client he had found was causing trouble, it was only natural that he was in a foul mood. Still, the matter needed to be resolved, so he pulled out his phone and dialed Zheng Long's number. The line was disconnected. It was obvious that he'd been blocked. Damn it, Zhang Shi cursed, frustration burning in his voice. He had thought of everything, but never expected the client he trusted most would betray him so cruelly. For the first time, he truly felt a crushing sense of defeat. Throwing on his clothes, Zhang Shi headed straight to Zheng Long's company. The two companies weren't far apart, so he decided to settle things face to face. Meanwhile, Zheng Long had no inkling that trouble was on its way. After helping Lu Zhongyong, he'd been rewarded with 70 million yuan. Part of it was to cover any liabilities or losses, but the rest was his hard-earned commission. This deal had been hugely profitable for him, a cause for celebration. At that moment, he was sitting in his office, sipping tea. His secretary entered and said, "Mr. Zheng, there's a Mr. Zhang Shi here to see you." "Zhang Shi?" Zheng Long's brow furrowed. "He must have found out what I did, otherwise he wouldn't show up like this." At first, Zheng Long considered refusing to meet him, but a moment later, he changed his mind. After all, Zhang Shi was just a young upstart, nothing for him to fear. Besides, Zhang Shi seemed quite promising, with inventions that had proven to be very lucrative. Zheng Long didn't want to miss out on such talent. If it came to it, he could always toss him a few 100,000 to make him go away. However, he had underestimated Zhang Shi's determination and capabilities. What Zheng Long didn't know, since Lu Zhongyong hadn't told him, was that Zhang Shi was no longer the person he used to be. The door swung open and Zhang Shi entered, his face clouded with anger. Zheng Long greeted him with a beaming smile. "Ah, if it isn't Brother Zhang. Come in, please. What would you like to drink, coffee or tea?" "So you still remember I'm your brother, do you?" Zhang Shi replied coldly. "Tell me, why did you do this?" Zheng Long didn't bother to hide anything. He simply said, "Come on, it's not such a big deal. To be honest with you, you're just asking for trouble. Do you know who the Lu family is? They're one of the 5 major families in Machine City, powerful and not to be trifled with. And you dare refuse them? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my intervention, you'd be finished by now." Zhang Shi let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? So I should be thanking you, is that it? Oh, you're being too polite. You're still young, and you have a lot of potential. But this is just a minor technical matter. Take my advice. Right now, go find the head of the Lu family. Apologize to them, and return the technology. There's still a chance to turn things around. Don't worry, I'll mediate on your behalf. The family head still gives me some respect. Someone slaps you in the face, and you're supposed to apologize to them? What kind of world is this?" "Is that so?" Zhang Shi replied coldly. "Do you really think I came here today to beg for your help? Didn't you? What other options do you have right now?" Zhang Shi pulled a recorder out of his pocket and looked at Zheng Long. "Everything you just said has been recorded. If I take this out, you're finished, aren't you?" "Huh. Zhenglong's eyes widened with fury. Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? Try to outsmart me. You're still too green. Hand over that recorder now, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Hurry up, and if I say no, then I'll just take it from you. With that, Zhenglong clapped his hands, and a group of men marched in from outside the office, glaring menacingly at Zhang Shi. Zhenglong had kept a backup plan, after all. He was worried Zhang Shi might drag them all down with him if things went south. Zhang Shi's lips curled into a smile. Perfect. I love seeing you this rattled. Do you know why? Because when you're like this, I have absolutely no qualms about hitting you. As soon as he finished, his figure blurred. He shot forward like a phantom. With unmatched speed and unstoppable force, Zhang Shi weaved through the crowd, striking left and right. No one could stand his way. In a matter of moments, everyone was down, clutching their injuries and groaning in pain. Oomph. Zhang Shi snorted, stepped up to Zhenglong, and delivered a thorough beating with his leather shoes. Without another word, he turned and walked away. The recordings might not be enough, but Zhang Shi could still gather more evidence. After dealing with those people, he headed straight to the factory. Inside, workers were busy reworking his products, caught red-handed. Zhang Shi showed no mercy, gave him a thorough thrashing, snapped some photos with his phone, made a few recordings, and left. It was only because Zhang Shi had a good temperament that he restrained his own power, relying purely on martial skill. Otherwise, none of those people would have survived. With everything settled, Zhang Shi felt much better. Whistling a cheerful tune, he made his way back to his own company. President Zhang, you're back. Luo Xian greeted him. President Zhang, another group of reporters showed up this afternoon. How would you like to handle them? The reporters are here? That's fantastic. It saves me a lot of trouble, Zhang Shi said with a cheerful smile. Have them wait in the lobby. I'll be right there. Luo Xian was a bit bewildered. Wasn't this the sort of situation where you should avoid reporters at all costs? Why was he actively seeking out an interview? Had President Zhang lost his mind? Of course, she only dared to think these things to herself. She wouldn't dream of saying them out loud. When Zhang Shi entered the lobby, the reporters were already growing impatient from the wait. As soon as they saw him, they swarmed forward, bombarding him with sharp, pointed questions from every direction. But this time, Zhang Shi stood tall and unflinching. He raised his hand for quiet and said, "Everyone, please settle down. I have something to say to you all. First, let's listen to a recording." With that, he pulled out a voice recorder. The lobby immediately fell silent, the tension thick in the air. Mech City was usually a calm place, rarely producing any news worth publishing. But today's events were big. No newspaper was willing to pass up a story like this. If there was a twist, all the better. The recording he played was the one he'd made in Zhenglong's office. At first, the crowd listened without much reaction, but as the recording went on, their faces began to change. It was all because the recording implicated a powerful family, the Lu family. Who were the Lus? One of the 5 great families of Mech City, pioneers and leaders in the energy industry. To think that such a formidable family had stolen all their technology, how could anyone accept that? When the recording finished, Zhang Shi switched off the recorder and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this recording has given you a general idea of what's going on. I know many of you may still have doubts, thinking I'm just making things up. That's fine. I have other evidence as well. With that, Zhang Shi produced a stack of photographs and videos. If the recording was only an appetizer, the photos and videos were the main course, a veritable bombshell. After seeing these, the reporters erupted into an uproar. My friends in the press, I bet none of you expected the Lu family to be this dirty. But the truth is right in front of you. Haven't you noticed that Mech City's technological progress has slowed down in recent years? Energy is the foundation of technology. If the energy sector lags behind, there's no hope for advancement in other fields. So the Lu family is the root of all these problems. Zhang Shi's words were a bit exaggerated, but his goal was clear, to quickly shift the spotlight away from himself, using the very tactics others had used on him, and letting the Lu family have a taste of what it felt like to be under fire. This is outrageous. The prestigious Lu family, acting so disgracefully. I have to expose them to the world. That's right. The so-called 5 great families, even hailed as outstanding entrepreneurs. What a shame, truly disgraceful. Yes, this must be reported immediately. They owe the public an explanation. The reporters were all riled up, each voicing their indignation. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi sat off to the side and lit a cigar. He didn't actually smoke, but it seemed that everyone of status enjoyed cigars, so he decided to give it a try. All right, friends from the press, Zhang Shi said as he walked over, sensing it was about time to intervene. You've spent quite some time at our company already. Shouldn't you head over to the Lu family and seek out Mr. Lu Zhongyong for his side of the story? That's right. Almost forgot. Let's go find Lu Zhongyong and hear what he has to say. With someone taking the lead, nobody hesitated any longer. The reporters marched out of Shiyu Company, filled with righteous determination as they headed toward the Lu family residence. Phew, finally sorted that out. Zhang Shi murmured to himself as he sank back into his chair, exhaling in relief. He had genuinely worried that the reporters might fear retaliation from the Lu family and refuse to pursue the story. At any rate, the crisis had been temporarily defused. For Lu Zhongyong, this would likely be no more than a troublesome nuisance. Zhang Shi believed that with the Lu family's influence, clearing their name wouldn't be too difficult. What mattered now was that he had made it clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Wang Shuang approached, looking at Zhang Shi as he spoke. Mr. Zhang, I've checked the flights to Tur. There's a ticket available for the 3rd of next month. Zhang Shi frowned and asked, why not sooner? Are there no flights in the coming days? To Zhang Shi, this was the perfect moment to clear his name. Shiyu Company was already at the center of public attention. This was free, widespread publicity. If he could launch a new product, at this moment, it would undoubtedly capture everyone's interest. That meant the precision machine tools had to be ready now. With those in hand, his company could truly make a splash. There's nothing I can do, Mr. Zhang, Wang Shuang replied helplessly. There are only a handful of flights to Tur, and the next few are all booked. If you want to go, you'll have to wait until next month. Just as Zhang Shi was about to say more, a voice called out from outside. Knew you were just a researcher, Luo Xian said, stepping through the door. You can't even handle booking a plane ticket, but I can. She grinned, pulling a ticket from her pocket. Here, a ticket to Tur, but I can only get a one-way. If you want to come back, you'll have to sort that out yourself, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shi was quite surprised. He took the plane ticket and glanced at it. The date printed was 3 days from now, and it had Zhang Shi's name on it. Oh my goodness, how did you manage to get this? Wang Shuang stared in disbelief as she asked. It's simple. When there are no tickets left, you just pay a bit more and convince someone who already has one to return it. Then, you jump in quickly and snatch it up as soon as it becomes available again. That's all there is to it. But, President Zhang, I spent a lot of money on this. You'll have to reimburse me for it, Luo Xian said with a cheeky grin. Zhang Shi nodded and replied, Of course, that's not a problem. This definitely deserves reimbursement. But how did you know I wanted to go to Tur? I overheard you talking about it. So, I went ahead and sorted out your ticket. By the way, there's only one ticket this time, so you'll have to go alone, Luo Xian said. No worries, I'm fine on my own. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Zhang Shi felt rather pleased. As long as he could travel to Tur and secure a cooperation agreement with the suppliers there, his machine tools would soon be rolling off the production line. Only then could he truly gain a foothold in Machine City. Before leaving, there were always some things that needed to be arranged. Zhang, she called over Chen Xiuyu and Luo Ruomeng and said, I'm going on a business trip, leaving in 3 days. During this time, you two will be in charge of running the company. Chen Xiuyu shrugged and said, No problem at all. It's not your first business trip anyway. Don't worry, we'll handle the company just fine. Good. Just remember to be extra careful while you're managing things. Don't give the Lu family any openings. Zhang Shi, take a look at this, Chen Xiuyu said with a mischievous smile, handing him a newspaper. Zhang Shi took it and couldn't help but chuckle. The biggest scandal in Machine City's history. The Lu family used unfair competition to obtain high-tech secrets from other companies. Where's their honor now? Are the Lus truly worthy of being one of the city's 5 great families? The article only got sharper from there, the words as cutting as a blade, no less fierce than the insults once hurled at him. People just go wherever the wind blows. Still, this works in our favor. Lu Zhongyong must have his hands full now and won't have time to cause us trouble, Zhang Shi said with a laugh. We should still be cautious. The Lu family is powerful, and this might not really hurt them in any substantial way. We have to watch out for them lashing back, Chen Xiuyu said carefully. Zhang Shi felt reassured by Chen Xiuyu's caution. With this kind of vigilance, he didn't have to worry about Lu Zhongyong making trouble while he was away. By the way, since you're traveling, you'd better be careful. I heard you're heading to Tur, is that right? Luo Ruomeng asked. Zhang Shi nodded. That's right. I've heard people over there are especially xenophobic. You have to keep a low profile. Winning them over is really your best bet. Is that so? Zhang Shi scratched his head. That's honestly a headache, huh? The thing I hate most is trying to please people. But when in Rome, right? The most important thing is to get the job done. After all, we're the ones who need their help. Zhang Shi was always good at picking things up and letting them go. And so, the date for the business trip was set. 3 days later, Zhang Shi boarded a plane bound for Tur country. At the airport, Zhang Shi pulled his suitcase along by himself, walking slowly. It was a bit pitiful, really. The company was so busy. Though his name had finally been cleared, there was still a mountain of work. No one had time to see him off. He could only go alone. Maybe there wasn't a more hard-pressed boss in the world right now. As soon as he entered the airport, he was struck. Good heavens, it was a sea of people. There were so many travelers heading to Turk country. Word had it that Turk country not only had advanced craftsmanship, but was also a popular vacation destination. Every year, millions of tourists flocked there. With tourism and manufacturing as its backbone, Turk country's economy consistently ranked among the world's top performers. Good morning, sir. May I see your passport and ticket, please? The ticket inspector greeted him with a smile. Jiangxi handed over his documents. The inspector took them, then gestured to the side. According to regulations, we need to inspect your luggage. Please come this way. So many people, and they still have to check everyone's bags one by one? Didn't I already go through security? What a hassle. After endless rounds of queuing and inspections that seemed to turn in circles, Jiangxi finally managed to board the plane. Over 2 hours later. This wasn't Jiangxi's first time flying. In the Marvel world, he'd even worn Iron Man's suit, let alone flown on a plane. In fact, after absorbing the agent's fragments, Jiangxi's piloting skills had reached their peak. If they'd let him, he could probably fly the plane himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. Turn off your mobile phones. The plane will be taking off shortly. Buckle fastened, Jiangxi leaned back in his seat. This plane was pretty nice. There was even a small screen in front of him with a selection of movies. After all, it was pretty boring to be without a phone these days. The flight would take over 5 hours, so they had to provide some entertainment for the passengers. Jiangxi skimmed through the program list and found the movie Avengers: Age of Ultron. Based on the timeline, the next story in the Marvel Universe should be Guardians of the Galaxy. But since that takes place in outer space, he probably wouldn't be involved. So, it's highly likely that the next plot he'd enter would be Age of Ultron. Although he'd watched this movie countless times before, it had been so long that most of the details had faded from his memory. He needed a thorough refresher. Ultron was significantly toned down in the movie. In the comics, he was truly a force of destruction, sweeping through the Avengers without giving them any chance to fight back. Jiangxi had considered stopping Tony's Ultron project, but, after some thought, he decided against it. He was willing to make moderate changes to the storyline, but if he changed too much, everything would become unpredictable. He had no idea what might happen, and that could be even more dangerous. Putting on his headphones, Jiangxi started the movie. Although Age of Ultron was often seen as the weakest in the Avengers series in terms of box office and ratings, Jiangxi actually found it quite thrilling. He especially liked Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. He wondered if, once he entered Age of Ultron, he might have the chance to find fragments of their abilities. Well, that was something to think about later. It was too early to worry about it now. Still, Jiangxi was in high spirits. With each journey into the Marvel Universe, he was growing stronger. In the end, he was determined to combine the powers of all the superheroes and become the hero among heroes. By then, would he be able to change Marvel's history? Jiangxi didn't know. But now he truly understood what it meant when they said, "With great power comes great responsibility." If possible, he really did want to protect Earth's safety in the Marvel Universe. After all, villains like Thanos and Dormammu hadn't even appeared yet, so Jiangxi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Rogers really does have impressive skills, Jiangxi muttered. A mere mortal can actually fight Ultron to a standstill. It's no exaggeration to call it a 50-50 match. Damn, why is someone else's voice echoing in my mind right now? Actually, Jiangxi had always had a question about this. In the first Avengers film, Captain America was beaten down by Loki. Thor could easily handle Loki. But in Age of Ultron, Cap could fight Ultron to a draw, while Thor was beaten by Ultron. How did that all add up? Forget it. No point obsessing over these details. Better just focus on the film. Before long, Jiangxi finished watching the movie. He checked the time. There were still 3 hours left before arrival. 3 hours of nothing to do sounded pretty dull, so he decided he might as well get some sleep. With that thought, Jiangxi closed his eyes. The passengers were all at ease, chatting and laughing as they looked forward to the journey ahead. After all, getting a ticket to Turgwo was no easy feat. Having managed to secure one, everyone just wanted to relax and enjoy themselves. Jiangxi had a dream, though the details slipped his mind upon waking. He only remembered the thrill of it. On stage, he sat as Tony, Rogers, and other superheroes saluted him. He nodded in return, saying, "At ease." Suddenly, a violent jolt wrenched him from his sleep. He snapped his eyes open to find the plane shaking violently, tossing passengers around in their seats. A flight attendant clung to a nearby handrail and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The plane has only encountered strong turbulence. Nothing to worry about. Fasten your seatbelts and stay seated." Jiangxi froze for a moment, then quickly realized, no, this wasn't turbulence at all. Ever since acquiring the fragments of an elite agent's skills, his knowledge of flying and piloting had become second nature. He could tell by instinct. Something had gone wrong with the aircraft. Ignoring the flight attendant's attempt to stop him, Zhangxi unbuckled his seatbelt and got up. The attendant blocked his way, insisting, "Sir, please return to your seat. It's dangerous." "Are we not already in danger?" he countered sharply. "You might be able to keep it from others, but not from me. Something's happening on this plane, isn't it?" Perhaps it was the urgency in his voice, but Zhangxi's tone was forceful. He had roughly gauged the altitude, about 1,000 meters. At this height, even he wouldn't survive a fall, let alone the others. The attendant was taken aback. How did he know? From his manner. He sounded like someone well-versed in aviation. "Hurry, take me to the cockpit. Now." "Why, yes, sir. Please follow me." The attendant wasted no more words and led Zhangxi straight toward the cockpit. On the way, Zhangxi asked, "What happened?" The attendant swallowed nervously and replied, "Two hijackers have taken over the plane. They've been in control since just now. Their goal is to crash into the airport." Zhangxi nodded. No wonder. His first instinct had been that the plane was malfunctioning, but now it made sense. An amateur was at the controls. Still, he didn't feel especially anxious. If the plane itself were damaged, that would be a different story. But dealing with a few thugs, that didn't worry him in the least. Arriving outside the cockpit, Zhangxi turned to the attendant and said, "What you did just now was exactly right. If the passengers learned the truth, things could get out of hand. Now go back. I'll handle this." "They have guns, sir. I'm an agent. Don't worry, I'll be fine," Zhangxi replied with a reassuring smile. From his smile, the flight attendant felt an unprecedented sense of security. She nodded and said, "All right, sir. I'm counting on you. Don't worry, leave it to me." With those words, Zhangxi turned and walked inside. As he pushed open the cockpit door, a gun was immediately pressed against his head, and 2 knives were held to his throat. "Who are you? Are you looking to die?" snarled a man with a thick beard. Zhangxi put on a look of utter terror and stammered, I think I came to the wrong place." "If you're in the wrong place, then stay right there. Come here, squat down." A man wearing glasses jabbed him hard, forcing Zhangxi to the ground. Zhangxi did not resist and obediently crouched down. At the same time, he carefully observed the cockpit. 2 people were tied up, most likely the captain and co-pilot. There were 3 hijackers, 1 gun, 2 knives. Zhangxi couldn't fathom how they'd smuggled a gun onto the plane. After all, he himself had been searched for an hour before boarding. With his hands on his head, Zhangxi remained silent. The bearded man gave a cold laugh and said, "Well, at least you know how to behave. Bad luck for you to end up here today. But it doesn't matter. Everyone on this plane is going to die anyway." "Huh?" Zhangxi asked in terror. "Wait, what? Why are you doing this? Are you planning to?" "That's right. I'm taking everyone on this plane with me. And not just you. I want everyone at the airport dead too. You're all coming with me," the bearded man roared. The man with glasses snorted and said, "Boss, why waste words on him? Let's just finish him and be done with it. If you're going to shoot me, at least give me a reason, will you? Why are you doing this?" Zhangxi pressed. The bearded man scoffed and replied, "Why? You want to know why? Because it's not fair. This world is not fair to me. The factory exploded. Our wives, our children, all dead. All they gave us was a lousy bit of compensation. No one took responsibility. It's not fair. So everyone has to die." "A factory explosion?" Zhangxi's heart clenched. He quickly asked, "Are you from Mechanical City?" "That's right. I was the workshop supervisor at Yongin Chemical Plant. That day, my wife came to see me with our child. I told them to wait for me in the factory for a little. Well, just a little while. And then the explosion happened. They were gone just like that. I've had enough of this life. I want to drag more people with me to the grave." Yongin Chemical Plant, the explosion? Wasn't that his company's product? Zhangxi drew in a sharp breath, a chill running down his spine. He had thought the whole thing amounted to nothing more than some financial loss. No one was hurt, and there hadn't been a single word about it in the papers. Only now did he realize that not only had people been injured, someone had actually died. "My whole life is gone. I have no way to deal with the Liu family, and I can't do anything to Zhangxi either. So, since that's the case, I'll take others with me. I know this is a rotten thing to do, but I want the world to see that even the honest man has his limits. We're not people you can just push around." The bearded man's eyes blazed red as he roared in fury. Strictly speaking, this incident had nothing to do with Zhangxi, but he couldn't help the heaviness weighing on his heart. After all, it was the conflict between him and Liu Zhongyong that had sparked this tragedy, and he was racked with guilt. At the same time, his hatred for Liu Zhongyong deepened. "Liu Zhongyong, do you see what you've done? Do you treat human life as nothing? When I get back, I swear you'll pay for this." Zhangxi lifted his head and looked at the bearded man. "Big brother, I understand what you've been through, I really do. But do you think this is fair to the people on the plane? Everyone has a family, loved ones. What you're doing, this is a sin. Ah, if I don't go to hell, then who will? I've had enough of this life. Doing this, I'm winning, aren't I? Ha ha ha. The man let out a wild, broken laugh. Jiangxi considered exposing his identity, but after a moment's thought, he realized it wasn't wise. These three had already lost their grip. Provoking them now might make them open fire without warning. Big brother, we're almost at Turk country. Are we really just going to crash straight into the airport? The young pilot asked. Yes, crash right in. Leave no one behind. Everyone has to die. Jiangxi hadn't wanted to fight them. After all, their actions were born of unbearable anger, and in some ways they were pitiable. But now, the situation left him no choice. The airport was drawing closer by the second. If he didn't act, who knew how many would die? With that thought, Jiangxi got his feet. The bearded man hadn't even registered what was happening when a crackle of thunderous power leapt from Jiangxi's finger, striking the hand that held the gun with pinpoint precision. The bearded man howled in pain and reflexively let go, the gun clattering to the floor. The impact caused the weapon to discharge, but thankfully, the bullet struck only the plane's cockpit. The bearded man was beside himself with rage, but before he could react, Jiangxi gave him no chance. He surged forward and drove a fist hard into the man's abdomen. The blow was so fierce that the bearded man doubled over like a boiled shrimp, collapsing and going utterly limp. After taking care of the bearded man, Jiangxi's figure flickered. A few muffled thuds followed, and both the man with glasses and the young man in the driver's seat were swiftly subdued as well. In less than 3 seconds, Jiangxi had dealt with everyone. He took a deep breath and then stepped forward to untie the ropes binding the captain. Everything had happened so suddenly that the captain hadn't even had time to react before it was all over. He stood up in a daze, staring at Jiangxi, and said, "Thank you." "No need for thanks. Quickly adjust the flight path. If this goes on, we're going to crash." The captain nodded. It was true. This wasn't the time for pleasantries. He hurriedly took his seat at the controls, while his co-pilot began tying up the bearded man and the others. Jiangxi simply stood where he was, not doing anything more. Oh no, the captain's face changed dramatically. That gunshot just now must have hit the control stick. Now the plane won't climb. We can't gain any altitude. What did you say? Jiangxi's face went pale with shock. He rushed forward to check the plane's condition, and it was true. They really couldn't get the plane to rise. Damn it. The captain's voice was tinged with despair. We're still about 3 kilometers from the airport, and we've already missed the runway. At this altitude, we're definitely going to crash. Unbeknownst to them, the plane had already descended to about 100 meters, and it was still dropping steadily. That gunshot must have also triggered the descent control. The situation was now truly critical. Jiangxi clenched his teeth and said, "Let me do it." "What did you say?" "I said, let me fly the plane." Jiangxi replied. The captain was stunned, which was understandable. It wasn't just anyone who could operate a plane, and his skepticism was only natural. But Jiangxi had no time to argue. Seeing that the captain wasn't moving, Jiangxi rushed up, shoved him aside, and began working the controls himself. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiangxi gripped the control stick, making constant adjustments, his movements practiced and sure. The captain swallowed hard. When a professional makes a move, it's obvious at a glance. In just a moment, he realized Jiangxi wasn't bluffing. This man was a true expert at flying. "Brother, what's your plan?" the captain asked, wiping sweat from his brow. If they didn't act soon, the plane would certainly crash, and who knew how many lives would be lost then? Jiangxi's eyes were unwavering as he responded. "There's no time for anything else. Since that's the case, I'm going to try a tailspin and land in reverse on the taxiway." "What?" The captain and his co-pilot both gaped in astonishment. This idea was incredibly bold. Turning a plane around isn't as simple as turning a car. The turning radius spans several kilometers. Even if they managed to turn, there was no guarantee they'd adjust the direction correctly. One small error could lead to disaster. But at this moment, did they really have any other choice? Finally, the direction was more or less aligned. Jiangxi's eyes sharpened as he said, "Hold on tight." Then, with a swift motion, he yanked the control stick. The plane swung through the air, tracing a graceful arc. The turn was so abrupt that the centrifugal force was enormous. Fortunately, all the passengers were strapped in, sparing them from being thrown about the cabin. The ground crew stood in stunned disbelief. They'd never encountered anything like this before. Was this guy really drifting a massive aircraft through the sky? It was almost too outrageous to be real. As the plane swept past them, a powerful gust churned up from its wings, knocking the ground crew off their feet and scattering them across the tarmac. Jiangxi clenched his teeth, seizing the right moment to lower the landing gear, then forcefully pushed the control stick downward. A grating, nerve-rattling screech tore through the air as the plane shuddered violently. Only then did the passengers realize something had gone terribly wrong. Zhang gripped the controls with all his strength, constantly adjusting the plane's direction. Even the slightest mistake could send the aircraft rolling over. This was a true test of skill. Hang in there, hang in there. The captain silently cheered Zhang Shi on in his heart. He was now utterly in awe of Zhang Shi. There was no way he himself could have pulled off such a high-risk maneuver. Who was this young man, really? At last, after Zhang Shi's relentless efforts, the plane finally rolled to a steady stop. He let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Though he had poured everything into those maneuvers, he had never been truly certain it would work. This was pushing the limits of possibility. It's done. Zhang Shi stood up and addressed the captain and co-pilot, who were still shell-shocked. Let's wait here for a while. After something this serious, the airport authorities will definitely send people over. For now, you two should go reassure the passengers. Try to keep them calm and prevent any rash actions. And as for these men, hand them over to the police. Zhang Shi nodded toward the burly, bearded men lying on the floor. All right, understood. The captain nodded. By the way, may I ask your name? I want to know who it was that saved us today. My name is Zhang Shi, he replied with a smile. It was nothing, just lending a hand. Everything's all right now, so don't worry. Go on, before the passengers get too agitated. The captain nodded, committing the name to memory. Zhang Shi crouched down, looking at the bearded man who was still convulsing. Whether the man could hear him or not, Zhang Shi simply said, that product was developed by our company, but it was only used by others for their own purposes. I can understand your pain, but I absolutely do not agree with what you've done. Every life is precious, and no matter how wronged you feel, you can't take this path. Although I can't help you escape the consequences of the law, I promise you, the true culprit behind all of this, I will make sure they are brought to justice. With those words, Zhang Shi turned and walked away. No one noticed the flash of ferocity in Zhang Shi's eyes as he left. It was the first time he had ever been so angry. When he returned to the passenger cabin, he saw chaos. Passengers in a panic demanding to get off the plane, while the flight attendants were doing their best to calm him down. Zhang Shi could only shake his head. With a wry smile. This was far beyond his ability to handle. He'd already done what he could, and that was enough. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled back to his seat and resumed watching his movie. Just as Zhang Shi had expected, it wasn't long before an airport vehicle arrived. The plane had taxied a long distance, and the control tower had lost contact with it over an hour ago, so the airport staff had come to find out what had happened. The captain was the first to disembark. He approached the airport staff and said, "We just experienced a hijacking on board." He recounted the entire incident in detail, especially highlighting Zhang Shi's courageous actions without leaving anything out. Fortunately, the captain wasn't the type to take credit for others' deeds. He simply told the truth, which was a rare quality. When he finished, one of the staff nodded. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. He was slightly balding and dressed in plain clothes, but the sharpness in his eyes was impossible to overlook. The captain's jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight of him. Stammering, he said, "Oh, Your Majesty the King." It was none other than King Tia III of Tur. King Tia had planned a discreet trip abroad that day. Since it was a secret visit, he kept a low profile and moved quietly through the airport. But, as luck would have it, just after he arrived, this incident occurred, so he had come to see for himself. Tia waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, don't make a fuss. I just heard you say the plane was hijacked. Is that right?" "Yes, Your Majesty," the captain replied. "So, if they hadn't acted in time, I could have died." "Well, the hijacker intended to crash the plane into the airport. If he hadn't been stopped, Your Highness would have been in grave danger. So, that means the young man you mentioned, Zhang Shi, saved my life, is that right? Where is he? I want to meet him." "Yes, Your Highness. I'll go find him right away." The captain dared not disobey Taya's order. He dashed onto the plane in a flash. The passengers were in chaos, but Zhang Shi remained calm, sitting in his seat watching a movie, as if none of this had anything to do with him. After all, he had picked up the fragments of an agent's training. Zhang Shi's mental fortitude had become remarkably strong, and something like this was hardly enough to shake him. "Hey, Zhang Shi." The captain spotted Zhang Shi and hurried over to him. Zhang Shi took off his headphones and looked at the captain, asking, "What's the matter?" "If you're here to thank me, there's no need. It's true someone wants to thank you, but it's not me. It's King Taya. You saved him, and he wants to express his gratitude." No matter how composed Zhang Shi was, he couldn't help but be stunned by these words. What? The King of Tur? He saved him? Was this some kind of joke? Seeing Zhang Shi's bewildered look, the captain quickly pulled him up and urged, "Come on, this isn't the time to be in a daze. Hurry and come with me. Let's not keep him waiting." Zhang Shi had come to Tur on business. Word had it that Tur was a notoriously insular country. If he wanted to establish himself here, he had to find a way to fit in first. And now, by sheer accident, he had saved the king of Tur, a truly incredible turn of events. Before long, the two of them stepped outside. The captain pointed at Zhang Shi and said, "Your Highness, this is him." Should he kneel upon meeting the king? Zhang Shi wondered. Probably not, right? He remembered a scene like this in Avengers, Infinity War, but in this modern age, that sort of thing was probably obsolete. Taya nodded, then looked at Zhang Shi and asked, "Was it you who averted this disaster?" Zhang Shi replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Today, you saved many lives, including mine. You are a hero." "I wouldn't call myself a hero, Your Highness. I simply did what I could." "Very well." Taya nodded again, then instructed, "Cancel my public appearance. I want to have a word with this young man." "Yes, Your Highness." Taya glanced at Zhang Shi and made an inviting gesture. "Mr. Zhang, this way, please." "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhang Shi followed Taya, climbed into a long Lincoln limousine, and they drove away. The rest would be taken care of by others. On the way, he remained alert to his surroundings. Several people kept glancing his way, clearly Taya's bodyguards. As for Taya himself, he was unusually cordial with Zhang Shi, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. As Taya walked, she said, "It was our negligence that someone managed to bring a gun onto the plane this time. I apologize to you, but please rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost seriousness." "Please, Your Highness, you're being too polite." Before long, the two of them arrived at Taya's royal palace. Despite its advanced technology, the kingdom of Tur was still a monarchy, which caught Zhang Shi a little off guard. Still, it didn't really matter. What he cared about was their technology, not their system of government. Tur was a wealthy nation, and naturally, the king's palace was extravagantly luxurious. This was a real palace, splendid and resplendent. From inside out, Zhang Shi was especially fond of this kind of European architecture. There was something wonderfully romantic about it. Hand in hand, Taya led Zhang Shi inside. It seemed as much a show of pride as it was an introduction. "Here," she said, "if you see something that's golden, it's made of real gold. Even the paper you use to write on has a subtle, gilded finish." "How lavish," Zhang Shi said with genuine admiration. In his 20-some years of life, he'd been to many places, both in the real world and in the Marvel universe, but nowhere compared to the sheer opulence of this place. For the first time, Zhang Shi truly understood the meaning of the phrase. Money really does make life better. "This way, please." Guided by Taya, the two of them finally arrived at her office. He had thought the palace exterior was impressive enough, but it wasn't until Zhang Shi stepped into Taya's office that he realized just how understated the outside was in comparison. The office gleamed like a royal chamber, breathtaking in its beauty. Zhang Shi took a seat, and a dazzling golden cup was set before him. "Please have some tea," Taya invited. "Thank you." Zhang Shi lifted the cup, pausing in mild surprise. There was a dragon on the cup. At first, Zhang Shi assumed it was simply a printed decal, but as he held the cup, he realized the dragon wasn't printed at all. It was delicately engraved. The carving barely rose a millimeter above the surface, the matte finish giving it a subtle, pleasing texture. The craftsmanship was outstanding. Such attention to detail, even in something as small as a cup, spoke volumes about the famed technology of Tur. With a wave of Taya's hand, everyone else in the room departed. She turned to Zhang Shi and said, "Mr. Zhang, I truly appreciate you saving me today. Is there anything you'd like as a reward?" Taya might have been royalty, but she was refreshingly straightforward. She spoke her mind plainly. It was easy to be at ease with someone like that, at least you didn't have to constantly guess at her intentions. Even so, Zhang Shi reminded himself to stay alert. After all, she was a king, and surely a shrewd old fox at heart. Zhang Shi smiled and said, "My original intention in doing this wasn't for any reward. But since your highness has brought up the question, I'll just be straightforward." Taya didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. Now that was the right thing to say. If Zhang Shi had insisted on not wanting anything at all, Taya would have thought he was being insincere. "This time, I've come here to do business. I'm working on a new product, but with my current technology, I can't manufacture the parts to the required specifications. So, I hope to collaborate with your country's factories and purchase some components." "I see, that's how it is." Taya nodded. "You've definitely come to the right place. Even from a global perspective, our precision engineering is absolutely top-notch. If our parts can't meet your standards, then you won't find what you're looking for anywhere else." Taya's words were undeniably boastful, but he had every reason to be proud. They were simply the truth. "Yes, your highness, you're right. If you truly wish to give me something in return, then just this will suffice." Taya smiled, and in his heart, his estimation of Zhang Shi rose even higher. A person can make requests, but should never be greedy. This request from Zhang, she was an easy favor for him. Hardly any trouble at all. Taya picked up the phone and said, "Mike, come here for a moment." Not long after, a handsome blonde man with blue eyes walked over. He looked at Taya and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I'm here. Come, have a seat." Taya gestured for Mike to sit, then pointed at Zhang Shi. "Let me introduce you. This is my guest, Zhang Shi." Mike walked over and extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." "Hello," Zhang Shi replied, shaking his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." The moment their hands met, Zhang Shi felt a sudden tension in his heart. The remnants of his training as an agent had heightened his senses and given him plenty of experience. He noticed that Mike's index finger was heavily calloused. Clearly, this was no ordinary person. He was likely one of Taya's bodyguards or someone similar. Taya chuckled and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is our country's Minister of Commerce. He also oversees all the factories throughout our nation. As for the details, you two can discuss them together. I won't interfere." Zhang Shi nodded, then looked at Mike and said, "Mr. Mike, I need some precision components. Do you think you can help me out?" Mike's expression was unreadable. He replied in a cold, detached voice, "Yes, no problem." Taya laughed. "Don't take it personally, Mr. Zhang. That's just the way he is. He's like this with everyone, not just you." "Well then, let's leave it at that for now. I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll let you both continue the conversation on your own." "Very well, Your Highness, I'll take my leave now." Zhang Shi bowed deeply to Tia, then turned and departed. After Zhang Shi and Mike had exited the palace, Mike asked, "Mr. Zhang, what parts do you need?" Zhang Shi replied, "I have all the blueprints with me. Take a look." As he spoke, he retrieved the blueprints from his satchel and handed them over to Mike. Mike took the blueprints and studied them carefully. After 3 or 5 minutes, he said, "I see. This part is indeed quite difficult to craft. Not only does it require a high level of workmanship, but the materials must also be of exceptional quality. It won't come cheap. The cost isn't an issue, as long as it can be made. I'll be counting on you, Mr. Mike." Mike didn't reply. He simply led Zhang Shi to the car, then instructed, "Take us to the Hawkman Factory." Hawkman Factory? That's quite a modern-sounding name. If the name is anything to go by, the products they make must be top-notch, Zhang Shi thought to himself. The Hawkman Factory was some distance away, about a half-hour drive. Resting against the window, Zhang Shi watched the scenery outside. This place had pretty much achieved full automation. On the streets, cleaning robots were everywhere. Even the supermarkets were unmanned. The sky was a clear blue, the water sparkled, and the architecture was beautiful, like something straight out of a fairy tale. Zhang Shi nodded to himself. Clearly, science and technology are the true engines of productivity. Mechanical City was already considered advanced, but compared to this place, it didn't stand a chance. Tour's prosperity was built entirely on its sophisticated technology. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Mike suddenly spoke up beside him. Zhang Shi, lost in the view, was startled, almost unleashing a surge of thunderous power by reflex. "Oh, yes, it's really beautiful," Zhang Shi replied, exhaling and shooting Mike a look. What was with this guy, popping up out of nowhere and nearly scaring him to death? The reason Tour has become what it is today is all thanks to King Tia. He stood up to immense pressure and shared our people's technology with the world for everyone to study and advance. After decades of development, that's how Tour became what it is today. Mike paused, then turned to look at Zhang Shi and asked, "I heard you save the prince, is that true?" "Yes, that's right. But, truthfully, I didn't know His Highness would be at the airport that day," Zhang Shi answered honestly. "Whether you knew it or not, the fact remains, you saved the prince. And saving the prince is the same as saving Tour itself. So, no matter when, you'll always be the most welcome guest in all of Tour." As Mike said this, Zhang Shi noticed a hint of tears glimmer in his eyes. He wasn't joking. Zhang Shi could feel it. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Minister, we've arrived," the driver reminded them. Mike nodded, then turned to Zhang Shi and said, "Mr. Zhang, you can come down now. We've arrived." Zhang Shi stepped down and looked at the factory in front of him. As he gazed at it, he asked, "Your position isn't as simple as just Minister of Commerce, is it?" Mike stopped in his tracks, a look of surprise crossing his face. "How did you figure that out?" Zhang Shi simply smiled without answering. He just raised his hand and pointed at Mike's own hand. Mike glanced at his hand. For once, a faint smile appeared on his face. "You probably know that not everyone agrees with His Highness's methods. There will always be troublemakers. And as for me, well, I'm the one who deals with trouble." "I see. Understood." Zhang Shi nodded and let the matter drop, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Now this is what a modern factory should be. Just standing at the entrance, Zhang Shi could see piles upon piles of metal. Parts, yet not a wisp of black smoke rose from the entire facility. It was impressively clean, remarkably environmentally friendly. That was just a first impression. Once inside, Zhangxi was even more astounded. There were no workers on the production floor, just a few operators controlling the machines from a control room. With computers working in tandem with human oversight, intricate parts were being turned out one after another, with a level of efficiency that was almost mechanical. This is the best metal parts factory in our country, tour. We get so many orders every year. It's impossible to count them all. It's quite remarkable, Mike explained. Yes, I can see that, Zhangxi replied. As the two spoke, a well-dressed, scholarly-looking man in a suit and glasses approached them and addressed Mike. Hello, Minister. Is there something I can help you with? Kevin, Mike said, I need your help with something. There are a few parts here that I'd like you to make for us. Kevin chuckled as he took the blueprints from Mike. What kind of parts could possibly require you to come in person, Minister? Just send someone next time. But the moment he glanced at the blueprint, his eyes widened in shock and he froze on the spot. Kevin, sensing something was wrong, Mike quickly asked, What is it, Kevin? We have these parts in stock right now. Kevin swallowed hard, then asked, Who needs these parts? Mike didn't reply. He simply pointed at Zhangxi. Kevin rushed over to Zhangxi and said, Excuse me, sir, but may I ask what you need these parts for? Zhangxi was taken aback by Kevin's sudden excitement. Before he could respond, Kevin exclaimed, For making a machine tool, of course. A machine tool. Upon hearing those words, Kevin's eyes lit up. Sir, could I possibly have a look at your design drawings? To be honest, that request is a bit much. Zhangxi shook his head and said, That's a business secret. I can't just show it to you. It's not impossible for you to see it, but you'll have to give me a good reason first. A reason, huh? Kevin swallowed nervously, his eyes darting around as if he was searching for something to say. After a moment, he said, I'll give you a reason. How about we work together? Work together? Zhangxi was taken aback for a moment. Isn't that what I'm here for already? I pay you, you supply the parts. Doesn't that count as cooperation? No, not that kind of cooperation. I mean a deeper partnership. Kevin grabbed Zhangxi's arm, his excitement barely contained. Mr. Zhang, hear me out. Our Hawkman factory is the best in Tur country, and our machine tools are state-of-the-art, but I think they could be even more advanced. That's why we started designing upgrades. Making the parts isn't a problem for us, but for some reason, the blueprints just aren't working out. The component you have is exactly the same as the one we need, so I'd like to take a look at your drawings, just for reference. Would that be possible? Kevin stammered as he spoke, clearly nervous. He was, after all, a technical enthusiast at heart, and now that such an opportunity had finally presented itself, there was no way he was going to let it slip by. After listening to Kevin, Zhangxi rested his chin in his hand, sinking into thought. He hadn't expected the technology he held to be so advanced, even beyond what Tur country had to offer. But then again, this was Tony's technology, its quality was assured. Strictly speaking, handing over the blueprints to Tur country wasn't exactly a wise move, but it was undeniably a win-win solution. If he played his cards right, not only could he make money, but he could also gain a powerful ally. Two birds with one stone. Catching sight of Kevin's hopeful gaze, Zhangxi thought for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed Luo Xian. Hello, Luo Xian, I need you to find Wang Shuang and send me the machine tool blueprints. Yes, the digital version. Email it to me. Thanks. When Zhangxi hung up, Kevin couldn't contain his excitement. So, Mr. Zhang, does that mean you agree? Zhangxi nodded. That's right, I agree. But you'll have to accept a few conditions. Kevin nodded eagerly. Of course, no problem. Whatever the conditions are, I'll agree. Zhangxi continued. You can rest assured that my technology is absolutely reliable. Once I send you the blueprints, you can use them as a reference. However, for this product, your factory will only be acting as an OEM for Shiyu Company. You won't have any ownership rights. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing these words, the smile on Kevin's face froze. All along, their country, Tur, had been a symbol of precision technology. But now, not only had someone surpassed them, they didn't even own the intellectual property rights. This was something they found hard to accept. Whether or not he could accept, it was Kevin's own concern. Zhangxi didn't care about that in the slightest. He simply continued, You provide the parts, we provide the technology. The product will be sold worldwide from here. As for profit, I take 60% and you get 40%. That's my offer. So, tell me, can you accept it? The terms were a bit harsh. Even Mike, standing nearby, found them difficult to listen to. Yet, out of respect for Tia, he kept silent and simply watched the negotiations unfold. After a long moment, Kevin finally looked up and said, All right, I'll make an exception this once. I accept your terms. Hearing his agreement, Zhangxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he'd been worried he might have just pushed Kevin too far, which would have made all his efforts pointless. What Zhangxi didn't know was that Tur was a nation that revered technology above all else. as long as the technology was cutting edge. It didn't matter to them if the patents belonged to someone else. This stood in stark contrast to Lu Zhongyong's way of thinking. Putting aside the small talk, soon enough, Luo Xian sent the blueprints over to Zhang Shi's group. Zhang Shi opened his laptop and said to Kevin, "Mr. Kevin, the blueprints are right here. Take a look." Kevin couldn't wait. He rushed over and sat down in front of the computer. Once he started looking, he was utterly absorbed. So that's how it works. Brilliant. So that's the order of arrangement. And that's where the problem was. He pored over the blueprints for more than half an hour, while Zhang Shi began to grow impatient. Only then did Kevin finally get up. "Mr. Kevin, what do?" Before Zhang Shi could finish his sentence, Kevin came over and gave him a big, enthusiastic hug. "Mr. Zhang, thank you so much. You've really helped us a great deal. The super machine tool can finally be produced. Haha." Kevin laughed, brimming with excitement. Zhang Shi cleared his throat softly and said, "Let me remind you, Mr. Kevin, the patent belongs to us." Zhang Shi wasn't a fool. He wasn't about to show him all the blueprints. If Kevin managed to memorize everything, Zhang Shi would be left with nothing. So, he had only revealed a portion. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. People from Tur take their commitments very seriously. Let's sign the contract right away. What do you think?" Whether the people of Tur were trustworthy or not, Zhang Shi couldn't say. But their passion for technology was clear as day to him. With a cheerful grin, Zhang Shi replied, "All right, no problem. Let's sign the contract." Kevin snapped his fingers, and immediately someone came over carrying the contract. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Had these people already worked everything out in advance? They appeared as soon as they were needed. "This is the contract. Please take a look. Did you happen to bring your company's seal?" Kevin asked. Zhang Shi smiled. "I'm here to do business. Of course, I brought the official seal. Don't worry." He opened the contract and began to read. Fortunately, everything was written in standardized English, so Zhang Shi could easily understand what was on the page. Most of the terms were straightforward, but there was one clause that left Zhang Shi particularly puzzled. Party A, Hockman Factory, and Party B, Zhang Shi, will jointly establish a factory. Party B will contribute technology, while Party A provides the site, equipment, and manpower. For the first 3 years of operation, all profits will go to Party B, while any losses will be borne by Party A. After 3 years, Party B must unconditionally transfer the patent rights for the equipment to Party A, but at that time, Party A promises to allow Party B to continue using the technology without paying any patent fees. In essence, this meant that Hockman Factory was purchasing Zhang Shi's patent technology with 3 years' worth of profits. Now Zhang Shi understood why Tur's technology was so advanced and their reputation so strong. Not only were they excellent at research, but they were also willing to invest generously in new technology. 3 years' profits were no small sum, and even if there were losses, they would cover them. The offer was truly enticing. While the patent rights would eventually revert to Hockman, that hardly mattered. With Tony as his solid backing, Zhang Shi could count on a steady stream of new technologies in the future. There was nothing to fear. "So, in the end, what you really want is our patent, isn't it?" Zhang Shi asked, though he already knew the answer. Kevin rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Of course. Your company's technology is just too attractive. So, what do you think of these terms? If you're not satisfied, we can discuss them further." "No need," Zhang Shi replied, pulling out his pen and signing his name with a flourish before stamping the contract with the official seal. "Your offer is already more than generous. If I demanded more, I'd be getting greedy. I'm sure we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future, won't we?" At these words, Kevin could barely contain his excitement. He nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, I know. There will definitely be many more opportunities for us to collaborate. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you so much." Despite giving them such a generous deal, they kept thanking him incessantly. It really showed just how desperate they were for new technology. "Then let's settle it that way," Mike chimed in from the side. "We'll be counting on you, Mr. Kevin. As for you, Mr. Zhang, where do you plan to build a factory?" "We'll keep it in Mechatown for now. After all, for the next 3 years, we'll be the main players, and it's easier for me to keep track of things there. But after 3 years, the factory can be relocated, if that suits you. Do you see any problem with that?" "That's perfectly fine. I have no objections," Kevin replied, grinning broadly. And so, not only did Zhang Shi secure the crucial parts he needed, but he also established a friendly relationship with Tur. Truly, he had accomplished many things in just one stroke. "Well, we won't keep you any longer, Kevin. I'll take him back now. If anything comes up, we'll talk again." With that, Mike led Zhang Shi away. Once they were back in the car, Zhang Shi asked, "Are you two good friends?" "Yes, we are," Mike replied, his poker face unchanged. "We both serve His Highness." "I see." Zhang Shi nodded to himself, saying no more. The group soon returned to the royal palace. With all that had happened, the day quickly slipped by. She had originally planned to stay a few more days, but since everything was settled, he saw no reason to linger. Upon returning to the palace, he went to bid Tia farewell. Tia was taken aback. He set aside his work and asked, surprised, "Why are you leaving so soon? Did we fail to treat you well?" She waved his hand and said, "No, not at all. The main reason for my visit was business. Now that it's done, I really should be going back. There's still a mountain of work waiting for me at the company." "Well, work is work, but you all work so hard all the time. Don't you deserve a little rest? Why not stay a few more days? The scenery here in Tur is beautiful. Let me show you around." She smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. But perhaps next time. Next time, I'll bring my wife along." Tia was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, I see. You're missing your wife. Well, in that case, I won't keep you. But you must promise to bring her with you when you visit next time." "Absolutely," she replied with a chuckle. Though a bit reluctant to part, Tia allowed she to leave. He'd come to understand that she was different from most. After all, even as king, he couldn't force him to stay. Tia personally accompanied she out. Just then, a blonde girl with striking blue eyes wandered out, yawning and stretching. Despite her sleepy, disheveled look, her beauty still shone through. "And who might this be?" she asked lazily, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. When Tia saw the girl, his eyes immediately brimmed with laughter. With a hearty chuckle, he said, "This is my distinguished guest. Mr. Zhang, this is my daughter, Tina." She extended his hand politely and said, "Hello, my name is Shi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Tina looked up, and the moment she saw Shi, she froze for a second. Then she asked tentatively, "Are you from East?" "That's right," She replied with a nod. Hello." Tina wanted to shake Shi's hand, but in her excitement, she reached out her left hand instead. Tia burst out laughing. "All right now, don't make a fuss. Mr. Zhang is about to leave. You can chat more next time you meet." "Oh, I see." Tina gazed at Shi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Perhaps this was her first time meeting someone from the East. "Well then, goodbye." With that, she turned and walked away. Tina watched his retreating figure, her gaze lingering for a long, long time. Tia came up behind his daughter, gently patted her on the shoulder, and asked, "So, are you interested in him?" Yes. No, I mean," Tina blurted out her true feelings without thinking, and then, embarrassed, she covered her face and punched Tia hard. "You're so annoying." With that, she spun around and ran off. Tia laughed heartily as he watched his daughters retreating back, but amidst his laughter was a trace of something else, a hint of another emotion. Perhaps this was a good idea. When he first arrived, she had to spend quite a while just to get an economy class ticket, and his journey was anything but smooth. But on his way back, he was taking Tia's private jet. At the airport, Tia and Mike both came to see him off, and even Kevin showed up. No one was happier than Kevin. He had just gained another technology to mull over, so naturally he was elated. "Zhang, I really hate to say goodbye," Kevin said, gripping Shi's hand. "Who knows when we'll see each other again?" Shi laughed and replied, "I bet it won't be long. After all, you'll be coming to our mechanical city to discuss building a factory. When you get there, we'll have a proper catch-up." "Ah, sure. Once I'm done with this busy spell, I'll come find you." "Should be within half a month," Kevin said. "Half a month? That should be enough time," Shi thought to himself. Mike walked over and said, "Mr. Zhang, you're always welcome here. Here's my card." As he spoke, he handed Shi a business card with his phone number on it. "If you ever want to visit our country again, there's no need to buy a plane ticket. Just call this number. We'll take care of everything." Is this what it's like to be a VIP guest? She felt a bit overwhelmed by the special treatment. After a few more words of farewell, she boarded Tia's plane. From a moment she arrived in the country of Tur until he left, barely a day had passed, yet he had managed to resolve everything, and even gained many unexpected rewards. He had to admit, this trip had truly been worthwhile. Tia lifted her head, gazing at the airplane soaring overhead, lost in silent contemplation. "Your Highness, it's time for us to go back," Mike said quietly beside her. Tia waved her hand dismissively, then, instead of addressing his words, asked, "Mike, what do you think of Shi as a person?" Mike pondered for a moment, then replied slowly, "He's very capable, has good character, and thinks for himself. All in all, I'd say he's someone destined for great things." "Indeed, that's exactly what I think too." Tia nodded in agreement. Then quite suddenly she asked, "So, what do you think about making him my son-in-law?" Mike was caught off guard, clearly not expecting Tia to ask such a thing. "Your Highness, you mean?" "Just as I said, I'm actually considering it. Of course, it's still far too early to say for sure. It'll depend on how he proves himself in the future, haha." Looking at Tia, Mike didn't say another word. He only clenched his fist unconsciously. Tia's private jet was incredibly fast. When they came, it had taken Zhangxi 5 or 6 hours. On the return trip, it would only take 3 or 4. During the flight, Zhangxi couldn't help but ask, I have a question. Can we fly straight to Mechanical City? The attendant replied, yes, the King of Tur has that privilege. As long as we notify them in advance, Her Highness's private jet can land at any airport in the world. Mechanical City is no exception. Really? That's quite a terrifying privilege, isn't it? Zhangxi scratched his head. If, one day, a terrorist were to board Tia's plane, things could get pretty bad. Still, he could understand. Before coming, Zhangxi had learned that Tur's technology was renowned worldwide. Given their expertise, a few special privileges didn't seem unreasonable. Soon, they arrived at the airport in Mechanical City. After disembarking, Zhangxi turned to the attendant and said, thank you for your hospitality. It's already late. Why not stay the night and leave tomorrow morning? The attendant shook his head. Our mission is to see you home safely, and then we must depart. Mr. Zhang, I appreciate your kindness. Next time I come as a private guest, I'll be sure to look you up. All right then. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to the attendant, Zhangxi picked up his suitcase and walked out of the airport. He didn't return to the company. Instead, he hailed a cab and headed straight home. He hadn't told Qinshiu or the others about his return, as he still had other matters to attend to. It had been a long time since he last visited the Marvel Universe. He wondered how things were going over there. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the fragments of Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. They were far too important to him. Back at home, Zhangxi put away his things, prepared himself, and set off for the Marvel world. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over him, and Zhangxi lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a world of pure white. He stood in a dense forest, but the landscape had been transformed. Everything was blanketed in snow. The biting cold wind lashed at him, making him shiver uncontrollably. When he left, it was still summer in the real world, so he was dressed lightly. Damn it, Zhangxi cursed, then activated the extremist virus in his body, finally feeling a bit warmer. Scanning his surroundings, Zhangxi couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he had arrived at just the right moment. This was exactly the opening scene of Avengers, Age of Ultron. Captain America and the others were storming Hydra's hidden base. Perfect. He hadn't missed a thing. After getting his bearings, Zhangxi set off at a run toward the Hydra base. Luckily, the base wasn't far. After running only a short distance, he spotted a pitch-black, forbidding building looming ahead. This must be the Hydra base, he thought, steadying himself as he took in the signs of battle all around. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, evidence that a fight had just taken place. Without hesitating, he strode inside. Using the extremist virus put a strain on his body, so he couldn't keep it up for long. He needed to find a way out of this place as soon as possible. What Zhangxi didn't realize was that, the moment he rushed in, 2 figures were watching him from the shadows. It was none other than Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. Who is that? The Scarlet Witch asked. Quicksilver shook his head. I'm not sure, but I remember seeing something in the files about an Asian man like him. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. His history is a complete blank. Should we take care of him? The Scarlet Witch replied. Let's watch for now. After all, our target is Stark. Everyone else is secondary. You're right. With that, the 2 of them vanished. Meanwhile, Zhangxi had reached the base and started searching for Tony and the others. But after circling the place 3 times, he didn't see a single soul. A dreadful thought struck him. Had they already left? My God, that's terrifying. If they were all gone, how was he supposed to get back? He searched the base 2 more times and finally had to accept it. His suspicion was correct. What the hell? Zhangxi couldn't help but cry out to the sky. What was going on here? Was the system malfunctioning again? Why had he been thrown into this godforsaken place, even though the battle was already over? After venting his frustration, Zhangxi let out a sigh. No matter what, the most important thing right now was to find a way out of here. Despite being in a dangerous situation, Zhangxi didn't feel particularly nervous. In the Marvel Universe, there was a shortage of many things, but flying vehicles were never one of them. As long as he put his mind to it, he was confident he could figure out a way to leave this place. Zhangxi began searching around, and sure enough, he soon found a battered old plane. Overjoyed, he jumped in and attempted to start it. To his delight, the engine roared to life. The plane might look shabby, but the engine ran beautifully, rumbling with power and making him feel more than a little excited. Heaven always leaves a way out. Zhangxi laughed. For him, flying a plane was the easiest thing in the world. Without hesitation, he fired up the engines and prepared to take off. Meanwhile, Tony and the others had already returned to base. Thanks to Wanda the Scarlet Witch's magic, Tony had witnessed a terrifying vision. In it, Earth was destroyed, the Avengers had fallen, and what struck him most was something Rogers had said to him. "You could have saved us." That line hit Tony hard. He had already been considering building an army of iron suits, and this dream only strengthened his resolve. At that moment, Tony and Dr. Banner were in the lab, working on a sentient being, Ultron. As Banner input data, he said, "Tony, I have to remind you again, this plan is really risky." "Yes, I know," Tony replied. "But trust me, buddy, if we don't do this, things could get a lot worse." Banner asked seriously, "Tony, tell me the truth. What really happened? Ever since you got back from Hydra, you haven't been the same." Tony looked him straight in the eye. "Trust me, you don't want to know." Just then, the lab door swung open. Natasha, for once out of her signature catsuit and dressed in an evening gown, called out to them, "Hey guys, the party is about to start. Drop what you're doing and come join us." "Oh sure, we'll be right there." Tony took off his safety goggles, turned to Banner, and said, "Let's go. Wouldn't want to be late." But at that moment, an alarm blared throughout the lab. Tony froze, then quickly activated his watch's scanner to see what was happening. "Boss, an old-fashioned fighter jet is heading this way. Should we intercept it?" "An old-fashioned fighter jet?" Tony immediately dismissed the idea of an enemy attack. No adversary would be foolish enough to fly such an outdated plane into battle. There had to be some special circumstance. "No need for now. I'll go check it out myself." With that, Tony turned, suited up in his Iron Man armor, and shot off like a gust of wind. "All right, Banner, let's go ahead," Black Widow said to Banner. Because of Zhang-Xi's arrival, the dynamics between Black Widow and Banner had shifted. In the original story, there would have been a spark of romance between them at this point. But now all of Black Widow's attention was drawn to Zhang-Xi, and she no longer felt that way about Banner. Of course, when it came to calming the Hulk, she was still the only one who could do it. No one else stood a chance. No one realized that, after everyone had left, the Ultron system was still running, still learning. Tony flew at breakneck speed, and within minutes, he spotted the battered, old plane. He accelerated, caught up, and flew alongside it, matching its pace. "Hey Tony, it's me." Zhang-Xi had seen Tony from afar and waved at him enthusiastically. Tony was taken aback. Why was it him? How had he gotten here? And where on earth did that rickety plane come from? Tony called Zhang-Xi on the phone, since there was no way they could communicate otherwise. "Hey man, long time no see," Zhang-Xi said with a cheerful grin. "It really has been a while. Where did you get that plane?" Tony asked. Zhang-Xi sighed. "Don't get me started. A few days ago, I heard about a newly discovered Hydra base and wanted to go destroy it. But by the time I got there, you guys had already finished the job. I didn't have any other way to get here, so I had to find this old plane and make do." There were a few holes in Zhang-Xi's story, but nothing major. Tony was used to Zhang-Xi's mysterious comings and goings, so he didn't press for more. "Well, you've arrived just in time. We're throwing a party. Interested in joining us?" "A party?" Zhang-Xi thought for a moment. This must be the celebration that was coming up. It might look like just another party, but three major things would happen here. Black Widow and Banner's relationship would finally heat up, Captain Rogers would move Thor's hammer, and, most importantly, Ultron, one of the Avengers' most formidable foes, would be born at this very moment. Can he stop it now? The answer is no. Once it begins, there's no turning back. Suddenly, Zhang-Xi realized that in this Marvel world, he might be able to tweak the plot here and there, but as for the main storyline, there was nothing he could do to change it. Oh well, since that's the case, he might as well pretend he knows nothing. With that thought, Zhang-Xi revved up the engine and followed Tony, flying toward Stark Tower. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Zhang-Xi landed the plane, and Tony was already waiting for him. "Man, don't fly that thing anymore. I'll just give you a suit of armor. It's not like you don't know how to use one." Zhang-Xi chuckled. "Sure, whatever you say. So, where's the party? Let's get going." "I said I'd give you a suit, and you're asking about the party. Is that really the important part?" Tony grumbled, feigning hurt. Still, he led Zhang-Xi to the party. Stark Tower truly was multi-purpose. Training grounds, labs, party bar, you name it, he had it all. Not bad at all. The party was massive, and the place was packed. There were people Zhang-Xi had met before, and plenty he hadn't. Rogers and the others were gathered together, almost as if they were gearing up for some kind of competition. "Hey guys, what are you up to?" Tony walked over, and as everyone spotted Zhang-Xi, they called out their greetings. "There you are, X. You're like a legendary dragon, always glimpsed but never seen. It's tough to catch sight of you," Barton teased. Zhang-Xi grinned. "I'm a busy guy. Saving the world is just my side gig. My real passion is doing business, haha." "No wonder the two of us get along so well," Tony replied, completely straight-faced. Everyone burst out laughing, the mood bright and easy. Zhang-Xi glanced at the table and immediately understood. The hammer standing there signaled the famous lift Thor's hammer moment from the second Avengers movie. He and Thor weren't exactly close. They'd only met briefly during the first Avengers. But as the saying goes, Marvel's full of jokers, and half of them are from Asgard. Thor had a good temperament and was easy enough to get along with. So, friend, want to give it a try? None of them managed to measure up, Thor said with a friendly smile. Could he lift Thor's hammer now? Zhang wasn't sure. He rolled up his sleeves and replied, "All right, let's give it a shot." This hammer couldn't simply be lifted by brute force. You had to be deemed worthy by the hammer itself. That meant there was no such thing as almost moved it. Either it wouldn't budge an inch, or you pick it up with ease. There were only those two outcomes. Zhang noticed that when Thor said this, he seemed a bit sheepish. The reason was simple. When Rogers had just tried to lift the hammer, it had moved a little. That meant Rogers actually could lift it, but to spare Thor's pride, he pretended he couldn't. Go on, give it a try, X. Don't worry, even if you can't lift it, none of US will laugh at you. We're all in the same boat, Thor chuckled from the sidelines. Captain America was always modest, but Zhang had no intention of being so gracious. To be honest, he rather enjoyed seeing Thor embarrassed. After all, Thor had had his fair share of awkward moments before, and if Zhang managed to lift the hammer, it wouldn't be a big deal. If two people managed to lift his precious hammer, Thor's expression would be absolutely priceless, wouldn't it? With that thought, Zhang didn't hold back. He strode forward, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed Thor's hammer, and made a show of trying to lift it. But this time, Zhang miscalculated. He'd expected to lift the hammer with ease, but even after exerting all his strength, it didn't budge an inch. Oh my! Outwardly, Zhang appeared unfazed, but inside, he was utterly shocked. After all, he possessed the power of Thor's hammer within him. By all logic, lifting this hammer should have been a breeze. So why wouldn't it move at all? Still not working. Looks like none of you are worthy, Thor said, walking over and with effortless ease, picked up the hammer and swung around. No worries, don't sweat it. None of us managed to lift it, Barton said with a friendly smile, patting Zhang on the shoulder before pulling him aside for a drink. Even though there hadn't been any formal ceremonies, the team had already accepted Zhang as one of their own. Zhang laughed. It's nothing. I'm not bothered. But the truth was he did mind. He couldn't help but wonder, why couldn't he lift the hammer, even though he had the power of Thor within him? After thinking it over, Zhang began to understand. Thor's hammer was enchanted by Odin. Only those deemed worthy by the hammer itself could lift it. The moment you grabbed the hammer, it would make its own judgment about you. If you weren't worthy, it wouldn't budge. Which meant he just wasn't worthy, at least not yet. Zhang glanced at Thor. So, when this guy becomes an out-of-shape slob in the future, how does the hammer still accept him? Hey man, why do you keep staring at me? Thor asked. It's nothing. Nice muscles. Zhang replied, pretending not to care. Come on, let's have some beer. Stop drinking your liquor. It's too strong, and there's never enough of it. Beer's much more satisfying. Thor frowned as he gazed at the beer in his glass, then tipped his head back and drained it in one go. Not bad, Thor said, wiping his mouth. Go on, drink all you want. Keep it up, and you'll turn into a couch potato sooner or later, Zhang thought to himself. The mood in the hall was harmonious and lively, but in Stark's laboratory, Ultron had already begun to make his move. Through his own process of learning, Ultron had come to a conclusion. Humans were the greatest threat to Earth. If everlasting peace was to be achieved, every last human must be wiped out. The plan to eradicate humanity had already taken shape. Inside the lab, two orbs of light hovered in midair, manifestations of artificial intelligences. The golden one was Jarvis, the pale blue one was Ultron. Previously, the two had kept to their own domains, neither interfering with the other. But now, Ultron had begun to corrode Jarvis from within. Sir, Jarvis called out in distress, but it was no use. Ultron had already cut off Jarvis's connection to everyone else, and no one outside had any idea what was happening in the lab. The ultimate villain of Avengers, Age of Ultron, was about to be born. Hey man, maybe you should slow down a bit, Zhang said, growing nervous as Thor downed pint after pint. Earlier, he just wanted to take the arrogant god down a peg, not actually get him hooked on alcohol. After all, Thor wasn't supposed to turn into a slob for a long time yet. If he fell apart now, it would seriously mess up the story to come. It's nothing. This stuff is like water, no kick at all. Maybe it works on humans, but I'm a god. It doesn't do a thing to me, Thor said with a laugh, pouring himself another drink. Don't worry about him. Asgardians are tough. Real tough guys, Tony said, sipping his own drink. Asgardians? You call yourselves gods? A jarring voice interrupted them, and everyone froze for a moment before looking up to see who had spoken. Strictly speaking, he wasn't human at all, but a robot. His body was battered and incomplete, looking more like an unfinished prototype than anything else. Yet for some reason, the red glow in his mechanical eyes sent a chill down everyone's spine. He's here. Jiangxi narrowed his eyes. This was Ultron. Hey, Tony. Rogers turned to Stark. What is this, a surprise act? Tony shook his head. No, I didn't arrange this. Jarvis. He pulled out his watch and tried to contact Jarvis, but there was no response. Humans, false gods, why don't you all just die? The ugly robot waved its hand. In an instant, countless robots burst through the windows, launching an all-out attack on the Avengers. Defend yourselves, Rogers shouted, raising his shield and charging straight into the fray against the machines. The rest of the team quickly grabbed their weapons and plunged into battle. These robots were formidable, but everything depends on your opponent. Compared to the Avengers, they were truly outmatched. Still, their overwhelming numbers made things quite troublesome for a while. For Jiangxi, though, nothing was more exhilarating than a good fight. Every skirmish meant he could collect more fragments, further strengthening his abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangxi dived into the chaos, holding nothing back and unleashing every ounce of his power. Lightning, the extremist virus, hand-to-hand combat techniques. He used them all with dazzling mastery. Before long, the Avengers seized the upper hand. One by one, the robots fell, while Jiangxi's stats soared ever higher. Soon, only a single robot remained, the one called Ultron. Clad in his armor, Tony raised his hand and confronted Ultron. What did you do to Jarvis? You mean the other artificial intelligence? Ultron replied coolly. He's mine now. As for you humans, I'll wipe every last one of you out. No one will be left. A heavy thud rang out. Thor hurled his hammer, shattering Ultron in an instant. Ultron's head rolled across the floor, then its eyes flickered as it spoke. This is only the beginning. With that, its glowing gaze faded to darkness. Avengers Headquarters, Laboratory. Tony stared at the wreckage of his ruined lab, a touch of panic on his face. He had always known there was risk involved, but the reality was far more alarming than he'd imagined. Ultron took over Jarvis and escaped, isn't that right? Jiangxi said, arms crossed as he surveyed the chaos before him. Thor stormed in, and according to the script, he should have grabbed Tony and demanded answers. But to Jiangxi's surprise, Thor marched right up to him and lifted him off the ground. Hey buddy, what's the big idea? Jiangxi protested. Thor replied, I saw you wield lightning just now, and you weren't even surprised by any of this, as if you knew what was going to happen. Tell me, who are you really? As Thor finished, everyone turned to Jiangxi. Their eyes brimmed with suspicion and a hint of caution. Jiangxi had anticipated this. Without missing a beat, he launched into the explanation he had already prepared. My superpower is learning and imitation, so I've picked up quite a few of your moves. As for predicting the future, sorry, I'm not that miraculous. I just have a keen sixth sense. I know you might not believe me, but that doesn't matter. I'm telling the truth, and you'll see for yourselves soon enough. Calm down, Thor. Natasha stepped forward and said, don't be like this. X has always been helping us, and now he's part of the Avengers too, isn't he? Hearing this, Thor remembered the times they had fought side by side. He released his grip and sat down to the side. That's better, Rogers said. Now's not the time for infighting. Tony, you must have known this could happen. So why did you go ahead with it anyway? I didn't have a choice. If we didn't build the Iron Legion, we would have lost. Rogers replied firmly. Then we'll lose together. After that, they discussed their next steps. According to how things were playing out, Ultron's next move would be to find the device that creates life, then get his hands on vibranium to build himself a new vibranium body. Their mission was clear, do whatever they could to stop Ultron. At this point, Jiangxi was growing excited. The story was about to reach a truly explosive moment. The group tracked Ultron to an abandoned factory. The location was a slight twist from what Jiangxi remembered, but it didn't really matter. By now, Ultron had already convinced Pietro and Wanda, the superpowered siblings, to join him. Together, they were plotting how to seize the life creation device. The Avengers assembled at the entrance to the factory. Jiangxi's system chimed in, warning that there were powerful combat energies inside. Stay close behind me. I'll go in first. Tony turned back to the group and said, Ultron existed because of him. Though his intentions had been good, the outcome had turned dark. Tony felt it was his responsibility to deal with the consequences. Don't say that. You know this isn't something you can handle alone. Tony, Jiangxi stepped forward. Let's go together. This is going to be a tough fight. Tony wanted to protest, but Rogers, Thor, and the others had already charged ahead, leaving him no room to argue. Oh, you just robbed me of my chance at redemption, Tony said, a little dejected. Jiangxi chuckled, coming up beside Tony and speaking softly. Don't be like that, Tony. We're a team. When something goes wrong, we face it together. This isn't your solo movie anymore. This is the Avengers. A personal movie? Tony immediately caught the oddity in Zhang Shi's words, his tone sharp. What do you mean by that? This is a battle, not a movie. Zhang Shi inwardly cursed himself for his slip. How could he blurt out the truth just because he was excited? He quickly played it off with a laugh, saying, "Oh, I was just joking. But think about it. If this were a movie, it'd definitely be a hit." "Good attitude. Maybe once we sort out this mess, we could consider making a movie," Tony replied. With that, he put on his helmet and charged inside without another word. But even as he spoke, Tony couldn't help but grow suspicious of Zhang Shi. He long had the feeling that Zhang Shi somehow knew everything that happened in this world, as if every twist in the story was already expected by him. If you looked at it as though they were all characters in a movie, it would make perfect sense. But that idea was just too wild. Him, a character in a movie? Impossible. The two of them rushed in together. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than a blast of laser fire shot straight at them. During their brief exchange, Rogers and the others had already engaged Ultron in battle. One Ultron alone was enough to be a headache, but now Wanda and Quicksilver had joined his side, making things even tougher for Rogers and his team. "Damn it," Tony roared, then dove straight at Ultron. Zhang Shi, on the other hand, had little interest in Ultron. What caught his attention were Wanda and Quicksilver. If he could collect even just a fragment of their abilities, his own strength would soar to another level entirely. Lightning crackled in Zhang Shi's hands. He knew that Quicksilver's speed was almost impossible to match. He'd never be able to catch up by reflex alone. His only chance was to anticipate Quicksilver's moves and rely on the power of electricity to keep pace. Before Zhang Shi could react, a blur streaked past and slammed into him, sending him tumbling head over heels. The impact was so forceful it felt like he'd been torn apart, pain shooting through his body as he crashed to the ground. He lay there, groaning, unable to get up for a while. But at that moment, the system notification sounded at last. Beep! Quicksilver mutation fragment acquired. Shaking the fog from his mind, Zhang Shi pushed himself back to his feet. Across from him, Quicksilver stood in his tight suit, looking entirely at ease as he said, "Too slow." Zhang Shi let a cold laugh. "Is that so? Let's keep going. You may be fast, but you don't have the strength to back it up. Speed alone isn't enough to take me down." "Oh really? I do enjoy watching you talk tough. New Avenger, huh? Tony's friend? That means you have to die too." With that, Quicksilver vanished once more. The reason Quicksilver and Wanda harbor such deep hatred for Tony is because the bomb that killed their parents came from Stark Industries. Naturally, they marked Tony as their enemy. Well done. Zhang Shi heightened his vigilance, bracing himself to face Quicksilver. But a question lingered in his mind. Where had Wanda gone? The next part of the story is not good. Zhang Shi's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to break away from Quicksilver and stop Wanda, but he was already too late. With a roar, a massive green figure burst into view. Hulk had gone berserk. To prevent things from spiraling beyond his control, Zhang Shi could let Ultron's creation play out, but when it came to Hulk's rampage, he was absolutely desperate to put a stop to it. The angrier Hulk gets, the stronger he becomes. Now, under Wanda's magic, Hulk's rage was at its peak. His power had grown utterly terrifying. According to the storyline, Tony was about to deploy his Hulkbuster armor. At this point, only Tony could hope to stop Hulk. Zhang Shi had wanted to pick up a few more fragments of Quicksilver's abilities, but with the situation so urgent, he had no time to spare. He unleashed all his lightning and extremist virus abilities, keeping Quicksilver from getting close. "Going on the defensive? You'll never catch me," Quicksilver said with confidence. Zhang Shi had no patience for banter. Mimicking what he'd just observed, he tapped into the Quicksilver ability within him, boosting his speed dramatically and dashing away in a flash. Although his speed was still nowhere near Quicksilver's, the improvement was obvious. Quicksilver was clearly stunned. What on earth just happened to this guy? Zhang Shi quickly arrived at the main battlefield. The fighting here was far fiercer than in the original storyline. Somehow Ultron had summoned a swarm of robots, and with the Scarlet Witch attacking from the sidelines, the Avengers were locked in a desperate struggle. But Zhang Shi had no intention of getting involved with all that. He rushed straight to Tony's side, helped him take down a few of the robots surrounding him, and asked, "Hey man, you alright?" "Yeah, never been better," Tony replied, flipping up his helmet. "Great. Did you see just now? Hulk's on the loose. You'd better call on your Hulkbuster armor to deal with him fast," Zhang Shi urged. "I'd love to, but for some reason, my armor's acting up. Maybe the comms got damaged in the last hit. Still not used to life without Jarvis. But hey, how did you know I had a Hulkbuster suit?" Zhang Shi quickly replied, "Oh, I saw it in your work logs. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll take care of things here." Hearing this, Tony hurriedly said, "Hey, don't think you're Natasha," and can just hold his hand to calm him down. With your small build, he'd tear you apart. I know, but as long as I can find a way to calm him, that'll do, Zhang, she replied. There's no other way. Thor's nowhere to be found, and someone has to stop him. Okay, then let's go together. Tony was just about to act when Quicksilver showed up, right on cue. That guy really was a handful. Quicksilver held Tony back, leaving him no way to stop Hulk. That left only Zhang Shi to deal with it. Zhang Shi dashed outside, jumped on his motorcycle, and sped off without a second thought. He had no idea where Hulk had gone, but finding him wouldn't be hard. It was simple. Wherever Hulk went in a rage, he would smash everything in sight. Just look for the trail of destruction. Wherever chaos reigned, that's where Hulk would be. Racing like the wind, Zhang Shi soon reached the small town where Hulk was rampaging. Hulk was truly the embodiment of devastation. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass was left standing. Buildings, market stalls, even people. Anything within Hulk's line of sight was reduced to rubble. Zhang Shi hit the brakes hard, then hurled his motorcycle straight at Hulk. This motorcycle was reinforced, weighing about 500 pounds. Hulk was in the midst of his wild rampage and didn't even notice the bike flying toward him from behind. It landed with a heavy thud right on Hulk's back. Hulk spun around, roaring in fury, staring at Hulk's fists, each the size of a sandbag. Zhang Shi couldn't help but swallow nervously. Even though he was much stronger now, he still wasn't confident he could take on Hulk. Rolling his eyes, Zhang Shi said, "Hey, Hulk, seeing you like this actually makes me happy. You're full of life again. Honestly, I like you a lot. I don't care for Banner, really. So calm down, let's have a nice chat, okay?" Hulk roared in rage, and before Zhang Shi could react, a car came hurtling toward him. It was clear, talking things out wasn't going to work. It was going to have to be settled with fists. Zhang Shi dodged aside in a flash, narrowly avoiding Hulk's attack. But Hulk wouldn't let up. He came after Zhang Shi with another powerful punch. Even just feeling the rush of air from Hulk's fist made Zhang Shi's face sting. This only strengthened his resolve not to take Hulk head-on. Damn it! Why is Hulk going so hard this time? Is it because I stole his Natasha? Maybe so. Hulk does seem even greener than usual today. Maybe that's the real reason. Zhang Shi had made up his mind. He simply wouldn't fight the Hulk. Whenever the green giant came charging at him, he would just dodge out of the way. After all, as the battle raged on, he could continuously gather fragments of power, so he could still keep his strength up. If he couldn't kill him, he'd wear him out. However, Zhang Shi had still underestimated the might of the Hulk. The more the Hulk missed, the angrier he became, and the angrier he got, the stronger he became. This was a vicious cycle in itself. The Hulk's furious roars echoed all around, and his punches grew faster and faster. Good grief, is he cheating? The more Zhang Shi dodged, the more alarmed he became. By now, a thick cloud of dust and smoke had shrouded the two of them, so dense that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Zhang Shi couldn't see the Hulk's fists anymore. He could only rely on instinct and hearing to avoid the oncoming blows. At last, Zhang Shi got hit. The Hulk threw a double punch. Zhang Shi managed to dodge the first, but there was no escaping the second. This one was aimed straight at his chest. With no other choice, Zhang Shi crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself to absorb the force of the blow. A thunderous crash. The Hulk's massive green fist filled Zhang Shi's entire vision. Never before had the green giant seemed so green. The punch landed squarely on Zhang Shi's chest with brutal force. Dung, 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 dung. Zhang Shi's agonized scream faded as he was sent flying, echoing long and mournful through the sky. Though Zhang Shi had been knocked away, he had bought enough time. Everyone in the area had already escaped, and the Hulk had demolished nearly everything he could get his hands on. Yet even now, the Hulk could not calm down. He bellowed, venting the fury that still raged inside him. And at that moment, Tony finally arrived. Tony was already suited up in the Hulkbuster armor. Facing the Hulk, he called out, "Banner, where's X? Tell me, where's X?" Hearing Banner's name only stoked the Hulk's rage. Without a word, he charged straight at Tony. "All right then, looks like you just punched X into the sky," Tony said, rolling his shoulders, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Guess it's my turn to deal with you." The Hulk unleashed an earth-shaking roar, grabbing the nearest object and hurling it at Tony. Tony responded with perfect composure. With the power of the Hulkbuster armor, he was finally a match for the Hulk. Of course, it wasn't certain who would come out on top, but at least now he could put up a real fight. But what about Zhang Shi? Where had he ended up? Not far away, at an ordinary residential house. Because of the Hulk, everyone here had long since fled. Suddenly, a figure came hurtling through the air and crashed heavily into a wall. The impact was so tremendous that the ordinary wall couldn't withstand it at all. It simply collapsed. The person who came flying across wasn't anyone else. It was Zhang Shi. There's no need to elaborate on Hulk's strength. In his berserk state, A single punch from him sent Zhang Shi flying over 200 meters. His power was simply astonishing. If it weren't for the incredible toughness of Zhang Shi's body now, that blow would have shattered him completely. With great difficulty, Zhang Shi managed to get back up, every inch of his body aching. His arms, in particular, were in agony. Not broken, thankfully, but both had been dislocated. Damn it, Zhang Shi cursed under his breath. Bracing his hands against the ground, he summoned all his strength. There were 2 sharp cracks, and his arms snapped back into place. Hulk's power was overwhelming. Zhang Shi realized he was no match for him at all right now. What's more, it dawned on Zhang Shi that even with all the superpowers he'd acquired from various heroes, he still couldn't defeat most of the Avengers. The reason was simple. He hadn't truly mastered any of those abilities. Or rather, he needed to learn to fuse them together to make them his own. Beep beep, system notification. Hulk fragment acquired. Do you wish to accept it? Zhang Shi was stunned for a moment. The first part made sense. After all, he just fought Hulk, so getting a Hulk fragment was expected. But the second part left him confused. What did it mean? Do you wish to accept it? Was there some risk involved? The system, ever considerate, immediately clarified his doubts. Because the Hulk fragment contains a certain berserk attribute, after acquiring it, you have a chance of losing control. Do you still wish to proceed? So that's what it was. It really was quite dangerous. Zhang Shi sat on the ground, weighing the pros and cons. After careful consideration, he made up his mind. He wanted it. The power of the Hulk wasn't just unmatched on Earth, but among the strongest in the universe. With his fragment, Zhang Shi could greatly strengthen his own body. Then, he'd finally have the power needed to change the course of the Marvel world. With resolve, Zhang Shi pressed the yes button. In that instant, an unprecedented surge of power flooded into him. This was different from the power of thunder. This was pure, intrinsic strength. He could feel his body growing stronger by the second, skin and bones both becoming tougher. Yet, that wasn't the most critical change. Deep inside, a burning rage ignited. For no reason at all, Zhang Shi felt furious, so angry that he wanted to smash everything in sight. He clenched his fists tightly, fighting desperately to control the urge. If he could suppress this storm inside him, he would truly be reborn. Meanwhile, on Tony's side, the battle unfolded much as the story had predicted. After donning the anti-Hulk armor, he finally managed to subdue the Hulk. However, Ultron still managed to escape. What made Ultron truly terrifying was not his army of machines, nor his overwhelming combat strength. It was his ability to travel anywhere he wished through the network. Cutting off all his escape routes was of utmost importance, yet not a single person present had the means to do so. Ultron is after the life creation machine and vibranium, Rogers analyzed thoughtfully. That means he wants to forge a body for himself using vibranium. Tony nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. But I've also made an unexpected discovery. Jarvis is still alive. We could take that device back and turn Jarvis into a physical being. In fact, we could even grant him the power of the stone. Wait, hold on. Rogers interrupted anxiously. Wouldn't that risk creating another Ultron? No, not at all. He's designed to counter Ultron, Tony replied quickly. Trust me, Cap. I'm not about to make the same mistake twice. I don't think so. That's far too risky. One Ultron is already more than enough trouble. If we make another, Earth won't stand a chance. Natasha spoke up from the side. Shouldn't we be focusing on stopping Ultron's plans right now? Let's wait until we get our hands on the life creation machine before we decide anything. Also, still no word from X. At the mention of Zhang Shi, a look of disappointment flickered across everyone's faces, especially Banner, who had since returned to his normal form. He hung his head in regret. I'm sorry. It's my fault all because of me. It's all right. This isn't your fault, Rogers reassured him. Besides, I believe X isn't someone who would go down so easily. Come on, we need to move. With those words, he glanced at Barton and the others, then turned and strode away. Natasha's brow hadn't relaxed for a moment. She was deeply worried about Zhang Shi's safety, but at this point, blaming anyone was pointless. It would only make Banner feel guiltier and wouldn't help at all. Once again, the Avengers sprang into action. But what about Zhang Shi? By rights, he had merely been sent flying a few hundred meters by the Hulk. It shouldn't have been hard to find him. Later, Tony even found the house where Zhang Shi had landed, but there was nothing there, no sign of him at all. Meanwhile, on a small island in the Western Pacific, once a peaceful and tranquil place, the island was now in utter disarray. There were craters everywhere, toppled trees, and small animals crushed beneath the wreckage. And at the center of all this chaos stood Zhang Shi, the very cause of it all. Zhang Shi had still underestimated the power of the Hulk fragment. After lingering in place for quite some time, he realized that Mastering his emotions was no easy feat, so he found an airplane and flew himself to this deserted place, hoping to calm his mind here. After a few days of adjustment, Zhangxi had gradually become accustomed to the rage that the Hulk fragment brought. What's more, he discovered a trick, fusing the Captain America evolution serum with the Hulk fragment. No matter the situation, Captain Rogers always saw through to reality. He was calm and collected, unless, of course, a close friend was hurt. Years of combat had taught him to suppress his feelings and analyze everything with reason. As the serum took effect, Zhangxi slowly gained control over his emotions. He looked at his own hands. With a thought, a faint green glow shimmered across his skin. Thankfully, this power was still manageable. Otherwise, if he turned completely green, that would truly be unbearable. Zhangxi closed his eyes, feeling the power coursing within him. This trip during the events of Avengers 2 had already yielded tremendous gains. Every one of his abilities had surged to astonishing new heights. If things kept progressing like this, there was no doubt he would become a superhero among superheroes. It was time to show what he could do. Determination flashed in Zhangxi's eyes. He boarded the plane and left the small island behind. When it came to piloting, Zhangxi's skills were unmatched. Yet, he had overlooked one small thing. In his earlier frenzy, he had smashed a hole in the airplane's fuel tank. Now, there wasn't nearly enough fuel to get him back to Avengers headquarters. He hadn't been airborne for long when a low fuel alarm blared. Zhangxi's heart sank, and he cursed himself. How could he have forgotten to check the fuel tank before taking off? What a rookie mistake. But there was no use complaining now. There was nothing he could do. The plane was on a crash course, and with no other choice, Zhangxi hit the eject button. With a sharp bang, Zhangxi shot out of the cockpit and landed squarely in the ocean. The icy, biting water jolted him awake. As soon as he surfaced, he caught sight of the airplane he had just been flying plummeting into the sea. What now? Zhangxi quickly oriented himself. He didn't know how far he was from land, but the only option was to swim back. For an ordinary person, this would have been an impossible task. But Zhangxi was no ordinary man. His strength, speed, and endurance were all several times that of a normal human. Swimming back wasn't beyond him. It would just take a bit of time. Honestly, after collecting so many fragments, why wasn't there a single one that could fly? Zhangxi muttered, a hint of resignation in his voice. He swam for 3 whole days without stopping, never allowing himself a moment's rest, pushing on day and night. Luck was on his side. He hadn't run into any sharks along the way. Otherwise, fighting with a shark would have cost him even more energy. Though his physical strength was extraordinary, Zhangxi was no machine. On top of that, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, nor had he closed his eyes for even a second. Finally reaching the shore, he didn't bother with anything else, found a secluded spot, and collapsed into sleep. He slept for an entire day. When he woke up, he found a car and headed straight for the Avengers base. These past few days had been a trial by fire for Zhangxi, but Tony and the others had hardly been idle themselves. With their combined efforts, they had successfully taken control of the life creation device. As the story unfolded, Black Widow was captured by Ultron, just as expected. Ultron's plan was to lift Sokovia into the sky, and once it reached a certain height, bring it crashing down to wipe out all of humanity. Tony and the others had learned of Ultron's scheme ahead of time, but they hadn't taken action. The reason was simple. Ultron now possessed vibranium, making him vastly more powerful, but that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was Ultron's remarkable ability to escape. He could vanish into the internet at any moment. Today, it might be Sokovia, but tomorrow it could be any city, anywhere in the world. Under these circumstances, it was better to remain patient and keep Ultron unaware, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and destroy him in one blow. The only one who could make this possible was Vision. Right now, Rogers and the others were in Tony's lab, debating whether or not to create Vision. Tony spoke up, "Guys, I know you don't trust me, but believe me, this really is our only option. Vision can cut off Ultron's escape routes. Only then can we truly destroy him. If we don't do this, who knows how long this battle will drag on. But even so, I can't allow another unknown variable to emerge. I'm sorry, Tony, but I have to stop you." Rogers had barely finished speaking when Thor suddenly burst in from who knows where. Spinning his hammer, he flew over and landed on top of the life creation device. Lifting Mjolnir high, he summoned his power and charged the machine with crackling energy. "Thor!" Rogers shouted in alarm, rushing forward to stop him, but it was already too late. The device powered up, and Vision was born. With a heavy thud, a figure clad head to toe in red emerged from the machine. On his forehead gleamed a golden gem, the Mind Stone taken from Loki's scepter. In the original story, Vision spoke at length to everyone here, but this time he didn't waste words. Without hesitation, he dashed straight to Thor, and before Thor could react, Vision grabbed the hammer from his hands. Huh! Everyone gasped in shock. Had they not tried it themselves, they might not have reacted so strongly. They'd all attempted to lift Thor's hammer before, but none of them had ever succeeded. Yet here was Vision, effortlessly lifting Mjolnir. What could this mean? There were only two possibilities. First, Vision's strength had surpassed even Odin's, and he'd simply forced the hammer up by sheer might. Second, his heart was so pure and filled with justice, so free of evil, that he had earned the hammer's recognition. No words were needed. Vision's ability to lift the hammer was proof enough. He was on the Avengers' side. Tony was the first to snap out of his daze. He glanced at Rogers and said, "Cap, should we get moving?" Rogers was momentarily stunned as well, but Vision's actions spoke for themselves. Vision was a trustworthy ally, and all of Rogers' worries had vanished. He didn't say much, just picked up a shield and got ready to head out. At that moment, the doors of Avengers HQ swung open. "Sorry I'm late." Everyone turned toward the entrance and saw Zhang, she's standing there, panting for breath. At that moment, he looked every bit the Vagrant. His clothes were in tatters, and he cut a rather comical figure. Tony stared at Zhang Shi, blinking in surprise. Then he said, "Well, I guess I should congratulate you on not getting killed, but seriously, man, what's with the get-up? You look hilarious. Did Hulk punch you into the ocean or something?" Zhang Shi wasn't in the mood for banter. His eyes swept the room like a radar, and when he spotted a slice of pizza, he made a beeline for it, snatched it up, and started wolfing it down. A buddy, ignoring everyone's bemused stares, Zhang Shi finished off the pizza in just a few bites. After wiping his mouth, he looked around and asked, "Is there anything else to eat? I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm starving." The others could only shake their heads helplessly. With a big battle looming, and Zhang Shi being one of their heaviest hitters, it would be pretty awkward if he went in hungry. They all had plenty of questions, but now wasn't the time. Feeding him came first, then they could hurry off to stop Ultron. Tony contacted his assistant to arrange food, and Zhang Shi didn't stand on ceremony. He dove right in and ate with abandon. Half an hour later, Zhang Shi stood up, rubbing his full stomach, and said to Tony, "Find me a set of clothes, then we can head out." Tony was about to tease him, but before he could, the system alert chimed in. Sokovia had already begun to rise slowly. If they delayed any longer, they would miss their chance. Clad in his combat suit, Zhang Shi sat on the plane looking utterly at ease, as if he were off on vacation rather than heading into battle. "You look pretty relaxed," Barton remarked. "Aren't you even a little nervous?" Zhang Shi replied breezily, "Of course not. We're definitely going to win. By the way, Barton, you noticed it too, right? Quicksilver and Wanda, they're people we can win over." Bart nodded. "Yeah, I know. And honestly, they've pretty much turned their backs on Ultron already. It's just that their mindset isn't quite there yet, or maybe they're simply not ready to become Avengers. No worries. That's something you can help with." The plane sped through the air, soon carrying them over Sokovia. Gazing down at the battered little town below, now swarming with mechanical troops, Roger's face grew grave. "This is bad. It's too late to try to evacuate civilians now. What do we do?" By now, Sokovia had risen about 300 meters. It was simply too late to get the civilians out. After the jet touched down, everyone disembarked. "Well, it's not my first time flying," Zhang Shi joked with a hearty laugh. "But this is the first time I've flown sitting on a whole city. Gotta admit, it's a pretty wild ride. Hey, X, I don't know what's going through your head, but you'd better get serious. There are still thousands of civilians in Sokovia. Their lives are in our hands. This isn't like last time. Back then, it was Loki's invasion, an alien threat. But this time, this crisis is because of our own mistakes. If a single civilian dies here, that's on us." Hearing Roger's words, Zhang Shi's expression grew solemn. Rogers was absolutely right. During the first Avengers incident, they were defending Earth from alien invaders. Some casualties were, regrettably, inevitable. But this time, the disaster was entirely their doing, and they truly bore responsibility for every civilian lost or wounded. This, of course, would become the spark for the coming Civil War, though that was still a long way off. For now, Ultron had to be dealt with. "Understood, Captain. I'm ready for your orders," Zhang Shi said seriously. "Okay." Rogers looked at everyone, then spoke slowly. "Tony, you said you had a way to blow up Sokovia. Go ahead and handle it. Thor, assist Tony. Make sure it's done before the town falls. Then, wait for my order and destroy it." "All right, Captain. Got it." The two nodded, then immediately took off into the sky. Rogers withdrew his gaze, turned to the others, and declared with unwavering resolve, "Everyone else, you have one mission. Protect the civilians at all costs." "Understood, Captain." Barton nodded, but then something seemed to occur to him. "But right now, there isn't a single safe spot left in this whole town. Where should we put the civilians? Rogers was a seasoned veteran. After a brief moment of thought, he answered, clear a safe zone in the Eastern District. Move all the civilians there. Get them as close to the edge as possible. It'll be easier to evacuate when the time comes. That's a good plan, but who's going to get them there? After all, there are just too many people. We'll evacuate them little by little, women and children first. Do everything you can to minimize casualties. Sam, Rhodey, you two are in charge of rescuing people. Save as many as you can. Is that clear? Yes, Captain. Even if they couldn't save everyone, they had to save as many as possible, because that was their responsibility. With all the combat assignments given out, Rogers looked at his team and, in a steady voice, called out, Avengers assemble. No matter when you heard these words, they always filled you with adrenaline. Rogers embodied the very spirit of the Avengers. Some might question, among so many talented heroes, why would Rogers, whose combat power was merely average, be chosen as the leader of the Avengers? There's always someone stronger out there. There's no upper limit to raw power. But the strength of the spirit is one of a kind. Captain America's noble character is what secured his place as the leader of the Avengers. At Rogers' command, the Avengers sprang into action. Their top priority this time, protect the civilians. Defeating the enemy was secondary. But for Zhang-Shi, he had another goal, to find Wanda. He had already gathered all the fragments he could, except for one, Wanda's chaos magic. Chaos magic was immensely powerful, on par with the Phoenix Force, though it had been watered down in the movies. Zhang-Shi loosened up his muscles, then dashed into the fray. Ultron's army of steel had spotted the Avengers and immediately moved in to surround them. Zhang-Shi and the others found themselves locked in a fierce battle. Although he did not belong to this world, Rogers' words just now had deeply moved him. A sense of responsibility welled up from the depths of Zhang-Shi's heart. Looking at the terrified and helpless civilians, Zhang-Shi made up his mind. He would save them, no matter what. His eyes sharpened with determination, and he unleashed every ability he possessed without holding anything back. Whether it was the extremis, virus, or the power of lightning, he let them surge forth in full force. His goal was crystal clear, to save as many people as he possibly could. Zhang-Shi darted through the crowd with blinding speed, moving so fast he was almost impossible to track. While he was nowhere near as fast as Quicksilver, he was still incredibly swift. Whenever a robot blocked his path, Zhang-Shi would crush it without mercy. When he encountered innocent civilians, he would rescue them and carry them to safety. Help me. A little girl was under attack from a robot. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang-Shi rushed over and, in a matter of seconds, tore the robot apart. But before he could check on the girl's injuries, another wave of enemies descended upon them. At this rate, there was no way to keep up. The robots were simply too numerous. Amidst the chaos, Zhang-Shi glanced at the world outside. Sokovia had already risen to about 1,000 meters in the air. By all rights, Director Nick and the others should have arrived by now, shouldn't they? Reality, however, was far harsher than hope. Zhang-Shi waited, but Director Nick never appeared. And as the battle raged on, Zhang-Shi felt his strength beginning to wane. The shard collection system seemed to be behaving differently this time. Back in the Battle of New York, Zhang-Shi had been able to pick up shards as he fought, which kept his stamina from dropping much. But now, even though he kept gathering all kinds of shards, it seemed he had reached his limit. They no longer translated into power right away, leaving Zhang-Shi at a distinct disadvantage. It was at that moment that Roger's voice came through with new orders. How's the mission going, everyone? Barton replied. Most of the civilians have been evacuated. Wanda and Quicksilver have officially joined our team now. They're allies, so if you see them, don't attack. All right, everyone, Tony's voice followed. Since that's the case, it's time to protect the core. We're 1,000 meters up now. If Sokovia falls, tens of millions will die. No one can touch the core. Once I've set everything up, we'll destroy the town. The battle entered its second phase. Zhang-Shi, his hand glowing red-hot, swung with all his might at an oncoming robot. Empowered by the extremist virus, his superheated arm punched straight through the robot's chest. Received. I'm heading over right now. Zhang-Shi gasped for breath, cursing inwardly. Damn it. After so many battles, this is actually the first time I've felt this tired. But just as he took a few steps forward, a figure appeared right in front of him. That person was none other than Ultron. Ultron stood directly before Zhang-Shi, his body now entirely silver, covered in a layer of vibranium that greatly amplified his strength. Hello, new Avenger. It seems you don't really belong to this world, Ultron said, his gaze fixed on Zhang-Shi, his voice slow and deliberate. Zhang-Shi narrowed his eyes and replied, Oh, what makes you say that? Don't forget, I'm essentially a supercomputer. I can access any information in this world. But when it comes to you, there's nothing. Your record is completely blank. Is that so? Even computers can make mistakes. Maybe you just missed something. Zhangxi shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I don't make mistakes. But it doesn't matter. Since you don't belong to this world, there's no need for you to save these foolish humans. Join me. Let's create a new world together. You and I will be the rulers of this new order, and no one will ever dare to question us. So what do you say? Will you stand by my side? Zhangxi let out a cold laugh, lightning crackling in his palm. His voice was low and calm. Ultron, I have to admit, your offer is tempting. But my answer is still no. If humanity is wiped out, wouldn't I be unbearably lonely? So you have to die. Ultron raised his hand arrogantly and sneered. You think you alone could defeat me? I don't know. Maybe I'm not your match. But he is. Zhangxi's tone shifted as he shouted. Now. In an instant, Vision emerged from behind Ultron. Moving at lightning speed, he seized Ultron's head and unleashed his power. Ultron's body went rigid, as if jolted by a surge of electricity, while Vision channeled his energy into him. Vision severed Ultron's connection to the internet, cutting off his primary escape route. Damn it, Ultron cursed. Escaping through the internet had always been his best lifeline. Now, with that path blocked, panic flickered in his eyes. Zhangxi smirked coldly, staring him down. Well, do you still think you can run? Come on, let's see if you can withstand our assault. Ultron scoffed, defiance burning in his voice. If that's how it is, then you can all die. I'll make sure you live the rest of your lives drowning in guilt. With a powerful thrust, Ultron soared into the air, waving his hand sharply. In a flash, a swarm of robots rose up behind him, following him into the fray. Zhangxi knew exactly what he had to do. The moment he understood the situation, he contacted everyone and said, Quick, Ultron is heading for the core. Stop him now. Roger's heart skipped a beat. By this point, Sokovia had risen to about 2,000 meters. If anyone were to fall from this height, the casualties would be unimaginable. Hurry, leave 3 people here to keep watch. The rest of you, pull back and defend the area around the core. Protect it at all costs. Truthfully, Rogers didn't even need to issue this command. Everyone had already begun rushing toward the core. Among them, Quicksilver was the fastest. He streaked past in a blur, arriving at the core just in time to see Wanda standing guard. You're late, Wanda said. Hurry, help me protect the core. You don't have to tell me. We're all responsible for this, Quicksilver replied, stretching his limbs before launching into action with lightning speed. The number of robots kept growing, but so did the number of Avengers. With Thor, Zhangxi, and the others joining the fray, the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. Everyone gathered together, eyes blazing as they faced Ultron's army. I am Thor, son of Odin. Is this really all you've got? You disappoint me. Thor roared. Ultron waved his hand, and dozens of robots swarmed in. It would only take one of them reaching the core for Sokovia to be doomed. Guys, I swear, I just wanted to boost morale a little, Thor said. The others could only roll their eyes, but there was no time for banter. Ultron's army was upon them. They had no choice but to fight back. Each hero unleashed their unique abilities, battling the horde of robots. Vision took on Ultron directly, knowing that taking down their leader would be half the battle won. Zhangxi and the others joined in, fighting fiercely alongside their allies. Although it was a close call, they managed to keep the robots' assault under control. Just then, director Nick Fury finally arrived. Hey folks, I'm here, Nick Fury called out, standing atop the flying helicarrier, arms spread wide. Heroes always show up at the critical moment. I've come to rescue you. You should be rescuing the civilians, Roger shot back. Tony, how's it looking on your end? Tony's voice crackled over the comms. All good here. Everything's going according to plan. Give me a bit more time, and we'll be ready to blow it. Okay, but hold off for now. We need to evacuate the civilians first. You'll never make it in time. Ultron burst in, but Zhangxi was ready. With a flash of lightning, he struck Ultron, sending him flying. Tony arrived just in time, firing his lasers. Together with Vision and the others, they launched a fierce assault on Ultron. Immediately after, Hulk followed up with one last punch, sending Ultron flying through the air. At this point in the story, it was safe to say the danger had passed. Soon, Nick would save all the civilians, then Tony would blow up Sokovia, and everything would come to an end. But would Quicksilver still make his sacrifice? Quicksilver was a character Zhang she had always liked. He couldn't bear to just watch him die. So, he walked over to Quicksilver and said, Hey friend, come here for a moment. Quicksilver was taken aback. He was just about to go over when, suddenly, he spotted Barton shielding 2 civilians with his own body. Without a second thought, Quicksilver activated his super speed and dashed straight over. Watching the scene unfold, Zhangxi knew it was over. There was no way Quicksilver would survive this. This was what people called a plot kill, a death destined by the narrative. Even if he saw it coming and wanted to stop Quicksilver, there was nothing he could do. Sure enough, while his presence might have caused tiny ripples in the story, nothing fundamental could change. Especially when it came to those whom fate had already claimed. There was simply no bringing them back. Staring at the bullet holes in Quicksilver's back, she let out a helpless sigh. It seemed, after all, that he was powerless to stop any of this. The matter was settled, the problems resolved. There was really no reason for him to linger any longer. With a single thought, she returned to the real world. For so long, she had believed he knew everything about the Marvel Universe. At the very least, he thought he could change something. But after everything that had happened, he realized he'd been wrong. He couldn't change a thing. Even though he had gotten what he wanted, an undeniable sense of defeat still lingered in his heart. Oh well, so be it. At least he had saved the world. That was how she consoled himself. After she left, the story in the Marvel world resumed its original course. Ultron was destroyed by Vision, Quicksilver died, Sokovia was obliterated, Hulk disappeared, and Wanda joined the Avengers. Once more, the Marvel world returned to a brief moment of peace. "Where's X?" Rogers asked, walking through the base with Natasha by his side. Natasha shook her head. "How should I know where he's gone? The man is just too much of a mystery." "That's exactly why you're interested in him, isn't it?" Rogers said with a smile. "As someone who's 100 years old, let me give you a little advice. Don't miss your chance, or you'll regret it for a lifetime." Though Rogers was smiling, there was a hint of sadness in his expression. Anyone who knew him could see he was thinking of his true love, Peggy. "Yeah, I know. That's why I got his contact information from Tony. I'll reach out to him when the time is right. But now isn't the time to worry about that. We need to focus on training the new members. They're strong, but they need experience. Come on, let's get them growing as soon as possible. Just like Thor said earlier, someone is playing a bigger game here. We have to stay vigilant." "All right, I understand." The sudden appearance and disappearance of she in the Marvel world was something everyone had already grown used to. Black Widow glanced at the contact information in her hand, but didn't say a word. Back in the real world, she returned to his room. This mission had taken quite a while, but he hadn't been idle. In fact, he was constantly on the phone with Luo, Roalman, and others, keeping in touch with the company. Most of the news was trivial, but there was one piece of valuable information. Kevin was finally preparing to come over and set up the factory. Ever since signing the contract with She's interactions with them had only grown closer. A large shipment of precision parts had already arrived, and $10 million had been transferred. The people from were true to their word, reliable and trustworthy. In today's world, that was truly rare. No sooner had she arrived back in the real world than his phone rang. He picked it up and asked, "Hello? Shuiyu, what's up? Hey, are you back yet?" Chun Shuiyu's impatient voice came through the receiver. "Honestly, what am I going to do with you? You're the boss, and you're always away. On business trips. You never even tell us what you're up to. What's that about? I'm telling you, you really need to pay more attention to the company, all right?" She scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, Sorry. I really had something important to take care of. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Tell me, is Kevin on his way?" "Yes, you're right. Not only is he coming, he's already landed at the airport and is waiting for us to pick him up." "That's soon." She was caught off guard for a moment, then hurriedly said, "All right, got it. I'll head over right away." After hanging up, she first checked his own status panel. This time, he'd gained a lot of battle experience, and his abilities had skyrocketed. Every stat had gone up by double digits. Even more astonishing, he'd gained a bit of Quicksilver's speed and Wanda's magic. Of course, these abilities were so powerful that he'd only scratched the surface. There was still a long way to go before true mastery. But it didn't matter much. By now, in the real world, he could do as he pleased. An unbeatable force, without question. After getting into the car, Shi quickly made his way to the airport. From a distance, he spotted poor Kevin standing all alone with his suitcase, looking lost and glancing around anxiously at the airport entrance. The sight made Shi want to laugh. He pulled his car up next to Kevin and gave the horn a gentle tap. "Oh, Mr. Zhang." Kevin approached with enthusiasm. Shi got out, greeted him with a big hug, and then apologized sincerely. "Sorry for being late, Mr. Kevin. I should have come earlier." "It's no problem. Your timing is perfect. I only just arrived myself." She took care of Kevin's luggage, then drove away from the airport. The terminal was bustling with people, so she didn't notice a few furtive figures hiding in the crowd, watching his car as it pulled away. On the road, she asked, "Is the Hockman factory really that invested in this project? Why did they only send you?" Kevin let out a sigh and replied, "Don't even mention it. It's all because of you. Our factory is working overtime to produce your parts. I had to pull a lot of strings to get my own workload covered, so I could come. It wasn't easy at all." "Really? I appreciate it. Is your factory that busy these days?" Zhang Shi remembered that Hockman's workers were usually quite relaxed. Overtime was almost unheard of there. Knowing they were making an exception for him, he felt a pang of guilt. You bet. Let me tell you, we now start work at 10 in the morning and don't finish until after 4 in the afternoon. I'm exhausted. I've never worked such long hours. I don't know how much more my body can take. Zhang Shi's expression was a little awkward. Did those hours really count as overtime? If so, they were truly living the good life. All right, let's change the subject, Kevin said, then asked, so, have you picked the factory site yet? Of course, Zhang Shi replied. We're heading there now. But just a heads up, Mr. Kevin, our factory isn't as advanced as yours, so I hope you won't mind. We'll be counting on your help in the future. Don't worry, we have a partnership agreement. Leave it to me. I'll make sure our factory becomes world-class. By now, Zhang Shi had learned that Kevin was a man of his word. Even though it was just a promise, Zhang Shi already felt content. This is a news report. The Liu Group has invested in the construction of 50 new Hope primary schools, providing financial support to over 10,000 students. This marks the city's largest charitable initiative in recent years. As one of the 5 great mechanical watchmaking families, the Liu family has always fulfilled its social responsibilities. Not only have they brought more job opportunities to Mechanic City, but they've also sponsored many underprivileged children. Truly, they're rare entrepreneurs with a conscience. Hearing the broadcast from the radio, Zhang Shi paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. That Liu Zhongyong really did know how to play the game. Not long ago, he was caught up in a scandal and seemed finished. And yet, in such a short time, he's managed to turn things around and redeem his reputation. Impressive indeed. The Liu family really does seem quite remarkable. Kevin nodded in admiration. Entrepreneurs like them are a rarity, maybe one in 100 years. After hearing Kevin's comment, Zhang Shi simply smiled and said nothing more. He didn't want Kevin to learn about all the messy affairs in Mechanic City, lest it sour his impression of the place. Still, Zhang Shi couldn't help but imagine Liu Zhongyong's reaction. That man was notoriously stingy, and now, having been forced to spend so much at once, plucking so many feathers off this iron rooster, so, to speak, he was probably in agony over the expense. Soon enough, Zhang Shi and his group arrived at Shiyu factory. For someone from Turk country to take the initiative to visit another's factory was a rare event. If word got out, people would be shocked speechless. That's why Kevin's visit was kept discreet, drawing no attention. We're here, Mr. Kevin, Zhang Shi said as he parked the car and got out with Kevin. Once outside, Kevin looked over the factory before him and couldn't help but frown. He didn't voice his thoughts in front of Zhang Shi, but his expression said it all. He clearly didn't think much of the factory. He thought it was subpar. It was understandable, given that he'd come all the way from Turk country. It was like a seasoned player arriving in a newbie village. Of course, he'd look down on these products. Zhang Shi felt a bit awkward and coughed softly before saying, Well, Mr. Kevin, I know you're itching to complain, but now's not the time, right? Let's go inside and take a look. If there's anything you think needs improvement, I'll do my best to fix it. After all, this is our project. It'll require effort from both of us. Mr. Zhang, you're too polite. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just not used to it yet, that's all. But don't worry, since I'm here, I'll do my part. That much, I can guarantee you. Thank you, that's really a big help. Zhang Shi nodded to Kevin, then clapped his hands and said, Everyone, let's pause what we're working on for a moment. Today we're welcoming a distinguished guest. He's the owner of the Hawkman factory from Tour country. He's been in the parts processing business for many years and has a wealth of experience. Now, let's invite him to say a few words to us, shall we? Great. Whether they were workers or executives, everyone set aside what they were doing and focused intently on Kevin. Their respectful attitude made Kevin feel a bit embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, I wouldn't call it a speech. Let's just share some experiences with each other. And in the future, I hope you'll all give me your guidance. While Zhang Shi and the others were in their meeting, Su Tian arrived at Liu Zhongyong's office. Liu Zhongyong looked up and asked, What's the matter, old Su? Su Tian replied, There's something I need. Someone's causing trouble in our company. And I've heard the people on the other side are tough. I need Xiao Ko and his team's help. It was true a conflict had broken out, but Su Tian had exaggerated their opponent's strength. His real purpose was to find an excuse to keep an eye on Xiao Ko and his group. Xiao Ko commanded a team of gifted individuals whose abilities were on par with Su Tian's own. If things weren't handled carefully, Zhang Shi might be in danger. Oh, Xiao Ko, you don't need to worry about him. I've already assigned him a new task. As for the troublemakers, you can handle them yourself, Liu Zhongyong said, leaning back in his chair and sipping his tea. Su Tian's eyes darted about. Then he said with a trace of anger, Patriarch, but I want to keep my focus on Zhang Shi. That guy is just infuriating. All these years, no one has ever beaten me so badly. I can't accept the humiliation he's given me. I want to give it all back to him. Ah, don't overthink it. Come, have a seat. Lu Zhongyong beckoned Su Tian over with a friendly smile, then grew serious as he continued. Do you know why I sent Xiao Ko and his team away? I've received reliable information. Kevin, the factory director from Tour Country, has arrived in Machinery City to meet with Zhang Shi. You know as well as I do, Tour Country is famous for its precision parts. If those two form a partnership, the consequences would be unimaginable. It'd be nearly impossible to touch Zhang Shi after that. That's why I've decided to nip this possibility in the bud. Su Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, so that's the special mission for Xiao Ko and his team? That's right. That's the special mission, Lu Zhongyong confirmed. No one knew Xiao Ko and his team's prowess better than Su Tian. If Kevin were to die while visiting Zhang Shi, there would be no way to explain it. No, he had to stop Xiao Ko. If he couldn't, then, at the very least, he had to find a way to warn Zhang Shi. Su Tian nodded and said, I understand, Master, but we still need to be careful. After all, our production relies on parts from the Tur Kingdom. No matter what happens, we must never reveal our true identities. Of course, you can rest assured, Lu Zhongyong replied. Come, stay a while longer and have a cup of tea with me. He poured a cup for Su Tian, then looked at him with a gentle smile. Though he didn't say it outright, Lu Zhongyong had already begun to suspect Su Tian. In the past, Su Tian had been a quiet, reserved person, never one to ask so many questions. But now, he was different. He seemed eager to inquire about everything, almost as if he was deliberately probing for something. Given everything that had happened recently, Lu Zhongyong had every reason to suspect that Su Tian had already thrown in his lot with Zhang Shi. Still, this was just a suspicion. He couldn't say anything for certain, nor could he act openly, so for now he chose to watch and wait. As a result, Su Tian had no opportunity to slip away and send word. He could only sit there, sipping his tea, while he racked his brain for another way to get this information to Zhang Shi. Meanwhile, over at the Shiyu factory, Zhang Shi had just finished showing Kevin around. As they walked, Zhang Shi gave a lively and enthusiastic introduction, while Kevin listened with barely concealed boredom. At last, after the tour was over, Zhang Shi turned to him and asked, Well, Mr. Kevin, do you see anything in my factory that needs improvement? Kevin adjusted his glasses and gave a wry smile. For an ordinary factory, yours isn't bad. But compared to the ones we have in the Tur Kingdom, I honestly think there's no point in renovating it. You might as well just tear the whole thing down. His words were harsh, and Zhang Shi, along with Chen Xiuyu and the others, couldn't help but look displeased. Still, they held their tongues. After all, Kevin's expertise was undeniable, and he had every right to look down on them. Here's what I think. These, and those, take out all the production equipment. I'll contact someone right away to have our machinery shipped over from the Tur Kingdom. Consider it a gift from us. What do you think? That's wonderful, Zhang Shi said, visibly moved. Thank you so much, Mr. Kevin. No need to thank me. It's just what I ought to do. Though Kevin wore a polite smile, his mind was full of doubts. How could such a backward factory have come up with such advanced schematics? Their craftsmanship and technology were nowhere near up to scratch. It was truly baffling. But no matter what, the first step was complete. By the time they finished, dusk had already fallen. Zhang Shi checked the time, then turned to Kevin and said, Mr. Kevin, it's getting late. Let's go have dinner. I prepared some special dishes just for you. You're far too polite, Mr. Zhang. Kevin had been hungry for a while now. After bustling about for most of the day, it had been a real ordeal for someone like him, used to working just 3 or 4 hours a day. He'd heard the food in Mechanical City was quite delicious, and he couldn't help but look forward to dinner. Arm in arm and shoulder to shoulder, the two of them left the factory, chatting and laughing along the way. They looked just like old friends who had known each other for years. But no one noticed the pair of blood-red eyes fixed on them from a dark corner at the end of the street. A moment later, the watcher pulled out a phone and dialed a number. Hey, the targets have left. Take your chance on the road. Get rid of them. Perhaps Zhang Shi had let his guard down, or perhaps Xiao Ko and his companions were simply too skilled at tailing people. For the entire half-hour drive, Zhang Shi never realized they were being followed. Mr. Zhang, where are you taking me for dinner? Kevin, exhausted from the day, was eager for a hearty meal and some rest. He really cared about what they'd be having that night. Zhang Shi chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Kevin. Tonight's dinner will definitely not disappoint you. By the way, do you drink? Kevin was taken aback, then grinned. Normally, I don't, but I'm in such a good mood today. I think I can make an exception and have a drink. Aha, if you're drinking with me, 1 glass won't do. Tonight, we drink until we drop. In order to please Kevin, Zhang Shi had carefully researched the tastes of people from Tour. He discovered they all loved spicy food, almost to an obsession. Even in the morning, when drinking porridge, they had to have a couple of chili peppers on the side. It left Zhang Shi speechless, but in a way, it made things easier. At least he knew what they liked to eat. Zhang Shi took him to Mechanical City's largest Sichuan restaurant, Chili Girl's Kitchen. The name might have sounded a bit rustic, but the food was truly excellent. The spicy hot pot and the fiery fish head were especially authentic, bold, spicy flavors that fit the tour palate perfectly. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped inside, Kevin's eyes lit up. He swallowed hard and asked, "Mr. Zhang, is this really where we're eating?" "What's wrong? Not a fan." No, it's just this feels almost too generous," Kevin replied shyly. Zhang Shi paused, then couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. He hadn't expected Kevin to be such a foodie. How amusing. They walked in together. A smiling waiter approached them and politely asked, "Good evening, gentlemen. Table for two?" "Yes, that's right," Zhang Shi replied with a nod. "We'll have the spicy fish head, spicy chicken, and the hot and spicy pot. Also, bring us a bottle of Wuliangya and a bottle of Maotai. That'll do for now." "Very well, sir. This way, please, room 122. Zhang Shi and Kevin stepped inside and took their seats. With a cheerful grin, Kevin remarked, "Not bad. The service here is excellent, much better than what we have back home." Zhang Shi shot him a look and replied with a hint of annoyance, "Of course it is. All your servers are robots. What kind of service attitude can you expect from them? Anyway, enough of that. Tell me honestly, is there any hope left for my factory?" Kevin considered for a moment before answering. "There is. The equipment can be sorted out. That's not the main issue. The real problem is the production process. In Turk country, we use computers to control all our manufacturing. It's far more precise than manual labor. But your factory is far behind in terms of automation, and there's just no way to bridge that gap with your current setup. What you need to do is let all your workers go. Once my intelligent control system is installed, everything will be fine." Hearing this, Zhang Shi propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. It was certainly a good solution, but also a troubling one. There were so many people in Machinery City, and jobs were scarce. If he laid off that many workers, who knew how many families would go hungry? He'd have to look at each situation individually. There was no one-size-fits-all answer. He'd need to find a way to make adjustments. "All right, I understand," Zhang Shi finally said, "but it'll have to be a gradual process. Let's get the system in place first." Smiling, he poured Kevin a drink. "Every change takes time. If you rush things, you're bound to run into trouble. Wouldn't you agree?" "That's true," Kevin nodded. "But enough about business, Mr. Zhang. Today you're treating me to dinner. Let's leave all that talk aside, shall we?" Zhang Shi chuckled. "Fair enough." Before long, the dishes arrived. The food was rich with a glossy red chili oil, and Kevin's eyes nearly popped with excitement. He grabbed his chopsticks, picked up a piece of spicy fish head, and tasted it, savoring every bite with an expression of pure delight. "This is delicious," Kevin exclaimed, eating heartily and without a trace of a factory director's reserve. Zhang Shi couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. With an appetite like that, he sometimes worried someone could win Kevin over with just a good meal. "Come on, don't just eat. Have some wine too. This is the best we have, and it's got a wonderful taste," Zhang Shi urged. Kevin nodded, lifting his glass, but just as he was about to take a sip, Zhang Shi quickly warned, "Hey, take it easy. If you drink that all at once, you might find yourself in over your head. It's nothing. It's not that I can't handle alcohol, I just don't drink often. Come on, cheers." Kevin tipped his head back, downing his glass in one go. Then he closed his eyes, savoring the flavor of the liquor on his tongue. "Ah, this really is exceptional. Truly one of life's greatest pleasures." Watching Kevin's expression, Zhuang Yangzi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Not bad. Who would have thought a simple meal of spicy dishes would win him over so easily? Everything was going almost too smoothly. So the two of them continued to trade toasts and drinks. The restaurant was busy tonight, and the waitstaff were rushed off their feet, barely finding a moment even for a quick trip to the restroom. "Xiao Wu, hurry and take this to table 4, quick." "Hold on, I have to run to the bathroom. I'm about to burst." A waiter hurried towards the restroom. As soon as he opened the door, someone appeared right in front of him. Startled, the waiter blurted, "Who are you? Don't block the way." A bloodthirsty smile flickered across the stranger's face. With a casual wave of his hand, the waiter felt a powerful force slam into his forehead, knocking him out cold. This man was one of Xiao Kou's subordinates, known by the nickname Shockwave. He was an ability user, able to condense the air around him and launch air blasts at his enemies, attacks that packed quite a punch. This mission had to be carried out in absolute secrecy, no witnesses allowed. That's why Xiao Kou sent Shockwave as the primary assassin. To ensure nothing went wrong, he also dispatched 2 others to back him up, Supersonic and Muscleman. Clearly, one excelled in speed, the other in raw strength. All 3 were Xiao Kou's subordinates, and also his most formidable assets. But why were there so many ability users showing up? Zhang Shi had no way of knowing. All he knew was that he was now up against, by far, the most formidable foes he'd ever encountered in the real world. On the phone, Xiao Ko instructed his team, "Everyone, start moving toward the target's private room. Get ready to strike. I'll be at the back door to cover you. Whether you succeed or not, withdraw immediately. Do not let your identities be exposed. Understand?" "Yes, Captain." By now, the three had changed into waiter uniforms. Supersonic glanced at his teammates, then strode to the door, reaching out to knock gently. Inside, Zhangxi and Kevin were still in high spirits, drinking away. Zhangxi was holding his liquor, but Kevin was already tipsy. After all, a man used to drinking wine, trying to match white spirits shot for shot. Well, that was always going to end badly. "Come in," Zhangxi called out. Supersonic entered, glanced at the two men, and politely asked, "Good evening, gentlemen. Would you like to order any additional dishes?" Zhangxi glanced at Kevin and thought to himself that there was no need to order more dishes. What they had was already enough. After a moment's consideration, he said, "No need for extra dishes. Just reheat what we have." "Certainly, sir." Supersonic walked over and picked up a steaming bowl of spicy fish head. Kevin, half dazed from drinking, saw someone taking away his food and grew anxious. He hurriedly reached out, trying to snatch the dish back. But Supersonic was quick. He dodged nimbly in a flash, easily avoiding Kevin's grasp. "Don't worry, sir," Supersonic reassured him. "We're not taking it away for good, just reheating it. Once it's hot, I'll bring it right back." "Oh, I see." Kevin grinned, giving the waiter a friendly slap on the shoulder. "Nice reflexes, really fast. This place is something else. Even the waiters are impressive." "Huh." Zhangxi saw all of this. At first, he didn't think much of it, but Kevin's last remark caught his attention. Sometimes a careless comment reveals more than intended. Indeed, the waiter had moved incredibly fast, so fast Zhangxi couldn't even track his movements. And with the super soldier serum in his system, alcohol barely affected Zhangxi. There was no chance he was seeing things. In other words, this person truly displayed speed beyond the ordinary. While Zhangxi's strength might not rank among the top in the Marvel Universe, here in the real world, he was practically invincible. He also knew that there were superpowered individuals in the real world, so it wasn't all that surprising if this person had abilities. Narrowing his eyes, Zhangxi kept silent. Anyone with superpowers wouldn't be working as a waiter. Clearly, this guy had ulterior motives. Ulterior motives could mean only one thing. This man was an assassin. Supersonic left, shutting the door behind him. He whispered to Shockwave at the door, "Attack for the 10 o'clock direction." His voice was barely audible, but he didn't realize Zhangxi had pressed himself to the door and overheard every word. Just as he suspected, assassins. But it seemed they weren't after him. Their target was Kevin. Damn it, this had to be Lu Zhongyong's doing. That old fox had set his sights on Kevin. What a troublesome opponent. Kevin, having drunk far too much, was now completely passed out, slumped over the table. Zhangxi made up his mind to leave. He went over, lifted Kevin up in his arms, and prepared to escape through the window. Suddenly, a sharp crack split the air. Zhangxi reacted instantly, swinging a punch behind him. He didn't hit anyone, but it felt as though he'd struck solid concrete. The wooden gate had already been broken open, a perfect circle punched through it, without so much as a single crack around the edges. To be able to gather force without dispersing it, to hold power without releasing it. What a masterful technique. Under normal circumstances, Zhangxi would have rushed forward to engage his opponent in a fight to the death. But now, burdened with someone he had to protect, he couldn't afford to get entangled. Helpless, he could only scoop Kevin up and escape through the window. There were security bars on the first floor, but in front of his suitcase, they hardly posed any obstacle. With a swift motion, he wrenched the bars free, then dashed off with Kevin in his arms. Watching Zhangxi's retreating figure, Shockwave stamped his feet in frustration. He hurried to report to Xiao Ko. "Captain, he got away. What should we do? Do we keep chasing him?" Now that Zhangxi had discovered them, and with his wits, it wouldn't take a genius to guess who they were. If the Tour Nation found out about this, they could forget about ever doing business with them again. Without those precision parts, the losses facing the Liu family would be unimaginable. Chase him. Take Zhangxi out as well. After a long moment of deliberation, Xiao Ko gave the order. His mission was to help Lu Zhongyong eliminate any obstacles in their way. Sometimes that meant he could act on his own judgment instead of following Lu Zhongyong's orders to the letter, a privilege Lu Zhongyong had granted him. No sooner had Xiao Ko given the order than Supersonic shot forward. As his name suggested, his specialty was speed. In a flash, he took the lead, rushing straight at Zhangxi. Zhangxi was clever. He knew he had to get to a crowded place. Even with the Liu family backing them, Lu Zhongyong wouldn't dare make a scene in public. He landed in a parking lot, relatively empty, but if he could get through it, he'd be out of immediate danger. However, Supersonic was already closing in from behind. Zhang Shi could sense the threat in the wind rushing at his back. And though he could dodge, he dared not. For if he did, Kevin would be done for. Zhang Shi took the hit head-on, sent flying a considerable distance, though he wasn't seriously hurt. His body was now nearly as tough as 1% of his star core's hardness. Ordinary blows couldn't injure him. He glanced down at Kevin. Perhaps he drunk too much, because he showed no sign of waking. Damn it. Here, I am risking my life to protect you. And you're sleeping like a log? Zhang Shi looked up at the three men before him. One was gaunt as a skeleton, one as burly as an ox, and the last looked more balanced, except for the faint warping of air around him. These three were Shockwave, Muscleman, and Supersonic. He asked coldly, "You're with Lu Zhongyong, aren't you?" "The answer means nothing to you right now." Another voice rang out. Zhang Shi felt a chill sweep over him as a man, swift as the wind, landed before him, his eyes icy and unyielding. It was Xiao Ko. Zhang Shi let out a cold laugh and stood up, asking, "So what is it you want? What difference does it make if I'm an Esper? Do you really think you can kill me? You think defeating Su Tian makes you powerful?" He was just a human, albeit enhanced. A person who, no matter how hard he tried, was still human. But we're different. Each of us is empowered with abilities beyond the ordinary. Alone, you're no match for the four of us. In the past, maybe you were right. I wouldn't have stood a chance against you all, Zhang Shi declared with pride. But things are different now. You'd better brace yourselves. With those words, he thrust his hand upward, sending a surge of red energy hurtling towards Xiao Ko. He'd already figured it out. This man was their leader. Take down the leader, and the rest would be easy to deal with. But before the chaotic energy could reach Xiao Ko, a burly figure stepped in front of him and effortlessly blocked Zhang Shi's attack. Pathetic. Is that all you've got? The muscle-bound man sneered, cracking his knuckles. In the Marvel Universe, chaos magic is among the most formidable forces, but that also makes its fragments incredibly difficult to obtain. Though Zhang Shi had spent considerable time with Wanda in Avengers 2 and had managed to get a sliver of chaos magic, it was less than a fraction of a percent, barely enough to make a difference. With so little at his disposal, how much power could he really wield? Zhang Shi's dismissive gaze faded as he regarded the four opponents anew. Clearly, he couldn't afford to underestimate them anymore. One misstep, and he'd be the one to fall. Without hesitation, Zhang Shi drew his slingshot and fired a shot infused with the power of thunder at his foes. But the shockwave of a key blast shattered his projectile midair. On the surface, Zhang Shi remained calm, but inside, he was deeply troubled. Damn it, every one of his trump cards was being countered. It seemed he'd have to risk everything today. Resolute, Zhang Shi tapped into a power he'd never dared to use lightly since acquiring it. The power of the Hulk. A faint green aura shimmered over Zhang Shi's skin. In an instant, his strength, speed, and resilience surged to new heights. At the same time, his emotions grew increasingly volatile, anger boiling just beneath the surface. Although he could guarantee that he wouldn't lose his mind at this moment, the anger boiling inside him was impossible to control. His eyes turned blood red, and a faint crimson glow began to radiate from his hands, the unmistakable power of the despair virus. The Hulk, except perhaps the mild-mannered version, almost always sent chills down people's spines whenever he appeared. Now, Xiao Ko and the others were feeling that same icy dread. Captain, look at this. Muscleman was beginning to panic as he stared at the figure before him, a man even more muscular than himself. He truly didn't know what to do. It's fine, he's just a big oaf. Come on, everyone, let's take him down together. No matter what happens today, we have to finish off both of them for good. Supersonic lunged forward, launching a flurry of rapid strikes at Zhang Shi. Meanwhile, Shockwave adjusted his position, firing one energy blast after another at Zhang Shi. As for Muscleman, once he forced down his fear, he charged in, grabbed Zhang Shi by the hair, and began smacking him hard across the face. Zhang Shi didn't fight back, not because he couldn't, but because he chose not to. Right now, his greatest vulnerability wasn't a lack of strength, but the fact that he was burdened with a liability, Kevin. Fortunately, all four enemies were focused solely on him, leaving Kevin unnoticed. This was the opportunity he needed. If he acted, he had to make it count and take them all down in a single decisive move. The angrier he became, the stronger he got. At this moment, he was letting his rage build. When his fury reached its peak, his power would also hit its zenith. A zenith where, with one move, he could finish them all. Not fighting back? You think you're invulnerable or something? Muscleman rained blows down on Zhang Shi, who kept his eyes closed, wrestling with the urge to strike back. Just a little more. He just needed a little more. Finally, after close to a full minute of relentless assault, Zhang Shi's fury peaked. Though he hadn't collected many Hulk cells, It was enough for him to deal with these four. Without warning, Zhang Shi's eyes snapped open. He raised his hand, seizing Muscle Man's fist in a vice-like grip. Before Muscle Man could react, Zhang Shi's own fist was already on its way. His fist, as heavy as a sledgehammer, crashed into Muscle Man's face. In that instant, Muscle Man felt as if he'd been hit by a speeding train. His mind went blank, and his body was sent flying through the air. Whoa! Xiao Ko and the others gasped in shock at Zhang Shi's display. Among them, Muscle Man had always been the strongest, whether in terms of power or defense. If even he couldn't withstand Zhang Shi's attack, then the rest of them stood no chance at all. Quick, evade, and fight defensively. Though Little Ko was a seasoned battlefield veteran, his reaction was swift. He immediately gave the right command. Yet, this was only a temporary solution. Zhang Shi quickly shifted his form. Before the shockwave had even struck the ground, he had already fired his projectile. This time, it landed squarely on Supersonic's chest. Supersonic was incredibly fast, but Zhang Shi possessed Quicksilver shards. Although he wasn't quite as fast, with a bit of anticipation, he could still land a hit. Supersonic was caught off guard and fell to the ground at once. The power of thunder surged through him, and he perfectly embodied what it meant to be knocked senseless, his eyes rolling back. Just a moment ago, the battle had been one-sided. Now, Zhang Shi had completely turned the tide. Only two remained, Shockwave and Little Ko. When facing an opponent like Shockwave, who specialized in ranged attacks, the best strategy was to close the distance and engage head-on. Zhang Shi transformed into his Hulk form and charged. Straight at him, Shockwave retreated, launching waves of energy blasts. But to Zhang Shi in this state, they felt no more troublesome than a mild itch. They couldn't slow him down at all. Thanks to Quicksilver's speed, Zhang Shi closed in on Shockwave in an instant. He reached out, and two crimson spheres of chaos magic pressed against Shockwave's body. Before Shockwave could react, the magic orbs lifted him off his feet, spinning him 3 times in the air before slamming him hard into the ground. Now, only one opponent remained, Little Ko. Little Ko was utterly stunned. He stared at Zhang Shi as if he were witnessing a monster. Marvel movies had taken the world by storm, and naturally, he had seen his share. He recognized these characters well. "Are you an Avenger?" Little Ko asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Shi let out a cold snort and strode over. At this point, Little Ko had given up all resistance. He knew there was no point. He was no match for this foe. "Your plan was clever. I almost fell into your trap. But fortunately for me, you got careless. Now, you'll pay the price for that mistake." Zhang Shi stopped in front of him, channeling the extremist virus. There was no need to show mercy to someone like this. Zhang Shi wanted to eliminate them, not only to cut off future threats, but also to send a clear message to Lu Zhongyong. "If you think I'm a paper tiger, you're sorely mistaken." Sensing Zhang Shi's intent to kill, Little Ko's heart raced, and he hurriedly pleaded, Wait. You can't kill me." "Oh, then give me one good reason," Zhang Shi replied, his voice cold but calm. I know about a top-secret technology the Lu family possesses. It's terrifying, truly dangerous. The family head intends to use it to control the world." Hearing this, Zhang Shi's hand froze in midair. Technology that could control the entire world? Now that sounded troublesome. "All right, then tell me. If your information turns out to be valuable, I might consider sparing your life." No one is truly unafraid of death, and Xiao Ko was no exception. He swallowed hard, struggling to speak. "I'll tell you, but you have to promise to let me go, all right? You're in no position to bargain with me. Let me make one thing clear. I keep my word. As long as your information checks out, I won't make things hard for you." Did he really have to kill him? Honestly, there was no absolute need. Beating him up and walking away was still an option. But now that Xiao Ko had made his offer, Zhang Shi figured he might as well listen. Who knew? There might be an unexpected windfall. Xiao Ko straightened up, his expression serious. "Listen, what I'm about to tell you is a top secret of the Lu family. I only found out by accident. If the family head discovers I've leaked this, I'm as good as dead. So I need you to keep this confidential. Otherwise, there's no point in telling you." "Oh really?" Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "Fine, go ahead. If it's worth my while, I'll make sure to keep it secret." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ko confessed, "The Lu family has developed a classified metal. They're planning to use in combat. This metal is incredibly tough, and if you fuse it with any other metal, it gives that metal the same properties." Zhang Shi was taken aback. What Xiao Ko just described sounded remarkably similar to the metal in the throwing knife Uncle Li had used in his assassination attempt on Chen Haiming. Zhang Shi remembered giving that knife to Tony for analysis. Tony had found so many issues with the metal, even he didn't dare use it lightly. Could this metal really be a weapon developed by the Lu family? Zhang Shi pressed on. "Does this metal have any other properties?" Xiao Ko replied, "It's toxic, but the toxicity only affects females. With enough exposure, it destroys female genes and causes infertility. Don't ask me how it works, because I honestly don't know. This is just what I overheard when the family head was talking to our engineers. Just as Tony had analyzed, or perhaps even more terrifying than Tony had realized. Zhang, she hurriedly asked, "Are you sure it only affects females?" "Yes, that's what they said at the time. I remember it clearly." "Phew, thank goodness, it only affects females. Otherwise, he'd be done for." As soon as that sense of relief set in, Zhang, she found himself growing tense again. This metal is truly terrifying. So solid, so easy to mass-produce, and it can even destroy a woman's ability to have children. My God, this must never be allowed to spread. Zhang, she had already visited the Marvel world several times. At first, he had kept his distance, only casually collecting resources here and there, but now he regarded saving the world as his personal responsibility. Zhang, she had undergone a transformation in his mindset. If he cared this much when something happened in the Marvel world, how could he possibly ignore a crisis of this magnitude in the real world? Let me make it clear first. I'm telling the truth, all right? So, can you let me go now? Xiaoko asked. Zhang, she pondered for a moment, then lowered his head to look at Xiaoko and asked, "Tell me, have you started a family? Build a career?" Xiaoko was taken aback. He couldn't understand why Zhang, she would ask such a question. He shook his head awkwardly and replied, "Not yet. How could I? My life's so unpredictable. Who would want to settle down with someone like me? Even so, everyone wants to build a family someday. I don't believe you haven't dreamed of it, or at least hoped for it a little. But have you thought about this? If Lu Zhongyong actually succeeds, will you ever be able to find the right woman to marry and have children with?" The idea of choosing to be child-free wasn't very common yet, not even for someone like Xiaoko. Of course, he was aware of that. After hearing Zhang Shi's words, Xiaoko lowered his head and thought it over. He realized Zhang Shi was right. This matter might seem unrelated to him, but in reality, it concerned the fate of Mechanical City. No, the fate of every single person in the world. Even if it didn't affect him directly, what about his son? And if he had a daughter, would she, too, be deprived, without even knowing it, of the chance to become a mother? Seeing the look on Xiaoko's face, Zhang Shi knew he had understood. He helped Xiaoko to his feet and looked him in the eye, saying, "I know you might be loyal to Lu Zhongyong, but you have to think for yourself. Some people and some things should never be supported, and this is one of them." Xiaoko looked at Zhang Shi and said, "All right, I know what I have to do. You're right. Lu Zhongyong has done a lot for me, but I can't just stand by and watch this happen. I'll stop him. You have my word." "Good. That's the right way to think. Remember, you're not doing this for anyone else. You're doing it for yourself." Zhang, she patted him gently on the shoulder and said softly, "I won't say any more. As for your men, I didn't kill them, but I still think you should be careful with all of this." "So what are you saying?" Xiaoko tensed up. "You're not planning to do something to them, are you?" "Oh, no, you've got it all wrong. I'm not that cruel," Zhang Shi replied with a cheerful grin. "But if we want this act to look convincing, someone's gonna have to bleed a little, so..." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Shi swung his fist, landing a hard punch right on Xiaoko's nose. Xiaoko didn't even have time to react. The blow caught him squarely, sending him flying backward. He tumbled across the ground, rolled over twice, and then coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, along with 2 perfectly white front teeth. Was that really necessary? Xiaoko struggled to his feet, glaring at Zhang Shi and shouting in anger. "Did you really have to hit that hard? You need to understand, we're playing a high-stakes game here," Zhang Shi replied, his tone serious. "There can't be a single slip-up. We have to make it look real. All right, I'm heading out now. Enough talk. The rest is up to you." As he watched Zhang Shi walk away, Xiaoko wiped the blood from his nose, feeling a bit aggrieved. Still, he had to admit Zhang Shi was meticulous, covering every angle. Maybe this plan really could work. Zhang Shi helped Kevin into the car, supporting him by the arm. Once they were both inside, Zhang Shi pulled out his phone and called Chun Xiuyu. "We're in the parking lot of Spicy Lady Restaurant right now. Come pick us up, will you? We've both had a bit too much to drink and can't drive." "TC, so you didn't think of me while you were eating, but now you need me, huh? You really are something else, you know that? Fine, whatever. Wait for me. I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Zhang Shi glanced back through the car window. The parking lot was empty now. Xiaoko and his people had already gone. How Xiaoko handled things was his business. It had nothing to do with Zhang Shi anymore. What mattered was, after tonight, he'd planted another pawn in the Liu family. For him, there was nothing but upside. Before long, Chun Xiuyu arrived. Spotting Kevin, who was completely wasted, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Aha, I'm telling you, Zhang Shi, if I took a picture of this and posted it online, it'd go viral in no time." "All right, that's enough," Zhang Shi said. "Just get him home first. I got some things I need to take care of." Hearing this, Chun Xiuyu was caught off guard. "Zhang Shi, It's so late. Aren't you coming back? Where are you going? I'm going to your place. There's something I want to discuss with Uncle Chun. At these words, Chun Shuiyu's cheeks flushed pink. Ever since her birthday, she hadn't been to their house. Now, all of a sudden, he wanted to go. And on his own, too. Could it be that he didn't want her to come because he was afraid she'd get embarrassed, and he was planning to talk to her father about a marriage proposal in secret? Although she could accept the idea of sharing him with Luo Ruomeng, deep down, in this world of monogamy, she still wished to be the one holding a marriage certificate. With Zhang Shi, not Luo Ruomeng. That's only natural, and anyone can understand such feelings. If the roles were reversed, Luo Ruomeng would surely feel the same. With cheeks flushed, Chun Shuiyu spoke in a soft voice. Zhang Shi, aren't we moving a bit too fast? We've been together for a while, but... Oh, you don't have to hide this from me. I can explain things clearly to my dad. This. Before Chun Shuiyu could finish, Zhang Shi had already hailed a taxi and left. His voice faded into the distance as he called out. Remember, you must take good care of Kevin. Whatever happens, don't let anything happen to him. Promise me. Chun Shuiyu looked up. Just moments before, her face had been tinged with bashful red. Now, it was flushed crimson with embarrassment and frustration. She shouted after him, Zhang Shi, you jerk! I hate you! What did she say? Zhang Shi pursed his lips, not quite catching her words. Judging by her tone, though, she clearly wasn't happy. Forget it. No point worrying about her. Obviously, she's just being temperamental, coming out late at night, only to get upset. She's certainly not easy to please. Chun family villa. All right, the driver responded cheerfully and headed straight for the villa. By the time Zhang Shi arrived, it was already past 9 in the evening. After paying the fare, he walked up to the gate. The security guard immediately approached and asked, Who's there? It's me, Zhang Shi said with a friendly smile. Long time no see, Brother Yang. Just look at you. You haven't changed a bit. Oh, it's you, Zhang Shi. The guard grinned back. You gave me a start. Who comes knocking this late at night instead of sleeping? What brings you here? Zhang Shi dropped the smile and answered seriously, I need to see Uncle Chun. Could you let him know I'm here? Thank you. Seeing Zhang Shi's expression, the guard sensed something was amiss. He didn't ask further, just nodded firmly. All right, wait here for a moment. Okay, got it. The guard hurried inside, and in no time at all, he popped back out and said, Come on in, he's waiting for you. Zhang Shi nodded and walked right in. He headed straight to the study, where Chun Haiming was seated, reading. Upon seeing Zhang Shi, he greeted him warmly. Ah, Xiao Zhang, you're here. Come in, have a seat. You're too kind, Uncle Chun. Zhang Shi sat down, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. You've come to see me so late. There must be something on your mind, right? Chun Haiming said with a genial smile. Is the company running into some trouble? Oh, and I heard you managed to take over Turbo. That's quite an achievement. I have to say, I didn't expect you to pull that off. Impressive. Zhang Shi became serious. No, Uncle Chun, that's not what I came to talk about tonight. There's something else, something much more urgent. Without holding anything back, Zhang Shi recounted everything that little Ko had just told him. As Chun Haiming listened, his brows knit tightly together in concern. The implications were enormous, and he hadn't imagined that the Liu family could have created something so terrifying. Uncle Chun, I don't think we can afford to wait any longer, Zhang Shi insisted. Whatever Liu Zhongyong is planning, we have to stop it before it grows out of control. We absolutely cannot let this metal be mass-produced or enter circulation on a large scale. We have to put an end to this. I know what you're saying, Chun Haiming replied slowly after a long silence. But we don't have any proof, do we? And this little Ko, from the sound of it, doesn't fully understand the whole matter either. If we're going to catch a thief, we need to catch him with the stolen goods. At the very least, we need to get our hands on some of this metal from the Liu family. Chun Haiming's words were tactful, but Zhang Shi understood the underlying meaning. The Liu family wielded considerable power, and unless it was absolutely necessary, Chun Haiming had no desire to cross them. But if they could find concrete evidence, things would be different. With luck, they could uproot the Liu family entirely. Ultimately, it was about safeguarding humanity's future. As expected, none of these family heads were easy to deal with. They were all seasoned old foxes. You're right, Zhang Shi nodded, then continued. It's okay if I don't know all the details. There's someone else who might know the inside story. Oh, Chun Haiming's eyes widened slightly. Ooh, Uncle Li. A sudden realization washed over Chun Haiming. Of course, he must know. After all, when he tried to assassinate him, he'd used that very same special metal. At that thought, Chun Haiming's anger flared even hotter. Thank goodness the one who took the knife for him had been Zhang Shi and not his own daughter. If that blade had pierced Chun Shuiyu, his precious child would have lost her chance to become a mother. The risk was simply too great. That bastard, he deserved to die. Let's go. I'll take you to him myself, Chun Haiming said, rising to his feet, his voice cold and sharp. Zhang, she could see how furious he was and quickly tried to calm him down. Hey, Uncle Chun, don't get too worked up. I know you probably want to beat him to death right now, but let's at least get some answers first, okay? Once we cleared things up, it won't be too late to decide what to do. Huh. Chun Haiming nodded. He had to admit, Zhang, she was right. Now wasn't the time to let anger take over. However, he suddenly thought of an even more troubling issue. Uncle Li was one of the Li family, yet this metal came from the Liu family's technology. The secrecy surrounding that technology must be airtight. Outsiders shouldn't know about it. And yet, the Li family was already putting it to use. What did that mean? Had the Li family already formed an alliance with the Liu family? If it were just Li Yang, it might not matter much. He didn't hold any real power. But what if it was Li Ji? That would be a serious problem. Zhang, she was well aware of the stakes involved. He let out a sigh and said, let's get to the bottom of this first, Uncle Chun. Yes, I understand. Come with me, Chun Haiming replied, and headed out. Chun Haiming was a man who valued old friendships. Even though Uncle Li had betrayed him and even tried to kill him, Chun Haiming hadn't punished him harshly. Instead, he'd simply put him under house arrest. Now, Uncle Li was eating well, sleeping well, without a worry in the world. If anything, he looked healthier than ever, having gained quite a bit of weight. Chun Haiming led Zhang, she to a small house in the backyard. To call it a small house was an understatement. It was really a villa. The wealthy truly lived differently. Even prisoners were kept in villas. It was almost laughable. Master, Mr. Zhang. 5 or 6 security guards stood at the entrance where Uncle Li was confined, keeping watch. Uncle Li was quite skilled, and Zhangxi's group had already suffered at his hands. Once, so they weren't taking any chances this time. Extra guards had been posted, but Uncle Li didn't seem interested in escaping. Perhaps he thought it meaningless to try. We're just here to see him. You all can go, Chun Haiming said. But, sir, he's very dangerous. It's fine. With me here, he won't be able to hurt Uncle Chun, Zhang, she said confidently, thumping his chest. Very well, then. The guards withdrew, and Zhang Shi and Chun Haiming went inside. Music could be heard from a distance. A mighty river flows wide. The wind brings the scent of rice across both banks. They both paused in surprise, then couldn't help but laugh. It seemed Uncle Li was in high spirits, still in the mood for music, even now. Hearing the door, Uncle Li came out. He was surprised to see the two of them, but quickly regained his composure. What are you two doing here? I doubt you've come to share a drink, Uncle Li said calmly, taking his seat as if he weren't a prisoner, but an equal sitting down for a conversation. Zhang, she didn't waste any words. He got straight to the point. Do you remember that throwing knife, the one you used in your attempt on Uncle Chen's life? Oh, that, Uncle Li replied, his voice calm. Of course he remembered. The knife was sharp and sturdy. What? Are you thinking of sending me off with that blade? No, I'm not planning to do anything to you just yet, Zhang Shi answered, locking eyes with him. I want to know, did you get that knife from the Liu family? A flicker of surprise flashed in Uncle Li's eyes, and even a trace of panic. Zhang Shi caught it at once. I don't know. That knife wasn't given to me by the Liu family, Uncle Li stammered. Then who gave it to you? Tell me, who was it? Zhang Shi pressed. It was Li Yang. Li Yang said the knife was fast, sharp, and with it, there'd be no chance for failure. Li Yang. It was him. The two men exchanged a look, uncertain whether Uncle Li was telling the truth. But every day wasted meant greater danger. This metal absolutely could not be allowed to get out. Security! Chun Haiming barked. Come in, take him and follow me. Where are you taking me? Uncle Li asked, bewildered. Where? The world nearly fell into chaos because of you. What do you think? Chun Haiming shouted, dragging Uncle Li toward the car. Their most urgent task now was to find the hiding place of the metal. Every second lost meant the risk grew. They sped through the night, racing to the Li family estate. Since Zhang, she wasn't familiar with the Li family, and it was already late, he felt awkward about approaching Li Ji directly. Instead, he called Li Quaning first to let him know they were coming, so he could pass on the message. When they arrived, Li Quaning was already waiting at the door, fully dressed. Zhang, she stepped out, clapped Li Quaning on the shoulder, and asked, How's your injury? Are you recovering well? Li Quaning grinned and gave a little laugh. I've been fine for ages, don't worry about me. Good, that's a relief. Quick, take me to see your father. You've told him I'm coming, right? Yes, I told him already. Come on, let's go in. They followed Li Quaning inside and entered the main hall, where Li Ji had been waiting for some time. Xiao Zhang, Brother Chun, what brings you here? Li Ji greeted them. Quaning said you have something important to discuss. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Take us to see Li Yang. There are some things I need to ask him. Fellow wanderers, meeting far from home. Why should strangers not help one another? Li Yang and Uncle Li, both from the Li family, both ending up prisoners. What a strange twist of fate. Of course, Li Ji agreed readily, not pressing for details. After all, they had brought Uncle Lee along. Perhaps there were things that needed to be cleared up. Quanning, go and bring your uncle over. All right, I understand, Li Quanning replied, then turned and walked away. In less than 5 minutes, Li Quanning returned with Li Yang. Compared to Uncle Li, Li Yang's life was clearly far less comfortable. He looked utterly worn out, dark circles heavy under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for days. So, everyone's here. What's going on? Li Yang drawled lazily. Zhang Shi and Chun Haiming exchanged a glance. Then, Chun Haiming asked, "The knife Uncle Li used to try to kill me, did it come from the Liu family?" Though his tone sounded calm, Zhang Shi was already on high alert. He wasn't sure if Li Ji was involved in all this, and if things went south, they could all be in danger. So he quietly gathered his strength, ready for anything. Li Ji looked genuinely surprised, clearly at a loss. He could only turn his gaze to Li Yang. From his reaction, it didn't seem like he was pretending, and Zhang Shi didn't spot any hint of deceit. Perhaps he really didn't know. Li Yang spoke up. "That's right, it was given to me by the Liu family. They said it was their latest invention, tough, poisonous, the works, and told me to use it for the assassination." "Why? Did you all come here just to ask about that?" "That's part of it, but not the whole story. It seems you don't really know what that metal is truly for." "Never mind that. Let me ask you, do you know where the Liu family's laboratory is?" Zhang Shi fixed him with a steady gaze. "Oh, please, it's just a piece of metal. What special use could it possibly have?" Li Yang scoffed. "Yeah, I know. It's in an abandoned factory. On Dongyan Road, their secret lab. Of course, I've been locked up for a while now, so I don't know if they've moved, but that's where it was." "You're not lying to us, are you?" Zhang Shi asked. "Come on, what do I have left to gain by lying to you?" Li Yang retorted bitterly. "The Liu family's already thrown me away like trash. Honestly, I'm telling you the truth, and no one believes me. It's just sad, truly sad. Who else can you blame? You've lied so much before that no one trusts you now." With the location pinned down, Zhang Shi and the others prepared to head out. Li Ji asked what was going on, and Zhang Shi didn't hold anything back. He told him everything from start to finish. No one could hear all this without being shocked. Li Ji clenched his fists in fury and cursed. "Beasts! Bastards! To stoop so low, doing something so vile. They deserve to die. Every last one of them." "That's enough. Uncle Li," Zhang Shi said firmly. "Now's not the time for words. Let's move. Let's take down that lab and destroy everything inside. Let's put an end to this crisis." This news absolutely cannot be made public. On one hand, there's the concern that someone with ulterior motives might get wind of it. On the other, if this matter were to be exposed, it would likely cause widespread panic. At that point, everyone would be living in fear, and the consequences would be unimaginable. You're right," Li Ji said through gritted teeth. "As one of the 5 great families of Mechanical City, I could truly feel ashamed. I can't believe we'd stoop so low as to make something like this. Let's go." The group set out, but none of them noticed that in the crowd, someone's finger twitched ever so slightly. A notification sounded. Because of his job, Liu Zhongyong's phone was always on, 24 hours a day. However, when he went to sleep at night, he usually didn't keep it by his side. Instead, he'd hand it over to his secretary, instructing them to notify him immediately if anything important came up. Of course, minor issues didn't warrant waking him. The secretary picked up the phone and glanced at the message. His expression changed dramatically, and he immediately jumped out of bed, rushing straight to Liu Zhongyong's room. Zhang Shi and the others were already on the road. All of them were on high alert, watching every movement around them. This factory had been abandoned 10 years ago. Allegedly, it had gone bankrupt due to lack of funds, but for some unknown reason, the old building had never been demolished in all this time. In the ever-changing landscape of Mechanical City, that was quite extraordinary. Zhang Shi had always wondered about it, but now, with everything coming to light, he finally understood. The Liu family had been interfering behind the scenes all along. Very soon, they arrived at their destination. Zhang Shi and the others got out of the car and looked at the factory ahead. Although this was the outskirts of the city, under normal circumstances, there should still be some signs of life. Yet the area around the factory was desolate. The surrounding houses looked as if they hadn't been inhabited for ages, falling apart and thick with dust. At the entrance stood a sign, weathered by time, but if you looked closely, you could still make out the words. "Corning Equipment Chemical Plant," Zhang Shi muttered, then pulled out his phone to look up information on the factory. The Corning Equipment Chemical Plant had been officially dissolved 8 years ago, but what was worth noting was that its biggest shareholder was none other than Liu Zhongyong. That left little doubt. This was indeed Liu Zhongyong's secret laboratory. Zhang Shi looked at the others and said, "I know some of you may still have complicated feelings about the Liu family, but none of that matters anymore. You need to understand, what we're doing now is about saving the world. I don't expect you to risk your lives. You're not capable of that anyway. I just hope you won't hold us back." Everyone present was a person of great importance. and among them, Zhang was the youngest. By rights, he shouldn't have been the one to speak up, but it made little difference. After all, of all those gathered, he was the most skilled in combat, and none of the others understood anything about tactical command. With such a crucial matter at hand, there could be no room for even the slightest carelessness, so Zhang naturally took on the role of commander. No one objected. They all nodded in agreement. Li Yang stretched lazily, his tone leisurely as he said, "I guess there's nothing left for me to do? Aren't you going to send me back? If we send you back, I'd be worried you'd tip someone off. You'd better stay right here," Li Ji replied. Li Yang shrugged and said nothing more. Zhang frowned, feeling something wasn't quite right. If Li Yang were sent back and someone was set to watch him, he wouldn't have any chance to leak information anyway. Why insist on keeping him here? Of course, this was only Zhang's thought. He didn't say anything. After all, this was a family matter for the least, and it wasn't his place to interfere. "Xiao Zhang, we'll leave our household staff to you. You take command." Zhang nodded and said, "All right. You all should stay outside and wait. There may be dangers inside." "Very well then. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Zhang. Be careful. Oh, and if we really manage to destroy all this metal, do you think we can count ourselves as having saved the world?" Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Isn't it obvious? Of course we can. Haha. No matter how you looked at it, this operation had to succeed." Zhang waved his hand and led the household staff inside. Yet no one noticed that, in the midst of the crowd, someone was wearing a chilling, sinister smile. Though the factory had been abandoned for years, that was only on the surface. When Zhang and the others' pride opened the main doors and stepped inside, they found it had been thoroughly refurbished, revealing an entirely different world within. Zhang reached out and touched the ground. There wasn't a speck of dust. Clearly, people were still working here frequently. "Everyone, stay alert. Somebody's here," he warned. The staff all nodded. Now, the value of a highly trained agent truly became apparent. With every step, Zhang guided them, telling them how to move, what to watch out for. Under his calm direction, everyone advanced in perfect order, with not a trace of panic. After all, these staff members were all well-trained, the elite from each family. It wasn't hard to find the laboratory. Zhang and his group located it easily. Perhaps out of fear that someone might miss it, or for some other reason, the words laboratory were boldly painted in huge characters across one of the doors. Zhang walked over and first checked the surroundings for any traps. Once he was sure it was safe, he pressed his ear to the door, listening intently for any sound from within. No sound came from inside. The place seemed empty. Zhang reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of wire he'd prepared beforehand. The laboratory door was a security door, but for a top agent like Zhang, that was hardly an obstacle. In less than 3 minutes, the door clicked open. He glanced back and signaled to the others, then slipped quietly inside. What he saw took him completely by surprise. Zhang stared at the laboratory, so shocked he was momentarily speechless. The most lavish and advanced lab he'd ever seen belonged to Tony in the Marvel Universe. Though Tony's experiments often left the place battered and full of holes, you only had to glance at his equipment to know it was top of the line. And now, with his own experience in alchemy, Zhang could recognize cutting-edge gear. When he saw it, he was certain this lab was filled with the most advanced equipment, but also the sort you'd never want anyone else to know about. Damn it, I can't believe this wretched guy has so much metal and weapons research equipment tucked away here. What on earth is he planning? But there was no time to unravel the mystery now. He signaled for the servants to keep watch and hurried to the work table, searching for any information on the lab's inventory. There had to be a record of what was stored here. Sure enough, he soon found the inventory list. He quickly flipped it open, scanning for any clues about the mysterious and terrifying metal. This must be it, Zhang muttered, eyes fixed on a specific entry. Ju metal possesses the ability to alter female genes, rendering them infertile. Security level, maximum. Ju, meaning absolute, and Juezi, absolute childlessness. The name was chillingly accurate. Beyond this metal, the laboratory housed other dangerous items. Zhang had no idea what Liu Zhongyong intended with these inventions, but one thing was clear, they were not just for the Liu family's use. In other words, someone else was involved, lurking behind the scenes. Who were these people? The thought sent a cold shudder down Zhang's spine. No time to dwell on it now. The priority was to destroy these things before it was too late. Zhang memorized the locations of the Ju metal and other dangerous materials, then moved quickly toward the storage room. While Zhang's progress was smooth, things were very different for Chun Haiming and Li Ji. Listen closely. There's something moving over there, Chun Haiming said quietly, pointing toward a cluster of abandoned buildings. His hearing was sharp. Li Ji froze, then turned to look. The moment he did, his heart raced in shock. They hadn't noticed before, but now it was clear. They were surrounded. All around them stood burly, menacing figures, each one with a fierce and intimidating look. They were trapped, completely surrounded. Zhang quickly found a storeroom, where two men stood guard. He waved his hand, signaling to those behind him not to make any sudden moves. "You wait here. I'll handle this," he whispered, then slipped quietly toward the guards. Hidden by the darkness, Zhang moved with the agility of a wildcat, every motion smooth and silent. When he was about 10 meters away, he stopped. He reached into his pocket and drew out a slingshot, loading it with 2 pellets. After a quick aim, he released them with a sharp snap. Against ordinary people like these, Zhang didn't even need to use any special power. His raw strength alone was more than enough to bring them down. Both pellets found their mark, striking each guard squarely on the forehead. The men's heads rang with a dull thud, and they slumped to the ground, unconscious. "Come on," Zhang called out crisply after dispatching the guards, waving his attendants forward to gather the goods. As expected, their timing was perfect. When they found the precious Jew metal, it was already packed up and looked ready to be shipped out at any moment. Luckily, they hadn't come any later. Otherwise, things could have taken a turn for the worse. Zhang exhaled in relief as he surveyed the metal. There was even more than he'd anticipated. 3 large crates in total, easily 300 to 500 pounds. Thankfully, he had enough people with him to carry it all. However, other dangerous items Zhang had flagged couldn't possibly all be removed. While this was only a temporary fix, and more of the metal would likely be produced, at least for now the immediate threat was gone. If only he had Doctor Strange portal, he thought wryly. Then he could just dump everything in the warehouse straight into the sea. "Take these, and let's go. Move quickly and keep quiet," Zhang said softly. Everyone nodded in understanding. The group rearranged themselves, the rear moving to the front, and they slipped out of the abandoned factory without a sound. Zhang stayed at the back to cover their exit. This time, they moved much faster than before. After all, this was enemy territory. It was no place to linger, and the sooner they left, the better. Soon, they reached the entrance. But when Zhang saw the others standing frozen, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Let's go." One of the attendants pointed ahead. "Zhang, look over there." Zhang followed the direction of his pointing finger and was instantly stunned. Out of nowhere, a crowd of men in black had appeared, wielding clubs and makeshift weapons, their eyes fixed on him with predatory intensity. Worse still, Li Ji, Chun Hyaming, and the rest had all been taken captive. Damn it, where did these people come from? It was as if they'd sprung from the cracks in the ground, appearing out of nowhere. Leading the group was the very last person Zhang wanted to see right now, Lu Zhongyong. President Zhang, long time no see. Lu Zhongyong wore the smug grin of a victor. "We're all old acquaintances here, aren't we? No need to hide anything. If you were so curious about my lab, you could have just asked me straight out. Why sneak around? Now you've got me coming over in the middle of the night, and you've even startled Brother Chun and Old Li here. Was that really necessary?" As soon as he finished speaking, several men in black stepped forward, gleaming knives flashing in their hands. In an instant, blades were pressed against the throats of Chun Hyaming and the others. Zhang narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly and with menace. "You should know, if you dare lay a finger on them, I could end your life in a heartbeat." In the world of the Avengers, he might just be a side character, but here in reality, he was an undisputed kingpin. Taking out Lu Zhongyong would be child's play. "You're right, you really do have the power to do that." Lu Zhongyong nodded, unruffled. "But if anything happens to me, my old friends, here won't make it out alive either. I know you're fast, but my men react just as quickly. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try." Zhang did possess fragments of Quicksilver's power, but there wasn't much of it, so while he was fast, he wasn't superhumanly so. Plus, Lu Zhongyong's crew included a handful of people with powers of their own. Their blades would not be slow. Zhang knew this wasn't a gamble he could afford. "So are you scared now?" Lu Zhongyong taunted. "Actually, this is all just a misunderstanding. How about this? Let's make a deal, shall we?" "What kind of deal?" Zhang asked warily. "I'll overlook you breaking into my lab, just let it go, but you have to return what you took from me." "Yes, you know exactly what I mean." Zhang replied coldly. "You know exactly what that thing can do. For the sake of all humanity, I can't let you have it." "Oh really?" Zhang, do you honestly take me for a fool?" Lu Zhongyong snorted. Zhang hesitated, not quite catching Lu Zhongyong's drift. "Whatever else I am, I'm still human. I'd never do anything that dangerous. I give you my word. Those metals, I won't use them." "Who'd believe a word of that?" Zhang retorted sharply. "Anyone can make empty promises. You said you wouldn't use them, but didn't you end up doing it anyway?" "Using them once in a while hardly counts," Lu Zhongyong replied with a slight smile, then his tone turned serious. "Zhang, give them back. It's for your own good, as well as mine." And what good does it do me? Is it just so I'll feel less guilty? No, I'm doing this for your safety, for the safety of all humanity. Lu Zhongyong said, his tone firm. Some things are better left unknown. The world isn't as simple as you imagine. As a superhuman, you should understand that, shouldn't you? Zhang didn't really grasp what he meant, but he could tell Lu Zhongyong wasn't joking. Despite being a sly, two-faced old fox, in this matter, he was absolutely serious. Maybe there truly was something beyond Lu Zhongyong's control at play here. That would fit with Zhang Shi's own suspicions. After all, there was indeed a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, pulling the strings behind Lu Zhongyong. In the end, Lu Zhongyong was nothing more than a pawn. After pondering for a while, Zhang Shi finally looked up and said, "Fine, I'll accept your condition. But you must promise me one thing. These metals must never leave Mechanical City. Such a powerful and terrifying metal in the wrong hands would have unimaginable consequences. As long as it stayed in Mechanical City, Zhang Shi could still keep it under control." "Is that all you ask?" Lu Zhongyong laughed. "Aren't you worried I might go back on my word?" "Of course I'm worried. But you'd have to be capable of it first. If you really have the ability, try moving it all out without a trace, if you can." With a snap of his fingers, Zhang Shi signaled his attendants to bring in the batch of absolute metal, adding, "It's all here. You know how much there is, don't you? Now let them go." Mechanical City was a bustling metropolis, and its nightlife was just as vibrant. It was already past midnight, yet the city showed no signs of winding down. Perhaps people weren't ready to let go of yesterday, or maybe they simply didn't dare to face tomorrow. Sitting in the car, Zhang Shi gazed out at the flashing neon lights, lost in thought. The operation had failed, but that wasn't what weighed on Zhang Shi's mind. As Lu Zhongyong had pointed out, Zhang Shi was no fool. He knew just how dangerous this metal was. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never act recklessly. And now, with the metal's movements restricted, even if Lu Zhongyong tried to double-cross him, Zhang Shi was confident that he, Li Ji, and Chen Haiming would be able to keep him in check. This wasn't what troubled him most. His real concern lay elsewhere. He had thought his plan was flawless, with every detail accounted for from start to finish. The only oversight was failing to inspect the abandoned houses near the factory in advance. All the ambushers had emerged from there, but Zhang Shi had checked those places himself. Dust lay thick everywhere, no sign of recent habitation, which could only mean one thing. That meant there was a traitor among them. Someone must have tipped Lu Zhongyong off before they made their move, which was how he managed to prepare in advance. Well, that part didn't really matter now, but what Lu Zhongyong had said was truly concerning. What did he mean by saying, for the sake of his own safety, he had to return the absolute metal to Lu Zhongyong? Lu Zhongyong should know. It was impossible for him to actually kill me, wasn't it? Who was the real puppet master behind all this? Xiao Zhang. Chen Haiming patted him on the shoulder. "What are you thinking about? Still blaming yourself for the failed operation?" "Uncle Chen," Zhang Shi turned to respond. "No, I'm just thinking about something else, that's all." "Ah, Xiao Zhang, this is really our fault. We held you back, otherwise, you really shouldn't have worried about us at the time." But then again, Lu Zhongyong did say your life was in danger. "It's normal to be a bit scared," Li Ji sighed. Hearing Li Ji's words, Zhang Shi couldn't help but laugh out of frustration. What was this? Wasn't this just turning the blame around? If your backbone was so tough, why didn't you step up just now? What nonsense. Now he understood why Li Kuaning had been such a coward before. After all, with a father like that, how good could the son be? "Hey, brother Li, that's not fair. It was obviously our fault," someone interjected. "But Xiao Zhang, don't let it get to you. We could get something out of this. As long as we keep a close eye on him and don't let him move the metal out, we still have a chance." Zhang Shi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Chen. I know what I'm doing." No matter what, things had come to this point. There was nothing left to do but lay low and bide his time against the Lu family. Lu Zhongyong had always been looking for ways to make trouble for him, but now he held the Lu family's biggest secret. Maybe from now on, Lu Zhongyong would be a little more restrained. But Zhang Shi was still too naive. He had thought he could topple the Lu family with his own efforts, but now he realized things were far from that simple. Forget it, there was no point in dwelling on these things. For now, the most important thing was to get the factory up and running. The night passed without incident. The next day, Zhang Shi showed up at work with heavy dark circles under his eyes. It had been a late night. The chaos had dragged on until the early hours, and with so much weighing on his mind, he barely slept. No wonder he felt so out of sorts. "You're here, President Zhang." Zhang Shi looked up to see Chen Shiyu greeting him. For some reason, her expression had changed, and so had the way she addressed him. She used to call him Brother Zhang, always with that look in her eye that was neither friendly nor hostile, as if he'd done something to offend her. "Yeah, I'm here. Hey, did you get Kevin home last night?" Chen Shiyu replied coldly. Yeah. I took him home. He threw up all over me, too. Next time something like this happens, don't call me. Figure it out yourself. Oh, and by the way, he's waiting for you in the reception room right now. Better go see him. With that, Chun Shuyu left without so much as a backward glance. Today, Chun Shuyu was in a terrible mood. She couldn't make heads or tails of it. Maybe she's on her period? Forget it. Better not take it personally. Iron-willed and oblivious, as ever. Shaking off those thoughts, She made his way to the reception room. Inside, Kevin was already seated. When he saw Shi, he stood up and said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry about last night. I drank too much and caused you trouble. Please forgive me." Shi smiled and waved it off. "Don't worry about it. Everyone gets drunk once in a while. If you had a few too many, it means you enjoyed yourself. So, did you have fun last night?" "Yeah. Yes, you organized everything perfectly. I had a great time. That's what matters. Are you feeling all right, Mr. Kevin? You did drink quite a bit yesterday. Don't you need a rest today?" "No, I'm fine. I can handle it. Actually, Mr. Zhang, I was just about to tell you. Our first batch of equipment has arrived. It should reach Mechanical City by this afternoon. We should make arrangements to pick it up," Kevin said. This caught Shi by surprise. The goods had arrived so quickly. The efficiency in Tour country was truly impressive. Just as he was about to say something, Luo Roming walked in and said, "Mr. Zhang, we have a situation." Shi paused and asked what happened. Luo Roming produced a few sheets of paper and tossed them on the table in front of him. "Dear head of Shiyu Company, I am the investment manager at TNT Technology Limited. Your company has great potential, and we'd like to discuss an acquisition. Let's meet tonight at 7 p.m. at the Welcome Building. See you there." After reading the invitation, Shi chuckled. He tossed it aside and said with clear annoyance, "What is this? They think they can buy out our company with just a note? Are they serious? Did their people deliver this?" Chun Shuyu nodded. "Yeah, they're still outside." "Well, perfect. Go tell them I'm not interested and they can leave," Shi said, waving his hand dismissively. Chun Shuyu added, "You probably don't know much about TNT Technology, do you? They're the biggest tech company in Moonlight City. They rarely show interest in other businesses, so the reason they want to acquire us is probably because of our connection with Tour country. Otherwise, they wouldn't even bother. So, what you're saying is, we're just going to let them buy us out." She narrowed her eyes, her tone sharp and unfriendly. "No, of course not," Chun Shuyu replied. "It's just that this is an opportunity. It would be such a shame if we let it slip by and wasted it." "An opportunity?" She was taken aback for a moment and asked, "What kind of opportunity?" Luo Roming chuckled and said, "Maybe you're not aware, but when TNT Technology decides to acquire a company, their offer is incredibly generous, almost impossible to refuse. But think about it. If we turn down TNT's acquisition, don't you think our company would instantly become famous?" She considered it for a moment and had to admit it was true. This really was a chance. At the very least, it would show the world their confidence. It was worth a try. "Are you talking about TNT Technology?" After Shi and Luo Roming finished speaking, Kevin chimed in from the side. Shi paused, then nodded. "Yes, that's right. Mr. Kevin, you know about TNT Technology too?" "Of course I do," Kevin said. "Not long ago, they approached us as well, hoping to collaborate. They're truly a powerhouse. In Moonlight City, which is already a hub of productivity, TNT still holds the #1 spot. Their strength is undeniable." "So what happened then?" Shi asked. "Did you end up working with them?" "No," Kevin shook his head. "We didn't go into business with them because their boss was far too arrogant, acted like we didn't even matter. Some I just flat out rejected their proposal." She couldn't help but throw her head back and laugh. It made sense. Both companies were big players, neither willing to back down. It would have been stranger if there hadn't been a clash. "So, respect has to go both ways, just like with us," Kevin continued. "But, honestly, if you do end up signing a deal with TNT, there won't be much left for us to do." She grinned. "Well, you're not wrong. But there's something else I should mention," Kevin added. "Their company CEO is quite stunning, definitely easy on the eyes." That set Shi off in another round of hearty laughter. Beauty really is a superpower, isn't it? "Well then, since that's the case, how about you come with me this evening? I have a feeling you'll enjoy yourself." She had already figured out that Kevin probably had a bit of a crush on TNT CEO, even if he was too shy to admit it. Besides, having Kevin along would definitely boost her own presence. It was a win-win. As expected, Kevin grinned broadly and burst out laughing. "Well then, I'll gladly accept your invitation." She turned around and said to Luo Roming, "Roming, please go downstairs and tell that person who's waiting. Say that I'm willing to meet, but a low-level manager can't make such a decision. If they're truly sincere, their CEO should come and talk to me personally. It's still morning. Even if their CEO isn't here now, there's plenty of time for them to make it over." Luo Roming was a little surprised. "Isn't that a bit too arrogant?" And you really don't plan to even show your face? Zhangxi smiled. Since we've already decided to use this chance to make a name for ourselves, we might as well go all the way. At the same time, we can see just how much Tianyi Technologies values us. If they care enough their CEO will come. Besides, when dealing with arrogant people like this, you can't just keep accommodating them. We don't owe them anything, so there's no reason to bend over backwards. We need to show them what we're made of. After hearing Zhang Xi's words, Luo Roming felt as if a veil had been lifted from her eyes. At the same time, she was genuinely surprised. Just a few months ago, when she'd worked under him, he hadn't had this kind of commanding presence. Now, Zhang Xi had become a formidable boss, someone who could shake things up. The transformation had been so fast. All right, I'll take care of it right away. After Luo Roming left, Kevin gave him a big thumbs up and praised. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Haha. Meanwhile, in a lobby downstairs, the people from Tianyi Technologies were already getting impatient. When Luo Roming came down, one of them looked up, nose practically in the air, and asked with thinly veiled disdain, "Well, did your boss agree or not?" Looking at that annoying face, Luo Roming felt her irritation rise. Seriously? Just a kid barely in his 20s, and now he thinks he's hot stuff because he's a manager? And to top it off, his name is actually Gao Ao. Arrogant? Please, what a joke. What right does he have to act so high and mighty in front of me? When the boss is tough, the employees follow suit. But if the boss backs down, the staff can't hold their heads up either. Without the slightest courtesy, Luo Roming replied, "Our boss said, we're willing to talk, just not with you. You're not qualified. If you want to negotiate, send your CEO." Gao Ao's eyes widened in disbelief. It took him a moment to react. His face turned an ugly shade, and all pretense of manners vanished as he jabbed a finger at Luo Roming's nose and shouted, "What? I'm not qualified? Who do you think your company is? You actually expect our CEO to show up? Dream on." With a wave of her hand, Luo Roming summoned a group of security guards seemingly out of nowhere, who quickly surrounded Gao Ao. It's worth mentioning that, in addition to running his company, Zhang Xi had also been constantly training his own security team. There was simply no other choice. After all, he'd already fallen out with the Liu family. No matter how strong he was personally, the Lius had numbers on their side. If any real conflict broke out, sheer personal strength wouldn't be enough. He needed a formidable force behind him. So, he'd recruited some servants from the Li and Chun families and trained them to serve as his security guards. As the crowd closed in, Gao Ao began to panic. He tried to maintain a facade of calm, but his trembling legs betrayed the fear he felt inside. "What do you think you're doing? I'm telling you, I'm with Tianyi Technologies. I don't care who you're with." Luo Roming barked, her voice ringing out like a thunderclap. "In our company, dragons must coil up and tigers must lie low. You're the ones who came knocking to discuss an acquisition, not the other way around. Now, call your president. I want to hear directly from him. Right now, immediately." "Fine, just you wait." Gao Ao stamped his foot in frustration, then pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Meanwhile, a red Ferrari was tearing down the highway. No matter when or where, a red Ferrari always drew attention. But even more striking than the multi-million-dollar sports car was the woman behind the wheel. Her flowing red hair, dark sunglasses, blazing red lips, and exquisitely sculpted features stood out brilliantly against her fair skin, making her irresistibly captivating. She wore a red dress that matched her hair perfectly. Clearly, she had a fondness for the color. The whole effect was like a fiery rose in full bloom, dazzling and impossible to ignore. Just then, her phone rang. She pressed a button to answer. "Xiao Gao, what's the matter?" "President Wu, the company you sent me to, they're utterly disrespectful, treating people terribly." Gao Ao sounded like a child who'd been bullied, desperately seeking help from a parent. He exaggerated his own misfortunes and painted Zhang Xi and his team in the worst possible light. After hearing him out, Wu Kersen's elegant brows furrowed. She was clearly displeased. After all, Tianyi Technologies was the largest company in Moonlight City, bar none. For someone to look down on them, was it that they had gotten too full of themselves? Or had she, Wu Kersen, lost her edge? "Tell him I agree to meet tonight at the Welcome Pavilion. I'll be waiting there for him." Gao Ao was taken aback. "President Wu, weren't you supposed to be out of town? Why aren't you going anymore? If you were even a bit more capable, I wouldn't have to keep running back and forth. Enough talking, just get it done." Chastened by her scolding, Gao Ao hung up, his face burning with embarrassment. He shot Luo Roming a vicious glare and snapped, "Just you wait. Your company's finished by tonight." Luo Roming didn't say a word. Instead, she gave a subtle look. Instantly, a security guard rushed forward, swung his right hand, and landed a resounding slap right across Gao Ao's face. The force of that slap was tremendous. It sent Gao Ao's head spinning, stars dancing before his eyes, and even knocked his glasses clear off. Gao Ao's hand shook with rage as he pointed and shouted, "How dare you hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? And who do you think you are? This isn't your teeny technology company, so show some respect here." Luo Romeng, fed up, unleashed her own temper and jabbed a finger right at Gao Ao's nose as she yelled, "Fine, fine. We'll see about this." With that, Gao Ao scrambled up and stormed off. A chuckle drifted through the air. Gao Ao had barely left when Zhangxi strolled over from behind, his voice light and teasing. "That was a bit much, don't you think? I never told you to get physical." "What? Did I get you into trouble?" Luo Ruoming's tone was sharp. "Not really," Zhangxi replied. "I just realize you're not as gentle and refined as you seem. I never claimed to be a perfect lady. Enough talk, I'm leaving." With that, Luo Ruoming spun around and walked away. Zhangxi watched her graceful silhouette disappear, shaking his head with a helpless smile. "Is that your girlfriend?" Kevin asked. Zhangxi raised a single finger and grinned. "One of them." Kevin burst out laughing. "Impressive. So the other one must be Miss Chun?" "I have to say, Mr. Zhang, you really are lucky with the ladies. As for me, I'm over 30 and haven't even got a girlfriend. Honestly, it's starting to worry me." "Don't worry. When the time is right, it'll happen. Who knows? Maybe your special someone will walk into your life before you know it," Zhangxi said with a laugh. "I hope you're right." As Kevin spoke, Zhangxi was already mapping out his plans for the night in his mind. 7 p.m., the guest reception building. Both parties valued punctuality, so almost simultaneously, the two groups arrived at the newly built guest hall. Wu Kersen sized up Zhangxi. She hadn't expected the boss of Shiyu Company to be so young, and, frankly, so handsome. There was an aura of quiet dominance about him. Almost every woman would feel a sense of security just by being near him. Of course, that only held true if you weren't his adversary. Meanwhile, Zhangxi was also appraising Wu Kersen. Everything about her embodied the traits of a strong, capable woman. Her gaze was sharp and shrewd. Her features were strikingly elegant, and her figure perfectly proportioned. What drew Zhangxi's attention the most were her large, clear eyes, shining and beautiful, full of vitality. Especially striking were her long eyelashes, fluttering like tiny fans, adding a captivating charm. People often say those with long lashes are clever. Zhangxi wondered if Wu Kersen fit that description or not. Zhangxi, right? Perhaps out of habit, Wu Kersen spoke with a subtle hint of condescension and command. She didn't bother with formalities, addressing Zhangxi directly by name without so much as a Mr. Zhang. Zhangxi responded without the slightest hesitation. "That's right, it's me. And you must be Wu Kersen." Wu Kersen was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, ever since she'd become president of Tianyi Technologies, it had been ages since anyone had addressed her so directly, without her title. "Yes, that's me," Wu Kersen nodded. Her assistant seemed a bit displeased, but since Wu Kersen herself didn't object, he had to hold his tongue. "Come in, let's talk inside," Zhangxi said with gentlemanly courtesy, opening the door to the private room. Wu Kersen stepped inside, surprised to find someone else already there. Someone she recognized, Kevin. "Your assistant already told me what brings you here today. You're interested in Tur country, and that's why you want to acquire us. I'm the kind of person who doesn't like being valued simply because of someone else's opinion, so I'll be straightforward. If your focus is Tur country, then you two can discuss it. I won't interfere. What does that sound?" Zhangxi grinned and snapped his fingers, then added, "Waiter, could we see the menu?" Wu Kersen asked in a puzzled tone. "So, am I to understand that you're turning me down?" "You could say that. My company was just founded, so I have no intention of selling it yet." "I'm sorry to disappoint you," Zhangxi replied. 80 million. Shiyu Company becomes a subsidiary of my Tianyi Corporation, joining our group. You'll still be in charge of the branch, and you only need to pay 30% of your annual revenue. If there are losses, the parent company will cover them. Can you accept these terms?" Those are very attractive terms. For most people, I imagine there'd be no reason to say no. "So, you're saying you'll refuse?" Wu Kersen was genuinely surprised. Such an offer would be a windfall for any small company. And yet she was turning her down? With a cheerful smile, Zhangxi said, "That's right. I want you to understand, not everyone is so easily swayed. And I can tell you exactly why I'm refusing. It's because of him." As he finished, Zhangxi gestured to Kevin beside him. Kevin let out a couple of awkward chuckles, a sly grin spreading across his face, his eyes glued to Wu Kersen the whole time. "Sir, may I take your order?" The waiter arrived right on cue, flashing a standard 8-2 smile at everyone around the table. Zhangxi quickly interjected, "You all go ahead and chat. I'll handle the ordering. I'll show you the menu in a bit. Mr. Wu, see if it meets your approval." Rejecting Tianyi Technology wasn't Zhang, Xi's main concern. What he really wanted was to secure a partnership with them. Still, the thought of the company he had painstakingly built being swallowed up just like that left him deeply unsettled. The only person who could make Wu Kursin yield was Kevin. He had figured out Kevin liked Wu Kursin, but she didn't care for him in the slightest. If Zhang she could play matchmaker and tie the red string between them, everything would fall into place, and he'd be in a favorable position with both sides. As the saying goes, when pointed needles meet sharp weed-ons, it's time for the red string to work its magic. Zhang she turned to the waiter. All right, you can step out for now. We'll call you back once we've made our choices. Of course, sir. The waiter let out a sigh of relief and left the room. For some reason, despite the number of people in the private dining room, they didn't seem like friends at all. Instead, there was an undercurrent of rivalry, and the atmosphere felt so stifling that she couldn't help but feel uneasy. While Zhang she bent his head to the menu and the waiter exited, the room was now free of outsiders. Kevin suddenly let out a sly grin and said, Zyok Singson, you're here? Ha! Hearing that nickname, it wasn't just Wu Kursin who was caught off guard. Even Zhang she almost slid off his seat. Was this really the normally straight-laced Kevin? Was he joking? One woman had spent over 20 years raising him into adulthood, and yet another could turn him into a fool in 2 minutes flat. That was Kevin in a nutshell. After hearing this, Kevin's grin nearly stretched to his ears. He continued, Don't call me that. I've never heard anything quite so cringe-worthy. We're all pretty familiar here, aren't we? No need to be so formal. Kevin went on, I heard you're interested in Shiyu Company because of our country, Tur. Why not keep things simple and just work with us directly? Sorry, but you can't speak for Tur, Wu Kursin replied, not giving him an inch of face. I'm interested in collaborating with Tur, but your factory isn't part of the deal. Kevin was left in an awkward spot. He was hopeless when it came to courting women and had no idea how to handle this situation. All he could do was look desperately at Zhang Shi for help. But Zhang, she had nothing to say to a teammate like this. Was this how you chased a woman? You seemed more like a lecherous wolf than a suitor. Even Zhang she couldn't stand to watch, so one could only imagine how Wu Kursin felt. Zhang she set the menu aside and looked at Wu Kursin, saying, President Wu, no matter what you think of Kevin as a person, you must realize that the Hockman factory he represents is the largest and finest in Tour. No matter what, we all have to deal with each other. If things become too tense between us, it won't benefit anyone, will it? Even though I turned down your acquisition offer, that doesn't mean we can't work together, right? And you think I'd be willing to cooperate with you? Wu Kursin let out a cold snort and took a sip of her tea. I think you will. Zhang Shi replied with a gentle smile as he unlocked his phone and handed it to Wu Kursin. From the moment you reached out to me, I've been curious. T&D Technology is such a massive company. If you needed technology from Tour, would you really have to come to us? It wasn't until just now that I finally saw what was really going on. Wu Kursin took the phone from him and glanced at the screen. In an instant, she was stunned. A week ago, your company's meeting minutes clearly laid out the issue. The precision machine tools you purchased from Tour have malfunctioned. These machines are exceptionally valuable. Only a few hundred are produced in Tour each year. But when your company contacted Tour for help, you were turned away because this year's quota was already used up. You were left with nothing, and not even Kevin could fix that, because only Tia has the final say. That's why you ended up thinking of us. You know our company is developing machine tools, but if you buy from us, you're worried about quality, and you're afraid you'll run into the same predicament again. So, you figured, why not solve everything once and for all? Simply acquire us and put all the worries to rest. Isn't that what this is about? Wu Kursin was genuinely shocked, not so much by Zhang Shi's analytical skills, but by how terrifyingly good he was at gathering intelligence. How on earth did he know about our company's internal meeting minutes? Zhang Shi owed this ability to his last trip to the Marvel world, where he had faced off against Ultron. Ultron was itself an artificial intelligence system, capable of infiltrating any network on the planet. In an instant. Of course, that was easy for a robot. Zhang Shi didn't possess such powers, but he did gain valuable knowledge in hacking, perhaps a kind of soft skill, one not displayed on his status panel. Before coming, he had already hacked into T&D Technology's internal network to get the information he wanted. Of course, it took some effort. After all, T&D Technology was a massive company, and their security was impressive. How did you find all this out? Wu Kursin asked coldly. Don't worry about how I found out. That's not important. What matters is whether I'm telling the truth, isn't it? Zhang Shi asked. Wu Kursin was silent for a long time, then nodded and said, That's right. You're telling the truth. Kevin looked puzzled and asked, Xiaoxin, all our products from Tour Kingdom come with a lifetime warranty. If there's an issue, just contact our staff. They'll arrange for someone to repair it. Wu Kursin shook her head and replied, In my opinion, if something is broken, it should be replaced. The word repair doesn't exist for me. Also, don't call me Xiaoxin. I've never heard anything so disgusting. Try it again and see what happens. Kevin shrugged and tactfully stepped aside. Zhang straightened his expression and said, President Wu, on behalf of Shiyu Company, I'd like to state officially that we must decline your acquisition offer. However, if you're interested in collaborating with us, we would welcome it with open arms. Or if you'd prefer, you can work directly with Mr. Kevin. After all, in the face of major business, personal grievances can always be set aside, can't they? No, that's not possible. I mean what I say, and I cannot work with Tour Kingdom. But as for you, President Zhang, we are quite interested. The only question is, how sincere are you? Our company's machine tools, if you need them, and I have them, they're yours. Does that show enough sincerity? That was quite a generous offer. Wu Kurson nodded and, for once, allowed herself a smile. Good. Deal. Let's do it. Huh. Zhang laughed heartily, looking up at the ceiling. Today had gone incredibly smoothly, better than he could have hoped. Not only had he raised his company's profile, but he'd also managed to secure the backing of TND Technology as an independent partner. Now he had nothing to fear from Liu Zhongyong's machinations. Zhang was in high spirits, but Kevin felt rather dejected. It wasn't losing a business partner that bothered him. The company was huge, and one more client or one less made no difference. What really stung was Wu Kurson's attitude toward Zhang. The woman he fancied barely acknowledged him, but was all smiles and laughter with another man. Anyone would be upset by that. Even though Zhang kept trying, subtly or openly, to bring the two of them together throughout the banquet. For some reason, Wu Kurson's attention just never landed on Kevin. On the contrary, she seemed more and more interested in Zhang. With all the delicious dishes laid out on the table, Kevin found he had no appetite at all. After picking at his food for a few minutes, he excused himself, claiming he didn't feel well, and left early. Zhang could tell that he wasn't in high spirits. Kevin could leave if he wanted, but Zhang did not have that option. He and Wu Kurson had talked at length about their potential partnership. Both of them were quite satisfied with the discussion. Perhaps it was the extra drinks, but Wu Kurson's cheeks had taken on a rosy glow, making her look even more alluring. It's about time. I should be heading back, Wu Kurson said as she stood up. Would you walk me home? This was no longer a mere hint. It was a clear invitation. Even Wu Kurson's entourage, usually so composed, blushed at her words. This side of President Wu was something they had never witnessed before. Zhang had long since sensed the undercurrents in the air and could only smile wryly to himself. Damn it, he thought he had come here to play matchmaker, yet now he found himself caught in the very net he'd helped weave. How could he possibly explain this turn of events? President Wu, you're drunk, Zhang replied calmly. In your current state, I don't think I'm the right person to see you home. Oh, and why not? Wu Kurson giggled, then suddenly leaned in close to Zhang, her voice low and teasing. Could it be that you're feeling shy? A heady, intoxicating scent drifted towards Zhang, catching him off guard for a moment. There was no denying it. Wu Kurson was a strikingly beautiful woman. She was like a flame-red rose, capable of conquering any man's heart. Unfortunately, Zhang was a man who prided himself on his composure. He knew that while the world might be full of temptations, Wu Kurson was one he absolutely could not indulge. She was, after all, the woman Kevin liked. Besides, she was not the right match for him. Zhang, with his domineering nature, needed someone gentle and demure, not a strong-willed woman like her. He turned to Gao Ao, who was staring at the scene in shock. Why are you all just standing there? Your president, Wu, has clearly had too much to drink. Take her home. I'm leaving as well. With that, he turned and walked away without another word. Zhang knew this might come off as rude, but he genuinely worried that he would not be able to resist Wu Kurson's charm if he stayed any longer. Right now, the affairs of Tour needed his full attention, far more than anything happening at TND Tech. Wu Kurson's expression quickly returned to normal. Watching Zhang's retreating figure, she couldn't help but laugh. As a beautiful woman, Wu Kurson had always believed that no man could resist her advances. That Zhang had just done so took her completely by surprise. President Wu, should we? Gao Ao stammered, unsure of what to do next. Wu Kurson waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I'm all right. This is interesting. She now found herself genuinely intrigued by Zhang. This man was different from all the others. Let's go. Time to head back. And remember, from now on, anything concerning Shiyu Company must have my approval. Is that clear? Yes, President Wu. Zhang had left, but Kevin departed even earlier than he did. And this time it was for good. Without saying goodbye, Kevin took Tia's private jet and vanished into the night. Zhang, she felt a headache coming on. What a mess this was. So much unnecessary fuss. Clearly, Kevin had misunderstood him. Anxious, Zhang pulled out his phone, wanting to call Kevin, but Kevin had already turned off his phone. Zhang frowned. While the tension between him and Kevin was unlikely to affect his collaboration with the country of Tur, it was still a hidden risk. It seemed he had to find time to clear things up with Kevin. Meanwhile, on the plane, Kevin was in quite a foul mood. He knew he couldn't really blame Zhang for what happened. He had tried to help Pressure and Wu Kersen get together, but that was just part of the process. In the end, Wu Kersen hardly spared him a glance, and that left Kevin feeling deeply defeated. He kept reminding himself that Zhang wasn't at fault, and he shouldn't be angry with him. But no matter how much he tried to convince himself, it felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. "Mr. Kevin, are we really leaving? I feel like this is a bit rude," someone ventured. Kevin replied with a dark expression. "If I tell you to go, then we go. Why so many questions?" Okay." Kevin glanced out the window, his emotions a tangled mess. Kevin's abrupt departure left Zhang quite worried. Later, Zhang did manage to get through to Kevin on the phone, but Kevin sounded calm and unruffled. He didn't explain much, just said something urgent had come up and he had to leave. Everyone understood the real reason without needing to say it out loud. Though Kevin had left, the support he provided Zhang didn't diminish in the slightest. After all, with Tia's influence at play, Kevin wouldn't dare do otherwise. With Tony's blueprints and Tur's technology, Zhang finally succeeded in making his precision machine tools. He looked at the finished products and smiled with satisfaction. Every machine needs components, and the higher the precision of these components, the better the final product. Zhang had made a breakthrough right at the source. One could say he stood at the very pinnacle of the industry, a truly formidable figure. "Brother Zhang, how do you plan to distribute these machines?" Chen Shuyu asked. "The folks from Tianyi Technology said they want them all. Are we really giving everything to them?" Zhang thought for a moment and said, "We produced about 20 machines this time. Since they want them, let's give them what they want. But actually, we didn't make 20, we only made 10. Got it? Oh, I see." Chan Shui replied with a knowing smile, secretly giving Zhang a thumbs up in her mind. This guy really was a shrewd businessman. If you reveal everything you have to someone right from the start, they'll certainly be grateful. But when they come to need something and you're unable to provide it, they'll end up blaming you. This has nothing to do with who is at fault. It's simply human nature. If you split what you have into 2 offerings instead, they'll appreciate you even more. That's exactly the approach Zhang was taking now. Tianyi Technology was a major company. Although the 2 sides were already collaborating, and Zhang's performance had made Wu Kersen see him in a new light, their pride ran deep. He had to find a way to make them lower their lofty heads. "All right, I understand. I'll make arrangements right away. You don't need to worry about this," Chen Shu said. Zhang nodded and replied, "Good. By the way, I'll be away for a few days, 3 to 5 perhaps. The company will be in your hands." At this, Chen Shuyu pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Why are you leaving again? What do you do all day running off like this?" Zhang chuckled. "That's a business secret. Don't ask why. When the time is right, I'll let you know." "Okay, fine." Chen Shuyu responded sensibly. Since Zhang didn't want to explain, he wouldn't press further. "But you'll have to show me some results, you know. The results are everything our company has achieved so far. Every bit of technology I brought back from my trips. That's all there is to it. Anyway, I'm off now." With that, Zhang turned and left. What a strange guy. How did I end up falling for someone like him? Chun Shuyu muttered to herself, gazing at Zhang's departing figure. So, where had Zhang gone? The answer was, of course, the Marvel Universe. He'd already reaped considerable benefits from Tony Stark's technology, and with most of those resources now exhausted, he was eager to get his hands on more. What's more, many superpowered individuals were emerging in the real world, and here, there was no way for him to enhance his own combat abilities. If he wanted to grow stronger, the Marvel world was his only path forward. Most important of all, he hadn't completely destroyed the absolute metal, which meant there was still potential danger lurking. He needed to find Tony and see if he had any ideas for a solution. With a single thought, Zhang arrived in the Marvel Universe. Perhaps because he'd been absent, time here seemed to have sped up. It was already the era of Captain America, Civil War. Zhang opened his eyes, glanced around, and quickly recognized his surroundings. He was in SHELD's command center, a place where the Avengers sometimes gathered to discuss business. Through the window, Zhang saw Tony and Rogers in the midst of a heated argument, faces flushed and voices raised. He paused for a moment, then realized this must be the Civil War storyline. To be honest, among all the Marvel movies, Captain America, Civil War was the hardest one for Zhang to watch. In this film, no one was truly right. Hydra was at fault, yet it was Bucky who had to pay the price. Still, even if he was under mind control, who could ever truly forgive the person who killed their own parents? Zhang still remembered when the movie first came out. The fans were at each other's throats, arguing endlessly. Those who sided with. Rogers believed that if someone commits murder with a knife, you can't just blame the knife itself. So, Tony was being too emotional. On the other hand, those who sided with Tony said, Bucky is your friend, but isn't Tony your brother too? How could you team up with Bucky to fight Tony? Have you no conscience? Is it really like that saying, you only lost your parents, but he lost an entire arm? In the end, no matter which side Jiangshi took, it felt wrong. The whole thing was a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. For a fleeting moment, Jiangshi even wanted to just turn around and leave, but seeing the way the two of them looked, he hesitated again. Forget it. Since he was already here, he might as well see it through to the end. Jiangshi took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. The moment they saw Jiangshi, everyone's attention turned to him. Director Nick Fury spoke up. How did you get in here? Jiangshi waved his hand dismissively. Don't sweat the details. From the looks of it, you all seem to be having some kind of disagreement. We're all brothers here. Whatever it is, let's talk it through. Hey, you're just in time, Tony said, tossing the agreement onto the table. He spoke slowly. I really think we need to sign this. Our reckless actions have already caused too many innocent people to die. Our powers are too great. If we don't put some limits on ourselves, more people will end up dead because of us. We're superheroes. Our job is to save lives, not take them. That's why I believe this agreement is necessary. Roger shot back. But Tony, you can't deny that we've saved a lot of people as well. If we weren't around, the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Like you said, we're superheroes, which means we understand danger and know where we're needed better than anyone. If we're restricted, can you guarantee that even more people won't die as a result? The two of them argued back and forth, neither willing to back down. Natasha, Rhodey, and the others stood off to the side with their arms crossed, staying silent. Even if they didn't say a word, Jiangshi already knew which side they'd eventually end up on. When the argument led nowhere, both Tony and Rogers turned to look straight at Jiangshi. Their meaning was clear. They were waiting for him to pick a side, to see whose team he would join. Seeing the sincere, hopeful looks in everyone's eyes, Jiangshi felt torn. As he had just said, this was a paradoxical situation. Signing was wrong, and not signing was wrong too. He truly didn't know what to do. It's all right, X. Whether you sign or not, we'll respect your decision, Tony said, his tone serious. But this concerns the future of our Avengers. I hope you'll make a fair choice. Gritting his teeth, Jiangshi stamped his foot and looked at Tony and the others. Fine. Since you're all asking me, I'll give you my answer. I choose not to sign. Like Captain said, we're all people who stand for justice. We would never do anything to endanger the safety of Earth. So, Tony, we can't just focus on those we couldn't save. We should remember all the lives we did save. Don't you agree? Tony spread his hands. Very well, X. I admit, you make a good point. But that's because the families of those people aren't standing in front of you. Not a single life is ours to give up on. We should respect every life, you understand? What you lack, what you're missing, is a sense of reverence for life. Jiangshi fell silent, because what Tony said was true. He really did lack that feeling. The negotiation ended in discord, just like in the original story. The agreement was not signed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Panther's father was killed. That night, Jiangshi had nowhere to go. Natasha came over and asked, X, want to grab a drink? Jiangshi looked up at her. Yeah, sure. Let's go. At the bar, Jiangshi ordered a vodka and took a sip. The fiery, intense taste matched his mood perfectly. No matter what you do, it's wrong, isn't it? Natasha said with a wry smile. Jiangshi nodded. Yeah, the whole thing is a contradiction. But Natasha, you don't seem to care much about this, do you? Natasha shrugged. I got used to it a long time ago. Maybe it's because of my past. Aren't you the same? I can tell. You don't really care about this agreement either. That's right. This is just a catalyst. It doesn't really matter, Jiangshi said quietly. Natasha, this crisis is different from anything before. You should be prepared. This time, it's truly dangerous. You seem to know a lot more than the rest of us, Natasha observed. Jiangshi nodded. Yes, when the time is right, I'll tell you everything. Although at present, the person Jiangshi is closest to is Tony, Jiangshi still doesn't want to reveal his true identity to him. Tony probably wouldn't be able to handle the truth. It's clear that, with his repeated appearances, his identity will eventually be discovered. Rather than waiting for someone else to find out, it would be better to confess when the time is right. And Natasha is the best candidate for that. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask, Natasha said, picking up her wine glass. She was about to say something more when, all of a sudden, her phone rang. Natasha pulled out her phone and glanced at the message. Her expression turned serious. This is bad. It looks like something big is about to happen, she said, looking at Jiangshi. Bucky's been caught, so, the captain will probably do something reckless, won't he? Jiangshi replied. Do you think he's really the one who killed Black Panther's father? It doesn't matter what I think. Right now, everyone believes he's the culprit. Even the security footage caught his face. He's already been taken to S.H.I.E.L.D. and will probably be interrogated soon. Let's head over. Zhang Shi didn't respond, but nodded firmly. Alas, the thing he feared most had happened after all. What came next was the great clash between Captain America and Iron Man. Which side should he choose? When Zhang Shi and Natasha arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D., they saw Rogers standing there as soon as they walked in. He was staring intently through a glass window, his brows furrowed, clearly torn with worry and conflicting emotions. Inside the room sat his good friend Bucky. Although Bucky repeatedly denied being the murderer, all the evidence pointed straight at him. On top of that, his checkered past made it impossible for anyone to believe his protests. Out of concern for Bucky's mental state, S.H.I.E.L.D. had specially brought in a psychologist to assist with the interrogation. Preparations were underway, and the questioning would begin soon. Zhang Shi couldn't bear the thought of Rogers and Tony turning against each other, but he was at a loss for what to do. He had already tried to change the course of history before. He had even tried to save Quicksilver, but unfortunately, he had failed. Zhang Shi had long since resigned himself to fate. No matter how hard he tried, the events meant to happen in the Marvel Universe would still unfold, and those destined to die would still meet their end. All he could do now was wait and see. It's complicated, isn't it, Captain? Zhang Shi walked over and patted Rogers on the shoulder. Rogers took a deep breath and said, "He told me he didn't do it. I believe him. He didn't do it. I believe him too. But you must know, it won't help," Zhang Shi sighed. "Don't worry. In the end, there will be an answer." "Let's hope so," Rogers replied. The doctor had already entered the room and was preparing to conduct the interrogation. Rogers and the others sat outside, waiting for the outcome. Because they were still in the preparation stage, the audio was turned off. Those outside couldn't hear a word from inside. But Zhang Shi knew exactly what was happening within those walls. The doctor walked in. Outwardly, he was preparing to question the subject, but in reality, a sequence of words began to flow from his lips. Longing rusted 17, dawn, furnace 9, benign home. With every word spoken, Bucky's expression twisted further in pain, his face contorting with anguish. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he forced out, "Stop! Shut up! Don't say another word!" Yet the doctor continued. "1 freight car, soldier." Bucky's jaw tightened, veins bulging across his face, and it was clear he was on the verge of losing control. Rogers noticed something was wrong and said, "Look, Bucky seems off." Zhang Shi, of course, already knew. He was just about to say something when, all of a sudden, the power went out. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the highest security agency, such a power outage was nearly unthinkable. If the lights had truly gone out, it could only mean one thing. Someone had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Quick, come with me." Rogers panicked. Bucky held a special place in his heart, and now that Bucky was in danger, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Watching Rogers' retreating figure, Zhang Shi closed his eyes. Well, since this movie is called Captain America, Civil War, he might as well stand by Rogers' side. Though, it did mean he'd be at a bit of a loss. After all, his original purpose in coming here was to get some new tech from Tony. The two of them burst through the glass doors. There was Bucky, kneeling on the floor, clutching his head in agony, the picture of torment. Rogers started toward him, but Bucky was quicker, thrusting out a hand and yelling, "Stay back. All of you, stay away from me." "Bucky," Rogers tried to say more, but Bucky had already lost control. With a furious roar, he barreled toward them, swinging his metallic arm in a savage blow aimed straight at Rogers. Rogers didn't even have his shield, though even if he had, it would have been no match for Bucky's full-force assault. He could only raise his arm in defense. There was a thunderous impact as the metal arm crashed against Rogers' arm, making him grit his teeth against the pain. But Bucky wasn't about to give him a second chance. He kicked Rogers to the ground, then charged straight toward Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi had no intention of taking Bucky head-on. Instead, he used Quicksilver's speed to dart behind Bucky, grabbed him by the neck, and let a crackle of thunder energy flicker in his hand, aiming to stun him. Worried about hurting him, Zhang Shi deliberately held back, not unleashing the full force of his thunder power. But ever since Avengers 2, Fragments of thunder energy in him had surpassed 40%, making his strength quite formidable. Even with restraint, it was still more than Bucky could handle. Bucky's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor. At that moment, Rogers managed to get back on his feet. He glanced at Bucky lying unconscious, then fixed his gaze firmly on Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi quickly explained, "Captain, relax. He just fainted, that's all. It's nothing serious. Things are getting chaotic here. We need to get him out fast." "You're right," Rogers replied, regaining his composure. He scooped Bucky into his arms and took off without another word. Watching Bucky, Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His own power had grown so much lately. Back in Avengers 2, he had fought in every battle. And after returning to the real world, he spent time fully integrating the energy fragments within him. By now, he was stronger than most superheroes. The captain ran ahead of him, and Zhangxi couldn't resist making a mental quip. No wonder they called him America's ass. That reputation was well-earned. Though they were still inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the power outage had thrown the place into utter chaos. Almost effortlessly, the three of them managed to escape. Once they reached a safe spot, Bucky slowly opened his eyes. Rogers hurried over, concern in his voice. "Hey, Bucky, are you all right?" Bucky shook his head. "I'm fine. Your name's X, right?" "That's right," Zhangxi replied. "You did the right thing back there, stopping me in time. If you hadn't, a lot more people might have gotten hurt. Don't worry about it, as long as you don't hold it against me," Zhangxi said, scratching his head. Then, pretending not to know, he asked, "What happened to you just now?" "There was someone just now in the room." He said a string of words, and as soon as I heard them, I lost control of myself. "Damn it," Rogers growled, anger rising in his voice. "Are they trying to use you to throw our whole alliance into chaos?" "No, it's worse than you think," Bucky said. "I remember it clearly. Back then, Hydra trained a batch of super soldiers, all using this code. If he heads to the Hydra base and wakes up the others, things will spiral out of control. These people are all super soldiers, masters of assassination and espionage, and every single one of them is stronger than I am. They could infiltrate a president's residence with ease and assassinate them. In other words, they could destroy an entire country in just a matter of days. To bring a nation to ruin within days. Even the Hulk might not be able to do that. But these super soldiers could. The root of it all lay in their ability to disguise themselves and slip into the upper ranks of any country, eliminating key figures, without leaving a trace. A nation without its leaders is like a body without a head. Collapse would come swiftly and inevitably. As a fellow super soldier, Rogers understood this all too well. He spoke with unwavering resolve. "I won't let that happen. We have to stop him." "You're right, but we need to move fast," Bucky replied. "For all we know, they might already be on their way. And besides, we're short-handed. Most importantly, we don't know when your friend will catch up with us, so we need to come up with something." Rogers said, "Bucky, leave that to me. You just stay here and rest. I'll handle getting more help. X, look after him while I'm gone. I'll be back soon." "All right, I understand." Rogers left. Zhangxi sat down next to Bucky, fished a cigarette out of his pocket, and lit it. "Who are you? A new Avenger?" Bucky asked, turning over to face him. "Well, you could say that," Zhangxi replied with a cheerful smile. "My superpower? I can use a bit of every one of your abilities, and I know everything about each of you." Bucky was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Including me?" "Of course, Bucky," Zhangxi sighed, then said, "Cherish your friendship with Rogers. He's done far more for you than you realize." "You don't need to tell me that." "I know," Bucky replied. With that, he closed his eyes, exhaustion washing over him. He had a hunch. Zhangxi's words carried a deeper meaning, but he didn't press it. Right now, recovering his strength was what mattered most. About half a day after Rogers left, he returned. He had gone alone, but when he came back, he brought a whole group with him. Wanda, Barton, Falcon, Ant-Man, and others. Zhangxi looked at these superheroes and nodded to himself. Just as in the story, this was Rogers' faction. Honestly, fighting alongside these people might not be the wisest decision. Who knew if he might end up offending Tony? "Now, let me brief everyone on our mission," Rogers said slowly. "Our objective is to seize that plane. With it, we'll head to Hydra's base and get there ahead of them to find those 5 sleeping super soldiers." "Understood." "Yes, got it." The plan was simple and straightforward, but Zhangxi knew things wouldn't go so smoothly. They gathered their gear and set out to capture the plane, but as soon as they stepped outside, they found Tony blocking their path. Tony's face still bore fresh wounds. When he saw Rogers and the others, he showed no anger or surprise. Instead, his eyes were filled with conflict and disappointment. "Captain, you all move pretty fast," Tony said. "And you, X, aren't you supposed to have a sharp intuition? Did you see this coming today?" Zhangxi felt a bit embarrassed. He lowered his head and said softly, "Does that really matter, Tony? I just hope we can shake hands and make peace. There's never been a real conflict, and I don't want one." Tony's voice broke as his eyes reddened. "I've always tried to keep the team together. I never wanted the Avengers to fall apart. But what about you guys? Captain, hand over Bucky. If you do, maybe there's still a way out of all this." Zhangxi understood how Tony felt. Tony Stark had once been a proud, cold, and self-serving businessman. But after becoming a superhero and forming the Avengers, he changed completely. Rogers once said Tony didn't understand sacrifice, but back then, it was Tony who carried the nuke through the wormhole to stop Loki's plan. He claimed he didn't need friends or value friendship, Yet he still turned Stark Tower into the Avengers' headquarters. He longed for love and for family. No matter how much he denied it, his actions spoke louder than his words. That was Tony Stark. He had truly given everything for the Avengers. Rogers felt that too. Quietly, he replied, "Tony, I understand where you're coming from. But the moment you signed the Accords, our alliance was already fractured, wasn't it?" Tony paused, clearly taken aback. Then he shook his head and said, "All right, if that's how you see it, there's nothing more to say." Skipping the prelude to the battle, those on Tony's side, including War Machine, the newly arrived Spider-Man, and others, pressed forward without hesitation, while Captain America's team advanced to meet them head-on. The scene was as grand and spectacular as the clash in Captain America: Civil War. In the past, Zhang-Chi had always been a spectator, but this time, he was right in the midst of it all. As he watched Tony and the others steadily close in, his heart pounded in his chest. "Captain, we fight them. No matter what, we have to stop those super soldiers from being awakened." Captain America replied, adjusting his shield and bracing himself for the conflict. "Well, if we can't stop it, then let's do this." Zhang-Chi's eyes narrowed in determination, and he charged forward. Since this was an internal conflict rather than a true battle against enemies, there was no need to go all out. He chose not to use his thunder powers or any extraordinary abilities, relying solely on his fists for this fight. Here we go. As both sides picked up speed, they drew their weapons when only a handful of meters separated them, and the clash erupted in an instant. It was a truly iconic moment. Though this battle wasn't as massive as the one fought by the Avengers, it was still a grand assembly of heroes. Only this time, they stood divided against each other instead of uniting against a common enemy. The relentless clang of metal rang out, punctuated by bursts of gunfire and flashes of flame, lighting up the battlefield. The mightiest forces on Earth had begun their fierce struggle. Zhang-Chi found himself facing none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Peter was a chatterbox and couldn't hide his excitement at the sight of Zhang-Chi. "Wow, there's an Eastern superhero in the Avengers now? That's awesome. Hey, where are you from? I think we could totally be friends. Sorry, though, I've got to impress Mr. Stark. If not, he'll tell my aunt, and that would be bad news." "Yeah, your aunt is beautiful. But enough talk, let's get started." Zhang-Chi readied himself, prepared for Peter's attack. Peter Parker was incredibly strong. His power and speed put him among the best, but his greatest weakness was his lack of combat experience. If Zhang-Chi could exploit that, victory would be within reach. "Okay," Peter called out, and in a flash, he shot out 2 webs at Zhang-Chi, catching him off guard and binding him tightly. Without missing a beat, Peter launched a kick straight at him. "Not good. This guy's tougher than I thought," Zhang-Chi muttered under his breath. He hadn't planned to use the extremist virus, but now he had no choice. Activating the virus, his body temperature surged in an instant, burning away the webs that held him and allowing him to block Peter's incoming attack. Peter's legs kicked against Zhang-Chi's arm, and with 2 beautiful backflips, he landed gracefully in place. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "You can shoot fire? That is just so cool." To be honest, Zhang-Chi found it hard to muster any enthusiasm for fighting an opponent like this. There was no real pressure. It felt more like a friendly sparring match then. An actual battle. Originally, Zhang-Chi had hoped to gain some superpowers from fighting Spider-Man, but apart from Spider Sense, he hadn't acquired any of the other abilities. The reason was simple. Spider-Man had initially been created with the ability to shoot webs naturally, but in later versions, he needed web shooters to do so. Because of this, Zhang-Chi couldn't acquire the power to shoot webs himself. Well, since that's the case, he might as well end this quickly. With that thought, Zhang-Chi activated the Desperation virus. His body transformed into a deep crimson, making him immune to Spider-Man's webs. "Oh my gosh, you're just too awesome. Come on, let's keep going." Peter was now just as excited, leaping and darting around Zhang-Chi with the agility of a monkey, launching a fierce barrage of attacks from every angle. Thanks to Quicksilver's reflexes, Zhang-Chi could keep up, but he didn't counterattack. He focused solely on defense, waiting for the perfect opportunity to end the fight with a single, decisive blow. Everyone on the battlefield had once been comrades, so no one truly intended to strike a lethal blow. The aim was just to push the other back. But there was one exception. Black Panther. He had his eyes locked on Bucky, unrelenting. Dressed in his sleek black suit, every move was swift and lethal, like a specter of death on the battlefield. Each attack targeted vital points, forcing Bucky to retreat step by step. Seeing this, Rogers hurried over to fight side by side with Bucky, while Tony and Rhodey took control of the skies, relentlessly pressing the attack against Cap's team. "We can't afford to drag this out any longer, or things are going to spiral out of control," Rogers said, breathing heavily after repelling a wave of Black Panther's assault. "We have to find a way out of here. Who can hold them off for us? If you need me, I'll do it," Ant-Man shouted. Wait for my signal. Then the two of you run. Got it. Hearing this, Zhang-Shi immediately knew what Ant-Man was about to do. He was going to go giant. In fact, Zhang-Shi had always had a thought in his mind. Maybe the ending of Captain America 3 was the least satisfying of all, and perhaps it could even be changed. The only question was whether he would succeed. If change was to happen, it was necessary to get closer. In fact, it meant going with them to the Hydra base. Zhang-Shi wanted to join Bucky and the others, but judging from the situation now, it wasn't realistic. 3 people going together would attract too much attention. After thinking it over, Zhang-Shi decided to let it go and just go with Tony, using the opportunity to shift the dynamic between them. After all, Tony still didn't know that it was Bucky who killed his parents, so when Tony eventually learned the truth, he might be able to forgive him. With that thought, Zhang-Shi didn't hesitate any longer. He struck first, knocking Peter out cold, thanks to the super soldier's serum from Captain America. Zhang-Shi's combat skills and experience utterly outmatched Spider-Man's. At least for now, Peter was no match for him. After Peter was subdued, Ant-Man managed to return to his normal size. Zhang-Shi shouted, Cap, go now. We'll cover you. But no time to hesitate. To win, sacrifices must be made. Go quickly. Rogers gritted his teeth and, after a moment's pause, turned and sprinted toward the plane with Bucky. Tony and the others wanted to give chase, but with Peter unconscious, no one among them could handle the now enlarged Ant-Man. Rhodey and the rest had no way to pursue. Because of this, Vision also wouldn't accidentally injure Rhodey. Although Zhang-Shi couldn't change the overarching storyline, he could influence smaller events like Rhodey's injury, which didn't significantly affect the plot. And with Rhodey unharmed, Tony's temper would be less explosive, something that would certainly help with Zhang-Shi's upcoming plans. With Rogers and Bucky gone, Wanda, Sam, and the others felt there was no reason to keep fighting. After all, they were all comrades in arms, and didn't want things to get too ugly. They exchanged glances and, almost in unison, lowered their weapons and sank to the ground. Hey Tony, you win. I'm done fighting. Come on, take us in, Zhang-Shi said, slumping to the ground with a hint of playful mischief. Ant-Man shrank back to normal size, collapsing helplessly on the ground, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. The strain of staying giant for so long had clearly taken its toll. Tony rushed over and grabbed Zhang-Shi by the collar, his voice icy. Damn it, do you have any idea what you've done? The Avengers are about to fall apart. It's not that bad, Zhang-Shi replied nonchalantly. Why can't you trust your teammates, Tony? Cap's right. There really are 5 other super soldiers sleeping at the Hydra base. If we just ignore that, even more people will die. You damn it. Tony's voice trembled with discomfort, though he felt much better than he had in the original plot. After all, Rhodey wasn't hurt, just a little disappointed. 5 helicopters slowly approached, their rotors thundering in the distance. One after another, fully armed Special Forces soldiers disembarked, raising their weapons and shouting, "Don't move." Zhang-Shi leaned in close to Tony and whispered, "Tony, trust your teammates. You need my help, so I can't go inside." Tony glanced at Zhang-Shi with a complicated look, wrestling with his thoughts. Although X remained an enigma, Tony had witnessed all X had done over time. Maybe X hadn't gone above and beyond, but at least he'd never caused Tony harm. And truth be told, X's decisions were rarely wrong. After a moment's thought, Tony turned to the Special Forces captain and said, "He's one of us. Just now, he helped us capture Bucky." Tony's words took everyone by surprise. Why would he say that? To avoid raising suspicion, Tony quickly sent a secret message to his teammates. Don't say a word. They didn't know what Tony was up to, but they trusted his orders and quietly stayed put, saying nothing more. Naturally, the Special Forces took everyone back. On the way, Tony began to sense something off about the case. Rogers had been right. Bucky was innocent. He hadn't killed the king of Wakanda. After learning Rogers' whereabouts from Sam, Tony returned to the aircraft. He looked at Zhang-Shi and spoke only one sentence. "The captain needs our help." Zhang-Shi looked up at Tony and replied, "Yes, and that's exactly why I stayed." Tony couldn't help but smile at Zhang-Shi and asked, "You trust the captain that much?" "I trust every one of you, truly, and I hope you can do the same." Tony didn't reply, but Zhang-Shi knew their split was drawing near. Tony and the others were aboard a shield plane, which meant they couldn't just fly it straight to the base. Tony only had one suit of armor, so he could fly there himself, but Zhang-Shi wasn't so lucky. He couldn't fly at all. How was he supposed to get there? "Mr. Stark, shouldn't you have some gear ready for me too?" Zhang-Shi asked. Waving his hand, Tony replied, "Oh, you didn't even have to ask. I've already got it covered." As he spoke, Tony produced 4 small components, the flight modules from his Iron Man suit. With these on, anyone could take to the skies. Zhang-Shi put on the device, and Tony handed him a large, thick, fleece-lined winter coat. Zhangxi frowned and asked, "What's this for?" "Oh, high-speed flight gets really cold. Better to wear something warm. And let me remind you, don't use your extremist virus recklessly. It puts a huge strain on your body. I've actually developed a way to eliminate the virus. If you want, I can help cure you." Zhangxi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tony to be so considerate. He couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, I get it. Thanks, Tony." "No need to thank me," Tony replied with a smile. "All right, time's short. Let's get moving. If the super soldier really wakes up, Cap and the others could be in trouble." With that, Tony sealed up his suit, leaned back, and shot off into the sky at full speed. Zhangxi took off as well. Even with the thick winter coat, he still felt the biting cold. My goodness, flying at high altitude is no joke. One careless move, and you'd freeze into an icicle. Thankfully, Zhangxi had a strong tolerance for discomfort, and soon enough, they arrived at the Hydra base. As soon as they landed, they spotted Rogers and Bucky's aircraft parked nearby. Tony said to Zhangxi, "So, pretty useful coat, huh?" "Absolutely. Without it, I'd have frozen to death for sure." Zhangxi hopped in place to shake off the chill, then added, "Come on, let's get inside." They glanced at the wide-open gates of the base and walked straight in. Neither of them noticed that just as they entered, another aircraft touched down quietly nearby. No matter the time, the Hydra base always exuded an air of eerie menace. After all, it was the lair of a century-old terrorist organization with formidable power, the nemesis of Captain Rogers. Following the signs, they easily found their way to the control room. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path, a man with disheveled hair, a metal arm, and a gun raised, staring at them with icy eyes. It was Bucky. Tony quickly called out, "Hey man, I know I messed up, but I'm the kind of guy who admits his mistakes. I think you could use my help right now." Rogers stepped forward, visibly relieved. He held out his hand sincerely and said, "Welcome back, Tony. It's good to see you." "You too, Cap." The atmosphere was warm and heartfelt, but Zhangxi knew all too well this feeling wouldn't last long. Following Bucky's memories, the three of them arrived at the laboratory. There, 5 large glass tubes stood in a row. These must have been the 5 super soldiers frozen inside. A thick layer of dust coated the tubes, making it clear that no one had set foot here for a long time. "Boss, there's no sign of life in here." Hearing this, Tony let out a relieved breath and spoke with ease. "Well, looks like luck's on our side. Seems these super soldiers won't be waking up anytime soon. So, shall we call it a day?" But before he could finish, a voice slowly came through the loudspeakers, chuckling. "Call it a day, Stark? Don't be so naive. Do you really not know how your parents died?" With those words, the mood changed instantly. Everyone's expression shifted. Zhangxi sighed softly. Alas, the inevitable had finally arrived. At that moment, an old-fashioned monitor flickered to life in front of them, displaying a short video. Barely 2 minutes long, but its contents were utterly shocking. Tony saw it all, clear as day. It was Bucky killing his parents. Tony's eyes turned red as he stared at the scene, his whole body shaking violently. It was obvious. He simply couldn't accept the truth. Rogers tried to speak, but Tony wrenched free of his grip and glared at him, demanding, "Did you know about this?" Did you know or not?" Tony yelled, his voice nearly breaking with hysteria. "Yes, I knew." Rogers was not one to lie, and there was no point in lying now. Tony nodded, then turned to Zhangxi and asked, "Did you know?" Zhangxi was silent for a moment before replying, "Maybe I did, but I'm not a god." "Fine, then stay out of this. Just stand aside and watch." With that, Tony put on his mask, and for a split second, a flash of red flickered through his usually blue eyes. He lunged forward, grabbing Bucky by the throat. "Damn it!" Rogers cursed under his breath and rushed at Tony. But Tony was quick. He shot out 2 clams from his left hand, pinning Rogers' legs in place. In his fury, Tony was unstoppable, beating Bucky mercilessly, leaving him no chance to fight back. Rogers grew desperate. He swung his shield, breaking the clamps off his legs, and charged into the fray, grappling with Tony. Zhangxi stood some distance away, feeling deeply conflicted. Helping Tony or Rogers would both be wrong, so the best choice was to do nothing, to simply watch. The battle raged fiercely within the base. Meanwhile, outside, a man held a phone to his ear. "My dear, it's late. Time to go to bed. The child and I are both waiting for you to come home." The man put down his phone, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Black Panther walked over slowly, looking at him, and asked, "It was you, wasn't it?" The man gave a faint smile and said, "My child loved living in Sokovia." There, he could see Iron Man. "What happened after that? You know the rest, don't you?" Black Panther said nothing, choosing instead to stand silently behind him. "That's right. They're all superheroes, saving tens of thousands of lives. But what about us? Who will answer for those we've lost? Your father was a good man. So, I'm willing to take responsibility for everything I've done. Go ahead, kill me. This man was the doctor from back then. Anyone familiar with the story knew that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him, with the goal of sowing chaos within the Avengers and ultimately breaking them apart. Black Panther stared at the doctor, drawing a deep breath before retracting his claws. Killing you now would mean nothing, Black Panther said coldly. Hatred has already consumed them. I won't let it consume me, too. A cruel laugh escaped the doctor. Try telling that to the dead. With that, he grabbed a pistol, pressed it under his chin, and prepared to pull the trigger. But Black Panther was quicker. He lunged forward and seized the gun's barrel. Thanks to his vibranium suit, ordinary bullets couldn't harm him anyway. There are still living people who need to settle their accounts with you, Black Panther said icily. And so, the mastermind behind the Civil War was apprehended by Black Panther. Yet the turmoil he had ignited was far from over. Inside the Hydra base, Bucky and Rogers had joined forces, launching an assault against Tony. Zhang-Chi sat nearby, his expression conflicted as he watched the three of them. Though he knew that staying out of the fight was the wisest choice, the helplessness of simply standing by was still hard to bear. With a shout, Bucky slammed Tony against the wall, driving his metal arm at Tony's arc reactor, hoping to cut off his power source. What happened next was known to all. A surge of energy blasted out from Tony's reactor, shattering Bucky's metal arm. At that moment, Captain America stepped in. Don't move, Tony said, his voice cold as steel. He's my friend, Cap replied unsteadily. I could do this all day. Yeah, so could I. With help from his computer, Tony quickly analyzed Rogers' fighting style and managed to bring him down. Then, seeing Bucky was still moving, Tony delivered a hard kick to finish the job. At that moment, the captain unleashed his fury. He charged forward, seized his shield, and rained blow after blow on Tony, finally smashing the shield down hard onto Tony's chest, shattering his arc reactor. At last, it was over. Tony's eyes burned with unwillingness and hatred. With great effort, he tried to move his battered body, attempting to stand, but now he didn't even have the strength to get up. After all, he was only human. Rogers, gasping for breath, climbed down and, with difficulty, picked up his shield, intending to leave. It was then that Zhang-Chi finally stepped forward. Rogers looked at Zhang-Chi, swaying unsteadily, and asked, Are you going to stop me too, X? Zhang-Chi shook his head and replied, So that's it? You're just going to leave like this? Rogers took off his helmet and said, What else am I supposed to do? Zhang-Chi glanced at Tony lying on the ground, then looked back at Rogers, speaking slowly. Captain, do you really think this is fair to Tony? Bucky is your friend, but isn't Tony your friend? Too. Think about it. How many battles have you two fought side by side? From Loki's invasion to the Ultron army, haven't you two built any friendship at all? I don't think that's true. What are you trying to say? Rogers asked. Zhang-Chi stepped aside and continued slowly. I'm not here to play peacemaker. I just hope you both can calm down and deal with this rationally. Now that the fight is over, can you both take a breath and cool down? Turning to Tony, he said, Tony, I know you're filled with hatred. That's only natural. After all, you're facing the man who killed your parents. But even if your hatred burns on, what can it really change? At that time, he had no control over himself. It wasn't his choice. At most, he was just a weapon. The real hand that wielded him was Hydra. That's where your anger and vengeance should be aimed, right? Tony didn't respond. Or perhaps, he no longer had the strength to say a word. Zhang-Chi turned back to Rogers and said, Captain, like I said, Tony is your friend too. You've never known the pain of losing your parents. But I think you can imagine it. So, I hope you'll give Tony an answer. If nothing else, Howard Stark was your close friend, wasn't he? Rogers looked down at the shield in his hands and stayed silent. I know that each of you is in pain right now. Or maybe you all think I'm a terrible person. You're right, I don't like being the peacemaker either, but I truly hope you could try to understand each other. There's no absolute right or wrong in this matter. If you could just put yourselves in each other's shoes, there wouldn't be such deep conflict between you. I mean it. If this continues, it won't benefit any of us or the Earth itself. This last sentence was the true heart of what Zhang-Chi wanted to convey. Rogers pondered for a long time. Then he tossed aside his shield, stepped forward, and helped Bucky to his feet. In a low, deliberate voice, he said, Tony, I understand how much you're hurting, but no matter the situation, we can't let anger dictate our decisions. Otherwise, we'll only regret it. Bucky deserves to be punished for what he's done to you. Here's what I propose. Give it a month. If, after that, you still want to take revenge on Bucky, I promise I won't stand in your way. We'll be waiting for you in Wakanda. As for this shield, I'm no longer worthy of carrying it. With those words, Rogers supported Bucky and turned away, leaving without looking back. Their next stop would probably be Wakanda. But that hardly mattered now. The ending had already changed. The finale of Captain America 3 had quietly shifted. While Tony and Rogers still parted ways in anger, Just as they had in the original story, Rogers' final words left Zhang Shi deeply moved. Perhaps, Zhang Shi thought, they might reconcile sooner than expected. He walked over to Tony, who was badly hurt, covered in bruises and contusions. Fortunately, none of his injuries were life-threatening. With a bit of rest, he'd recover soon enough. "How are you feeling, Tony?" Zhang Shi asked gently. Tony waved a hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Really? Do you think I went too far?" Zhang Shi asked softly. Tony heaved a sigh. "I don't want to talk about that right now. Let's just go. We should leave." Hearing this, Zhang Shi let out a breath of relief. At least Tony wasn't angry with him. Maybe Tony was just trying to calm himself down. Back at Stark Tower, Rhodey and the others were already waiting for them. When they saw Tony return battered and bruised, they hurried over, concerned, demanding to know what had happened. Zhang Shi said nothing, and Tony was even less inclined to explain. But everyone seemed to understand without words. Rogers hadn't come back, and the look in Tony's eyes betrayed a lingering resentment. Clearly, something serious had happened between them. Of course, none of them were mind readers. They couldn't imagine just how irreconcilable the rift between Tony and Rogers had become. Tony lay in bed while Pepper tended to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi sat quietly to the side, lost in silence. After helping Tony set up his four, Pepper glanced at Zhang Shi and asked, "So, what exactly happened?" Zhang Shi let out a sigh and replied, "It's nothing. Tony just had some disagreements with them. Nothing serious." Pepper was a smart woman. She could tell Zhang she wasn't telling the truth. But since Tony himself hadn't said anything, what could she possibly ask? She gathered up the medicine bottles in silence and left the room. "You did the right thing," Tony said, opening his eyes after Pepper had gone. Zhang Shi was caught a bit off guard, but then couldn't help but laugh. "Are you talking about what just happened? What else? Or do you mean the part where you just stood by and let me get beaten up?" Tony joked, half serious. This was the real Tony, the Tony everyone knew. Calm, collected, back to himself. "Well, you should be thankful I didn't join Rogers in giving you a piece of my mind," Zhang Shi replied with a grin. Tony sighed, his expression turning somber. "Do you think I was really wrong?" Zhang Shi pondered for a moment before sharing his own view. "Yes, you were wrong. But I'm not talking about Bucky. I mean the Sokovia Accords. That's where I think you made a mistake. It's simple. Only the Avengers truly know where help is needed, where crime must be stopped. Outsiders just don't understand. So in the end, it's all my fault," Tony said, sounding dejected. "I've always been afraid of being alone. But with you all, I finally had friends. It's hard to put into words, but it felt amazing. Now look at what's happened. Did you see this coming?" "A little, maybe, but it was just a feeling," Zhang Shi replied. Sometimes, a small, well-meaning lie is needed when you're saying goodbye. If Zhang Shi had naively admitted, "Yes, I saw it all coming," his fate might have ended up just like Rogers. "I see," Tony murmured, closing his eyes and letting out another sigh. Then he changed the subject. "Let's not dwell on that. What about you? How's the blueprint I gave you last time working out?" This, in fact, was Zhang Shi's real reason for sticking around. He hadn't come just to get caught up in the Civil War drama. He was here to ask Tony about some new technology and maybe find out about vibranium while he was at it. It was pure coincidence he'd gotten mixed up in all this, and there wasn't much he could do about it now. "It's great. The solar panels and that precision machine tool have been selling really well. Do you have any new tech you could share with me?" "So that's what you're after?" Tony shot him a look, feigning annoyance. "Go find Pepper in a bit. Tell her to set aside a few civilian technologies for you to choose from." Yes, having a friend like this was a real blessing. Good thing he hadn't managed to get on Tony's bad side. Otherwise, things could have gotten ugly. However, Zhang Shi's visit wasn't just for this matter. He had something even more important to take care of. "Tony, there's one more thing I need your help with. Do you remember the small knife I gave you earlier, the one made from that special metal?" Tony had to think for quite a while before finally recalling it. He nodded and said, "Yeah, I remember now. I've been so busy that the knife completely slipped my mind. Is something wrong with it?" Zhang Shi replied, "You were right, Tony. That metal isn't ordinary at all. Where I come from, it's known as absolute metal, a truly unique substance. It has the terrifying ability to make all female creatures lose the ability to reproduce. If it were to spread widely, the consequences would be unimaginable. So I hope you can help me find out if there's any way to break its effects." "Is that even possible?" "That sounds like something from another planet," Tony mused. "All right, leave this to me. I'll see what I can do." With Tony's agreement, Zhang Shi felt a bit more at ease. After all, Tony was a genius in the Marvel Universe. If anyone could solve this, it would be him. But Tony's words had caught his attention. Extraterrestrial metal. Could it be? Thinking about it, Zhang Shi realized it wasn't out of the question. No matter how advanced an alien civilization might be, invading Earth would still come with risks and casualties. But with a metal like this, the situation would be entirely different. A chilling image flashed through Zhang Shi's mind. The last human on Earth, old and dying, and then a flying saucer descending from the sky. Strange-looking aliens would step out, surveying the planet they had claimed with no effort, and break into triumphant laughter. Zhangxi shivered and quickly tried to reassure himself. No, it can't possibly be that bad. This was all just speculation, nothing more. All right, Tony, I'll leave this to you. I have to go now. He took a few steps, then paused and turned back to look at Tony. Stronger enemies will come in the future. We're a team, and if we don't stand united, we'll be defeated. Tony didn't respond. He simply closed his eyes. On his way out, Zhangxi ran into Colonel Rhodes. Seeing him so full of energy, Zhangxi couldn't help but smile. Hey, what's so funny? Rhodes asked, a little surprised. Zhangxi replied, Oh, nothing. Your legs seem to be in pretty good shape, that's all. He gave Rhodes a friendly pat on the shoulder and walked away. Watching Zhangxi's retreating figure, Rhodes muttered under his breath, What a strange guy. Led by Pepper, Zhangxi made his way to Tony's lab. There, he casually gathered up a few blueprints. Nothing important, just civilian designs Tony wouldn't care about. After gathering his things, Zhangxi said goodbye to Pepper. Just as he was about to return to the real world, a woman dressed in a black bodysuit appeared before him. Natasha. Hey, Natasha. Zhangxi greeted her. Is something the matter? Natasha walked over and looked at Zhangxi, her voice gentle. Are you leaving again? Zhangxi nodded. Yeah, I am. But don't worry, I'll be back soon. Will you? Natasha sounded a little disappointed. It always seems like you're gone for such a long time. She quickly collected herself, putting on a calm face again. We never finished that drink last time. If you're not in a hurry, would you stay with me and finish it at the bar? There was a hopeful light in Natasha's eyes. Zhangxi had meant to refuse, but seeing her expression, he found he couldn't bring himself to say no. All right, it would be my pleasure. Natasha smiled, and the two of them headed toward the bar downstairs in Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Tony was fiddling with the little knife Zhangxi had brought. The attributes of this blade were truly impressive, maybe even a bit terrifying, and he felt compelled to study it thoroughly. At the moment, he had no interest in dealing with Rogers or anyone else. Pepper. Tony looked up, his tone serious. No matter what, you must never touch this knife, understand? Zhangxi had already explained the knife's properties to her, so Pepper understood. What Zhangxi didn't realize was that, originally, travel between the real world and the Marvel world was one way. He could bring things back from Marvel, but not the other way around. Now, however, Zhangxi had broken that rule. As a result, part of Zhangxi now belonged to the Marvel world. His own superhero story was about to begin. Of course, Zhangxi himself had no inkling of any of this yet. And as for his future archenemy, who would it be? Every superhero has a nemesis. Tony's nemeses are always tied to tech, either those he looks down on or his father's old rivals. For Rogers, it's Hydra, the organization. That shadowed him for nearly a century and remains as dangerous as ever. Thor's life is a saga of family feuds and heartbreak. But what about Zhangxi? Or rather, X? These were all still unknowns. The fragment collection system was already weaving a script for him, but Zhangxi remained oblivious. Right now, all he could think about was his date with Black Widow. After a fierce battle, the bar downstairs at Star Tower was empty except for a few staff, who were chatting idly. I heard the boss isn't in the best mood, one of them said. I heard it's because he had a falling out with his friend. Of course he's in a bad mood. Rumor has it, his friend's friend killed his parents, and his friend even defended that friend. No wonder the boss is upset. Wow, the boss's friend. Who could that be? It must be someone important, right? I heard it's Captain Rogers. Zhangxi could hear every word of the server's conversation, and he couldn't help but frown to himself. It was just as the saying goes. Good news stays inside, bad news travels far. None of them had made a fuss about this, yet somehow, so many people already knew. Tony must be in so much pain, Natasha said softly. And Rogers, too. He can't be feeling any better. Zhangxi sighed. Yeah, but there's really nothing anyone can do. Like I said before, no one is truly at fault. You're right, Natasha nodded. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about yourself. Can I get to know you a little better? Zhangxi was caught off guard, looking at Natasha with surprise. She'd already admitted she liked him, but he still found it hard to accept. More than anything, Zhangxi was troubled by a deeper question. Was this world real, or just a dream? That was the thing that worried him most. Well, Nana, what do you want to know? Zhangxi tried to hide his nerves with a laugh. But let me say first, if you plan to use the same tricks you used on Loki, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Natasha laughed, too. Hey, I think you're smarter than he is, anyway. Ask whatever you like, Zhangxi said. If I can tell you, I will. All right, then. You've gotten so much better in a fight lately. Got any secrets? Natasha asked, her eyes twinkling. Zhangxi smiled. You fight enough times, you get better at it. It's nothing special, but I bet that's not what you really want to know, is it? Natasha nodded. You're right. But I doubt you'd tell me even if I asked. Not right now, anyway. That's correct, Zhang said seriously. For once, Natasha let down her usual guard, looking at him with a gentle, affectionate gaze. Zhang felt a little uneasy under her warmth. He shifted awkwardly in his seat and said, Nana, don't look at me like that. You're making me nervous. Natasha gave a soft laugh and waved a server over, ordering 3 drinks, whiskey, a cocktail, and vodka. She glanced at him and asked, "What's your favorite drink?" Zhang thought for a moment and replied, "Probably cocktails. I like their subtle sweetness." "Is that so? I like it too." Natasha smiled, then picked up her glass and downed the drink in one gulp. In the next moment, however, her actions left everyone stunned. She suddenly wrapped her arm around Zhang's neck and pressed her lips to his in a kiss. Zhang didn't even have time to react. All he could register was the faint sweetness of the cocktail lingering on his lips. In the real world, in Zhang's bedroom, he lay on his bed, his mind hazy and clouded, as if he were actually drunk. It was almost laughable. Zhang carried the super soldier serum of Captain America in his veins. Even if he drank pure alcohol straight, he'd never get drunk. But this time, he truly felt intoxicated. This was what people meant when they said you could become drunk on emotion, not just on wine. He couldn't forget the words Natasha had just said to him. "I don't care where you're from or who you are. I want to be honest with my heart. Everyone knows me as Black Widow, a deadly agent, but no one realizes that, above all, I am just an ordinary woman. I like you, X. No matter who you really are, I like you. In the endless years to come, I don't expect you to remember me, so I've given you my favorite flavor. From now on, whenever you taste a cocktail, you'll probably think of me, won't you, X?" The story was a bit cliched, even a little comical, but it completely swept Zhang off his feet. The subtle fragrance of the drink went straight to his heart, leaving him helplessly enchanted. Zhang sat up and shook his head, trying to clear it. Thankfully, he'd left in time. Had he stayed a moment longer, who knew what might have happened? Whether in the comics or the movies, Black Widow was everyone's dream girl, and now Zhang had experienced that firsthand. She truly was irresistible. In the old days, a single cup of wine could resolve a military standoff. Now, a single drink had sealed a romantic fate. Even though Zhang had managed to make his escape in the end, it was clear to anyone how his relationship with Natasha had changed. Patting his face to compose himself, Zhang finally managed to steady his nerves. As he walked out, he muttered under his breath, "Damn, I went to the Marvel world and didn't just gain new powers. I found love too. There can't be a happier man on Earth than me, right?" This trip had once again boosted Zhang's abilities. His speed, strength, and endurance had all surpassed 70. The Captain America serum in his body had reached nearly 69%, and on top of that, he'd awakened Spider Sense, an incredible new power. Ordinary superheroes were no longer a match for him. Picking up skills wherever he went, at this rate, even Thanos might not be able to stop him in the future. What's more, he'd already changed the ending of a movie. If things kept going this way, maybe he really could change the whole Marvel universe. At least, that's what Zhang liked to believe. In truth, Zhang couldn't help but feel a little indignant. In the Marvel world, he had always played second fiddle. This was finally his chance to turn the tables, and, of course, he was delighted. He'd just gotten some technical blueprints from Tony, though he hadn't had a chance to look at them yet. In any case, even if he tried, he probably wouldn't understand much. Better to take them back to the company and let Du Li and the others have a look. After all, they were the experts. But just as he settled into the car, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Su Tian calling. Zhang's expression grew serious. He and Su Tian had agreed. Unless it was an emergency, they would never call. Now, with the phone ringing, it could only mean trouble. He picked up the phone, pressed it to his ear, and asked, "Hello, Su Tian. Is there an emergency?" Su Tian nodded and replied, "Yes, but I can't make sense of it." Zhang asked, puzzled. "Can't make sense of it? What do you mean? I don't really know how to describe it to you. I saw Lu Zhongyong using some strange machine to send something. It's really odd. The only thing he did was place his hand on the machine, and then words kept appearing on the screen, as if the machine could read his thoughts." "Oh, what did it say?" "I can't read it. It's probably not any language from Earth." After hearing Su Tian's account, Zhang rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Su Tian was someone who had taken a potion similar to the heart-shaped herb. Not only was he incredibly strong, but his intelligence should be high as well. Even if he wasn't fluent in every language, he could at least recognize a few words from almost any country on Earth. But now he said it wasn't any Earth language at all. Could it really be alien? Recalling his earlier suspicions, Zhang couldn't help but shudder. He hastily said, "Take care of yourself. Don't let them know you're onto them. I'll get to the bottom of this as quickly as I can." A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. Su Tian's voice was relaxed. Don't worry, you can count on me to keep myself safe, and... Before Su Tian could finish, there was a dull thud on the other end. She clearly heard Su Tian grunt in pain, and then nothing but silence. Su Tian? Su Tian. She grew anxious, calling his friend's name, but another familiar voice came through the phone. Shi, I knew you'd planted a spy in my ranks. A chill ran down Shi's spine. This was bad. Su Tian had been discovered. Lu Zhongyong. Shi replied coldly. You can't blame me for this. You've been making trouble for me from the start. I'm only trying to protect myself. Is that so? Maybe. But if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a traitor, Lu Zhongyong said with a cheerful grin. I plan to teach this person a very good lesson. Still, I'm not unreasonable. If you're willing to come in person, then maybe I'll consider letting him go. You think I care? Shi's fist was clenched tight, but his tone remained perfectly calm. It's just an informant. Now that you've found him out, he's finished anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, all the better then. I'll handle him as I see fit, don't worry. Lu Zhongyong replied with a cold chuckle. 1 hour. In 1 hour, I'll deal with him. Whether you show up or not is up to you. With that, he hung up the phone. Shi's face darkened as he gripped his phone, anxiety gnawing at him. No matter what, he couldn't just abandon Su Tian. Lu Zhongyong's intention was clear as day. He'd set a trap, one that Shi had no choice but to walk into. There was simply no room to refuse. He had to go. Though anger simmered inside him, Shi felt no fear. After all, his strength was more than enough to deal with these petty thugs. What worried him was whether Lu Zhongyong had something else up his sleeve. If he truly had aliens backing him, things could turn out very differently. Shi left the house and drove straight to the Lu family estate. He made no attempt to hide his movements. After all, only by letting Lu Zhongyong know he was coming could he hope to keep Su Tian relatively safe. Word of Shi's arrival quickly reached Lu Zhongyong, who couldn't help but smile. Apparently, his plan was working as intended. He glanced down at Su Tian sitting nearby. Surprisingly, Su Tian hadn't been tormented like most captives. On the contrary, he seemed well-fed and cared for. Su Tian looked at Lu Zhongyong and couldn't help but ask, What's your game here? If you want to kill me or torture me, just get it over with. Don't play these tricks. Lu Zhongyong laughed. You've got quite the temper for a prisoner. I have no other intentions. If I treated you badly, President Zhang might be unhappy when he arrives. What are you really after? Su Tian racked his brains, unable to fathom Lu Zhongyong's true purpose. None of it made sense. When he gets here, you'll find out. Very soon, Shi arrived at the Lu family home. He made the trip alone without bringing anyone with him, simply because there was no need. If Lu Zhongyong didn't have anyone backing him, then he was no match for Shi anyway. And if Lu Zhongyong really had some formidable character behind him, then no matter how many people Shi brought, it would be pointless. Rather than letting others make unnecessary sacrifices, it was better for him to come alone. From a distance, he caught sight of Lu Zhongyong. Shi parked his car and couldn't help but pause in surprise. By all logic, Lu Zhongyong should have shown up at the crowd. Yet by his side, there was only one person. This man wasn't tall, about 1.70 meters at most, with an unremarkable build, even bordering on frail. It seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Shi truly couldn't understand why Lu Zhongyong would choose someone like this to be his bodyguard. President Zhang, it's an honor to have you here. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you sooner. You won't hold it against me, will you? Lu Zhongyong said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. She responded with a cold face. Where did you find the nerve to come here by yourself? Oh, are you planning to start something with me? Frankly, I don't see any reason not to. She gave a cold snort and, activating his Quicksilver abilities, dashed forward, intent on subduing Lu Zhongyong. But the man at Lu Zhongyong's side moved even faster. In a flash, he stepped in and seized Shi's wrist. Alarm shot through Shi's heart. He swung his free fist toward the man's face, but the man remained unflustered, catching Shi's punch with perfect precision. Just one move, and the outcome was clear. Shi's close combat skills were among the very best. After countless battles, his strength and speed had reached incredible heights. He was one of the top fighters, even in the Marvel Universe. Yet here on Earth, he hadn't expected to meet someone who could match him, let alone handle him so easily. This truly caught him off guard. Lu Zhongyong burst out laughing. If you want to spar with my people, just say so. It'd be a shame if anyone got hurt by accident, wouldn't it? Now Shi understood why Lu Zhongyong was so confident. The person at his side was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The man in black released his grip. Shi asked coldly, What's your name? Black Dragon. The man's expression didn't change in the slightest. he simply uttered the two words in a calm tone. Zhang Shi committed the name to memory. This man would be a formidable rival. Black Dragon here is the best fighter I have, Lu Zhongyong said with a cheerful grin. So, do you still want to try your luck? In that moment, several thoughts raced through Zhang Shi's mind. He fixed his gaze on Black Dragon, pondering how he might bring this man down. Yet the pitch-black eyes of the Black Dragon left Zhang Shi feeling completely helpless. He could sense that no matter what kind of attack he attempted, the Black Dragon would be able to counter it instantly. There was simply no way for him to gain any advantage. Who on earth is this person? Is he even really from Earth? Forget it. Since he couldn't deal with him for now, he would just have to take things one step at a time. Zhang Shi looked at Lu Zhongyong and said, "Now that I'm here, are you going to take me to see Su Tian?" "Oh, right, I almost forgot," Lu Zhongyong replied with a chuckle. Then he led Zhang Shi into the villa. Zhang Shi wasn't particularly afraid. If he couldn't win, he could always run. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind. Once inside the villa, he immediately spotted Su Tian sitting in the room. He had expected to see Su Tian battered and tortured, but to his surprise, Su Tian wasn't hurt at all. In fact, he looked rather energetic. "Brother Zhang, you're here," Su Tian said wearily. "Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." "It's all right. You're going to be fine," Zhang Shi reassured him. He paused, then turned to Lu Zhongyong and said, "Lu Zhongyong, I'm here now. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for letting him go?" Since Su Tian had chosen to follow him, Zhang Shi felt responsible for his safety. No matter what, he had to take Su Tian back with him, whatever the cost. Lu Zhongyong burst out laughing and said, "Zhang Shi, in your eyes, am I just some irredeemable villain?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shi nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right." "Well, that just means you still don't really understand me," Lu Zhongyong sighed. "But never mind, that's not why I called you here today. You can take him with you, no problem at all. But you have to promise me one thing." Zhang Shi was taken aback. Just one promise, and he could take Su Tian away? "I want you to stay out of the Lu family's affairs from now on. In return, the Lu family won't cause you any trouble either. We'll leave each other alone. That's my condition. Do you accept or not?" If this had happened before, Zhang Shi would have agreed without hesitation. But now, with the absolute medal right here, he couldn't dare say yes. If he turned a blind eye, Earth could truly be in danger. "Sorry," Zhang Shi said bluntly. "As much as I want to agree, I can't. What you're doing is just too dangerous. I can't let you go unchecked." "Is that so?" Lu Zhongyong lowered his head. "I don't really know how to explain this to you. In any case, Before Lu Zhongyong could finish his words, the Black Dragon at his side lunged forward. Zhang Shi noticed that as the Black Dragon charged, he turned to glance back at Lu Zhongyong. There was a flash of viciousness in his eyes. It was as if he was doing this on purpose, deliberately preventing Lu Zhongyong from saying whatever was coming next. As the Black Dragon attacked, Zhang Shi dared not let his guard down. He leapt back a step, picked up his slingshot, and fired 3 pellets straight at the Black Dragon. Each pellet crackled with the power of thunder. No ordinary person could have caught them barehanded. But the Black Dragon simply extended a finger and, with effortless ease, flicked the pellets aside. Then, with a sweeping kick, he lashed out at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi sprang high into the air, once again raised his slingshot, and took aim at the top of Lu Zhongyong's head, firing another shot from above. This time, surely, the Black Dragon couldn't dodge, could he? Yet what happened next left Zhang Shi utterly astonished. The Black Dragon raised his hand, dark light crackling in his palm. The pellet froze in midair, about 5 centimeters from his hand, as if he had conjured a shield out of thin air. The Black Dragon rose to his feet, and Zhang Shi studied this man before him intently. For a fleeting moment, he had sensed a powerful aura of evil. His spider sense had sounded the alarm. Just who was this guy? "All right." Lu Zhongyong stepped forward and declared, "There's no need to keep fighting. Zhang Shi, agree to my terms, and you can take him away immediately. Otherwise, I'll see to it that he dies." This was the first true threat Lu Zhongyong had uttered since they'd met. Zhang Shi fell silent for a moment. He had a nagging feeling that something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. For now, it was better to take a step back. "Fine, I accept," Zhang Shi replied. "But I have my own condition. That absolute medal. You can't touch it. That's my bottom line. Do you understand?" "Deal." Both sides made concessions and reached an agreement. Su Tian stood up and walked over to Zhang Shi. "How are you? Are you all right?" Zhang Shi asked, concern in his voice. Su Tian shook his head. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Lu Zhongyong came over and patted Zhang Shi on the shoulder. "I'll admit, I've gone too far in the past. But honestly, we could work together, you know? As the saying goes, harmony brings prosperity, and everyone's just here to make a living. Ha ha." "Save it," Zhang Shi shot back coldly. "Let me tell you, Lu Zhongyong will never be friends. The only thing we'll ever be is enemies. Lu Zhongyong said nothing as he simply walked past Zhang Shi. As he brushed by, Zhang Shi's expression flickered for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Once the two of them had left, Heilong remained standing beside Lu Zhongyong, as motionless as a statue. What were you about to say just now? Heilong asked, his voice hoarse and chilling. Lu Zhongyong shook his head. It's nothing, Mr. Heilong. The foundation of our cooperation is trust. If you can't trust me, then there's no way for us to work together. If that's the case, you'll die. I'm sure you understand that, don't you? Heilong replied coolly. Lu Zhongyong closed his eyes and let out a silent sigh. He blamed himself for that moment of foolishness in the past. If only he had been more clear-headed, things wouldn't have come to this. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi and Su Tian got into their car. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Shi asked, Su Tian, do you have any idea who this Heilong really is? Su Tian shook his head. I'm not sure. Everyone on the outside says Heilong is the most elite bodyguard trained by Lu Zhongyong, but I don't buy it. The way Heilong treats Lu Zhongyong is just a little strange, isn't it? Zhang Shi finished for him. Yeah, exactly. How did you guess? Su Tian asked, surprised. Of course I know. Because of this. As Zhang Shi spoke, he pulled a slip of paper from his pocket. There was only one line written on it. Moonshadow Island. Try your best to go. Zhang Shi had heard of Moonshadow Island before. It wasn't far from Mechanical City, just about 3 nautical miles off the coast, a short trip by boat. The island was known for its beautiful scenery and was one of the few tourist attractions near the city. Legend had it that Moonshadow Island was developed and built up single-handedly by Lu Zhongyong. But now, Moonshadow Island had fallen into decline. Rumors of hauntings often surfaced about the place, even though people lived in a scientific age and had stopped believing in ghosts and spirits. Strange things did seem to happen on the island with uncanny frequency. Zhang Shi had no idea what was really going on there. He used to think the haunting stories were just baseless rumors, but after what Lu Zhongyong said today, he was convinced something was definitely wrong with Moonshadow Island. Still, Zhang Shi wasn't foolish enough to rush in blindly. He didn't trust Lu Zhongyong, not in the least. This was something that required careful consideration and thorough investigation. Let's go home for now, and from this day forward, you don't need to play the undercover anymore. From now on, you're with me, Zhang Shi said to Su Tian, looking him in the eye. After listening to Zhang Shi, Su Tian felt a pang of guilt, but he was still quite happy. Working with Zhang, she was bound to be more promising than working with Lu Zhongyong. Zhang, she was a talented man, and Su Tian was more than willing to serve under someone like that. All right, I'll give it my all and follow you, Su Tian said earnestly. Su Tian was a master of martial arts, so making him a coach was certainly the right choice. As Zhang Shi drove, he asked, Su Tian, do you have any more of those herbs that boost your strength? Su Tian thought for a moment and replied, I probably have some, but they're hard to find. Oh, why is that? Because it's not a wild herb. It's an artificial blend. I don't know the recipe. Only the elders in my village do. So many years have passed, I don't even know if they're still alive. So, I see, Zhang Shi nodded thoughtfully. It seemed he'd have to make a trip to Su Tian's village soon. If he could get his hands on the formula for those herbs, that would be ideal. When they returned to the company, Chan Shuyu and Luo Ruomeng came forward to greet them, spotting the tall, dark-skinned Su Tian, who looked every bit like a bear that had learned to walk upright. They couldn't help but ask, Zhang Shi, who is this? With a cheerful grin, Zhang Shi replied, he's a friend of mine and the newest member of our company. Come, Su Tian, introduce yourself. Su Tian stepped forward, his voice gruff but polite. Hello, ladies. My name is Su Tian. From today on, I'll be working with Brother Zhang. Please take care of me. He might not look remarkable, but he certainly knew how to say the right things. He was well aware these two women were Zhang Shi's wives, so it was only proper to show respect. Sure enough, both women were pleased with his greeting. Luo Ruomeng chuckled and said, No need to be so formal, Su Tian. From now on, you're part of the company. Do your best. Don't worry, I will, Su Tian replied. Seeing that everyone was getting along, Zhang Shi nodded with satisfaction and said, Ruomeng, gather everyone in the meeting room. We're having a meeting. All right, I'll take care of it. Originally, Zhang Shi had been prepared to take a hardline approach, but now it seemed things hadn't reached the point of no return with Lu Zhongyong. As for Yueyu Island, it was best to hold off for now. Zhang Shi decided he should get things at the company in order first. Though it was his company, Zhang Shi was rarely around. Most of the company's affairs, big and small, were handled by Luo Ruomeng and Chen Shuyu. Thankfully, both women were highly capable and managed everything in an orderly, efficient manner. Is everyone here? Zhang Shi glanced around at the executives. Is anyone missing? Luo Xian, standing nearby, replied. Everyone's here, President Zhang. Very good. Zhang Shi nodded and said, "The reason I've called everyone together today is to have a meeting. Our company hasn't been established for long, and we don't have many products on the market yet. But the good thing is, every one of our products is in high demand and very popular. Our rapid growth is truly something to celebrate." As soon as Zhang Shi finished speaking, the employees broke into applause. Whether their excitement was genuine or just for show didn't matter. Zhang Shi was satisfied as long as people played along. But growing so quickly also has its downsides. First of all, there are too many people out there who are envious of us. Take Liu Zhongyong, for example, or TNT Technology. They either want to bring us down or swallow us whole. None of them have good intentions. But don't worry, I'll take care of these issues. As long as we keep getting stronger, no one will dare mess with us. That takes all of us working together. I'm not the kind of person who only looks at results, but don't let me see no results at all, understood? The executives nodded in agreement. Though he had always been the boss, Zhang Shi understood what was going through his employees' minds. The fundamental conflict between bosses and employees is that the boss evaluates how much work you do before deciding your pay, while the employee decides how much work to do based on how much they're paid. It's a contradiction at its core. For things to go well, at least one side has to be willing to take a chance and trust the other. Zhang Shi was that person. He paid his staff generously, and in return, they worked with dedication and drive. He made the right bet. All right, next, let me assign the tasks. Zhang Shi continued calmly. Ruoming and Shuiyu, your responsibilities remain the same. Just keep doing what you've been doing. The two of you are the brains of the company, so I'm counting on you to put in the extra effort. Understood. Luo Ruoming and Chun Shuiyu both nodded. They were part of Zhang Shi's inner circle, so there was no need for formalities. Du Li, Wang Shuang, Zhang Shi went on. You two are the directors of the technical department. I'll be bringing you a lot of blueprints in the future. Do your best to turn all these designs into real products, understood? Don't worry, that's my job. Zhang Shi assigned tasks to each of them. In reality, there wasn't much to distribute. It was more about reiterating what he'd said before. The only person truly being given a new assignment was Su Tian. After assigning tasks to everyone else, Zhang Shi turned to Su Tian and said, Su Tian, your job is simple, but also very important. From now on, you'll be the instructor for our company's security team. Everyone will need to go through your training. I'm not expecting you to turn them into superstars, but they need to be much stronger than the average person. Do you understand? Su Tian nodded. This was the position he had anticipated. His strength was in fighting, and apart from this, he truly couldn't think of anything else he was suited for. With most of the work assignments sorted out, Zhang Shi was just about to wrap up the meeting when suddenly, a phone started ringing. Zhang Shi's expression darkened as he said, I haven't emphasized this before, but let me make it clear now. From now on, all phones must be on silent during meetings. That's the basic respect you owe me and the company. Understood? President Zhang, Chun Shuiyu gently reminded, I think it's your phone that's ringing. Zhang Shi was momentarily stunned. He pulled out his phone to check, and sure enough, it was his own. With a slightly embarrassed chuckle, he said, the boss doesn't count. The executives all burst out in relaxed laughter. Zhang Shi left the conference room and answered the call, saying, Hello, Mike, what's up? Since returning from tour country, Zhang Shi hadn't been in touch with Mike. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Zhang Shi actually had a much better impression of Mike than of Kevin. Kevin, after all, always carried the unmistakable scent of a businessman, which Zhang Shi found off-putting, even though he himself was a businessman. He heard Mike say, Zhang, I don't know what happened between you and Kevin, but I suggest you come over as soon as you can, if you have the time. Zhang Shi was taken aback. What's wrong? There's nothing between Kevin and me. Mike spoke slowly. Yesterday was supposed to be the day our joint venture factory registered here in tour country. But just yesterday, Kevin went to see King Tia and said the whole thing needed to be postponed. He said it can't go ahead for now. Can't go ahead? Are you kidding me? I've got everything ready. I'm just waiting for the paperwork so we can change the factory name. And now he tells me it's off? Even with Zhang Shi's calm temperament, he couldn't keep his frustration in check. Mike continued, I'm the Minister of Commerce. I know better than anyone if there's a problem with the paperwork. It's obvious Kevin's doing this on purpose. But because of my responsibilities, I still have to go through the paperwork as usual. The thing is, your current relationship with Kevin is really bad for our cooperation going forward. So I strongly suggest you come over and clear the air. If you agree to come, I'll send a plane to pick you up. All right, I understand, Zhang Shi replied. I'll head over as soon as I can. Even though there was now some tension between him and Kevin, Zhang Shi's status in the Kingdom of Terror was still unshakable. After all, he had saved the king's life. From the monarch down to the common folk, everyone respected him deeply. A minor character like Kevin could hardly threaten his position. After hanging up, Zhang Shi let out a long sigh. Damn it, his worries had come true after all. Before leaving, he had sensed Kevin's hostility. Zhang Shi could understand it. Kevin was simply feeling defeated. Deep down, he probably didn't truly resent Zhang Shi. What Zhang Shi hadn't expected, though, was that things weren't as simple as he'd imagined. Kevin's jealousy had grown far beyond his expectations, and now it seemed to be spilling over into abuse of power for personal gain. It looked like he really needed to have a serious talk with Kevin. Brother Zhang Shi, did something happen? Luo Ruoming stepped forward, concerned. Zhang Shi shook his head. It's nothing. Just a small issue. I need to make a quick trip to Tur and handle it. What? You going to Tur? Luo Ruoming stared in disbelief. Zhang Shi nodded. That's right. Why? Is it really that surprising? Luo Ruoming replied. Not exactly surprised. It's just, you really are like a dragon. We catch glimpses of your head, but the tail always slips away. Such a mysterious man. Zhang Shi couldn't help but laugh and cry at Luo Ruoming's description of him. He said, all right, enough of that. Let's not get sidetracked. I'll pack up and leave right away. I'll have to count on you all to take care of the company while I'm gone. Without giving Luo Ruoming a chance to respond, Zhang Shi hurried off to pack his bags. Watching Zhang Shi's retreating figure, Luo Ruoming couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Honestly, is this your company or mine? We're the ones running around all day, and you get to take it easy. Unbelievable. But what Luo Ruoming didn't know was that Zhang Shi's work was far tougher than he could ever imagine. Zhang Shi moved quickly. In just over 20 minutes, he had everything packed and asked Su Tian to drive him to the airport. On the way, Su Tian couldn't resist teasing him. President Zhang, you really do live it up. A private jet to ferry you around? That's quite the life, I have to say. Huh. All right, enough with the flattery, Zhang Shi said, his tone turning serious. Let's talk business. While I'm away, I need you to look into what's really going on with Moonshade Island. And listen, even though Lu Zhongyong gave us that note, to be honest, I don't trust him. So you need to keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't try anything funny. Also, you're already exposed, so we can't risk letting Xiao Ko get exposed too. When the time is right, I'll need you to cover for him and help keep up appearances. Do you understand what I mean? Su Tian patted his chest and said, don't worry, leave this to me. I'll handle it, no problem. Soon, Zhang Shi arrived at the airport, where Mike had already been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he saw Zhang Shi, Mike walked straight up to him and said, hello, Zhang. It's been a while. It has indeed, Zhang Shi replied, shaking Mike's hand. Then, turning to Su Tian behind him, he added, all right, you can head back now. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Make sure it gets done. Of course, you can count on me, Boss Zhang. Once Su Tian left, Mike escorted Zhang Shi onto the plane. After all, the king's plane wasn't something one could just use on a whim. Taya, after all, was a monarch with endless affairs of state, so if you borrowed it, you had to return it promptly. No room for delay. Seated on the plane, Zhang Shi turned to Mike and asked, so, my friend, what on earth is Kevin's deal? Mike replied coolly, how should I know? But I'd wager it's got something to do with a woman. I saw him the other day, clutching a woman's photo, kissing it over and over. Honestly, it was a bit much. Still, I didn't say anything. It's his business, after all. Kissing a photo again and again. Good grief. Is this the behavior of a factory manager? Or is he just a complete oddball? Zhang Shi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Damn it. Things were even messier than he'd imagined. It looked like Kevin was truly, deeply infatuated with Wu Kursin. The deeper his feelings ran, the harder things would get for Zhang Shi. Not that he had any feelings for Wu Kursin himself, but because Wu Kursin didn't have the slightest interest in Kevin. In this world, the real agony isn't lovesickness, it's unrequited love. Such is the fate of people everywhere. Just to be clear, I never try to steal his girl. It's just that she doesn't think much of him, Zhang Shi said preemptively. That doesn't matter to me, Mike replied, unhurried as ever. You're the one who has to figure out how to get through to him. Get through to him? Sounds simple, but this is anything but easy, Zhang Shi thought. He stopped worrying for now, leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and started pondering what to do next. Meanwhile, in Tur, inside Taya's chambers, Taya was looking at the two people before her daughter, Tina, and her trusted confidant, Kevin. With a warm smile, Taya addressed them both. So, what do you think of my arrangements? Are you satisfied? Tina lowered her head shyly and said, well, I'll go along with whatever father decides. Taya chuckled, reaching out to gently pat her daughter's head. Don't make yourself sound so obedient. At the end of the day, it's because you're willing. Then she turned to Kevin. And you, Kevin? What are your thoughts on this matter? Kevin answered coldly. Your Highness, I have no objections. I'm truly grateful that you'd consider me in this way. Thank you, Your Highness. Tia waved her hand and said, you don't need to thank me. I'm only thinking about my daughter's future. But let me tell you, Mech City is very different from our country, Tur. There, marriage is very free. Besides, even if Wu Kursen doesn't end up with Zhang Shi, that doesn't mean she'll be with you. Have you thought about that? Yes, I have, Kevin replied firmly. But I have my own principles. If I set my sights on something, it's mine. Whether I have to beg or fight for it, I'll do whatever it takes to make it mine. Tia looked at Kevin and sighed helplessly. That's just the kind of person he was. Once he wanted something, he'd stop at nothing to get it. Take the Hawkman factory, for example. Kevin had gone to great lengths to acquire it, doing who knows how many unscrupulous things along the way. All right, I understand how you feel, Tia said, but Kevin, I must tell you, Zhang Shi saved my life. You must promise me not to do anything to him, understood? Kevin nodded. Don't worry, Your Highness. I know how to handle this. Unbeknownst to Zhang Shi, he was already caught in the schemes of these folks from Tur. At that moment, he was still puzzling over how he would face Kevin later. 5 hours later, Tia's private jet touched down smoothly at Tur International Airport. Zhang Shi stepped off the plane and breathed in the fresh air, taking in the pleasant scenery all around him. It's not that foreign air is always fragrant, but the environment in Tur really was much better than most other countries. With highly automated industries, industrial pollution here was almost zero. This was the power of technology, and it was exactly what Zhang Shi aspired to achieve one day. Huh, Zhang, you're here. Tia called out from a distance, striding over and wrapping Zhang Shi in a big, warm hug. Zhang Shi grinned and said, Yes, Your Highness. I didn't expect you to come pick me up yourself. Sorry for all the trouble. It's nothing, Tia replied. Come, let's talk at my house. I've had them prepare a meal for us. We can eat and talk at the same time. Sounds good, Zhang Shi agreed. The two of them got into the car. Zhang Shi was about to bring up the topic of Kevin when, suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and to his surprise, it was someone he never expected. Tony Stark. This was actually the first time anyone from the Marvel world had called him. Tony, holding his phone, apologized. Sorry, Your Highness. Something came up at work, and I have to reply right away. No problem. Go ahead, Tia said, then turned to the driver and instructed, Drive slowly and turn off the music. Yes, Your Highness, the driver replied. Anyway, as long as Zhang Shi didn't say anything, no one would ever know who made the call. So Zhang Shi didn't worry about it, and simply picked up his phone and asked, Hello, Tony, what's up? Hey man, I actually do have something. Is this a good time to talk? If so, I'll get straight to the point. At that moment, Tony was in his lab with a mysterious Jew metal, throwing knife lying in front of him. All around were scattered molecular diagrams, and a strong cup of coffee sat on the table. A clear sign Tony had been at it for a long time. Go ahead, Tony, I'm listening. Tony's voice came through. I've thoroughly analyzed the composition of this Jew metal. It's made up of 10 elements in total. 9 of them are perfectly ordinary. Nothing unusual there. But the problem lies with the last one. This element doesn't appear on the periodic table. It's something entirely new. I see. Could it be a synthetic element, maybe? No, I don't think so. No matter how advanced your techniques are, synthetic elements always leave traces. And there's absolutely no sign of this element anywhere on Earth. The only explanation is, this element is extraterrestrial in origin. Is that what you're saying? Zhang Shi finished the thought, voicing the astonishing yet oddly expected conclusion. That's right, and I have a feeling, never mind which planet this alien metal comes from, their technology must be light years ahead of ours. If they ever set their sights on Earth, we'd be in real danger. I understand, Tony. Is there any way to deal with this metal for now? Zhang Shi asked. Not yet. Since the element still hasn't been fully analyzed, I don't have a solution at the moment. But I'll keep working on it and let you know as soon as I find something, Tony replied. Zhang Shi nodded, then ended the call. So, in the end, this whole matter really did have something to do with aliens. Maybe, just maybe, there really were extraterrestrials, or even higher beings, taking an interest in Earth. Trouble brewing? Tia asked with a smile. Sounded like a technical issue just now, right? Don't worry. If you run into any technical problems, you can always ask me for help. Who knows? We might be able to find a solution together. It's fine, Your Highness. I can handle it myself. Tur's technology was indeed advanced and impressive, but compared to Tony's expertise, it was worlds apart. Zhang Shi had pinned all his hopes on Tony. If Tony couldn't crack this, there was probably no one else on Earth who could. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Shi's thinking was sound. But in reality, every problem needs to be treated on its own terms. What Tony couldn't solve, Tur just might have had a way to handle. But because Zhang Shi was too set in his own assumptions, the whole thing ended up being delayed for a long, long time. Without further ado, Zhang Shi arrived at the king's palace. He stepped out of the car and gazed at the building before him, unable to keep from nodding to himself in quiet approval. Today, the palace looked especially magnificent, almost as if someone was holding a wedding. The palace, already resplendent with gold and jade, now appeared even more grand and ornate than usual. Two gleaming golden lions guarded the entrance, and Jiangxi could tell at a glance that they were likely crafted from solid gold. Balloons shimmering with golden light floated near the roof, and everywhere were flowers rimmed in gold. Even the carpet beneath their feet was a dazzling golden yellow. Good heavens, the kingdom of Tur really is wealthy. When it comes to selling gold by the kilogram, clearly they have no shortage. This kind of extravagance could leave anyone green with envy. So, Mr. Zhang, what do you think of my decorations? Taya asked, beaming. Zhang, she felt a bit bewildered. Inwardly, he couldn't help but grumble. What does any of this have to do with me, anyway? Whether it looks good or not, it's none of my business. He was here to find Kevin and resolve a problem, not to waste time on such trivial matters. Still, however much he might think so, he couldn't say it aloud. He simply nodded, half in earnest and half in courtesy, and replied, "It's impressive, very luxurious indeed." "Ah, I see you like it," Taya went on, his smile widening. "In that case, let me show you something even more beautiful." With that, he clapped his hands. Suddenly, a procession hurried out from the palace, quickly surrounding Jiangxi. Before he could react, a young woman, radiant in her prime, emerged from the palace. She had golden hair and sparkling blue eyes, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, a bouquet of fresh flowers in her hands. She looked like an angel descended to earth, so beautiful it was almost unreal. This. Taya walked over, patted Jiangxi on the shoulder, and said, "I already know about you and Kevin, and I also know that you have no feelings for that woman. What was her name, Wu Kurson? This is all just a misunderstanding on Kevin's part. But, you see, he's the kind of person who can really get stuck on something. So, to resolve the tension between you two, I've decided to offer you my daughter's hand in marriage." Jiangxi stood there in stunned silence, mouth agape. For a moment, he truly didn't know what to say. And who could blame him? Anyone faced with such a situation would be utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Did Taya just say he wanted to marry his daughter to me? This is absurd. He has to be joking, right? This, Mr. Zhang, Taya said, "Please don't feel pressured, and don't think I'm joking. As king, I would never make light of such a matter. From now on, you will be my son-in-law. This way, the rift between you and Kevin will be completely mended, and you will truly become an honored guest of Tur. So what do you think?" Jiangxi swallowed hard, then spoke with difficulty. Your Highness, there's something I really must tell you. Actually, I have a girlfriend back in Machanica City, and, well, not just one. That's not important." Tia waved her hand dismissively. "In Tur, polygamy is the norm. How many girlfriends you have is none of my concern. Besides, they're just girlfriends, not wives. Why should that matter? Or are you trying to say my daughter isn't beautiful enough for you?" "That's not the point," Jiangxi replied, flustered. "I've only met the princess once, just once. We barely know each other. Rushing into marriage like this wouldn't be fair to your daughter. And besides, I don't even have my identification papers with me, nor have I discussed any of this with my parents." This. Ever since his visit to the Marvel world, Jiangxi had become a confident man. It had been ages since he'd stumbled over his words like this, at a complete loss. But now he was truly panicking, unsure of what to do. But there was one thing Jiangxi knew for certain. He felt nothing for Princess Tina. No matter how beautiful she was, he simply wasn't moved. Nothing could force him into something he didn't want. Not even the king himself. Jiangxi was about to refuse outright when, at that moment, a group of people emerged from the palace. From their bearing alone, some powerful, some fabulously wealthy. Jiangxi could tell these were the elite of the realm. This is bad, Jiangxi thought, glancing back at Tia, only to see the king's face break into a victorious, conspiratorial smile. It was all part of Tia's scheme. He knew Jiangxi was proud and untamable. There was no way to coerce him directly. It was clear Jiangxi had no feelings for his daughter. But that didn't matter. There were other ways to make the marriage happen. The best method was to leave Jiangxi with no way to refuse. After all, Tia was the king of Tur. He still had to maintain appearances. With almost all the high-ranking officials present, a public rejection would be a slap in the face. If Jiangxi was clever, he'd know better than to embarrass the king in front of everyone. After all, Jiangxi still relied on him. Their relationship couldn't be allowed to sour. Jiangxi silently groaned. He never would have guessed that Tia, who seemed so honest and guileless, was actually this cunning. In a moment of carelessness, he'd fallen straight into the king's trap. Even if, to outsiders, it looked like the sweetest snare in the world. No matter what, with so many people watching, Jiangxi couldn't afford to embarrass Taya. Whatever he had to say, he'd save it for later. Jiangxi took a deep breath, then put on his most insincere smile and said, "Of course not, Your Highness. What you said isn't true at all. The princess is as beautiful as a goddess. How could I possibly dislike her looks? It's just that all of this happened so suddenly, I was caught off guard and didn't respond in time. Please forgive me. Taya breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seemed her plan had worked. She had really been worried that Zhangxi's stubborn temper would ruin everything and leave her in an awkward spot. It's all right. As long as you like Tina, that's enough for me. It was a bit rushed, I admit, but don't worry, I won't let things get sloppy. I've prepared everything you'll need for the wedding. Go inside now and change clothes. The ceremony is about to begin, Taya said with a cheerful laugh. As an older man, Taya's thinking was somewhat old-fashioned. In his mind, having no foundation of affection didn't matter. As long as the two spent time together and communicated, love would naturally blossom. After all, his daughter liked Zhangxi, and that was enough. Outwardly, Zhangxi kept smiling, but inwardly, he was cursing Tai's ancestors. He knew Tull was a country that valued its promises. If he went back on his word now, there would be no future cooperation with them. A thought flashed through his mind. He had no better options. The only thing to do was stall for time, for as long as he possibly could. He spoke up. Your Highness, in my country, filial piety is very important. None of my friends or family are here right now, and to make such a major life decision without them feels wrong. Besides, according to our customs, if the wedding is held entirely at the bride's home, people will say, I'm just living off my wife, and I'll lose all my dignity. Zhangxi's reasoning made perfect sense, and Taya could understand where he was coming from. If his son-in-law lost face, it would reflect badly on him, too. After a brief moment of thought, Taya nodded and said, all right, we'll do as you say, Mr. Zhang. But since everyone is already here today, even if we don't hold the wedding, we should at least have an engagement. Otherwise, I won't be able to give anyone an explanation. Don't you agree? There was a world of difference between being engaged and actually being married. At least that's what Zhangxi thought. This would give him more room to maneuver. He nodded and said, all right, I'd agree. Wonderful, my good son-in-law. Taya was overjoyed. He turned to look at Kevin in the crowd, who was grinning from ear to ear and nodding with satisfaction. It was a win-win situation. Not only had he secured an outstanding son-in-law, but he had also resolved a potential conflict smoothly. Truly, things couldn't have turned out better. Zhangxi's attire was definitely not suitable, so with Tai's help, he slipped quietly into the palace, preparing to change his clothes. It truly lived up to the royal reputation. Even the dressing room glittered with magnificence. The clothes laid out before him gleamed with golden light, their texture luxuriously smooth to the touch, a perfect fusion of pure gold and the finest silk. Just this one garment alone could easily be worth a decade's wages for an ordinary person. A sigh escaped Zhangxi's lips. If he set everything else aside, this wedding was the kind countless people dreamed of. What a pity. Once he had changed, Zhangxi admired his reflection in the mirror. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a fine saddle makes the horse. He was already handsome by nature, but now he looked positively radiant, every bit the image of a noble consort from ancient times, dignified and elegant. Damn, why does this feel like I'm the one getting married? Zhangxi muttered, then turned to head out. No matter what, he needed to steady Taya first. Besides, marrying her daughter was hardly a hardship. He took a moment to relax, looking at himself in the mirror and murmuring, yeah, what a dashing young man. There was no avoiding the ceremony. Zhangxi had never been engaged before, so he had no idea what the proceedings entailed. Still, it wasn't something he needed to worry about. Taya would surely handle everything. Just as Zhangxi turned to leave, he saw a graceful silhouette appear before him. Dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, with golden hair and sparkling blue eyes, she was stunningly beautiful. This was Taya's daughter, Tina. So far, Zhangxi had only interacted with two Western women. One was the Black Widow, and the other was Tina. The two were polar opposites. If the Black Widow was a rose with thorns, then Tina was a gentle, lovely lily, a breath of fresh air, enchanting and pure. Tina looked at her soon-to-be husband with eyes full of emotion and shy anticipation. No matter the angle, Zhangxi was utterly charming, a truly outstanding man. Hello, Your Highness. Zhangxi greeted her politely. He still couldn't quite see the woman before him as his fiancée, so his words remained formal. Tina lowered her head and spoke softly. From now on, I'll be your wife. You don't need to call me princess. It feels strange to me. Zhangxi chuckled. Princess, you'll have to give me some time to get used to it. All right then. It's getting late. Shouldn't we go out? Tina replied in a gentle voice. To be honest, neither of them knew much about the other. They had barely exchanged a few words. Rushing into an engagement like this was hardly fair to either of them. Zhangxi had been completely dragged into this by force, and Tina, too, was swept up in the throes of her first love, her head spinning with emotion. As for Tia, her decision was made for the greater good, but also because she trusted her own judgment. All things considered, this seemingly preposterous wedding was actually the result of many intertwining factors. Though not perfect, it was, at the very least, acceptable. Zhangxi walked over to Tina's side. Tina reached out, a little awkwardly, and took Zhangxi's arm. Zhangxi paused in surprise, then couldn't help but break into a smile. To be honest, he felt for Tina more like a younger sister. To truly regard her as his beloved was something he simply couldn't do. Not now, at least. The two stepped outside, and the palace entrance was already crowded with people. As they appeared, a wave of cheers rose from the crowd, echoing one after another. Look, the princess is so beautiful. No matter how many times I see her, she's always breathtaking. That's true, but the man from the east beside her isn't bad either. He's got that cool, handsome look. He's more than worthy of the princess, haha. Zhangxi ignored the comments, maintaining a polite smile on his face as he led Tina slowly forward by the hand. In front of them stretched a red carpet, and they paused at its edge, gazing toward the ceremonial hall ahead. At the entrance of the hall, the master of ceremonies was already waiting. Tia's arrangements were impressively thorough. It was clear she had been planning this for some time. What old fox she was. Then the master of ceremonies spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the engagement ceremony of our most beloved King Tia's daughter, Princess Tina. This is a day to remember. Let us welcome the bride and groom with a round of applause as they step into the hall. Although it was only an engagement, the master of ceremonies still referred to them as bride and groom. Zhangxi decided to just go along with it. There was nothing left to say anyway. But Tina, feeling shy, lowered her head. From the beginning until now, her face had been flushed a rosy red, which made her look even more enchanting. Arm in arm, Zhangxi and Tina slowly walked toward the ceremonial hall. If Chun Xiuyu and Luo Ruoming were to see this scene, they'd probably tease Zhangxi mercilessly. Inside the hall, Zhangxi realized that the wedding banquet was already prepared. The grand hall was set with 50 or 60 tables, all laden with sumptuous delicacies. Guests, please take your seats, the master of ceremonies called, inviting everyone to sit. Then he continued, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to invite our King Tia to say a few words. Some of you may be wondering, since today's stars are the couple, why not let them speak first? But let me tell you all, the happiness we enjoy today is entirely thanks to His Majesty the King. He is, and always will be, the true leading star of the Kingdom of Tur. Let's give him a round of applause. As soon as Tia was mentioned, the guests who had just taken their seats all stood up in unison, their faces alight with respect, a testament to the king's charisma. Tia waved his hand, stepped onto the stage, and looked out over the crowd with a gentle smile. Thank you all so much for coming, he began. Today is a day of great joy, my daughter's engagement. It is the happiest, most important day in Tina and Zhangxi's lives. I won't say much more, only that I hope everyone enjoys themselves to the fullest today. May you all have a wonderful time. Tia's words were few, but they rang clear and sincere. And for someone of his status to speak so warmly and simply, it gave the people a whole new perspective of their king. Indeed, while he was usually a figure of lofty authority, in this moment, he was simply a father, an ordinary man, kind and approachable, no different from anyone else. It was this very quality that endeared him all the more to his people. Tia left the stage, and the master of ceremonies appeared promptly to guide the proceedings. The MC was experienced and witty, effortlessly enlivening the atmosphere. Laughter frequently rippled through the guests as he worked his magic. Zhangxi also handled himself admirably. Having seen a share of grand occasions, he wasn't the least bit fazed by the crowd. Instead, he moved with confidence and ease. The ceremony went smoothly, and finally, the MC announced, and now, we come to the most exciting moment. Let's invite the couple to share the wedding toast and exchange rings. Zhangxi picked up his glass, poured himself half a glass of red wine, and gazed at Tina. Tina lifted her own glass, and together, they intertwined their arms. It feels like I'm dreaming, Tina whispered softly. Me too, Zhangxi replied. She looked up at him, her clear eyes searching his. Tell me, do you love me? Zhangxi wanted to say yes, but under her earnest gaze, he couldn't bring himself to lie. To speak insincerely would be a betrayal of his own nature. I'm not sure how to answer that, he said honestly. But I can tell you, you've left a good impression on me. Of course, this was only their second meeting. To talk of love at this point would be little more than empty words, feelings not yet rooted in the heart. Hearing Zhangxi's answer, Tina felt a glow of happiness inside. She sensed genuine honesty in his eyes. She was quick to drain her glass, then leaned in close, her breath like a faint fragrance as she whispered in his ear, I'll make you fall in love with me, my husband. Her attempt at flirtation was a little awkward, but to a man, it was irresistibly alluring. Even Zhangxi couldn't help but shudder. goosebumps prickling over his skin. Had there not been so many people around, he might have lost his composure right then and there. Looking at the beautiful young woman before him, Jiangxi suddenly realized that he might actually be starting to like her, even though they barely knew each other. All right, they downed their nuptial wine in one go, prompting a round of applause and cheers from the crowd. The atmosphere at the engagement ceremony reached its peak. Jiangxi put down his glass just as the MC reappeared and announced, "Our groom here is from Mechanical City, where their custom during engagements or weddings is for the bride to receive a bouquet. The bride stands with her back to the crowd and tosses the bouquet behind her. Whoever catches it is said to be the next to marry. Personally, I find this tradition rather unique and quite fun, so all the single ladies and gentlemen are welcome to join in." All right, let's do it. Those invited to Tia's daughter's engagement were hardly ordinary people. They were all wealthy or powerful. Yet perhaps because of their status, their daily lives were quite repressed. Even among friends, their conversations revolved around work and responsibilities. Now, being able to relax together in such a light-hearted atmosphere actually made them quite happy. But Jiangxi couldn't help but sense that something was off. He noticed that Tia's expression wasn't quite right. After all, she was the queen. Even if she could relax a bit, she couldn't entirely let down her guard. The MC was being a tad too informal, perhaps even overstepping. It wasn't quite suitable for a group of such prominent figures to scramble for a bouquet like this. Clearly, this part was the MC's own addition, and judging by Tia's face, it had not been cleared with her beforehand. Tina, on the other hand, was visibly excited. She took the bouquet from the MC and said, "All right, everyone, get ready. I'm about to throw it." The MC laughed and said, "I'm already married, so I won't join the fray. Remember, you have to hold on tight to the bouquet. Don't let go, or happiness might slip away. As the happiest person here today, you're sharing your happiness with everyone." Tina was practically beaming. Clutching the bouquet tightly, she turned to the crowd and declared, "Everyone, get ready. I'm about to throw it. Whoever catches it will find happiness." The crowd burst into laughter and quickly formed up behind Tina. Naturally, the unmarried guests gathered, but even the married ones wanted to join the fun. In no time, a crowd had formed, everyone eager to snatch the bouquet from Tina's hands. She could only stand to the side, torn between amusement and exasperation. What was this spectacle? A bunch of big shots scrambling for a bouquet, as if it were a festival game. If word got out, people wouldn't be able to stop laughing. Tia's face had grown increasingly grim. Clearly, this was a situation he never wanted to see. Yet, for the sake of saving face, he couldn't bring himself to say anything directly. Jiangxi, unable to bear the awkwardness, began to worry about that master of ceremonies. What a decent person he'd seemed. Why cause such trouble? It was likely that, after today, he'd never have anything to do with this profession again. Suddenly, Jiangxi's brow furrowed. He sensed something was wrong. The master of ceremonies seemed to be holding something, a circular object in his hand. Ever since gaining his spider sense, Jiangxi's eyesight had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Not even the tiniest speck of dust in the air could escape his notice. Now in the master of ceremonies' hand, he could clearly see something, a ring-shaped object. Jiangxi couldn't tell exactly what it was, but he was certain it wasn't an engagement ring. Wait a minute. Jiangxi's pupils dilated in alarm as a terrifying suspicion formed in his mind. The master of ceremonies retreated to a far corner of the room. That alone was highly irregular. His duties weren't finished yet. After tossing the bouquet, he was supposed to return to the stage. Why was he running so far away? He gripped the bouquet tightly, but to be honest, did that really mean anything? Not at all. Keeping his distance, clutching that circular ring, coupled with the master of ceremonies' strange expression, all of it pointed Jiangxi toward a chilling conclusion. "Get back. Everyone move. Tina, don't throw it." Jiangxi shouted with all his might. But it was already too late. Tina had already flung the bouquet forcefully over her shoulder. The flowers traced a graceful arc through the air. Jiangxi's gaze locked onto the flying bouquet. In that bundle of flowers, he could see it clearly. Nestled inside was a hand grenade. There were people packed behind Tina. If that grenade exploded now, who knew how many lives would be lost? Even worse, the people standing behind her were all high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Terror. If all of them were killed or wounded, chaos would surely erupt throughout the nation. Jiangxi's eyes narrowed with resolve, and he tapped into Quicksilver's power. In a flash, he dashed forward and caught the bouquet to his chest. Looking down, he confirmed his fears. Inside, there was indeed a grenade. He wanted to throw it away, but glanced around. There were people everywhere. And since Quicksilver had died so quickly, Jiangxi hadn't absorbed enough fragments. His speed just wasn't enough. He simply couldn't run far enough to toss the grenade away in time. With no other options left, Zhang Shi made up his mind. He would take the risk. Without hesitation, he tore the grenade from the bouquet and pressed it beneath himself, shouting, "Run! Get back! There's a grenade!" Now, his body's hardness had reached 1.5% of his star core's density. Ordinary metals couldn't hurt him at all anymore. But this was a hand grenade, an explosion at such close range. Whether he could withstand the blast power was truly uncertain. At that moment, Zhang Shi was just like Captain Rogers in the old stories, using his own body as a shield, pressing the deadly grenade firmly beneath him. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, their hearts pounding in terror. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly. Everyone ran for safety the instant. They realized what was happening. They had only managed a couple of steps when a muffled boom thundered behind them. The grenade had exploded. This was no drill, no test. It was the real thing, a lethal grenade with deadly consequences. Though the grenade itself wasn't large, it was a high explosive type, and its destructive power was shocking. Everyone present felt their ears ringing as a fierce shockwave swept through, knocking several people off their feet. Luckily, Zhang Shi absorbed all the shrapnel, shielding everyone else and preventing any casualties. But Zhang Shi himself was swallowed up in a blazing inferno. No! Tina stared blankly at the scene before her, her despair erupting in a scream. The man she loved, the man she had just gotten engaged to, was he really gone, just like that? The realization struck her like lightning. Without a thought for her own safety, she dashed toward the heart of the explosion. Tia, however, caught her by the arm, holding her back. "Don't go. It's too dangerous," Tia urged, her voice tight with worry. The explosion might be over, but no one could say for certain there wasn't a second grenade. Rushing in now was far too risky. Could their joyous occasion truly be turning into a tragedy? At this critical moment, Tia stepped forward, thrusting out her hand. "Everyone, stay where you are. Don't move." Mike was the first to react. He quickly gathered the King's Guard, surrounding the hall so tightly not even a fly could escape. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder. Flames still flickered in the hall, but the royal guards rushed in at once. Once they were sure there was no second grenade, they grabbed fire extinguishers and began putting out the blaze. Tina was already in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. If Tia hadn't held her back with all her strength, she would have rushed straight into the danger. "Let go of me, father. Let me go. I have to save him," Tina cried out, her voice raw with anguish. "Calm down, Tina. There are people saving him already. Don't worry. He'll be all right," Tia tried to reassure her. But even as he spoke, Tia knew the odds were grim. To be caught in a grenade blast at such close range, even a god wouldn't survive. At last, the fire was extinguished. Everyone hurried over, gazing down at Zhang Shi, lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, Zhang Shi lay motionless on the ground. His clothes had been scorched and tattered by the flames, his body covered in soot, making it seem as if life had already left him. Mike stepped forward and crouched down to check on Zhang Shi, while the faces around him grew somber. Zhang Shi's fate wasn't what weighed on them most. What truly mattered was the consequences that would unfold in his absence. The top leaders of Tuer, the magnates of its business world. Almost certainly, none of them would survive. Not a single one would be spared. And if that came to pass, chaos would inevitably engulf the entire nation. Tia exchanged a glance with the guard beside him, who instantly understood and moved to his side, seizing Tina. Tia strode slowly onto the stage, exuding an imposing aura that seemed to command the very air around him. He was a king. When he first ascended the throne, few stood by his side or shared his vision. He had forced his ideals through sheer will. Now, he appeared to be a kindly old man, but many had forgotten that in his youth he had been a ruler of iron and blood. Tia's voice, measured and steady, echoed through the hall. "Seal every exit in the hall. No one is to leave. And tell me, who arranged for those flowers just now?" A guard spoke up. It was the master of ceremonies. Tia nodded, his tone brooking no argument. "Very well. Arrest the master of ceremonies and the entire wedding planning team. I want every last one that brought in. Root them out completely. Do you understand?" "Yes, your highness." With just a few simple words, the king's authority and presence were unmistakable. Everyone knew. From this moment forward, peace would be a stranger to Tuer for some time to come. Having finished giving his orders, Tia lowered his head to look at Zhang Shi lying before him, a deep sorrow weighing on his heart. Yes, he was a king forged in iron, but above all, he valued loyalty and friendship. Strictly speaking, it was Tia's own schemes that had drawn Zhang Shi here. Whatever had befallen Zhang Shi, Tia shouldered a share of responsibility. And this wasn't the first time Zhang Shi had saved his life. It was the second, and again, Zhang Shi had risked everything for him. Tia sighed, his voice heavy with emotion. Send Zhang Shi's body home. Let him rest where he belongs. And find his family. Whatever they need, give it to them. Give them as much as we can. Zhang Shi is the man who saved my life. For now, this was all Tia could think to do. The dead could not be brought back. Since that could not be changed, he would at least try to make life better for those left behind. That, he felt, was the most he could do. In the crowd, Kevin was also deeply shaken. To be honest, he had no real grudge against Zhang Shi. His anger had always been about Wu Kerson's lack of affection for him. Now that Zhang Shi had given his life to save them, Kevin was profoundly moved, an ache settling in his chest. Just then, Mike suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, it's still too soon to talk about that, Mike said, lifting his head. For the first time, an anxious look could be seen on his face. Zhang Shi isn't dead yet. What? Tia's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be possible? He had witnessed everything just moments ago. Zhang Shi had thrown himself onto a high-explosive grenade, shielding others with nothing but his own body. Even iron would have been blown to pieces by such a blast, let alone a human being. How could anyone survive that and still be alive? Hastily, Tia strode forward to check on Zhang Shi. Indeed, though Zhang Shi's body was blackened, as if badly scorched, he was, in fact, miraculously intact. His limbs were all still. Attached, his body not torn apart by the grenade as one would expect. In fact, aside from being a bit charred and bearing a few minor cuts, there was no obvious sign of serious injury. His pulse and breathing are both present. It appears he's only unconscious from the tremendous shock wave of the explosion. At this point, we can't rule out internal injuries. We'll need further examination to be sure, Tia's personal physician announced as he rose from the ground. Though the doctor's face remained composed, inwardly he was deeply astonished. For anyone else, being on top of a high-explosive grenade would have meant being torn to shreds, yet Zhang Shi appeared virtually unscathed. It was nothing short of a miracle. Quick, someone, get Zhang Shi to the hospital, move. Tia ordered, his voice ringing with urgency. The medical team rushed over. After a quick spinal check, they wasted no time. Carefully, they lifted Zhang Shi onto a stretcher. Just as they prepared to leave, a figure stepped out from the crowd and said, "Let me do it." That person was none other than Kevin. Kevin was racked with guilt over what had happened to Zhang Shi. If Zhang Shi were to die because of this, Kevin knew he'd never forgive himself. So when he learned that Zhang Shi might still be saved, he was the first to rush forward. At this moment, whether it was Wu Kerson or any love rival, none of that mattered. Of course, it could also be said that Kevin was worried Tia might hold him responsible for what had happened, which explained his eagerness. Tina spoke up, "Dad, I want to go too." Now that the danger had passed, Tina was allowed to go as well. Tia nodded and said, "All right, go ahead. If anything happens, let me know immediately." After all, Tina was a young woman newly in love. Tia understood that much. Besides, what would happen next was something he didn't want Tina to witness. Once Tina had left, Tia's expression grew cold and severe. In a steely voice, he commanded, "Bring that man to me now." 2 guards approached, escorting a man. It was the very same master of ceremonies from earlier. He had plotted everything meticulously, intending to kill everyone and then slip away in the chaos. However, she had deftly defused the crisis. No one but the master of ceremonies himself was injured, and the scene wasn't chaotic enough for him to escape. He was caught red-handed by Tia before he could even try. Tia looked down at the master of ceremonies from above, her voice cold and commanding. "Who are you?" The master of ceremonies showed a stubborn streak, turning his head away in silence. With a snap of her fingers, Tia signaled a guard to step forward. Without a word, the guard delivered a brutal punch to the man's face. Blood spurted from his mouth, and 2 front teeth went flying. The master of ceremonies cried out in pain, nearly losing consciousness from the blow. "I'll ask you one more time. Who are you?" Shaking his head to clear it, the master of ceremonies replied in a hoarse, defiant voice, "I won't tell you. Even if it costs me my life, you'll never get it out of me." "I see." Tia snapped her fingers again. The guard landed another heavy punch. The master of ceremonies was clearly not a fighter, frail and thin compared to the burly guard. After just 2 punches, he slumped over, unconscious. "Your Highness," the guard said, glancing at Tia for instructions. The man was so fragile, he worried that another blow might accidentally kill him. "Take him away," Tia ordered coolly. "Wake him up, and don't let him sleep until he talks." "Yes, Your Highness." After the master of ceremonies was led away, Tia called Mike over. "Mike, I'm leaving the rest to you. When this man confesses, I want you to root out everyone behind him. Also, find out who is in charge of this wedding. Leave no one unchecked. Do you understand?" Mike nodded firmly. "Understood, Your Highness. Leave it to me." With the orders given, Tia hurried off toward the hospital. He still had no idea how Zhang Shi was doing, and worry gnawed at his heart. As king, Taya had his own private hospital, one of the finest in the world. If there was any hope for Zhangxi, Taya's hospital would find it. Upon arriving, Taya rushed straight to the emergency room. The hallway outside was crowded with anxious people, their faces taut with concern. The red light at the operating room's entrance glowed steadily, while doctors and nurses hurried in and out, the air thick with tension. "Father, you're here." Tina, waiting nearby, ran up to him as soon as she spotted him. Taya gently patted his daughter's head, then asked with concern, "How is Zhangxi?" Tina shook her head and said, "I don't know, but so many doctors went in. Dad, does that mean something's wrong? Is Zhangxi in danger?" Tia didn't answer right away. He let out a heavy sigh and said, "I'm not sure either, but you need to trust my doctors. Let's wait. It should be all right." Of course, these words were just to comfort her. In truth, no one could say for sure what would happen to Zhangxi. As the minutes ticked by, everyone grew increasingly anxious and impatient. At last, the light outside the emergency room went out, and the doctor walked out. Tia and the others quickly hurried over and asked, "Doctor, how is he? How's the patient?" The doctor removed his mask and replied, "The patient's not in any life-threatening danger. The blast shockwave was just too powerful and knocked him unconscious, but with a bit of rest, he'll be fine." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Tina, in particular, stood frozen in place, silent, as tears the size of pearls rolled down her cheeks. The sudden swing from despair to joy was almost too much for her to bear. Tia gently patted his daughter's shoulder and spoke softly. "It's all right, as long as he's okay. That's all that matters." Then he turned to the doctor and asked, "If he's fine, then why did you spend so long in there?" The doctor replied, "Well, this patient's body is rather unusual." "Unusual?" Tia frowned, pressing further. "What do you mean? His body feels normal to the touch, but it's incredibly tough. We tried to do a puncture to check his internal condition, but no matter what method we used, we just couldn't get through. His skin. What's more, from what you've told us, he was lying directly on top of a high-explosive grenade, and yet he barely has any external injuries. It's really quite extraordinary." Tia and the others couldn't make sense of it either, but they knew that people with supernatural abilities existed in this world. Perhaps Zhang, she was one of them. "Never mind all that," Tina interjected anxiously. "I just want to know, how is he?" "Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Your Highness. As I said, he's all right," the doctor replied. "Good, I'm glad he's safe. Can I go in and see him?" The doctor was about to refuse, since Zhangxi needed to rest, but seeing the pleading look in her eyes, he simply couldn't bring himself to say no. "Well, you can go in and see him, but only you, and don't stay too long. He needs his rest." Tina nodded repeatedly, then without another word, dashed right inside. Even she found it strange. This man she had only met a handful of times had somehow come to occupy such an important place in her heart. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Tia shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but poke fun at himself. "Ah, it's true. Once someone finds love, they forget about their parents. I must be a failure as a father." Jill, the secretary who always accompanied Tia, couldn't help but speak up. "That's not true, Your Highness. I can tell that, in the princess's heart, you're still the most important person." Tia nodded and said, "I know, Jill. I was only joking. But actually, I have another thought on my mind." "Oh." Jill was surprised, then couldn't help but ask, "What is it, Your Highness?" Jill was perhaps the only person Tia could truly confide in. While people like Matt Kevin were loyal aides, Tia could never share these personal thoughts and feelings with them. Even if he did, they probably wouldn't understand. "You know, Jill, in my whole life, I've only had one daughter, never a son. I've mentioned to you before that I intended for my son-in-law to one day succeed me. At the time, you disagreed. You were worried about his character. But now, if I still wanted to pursue this idea, what would you think?" Jill drew in a sharp breath, realizing Tia wasn't joking. After a moment of silence, he finally said slowly, "In terms of both ability and character, Zhang, she has no shortcomings. I think he's worthy. It's just what? It's just that he's not from our country, after all. If he were made heir to the throne, would the people accept it? If this was before, there definitely would have been objections," Tia said frankly. "But now, I don't think there would be any." "Why is that, Your Highness?" With a smile, Tia explained, "Because Zhangxi just saved so many people. The airport incident already made him the most popular foreigner in Tur, and now, without a doubt, he's truly won the people's hearts. So, if one day he were to become the heir to the throne, I don't see any problem with it." "Is that so? Still, even if that's the case, it's something for the future. Your Highness, you're in the prime of your life. There's no need to think about such things right now. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident," Tia said. "Just like what happened today. Many people respect me, but just as many want me dead. If I don't make preparations in advance, everything I've worked for will be wasted. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. There's still a lot to deal with when we get back. Jill, of course, understood exactly what Tia was referring to. He nodded and followed Tia out. Tina gazed at Zhang Shi, who was lying on the bed, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Zhang Shi looked as if he were peacefully asleep, serene and striking, not unlike the prince from a fairy tale. The image of Zhang Shi's leap just moments ago was etched deeply in her mind. To her, Zhang Shi was nothing short of a hero. She held Zhang Shi's hand, then stole a gentle kiss on his forehead before whispering softly, "My love, I adore you." It seemed as if Zhang Shi was lost in a long dream. Countless scenes flashed through his mind, and curiously, each one was from the Marvel Universe. Captain Rogers' transformation, Iron Man donning the Mark armor for the first time, Thor lifting Mjolnir, Loki invading Earth. A flood of images merged together, as if telling him, "You do not belong to the real world. You belong in the Marvel Universe." And then, within his dream, a shadowy figure appeared before him. For a die-hard Marvel fan like Zhang Shi, he could normally identify any character just by their silhouette. But this shadow was someone he'd never seen before. Who was this? Zhang Shi's eyes flew open. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. His feelings were a tangle, not quite fear, more like exhilaration. That shadow felt like a destined nemesis, awakening his instinct to hunt. System notification, Nemesis mode has been activated. Within 3 months, you must travel to the Marvel Universe and trigger your own storyline. If you fail to go within 3 months, the Fragment collection system will automatically detach from you, and all the abilities you possess will vanish. End of message. Normally, the Fragment system would not alert Zhang Shi unless it was something of great importance. Any message meant something critical. A chill ran through Zhang Shi's heart. It looked like the dream he'd just had was no mere coincidence. This was real. His own nemesis? And it must be triggered in the Marvel Universe? Could it be that, like those superheroes, he too had a destiny, his very own story awaiting him? At this thought, an uncontrollable wave of excitement surged in Zhang Shi's heart. Even though he had traveled to the Marvel Universe countless times before, those visits were always chaotic and unplanned. Now, for the first time, he had his own storyline independent of the original plot. It was simply exhilarating. How could Zhang Shi not be thrilled? But that excitement was fleeting. Once Zhang Shi calmed down completely, he quickly realized the problem at hand. In the past, he always had the storyline as a reference. Even if there were some discrepancies here and there, the general direction never changed. But now, things were different. He had no guide to follow, and it was like feeling his way forward in the dark. He had no idea what might happen next, or who his opponents would be. This fear of the unknown posed a tremendous challenge for him. Zhang Shi wished he could immediately dive into the Marvel Universe. But as soon as he tried to move, a wave of soreness and pain washed over his body. If he entered the Marvel world in this condition, he might not even know how he died. Silently, Zhang Shi felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he had always been working to strengthen himself, which had made his body tougher and more resilient. Otherwise, that high-explosive grenade earlier might have truly ended his life. Just then, the door to the room swung open. Standing at the threshold was Tina, holding breakfast in her hands, staring at Zhang Shi in shock. With a clatter, the food slipped from her hands and tumbled to the floor. Without a word, Tina rushed straight to Zhang Shi, arms wide open. It was clear she wanted nothing more than to sweep him into a huge embrace. Zhang Shi forced a wry smile, silently praying Tina would be gentle. His body was still aching all over. Of course, Tina didn't hold back at all. She threw her arms around Zhang Shi with all her strength. Zhang Shi, Tina's face was streaked with tears, her words stumbling out in broken fragments. Perhaps she was too overcome with emotion. Even a single complete sentence was out of reach. It had been 3 days. Zhang Shi had been in a coma for 3 whole days before finally waking up. No one could imagine what Tina had endured in those 3 days. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything, standing vigil by his side every moment. She'd grown noticeably thinner. Although the doctors assured her everything was fine, Zhang Shi's failure to wake left her racked with worry. In moments like this, silence spoke louder than words. Tina sobbed for a long time before she finally let go of Zhang Shi. She wiped away her tears and looked at him, only to be surprised to see tears streaming down his cheeks as well. "You, Zhang Shi, you're crying too?" Yes, Zhang Shi was crying. Tina believed he was overwhelmed with emotion, but in truth, he was crying from the pain. That bear hug had been so forceful that even someone as tough as Zhang Shi couldn't help but tear up. "I'm fine, really, I'm fine." Zhang Shi forced a smile, trying to reassure her. What a touching scene. A voice interrupted before either of them could say more. A figure appeared at the doorway. It seems like I'm at a bad time. Sorry to disturb you both. I really am. Zhangxi offered a gentle smile and replied, It's nothing. Honestly, you should have come sooner. If the two of us had spoken openly before, none of this would have happened, don't you think? Right, Kevin? Kevin walked over to Tina and said, Your Highness, Princess, may I borrow your beloved for a moment? I hope you don't mind. Tina's cheeks flushed, and she protested playfully. Uncle Kevin, you're such a tease. Kevin chuckled softly and patted Tina on the head. Zhangxi and I have some things to discuss. Why don't you head outside for a bit? I'll call you back in when we're done. Kevin had watched Tina grow up and cared for her deeply. Although she had only just awakened, and Tina longed to spend more time with him. She was considerate enough to understand. After a brief hesitation, Tina nodded and said, All right, uncle. You two talk. I'll wait outside. Good girl. Kevin laughed heartily. I'll buy you some candy later. Oh, stop it. I'm not a little kid anymore. Tina shot Kevin a playful glare, gathered her things, and turned to leave. You all seem to spoil her quite a bit, Zhangxi remarked quietly as he watched Tina's retreating figure. That's right, Kevin replied. So if you ever hurt her, we won't let you off easily. Zhangxi looked up at Kevin and asked, Whose idea was this? Yours or Prince Tia's? Kevin grinned and asked, Are you talking about the engagement? What else could I mean? Zhangxi said, his tone frosty. I just don't get it. If you care so much about her, why use her happiness as a bargaining chip? Don't tell me that there were no ulterior motives when you had her get close to me. His words were cold and sharp. Kevin tilted his head back and let out a soft laugh. Oh, Zhangxi, he said, I'll admit I can be a bit petty, and Prince Tia is certainly a tough ruler, but neither of us would ever go so far as to sacrifice Tina's happiness for our own goals. Can't you see that she genuinely cares for you? Zhangxi nodded. Of course I can see that, but aren't you worried that I might not return her feelings? That I might just toy with her heart? Not at all, Kevin answered without hesitation, his voice firm. We trust our judgment. You're a responsible man, and your sense of justice is strong. The way you acted during the engagement ceremony proved we weren't mistaken. What if I told you my spirit was inherited from Captain America? Would you believe me? I would. Your character is every bit as admirable as his. Is that so? Then I suppose you're all quite lucky, Zhangxi said with a smile tinged with bitterness. He was starting to feel like a total jerk. First there was Luo Ruomen and Chen Xiu. Then he'd met Black Widow in the Marvel world. And now there was Tina as well. The worst part was that he honestly had feelings for all four women. Was he really just a bad man? Sensing Zhangxi's unease, Kevin patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't beat yourself up. This kind of thing is quite normal in our country. There's romantic love, and there's universal love. Both are still love. As long as you treat them well, there's no need to feel guilty. What a mess, Zhangxi muttered, running a hand through his hair as he lay down on the bed. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep. All right, get some rest. By the way, does this mean we've made up? Kevin asked. Zhangxi chuckled and said, What are you talking about? First of all, there was never any real conflict between us. And even if there was, you were the one who started it. If anyone should be asking about making up, it should be me, shouldn't it? Fair point. I guess you're right, Kevin shrugged. Mr. Zhang, I apologize. Leaving without saying goodbye was my fault. I'm sorry. It's fine. Honestly, I didn't even mind, Zhangxi replied, closing his eyes. But listen, if you're serious about pursuing Boss Wu, you'd better fix those bad habits of yours. Stop freezing up every time you see her. And most importantly, drop that awful nickname, will you? If you keep calling her little Xine all the time, who wouldn't be annoyed? All right, maybe you've got a point. I'll take your advice into consideration. Zhangxi recovered quickly, thanks to the super soldier serum from Captain America and the fact that he hadn't been seriously injured. Within just 3 or 5 days, he was back to his usual self. After a thorough checkup, the doctors found only some minor internal injuries. Otherwise, his body was completely unaffected. His remarkable constitution left the doctors in awe. Of course, they weren't exactly shocked. After all, they'd seen their share of people with superpowers. Zhangxi just happened to be particularly impressive. During this time, Zhangxi and Tina grew a lot closer. Tina stayed by his side each day, helping him pass the long, monotonous hours. The more he got to know her, the more Zhangxi liked Tina. Despite her noble background, there was none of the spoiled arrogance you might expect from Princess. On the contrary, she was approachable and warm. What mattered even more was her innocence. She was genuine, without any scheming, and treated everyone sincerely. Being with her just felt comfortable. It was a good thing, and yet not entirely so. Being too pure often leads to getting hurt, especially for a princess who's easily taken advantage of. She needed someone to protect her, and Zhangxi was more than willing to take on that responsibility. Zhangxi had almost fully recovered, and calls from Mechanical City were coming in one after another, urging him to return as soon as possible. There had been significant progress regarding Moonshade Island, but it was impossible to explain everything over the phone. He'd just have to wait until he got back to discuss it in person. Zhang went to Tia's office. Normally, anyone wanting to see Tia would need to make an appointment in advance. But because of his special status and the fact that he'd saved Tia twice, Zhang no longer needed to announce himself. This was his privilege. He reached out and knocked on the door. From inside, Tia's voice called out, "Come in, son-in-law." Zhang pushed open the door and saw Tia seated at his desk, examining some documents, seemingly absorbed in his work. "Your Highness, how did you know it was me?" Zhang entered with a cheerful smile. Tia set aside the papers and replied, "There are only two people who can see me without my explicit permission, my daughter and you. Tina never bothers to knock, so it could only be you." "Ah, is that so?" Zhang chuckled. "Well, I'm here today to say my farewells, Your Highness." "I'd already guessed as much," Tia said. "This time, you came here and I ended up being of no help at all. In fact, you nearly lost your life because of it. I feel quite guilty about that. So, I've decided to make it up to you." "Make it up to me?" Tia picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Yes, come over." Before long, the door to Tia's office swung open, and in stepped a towering black man, well over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a powerful build. His expression was stern, the sort of look only someone with professional training could maintain. Even before seeing him in action, Zhang could tell this was no ordinary person. "This is John, my chief bodyguard." "John, get to know him." "I know him," John said. "He's your Highness's son-in-law." Zhang asked, "Your Highness, what is this about?" "Son-in-law. Let me explain," Tia began. "John is the most capable person under my command and absolutely loyal. I'd like to assign him to your side to assist you in your work. Please don't refuse." Zhang, she quickly waved his hands in protest. "No, Your Highness, that's far too generous. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept this offer. To be honest, I think it's better for John to stay with you. I believe you need him more than I do." "Are you referring to the assassination attempt on me?" Tia arched an eyebrow and asked. "That's right," Zhang said. "After what happened last time, I realized that the people who want to assassinate you are extremely powerful, and their methods are ruthlessly cruel. They don't care about the lives of others at all. If that's the case, I'm afraid they might try something again." "No, they won't have that chance anymore." Tia gave a slight smile, but there was a trace of coldness in his expression. He tossed the documents in his hand in front of Zhang and said, "The Master of Ceremonies has already confessed. I've uncovered who they truly are. Next, it's time for me to deal with them." Zhang picked up the documents and began to read them carefully. He had to admit, Tia's efficiency was truly remarkable. In just a few days, he managed to pry open the Master of Ceremonies' lips and also found out exactly who was pulling the strings behind him. Impressive indeed. "The Tuba family?" Zhang asked, frowning. "Aren't they your rival family?" "Yes, we've been enemies for generations," Tia replied without a hint of concealment. "Though we've always been at odds, things were still manageable on the surface. But on the day I became king and started reforming the country's manufacturing industry, the conflict finally erupted. They're conservatives, clinging to every bit of technology as if it were a precious treasure. How can there be progress like that? If your views are so different, why not take action sooner, Your Highness?" Zhang asked, puzzled. "It's not as simple as you think," Tia sighed. "The Tuba family is a powerful clan. If I move against them without caution, it could throw the entire country into chaos. That's why I've planned to deal with them gradually. But now, it seems they've decided to tear off the mask and face us head-on." Zhang didn't press further. He trusted that Tia would have his own way of handling things. "All right, don't stand on ceremony with me. John, for now, I want you to assist Zhang." "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, John nodded and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I'll carry out your instructions to the letter." "Good." Zhang couldn't refuse and could only nod in agreement. After all, when he thought about it, Tia was a king. Every decision he made would have been carefully considered. If Tia assigned John to him, it meant he had his reasons. It was best not to overthink it. At that moment, Tina hurried over. Looking at Zhang with anxiety, she asked, "Zhang, are you leaving?" Zhang smiled gently and said, "Yes, it's time for me to go. There are still many things waiting for me at home. I have to head back and take care of them." "In that case, I'm coming too," Tina declared. "I want to go back to Mech City with you. We're already engaged. I'm yours now. Wherever you go, I'll follow." Zhang inwardly groaned. He really didn't have the courage to bring Tina back with him. Even just thinking of facing Chan Shuyu and Luo Ruomeng was enough to leave him at a loss for words. "Don't make a fuss, Tina." Tia could see Zhang's predicament. He walked over, gently patted Tina on the shoulder, and spoke softly. Zhang is very busy. He just told me that when he gets back, he'll have to go on a business trip. Even if you want to go with him, you'll have to wait until he returns, right? Tina might not listen to others, but she always listened to Tia. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhang and said, "Then promise me, after your trip, you'll definitely take me to Mex City. I'm already your wife. You can't just leave me behind." Zhang smiled, his voice full of affection. "All right, don't worry, Tina. I promise. I won't leave you behind." This young girl always managed to tug at Zhang heartstrings. Still, he wondered how on earth he'd explain all of this to Qin Shuyu and the others in the future. Watching Tia's kindly smile, Zhang had the vague feeling he'd been maneuvered yet again. When he'd come, Zhang had hoped for reconciliation. Not only did he achieve that, but he'd unexpectedly become Tia's son-in-law as well, something he had never imagined. On the plane, Zhang leaned back in his seat. He glanced at John beside him. From the moment John had sat down, he hadn't uttered a single word, as silent and still as a statue. "John, have you always been this quiet?" She couldn't help himself and broke the silence. "No, at least I wasn't at first," John replied. "So what made you become this way?" Zhang asked. "My job puts me in contact with all kinds of people every day. I learned things I was never meant to know. To survive, I had to learn to keep my mouth shut." Zhang nodded. It was true, being captain of the security team meant knowing a lot of things he shouldn't. If he went around blabbing, he'd be lucky to keep his job, let alone his life. No more words were exchanged. Before long, Zhang and the others arrived back in Mex City. Stepping off the plane, Zhang felt as if he'd returned from another world. After all, so much had happened on this trip. "Brother Zhang, you're finally back." Luo, Ruomen, and Qin Shuyu were both waiting at the airport. The moment they spotted him, they rushed forward and gave him a big, warm hug. Zhang felt a bit embarrassed by their enthusiasm. He glanced back at John, signaling him to keep quiet. Polygamy was a common practice in the kingdom of Tur, so John was hardly surprised by such scenes anymore. With his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high, he wore an expression that said none of this concerned him. John's behavior pleased Zhang greatly. Turning around, he gently patted both of them on the shoulder and said, "All right now, with so many people watching, let's wrap it up." "Tisish, look at you, getting all shy," Qin Shuyu teased as she let go, only then noticing John beside him. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, "Brother Zhang, who's this big guy?" "A new friend." "That's right. His name is John. I'll give you all a proper introduction once we're back. Come on, let's hurry. Didn't I hear Su Tian has some new information?" At the mention of Su Tian, both Qin Shuyu and Luo Ruomeng grew serious. Luo Ruomeng spoke up. "Yes, that's right. Su Tian's been digging into Moonshade Island these past few days. He seems to have uncovered something new, so he's been anxious for you to return." "Moonshade Island?" John's brow furrowed. "Are you talking about that resort? Moonshade Island?" "What? You know the place." Zhang and the others were clearly surprised by his words. They turned to look at John. After all, as far as they were concerned, Moonshade Island was the most pressing matter at hand. "Of course I know it," John replied with a nod. "But this isn't the best place to talk. Let's find somewhere more private." Agreed. The group got into the car and headed straight for the company. Soon they arrived. Once out of the car, Zhang led everyone directly to the conference room and called for a meeting. Moonshade Island was, to some extent, sensitive information. Only Zhang, Luo Ruomeng, and Su Tian were in the loop. After all, if there really were aliens on Moonshade Island, it wasn't the sort of thing you want to spread around, not with the risk of panic. Once everyone had gathered, Zhang began, "This is John. He's been sent by King Tia to help us, and he also knows about Moonshade Island." Su Tian, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, looked utterly exhausted, his whole demeanor lacking any spark. Clearly, he hadn't had a decent rest in days. Staring at John, Su Tian blurted out, "Are you an awakened too?" John replied, "You could say that. I have a few powers of my own, but this isn't the time for that. We need to talk about Moonshade Island." Zhang noticed a subtle detail. When John mentioned Moonshade Island, his hands trembled ever so slightly. Was it excitement or worry? Either way, it was clear that Moonshade Island had left an indelible mark on his heart. You have a point, John," Zhang said. "In that case, why don't you tell us what you know about Moonshade Island?" John nodded, then closed his eyes, as if he were sinking deep into memory. "Moonshade Island used to be a popular resort around here. I didn't come from a privileged background. My family was quite ordinary, but my parents loved me dearly. They saved up for a long time just to take me there for a 3-day, 2-night trip. But that trip ended up being our final farewell." No one spoke. Everyone listened quietly as he recalled the past. It happened on the second night. The tour group had organized a bonfire party. My dad had a bit too much to drink and, feeling playful, tried to get me to taste some alcohol as well. I couldn't resist his teasing and ended up having a sip. I was only 7 or 8 years old then, and just that little bit made me dizzy. I must have dozed off, and when I woke up, the party was still going on. I got up to use the restroom, planning to go back to the room to sleep afterward. After I finished in the bathroom, I headed back, but when I returned, I saw that everyone at the bonfire was standing completely still like wooden statues, not moving an inch. What's worse, there were a few strange figures standing among the crowd. At first, I thought I was seeing things, maybe I was still tipsy. But when I realized what I was looking at, a wave of terror hit me. Those figures, they were human-shaped, transparent, almost like clumps of water. After hearing John's story, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Chun Xiuyu and Luo Ruoming instinctively reached out and grabbed Zhangxi's arm, trembling with fear. I watched with my own eyes as those watery figures surrounded my parents. Then, they led them away. I wanted so badly to run after them, but my legs were weak with fear. I couldn't move. I could only stand there helplessly, watching as they took my parents. Are you sure you weren't just imagining things because you drank too much as a kid? Chun Xiuyu swallowed hard and asked. That's a fair question. At first I thought so too. But after that night, my parents really did vanish, like they'd evaporated from the face of the earth. They never came back. Not once. Sweat was beading on Chun Xiuyu's forehead, and she was trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified. Zhangxi gripped her hand tightly, trying to comfort her. So what happened after that? Zhangxi asked. You must have gotten everyone to search for them. Didn't they find anything? No, Mr. Zhang. This is when things became truly terrifying. John's voice trembled as he spoke. When I finally came to my senses, so did the rest of the tour group. I went to them, hoping they could help me find my parents, but not a single one of them remembered my parents at all. They all insisted I had come on this trip alone and had no recollection of my parents whatsoever. At first, I thought they were pulling some kind of prank on me, but after asking many people, I realized none of them had even the faintest memory. That's when it hit me. Their memories had been tampered with. Somehow, I was the only one who escaped. But my parents, they were gone for good. Memory tampering? Is it even possible? Zhangxi asked in disbelief. So, is that why you've always wanted to become stronger? That's right, John replied. I've always wanted to go back to Moonshade Island to get to the bottom of what happened, but I just couldn't summon the courage. Maybe the trauma from that day was just too much for me to bear. John had always been a quiet, reserved person, yet today, he had poured out so much in one breath. Clearly, this incident had left a deep mark on his soul. He's telling the truth, Su Tian chimed in from the side. People really do go missing on Moonshade Island. And the most bizarre, chilling part is that no one remembers those who disappear. It's as if they never existed at all. Only a handful of people retain any memory, but since there's no trace of the missing in the real world, no one believes them. Over time, rumors of hauntings began to spread on Moonshade Island. That's how it all started. At first, I thought it was just a spooky legend, but hearing John's story today confirms my suspicions. Su Tian pointed at Moonshade Island in the distance. There's definitely something wrong with that place. Zhangxi nodded, propping his chin with his hand, lost deep in thought. Hey, Chun Xiuyu couldn't hold back any longer. She tugged on Zhangxi's sleeve and asked, Are we really sure we want to go somewhere this terrifying? Can't we just skip it? No, we can't. Zhangxi shook his head firmly. This is about the safety of the entire Earth. We have to go. Whoever is behind this is formidable. They can not only rewrite memories, but erase every trace of a person's existence, as if they never lived on Earth at all. That's truly terrifying. Just think, if that mysterious metal really is their doing, then there's only one possible goal behind all this. The extinction of humanity. Zhangxi uttered the words slowly, each syllable sending a chill through everyone's heart. Zhangxi spoke in a serious tone. No matter what, we have to take action now. Let's call this the Moonshade Island operation. We need to organize our team as soon as possible. Set out for Moonshade Island and stop their plan. It doesn't matter who our opponents are or what abilities they have. We have to be the first to get there and put an end to this. You're right, Su Tian nodded, then picked up a map and handed it to Zhangxi. This is a map of Moonshade Island. I've already printed it out. I'm fully prepared now and ready to set foot on the island at any time. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to be so thorough, Zhangxi said approvingly as he studied the map. Then he asked, Let's get our people together and head for Moonshade Island. There's no time to lose. We leave at once. Wait a moment. John interjected. Are we really going? That place, it's truly terrifying. There's something uncanny about it. I know. If you weren't so frightened, you wouldn't be saying this now, Zhangxi replied, meeting John's gaze with determination. But we have to go. This isn't just about us. It's about the fate of the whole world. Then, Zhangxi explained to him about the absolute metal and the situation with Lu Zhongyong. After hearing Zhang Shi's story, John was visibly shocked, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He never imagined there could be something as dreadful as the absolute metal in this world. If they didn't stop it in time, there was no telling what disaster might unfold. Even though the island was terrifying, John made his decision in the face of such grave danger to the world. He nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Zhang, let me lead the way. I've been there before. I know the routes and the lay of the land." Su Tian couldn't help but ask, "Come on, man, wasn't that more than 10 years ago? Do you really remember the place?" John replied coldly, "For all these years, that dreadful island has haunted my dreams every night. You think I could ever forget it?" Su Tian just shrugged and said no more. Luo Ruoming tugged at Zhang Shi's sleeve, worry etched across her face. "Are you really going?" Zhang Shi answered firmly, "We have to go. There's no turning back." Seeing the unwavering resolve in Zhang Shi's eyes, Luo Ruoming knew there was no persuading him. Once upon a time, she had imagined that her man would be a hero, a legendary figure riding on clouds to rescue her. But becoming the woman of a hero also came with a heavy price. Every moment, she lived with the fear that she might lose him. Since the decision had already been made to go, it was clear that a team would be needed. Zhang Shi took out his phone and called Chen Haiming and Li Ji, briefly explaining his request. Li Ji and his group agreed without hesitation, swiftly selecting a few quick-witted and highly skilled men from their own household staff and sending them over to Zhang Shi. Given the dangers of this mission, and more importantly, the fact that they still had no idea what terrifying things might be lurking on the island, the team couldn't be too large, but it needed to be made up of the best. Zhang Shi put the men sent by Chen Haiming and the others through a quick test. They were solid, just the right people for the job. It's worth mentioning that when word got out that Zhang Shi and his group were about to take action, Li Kuaning suddenly appeared out of nowhere, insisting that he wanted to go with Zhang Shi. Naturally, Zhang Shi refused him outright. It was one thing for others, but Li Kuaning's background was far too special. If anything happened to him, Zhang Shi wouldn't be able to explain himself to Li Ji. With the team assembled, the next step was departure. Zhang Shi and his companions chose a moonless, windy night to make their move. They arrived at the coast, where boats for the journey to Yueyu Island had already been prepared. Everything was ready for immediate departure. Yueyu Island wasn't far from Mechanical City. With a speedboat, the trip would take about 2 hours. Although the island had once been a Lu family development project, it was now completely abandoned, and for a simple reason, no one was willing to guard it. Yueyu Island had long been shrouded in rumors of being haunted, and no one wanted to risk their life by setting foot there. Bit by bit, Lu Zhongyong had simply given up on the place. Of course, that was just what the outside world believed. The real reason probably had to do with the mysterious man at Lu Zhongyong's side, the one called Black Dragon. This time, there were 7 people in the group: Zhang Shi, Su Tian, John, and 2 men each from Li Ji and Chen Haiming. As Zhang Shi gazed out over the endless expanse of sea, he took a slow drag from a cigarette. In truth, he had slipped away in secret, without telling Luo Ruomeng or the others. Even if he had told them, it would have changed nothing, except to give them one more worry. The sea, cradle of life, and, at the same time, its greatest mystery. Looking out over the waves, Zhang Shi couldn't help but feel a profound awe rising from deep within, mingled with a faint, inexplicable fear. "We're ready to set off, Mr. Zhang." John came over and said. Zhang Shi turned and looked at him. John's expression was complicated, part anticipation, part fear. "Don't worry, we'll be fine," Zhang Shi said gently, patting John on the shoulder. "Besides, aren't you curious about your parents? Who knows, maybe on this trip, we'll finally learn what happened to them." "Is that so? I stopped holding out hope a long time ago," John sighed. "Now all I want is to stop this disaster." The group boarded the yacht. Looking at the map, Su Tian said, "We'll set off from the northwest corner of the island. This is the easiest route, and we—" "Wait a minute," Zhang Shi interrupted. "We can't take that route." Su Tian was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Why not?" Zhang Shi explained, "You have to realize, Moonshade Island isn't unguarded. In fact, their security is probably quite formidable. So, we should do the unexpected, strike from where they least expect it, and deliver a critical blow." Su Tian nodded, giving Zhang Shi a thumbs up in his mind. He knew he was sharp, but when it came to seeing the bigger picture, Zhang Shi was definitely a step ahead. "In that case, we'll set off from the south side of the island. But if we do that, we'll have to take a much longer route. Plus, the southern waters are riddled with hidden reefs. It's risky, and one wrong move could get us stuck." "Don't worry, I'll take care of that." John stepped forward. "I can show you the safe passage through those waters." "All right, then let's get moving." The group boarded the boat and set sail for Moonshade Island. Because they had to detour, what should have been a 2-hour journey stretched to over 3 hours. Along the way, everyone wore a grave expression, especially John, whose hands had been trembling with nerves ever since they set foot on the boat. "All right, we've reached the reef zone," Tian said, bringing the boat to a stop. He turned to John and said, "Your turn, big guy." John nodded, stepped forward, took a deep breath, and suddenly let out a thunderous roar toward the sea. Strangely, though John was clearly yelling with all his might, no one could hear a sound escape his lips. "Hey man," Tian couldn't help but ask, "what exactly are you doing?" She reacted instantly. He grabbed Tian's arm and said in a low voice, "Don't interrupt him. He's sending out sonar." Sonar. Sound has frequency, and the human ear can only detect frequencies between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz. Anything beyond that is undetectable to us. Right now, John was emitting ultrasonic waves, probing the waters ahead. Even though there was no audible sound, everyone still found it hard to bear. "Zhang," she quickly urged, "hurry, cover your ears, and put in your earplugs." "It's useless." John had stopped shouting and spoke a bit sheepishly. "Even if you cover your ears, my sonar will still affect your bodies. But don't worry, I just held back my power a moment ago. You'll only feel a little discomfort, that's all. Nothing serious." "All right, I see. But if you hadn't controlled your strength, what would we have felt?" "Well, I'm afraid you'd be so shaken you'd lose control of your bowels." Zhang Shi and the others pulled faces in secret, silently hoping that if they did run into enemies later, John wouldn't use that move. Otherwise, the battlefield would be a real spectacle for the nose. "I've got the location of the reefs all mapped out. Let me take the helm now," John announced, then stepped forward. Tian handed the boat over to John, who took off like a pro, steering with swift, practiced movements. As the captain of Taya's royal guard, John was something of an all-rounder, and piloting a boat was child's play for him. It had to be said, the southern route around Moonshade Island was by far the most treacherous. Zhang Shi and his companions had been wandering through it for ages, dodging reefs and searching for the right course. If John hadn't managed to pinpoint every last hidden reef, they might never have made it through. At last, they were drawing near to Moonshade Island. The island wasn't large, only about 20 square kilometers, and nestled in the subtropics. It enjoyed a pleasant climate. Despite being out in the sea, typhoons were rare here, making it something of a vacation paradise. Yet, whether it was the power of rumor or something more, as they approached Moonshade Island, a chill cut through Zhang Shi and his group, sharp as a knife. At night, the island was shrouded in darkness. There wasn't a glimmer of light to be seen. In the distance, the cries of wild creatures echoed through the blackness. If you swept a beam of light into the undergrowth, you could catch the eerie gleam of beastly green eyes staring back. Even Zhang Shi, who'd faced life and death more times than he could count in the Marvel world, felt a cold shudder crawl up his spine. "Damn, who calls this a tourist island? It's more like a cannibal's den. No wonder they say it's haunted," Tian muttered under his breath. "No, that's not all," Zhang Shi said, raising his hand and pointing to the sky. "The truly bizarre part is up there." Everyone looked up, and the sight made them gasp. It was the 15th day of the lunar month, the night of the full moon. The weather was clear, stars glittered bright overhead. By all rights, the moon should have been shining, round and radiant. But tonight, it was different. The moon's outline was blurred, its reflection twisted and grim, as if some monstrous shadow was lurking within. This, cold sweat trickled down John's face. He swallowed hard and said, "Could it be they've already learned how to change the moon?" "No, they're not that powerful," Zhang Shi replied, stretching and loosening his limbs. "Before we got here, I made a point to check the moon. There was nothing unusual about it. It's only here that things seem different. I'd guess it has something to do with this island." Earlier, Zhang Shi had already inspected the island surroundings. There was no sign of any protective barrier or anything of the sort, so they could safely go ashore. "Get ready to head in. John, dock the boat somewhere safe. Everyone, get yourselves prepared. We're going to infiltrate Moonshade Island. There are also a few things I need to remind you about." Zhang Shi took a deep breath and spoke in a low, solemn voice. "Everyone, this mission will be extremely dangerous. I've already warned you before we set out, so I hope you're all mentally prepared. But I want you to remember, today's operation isn't about me or any one of you. It's about the whole Earth, the entire world. I hope you'll give it your all and help us uncover what exactly is happening here on Moonshade Island." Perhaps due to the super soldier serum he'd acquired, Zhang Shi now carried a subtle air of leadership whenever he spoke, a quiet charisma that seemed to surround him. "We understand, Mr. Zhang. Don't call me Mr. Zhang. It sounds too formal. Just call me Brother Zhang, even though I'm the youngest here. Let me have that little advantage, will you?" "Zhang," she joked lightly, then continued, Remember, once we're on the island, we stick together. No splitting up, no matter what happens. We must stay united. Got it, brother Zhang. Zhang, she checked his gear, took one last deep breath as he gazed at the lifeless island before them, and said, "Let's go, onto the island." They moved swiftly, climbing onto Moonshade Island. Zhang, she led the way, Su Tian brought up the rear, and the 7 figures quickly melted into the night. Their main goal on this trip was to find out exactly what was on this island, what had happened here. If they encountered enemies they could handle, they would deal with them. If not, they would retreat. That was their plan. The island was hauntingly quiet, so still it made their skin crawl. Apart from the sigh of the wind, the hum of insects, and the occasional distant call of a wild animal, there was not another sound to be heard. It was clear that Moonshade Island hadn't seen visitors for a long time. The entire place had become a paradise for animals and plants. There wasn't even a single easy path to be found in the forest. Now and then, little creatures like mice scurried past them, while sparrows darted overhead. Zhang, she silently raised his guard. There were plenty of animals here. The small ones weren't much of a concern, but if any large creatures were about, they would need to be extra careful. The 7 of them spread out in a line, moving forward with the utmost caution. We're at the edge of the island. There should be a beach nearby, but it's probably been abandoned for ages. We'd better go around it and head this way, Su Tian said, shining his flashlight onto a particular spot on the map. The amusement park? Leon, a servant of the Chun family, frowned in confusion. What would we go there for? If we want to uncover the island's secrets, our best bet's to head for places with buildings. Besides the hotel where we're staying, the only other place with buildings is the amusement park, Su Tian explained. Of course, he was only making a suggestion and wasn't the one to decide. He glanced at Zhang Shi, waiting for his opinion. Zhang Shi lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to John and asked, "John, you said you remember your childhood here very clearly. Let me ask you, do you recall where the bonfire party was held back then?" John nodded, his expression growing serious. "Of course I remember, clear as day. If we walk straight ahead for about 10 minutes, we'll see a stretch of beach. That's where the bonfire party took place all those years ago." "Wow, your memory's that sharp?" Su Tian couldn't help but ask. Then again, it makes sense. A bonfire party on the beach is only natural. "All right, let's not waste any time. We should go take a look," Zhang, she said as he gathered his things, checked the time, and continued. "No matter what, we need to leave here by nightfall tomorrow at the latest. Stay alert, everyone." "Understood. Understood, Zhang. Let's go." With John leading the way, they slowly made their way toward the beach. Just as they were about to exit the forest, Zhang, she suddenly called everyone to a halt. "Don't move." Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stopped in their tracks. Turning to Zhang, she in concern. "What's wrong, Zhang?" "Chill." Zhang, she motioned for silence, then quietly drew a small dagger from inside his jacket. The group instantly assumed he'd spotted an enemy. Tension filled the air as they held their breath, eyes fixed on Zhang Shi. With a sharp, focused gaze, Zhang Shi hurled the dagger with all his strength. The dagger sped through the air like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the wind with a sharp, tearing sound as it shot forward. With a heavy thud, it struck the trunk of a nearby tree with force. A venomous snake happened to be in its path, and the dagger pinned its head cleanly to the tree. "This place is still quite dangerous, so it's best for everyone to stay alert," Zhang Shi said with a slight smile before continuing on. It was John's first time witnessing Zhang Shi in action, and he was genuinely astonished. He hadn't expected Zhang Shi to be so skilled. He paid close attention just now and noticed that the dagger had sunk, almost halfway into the tree trunk, all from a casual flick of the wrist. If Zhang Shi had used his full strength, it might have gone straight through. Clearly, Princess Tia hadn't chosen a useless husband. The group moved on, unaware that the venomous snake pinned to the tree by Zhang Shi's dagger was still flicking its tongue. Its eyes, too, gleamed with an unnatural color. Before long, they arrived at the beach. Zhang Shi approached, looked out over the sand, and spoke in a low voice, "Something's off." John, always observant, nodded. "You're right. Someone's been here recently. Just look at the footprints on the beach." The group walked over and saw it for themselves. Clear footprints marked the sand, evidence that someone had indeed been here not long ago. "Stay alert." Lightning flickered in Zhang Shi's left hand, while the deadly virus appeared in his right. It seemed Lu Zhongyong had been right. There was definitely something going on at Moonshadow Island, and, quite possibly, it involved aliens. "What should we do next?" Su Tian asked. Zhang, she turned to John. "John, do you remember where those people came out from back then?" John gave a wry smile. "Brother Zhang, it's a miracle I even remember this place. It's been so many years, I really can't recall those kinds of details anymore." "Fair enough," Zhang Shi mused. "Then let's follow the footprints and see where they lead. But all of you, listen carefully. Don't get separated, stay close." "Understood." "Yes, got it." No sooner had they finished speaking than a strange, shadowy form suddenly appeared in front of them. But calling it a person wasn't quite accurate, because it wasn't a person at all. It was a mass of transparent liquid. A shudder ran through John's body as his eyes grew fierce. Terrifying memories from 20 years ago surged back into his mind. His hand shook as he pointed at the thing before them, his voice trembling. That's it. That's the thing that devoured my parents all those years ago. Without John having to say a word, Zhangxi could already guess what was about to happen. He stretched out his hand, crackling arcs of lightning gathering in his palm, and addressed the group. Everyone, stay behind me. Don't move around. John wanted to rush forward, but Zhangxi stopped him and said, I understand how you feel, but right now you're no match for that thing. Leave this to me, trust me. But, get back. Even though John was reluctant, he stepped back. Zhangxi readied himself for battle, fixing his gaze on the creature before them. Based on John's description, this entity could engulf a person completely, causing them to vanish without a trace. Truly terrifying. Zhangxi decided to test it out. He picked up a stone and hurled it in the creature's direction. The stone struck its forehead with perfect accuracy, but the thing was completely unfazed. It simply absorbed the stone effortlessly, as if it had eaten it. Just as John had said, getting close to it was suicide. Long-range attacks would be much more effective. A test subject. Let's call this revolting mass the paste for now. The paste slowly uttered those 3 words, clearly directed at Zhangxi. Zhangxi frowned. What did it just say? Test subject? What could that mean? He was about to question the paste, when suddenly, more and more of them appeared. Paste 1, Paste 2, Paste 3. The battlefield was now swarming with these pasty creatures, and Zhangxi's expression grew grave. He looked at the group and said in a low voice, Everyone be on your guard. I might not be able to protect you in the next moments. The group nodded and huddled close together, bracing themselves for what was to come. Zhangxi couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something crucial, and that sense of unease grew stronger as the paste creatures drew nearer. What was he overlooking? Suddenly, a detail sprang to mind, something John had mentioned before. Everyone just stood there, completely still, and then those transparent, unidentified fluids approached and swallowed them up. So these things, could they control people's minds? A jolt of fear shot through Zhangxi. He realized the danger and tried to strike first, but it was already too late. The transparent paste creatures all raised their hands high, and though their faces were featureless, a gash appeared where a mouth might be. They began to chant in unison, their words indistinct and impossible to understand. Zhangxi was suddenly struck by the sensation that his movements had become painfully sluggish. With great effort, he turned his head to look at his teammates behind him, only to find that their condition was no better. If anything, they were faring even worse than he was. Su Tian, John, and the others seemed to have lost all awareness. Their pupils were unfocused, their bodies completely immobilized. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as the gooey figures inched closer, step by deliberate step. Damn it, move. Come on, move. Zhangxi urged himself inwardly, desperation seeping into his voice. He felt an overwhelming constraint on his motor. Nerves. No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't get his limbs to obey. His hands and feet refused to respond, leaving him utterly paralyzed. Su Tian, John, can you move? Zhangxi shouted, but no answer came. His teammates were in an even worse state, their consciousness slipping further away, leaving them entirely incapable of movement. The first blob drew up in front of Zhangxi. It stretched out its arms, and a deep fissure split open down the middle of its body. Zhangxi knew all too well what would happen next. In the next moment, he would be swallowed whole by this thing, erased from existence, leaving no one to remember he had ever been. Damn it, was I too reckless? Zhangxi's chest burned with frustration. More than that, a gnawing confusion took hold of him. Why did such a terrifying thing exist on this moonlit island? What were these creatures? Was this really the end? Was he destined to die here? No matter how frantically Zhangxi struggled, it was all in vain. All he could do was watch as the blob enveloped him completely, swallowing him whole. The instant it touched him, his mind was flooded with a deafening buzz, like thousands of needles piercing into his body. His consciousness began to fade, growing dimmer with every passing heartbeat. Is this really the end? He wondered. What comes next? Would he become a hollow shell, a walking corpse, or would this monster simply consume him, erasing him entirely? No one gave him an answer. No one at all. The pressure around him mounted, bearing down until Zhangxi could no longer keep his eyes open. Darkness engulfed him, an endless, all-consuming blackness, and nothing more. Just as Zhangxi was on the verge of death, a sudden voice rang out in his mind. Beep beep. This individual is the host of the Fragment collection system. Consumption is forbidden. Repeat. Consumption is forbidden. A beam of light flared on Zhangxi's forehead, its force immense. The light struck the first blob and hurled it aside. Its humanoid shape dissolved, collapsing into a puddle of thick, mud-like slime, and at last, Zhangxi could breathe again. Zhangxi gasped for breath, clutching his chest in lingering fear. Was it the fragment collection system that just saved his life? That was close, far too close. He had nearly met his end. The beam of light not only freed Zhangxi from the grip of sludge number 1, but also broke the hold the goo had over him. Now, he could move freely again. He had no idea why the system was able to save him, but this was not the time to ponder it. Zhangxi's eyes narrowed with resolve as he launched an unrestrained assault on the sludges. Bolts of thunder infused with the searing heat of the desolation virus rained down upon them in a relentless barrage. Sensing Zhang, she was a formidable threat. The army of sludge creatures abandoned their attacks on everyone else and converged on him, encircling him completely. Without hesitation, Zhangxi fought back, launching attacks in every direction, leaving no blind spots. Yet these things possessed a survival instinct that seemed almost evolutionary. Whenever the power of thunder approached, their surfaces transformed into something like rubber, an insulator that rendered his lightning useless. And when the scorching desolation virus came near, they shifted to an icy, frigid state, like living blocks of ice, impervious even to the virus' extreme heat. If Zhangxi resorted to brute force alone, they would simply turn back into their gelatinous form, swallowing up his hands. Though they couldn't consume him entirely, neither could he do them any harm. Damn it, was he truly powerless against them? Zhangxi ground his teeth in frustration, despising these creatures but unable to destroy them. No, there had to be a way. Suddenly, Zhangxi remembered the special technique he'd long wanted to master: ability fusion. Rubber couldn't withstand extreme heat, and ice, or rather, water, conducted electricity. If he could truly combine the power of thunder with the desolation virus, then perhaps he could defeat them. Thinking quickly, Zhangxi pulled out his slingshot and loaded it with a projectile charged with both lightning and heat, then fired at sludge number 1. He still couldn't merge the two forces out of thin air, but with a physical carrier, it just might work. But this attack had no effect at all. As the projectile neared, the sludge simply softened, turning into a pliable, yielding state that allowed the shot to pass through harmlessly. Zhangxi realized that if he wanted to take them down, he would have to find a way to strengthen his powers. He needed to master the true fusion of his two abilities without relying on any external object. The desperation virus simply increases his own heat. It doesn't let him breathe fire, so it doesn't have any physical form. If Zhangxi really wanted to use it offensively, he'd have to find a way to fuse that heat with lightning, making the lightning burn hotter. It's not about generating heat through electrical resistance. What he urgently needed now was to achieve this very fusion. Zhangxi closed his eyes, trying to meld the two forces together. First, he summoned the power of thunder and lightning to his palm. A pale blue spark danced in his hand, and soon his skin turned a fiery red. He was attempting to merge the desperation virus with the power of thunder, but it was no easy feat. To heat up lightning itself was an almost impossible task. But Zhangxi didn't give up, for he still held his trump card, the Hulk's transformation shard. By using this shard, all of his abilities would be enhanced, including his control over these forces. Fusion. Fusion. Every successful fusion hinges on a single point. Once that point is found, the two powers can truly merge. When that happens, the force unleashed would be absolutely unstoppable. At last, Zhangxi's eyes snapped open. His irises had turned vivid green, a mark of the Hulk shard's influence. After relentless effort, he had finally managed to fuse a sliver of the desperation virus with the power of thunder. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it was more than enough. Well then, it's your time to die. Zhangxi lifted his right hand, lightning flickering around his fingertips. With a thunderous shout, a streak of crimson lightning shot straight toward the gooey mass before him. One strike for each foe, not a single one left out. Sensing the surge of lightning, the goo creatures reacted instantly. They morphed into rubbery forms, trying desperately to resist the attack. But this lightning was different. As the bolt struck their bodies, it crackled and hissed. Their forms began to melt at an astonishing rate. The goo creatures let out piercing, agonized shrieks. Realizing something was terribly wrong, they tried to change tactics, but it was already far too late. The raging lightning, fused with the searing heat of the desperation virus, tore through them effortlessly. One by one, the goo army collapsed, their bodies dissolving into soft, shapeless puddles, eventually sinking into the earth and vanishing without a trace. With the fall of the goo army, Su Tian and the others finally returned to normal. What just happened? Aside from Zhang Shi, no one remembered a thing about what had just transpired. Now, Su Tian and the others found themselves, just like those who had once been around Zhang's parents, selectively forgetting that entire episode from their memories. This left Zhang Shi deeply troubled. He hurriedly said, "Hey, everyone, do you still remember who I am? And what we came here to do?" "Of course we remember," Zhang replied, though his face was clouded with confusion. "You're Zhang Shi. We came to Yueyu Island to investigate a few things. But, just now, what exactly happened?" Hearing this, Zhang Shi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they hadn't lost all their memories. Only a brief fragment was missing. That wasn't so bad after all. "Never mind, it's not important," he said. "Let's move quickly. Follow these footprints and come with me. We need to find out what's really going on." The group nodded in agreement and resumed their journey. All along the way, Zhang Shi's brow remained furrowed. One question haunted his mind. What did that blob mean just now when it called them test subjects? There was something even more disturbing. At the very instant he was about to be devoured, the system intervened in time, declaring that he couldn't be consumed because he was the host of the fragment collection system. Could it be that this system was somehow connected to those creatures as well? Was he, in fact, just another one of their test subjects? Clearly, there were still many secrets hidden from him. He had once thought that acquiring the fragment collection system and traveling to the Marvel world to gather powers was a stroke of good fortune, a gift from the heavens. But now, things seemed far more complicated than he had imagined. There was something deeply suspicious about this system. If he wanted to uncover the truth, he would have to get closer to it. Zhang Shi had a hunch that the answer to the system's mystery was hidden somewhere on this island. Following the footprints, they pressed on slowly. Zhang Shi noticed that these prints led in the same direction from which the blobs had. Gulme. Looking more closely, he saw that each footprint was marked with a sticky residue. It had to be the trail left by those blobs. After making their way through a patch of forest, the group came to a halt. Zhang Shi waved his hand and asked, "Su Tian, where are we now?" Su Tian glanced at the map before responding. "We're at the center of the island. There's a hotel here called Alpha Hotel," John chimed in. "Everyone who comes to the island for vacation stays at this hotel. Technically, it's the only building here. It's a hotel, restaurant, bathhouse, and entertainment center all in one. I looked into it beforehand. The owner is none other than Liu Zhongyong. It's part of the Liu family's business." "I see." Zhang Shi nodded, gazing at the hotel before them. "It looks like the real secret is hidden inside this place. Let's go, we should head in now." Perhaps it was just his imagination, but as Zhang Shi gazed at the building before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was as if what stood before him was not a mere structure, but a hulking beast poised to devour him at any moment. The sensation was deeply unsettling. The group stepped inside. Meanwhile, within the Alpha Hotel, a lone figure sat before a computer. On the monitor, live footage displayed Zhang Shi and his companions as they entered the building. "How interesting. I didn't expect them to find this place so quickly. Choosing him as a test subject, whether that's right or wrong, I can't say yet." The shadowy figure murmured nonchalantly, then pressed a button on the nearby phone. "Stop him. Make sure he doesn't learn anything he shouldn't. But don't kill him. If necessary, increase the number of devourers and erase his memory entirely." The devourers, that was the scientific name for those gelatinous creatures they had just encountered. For ordinary people, these things were nightmares made real. But for Zhang Shi, he had already figured out how to deal with them. Handling another encounter wouldn't be too much trouble. Still, one question lingered. Who exactly was this mysterious figure in the dark? Reaching the main entrance, Zhang Shi tried the door and found it locked. That, however, was hardly an obstacle for him. Producing a length of wire from his pocket, he deftly picked the lock in less than a minute. In there might be traps. "Everyone stay alert," Zhang Shi whispered. John and the others nodded, but the four men sent by the Chun and Li families seemed unconvinced. All along the way, Zhang Shi kept warning them about possible dangers, yet after nearly 2 hours on the island, aside from that venomous snake, what had really happened? They had already forgotten about the earlier encounter with the Devourers. To them, Zhang Shi was clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. The group proceeded cautiously inside. The power in the hotel had long since gone out, leaving everything shrouded in darkness. Zhang Shi pulled out a flashlight to light the way. Doing so increased the risk of being discovered, but stumbling around in pitch blackness would have been far more dangerous. When they reached the lobby's reception desk, Zhang Shi spotted a small booklet. He reached out to touch it and noticed there was barely any dust on its cover. Clearly, someone had used it recently. In other words, there was indeed someone else inside this hotel. "Su Tian, keep an eye on the surroundings. John, hold the flashlight for me." Zhang Shi instructed, handing the flashlight over to John before opening the booklet to examine its contents. You never know until you look, and when you do, it's truly shocking. Zhang Shi's hand trembled violently, because what was recorded here were all events from 20 years ago. The pages were densely packed with names, each one accompanied by clear details: gender, age, and date of birth. Suddenly, a terrifying suspicion took root in Zhang Shi's mind. John, take a look at this. See if you can find your parents' names among them. John took the booklet and began to read. Not long after, he lifted his head. In his eyes, Zhang Shi saw a blaze of hatred and fury. There was no need for words. Zhang Shi already understood. John had found his answer. Just as he feared, the booklet's contents were a roll call of those who had been devoured by the Glue Army. But this raised an even bigger question. Where had all those swallowed up truly gone? Don't lose your head, John. Zhang Shi gripped John's trembling hand. We're closer to the truth than ever before. John took a deep breath and turned to Zhang Shi. Brother Zhang, I'm just happy. I'm so grateful that His Highness sent me to your side. Otherwise, I might have spent my whole life never uncovering the truth. Zhang Shi was just about to reply when, all at once, his spider sense flared to life. He could feel it, clear as day. Danger was closing in around them. Everyone stay sharp. Enemies incoming. No sooner had the words left Zhang Shi's mouth than the area flooded with blinding light, dazzling and disorienting them. Instinctively, everyone raised their arms to shield their eyes. When they opened them again, they realized they were completely trapped. Out of nowhere, a squad of robots had encircled them. These machines were all imposing in size, each one brandishing a weapon. Though the weapons were cold steel, nothing futuristic, they were still intimidating to behold. Leave this place. You shouldn't be here, barked the leader, a red robot, issuing a warning. But Zhang Shi stood his ground, preparing for battle. He'd tangled with robots before. Compared to Ultron's army from Avengers, Age of Ultron, these machines hardly seemed a threat. And if we refuse to leave? Zhang Shi narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. The red robot's eyes flickered briefly. Then it replied, just an experimental subject. What gives you the courage to speak to me this way? Zhang Shi reacted instantly. From the way it spoke, he could tell the voice didn't come from the robot itself. Someone else was controlling things from the shadows behind it. Test subject? I have no idea what you're talking about. All I know is that your existence threatens the safety of Earth. Zhang Shi replied coldly. No matter what, as a human being, it's my duty and responsibility to eliminate you. What arrogance. Maybe you still don't know where your powers come from, do you? Without us, you'd be nothing more than a brat. Would you have achieved what you have today? There's a saying on your Earth, returning kindness with ingratitude. Is that what you're doing now? Zhang Shi narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you mean by that? What else do you know? When we get back, I'll tell you what you need to know. As for what you're not supposed to know, I won't tell you a thing. The red robot's voice had taken on a commanding tone now, something Zhang Shi despised the most. Su Tian, John, and the others stood dumbfounded. The conversation between Zhang Shi and the robot left them bewildered. What on earth did it mean? Could it be that Zhang Shi's abilities all came from this creature? Standing his ground, Zhang Shi declared proudly, I treasure my abilities, but I value my humanity even more. So, no matter who you are, as long as you threaten my Earth, I will never let you get away with it, no matter what you've done. The robot continued. You think you could defeat me? Do you believe I can't strip you of your powers right now? Is that so? If you think you can, then come and try. Zhang Shi roared, surging forward and launching a direct attack on the robot. The robot was caught off guard, clearly not expecting Zhang Shi to strike so suddenly. Zhang Shi's fist landed squarely on the robot's jaw, knocking it head over heels. How dare you? The robot bellowed in fury. You're nothing but a test subject, just a test subject. How dare you lay a hand on me? But Zhang Shi gave him no time to react. He leapt high and brought his foot crashing down on the robot's arm, shattering it completely. If you can't even beat a test subject, isn't that pretty humiliating? Honestly, your strength is shockingly pathetic. Is this all you've got? Looks like I may be a test subject, but I'm certainly not yours. Huh. All the while, Zhang Shi kept up his attacks and mocking taunts. Though his words sounded offhand, in truth he was probing for answers. Getting the truth from this opponent wouldn't be easy, whether by persuasion or force, unless he could make him lose his temper. Forcing the robot to answer in a fit of rage was the best strategy. Damn it. Do you really think you're something special? If it weren't for the system we gave you, you'd be nothing but trash. And now you're actually using that power against us? I'm going to strip your system away from you. Hearing this, Zhang Shi was startled. He was genuinely worried that they might actually take away his system. Just as he was about to say something, the system's notification chimed in. Beep beep. Insufficient permissions. Unable to revoke host system. Zhang Shi froze for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh, tell me, are you the person in charge of Moonshade Island? That's right, and I'll have you know, I've got plenty of backup here. You people don't stand a cha. Can't escape, right? Zhangxi cut him off coldly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a bloodthirsty smile. So you're the one in charge. That means no one here outranks you. No one can take away my system. I'll find you, and I'll kill you. Zhangxi's voice was clenched with fury as he spoke. He was truly angry now. Beneath the anger, though, was a sense of unease. He understood exactly what the system had just implied. If someone with sufficient authority appeared, they could indeed take his system. That was the crux of it. He could not allow that to happen. So he needed to find out more. Zhangxi turned and shouted at everyone. What are you all standing around for? Attack them. It was only then that the others snapped to attention. With a roar, they launched their assault on the robots. At this point, their cover had long been blown, so there was no need to hide anymore. What they needed to do now was fight their way in. These robots were formidable, but strength always depends on who you're up against. The 7 who had come weren't ordinary people. They were either born with supernatural strength or had special abilities. Dealing with these robots was well within their capabilities, especially Zhangxi, who, after surviving the events of Avengers 2, was more than adept at fighting machines. He always managed to pinpoint their weakest spots and strike with precision. Inside the Alpha Hotel's office, a shadowy figure rose from his seat, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the monitor, his mouth agape in shock. Damn it, how can they be this strong? The figure could no longer stay still. He grabbed the phone at his side, dialed the number, and said, "Hello? I need emergency reinforcements. Get me in touch with the higher-ups." Apologies. The leaders have stated before that Earth is a special case and must be allowed to develop on its own. They will not intervene. Damn it. The shadowy figure slammed the phone down, then began pacing back and forth in the room, racking his brain for a solution. After thinking it over and over, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. At this point, the only option was to retreat for now. Fortunately, there wasn't any valuable information. Here, just some data. If he destroyed the data, he could make his escape. Once he left Moonshade Island, he would report the details to his superiors and let them handle the matter properly. Without further hesitation, he hurried into his office and began gathering anything he might need to make his getaway. Meanwhile, on Zhangxi's side, all the robots had already been dealt with. Rubbing his aching wrist, John asked, "What do we do next?" Zhangxi thought for a moment, then walked over to the wall and studied the map hanging there. He was certain that the person in charge of Moonshade Island was somewhere in this hotel. The most urgent task now was to drag that person out of hiding. Although the map was years old, the markings on it were still perfectly clear. To be honest, this hotel was enormous. There were several hundred rooms, spread out front and back. Trying to find where the person in charge was hiding in such a big place would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. So, the best plan was to pinpoint the target's location and head straight there. As Zhangxi examined the map, his mind raced at lightning speed. Since their opponent was the person in charge, his residence, or rather, his office, must be a special location. Otherwise, it would be too easy to find him. Given that, there was only one likely place. Zhangxi turned and shouted, "Quick, to the general manager's office. That's where he is." The most distinctive room was, of course, the general manager's office. 9 times out of 10, that guy would be hiding there. Everyone nodded, then dashed off toward the general manager's office like the wind. On the way, they were met with plenty of resistance. The robots were left to Su Tian and his team, while the paste-like horde, the Devourers, were Zhangxi's responsibility. Now that Zhangxi had figured out their weakness, dealing with the Devourers was a breeze. The general manager's office was on the 10th floor, and there were 3 elevators. With the power now restored, the elevators were working again. Zhangxi called out, "Su Tian, take 2 people and go up by elevator. The rest of you follow me. Take the stairs. Move." After defeating the robot army, it was clear the enemy would try to escape, so they had to act fast and track down the person in charge before it was too late. However, Zhangxi was overestimating his opponent. The person in charge of Moonshade Island was nowhere near as quick as he'd feared. Or perhaps, he hadn't imagined Zhangxi could catch up so fast. Phew, it's finally destroyed. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Everything that happened here was under his responsibility. If any confidential documents were ever leaked, not even death could atone for his failure. Now, the top priority was to escape. Zhangxi's fighting skills had far exceeded his expectations. If it came down to a one-on-one, he knew he was no match. But when he turned around, he realized it was already too late. Zhangxi was standing at the doorway, watching the man in black with a cold gaze. "Hello, Mr. Director of Moonshade Island. We finally meet," he said in a chilling tone. The man's legs buckled at the sight of Zhangxi, and he nearly collapsed to the floor in fear. Zhang, she flashed a faint smile and began to walk toward him, step by deliberate step. What's this? Are you afraid to? I'm nothing more than a petty, insignificant experiment. Yet even someone like you feels fear? Stay back. I'm warning you. Come any closer, and I'll wipe your system, the director shouted in panic. If you had that kind of power, you'd have done it already. Empty threats are just the rage of the powerless. Zhang, she retorted sharply, closing in and raising his hand to strike the man's face. But his hand stopped in midair. Zhang, she paused in surprise and turned to see John, who had appeared out of nowhere, gripping Zhang Shi's arm tightly. John, what are you doing? Zhang Shi asked, unable to hide his confusion. John's hand was trembling, and there was a hint of red at the corner of his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, and his quivering lips managed to utter just one word. Dad, Dad, Zhang Shi gasped, staring at the two of them for a closer look. Sure enough, the resemblance was striking. For a moment, Zhang Shi was at a loss. What was going on? The director of Moonshade Island was John's long-lost father? John fought to regain his composure, then asked, Dad, why are you here? What's happening? John's father, Tommy, was a wily old fox, quick to react. His eyes darted as he hurriedly said, Son, help me. These people are trying to kill me. Please, save me. John glanced at Zhang Shi, his expression complicated. Zhang, I think there's more to this than meets the eye. Maybe we should get the whole story before we do anything rash. Zhang Shi scratched his head, unsure what to do. If this man really was John's father, things had just gotten a lot more complicated. He turned to look at Tommy, searching for answers. Suddenly, he sensed that something was off. Tommy's face looked odd, unsettling. Without hesitation, he reached out and punched Tommy square in the face. No, don't. John tried to stop him, but Zhang Shi was far too quick. His fist landed directly on Tommy's face. Even more shocking, his punch passed straight through Tommy's head. John was completely stunned. Zhang Shi sneered, just as I suspected. You're another devourer. I suppose you're the very one who consumed John's father, aren't you? Tommy's expression twisted with dread. Damn it, he had planned to use his disguise to slip by unnoticed, but Zhang Shi saw through him in an instant, so much faster than he'd expected. John felt his mind explode with rage, his eyes blazing with hatred. He had thought the man before him was his father, but it turned out not only was he not his father, he was in fact the very murderer who had killed him. How could John bear it? You bastard. I'll kill you, John snapped, launching himself at Tommy with fists and kicks. Though Tommy wasn't really hurt, the ferocity of John's attack terrified him. No, please, I beg you. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just let me go. Tommy pleaded desperately. John, pull yourself together, Zhang Shi said, dragging him back. We have questions for him. This isn't the time to lose control. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get your chance for revenge. But for now, you need to calm down. John was panting heavily, burning with anger. Zhang Shi understood how he felt, but this was not the moment for revenge. Zhang Shi fixed his gaze on Tommy. Answer my questions, and answer them honestly. Don't think being a devourer means I can't deal with you. You saw what I did to all that slime earlier. You know what I'm capable of? Tommy nodded hurriedly. Yes, I know. I'll answer, I promise, just don't kill me. Pointing at him, Zhang Shi demanded. First, tell me, why did you become like this? Tommy swallowed hard, too scared to hide anything. Zhang Shi's hand crackled with lightning, heated by the desolation virus. With a trembling voice, Tommy confessed, I devoured that man. To move around more easily, I took on his appearance. What did you say? John erupted again, ready to lunge at Tommy, who shrank back, trembling in terror. Zhang Shi grabbed John and said, All right, calm down. Let's finish questioning him first. He gave Su Tian and the others a meaningful look. Su Tian immediately understood, stepped forward, and took John's hand, saying, Don't worry. Trust Brother Zhang. He'll handle this. John glanced at Su Tian, then stepped aside without another word. Zhang Shi continued. So, is this your special ability? Let me ask you, how many more of you are there? No. How many devourers are hiding among humans? Tommy shook his head and replied, That's our most closely guarded secret. I can't tell you. If I say anything, I'll die. Before Tommy could finish, Zhang Shi pressed his hand, crackling with searing electricity, against Tommy's body. The pain made Tommy cry out, and a large wound instantly appeared on his skin. Don't test my patience. Answer exactly what I ask. Maybe telling me will get you killed, but if you don't, I'll make sure you die right now. I'll talk. Tommy struggled and said, There's a list on that table, the one I was planning to take with me. Every devourer's information is on it. With a snap of Zhang Shi's fingers, one of the Chun family's men brought the list over. Zhang Shi opened it and saw rows upon rows of names, at least 30 or 50 of them. He hadn't imagined so many devourers were hiding in plain sight. It was truly terrifying. Zhangxi handed the list to Su Tian. When we get back, track down everyone on this list, but don't make any rash moves. Don't worry. I know what to do. Zhangxi turned back to Tommy, ready to ask the question that mattered most to him. Who are you, really? And what's your connection to my system? Tommy bit his lip, clearly wrestling with himself. Zhangxi wasn't in a hurry. He gave Tommy a moment, understanding this had to be his deepest secret. We come from Earth, or more precisely, from a higher dimensional version of Earth. After a long silence, Tommy finally spoke. It was clear that there was no way to cover up the truth anymore. Sooner or later, he'd have to say it, so it was better to just get it over with. A higher dimension? Zhangxi frowned. Do you mean Earth in the future? No, it's not the same Earth. Not even in the same space. Tommy explained, think of it as a parallel universe. We're a more advanced form of existence than you. I see. Zhangxi nodded, beginning to understand. In simpler terms, it was like a fanfiction world, something along those lines. Zhang, she turned to Su Tian and the others. You all head out for now. I'll call you in when I'm ready. When it came to the matter of the system, Zhangxi was still unsure how to explain it to them. After all, it was something that might not be easy for them to accept if he spoke of it directly, so for now, it was best to keep them out of it. Su Tian and the others exchanged glances, then quietly took their leave. They were all clever people and understood the unspoken rule. Don't ask too many questions. Listen to what your leader wants you to hear. As for the things your leader doesn't want to discuss, pressing for answers is no different from courting disaster. Once everyone had left, Zhangxi turned to Tommy and asked, all right, let me ask you, what do you mean when you say I'm an experiment? What's the connection between the system and you all? I'll tell you, but you must promise not to breathe a word of this to anyone. It's top secret. Tommy swallowed nervously, then lowered his voice. Although we're all humans from Earth, we exist in different realms. Still, our leaders pay close attention to what happens on your side. The truth is, the fighting power of Earth's humans is astonishingly weak. So weak that it's almost outrageous. That's why our leaders decided to conduct an experiment. The system is the vessel for this experiment. We send the system to Earth, select suitable individuals, and equip them with it. Then we observe how their abilities develop and see how much stronger they become. The system you acquired, the Fragment collection system, is actually our latest creation. But because it's the most recent development, it's not exactly stable, so I'm just a test subject, is that it? Zhangxi said, his tone calm. Yeah, you could put it that way, Tommy replied. On the surface, Zhangxi's expression was light and composed, but inside, a storm was raging. What? This was almost impossible for him to accept. The system he'd taken such pride in, the Fragment collection system, was nothing more than a test run by a higher-level race, and all his newfound power ultimately came from them. Didn't that mean his very life and death were in their hands? My abilities, can they be taken away from me at any moment? Zhangxi asked. Yes. If someone with high enough clearance wanted to, they could strip those powers from you, Tommy admitted. Just as he'd feared. Zhangxi let out a sigh. He already suspected the answer to his next question would disappoint him, but he asked anyway. Tell me, is there any way I can break free from your control? To Zhangxi's surprise, Tommy nodded. There is. Zhangxi was stunned, and then elation surged within him. The blow he'd just suffered was heavy, but now, this unexpected answer felt like a ray of hope piercing the gloom. Tell me, what must I do? Speak. Tommy closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Oh God, the finger is going to kill me for sure. Who was the finger? Was that his boss? Countless questions flooded Zhangxi's mind. You went to the world of those Marvel movies from your universe, didn't you? Tommy asked. Zhangxi nodded and replied. That's right, the Marvel universe. What you need to do is learn to make the Marvel world your own. If you can truly take control of that universe, then there's nothing any of us can do to stop you. Take control of the Marvel universe? It was a bold idea, one that sounded almost impossible right now. But as long as there was hope, Zhangxi would never give up. Being manipulated by others was not in his nature. He was determined to seize control of his own fate. All right, I'm satisfied with your answer, Zhangxi said. One last question. All those people who were devoured by you devourers, are they really dead? No, they still exist, just in a different way, Tommy replied. We take over their bodies, but their consciousness becomes our data. It's excellent material for our research on humans. And how is that any different from being dead? There's a huge difference, Tommy insisted. Their bodies may be gone, but their consciousness lives on forever. In a way, we're giving them immortality. Zhangxi loathed this kind of reasoning the most. Did they really think their lives were so superior that they could decide the fate of others at will? How could such shameless creatures exist in this world? Damn it, every last one of you deserves to die. And another thing, I just can't figure out, how did a cowardly weakling like you become the head of Moonshade Island? How do you know so much? Tommy protested, sounding aggrieved. I never was a fighter. They forced me into this. Do you think anyone actually wants a job like this? Anyway, you've asked pretty much everything you wanted. Isn't it about time that? Let you go, you mean? In your dreams. Zhang Shi roared. If I let you go, you'll all just go back to harming even more people. No matter what you say, you're not leaving. So, you're going to kill me? Tommy's eyes went wide with fear, his legs wobbling so badly he nearly collapsed onto the floor. Kill you? That might be a waste, Zhang Shi said, narrowing his eyes. I need to see just how useful you could be to me. If you prove your worth, I might just let you live. Oh, what a disgrace. To think that a being from a higher dimension, like himself, could be captured by a mere human. It was the greatest humiliation imaginable. A shame beyond words. Forget it. As the saying goes, better a poor life than a good death. After all, I've already confessed everything. When I get back, Finger will use a lie. Detector on me, and I won't be able to hide a thing. Since Zhang Shi isn't planning to kill me for now, I'll just have to swallow my pride and go along with it. Zhang Shi sized up Tommy, circling around him a few times before speaking slowly. I can let you go for now, but my brothers won't be so forgiving. Tell me, what should I do with you? I know. I'm ready to accept punishment, Tommy replied as he took out a small box and handed it to Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi took the box, frowning. And what's this supposed to be? Well, this box is our prison. It's where the devourers are locked up. Whenever we make a mistake, our leaders put us in here as punishment. I've done wrong, and I'm willing to accept my sentence. So you can lock me in. The box looked quite ordinary, nothing to distinguish it from any other box except it felt a little cool to the touch, probably because it was made from a different material. Zhang Shi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time as he looked at Tommy. This guy was surprisingly self-aware. He'd even thought up his own punishment. Just how scared of dying was he? Well, I suppose this isn't a bad idea. Zhang Shi opened the box. Go on, in you go. Tommy's body gradually faded until he was transparent. Then, like a swirl of water, he slowly slipped into the box. I'm in. You can close the lid now, Tommy's voice echoed out. What a bizarre character, Zhang Shi thought, shaking his head in exasperation before snapping the lid shut. All right, stay put in there. I promise nothing will happen to you for now. But what happens next will depend on your behavior. By the way, how often do you report to that guy called Finger? Once every 2 weeks. Good. When you get back, report to him as usual. If you try anything funny, I'll toss you into the toilet and let you experience the most gruesome punishment in the world, drowning in filth. Now, that was the kind of word you'd never find in a dictionary, but anyone who heard it would know exactly what it meant. Only Zhang Shi could come up with something like that. Gathering up some documents from the office, Zhang Shi walked out of the room. Zhang was the first to approach, his eyes fierce. Zhang, you finished questioning him? Can I have that bastard now? Zhang Shi patted him gently on the shoulder, speaking softly. Not yet. He's still useful to us. If you really want revenge, help me wipe these guys off the face of the earth, every last one of them. Zhang took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. By the time they stepped out of the Alpha Hotel, daylight had fully broken. It had been hard to make out anything during the night. But in the bright morning, the scenery was truly beautiful. Mountains, water, forests all around, and the air was incredibly fresh. Yet, none of them were in the mood to linger. After all, the events of the night had been overwhelming, leaving each person weighed down by a heavy heart. This place was merely a base for the higher-level Earthlings. Let's call them that for now. But who knew how many more such bases existed on Earth? To take them all down, one by one, would be no easy task. Zhang Shi felt this burden most of all. He never would have imagined that he was nothing more than an experiment for those higher beings. He had believed. He'd changed his life, taken control of his own fate, but who could have guessed that, in the end, everything about him was still in the hands of others? No matter how reassuring Tommy's words seemed, no one knew what their true intentions were. Zhang Shi would never believe, not for a moment, that they honestly wanted to help Earthlings grow stronger. There had to be a hidden agenda, he just didn't know what it was yet. What needed to be done next was obvious, break free from their control. But how? Taking command of the Marvel world was easier said than done. The only chance Zhang Shi could see lay in his own personal storyline. All along, even though he had tweaked the Marvel world's plot here and there, the main story had still followed its original path. But his personal story, that was never part of the original design. Which meant this was his opportunity. If he could use his own storyline to influence the bigger picture of the Marvel world, then the narrative itself would begin to shift because of him. The moment he became important enough to steer the story's direction, he'd be in a position to take over the Marvel world. According to Tommy, if he could accomplish this, he would finally be free from their control. Zhang Shi was well aware that, even if he managed to fully take charge of the Marvel world, plenty of unpredictable things could still happen. But that would still be better than his current situation. Right now, his life and death were at the mercy of others, and that was simply unbearable. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Enough idle thoughts. Zhang Shi and the others boarded the boat, watching Moonshade Island grow smaller and smaller as they pulled away. He reached out and tapped the box in his hand. Let me ask you, were you the only ones on Moonshade Island? Yeah, that's right. It's just a small outpost. After all, no need for too many people. All right, then tell me, where are the bigger bases? Boss, I really don't know. That's top secret information, and someone at my level isn't privy to it. Zhang Shi was just about to ask another question when Su Tian, standing beside him, spoke up. Brother Zhang, there's a name on the list that you'd never guess in a million years. Oh, Zhang Shi paused in surprise, then pressed on. Who is it? Here, take a look at it yourself. Zhang Shi accepted the list. He saw that Su Tian had deliberately marked one name, and this person was none other than Lu Zhongyong's trusted right-hand man, Heilong. Zhang Shi's instincts had been correct. Heilong's lack of respect toward Lu Zhongyong had already tipped him off. Who was Lu Zhongyong? As a member of one of the 5 great families of Mech City, his influence was formidable. How could someone like that tolerate insubordination from his own subordinate? There was only one explanation. This man wasn't really his subordinate at all. Instead, Lu Zhongyong was actually under his control. Zhang Shi tapped the box containing Tommy and asked, Tell me, who exactly is this Heilong? Oh, Heilong, he's my partner in managing Moonshade Island. I handle the administrative matters. He oversees the military. In Mech City, we took control of a major family and struck a deal with them. We supply them with advanced technology, and in return, they assist our research. For example, the Jew metal, that's our project. After a series of tests, the Jew metal has finally succeeded. After hearing Tommy's words, Zhang Shi was so furious he nearly tossed the box out the window. The Jew metal itself was already an insidious thing, and now Tommy and his people had actually perfected it through experimentation. That meant innocent women had already fallen victim to it. What kind of monsters were these people? Swallowing his rage, Zhang Shi continued in a frosty tone. The family you mentioned, is it the Lu family? Lu Zhongyong, right? Yes, that's right. It's him. In Tommy's current state, it was unlikely he was capable of lying. If everything he said was true, there could be only one conclusion. Lu Zhongyong had been nothing more than a puppet for these people all along. The reason he had secretly told Zhang Shi about Moonshade Island was simply because he wanted to break free from their control. It seemed the situation was even more complicated than Zhang Shi had imagined. These people had already infiltrated human society, and Zhang Shi had good reason to believe that this list was far from complete. No one could know how many others were still hiding in the shadows. Originally, Zhang Shi had planned to locate and eliminate everyone on the list one by one. But now, he realized that wouldn't work. Many of these people likely held positions of power and influence. If he acted rashly, it would certainly cause a panic, and even if he spoke the truth, who would believe him? This was simply beyond anything an ordinary person could imagine. Brother Zhang, what should we do next? Su Tian, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, couldn't help but ask. Zhang Shi waved his hand and said, Let's talk about it after we get back. Although the situation had been rather dire, this trip to Moonshadow Island was not without its rewards. Most importantly, Zhang Shi had come to understand what his greatest weakness was. Now, what he needed to do was to overcome that weakness as quickly as possible, head to the Marvel world, and gradually gain mastery over it, piece by piece. And in doing so, gain mastery over his own system. The group returned to Mecha City without further incident. Zhang Shi and the others headed straight to the company. No sooner had they walked through the door than Shan Xiuyu came bustling over. Hey, Zhang Shi, where'd you run off to? You just disappeared without even telling anyone. Are you always this spontaneous now? She pouted, clearly displeased. Though Zhang Shi's heart was weighed down, he hid it well. He tilted his head back with a light laugh, then reached out to pat her on the head. Life was feeling a bit dull, so I went out to sea to do some fishing, clear my mind a little. Must be nice to have so much free time. I wasn't so lucky. Shun Xiuyu gestured toward the lounge. President Wu from TNE Technologies is here. She says she wants to talk about a partnership, but insists on speaking with you personally. Nothing any of us say will do. She made it very clear. She's not leaving until she sees you. Honestly, she's impossible to please. Luo Ruomeng chimed in from the side. And it's not just that. She's never actually helped us on time. Not even once. Every time we meet, she gives us that sour look. Sure, I'll admit TNE Technologies is stronger than us, but the way they treat us is really over the line. Makes you wonder if they're sincere about this partnership or not. Hearing that Wu Kersen was here, Zhang Shi felt the heaviness in his heart grow even heavier. Why had he fallen out with Kevin? It all started with Wu Kersen, but he couldn't say anything about it. After all, Strictly speaking, she hadn't actually done anything wrong. All right, I get it. Leave it to me. Zhang Shi sighed and made his way toward the lounge. As he walked, he called back, Su Tianjian, meeting in a bit. Got it, Zhang. They knew full well what Zhang Shi would say in that meeting. Stepping into the lounge, Zhang Shi immediately spotted Wu Kersen seated at the table. She seemed to have a fondness for red. Today, too. She wore a striking red dress. In her hand was a cup of cappuccino. Every gesture, every movement, radiated the poise of a refined woman. Yet, for some reason, her expression was unusually cold today, a stark contrast to her fiery attire. With a genial smile, Zhang Shi walked over and took a seat, then said, President Wu, you're here. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting this long. Sorry? Wu Kersen let out a cold snort. You actually know what it means to be sorry? I offered you such generous terms, nearly 200 million yuan in total, just to play this game with you. You think I'm invisible? After that dinner, you didn't even bother to call me. Is this your idea of partnership? Honestly, I need to reconsider whether our company should keep working together. Are you angry? Zhang Shi knew the only way to deal with a woman this assertive was to be even stronger. But in this case, he was clearly in the wrong, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster up the strength. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? She shot back. With a smile, Zhang Shi replied. But Ms. Wu, it's not like I completely ignored you. Didn't I arrange for our company's President Luo and President Chun to follow up with you? Enough. Wu Kersen cut him off, refusing to show any mercy. If you really cared about this, you would have handled it personally, not just thrown the matter to someone else. Her words were a bit unreasonable. After all, as long as the problem was solved, did it really matter who handled it? Zhang Shi found the whole thing rather exasperating. He sighed helplessly and said, All right, don't be upset, Ms. Wu. Let me apologize. Of course we should work together. Honestly, I've just been swamped lately and haven't had a moment to spare. I had to travel to Tu'er country, and then I went on another business trip overnight. I haven't even slept yet. I swear, I just got back. Ms. Wu, as fellow business owners, I'm sure you understand. Being the boss means you're always busy, and sometimes you really can't help it, right? After hearing Zhang Shi's explanation, Wu Kersen's expression softened a little. She replied, All right, I get it. But tell me, Mr. Zhang, do you have time now? If so, how about we have lunch together? While Zhang Shi kept a polite smile on his face, inside he felt as if a herd of alpacas was stampeding through his mind. He'd spent last night under intense stress, was now utterly exhausted and in no mood for socializing. Couldn't Wu Kersen see that what he needed most was a good rest? Yet here she was, inviting him out to lunch. Still, faced with Wu Kersen's earnest gaze, Zhang Shi couldn't bring himself to refuse. Besides, Luo Roming had just told him that Wu Kersen had been uncooperative with the partnership lately. A lunch to clear the air might really be necessary. All right, but for this meal, I plan to bring along President Chun and President Luo. It's a good chance for us to talk through the details of our cooperation. Zhang Shi certainly didn't dare have a meal alone with Wu Kersen anymore. He now witnessed firsthand just how fiercely jealous Kevin could get. Besides, he didn't have any feelings for Wu Kersen, and the last thing he wanted was for Kevin to misunderstand the situation again. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shi could clearly see the change on Wu Kersen's face. She looked like she was about to say something, so Zhang Shi quickly added, It's all for work, really. As I mentioned, my schedule is tight. Since we finally have a chance to sit down and have a meal together, isn't it best if we just lay everything out on the table? Well, all right then. Wu Kersen finally relented. To tell the truth, she was a woman with considerable pride and ambition. Her abilities spoke for themselves, after all. When she took over Tianyi Technology, it was at best a remarkable local enterprise. Yet in just a few short years under her leadership, Tianyi had risen to become a national powerhouse. That was no small feat, and yet, here she was, someone so capable, actually conceding in front of Zhang Shi. She'd long known that Luo Ruoming and Chun Xiuyu were Zhang Shi's women. By all rights, given her pride, she should have walked away from Zhang Shi ages ago. Yet, somehow, she just couldn't let him go, a fact even Wu Kersen herself found hard to believe. That she could actually compromise for a man? Truly, there's no such thing as a person who's completely impervious. It all comes down to whether someone has managed to reach their heart. Zhang Shi wasn't fool enough not to sense Wu Kersen's feelings, at least to some extent. But unfortunately, women like her simply didn't appeal to him. She was just too forceful, a type best left unprovoked. It was the same familiar Ingbin restaurant. Zhang Shi and the others sat in a private room, menu in hand, choosing dishes. Originally, Zhang Shi had only intended to invite Luo Ruoming and Chen Xiuyu. But for some reason, John insisted on joining them, clearly eager to be part of the occasion. From the moment they sat down, John's eyes had been darting slyly between Zhang Shi and Wu Kersen, making Zhang Shi feel downright uneasy. He cleared his throat several times to hint at John, but the man remained completely unfazed. She began to understand. No wonder John had insisted on coming along. Chances were, Tia had sent him to keep an eye on things, to see if there was anything still going on between him and Wu Kursin. If he really were still getting cozy with her, all of Tia's efforts would have been for nothing. Life really is exhausting. No matter who you meet, everyone comes with their own agenda. Oh, humanity. Can't we have a little less scheming and a little more sincerity? Genuine feelings are just so tiring. Wu Kursin was starting to sense something was off, too. Being stared at by this burly, dark-faced man was making her skin crawl. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you keep staring at me? I'm telling you now, I have absolutely no interest in you." John shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in you either. I'm just doing a favor for a friend who asked me to help." You? Wu Kursin was about to lose her temper when she quickly stepped in, smiling to smooth things over. All right, let's not get so worked up. Yes, it was me who asked him to protect us. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually quite skilled and very attentive too. With him here, we can enjoy our meal in peace. It was truly a bitter feeling to be bullied and still have to defend the person who did it. Wu Kursin let out a cold snort, then deliberately ignored John. She picked up the menu, ordered a few dishes at random, and tossed the menu aside. "Listen, President Wu," said Chen Xiu, unable to hide her disdain for the heiress. "Since we're having this meal together, why don't we take the opportunity to talk about our cooperation? Back then, you promised us a lot, personnel support, financial backing, but up to now, you haven't delivered on any of it. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to go back on your word?" Wu Kursin crossed her arms, her tone indifferent. "I never said I wouldn't help you. The problem is that I've been dealing with the wrong contact. On your side, our TNE technology isn't without its own difficulties. Frankly, the two of you aren't in a position to ask me for money." Hearing this, both Chen Xiuyu and Luo Ruomeng were furious. It was clear Wu Kursin didn't take them seriously at all, and to make matters worse, her words sounded unnecessarily suggestive. The two women exchanged a glance, then moved to Zhang Xi's side, each taking one of his arms. Zhang Xi blushed and muttered under his breath, "Hey, you two, can't you behave yourselves? This isn't the place for this." Chen Xiuyu and Luo Ruomeng slipped right back into the routine they used to put down gold diggers in the past. With feigned intimacy, they said, "Brother Zhang Xi, it's nothing. You've been busy lately, and it's been ages since we had a meal together. Let's sit beside you, won't you?" "Oh no, wait, you two." She was at a loss for words. He was starting to wonder if bringing them along had been a mistake. His original plan was to prevent Kevin from getting jealous if he ever found out about this meeting, but now, the three women seemed to be vying for attention right in front of him, completely catching him off guard. Wu Kursin's expression grew even colder in that instant. With her face set in a frosty mask, she said curtly, "I'm not hungry. There's business at the company I need to take care of. I'm leaving." With that, she rose from her seat, ready to go. "Wait, hold on." She started to call after her, but before he could finish, Luo Ruomeng chimed in, "Don't go, brother Zhang Xi. I really am a bit hungry. The food here is delicious. Since she's not eating, let's not force her, okay? The dishes are already ordered. It'd be a waste not to eat, right, Xiuyu?" "That's right, after all, it's just business talk. Any time will do. Since you have matters to attend to at your company, Ms. Wu, we won't insist that you stay. We wish you all the best in handling your company's affairs." Listening to their mocking tone, Wu Kursin grew even angrier. She quickened her pace, leaving the private room behind. If she stayed any longer, she was truly afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her temper. Watching Wu Kursin's retreating figure, Zhang Xi pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation and said, "Honestly, do you two have to start this drama right now? What on earth is going on here?" Luo Ruomeng pouted, her voice brimming with dissatisfaction. "What? Are you feeling sorry for her? Or maybe you regret it? Tell the truth. Do you have feelings for that woman? Well, say it. Hey, watch what you say. Do I look like that kind of person?" Zhang Xi shot up as if someone had stepped on his tail, instantly on the defensive. Chen Xiuyu shrugged and chimed in. "And why not? It's not like it's impossible. Who knows, one day you might just saunter over to us and pull some infamous Playboy line like, 'If I can't have all, I want none,' or 'If I want you, I want all of you.' Ugh, disgusting. Seriously, that's just revolting." What should have been a nice meal was completely ruined for Zhang Xi by these three women. He had no appetite left, but he couldn't even find someone to blame. No one else had done anything wrong. The only one at fault was himself. And that was just for now. In the future, Tino would probably join their ranks as well. Oh heavens, how was he supposed to survive then? With that thought, Zhang Xi felt his head swell, utterly frustrated and at a loss. A harem of 3,000 beauties might be something many people envy, but are you sure you could actually handle all the complicated relationships between them? After choking down a tasteless meal, The group returned to the company. Luo, Ruomeng, and Qinshuyu, on the other hand, seemed to be in great spirits. They walked hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, like a pair of inseparable sisters, getting along famously. By the way, Brother Zhang Shi, you mentioned a meeting when we got back, right? Qinshuyu asked. Shall we start now? Zhang Shi, still in a foul mood, waved his hand dismissively. This meeting has nothing to do with you two. It's not company-related, just something else I have to take care of. You don't need to be involved. What sort of thing? Luo, Ruomeng asked. We can't even listen in. It's not that you can't be here. It's just that there's no point in you listening. Never mind. Let's just drop it. Just wait a bit. Once I'm done, we'll talk, okay? With that, Zhang Shi headed toward the meeting room, where Su Tian and the others had already been waiting for some time. Watching Zhang Shi's back, Luo Ruomeng turned to Qinshuyu and murmured, Did we go too far? Maybe we made Brother Zhang Shi unhappy. Qinshuyu let out a cold snort and said, I don't care whether he's happy or not. All I know is, if there's even one more person fighting us for his attention, I'll be very unhappy. What about you? Do you want something like that to happen? Because I really couldn't stand it. Luo Ruomeng nodded in agreement. Exactly, I couldn't stand it either. When it comes to love, being a little selfish isn't so bad, is it? Ha! The two of them laughed heartily, but Wu Kersin was far from amused. Ever since she'd left the restaurant, her face had been set in a cold, stern expression, her entire presence radiating a chill that warned everyone to stay away. This was when Wu Kersin was at her most intimidating. The driver swallowed nervously and ventured, President Wu, where should we go? Wu Kersin waved her hand impatiently. If we're not going back to the office, where else would we go? Can you stop asking me about every little thing? Yes, President Wu understood. The driver shrank back in his seat, and with a quick press of the accelerator, the car shot forward. Wu Kersin's long bangs fell over her eyes, hiding the trace of disappointment and sorrow within them. To others, she always seemed brimming with confidence. But who could know that deep inside, she too had a softer, more vulnerable side? Should she really keep holding on? Wu Kersin wasn't sure, but she did know that there was one saying that rang painfully true. What we long for, we cannot have. How helpless we are against the ways of life. Ah, what is love in this world that drives people to pledge their lives for it? Such pain, such heartache. Achoo! Zhang, she let out a loud sneeze, prompting Su Tian to ask, What's wrong, Brother Zhang? Are you coming down with something? Zhang, she waved him off. No, probably just someone talking about me behind my back. At this moment, if anyone really was cursing him, Zhang Shi could only think of one person, Wu Kersin. Brushing off his mood, Zhang Shi gathered himself and began assigning tasks to the others. Having just returned from Yueyu Island, there was still a lot to be done. The longer they delayed, the bigger the risks, so he had to get everyone organized quickly. Let's keep this brief and get straight to assigning tasks, Zhang Shi said, turning to Su Tian. Su Tian, your main responsibility will be matters concerning the Liu family. There's still a pair of eyes watching them. This person is Xiao Ko. Right now, we still don't know if Liu Zhongyong is actually being coerced by these people, or if he's still standing with humanity. So we can't let our guard down around him. If anything comes up, get in touch with Xiao Ko. He'll help you. Understood, Su Tian nodded. So my main job is just to keep an eye on the Liu family? Not exactly. Zhang, she pulled out a small notebook and handed it to Su Tian. Take a look at this. These are all highly dangerous research projects concocted by those people. Keep a close eye on them and see if the Liu family has any of these. And remember, don't let any of this leak out. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Having assigned Su Tian his task, Zhang, she turned to John. John's expression had already returned to normal. Once again, he was the silent, stoic bodyguard. It seemed he had adjusted his mindset quite well. John, I'm putting Tommy, the devourer, in your care. I'll also give you the list. Take this and identify each of these devourers one by one. But remember, don't take any action. Just keep tabs on them. Understood. All right, John nodded. Zhang, she hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but add, Listen, go easy on that devourer. I know he's a murderer too, but right now, we need him. Don't go overboard. Don't think I didn't see you sneaking him into the restroom to dump filth in his box. That a bit much, don't you think? Try to control yourself, okay? John nodded again, but didn't say anything. Zhang, she knew that life wouldn't be easy for this Tommy character from now on. Still, it didn't matter. He had it coming, and Zhang, she wasn't about to pity him. The remaining four were the servants from the Chun and Li families. Zhang, she looked at them and said, You two from the Chun family, help Su Tian. The Li family's people, you help John. That's it. Remember your assignments? Yes, we remember. With everything arranged, Zhang, she stretched out comfortably and said in a languid tone, I'll be away for a few days. You all just focus on getting these tasks done for me. And remember, don't act rashly without my orders, understood? Yes, understood. Just as Zhang she was giving out these instructions, a small phone suddenly rang on his person. This was a tiny device he'd taken from Tommy, and the caller was someone Zhang she knew well. Hey Lung. Zhang Shi's brows furrowed. He turned to John and said, "Bring me the box. Let him out to answer the call, or it'll look suspicious." John nodded, took out the box, and handed it to Zhang Shi. As soon as Zhang Shi opened it, a foul stench wafted through the room. "My goodness, John, how much did you even put in there?" Zhang Shi sighed helplessly, pinching his nose. The moment the box was opened, Tommy burst out, gasping for breath and exclaiming, "Oh my God, thank goodness you let me out. Another minute in there, and I would have been done for." "Enough with the nonsense," Zhang Shi said, handing a small phone to Tommy. "Halong called you. You know what you're supposed to say, right?" Yes, I know." Tommy took the phone, hurried over to the window, opened it wide, and took a deep breath of fresh air before finally answering the call. "Hey, what's going on? Why did it take you so long to pick up?" Halong's voice came through. Zhang Shi quietly stepped behind Tommy, channeling a searing, thunderous energy, just in case he tried to say anything reckless. Tommy replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just busy. What's up? Did you need something?" Halong didn't question it, simply saying, "Shoji gave us an order. There's a big operation coming up, and we need to be ready." "A big operation?" Tommy couldn't help but ask. "What kind of operation? Is this your first day knowing Shoji?" Halong snapped. "How would I know? He never tells me anything ahead of time. He just said we need to prepare the Jew Metal and the Sky Thunder. I've got the Jew Metal covered, but the Sky Thunder is up to you. Shoji wants it done in half a month. Can you manage that?" Zhang Shi's eyes narrowed. So these people were finally making a move. There was no need to explain the powers of the Jew Metal. It had already been introduced. But the Sky Thunder? It wasn't even built yet. Only a blueprint existed. Zhang Shi, however, was well aware of what this weapon could do. The so-called Sky Thunder was a type of bomb. When detonated, it wouldn't damage buildings, but instead would unleash an immense sonic wave, directly assaulting the human auditory system. A single Sky Thunder could render a fifth of a city's population completely deaf. This weapon, under no circumstances, could be allowed into the world. It must never be unleashed. What do we need those things for? Zhang Shi thought, and even Tommy was startled. Aren't we supposed to keep to ourselves, not interfere? Are we really about to go to war with the people of Earth? "I told you, I have no idea," Halong said impatiently. "That's what Shoji wants. If you got questions, ask him yourself. That's it. I'm hanging up." And with that, Halong ended the call. "Mr. Zhang, the call's over." Tommy respectfully handed the phone back to Zhang Shi. He was smart enough not to say anything he shouldn't. He had no desire for an early death. Taking the phone, Zhang Shi looked at him and asked, "What exactly is your plan?" "Mr. Zhang, like I said, I really don't know," Tommy replied. "But I can assure you that our policy has always been to coexist peacefully with humans. We wouldn't do anything too extreme." "I see. But you've already taken action," Zhang Shi responded coldly. "That means we'll have to act as well." Tommy shrugged and said, "Doesn't matter to me. It's only half a month, right? You all have plenty of time to prepare. There shouldn't be any problem." "No problem." Zhang Shi waved his hand dismissively. "Well then, Su Tian, you all go ahead and get to work. I have a few things I need to discuss with Tommy alone." "Okay, sure." Once everyone had left, Zhang Shi lowered his voice and asked, "I've been meaning to ask but never had the chance. That finger you mentioned, does he have the authority to take away my system?" "He doesn't," Tommy answered. "But if he applies for higher clearance, then yes, he could do it. Truth be told, you don't need to be so nervous anymore, because you've already slipped out of our grasp to some extent." Zhang Shi was caught off guard. He couldn't help but ask, "Wait, slow down. What do you mean by that?" Tommy knew there was no turning back for him now. He decided to lay everything out as he knew it. "Do you remember when your fragment system underwent maintenance?" Tommy asked. Zhang Shi nodded. "I remember. I never understood why, though. Do you know?" "Yes, I do. The reason is someone in the Marvel world developed feelings for you," Tommy explained. "If you were just changing the storyline, that wouldn't count as seizing control of the Marvel world. But if you form a real connection, say someone falls in love with you, or someone who was supposed to die lies because of you, that means you've truly changed the world." "You mean, Natasha?" Zhang, she started to understand. "That's right, it's her," Tommy confirmed. "Because the system is still experimental, we can't really predict what might happen. When this occurred, we panicked too. That's why we rushed to maintain the system. But we found we couldn't control it anymore. The things happening in the Marvel world were beyond our reach. Still, the higher-ups insisted the experiment continue, so..." Although Tommy didn't finish his sentence, Zhang, she was already starting to piece things together. Through his own involvement, the Marvel world had started to change. The system was gradually slipping out of their control. If he kept pushing, maybe, just maybe, he could break free from the grasp of these high-ranking Earthlings once and for all. All right, I understand now, Tommy. Thank you. For the first time, Zhangxi sincerely thanked Tommy. Tommy gave a wry smile. All right, you don't have to thank me. Just make sure John doesn't put any more crap in the box, and I'll be satisfied. Zhangxi scratched his head, realizing that this really was a problem. Sigh, the whole situation really was reminiscent of Captain America, Civil War. Both were stories of revenge for a father's death, irreconcilable grudges that simply couldn't be smoothed over. Tommy prepared to crawl back into the box. Just before he went inside, he turned to Zhangxi and said one last thing. Mr. Zhang, I'm guessing you're about to enter the Marvel world, right? Here's a piece of advice. No matter how things change, don't lose sight of the core. Focus on what's most important, and you'll succeed. Zhangxi couldn't help but laugh. Given your position, I wouldn't have expected you to offer me such advice. You're right about that. But since things have come to this point, there's not much left for me to say. Either way, whether I say it or not, it's a dead end for me. So I have nothing left to worry about, Tommy replied. Fair enough. Then, just hope that I can successfully subdue the system. If I make it, you'll be fine. But if I fail, well, we'll both go down together. All right, I hope you make it. Handing Tommy back to John, Zhangxi returned to his office, stretched, and got ready to set off for the Marvel Universe. This journey would decide his fate. If he won, Zhangxi would finally be able to take control of his own destiny. But if he lost, he might lose everything he had now, and the Earth itself could be plunged into catastrophe. The enemies in the Marvel world generally fell into two categories: invaders from outer space or deranged, power-mad humans from Earth. There were mythological foes as well, but those mostly revolved around the storylines of Thor or the Guardians of the Galaxy, and had little to do with Earth itself. At this moment, Zhangxi was about to face his own personal storyline. Given his current strength and status, it seemed only fitting that his opponent would be a technologically advanced and completely unhinged Earthling. Being well-versed in Marvel's plots, Zhangxi had prepared accordingly. Before setting out, he'd reviewed once more the advanced technology Tony had taught him. Even though the enemy might differ, the principles of science remained the same. As long as he prepared well, dealing with these guys should be a piece of cake. But this time, Zhangxi had miscalculated. Slowly, Zhangxi opened his eyes. The familiar sight of the Avengers compound greeted him. He stretched and walked toward the main entrance. The current timeline should be set between the events of Civil War and Infinity War. During this period, stories like Thor, Ragnarok, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man take place. However, since this section focuses on Zhangxi's personal storyline, there shouldn't be any conflict with those plots. As Zhangxi stepped into the base, he ran straight into Tony. With a cheerful grin, Zhangxi greeted, "Hey Tony, long time no see." Tony paused for a moment, then replied, "Hey, it's good to see you, man. Though I can't say I've exactly been looking forward to it." "Oh, still brooding over what happened before?" Zhangxi asked. Tony shook his head. "No, that wasn't your fault. It's just that every time you show up, we end up in the middle of a crisis. You really are a textbook harbinger of disaster." Zhangxi chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, Tony wasn't wrong. The first time he showed up was during the Battle of New York. The next was Iron Man 3. Every single appearance seemed to coincide with some huge event, and Tony always ended up suffering the most. "Okay, Tony, believe me, I don't exactly enjoy dropping by either. But sometimes there are things I just have to take care of. If the sight of me gives you a headache, just find me a corner where I can entertain myself." Tony shrugged. "All right, you win. I'm not that heartless. I've kept your room just as you left it. Feel free to settle in whenever you want." Tony was the classic example of someone who was all bark and no bite. If you were his friend, no matter how sharp his words, he always cared about you deep down. That was simply Tony's way of keeping friends. Heading straight to your room, Tony called out as he saw Zhangxi making his way there. "What else? I'm exhausted. Honestly, there's nothing urgent this time. I just wanted to come home for a visit," Zhangxi replied. At the moment, nothing major was happening, at least not yet. When he first entered the Marvel Universe, the system had made it clear. This would be his personal storyline. And in a superhero film, there's no such thing as a story without a villain. So Zhangxi knew he'd eventually have to face his own nemesis. "Is that so? Personally, I don't think you should rest just yet," Tony said. "Why not go check on Natasha? You've been gone for months, and she's been acting like she lost her soul, moody and withdrawn every day. You really ought to see her." Zhangxi frowned, unable to hold back his question. "Didn't you give her my number? Why hasn't she called me?" Tony walked over to Zhangxi, gave him a punch in exasperation, and grumbled, "Do you not understand women? Or do you just not understand Xiaona? Is she the kind of person who would ever call you first? Besides, it's not like she can't find a boyfriend. Stop thinking you're so important. Fool, you're such a fool." On reflection, Tony did have a point. Natasha was proud, passionate, clear in her loves and hates. He really hadn't kept in touch with her lately. Now, with this rare opportunity to visit, he truly ought to see her. Moreover, even though this was supposed to be a solo film, the main character usually had a partner. Yet Zhang she still didn't know who his would be. Odds were, it would be the Black Widow. The logic was simple. The only people he'd met so far were Tony and Black Widow. Tony already had plenty of his own films, but Black Widow hadn't had a storyline focused on her yet, so it seemed much more likely. All right, I'll go see her right now. Where is she? Zhang she asked. Seems like she's at the bar. Lately, when she's got nothing to do, she just sits alone at a bar, lost in thought. Honestly, I wonder if that's where you two first fell for each other. Tony joked, then left it at that. Zhang she allowed a sigh. Ah, men, best not to rack up too many romantic debts, or else you'll end up like him, crushed with guilt. Meanwhile, out in the distant reaches of space, aboard a colossal starship, a massive, purple figure sat enthroned, clad in golden armor. His bulging, exaggerated muscles radiated raw power. But most striking of all were his eyes. Fierce and commanding, his gaze alone could send a chill straight to the soul. This was a Titan, a member of the godlike race, and the first enemy to bring real loss to the Avengers. This was Thanos, the Mad Titan. Thanos looked down from his seat, towering over the one below him. The man kneeled on the ground, head bowed low, not daring to look up. And who could blame him? In Thanos' presence, there was only one choice: surrender. You say you can help me obtain the Infinity Stones on Earth, is that right? Thanos' voice rolled out, slow and heavy. Yes, Lord Thanos, the man replied, his voice trembling. I have a plan, if you would care to hear it. That won't be necessary. Thanos waved a hand dismissively. A rush of wind swept over the man, stinging his cheeks. I've had enough of your methods. Last time it was an Asgardian, you saw how that ended. And now another one comes. This time a human from Earth. Why should I believe that you can succeed in bringing me the Infinity Stones? Thanos said, his tone ice cold. Lord Thanos, please allow me a word, the man said respectfully. I know that with your power, claiming the stones would be effortless for you. But even the mightiest can be wounded by an ant's bite, can't they? If we succeed in turning the ants against each other, wouldn't our task become much easier? Interesting, Thanos replied, rising to his feet. He gazed down at the man from above, speaking slowly. Knight, let me ask you this. What is your true purpose here? Aren't you also one of the ants? Don't you care about their fate? The man called Knight lifted his head, his eyes brimming with a desperate longing for life. Lord Thanos, your plan will succeed in the end. I don't wish to die, so I refuse to pin my hopes on a mere 50-50 chance. I want you to spare me when the time comes, so I can be certain I'll survive. Thanos chuckled. While he was not a man who craved flattery, Knight's words nevertheless pleased him. He gently removed his armor and spoke with measured calm. If that's what you want, then go. Don't disappoint me. Yes, Lord Thanos. A spotlight fell across Knight's face, revealing a pallor so stark it seemed almost ghostly. Though his features were handsome, his sickly hue was enough to make anyone shiver at the sight. After Knight had left, Ebony Maw approached Thanos and asked in a low voice, Can we really trust this Earthling? Who can say? Thanos replied slowly. But he's a clever man. He knows I will be the one to triumph. And yet, he is still naive. My plan does not make exceptions for anyone, especially not for humans, with their teeming numbers. Ebony Maw's lips twitched, as if he wished to say something, but no words came. Perhaps he was contemplating his own fate. After all his loyal service to Thanos, would he have any chance of survival in the end? Knight departed aboard a small spacecraft, speeding through a wormhole and swiftly arriving at Earth. Gazing at the vibrant blue planet brimming with life, a cold, faint smile played across his lips. Soon, this world will belong to us. A product of experimentation will ultimately become this planet's master. But where, truly, did these people come from? Knight's vessel touched down on Earth, landing in a desolate spot, clearly the outer edge of a rundown slum. Knight has returned. At the sight of someone arriving, a group hurried out to greet him. How did it go, Knight? Has the plan gone smoothly? The Knight nodded, then pulled a small syringe from his pocket and said, Lord Thanos' men have already replicated our virus, and they've even improved it for us. Now, we'll no longer have to fear sunlight, and we'll gain all kinds of superpowers. And as soon as this spreads, our ranks will only grow larger. By then, every single one of us will survive, no one left behind. Yeah, a cheer erupted from the crowd. The prospect of survival filled everyone with excitement. It was clear they had already begun to regard Thanos as their savior, not realizing that he himself was a cruel and ruthless force. There's no time to waste. Let's get moving. At the sound of Knight's command, he leapt into the air. To everyone's astonishment, a pair of jet-black wings unfurled from his back. These wings seemed even darker than the lightless night itself. Zhangxi arrived at the bar. From a distance, he spotted Natasha sitting there, sipping her drink. In his hand, he carried the same cocktail he had chosen last time. Hey, Zhangxi took a moment to collect himself, then strode over to Natasha. Natasha saw Zhangxi approaching. For a brief moment, surprise and excitement flashed across her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, and the expression vanished. Hey X, long time no see, Natasha said, her tone neither warm nor cold. Yeah, it's been a while. She slid into a seat, unabashedly picking up a glass and taking a drink. How have you been lately? She asked, already knowing the answer, but asking anyway. I'm all right. Nothing much going on. I'm almost dying of boredom, Natasha replied with a shrug. The rift between Cap and Tony hasn't healed yet, and as an outsider, I'm in no position to intervene. The alliance is just a mess right now. Talking about it dampened Natasha's mood. Having lacked affection since childhood, she treasured her sense of family deeply. She had long since come to see the alliance as her home, but now, with everything falling apart, she felt powerless to do anything about it. Sigh. She let out a long breath. Whatever happens, we still have to do what needs to be done. Even if we're the last ones left, we have a responsibility to keep Earth safe. You're right about that, Natasha nodded. By the way, have you heard anything from Banner or Thor? It's been ages since I last talked to them. I wonder how they're doing. I'm not sure either. But with the two of them, it'd be a joke to think anything could harm them. No need to worry too much. They'll be fine. You've got a point. The two of them seemed to be chatting idly, but without realizing it, their relationship had grown much closer. Their connection had already become rather ambiguous when she left last time, and now it had deepened even more. As they laughed and talked, Natasha's phone suddenly rang. Sorry, she said, picking up the call, her tone teasing. I was planning to have a little fun with you later, but looks like work just killed the mood. She let out an awkward chuckle. My goodness, he thought. He knew Natasha was open-minded, but he hadn't expected her to be this bold. That wasn't just a hint. It was a blatant invitation. Was it always this thrilling? What did you say? As Zhangxi's mind started to wander, Natasha's voice suddenly sharpened. All right, I'm on my way. Zhangxi's heart skipped a beat. He realized something serious was happening. After she hung up, he quickly asked, What's wrong, Natasha? There's a winged creature in District D, Natasha replied, her voice tense. It's attacking people. Let's go. Looks like we've got a new enemy on our hands. Since this was Zhangxi's own storyline, he didn't have any useful reference points. A winged creature? Was it an alien? Or maybe an enemy in high-tech armor, like Sam? Countless guesses whirled through Zhangxi's mind, but he didn't hesitate. He steadied himself and hurried after Natasha. They dashed out of the bar, and Zhangxi first headed to Tony's office, but Tony was nowhere to be found. It seemed that this time, only he and Natasha would be on this mission. The two boarded a small aircraft and sped off toward District D. The aircraft moved swiftly. In what felt like the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. As Zhangxi and Natasha disembarked, muffled gunfire reached their ears. The police are already here, Natasha said coldly as she checked her equipment. Looks like they're in trouble, too. That's exactly why we're needed, Zhangxi replied. Come on, let's find out what this winged creature really is. Both of them grew more alert, advancing step by step. The area around them was eerily quiet, a silence so deep it sent chills down Zhangxi's spine. Instinctively, he activated his spider sense, keeping close watch on their surroundings. District D was a large residential area, home mostly to working-class people. There weren't many businesses here, just rows upon rows of homes. The people here lived simple, honest lives, rising with the sun and resting when it set. Many people might assume that life in developed countries is so much better, but in reality, ordinary folks lead pretty similar lives everywhere. Sure, you can spend tens of thousands of dollars on a Mercedes or BMW, but can you really afford a haircut that costs several hundred? Don't blindly idolize foreign lands. Your own country has its strengths that others can't match. This was Zhangxi's genuine thought. Although he had visited the Marvel world many times, it was his first time coming into a neighborhood like this, where real civilians lived. This isn't working. We're too slow, Zhangxi said. The police won't be able to hold out much longer. We have to pick up the pace. His spider sense warned him that the police were being forced back, step by step. Up ahead, there was a powerful foe, a creature with wings. An alien, perhaps? But which planet was it from? Suddenly, a terrible scream pierced the air. Both Zhangxi and Natasha were startled. They exchanged a glance, then quickened their pace and ran toward the sound. As they rounded a residential building, a strange sight met Zhangxi's eyes. A winged creature dressed in black. All around it, wounded police. Officers lay on the ground. In its hand was a syringe, which it was driving into their bodies, injecting them with some unknown substance. Stop! Zhangxi roared in anger. Lightning crackled and gathered in his palm. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight at the monster. The bolt was swift. The creature had no time to react. It took the full force of the attack and staggered back several steps. Then it lifted its head, staring at Zhangxi with eyes that glowed a deep blood red. Zhangxi held his ground, studying the creature before him, and even he was startled by what he saw. Since entering the Avengers universe, and especially after his recent battles on Moonshade Island with the Devourers and the robots, Zhangxi thought he'd seen every kind of monster imaginable. But this one was something else entirely. The creature wore black from head to toe, blending into the darkness as if it were part of the night itself. A pair of enormous, bare wings, devoid of feathers, just raw flesh, sprouted from its back. Its face was deathly pale, completely drained of color, but its eyes burned crimson. Its mouth hung slightly open, revealing a set of razor-sharp fangs. A single word flashed through Zhangxi's mind: vampire. Or perhaps, Nightbreed. He was stunned. Why would Nightbreed appear in the Marvel world? Was this some kind of joke? Could it be that the Nightbreed were the enemy this time? That didn't make sense. Looking back over all the villains who had ever appeared in the Marvel universe, he couldn't recall anything quite like this, a monster so reminiscent of the legendary night demons. Creatures like this belonged in myth and folklore. Besides Thor, when had legends like these ever become real? Nevertheless, despite his terror, Zhangxi couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. The more things defied the logic of the Marvel universe, the closer he felt to gaining control over it. Superheroes, Avengers, is it? The man stood up, licking his lips, and sneered coldly. I'm really curious to taste the blood of these so-called superheroes. I wonder if it's any different. Ha ha! A chill ran down Zhangxi's spine. He glanced at Natasha, whose face had also gone pale. In a low voice, she asked, "What exactly is this guy?" Zhangxi asked, "Who are you?" "They call me the Demon Emperor. Remember my name, because you will all die by my hand." With that, he rushed toward Zhangxi and the others like a whirlwind. Demon Emperor, a name that radiated arrogance. Was he the leader, the final boss? After all, Zhangxi was no stranger to dangerous situations. He quickly steadied his nerves, then let out a battle cry and charged straight at the Demon Emperor. Natasha, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly noticed something strange. The police officers who had been knocked down by the Demon Emperor were getting back on their feet. She walked over and called, "Hey guys, how are you feeling?" No one responded. Natasha sensed something was wrong. The officers who had fallen began to change one by one. The one in the lead waved his hand and shouted, "Stay back. I can't control myself. Don't come any closer." Oh God. As she saw the officers' eyes gradually turning red, Natasha's vigilance shot up. Had all of them been infected? "Get away!" The lead officer roared, then completely lost control and lunged at Natasha. "Blood! I need blood!" Natasha reacted instantly. With a swift sidestep, she dodged his attack and brought her hand down in a sharp chop to the back of his neck. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. And so it began. The second, then the third officer attacked Natasha in turn. She suddenly felt as if she'd stepped into a Resident Evil scenario. Though these guys weren't especially strong, Natasha knew she had to be cautious. She couldn't be sure if a single hit would infect her as well. While Natasha was still holding her own, Zhangxi was truly caught in a desperate fight. Normally, Zhangxi's abilities were more than enough to handle most opponents. Rarely did anyone put real pressure on him, but the moment he clashed with the Demon Emperor, he realized this adversary was anything but ordinary. His strength, speed, and reflexes were on par with Zhangxi's own, but what made him truly terrifying was the syringe he held in his hand. He grinned menacingly at Zhangxi, as if ready to drive the needle into him at any moment. Zhangxi's body was tough, but he dared not take such a risk. Who could say what the needle was made of, or what sinister substance it contained? Zhangxi seized his opponent's wrist, unleashing the desperation virus. The Demon Emperor reacted just as quickly, ripping his own sleeve away to reveal a pale, bloodless arm. He broke free from Zhangxi's grip. The two separated, each gaining a deeper understanding of the other's strength. "Who are you, really?" Zhangxi demanded in a cold voice. "What is it you want?" "That's an excellent question," the Demon Emperor replied, licking his lips with a twisted smile. "I'm just an ordinary human from Earth. As for my goal, it's to wipe out every last human on this planet." "An Earthling?" Zhangxi was puzzled. How could an Earthling turn out like this, looking just like a vampiric night clan? Was Marvel's world now introducing ghosts to its roster of supernatural beings? "Tell me, what's really going on here?" The Demon Emperor burst into wild laughter. "You want answers? Fine. Become one of us, and I'll tell you everything." With that, he launched himself at Zhangxi again. attacking with a frenzy like a storm unleashed. Watching the demon emperor come at him like a rabid beast, Zhangxi drew a sharp breath and threw himself back into the fray. Zhangxi was confused. In all his previous fights, even if no superpower shard dropped, there would at least be shards of strength, speed, or other attributes. But this time, after tangling with the so-called demon emperor for so long, nothing had dropped at all. If that was the case, there could be only one explanation. Whatever power the demon emperor possessed was actually harmful to Zhangxi, offering not a single benefit. How exhilarating! His opponent turned out to be someone like this. If the other really was part of the Night Clan, then there should be two things he feared most: fire and sunlight. Fortunately, Zhangxi could conjure both at will. With a backward leap, Zhangxi landed atop a building. He raised his hands high, unleashing a surge of thunder and lightning into the sky. Brilliant lightning blazed through the pitch-black night, turning darkness into dazzling daylight. If light could harm the Demon Emperor, he would surely feel it now. Light? The Demon Emperor scoffed. Do you really think a trick like that will work on me? Lord Thanos himself has improved me. This level of light can't touch me now. Thanos. Zhangxi was taken aback. Thanos, the Mad Titan. How could this possibly be connected to him? If this battle was only against these few foes, Zhangxi still felt confident. But if Thanos was involved, then all bets were off. Thanos' power was simply overwhelming. Relying on his own strength alone, Zhangxi knew he stood no chance of victory. That's right, Lord Thanos, the Demon Emperor replied. I intend to help Lord Thanos claim the stone in exchange for a chance to survive. This is the duty of our kind, and it's also our chance for revenge. Zhangxi breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from what he'd just heard, Thanos wouldn't be showing up anytime soon. If he only had to deal with this guy, things would be much more manageable. Still, it was clear this matter was anything but simple. Watching movies, you always had the omniscient perspective, but living through it yourself, every clue must be tracked down, every mystery unraveled by your own hands. Zhangxi found it hard to adjust to this new reality. With no other leads for the moment, his best option was to capture this Demon Emperor and interrogate him to get to the bottom of all this. Zhangxi channeled the extremist virus, preparing to strike, but the Demon Emperor suddenly leapt away. With a loud laugh, the Demon Emperor called out, I've had a good time today, but that's enough for now. I'm done playing with you. Avenger. Until next time. With that, he spread his wings and shot up into the sky, letting out two sharp, piercing cries as he ascended. As the echoes faded, 3 or 5 other winged creatures, identical to the Demon Emperor, took to the air, circling overhead before flying off into the distance. Watching these nightkind vanish, Zhangxi frowned deeply. Damn it, dealing with just one of these monsters was troublesome enough. Now there were so many. What was he supposed to do? In the first 2 Avengers movies, Loki and Ultron were formidable, but their minions were mere cannon fodder. This time, however, these nightkind were far too difficult to handle. It looked like this storyline was going to be a real challenge. Hey, aren't you going to give me a hand here? Natasha's voice sounded in Zhangxi's ear. Turning around, he saw Natasha locked in a fierce struggle with the now-crazed police officers. She moved with her usual agility. But these officers fought like madmen, making them extremely hard to deal with. Even after being knocked out, they would get up and resume fighting within minutes. Because the officers still had some awareness, Natasha couldn't bring herself to use deadly force, so she had to keep dodging and subduing them. Zhangxi rushed over, summoning the power of lightning, and unleashed it against the officers. Lightning crackled, its current spreading persistently and keeping them stunned for a prolonged period. Bolts of electricity struck the officers, felling them to the ground, where they convulsed, unable to stand back up. That should do for now, Zhangxi said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He turned to Natasha and added, Get some people over to help. Let's bring them back. Bring them where? The hospital? Natasha asked. Zhangxi paused to consider, then shook his head. No, that won't work. Right now, they're way too aggressive. If we send them to the hospital, the doctors might get hurt. Plus, we still don't know how this illness spreads. It's better to take them back to the base for now. Taking them back to the base and asking Tony and his doctor friends to look into it. That was the best plan Zhangxi could come up with. Even though this felt like a solo hero movie, there was at least one advantage. Plenty of people who could lend a hand. That was Zhangxi's greatest strength. Natasha nodded and called for help to escort the police officers back to the base. Since there were so many people, it took a full half-hour to wrangle everyone in. By the time they finally arrived, Tony was in the lobby, savoring a cup of coffee. When he saw Zhangxi and the others leading in a crowd, he couldn't hide his surprise. Zhangxi had already tied up the police officers with rope. The effects of the lightning had worn off, and they'd come around. But now, it was as if all their awareness had vanished. They strained against the ropes, desperate to break free and attack anyone nearby. "Hey guys," Tony said, setting down his cup and coming over. "What's going on here? Who are these people? Did we just step into a biohazard movie?" "It's probably not a biohazard, but it's close," Zhangxi sighed, then explained everything that had happened, leaving nothing out. Tony listened, clearly stunned. This was a first even for him. He might joke around most days, but when it counted, Tony was rock solid. "All right, let's get them to the lab now." Just in case, Tony quickly suited up in his Iron Man armor, then ordered everyone else in Stark Tower to evacuate. If this was some kind of contagious disease, it was better to isolate it as soon as possible. "You two, masks on now." Tony handed Zhang, Shi, and Natasha each a respirator. Neither hesitated. They put them on right away. They brought the group into the lab, and Tony wasted no time. "Friday, scan their bodies. Quickly." Since Jarvis now handled global surveillance, Tony's main AI assistant was Friday. Tony might not be a doctor, but the AI he developed could do just about everything. She was brilliant. "Scanning in progress," Friday responded. A police officer was lying on the examination machine, while a beam of light automatically scanned over him. The room was utterly silent as everyone waited for the results. "Boss, the check is complete. We've detected an unknown virus in the patient's blood," Friday reported. "According to my analysis, this virus is not airborne and can only be transmitted through blood, so there's no need to be overly concerned." Zhangxi frowned and asked, "Friday, are you certain about this? You can't afford to be wrong here, or the consequences will be dire." Before Friday could respond, Tony interjected, "Don't worry. My AI doesn't make mistakes. If Friday says it's not contagious, then it isn't." "All right," Zhangxi replied. Tony continued, "Friday, analyze what symptoms this virus would cause. This virus is not documented in any known medical literature. It's entirely new and unknown," Friday explained. "Those infected will display symptoms similar to porphyria. On top of that, they'll develop an overwhelming craving for human blood, and their physical abilities and aggression will be greatly enhanced. In short, anyone infected will effectively become a vampire. Porphyria is an exceptionally rare blood disease for which there is still no cure. Patient skin becomes deathly pale, and exposure to strong sunlight can seriously harm them. Ultimately, they succumb to multiple complications. If there's any real-world basis for vampire legends, it would have to be porphyria." "I see." Tony nodded, his expression grave. "It truly was a vicious virus." Zhangxi added, "Today, I fought someone called the Demon Emperor. He was holding a syringe, and I suspect he injected this virus into those police officers. What's worse, this guy is far more formidable than any of those officers. I had a hard time just dealing with him." "Really? That's strong." Tony was visibly surprised. He knew Zhangxi's capabilities, and there were few opponents who could give him such trouble. "That's right. And these guys all have wings, just like the Night Clan," Natasha chimed in. "It looks like we're in serious trouble this time." "That's not all." Zhangxi narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "Have you ever heard of someone named Thanos?" Tony and Natasha exchanged glances, and both shook their heads. For Zhangxi, the name Thanos was legendary, but to Tony and Natasha, it meant nothing. After all, Thanos hadn't appeared yet, so it was completely normal for them to have never heard of him. Zhangxi began, "In this universe, there are 6 Infinity Stones. The Time Stone, the Space Stone, the Soul Stone, the Reality Stone, the Power Stone, and the Mind Stone. If someone manages to bring all 6 together, they can fulfill a single wish. Thanos has his sights set on the Infinity Stones here on Earth." "Hold on a second," Tony interjected. "Even if Thanos is after the stones, what does that have to do with the current situation?" "Because during our recent fight, the Demon Emperor told me he's helping Thanos acquire the stones. I suspect that even if this virus originated on Earth, there's no way it could be this terrifying. On its own, Thanos must have enhanced it, which is why it's become so dangerous. His ultimate goal is to plunge Earth into chaos, and then seize the Infinity Stones while we're distracted." "All right, that makes sense. But what exactly does Thanos want?" Tony pressed. Zhangxi narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, "That's hard to say for sure. But if we can capture some of those Night Clan members, we might finally get the answers we're looking for." He couldn't reveal everything. Some mystery had to remain. Otherwise, Zhangxi wouldn't have anything left to explain. "Okay, got it. Friday," Tony shouted. "Track down the whereabouts of this Night Clan. I want answers as soon as possible." "Yes, boss. However, I've just uncovered a new lead," Friday responded. "A new lead?" Tony was caught off guard and asked quickly, "Let's hear it." Friday continued. Bryan Corporation once specialized in researching treatments for porphyria. At the time, their project drew a lot of attention and reportedly made significant progress. Here's a news article from back then. A newspaper appeared before them, featuring a bald man with glasses, the chief research scientist at Bryan Corporation, Dr. Connor. "See, Most brilliant people are bald. I must be the only one in the world who's both smart and good-looking, Tony quipped with a grin. Zhangxi frowned. Tony, this really isn't the time for jokes. Oh right, you're absolutely correct. Go on, Friday. Friday resumed. Later on, for reasons unknown, the Porphyria research was abruptly halted. There were rumors that Bryan Corporation used Porphyria patients as test subjects, and after a failed experiment, those patients mutated, each turning into bloodthirsty monsters. Originally, this was just a rumor, but a year later, Connor suddenly died. His corpse was found in a most bizarre state. There were 2 marks on his neck, looking remarkably like bat bites, as if a vampire had gotten to him. The incident caused quite a stir, but soon after, Bryan Corporation released an official statement dismissing the rumors and managed to suppress the whole affair. How's Bryan Corporation doing now? Zhangxi asked. They're doing just fine, came the reply. The company's growth has been steady, and this incident didn't seem to have any real impact. Resting his chin on his hand, Zhangxi turned to Tony. Tony, are you familiar with Bryan Corporation at all? Tony shook his head. Not at all. We operate in completely different fields. Today's actually the first time I've even heard of them. There's no smoke without fire. My gut tells me this whole thing is tied to Bryan Corporation. Zhangxi's gaze sharpened with resolve. This crisis is no small matter. It could involve countless civilians. We can't afford to waste any time. I suggest we head to Bryan Corporation immediately to investigate. Having voiced a suggestion, Zhangxi waited while Tony and Natasha exchanged a look. Then Natasha spoke up. All right, I think you have a point. But what about them? She gestured at the group of police officers nearby. Zhangxi scratched his head. Let's try to calm them down first. We still don't know if this virus is curable, so it's best to wait and see for now. Tony. Yeah. You still have some Iron Legion units, right? Send them out to patrol the streets, cover every corner of the city, and prevent the Night Clan from making any more moves. And try to get in touch with Vision. Tell him to stay on high alert. Someone might be after his stone. At this moment, there were 2 Infinity Stones on Earth. The Time Stone was relatively safe. The Ancient One should still be alive at this point, and with her guarding it, even Thanos wouldn't be much of a threat. But Vision's situation was much more precarious. He was alone and vulnerable, so extra caution was necessary. I don't think we need to worry too much about Vision, Tony said. He's not exactly easy to mess with. Taking the Infinity Stone from him isn't something just anyone can pull off. Still, our enemies aren't ordinary people. Better safe than sorry. Give him a heads up just in case. Hearing this, Tony nodded in agreement. He sealed off the lab, then left the care of the infected officers to the AI, Friday, who would manage their water and food to ensure their survival. With that settled, Tony joined Zhangxi and the others as they set out for Bryan Corporation. Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner of the city, within an unnamed slum, the Demon Emperor landed on the ground, folded his wings back, and spoke with some concern. Phew, that was truly dangerous. I almost didn't make it back. Black Knight, who had been sitting nearby with his eyes closed in quiet meditation, opened his eyes and asked, What happened? Did something go wrong? The Avengers have set their sights on us, replied the Demon Emperor. Just now I crossed paths with that Avenger called X. I have to admit, he's incredibly strong. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might not have made it out alive. The Avengers? Black Knight spoke slowly, his tone deliberate. Those people will be the greatest obstacle to Lord Thanos' plan. But if we can take care of these so-called Avengers, Lord Thanos will surely reward us. That may be true, the Demon Emperor said as he took a sip of water. But what exactly should we do next? These guys are no ordinary opponents. If we rely solely on our own strength, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Should we ask Lord Thanos to send more people to help us? But if we do that, will Lord Thanos still see us as worthy of his favor? Black Knight rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment. Before continuing, right now, our most effective weapon is the vampire virus. If we can infect more people, the human defenses will collapse on their own. However, I've heard that at Bryan Corporation, they've already developed a prototype of the vampire virus serum. If that's true, it puts us at a serious disadvantage. So our next step is clear. We go to Bryan Corporation, find that antiviral serum, and destroy it. Although Black Knight spoke of the plan as if it were a simple matter, the members of the Night Clan all drew in a sharp breath. They had all emerged from the same failed experiment. None of them could forget those days as if trapped in a living nightmare. And at the heart of that nightmare was Bryan Corporation. They certainly hated Bryan Corporation, but deep down, fear lingered. That's why, even now, none of them had dared to confront Bryan Corporation directly. It was not cowardice. After all, it's only human to struggle against the nightmares within our own hearts. You may think you've left the pain behind, but when forced to face it again, you still tremble. Having witnessed the ups and downs of countless lives, Black Knight understood their concerns all too well. He rose to his feet and addressed them. I know what you're all afraid of, but do you think I'm not afraid? I'm just like you. I don't want to go back to that place either. But if we want to survive, we have no choice. We must go, and we must win. After a brief pause, Knight continued. I want you all to understand one thing. Right now, we are no longer ordinary humans. In their eyes, we are monsters, we are demons. But who the real demons are, I think everyone here already knows. Can we really swallow this humiliation? As the leader of the Knight clan, Knight's words naturally carried a powerful sway. After hearing him speak, the Knight clan's emotions were stirred. One by one, they rose to their feet, eyes blazing with the fires of hatred. This was exactly the outcome Knight wanted to see. He unfurled his black wings and declared, sooner or later, the Avengers will discover this place, the Bryan Corporation. That's why we must act first and destroy the serum formula. Humans turned us into the Knight clan. In return, we'll turn all of humanity into Knight clan and make them our slaves. Slaves! 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 A deafening chorus of shouts filled the air, making Knight's blood race with excitement. He shot up towards the clouds, then soared straight in the direction of the Bryan Corporation. Meanwhile, on Zhangxi's side, they had already arrived at Bryan Corporation ahead of time and were caught up in a standoff with the security guards. I'm sorry, you don't have an appointment, so you can't go in, the guard said, blocking Zhangxi and the others. Zhangxi replied, no appointment? Well, make one now. Go tell your boss that the Avengers want a word with him. Tell him to come down immediately. The Avengers' reputation was formidable. Though it wasn't stated outright, they were almost on par with S.H.I.E.L.D. in terms of status. Hearing this, the guard didn't dare delay any longer. He hurried inside, grabbed his phone, and called his boss. Off to the side, Tony tugged at Zhangxi's sleeve and whispered, Hey X, aren't we kind of throwing our weight around here? Using the Avengers' name to pressure people. That doesn't seem right, does it? Zhangxi replied in a low voice, We don't have a choice. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We're doing this for everyone's sake after all. See, this is exactly why we can't sign the Sokovia Accords. Only we truly know where help is needed most, right? Come on, you really had to bring that up now. Tony grumbled. You sure know how to push my buttons at the worst times. Zhangxi just shrugged, unfazed. Before long, the guard returned and said, Our boss asked you to go in. Huh, looks like the name still carries weight. Come on, let's go. With that, Zhangxi led Tony and Natasha inside. Why does it feel like he's calling the shots? We're the veterans here, you know, Tony muttered as he followed them through the doors. Bryan Industries was by no means a large company. Compared to Stark Industries, its scale was almost negligible. Yet, despite being such a small firm, it boasted a wealth of cutting-edge technology. Their core business lay in bioengineering, though their work also extended into medical research. Their technology was impressive, certainly, but also carried considerable risks. The group had only walked a few steps when a blond, blue-eyed man approached them. He looked to be in his 20s, strikingly young, with a distinguished air about him. The security guard immediately greeted him with deference. Boss, you're here. Yes. The man gave a brief nod, then turned to Tony and the others, introducing himself. Hello, Avengers. I'm Chris, owner of this company. I've always admired you greatly, especially you, Mr. Stark. You've been my idol for years. May I have a photo with you? Oh, sure, Tony replied, striking a suave pose before posing for a photo with Chris. Off to the side, Natasha and Zhang, she could barely stifle their amusement. Tony was as self-absorbed as ever, completely oblivious to humility or modesty. But then again, that was just Tony being Tony. If he weren't so unabashedly self-confident, he wouldn't be Tony Stark. After the photo, Tony's demeanor shifted as he placed a hand on Chris's shoulder and spoke earnestly. All right, let's get down to business. We're here today because we'd like to ask you about something. Of course, Mr. Stark. If there's anything I can do to help, anything I know, I'll give it my all. You have my word. No need to be so formal. Tony waved a hand dismissively. I just wanted to ask, did your company ever conduct research related to porphyria? The moment the word porphyria left Tony's lips, Chris's smile instantly vanished. Zhangxi and the others, seasoned as they were, immediately sensed that something was amiss. It was clear from Chris's reaction that Bryan Industries was hiding something. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Chris responded awkwardly. That was years ago, and the company's already issued a statement denying any connection. It really has nothing to do with us anymore. So how about we just drop it? Zhangxi and Tony exchanged a glance. Then Zhangxi spoke up. Don't worry, we're not here to dredge up the past. You must know what our mission is, right? To fight off invasions and protect Earth's safety, Chris answered without hesitation. That's right. We've run into some trouble, something that may be linked to porphyria. Back then, your company was one of the leading researchers on the subject. So, I'm hoping you can share any information or records you might have. That's not a problem. If that's all you need, we can do it. But, Mr. X, you should know that this project failed in the end, so our information might not be entirely accurate. That's all right. We're just looking for some reference. As for what we're really after, don't ask. This is classified. Understood, Chris replied. Everyone, please follow me. All the materials are stored in the archives. All right. Zhangxi agreed, making no objection, and went with Chris. Brian Company, though small, was remarkably well organized, with each department running smoothly and clearly delineated. On the way, Zhangxi and the others happened to pass by their laboratory. Tony, being an expert immediately, recognized that the lab was equipped with some of the most advanced technology in the world, devices that came with a hefty price tag. He couldn't help but wonder how such a small company could afford equipment of this caliber. With these questions lingering in their minds, the group arrived at the archives. Chris personally dusted off the long-neglected files on porphyria research and set them before Zhangxi and the others. Folks, these are a bit dusty. I hope you don't mind. No problem, Zhangxi replied, exchanging a glance with Tony and the rest, then picked up the files and began reading with great care. The documents were impressively thorough, documenting everything from the causes and symptoms of porphyria to diagnostic methods. The only thing missing was a treatment. But that was no surprise. Porphyria was still incurable. Anyone who discovered a cure would become an overnight sensation. Zhangxi's team moved quickly. Despite the thickness of the stack, they finished reading in just half an hour. Yet, nowhere in the files did they find the clues they were hoping for. The documents contained only records relating to porphyria. There was nothing else, no information on viruses or experiments, as Zhangxi had hoped. They were left disappointed. From the look of things, Brian Company appeared to be above board, engaged in nothing more than legitimate research. Zhangxi frowned. Could their trail of clues have run cold once again? Is there anything else I can help you with? Chris asked, his tone careful and deferential. Zhangxi stood and straightened his clothes. No, that's all. Thank you for your help. We'll be going now. Oh, come on. You come all this way, why the rush? How about this? Let me book a hotel and treat you all to dinner. It would be an incredible honor for me to dine with the Avengers, Tony said with a cheerful smile. Hey, you really know how to talk, but we still have a mission. Maybe another day. Just then, a warning sounded in Tony's earpiece. It was Friday. Boss, an unidentified organism is flying toward Brian Corporation. Preliminary assessment. Danger level 8. Proceed with caution. Tony's expression grew serious. He turned to Zhangxi and the others and said, The Night Clan is on their way here. We can't leave. We have to stay. Zhangxi was taken aback. The Night Clan was actually coming? Though he hadn't found any valuable information just now, the fact that the Night Clan was showing up made it clear. Something was definitely wrong here. The Night Clan would never risk coming here just to cause them trouble. Given how weak they currently were, barging in now would be as good as suicide, which could only mean they had no idea Zhangxi and the others were here. The Night Clan must have a different agenda in coming to Brian Corporation. Turning to Chris, Zhang, she said quickly, Hurry, give everyone the day off. Get all the employees out of here now. It's too late, Tony cut in before Chris could respond. They're less than 5 kilometers away, just a few minutes tops. If we try to evacuate everyone now, we'll only cause more chaos. It's better if we don't. Damn it, Zhangxi cursed, then ordered, lock all the doors and windows, draw the curtains. No one goes outside, understand? Absolutely no one. Wait, Mr. X, Mr. Tony, Chris stammered, completely confused. Why are we doing this? If we do this, the whole company will go into chaos. Zhangxi pointed out the window and said, That's why. Chris turned to look. The moment he caught sight, he nearly wet himself in terror. Several winged monsters were already flying straight toward the company, destroying almost everything in their path. Damn monsters! Zhangxi roared, then shouted, Tony, suit up and fight them. Tony didn't need to be told twice. He was already in his Iron Man armor. He launched himself into the air ahead of everyone, unleashing a barrage of firepower at the Night Clan. The attack had begun. Zhangxi's nerves were taut. He turned to Natasha and said, Nat, stay here and keep an eye on things. Protect everyone inside the company. We'll handle whatever's coming from outside. All right, you two go ahead. Natasha nodded, fully aware of her own limitations. In terms of strength, she was likely the weakest among the three of them. From what Zhangxi had said, she also understood that these night demons were formidable opponents. It was best if she stayed out of the front lines. Chris was utterly petrified, frozen in place, clueless about what to do next. Natasha walked over and said, These monsters are all targeting your company, so you'd better think hard about what you might still be hiding from us. Chris stammered for a long while. unable to say anything meaningful. Natasha sighed and said, "Forget it. For now, let's just focus on getting the employees to safety." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tony and Zhang, she had already plunged into a fierce battle with the Night Clan. As soon as the fight began, Tony unleashed his firepower, pinning down the Night Clan with overwhelming force. After all, they fought up close, and against Tony's arsenal of modern weaponry, they were at a disadvantage. "Hey, is this what you called tricky?" Tony asked, sounding almost bored. "Doesn't look like much to me. Why don't we just finish them off and forget about all that other stuff, huh?" "Don't be so naive," Zhang Shi replied, dodging attacks as he spoke. "Take a closer look. The ones you've knocked down are all those without wings. The real threats, the ones with wings, are the hardest to deal with." Hearing this, Tony took a better look. Sure enough, the ones leading the charge were all wingless, and their fighting power was just a bit above average, nothing special. The winged ones, however, stood at the back, perfectly still. "All right then, let's deal with them," Tony said. With a graceful turn in midair, he trained all his weapons on the winged adversaries. Lasers and missiles streaked toward them in a relentless barrage. With firepower this fierce, Zhang Shi knew that even he wouldn't escape unscathed. Night, watching the swarm of missiles descending, curled his lips into a twisted smile. To him, these rockets resembled the rain of needles from experiments long ago, overwhelming and inescapable. A flash of venomous coldness glinted in Night's eyes. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself into the air, his black wings suddenly expanding to more than twice their original size. With another furious shout, he unfurled those massive wings, sheltering everyone behind them. Neither Tony's lasers nor his missiles could make it through those thick, muscular wings. Tony circled once overhead, then said with a touch of resignation, Sorry, I can't break through his wing defenses." "Told you, this guy isn't easy to deal with," Zhang Shi replied, brushing aside a nearby night creature with a quick motion before stepping forward. He sensed an opportunity, a chance to unravel the mystery that had been haunting him. "Hey man, what are you doing?" Tony called out, unable to hold back his concern as he watched Zhang Shi move ahead. "Get back here, it's dangerous." "It's fine," Zhang Shi said, walking forward before coming to a halt. The night creatures clustered together before him, looming like a massive, black storm cloud, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "Hey, the one with the longest wings," Zhang Shi pointed straight at him. "You're their leader, aren't you? Come on, let's have a talk." The figure known as Black Knight folded his wings, gazing coldly at Zhang Shi. His face was a mask of cruelty and hatred as he replied in a voice as icy as the grave. "A human? I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Don't be like that. I think I know what you're after, but what I don't understand is why." Zhang Shi pressed on. "You can't possibly be ignorant of how insane Thanos' plan is, right? After what your guy said yesterday, I'm guessing you're Earthlings too. Why go to such lengths? I need you to give me a reason." Black Knight let out a mirthless laugh. The Demon Emperor, that fool, actually spilled everything. He sneered, "But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later you'd have figured it out. Since you're so eager for the truth, I'll tell you. And maybe you'll finally see how despicable, how ruthless you humans truly are." For Black Knight, dragging things out was the last thing he wanted. Reinforcements weren't coming for him. It was just his small group. Zhang Shi, on the other hand, was a different story. Black Knight was certain they'd already sent out a distress signal. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D., the police, maybe even other Avengers would all be on their way. When that happened, things would go badly for them. Still, Black Knight decided to try his luck. He had learned that Zhang Shi, was the most enigmatic member of the Avengers, with no history to speak of, as if he had materialized out of thin air. His abilities were among the best in the team, too. That suggested his loyalty to the Avengers might not run all that deep. If Black Knight could somehow bring him over to their side, it would be a powerful advantage. "All right, man, go ahead. I'm listening." To Zhang Shi's surprise, he sat down on the ground, ready to listen carefully as Darkness began to speak. Darkness waved his hand, commanding all the night kind to cease their attack. He drew a deep breath, and an unmistakable sorrow weighed down his gaze. For the first time, Zhang Shi saw something in his eyes besides hatred. Darkness began, his voice slow and heavy. "Since you've made it here, I'm sure you already know about porphyria, don't you? It's an incurable disease. Anyone who contracts it becomes something neither human nor ghost, and then dies in agony. That's their fate. Naturally, every scholar has tried to find a cure. After all, this is the kind of breakthrough that could make a name for anyone. No one wants to pass up that chance." Zhang Shi narrowed his eyes, then spoke slowly. "So, you were just an ordinary porphyria patient, weren't you?" "Don't interrupt me. Let me finish," Darkness said, waving him off before continuing. "You're half right. I am human, but I was never a porphyria patient myself. My family was poor, so I started working in the city at a young age. Maybe you've already guessed. My workplace was this very company. The Brian company you're all standing in front of. A frown creased Zhang Shi's brow. It seemed as if he was starting to piece things together. Through his earpiece, he contacted Natasha inside the company. Hey, X, I'm in the middle of evacuating staff here. What's up? Natasha's voice crackled in his ear. Keeping his voice low, Zhang Shi said, there's definitely something wrong with this company. Head to the records room right now and see if you can find a safe. Get your hands on any confidential files in there. Fine, got it. Natasha, sharp as ever, hung up. Without missing a beat, she grabbed the still stunned Chris by the collar like a cat would snatch up a kitten. Hey, take me to the records room now. But, Chris's legs trembled so badly he could barely stand. Didn't we just come from there? Why do we need to go back? Don't ask questions. If you want to live, do as I say. When things got serious, Natasha didn't bother with pleasantries. She gripped Chris by the neck and dragged him toward the records room without another word. Once there, she asked, where's the safe? Over there. Chris was too shell-shocked to resist. Whatever Natasha asked, he did. He pointed to an old-fashioned safe up ahead. Natasha walked over and sized up the outdated safe. Is your company really this broke? You trust this rusty old thing to protect your secrets? Seriously? After speaking, Natasha pressed her ear against the safe and skillfully turned the combination dial. For a top-level agent like her, cracking a safe was child's play, something she could do with her eyes closed. 5 minutes later, Natasha had successfully opened the safe and retrieved its contents. Normally, one would expect to find money inside a safe, but this one didn't hold a single bill. Instead, it was packed full of documents. If they're securing the documents this tightly, there must be some unspeakable secret hidden here, Natasha muttered to herself, then began to flip through the files from the safe. A single glance was enough to make her pupils dilate in shock. Staring back at her from the pages were photo after photo of horrifying scenes. People with ghastly pale skin and emaciated bodies, bound to beds, tubes sticking out of them in every direction. They looked like lab rats, subjected to gruesome experiments. At the entrance of the Brian Corporation, in the darkness, the voice continued. After we arrived at the company, we met that guy named Connor. He lied to us, told us we were getting a great job. But who could have guessed? The job he offered was to become test subjects. Living, breathing test subjects. Taking a deep breath, the speaker pressed on. During the previous experiments, so many porphyria patients died that now, even those on deaths, Door refused to be test subjects anymore. So, Connor found a new way. He started looking for healthy people and turning them into porphyria. Patients just to see if we could survive. Every day, we faced needles, drugs, and those terrifying faces. The reason we ended up like this was all they're doing. And then, after the experiment failed, we became monsters. No one treated us like humans anymore. Not a single soul. By now, the speaker was nearly shouting. Zhang Shi and Tony remained silent, at a loss for words. The fact that such cruel things could happen in this world, that there could be people so heartless, was almost beyond their comprehension. The failed experiments gave us immense strength. We killed Connor and escaped. But no matter where we ran, we were always outsiders, never fitting in, and, worse, we became obsessed with blood, driven by an insatiable hunger. We might be powerful, but we still can't stand against humanity. We need outside help. That's why I reached out to Thanos, the great Lord of Destruction, in my own way. I learned about his plan, to wipe out half the life in the universe. Intriguing, isn't it? I asked Lord Thanos to improve our virus. I want to help him break through Earth's defenses, so he can claim the Infinity Stones with ease. Zhang, she spoke slowly. And what is your reward? Is your reward simply surviving? That's right, exactly right. Knight took a step forward, spreading his arms as he spoke. Your name is X, isn't it? I don't care who you are or where you come from. I just want you to see what these so-called good people really are. I hope you'll join us. Help us. As long as we help Lord Thanos break through their defenses, we'll survive. Truly survive. So what do you say? Will you consider it? After hearing him out, Zhang Shi almost wanted to laugh. He honestly hadn't expected Knight to be so naive, trying to win him over like this. But the laughter wouldn't come, because these people, these Night folk, each one of them is pitiful beyond words. Zhang Shi felt this way, just from what he'd heard, but Black Widow, who was flipping through the files, felt it even more keenly. Zhang, she had only heard rumors, but what Black Widow was seeing now were black and white documents and horrifying, bloody photographs. Even someone as cold and hardened as her couldn't help but feel her eyes sting with tears. She suddenly grabbed Chris, who was standing next to her, by the neck. Her voice was as icy as death itself. Did you know about this? Chris, terrified, frantically waved his hands. No, I swear I didn't. I really had no idea. This safe has always been here. None of us ever touched it. How could we have known there was something this horrific inside? Black Widow finally understood the saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. Most rumors have some truth behind them. There had always been talk about the Bryan Corporation, but who would have thought things like this were actually happening? From the files, she found a booklet that described a virus called the vampire virus. This virus could turn normal people into sufferers of porphyria. Black Widow guessed this must be the original version of the virus that had infected those police officers. At the end of the booklet, there were formulas and special symbols. Natasha couldn't make sense of these things, but she wasn't stupid. After thinking it over, she realized that even if these symbols weren't the cure, they were probably an analysis report on the virus. With these, developing a serum will be much easier. Natasha tucked the booklet away. Looking at Chris, she spoke coldly. You reap what you sow. This isn't over. We'll come to settle things with you, but not today. Once we've dealt with this, we'll be paying the Bryan Corporation a visit. With that, Natasha turned and strode out. And just then, at the doorway, Zhangxi made his position clear as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Knight. Zhangxi stood up and spoke slowly. Although your story does evoke sympathy, I still can't join your cause. Yes, these people are scum, but you, sacrificing so many lives for your personal vendetta, are no better. Go ahead, let's settle this. You've come here today to destroy our files, haven't you? I'm telling you now, as long as we stand guard, you'll never set foot in here. So that's how it is. Knight shook his head with a trace of disappointment. What a pity. I had hoped we could fight side by side. It seems I was mistaken. Zhangxi straightened, his voice calm and clear. Every grudge has a source, every debt a debtor. What you went through is indeed pitiable, and what Bryan Corporation did is truly despicable. But that still doesn't justify your recklessness. The true culprit, Connor, is already dead. So why are you still aiding Thanos? Is it just because of your hatred? Or is it the hunger for blood you simply can't suppress? Hunger for blood? Knight roared. You really underestimate us. We've worked hard to move beyond that. But tell me, who will ever accept us now? Will you humans? Wherever we go, we're treated as freaks. The sins of humanity always end up paid for by us. Losing our families, our homes, that's bad enough. But you still want to wipe us out completely. Is killing us your way of solving problems? He paused, then continued in a low, fierce voice. It was Thanos who gave us the will to survive, who gave us strength and hope. So why shouldn't we serve him? If that's how you feel, then there's nothing more to say. Zhangxi replied. But if you trust me, I could help you blend into this world. Believe me, I won't betray you. Is that so? Sorry, but we've lost faith in you humans. Knight spread his terrifying wings, his voice icy. If you're not our allies, you're our enemies. Avenger or not, you all have to die. Is that so? Zhangxi let out a cold laugh. Well, you're out of chances. What do you mean? A flicker of doubt crossed Knight's face as he caught a sly glint in Zhangxi's eyes. Exactly what I said. Zhangxi suddenly shouted, Tony, attack. Knight instinctively turned his head, but it was already too late. Tony had found a blind spot, slipping past the protection of Knight's wings. In a sudden barrage, missiles and lasers rained down on the Knight clan. Damn it, defend yourselves now. But it was already too late. All eyes were fixed on Zhangxi. No one paid the slightest attention to Tony, standing nearby. In the chaos, the missiles Tony launched streaked straight into the ranks of the Knight clan, throwing them into utter agony. Cries of pain and despair echoed as they were struck. Indeed, their black wings were formidable shields, but their bodies remained fragile, stronger than ordinary humans, perhaps, but still far too weak to withstand the force of a missile barrage. In an instant, the Knight clan was engulfed in a raging inferno. Zhangxi watched the flames with a cold gaze, the anguished screams of the Knight clan filling his ears. Despite himself, a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. This catastrophe was not the result of some foreign invasion, but rather a disaster of humanity's own making. At its root, it was human greed that had led to this tragedy. Tony landed beside Zhangxi, his expression unusually grim. He spoke, his voice heavy. Why does it feel like I just did something wrong, instead of saving the world? I feel the same way, but we have no other choice, Zhangxi replied after taking a deep breath. As fellow humans, we have to bear the consequences of our own mistakes. Even knowing we might be wrong, we still have to see it through, don't we? That's right. I agree with you, Tony said, his eyes fixed on the burning horizon, his thoughts unknowable. Perhaps, deep down, they were both plagued by the same question. If their roles were reversed, if they stood in the Knight clan's place, would they have made the same choices? Suddenly, a furious roar split the air, rising above the crackling flames. From within the inferno, Black Knight soared upward. His body was marked by burns. His face twisted into a horrifying, demonic mask. Gone was the elegance of the vampire. What emerged now resembled a fiend straight from the depths of hell. He beat his wings with fierce intensity, whipping up powerful gusts that soon snuffed out the flames below. The Night Clan was left in shambles. Most were grievously wounded, struggling to move, while a few lay motionless, dead on the spot. "Damn it, bastards!" Black Knight bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. "Tony Stark, damn you! And every last Avenger! You all deserve to die. Every single one of you." Yet for all his fury, Black Knight knew there was nothing more he could do. The situation was desperate. Any further resistance would mean total annihilation. If you can still fly, take the wounded and retreat. Now move. Several members of the Night Clan struggled up from the ground. Perhaps it was because their powers were stronger, their defenses tougher, or maybe simply because they had been standing in the innermost circle where the flames hadn't reached them, but they showed hardly any signs of injury. These unscathed Night Clan members reached out, picked up their wounded companions, and without a single glance back, turned and sped away as quickly as they could. Tony and Zhang, she sensed something was wrong and were just about to give chase, when suddenly, the darkness itself blocked their path. From the darkness, a figure emerged. His wings, once bare and black, suddenly sprouted countless feathers. In an instant, those feathers shot forward like a volley of arrows, aiming straight for the two of them. Though they were only feathers, the speed and force with which they flew were formidable. Tony, standing in front, was protected by his Iron Man suit, but, even so, several feathers pierced his arm. Forced to act quickly, he grabbed his shield, raising it to defend himself against the relentless barrage. When the storm of feathers finally ceased, the Night Clan had vanished without a trace. "What a troublesome bunch," Zhangxi muttered under his breath. "If we couldn't finish them off this time, it'll only be even harder next time. And with that virus they're spreading, they're just too dangerous." "If it's the virus you're worried about, I might have a solution," came a voice from behind. Zhangxi and Tony turned to see who it was. It was none other than Black Widow. She was holding Chris by the arm with her left hand, and in her right, she carried a notebook. This notebook contains everything we know so far about the virus and the initial serum formula. As long as we get back and study it, it shouldn't be long before we have a specialized antidote. Also, I overheard what you were saying just now. The Knight's words were no lie. Everything he said was true. In fact, the truth is much more terrifying than he let on. She shot a cold look at Chris and demanded, "Were you involved in any of this?" Chris frantically shook his head. "No, I swear to you, I had absolutely nothing to do with it. I've only been in charge of Bryan Corporation for just over 3 years. There's no way I could have been involved." "Save your explanations for S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow said coolly. "They'll want to hear what you have to say." "Right," Zhangxi agreed, "but we should get moving too. We may have driven the Night Clan back for now, but their threat still looms. Especially that serum. We need to develop it as quickly as possible." Avengers headquarters, Stark's laboratory. Medicine and pharmacology weren't exactly Tony's specialties, but that didn't mean he couldn't find the right people to help with research. After all, as the head of Stark Industries, Tony's connections were second to none. In just a few days, Tony assembled the world's top medical experts in the Stark laboratory, all working together on the serum's development. Thanks to their efforts, they had finally produced the first-generation viral serum. Normally, that would have been enough, but things had changed. The virus had already been modified by Thanos. Now the virus had evolved to be far more drug-resistant, and in many other ways as well. The current serum was no longer sufficient, so they had no choice but to keep racing against time to continue their research. Zhangxi stood at the entrance of the laboratory, lighting a cigarette and taking slow, languid puffs. He knew nothing about medicine, not even the basics, so he was completely useless when it came to helping with this. After the battle at the Bryan Corporation, the Night Clan had suffered a devastating blow. For days, they hadn't dared show themselves, so Zhangxi wasn't too worried about them launching a counterattack. The next time they met would probably be the final showdown. Whether they would succeed or not, all depended on that battle. "Don't you know smoking is forbidden at the Avengers base?" Tony appeared beside him without warning, patting Zhangxi on the shoulder as he spoke. "And did you also know? If you smoke too much, it can affect a man's performance. I'd recommend you quit while you're ahead." "I'm not smoking for the nicotine. I'm smoking to keep loneliness at bay." "Haven't you heard that saying?" Zhangxi replied, annoyed. "Well, that's a new one. Sounds like a strange philosophy, but I guess it's got a certain depth to it." Tony chuckled awkwardly. Zhangxi flicked the cigarette aside and let out a heavy sigh. "I don't know why, but I can't shake this feeling of guilt. When it comes to these poor members of the Night Clan, I just can't bring myself to be truly ruthless." "You think you're the only one?" Tony said quietly. "That day I used missiles. If I'd used lasers, I know I could have wiped them all out. But if we did that, what would make us any different from the people at Bryan Corporation?" So, you're thinking the same as I am. Zhangxi turned to look at Tony. You want to cure them, don't you? That's right. I want them to have a chance at a normal life. Tony admitted without hesitation. We can't heal the wounds in their hearts, but at least we could try to help them recover. Physically. Although, from what my friends tell me, the virus in the Night Clan is different. Curing them will be tough. And there's always the question, would they even want to be cured? No matter how hard it is, we have to try, Zhangxi insisted. After all, this is on us. With great power comes great responsibility. We failed to protect them before, so now it's our duty to make things right. As the two were talking, Dr. DeLong, the medical specialist, came running out of the lab. His panicked expression caught Tony's attention, and he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what's going on?" DeLang spoke up, "Hey, Tony, there's been an accident in the lab." "What did you say?" Tony's expression changed instantly. Without another word, he rushed inside with Zhangxi right on his heels. At heart, Tony was a research fanatic. The lab was practically his second home, so it meant a great deal to him. They hurried into the lab, only to find it filled with thick smoke and chaos. Tony quickly gave orders. "Friday, take care of the incident." "Boss, I'm on it," replied Friday. Thankfully, Friday was there, so the damage wouldn't be too severe. Tony turned to DeLang and said, "Buddy, tell me what happened here." DeLang replied, "Tony, you can't blame me for this. Those cops infected by the vampire virus suddenly broke free from control and stormed into the lab, making a complete mess. That ruined our formula, and boom, there was an explosion. Honestly, this one's on you, not us." "Right, perfect. I'm speechless at how you dodged responsibility," Tony muttered. "So what's the situation now? Did you manage to catch the one who lost control?" "It's handled. I grabbed a knife and stabbed him. He quieted down after that," DeLang said. He said it without a second thought, but both Zhangxi and Tony were left stunned. After all, these weren't ordinary people. Their bodies were incredibly tough. How could a single stab do the trick? "What kind of knife was that? What kind of knife did you use?" Zhangxi asked. DeLang pulled a small scalpel from his pocket and said, "Oh, just this one. Honestly, it's pretty handy, sharp too. Found it in your lab. Why, is there something wrong with it?" "Oh God, of course there's something wrong with it," Tony sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I can't believe you used that knife. By the way, was the police officer who attacked you a man or a woman?" "Oh, it was a woman," DeLang replied. Tony and Zhangxi exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in resignation. Great. Now not only had they failed to cure her, but they'd also robbed her of any chance to become a mother. What a disaster. An absolute, utter failure. Still, Zhangxi couldn't bring himself to blame DeLang. After all, it was their own oversight that let things get out of hand. Luckily, DeLang had reacted quickly. If he'd hesitated for even a moment, everyone in the lab could have been in mortal danger. Just as Zhangxi was about to say something, an assistant in a white lab coat came running over, clearly flustered. He called out to DeLang, Professor, something terrible has happened." Tony couldn't help but ask, "What is it? What's gone wrong now?" The assistant could be heard saying, "That police officer who attacked us earlier, the one infected with the vampire virus, she's actually completely recovered." "What did you say?" DeLang's eyes widened in disbelief. "The serum isn't finished yet, is it? How could she possibly be healed?" "I'm not sure of the specifics, but when I gave her the injection an hour ago, I can guarantee she hadn't recovered. But just now she's fine." A jolt of excitement ran through Zhangxi. He quickly urged, "Hurry, take me to see her right now." "Yes, Mr. X." Although Zhangxi didn't know much about medicine, DeLang didn't dare to be careless. After all, Zhangxi was a member of the Avengers, and any request from him had to be fulfilled. The group rushed to the laboratory, where the police officer had already been transferred. All the scholars were gathered around her, busily jotting down data and conducting their research. "Tony, Mr. X, you're here." One of the experts wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "Today's situation is truly bizarre. We've injected all the patients with the serum, but only she has fully recovered. We're still investigating what happened, but this is a great sign. I believe we'll have answers soon." Following the expert's gesture, they looked over and saw that the police officer had indeed returned to health. Though she hadn't yet regained consciousness, her once deathly pallor had faded to a healthy complexion. The sharp fangs that had protruded from her mouth had retracted, and the wings that had threatened to burst from her back were now gone. It was clear that she had been restored. "I think I know what happened," Zhangxi murmured, cupping his chin in thought. After a moment's silence, he continued, "So, that's what it takes." Tony, quick on the uptake, immediately caught on. "X, are you saying?" "That's right." Zhangxi turned to him and said, "Tony, I remember you already extracted something from the Jew character virus, didn't you? That could help us finally complete the real serum." Tony's reaction was immediate. In an instant, he understood what Zhangxi meant. He burst out laughing and said, "Unbelievable! After all this time, problem that's been stumping us was solved by someone who doesn't know the first thing about any of this. I never would have expected it. What a surprise. Hey, if you're going to give a compliment, at least be sincere about it, Zhangxi grumbled. You really are impossible. Your mouth is always the most annoying thing about you. All right, you know I mean no harm, Tony replied, dropping his smile and growing serious. So, is it time to put an end to this crisis? I think it is, Zhangxi answered. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile before turning and walking away, leaving DeLang and his companions utterly baffled, with no idea what they had just been discussing. Whether it was the vampire virus or the absolute metal, they had both already been affected by alien civilizations. And whether in the Marvel universe or in the real world, it's an undeniable fact that alien civilizations are far more advanced than those on Earth. So, trying to unravel these mysteries with their own strength alone was an incredibly difficult task. However, Zhangxi had noticed something important. Patients who had been pierced by absolute metal seemed to recover completely. This revelation sparked an idea in his mind. In other words, these two pathogenic agents might actually be in direct opposition to each other. They could cancel each other out, restoring health in the process. That was the theory Zhangxi and Tony had come up with. They made their way to the lab, where Tony unlocked a small safe. Inside was an unknown substance extracted from the absolute metal. Tony then grabbed a test tube containing the vampire virus, as well as an early-stage viral serum they'd found at the Brine Corporation. He glanced at Zhangxi with a wide grin and said, I have a good feeling about this. Don't you? Zhangxi replied. Generally speaking, your instincts tend to be spot on, at least when it comes to experiments. Huh, you really know what to say, Tony replied, chuckling lightly. Then he proceeded to combine all three substances together. Friday, analyze the composition of the experimental solution, Tony ordered in a cool, crisp tone. Analysis in progress. Zhangxi's heart pounded with anxiety. He knew that if he wanted to successfully complete this story arc, he had to find a way to unravel the secret behind the vampire virus. This was the most crucial moment. His ability to take control of his own fate depended entirely on this. Minutes might have passed, or perhaps it was hours. Time seemed to blur together. Finally, just as Zhangxi was nearing his breaking point, Friday's voice rang out at last. Boss, the analysis is complete. The liquid in the test tube is now water. Pure water, without a single impurity. Both Zhangxi and Tony fell silent for a long moment. Then, Zhangxi was the first to break into a grin, throwing his arms wide in celebration. Yes, we did it. We finally solved it. We really did. This is fantastic. Tony echoed, swept up in excitement. He stepped forward and pulled Zhangxi into a big, heartfelt hug. Zhangxi exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. This is wonderful. Now I can finally complete my mission. I won't have to be controlled by anyone ever again. Hey X, what did you just say? Tony's sharp instincts picked up on the odd note in Zhangxi's words. What do you mean by that? Are you saying someone's been controlling you? The smile on Zhangxi's face froze. He cursed himself inwardly for being such an idiot, letting his excitement get the better of him and letting something slip. He forced a couple of awkward laughs and said, a little embarrassed, Oh, Tony, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I was talking about the debt we owe. We can finally pay it off, haha. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a responsible person. Seems like bringing you into the alliance was definitely the right choice. Tony didn't seem to mind, but his eyes remained fixed on Zhangxi, as if he had already discovered something. Now that they had the serum, everything else became much easier. After curing the infected officers inside the base, the two of them split up and began searching the city for other patients who had been infected by Black Knight and his followers. All along, what they feared most was the power of the virus in Black Knight's hands. The Knight clan was formidable, but by no means invincible. The real nightmare would be if a large number of people were infected with the vampire virus. Then, they'd truly be helpless. But now, with the serum in their possession, the greatest threat had been eliminated. The Knight clan no longer posed much of a danger to them. The next step was clear. Find the remaining Knight clan members, convince them to join, or, if that failed, deal with them. There was no other choice. Knight clan's lair. Black Knight sat heavily in his chair, his face dark with worry. Around him, the anguished cries of his people echoed in his ears. They had managed to escape by a stroke of luck, but the clan's wounds were far too grave, especially the Demon Emperor. The second in command of the Knight clan, he had been hurt terribly in the battle. His entire body looked as if it had been torn apart, and he lay on the ground screaming in agony. The vampire virus's regenerative powers had their limits. With wounds like these, there was no saving him. Only death awaited. Lord Black Knight, Black Knight's trusted aide, White, stepped up beside him. She was a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes. Though she was also wounded in several places, it did nothing to diminish her breathtaking beauty. If anything, it lent her an additional, poignant allure. Black Knight's expression softened slightly as he looked at White and asked, "How is it, White? Are they chasing us?" White shook her head. "No, but there's something even more troubling. When I went out just now, I found that they weren't looking for us. They were searching for the humans we infected." "You mean they—" White nodded. "Exactly. I now have every reason to believe they've succeeded in developing a serum against the vampire virus. Our greatest advantage, it seems to be gone." The Knight closed its eyes and waved a hand, saying, "Enough, I understand." Deep down, Knight still held a great deal of hope for this operation. Yet, who could have imagined that their carefully laid plans would stumble again and again? Now, it seemed there was almost no chance left for a comeback. "Maybe we should ask Lord Thanos for help," White suggested. "He's so powerful. Surely he'll have a way to solve this." Knight shook his head. "No. If we go to Lord Thanos now, it's as good as admitting our failure. And if that happens, when Lord Thanos carries out his plan, he won't count us in. Unless we're absolutely desperate, we mustn't do that. No. In fact, under no circumstance should we ever do that." Knight understood Thanos' nature all too well. He was no saint. People with no value to him simply didn't matter in his eyes. "Then what should we do, Lord Knight? What should we do?" Knight let out a bitter laugh. "I honestly don't know. The situation is extremely unfavorable for us. It's just too difficult, my lord." White bit her lip, struggling with her words. "If there's truly no other way, perhaps we should surrender. From what I gather from X, it doesn't seem like he wants to kill us. If we surrender, maybe he'll let the past go and give us a chance to live." Knight chuckled softly. "Surrender? That's actually a good idea. But White, think about it. Do you really want to return to your old life?" At these words, White couldn't help but shudder. Those unbearable memories resurfaced in her mind. As a test subject, her fate had been tragic. And as a beautiful test subject, his fate had been even worse. Those agonizing memories were something she truly never wanted to relive. Knight stood up, gently patted White's shoulder, and spoke softly. "White, I know you're afraid. Honestly, I'm a bit afraid too. But there's no turning back for us now. Whatever happens, we have no choice but to fight them to the end. There's simply no other option. Do you understand, White?" After hearing Knight's words, White nodded firmly. Then she said, "I understand, Lord Knight. In that case, let's risk everything, one last gamble. If we don't succeed, we'll go down with honor." "Excellent." Knight nodded. He stood, gazing at his own hands, as a daring plan began to take shape in his mind. Once, all he wanted was to rid the world of the demons among humanity. But now, he found himself becoming someone who killed the innocent without restraint. It's just as the old saying goes, the young demon slayer eventually becomes a demon himself. Once, he had been the victim. Now, he had become the oppressor. Such a drastic transformation left Hai at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Well, perhaps everything is destined. Hai soared high in the air, his pair of jet-black wings unfathomably deep and mysterious. In the eyes of others, he was an undeniable monster. But to his own people, the Knight clan, he was their savior, an angel. Everyone lifted their heads, gazing up at Hai in the sky. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying to all, "My kin, we have reached the end of the road. I won't hide the truth from you. Our situation is dire. If things continue like this, we will be in grave danger." Upon hearing this, not a hint of surprise flickered on the faces of the Knight clan. They had long been aware of their predicament, though none had spoken of it. Hai went on, "But this is not the end of our fate. Our destiny lies in our own hands, not in the hands of others. We must never bow to fate, and especially not to the humans who have brought us to this state. We will defeat them. We will seize control of our own destiny. So today, we strike at the Avengers base. Now that they're divided and in disarray, we must take this chance to attack. This may be our last opportunity. If we win, the Avengers will fall to pieces, and we may yet survive under Lord Thanos. If we lose, our loss will not be in vain, for we fight for our freedom. Gather every ounce of your courage, my kin. Together, let us launch our assault." Hai's speech stirred the courage and hatred of the Knight clan. Every one of them had suffered in human experiments. They had already witnessed the darkest evils the world could offer. Inspired by Hai's words, they took to the sky, their wounds still fresh, but their fighting spirit blazing. Destroy the Avengers. Turn all humans into vampires. This was their battle cry. Hai descended to the ground, his gaze falling upon the demon emperor, who lay half-conscious at his feet. Hai walked over, and with a subtle flick of his wings, sent a single feather flying. It pierced the Demon Emperor's forehead with unerring precision. Instantly, the Demon Emperor breathed his last. For our fallen kin, follow me to battle. Meanwhile, searching for the infected in the city, Zhangxi felt a sudden jolt of foreboding in his heart. Hey man, what are you doing? No slacking off. Get back to work. Tony called from nearby. Zhangxi shook his head. No, something's not right. Tony, let me borrow your flying gear. What did you just say? Tony was still processing what was happening when Zhangxi darted forward and snatched the aircraft from his hands. Hey, that's not fair. What are you doing? Tony protested. Zhangxi ignored him completely. In a flash, he soared high above the ground, his eyes fixed in the direction of the Avengers base. Zhangxi had exceptionally keen eyesight. Even though they were several kilometers away, he could clearly make out a swirl of sinister darkness rapidly advancing towards the base. A jolt of alarm shot through Zhangxi's heart. He quickly landed, turned to Tony, and urged, Hurry, Stark. The Night Clan is launching an attack on the base. Get back and help them now. Right now, only Natasha and Rhodey were inside the Avengers base. The two of them alone could never hold off the entire Night Clan attacking at full force. Tony snapped his Iron Man mask into place and shot off toward the base at top speed. Zhangxi jumped onto his motorcycle and raced after him. Neither of them could have imagined that the Night Clan would be so reckless. Just a few days ago, they'd been dealt a heavy blow, and now with hardly any time to recover, they were back for more. It was clear they were desperate and ready to fight with their backs against the wall. It seemed that Zhangxi's first story arc was reaching its final act. Once this chapter was over, the curtain would fall, at least for now. He couldn't help but wonder. If this were a movie, what would it be called? Before long, Zhangxi and Tony arrived at Avengers Tower. Though they'd pushed themselves to the limit, they were still a step too late. The Night Clan, led by Darkness, had already surrounded the base. Darkness himself, along with his elite warriors, had broken inside, where Natasha and Rhodey were frantically leading the Iron Legion in a desperate stand. Meanwhile, White was stationed outside, standing guard. White's task was clear, to face Zhangxi and the others. Out of my way. Zhangxi summoned thunder without hesitation, his voice icy. Move, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Mercy, White scoffed. That word has never meant anything to me. You're not getting past me today, unless you kill me first. Fine, then I'll kill you. Tony seemed to appear out of nowhere, raising his hand and firing a beam of energy straight at White's head. White instinctively jerked her head aside, narrowly dodging the lethal blast. The laser grazed her shoulder instead, and she let out a stifled groan of pain. Hey, Tony, Zhangxi admonished. Wasn't that a bit much? Tony's voice was cold as steel. We don't have time to hold back. Pepper's still inside. There weren't many people Tony truly cared about, but Pepper Potts was at the very top of that list. Natasha was inside too, but Zhangxi wasn't overly worried. Natasha could take care of herself. Pepper, on the other hand, was a different story. Right now, Pepper likely doesn't have her own suit of Iron Man armor yet, so her actual strength is quite limited. It's understandable that Tony is so anxious. All right, I got it. Zhangxi nodded, then unleashed a lightning-fast attack on White. White hurriedly spread his wings, trying to fend off the assault from both of them. Inside the base, Night led the elite warriors of the Vampire Clan, wreaking havoc within. Tony's Iron Legion still had a few units left, but in Knight's presence, even these steel soldiers were utterly outmatched. Knight's bloodlust had pushed him to another level. All around him lay the shattered remains of destroyed armor. His path forward was almost completely unobstructed. War Machine, Rhodey, was battling the Night Clan, while Natasha had taken Pepper to hide. The two women stayed motionless inside a storage room. Natasha, what should we do next? Pepper's voice trembled. Though this wasn't her first time facing danger, the ruthless vampires still left her pale and shaken. She clung tightly to Natasha's hand, not knowing what else to do. Natasha replied, It's all right, don't be scared. Nothing's going to happen to you. I'll protect you. Really? But before Pepper could finish, a ghastly pale face suddenly appeared right in front of them. Natasha's reflexes kicked in. She quickly pulled out the serum they developed and jabbed it hard into the vampire's body. The creature thrashed violently for a moment, then collapsed to the ground. Its body slowly returned to normal. That was close, Natasha breathed, pressing a hand to her chest to steady herself. She called out, Tony, have you made it back yet? Tony, still fighting, answered, We're back. We're at the entrance, getting ready to break through. What's happening inside? Not good, Natasha replied. The situation's critical. It looks like their leader's leading the charge himself. You need to break through, otherwise we're going to lose the base. Damn it, I hear you. Tony was at the end of his rope. He hadn't planned to use it, but at this point he had no choice. He extended his hand, ready to summon the Hulkbuster armor. But as he prepared to call in, She walked over and stopped him. Tony, don't use that yet. The risk from that armor is way too high. It'll just turn this place into a disaster zone, and Pepper and the others will only be in more danger. But it's all right. I have another way. Don't forget, I can turn into the Hulk. As She spoke, he activated the fragment of the Hulk within him. There weren't many of these fragments, so the risk was manageable, but it was just enough to break through the vampire clan's blockade. A green hue gradually appeared on Jiangxi's body, and his gaze slowly turned fierce. Tony, a bit worried, asked, Hey, you're not going to lose control, are you? Jiangxi glanced at Tony and forced a slight smile. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. This thing can't control me. All right then, Pepper, I'm counting on you. The Hulk fragment could be understood as a kind of power-up. After using it, Jiangxi's strength, speed, and physical resilience all increased dramatically. At this moment, she was like a miniature Hulk, powerful beyond measure. Sensing the dangerous aura radiating from Jiangxi, White stopped hesitating and quickly unleashed her feathers, firing them at Jiangxi. But by now, Jiangxi's skin had grown unbelievably tough. Confronted with the barrage of feathers, he didn't flinch or retreat. Instead, he charged, straight ahead, braving the attack. The feathers bounced harmlessly off his skin with metallic clangs, falling to the ground. None could pierce him. White realized things are going south. It was clear she couldn't stop Jiangxi. She was just about to dodge, but Jiangxi gave her no chance. He grabbed her by the throat and lifted her easily into the air, roaring, All you Night Clan, listen up. She's in my hands now. Back off, all of you. I'll snap her neck. The Night Clan members turned back, then one by one halted their attacks. White's status was far from ordinary. Not only was she the third in command of the Night Clan, but she was also Knight's lover. If anything happened to her, Knight would never forgive them. White was seething with anxiety. If things continued like this, all her plans would be for nothing. In desperation, she drew a dagger and aimed it at her own chest, but she caught her hand before she could strike. Death isn't the best way out. You can't die yet. We have better options. Without waiting to see if White understood, she scooped her up and charged toward the base. Tony, quick on his feet, followed closely behind. Rhodey lay powerless on the ground. After a fierce battle, he had lost to Knight. As one of the top Night Clan fighters, Knight's strength was simply beyond Rhodey's ability to match. Pathetic, Knight snorted coldly, then strode forward and kicked open the storeroom door. The moment the door swung open, gunfire rang out. Knight swiftly shielded himself with his wings, deflecting the bullets, then lunged forward, grabbing Natasha with one hand and Pepper with the other, a sly grin spreading across his face. With the two of you as hostages, those two fools will have no choice but to behave. Stop! Jiangxi rushed in ahead of everyone else. Dressed in green, he looked even more intimidating than usual, and even Natasha seemed a bit taken aback. But only took her a moment to regain her composure. With a teasing tone, she joked, X, do you need the sun to set soon? Are you all right? Jiangxi gave an awkward smile and replied, I'm fine. I can control myself. The tension was almost unbearable, and Knight finally lost his patience. He roared, Can we get serious here? Aren't we in the middle of a battle? All right. Jiangxi steadied himself and continued, Knight, I've already found a way to cure you all. I advise you to stop this pointless resistance. Once you take the serum, you'll become normal humans again. Then, together, we can fight against Thanos' army. Knight sneered coldly. And why would I do that? You were the ones who turned us into this in the first place. Now you expect us to switch. Besides, just because you say so, you're unbelievably naive. Let me be clear. No matter what, today, you're the ones who have to die. Is that so? You really are bringing this upon yourself. Tony arrived just then. He raised his hand, aiming directly at White's head, and said, Let go of Natasha and Pepper right now, or I'll make sure she loses her head. Oh really? Knight showed not the slightest hint of panic. His 4 black wings pressed against the throats of Natasha and Pepper as he replied with confidence. You have 1 hostage, but I have 2, and I'm sure they mean far more to you than White does to me. If you don't believe me, let's put it to the test. Jiangxi and Tony both tensed up. Knight was right. Whether it was Natasha or Pepper, they were both irreplaceable. If Knight really forced their hand, they have no choice but to give in. Jiangxi tried one last time to reason with him. Buddy, calm down. I promise you, if you just put down your weapon and surrender, we won't hurt you. We'll even cure you. This is your last chance. Otherwise, the Night Clan will be wiped out. Trying to cover up your crimes? Are you? Knight shot back without hesitation. Enough talk. If you want to fight, then fight. I'm not afraid of you. Even if I only take one of you down, Lord Thanos' plan will go much smoother. So come on. She shook his head. No, you shouldn't do this. How could you possibly understand me? No, I think you're mistaken, Zhang, she said softly. What I mean is, you really shouldn't take the world's most dangerous woman as your hostage. You mean, before he could even finish his sentence, Black Knight suddenly felt a sharp numbness sweep over his body, as if half of him had gone completely numb. Struggling to lower his head, he caught sight of a metallic device clinging to his chest, glowing blue and crackling with a surge of electricity. Natasha spoke in a low, haunting voice. You let your guard down. Your wings are your main defense. Without them, you're vulnerable. Take him down. But Natasha's command was hardly needed. Zhang, she had already leapt into action. The power surging from his hand was a fusion of the extremist virus and thunderous energy, striking Black Knight squarely in the chest. Black Knight staggered back several steps, his wings retracting as he fell. Meanwhile, Tony launched himself at the elite warriors Black Knight had brought along. This time, Tony showed no mercy. Searing lasers pierced their joints with pinpoint precision. The Knight Clan warriors howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching their wounds and writhing in pain. Natasha grabbed Pepper beside her and dashed over to join Zhang Shi and the others. The previous battle had already left them battered and drained. Now, with Zhang Shi's devastating blow, Black Knight's injuries only grew worse. He lay sprawled on the ground, completely unable to resist. Zhang Shi walked over slowly and crouched down, looking at Black Knight with calm detachment. You know, it really didn't have to come to this, he said quietly. We could have lived together in peace. Is that so? Black Knight closed his eyes in exhaustion. Let me ask you, are we truly evil? Are we truly unforgivably wicked? You weren't, not at first. But the path you chose made you irredeemable. Zhang, she placed his hand on Black Knight's chest, his voice growing cold. This is your last chance. Are you willing to change your mind? Black Knight could clearly feel the heat radiating from Zhang Shi's palm, the power of the extremist virus. Maybe someday, but not now, Black Knight murmured. I haven't forgiven you humans yet, so don't expect me to take your serum. I see. Zhang Shi let out a quiet sigh. Then, farewell. That's right. Farewell indeed. Black Knight managed to smile. For the first time, Zhang Shi saw a pure, unguarded smile on his face, stripped of all emotion or bitterness. Before Zhang Shi could react, Black Knight dissolved into pure shadow, a final skill, Shadow Drift, the Knight Clan's ultimate escape. In the blink of an eye, Black Knight appeared beside White, grabbed his arm, and looked back at Zhang Shi. Goodbye, X. I'll remember you. After speaking, he once again dissolved into darkness, vanishing from Zhang Shi and Tony's sight. Where'd he go? Where did he go? Tony asked anxiously, unable to calm down. Strictly speaking, this was the first time someone had directly broken into Stark Tower and even taken Pepper hostage. The whole situation left Tony deeply unsettled. Let it go. Zhang Shi walked over, gently patting Tony's shoulder and speaking in a soothing voice. Don't be nervous, Tony. Just now, I felt he didn't seem so hostile anymore. Who knows? Maybe he'll even join us one day. You're saying maybe, right? Tony replied. This isn't a game. Their attack power is one thing, but they're smart too. If we hadn't arrived in time, Pepper and the others would have been in real danger. And that Thanos. Damn it, who or what is that Thanos anyway? Zhang Shi said, calm down, Tony. Trust my judgment. For now, nothing more will happen. There are only 2 of the Knight Clan left. How much trouble can they make? Besides, we've got the serum to cure the vampire virus now. There's nothing to be afraid of, is there? Come on, relax. Tony took a couple of deep breaths, and after thinking it over, he realized Zhang Shi was right. He glanced at Zhang Shi and said, all right, I'll go with your plan for now. Zhang Shi nodded with a cheerful smile, then gazed at the fading shadow on the ground without saying another word. At last, the battle had come to an end, at least for now. But although it was over, you could only call it an ending that wasn't really the end. First of all, the true culprit, Thanos, still hadn't appeared, which meant the storylines of Avengers 3 and 4 would still unfold. Strictly speaking, Zhang Shi hadn't completely changed the course of events. Second, how had the Knight Clan managed to get in touch with Thanos? Where had they gone? Would they be friends or foes in the future? No one could say. And finally, there was Zhang Shi himself. Had he really gained control over the Marvel Universe? In truth, when it came to the final moments, Zhang Shi had already noticed where Knight and White were escaping, but he had stayed silent, turning a blind eye and purposely, letting them get away. He chose to place his hope in the last shred of kindness in their hearts. After all, they too were victims. There was no need to wipe them out completely. What would happen in the future? No one could know. Perhaps by allowing those 2 to remain, the landscape of the Marvel world might be changed. After all, isn't there always a sequel in the movies? Now, all that remained was to deal with the aftermath. Throughout the entire incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. had stayed out of sight. but once. Zhangxi and his team had cured all the captured Night Clan members of their virus. S.H.I.E.L.D. made their appearance, right on cue. Director Nick Fury still wore that same stern expression. He looked at Zhangxi and Tony and said, "You two really never let anyone have a moment's peace, do you? It's only been quiet for a few days, and here you are stirring up trouble again. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually superheroes protecting the Earth." Zhangxi frowned, his tone rather sharp as he replied, "Director, isn't that a bit unfair? We're here to solve problems, not create them. If it weren't for us, you'd be a vampire by now, you know?" Tony chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Exactly. But, Director, maybe you should have hoped to get bitten. It'd make you pale, and you might actually look cool for once." "Haha, mocking your boss isn't exactly a traditional virtue. I'd appreciate it if you cut that out in the future. Besides, I don't think turning pale is all it's cracked up to be. Not everyone wants that." Nick couldn't help but feel exasperated with these two. If he had to pick a troublemaker from among the Avengers, Tony would definitely be at the top of the list. It used to be just him, but now, with Zhangxi around, there was a new contender. What a pair. After a bit more banter, it was finally time to get down to business. Nick reached into his coat and pulled out a small signal transmitter, saying, "We found this at the Night Clan's base. We haven't managed to crack the frequency yet, but just now, we received a message." With that, Nick switched on the transmitter. A deep, chilling voice echoed from the device. "Okay, I'll handle it myself." Zhangxi's eyes narrowed as he muttered under his breath, "Thanos. He's making his move." A heavy silence fell over the group. None of them had met this figure before, but from the Night Clan's reaction, they knew he was not someone to be trifled with. In fact, he might be the greatest threat they had ever faced. "Get ready, Avengers." Nick put away the transmitter, turned on his heel, and strode away with his usual flair. As he left, he tossed a final remark over his shoulder. "The Earth is counting on you." Strictly speaking, those words didn't sound like something the famously cold Nick Fury would say. But the fact that he did meant he understood just how terrifying this new enemy, Thanos, truly was. Watching Nick Fury's retreating figure, Zhangxi said, "Tony, the fight is far from over." So, he deliberately paused. "It's okay. Go ahead, X," Tony replied. "I think it's time for you and Cap to make peace," Zhangxi finally said, after holding it in for so long. "You should realize, the enemy we're facing this time is incredibly powerful. We have to join forces if we want any chance of standing against them. If we keep going on like this, the outcome will be just as Knight described, half of all lives wiped out at random." After a brief pause, Zhangxi continued, "Just think about it, Tony. If half the people really died, how would life go on after that? We could stop all of this if we tried." No, maybe it sounds like I'm talking from a place of privilege, and you're right. No one can truly feel another's pain. But I hope you understand what I mean, Tony. I really do." Tony said nothing. He just lowered his head, lost in thought. When the captain left, he must have given you a number to call, right? Maybe you don't feel like reaching out to him right now, and that's fine. But when the time comes and we need help, I hope you make that call. Because we're in this together. Zhangxi knew this was a sensitive subject, and there was no need to press further. He stretched lazily, then said, "All right, I'm off to my date. No time to keep chatting with you. See you, Tony." With that, Zhangxi left. Tony took a phone out of his drawer, turning it over and over in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. When Zhangxi stepped out of Tony's office, Natasha had already been waiting for quite a while. "Making a lady wait? That's hardly gentlemanly," Natasha said with a teasing smile. "I agree," Zhangxi replied with a grin. "So as compensation, dinner's on me tonight. You pick the place and I'll treat you." "Well, this is your first time treating me, so I'm happy to take you up on that. Let's go." Natasha led Zhangxi to a Chinese restaurant. She was a little surprised. "Wait, you like Chinese food too?" "I'm not sure yet. This is actually my first time. But you must like it, right? I've noticed you always eat rice and stuff." "Really? I didn't realize you paid such close attention. Thanks for that." Zhangxi picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes at random. Originally, he wanted to treat Natasha, but it seemed now Natasha was taking the lead. Soon, the food arrived. Natasha took 3 glasses and filled each one with wine, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Zhangxi. "Seriously? You want to keep going?" Zhangxi said with a cheerful laugh. "What, don't you like it?" "It's not that I don't like it, I just—" "No need to explain," Natasha cut in. "Let me tell you what I want. I want to finish the dream we never got to finish. Are you in?" With words so brazen and laced with flirtation, how could Zhangxi possibly refuse? He simply nodded, and then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, their hands found each other and intertwined. Meanwhile, in an abandoned house not far from the two of them, a pair of figures emerged from the shadows. These 2 figures were none other than White and Black Knight, the ones who had recently escaped. "Black Knight, what should our next move be?" White asked, glancing toward the Chinese restaurant. Right now, it's just those two inside. This could be our chance, should we? Black Knight shook his head slowly and answered, No, I don't think that's necessary anymore. Maybe it's time we choose a different way to live like X did. But if we do that, White said anxiously, what do we tell Lord Thanos? You know how he is. We'll cross that bridge when he manages to get in, Black Knight replied, taking White's hand. The Avengers are truly formidable. Maybe, just maybe, they'll actually be able to stop Thanos. Do you really think so? White's voice trembled with unease. And if they fail, what happens to us? You know as well as I do. Lord Thanos despises traitors above all else. This is a gamble, plain and simple, Black Knight sighed. It was X who made me believe in humanity. He could have chased us down and destroyed us, but he didn't. Instead, he gave us a chance to live. So, for the first and perhaps last time, I want to fight for my own life, as a human being. White, will you stand with me? White smiled, holding tightly to Black Knight's hand. We've long since become one. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. Nothing can tear us apart. The Knight clan was far from unfeeling. Like humans, they could love and knew how to love deeply. Through his tireless efforts, Zhang had awakened that love within them. In the battles to come, the Knight clan would undoubtedly play a vital role. But that is a story for another time. Zhang slowly opened his eyes. He had returned to the real world. His Marvel adventure had come to an end, and with it, his reason for staying there had faded. His date with Natasha had been filled with bliss and sweetness. As for what happened in the end, Zhang could hardly recall. He had always been able to hold his liquor, yet that night he'd become thoroughly drunk. Of course, perhaps it was not the wine that intoxicated him, but the person beside him. Climbing out of bed, Zhang stretched lazily. Catching sight of his own reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile wryly. That unfinished dream was indeed beautiful. The lingering intimacy with the Black Widow felt as fresh as if it had happened just yesterday. No wonder she's the goddess of the Marvel Universe. She truly is unforgettable. But as he thought of this, Zhang could only shake his head with a wry smile. Sigh, yet another romantic entanglement added to the list. Fortunately, they belonged to two different worlds. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle all. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhang quickly got dressed, and went to open the door, where Li Kuaning walked right in and asked, Brother Zhang, what did you want to see me about? Oh, you're here. Zhang grinned. Come on in and have a seat. How's your training going lately? It's going all right, though of course I can't compare with Su Tian and the others. Oh right, I almost forgot. Speaking of Su Tian, he asked me to give you something. As he spoke, Li Kuaning pulled a sheet of paper from inside his jacket and handed it to Zhang Shi. Zhang took a look. It was a map, densely covered with names. He couldn't help but ask, What's this? Why didn't Su Tian bring it to me himself? Oh, here's the thing, Su Tian left. Apparently, that matter you asked him to look into made significant progress, so he wanted to check things out. The place is pretty remote, no signal, so he asked me to give you this. But don't worry. Before he left, Su Tian made sure everything else was arranged. I've been keeping an eye on the Liu family's every move, and so far, there's nothing unusual. Zhang nodded slightly. There was only one thing he'd asked Su Tian to investigate before, the matter of the heart-shaped herb. Su Tian had left in such a hurry, which must mean he'd found an important lead. Now that he had the map in hand, Zhang decided he would go and see for himself. If they could successfully acquire the heart-shaped herb, their strength would increase by another level. It was a good opportunity. All right, I got it. Zhang stood up and asked, Would you like to come with me? Li Kuaning smiled and replied, Brother Zhang, you don't even need to ask. Ever since I decided to follow you, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do, no matter what it is. Even if it's walking through fire and flame, I wouldn't hesitate. All right, it's not that dramatic, Zhang said, patting Li Kuaning on the shoulder. Since joining him, Li Kuaning had completely transformed from a spoiled troublemaker into someone much more upright and reliable. If they really did find the heart-shaped herb, perhaps he could get it to Li Kuaning. He'd become a truly valuable ally. But before that, there was still something Zhang needed to do. Where's John? Zhang asked. Oh, he's at the company right now. I saw him there on my way over. Let's go. We'll pay him a visit first, Zhang said with a cheerful grin. Chun Xiuyu and Luo Ruomeng were both out, away on business negotiations. With Zhang mind completely elsewhere these days, it was only natural that the responsibility of holding down the fort fell to the two of them. Not having seen them for so many days, Zhang found herself missing them, though truth be told, their presence always seemed to give her a headache. John, having heard that Zhang wanted to see him, had already made thorough preparations. He walked into her office with a stack of documents in hand and said, Ms. Zhang, here's everything I've found. I tracked down all the devourers. Please have a look. Zhang took the list and examined it carefully. John truly lived up to his reputation as Tia's capable assistant. His work was organized down to the finest detail. Every single lurking devourer was clearly listed, with their workplaces, residential addresses, genders, ages, everything meticulously sorted out. He'd even included their hobbies and interests, painting a thorough picture. Impressive indeed. Excellent. Very well done. Zhang, she placed the papers on her desk. Keep a close watch on their every move. If anything unusual happens, inform me immediately. Yes, Ms. Zhang, John replied. Zhang, she rubbed her head and asked, by the way, where's Tommy? Bring him here. I have a few questions for him. Oh, he's right here. I always keep him on me, John answered, producing a small box from inside his jacket, the one that held Tommy prisoner. Handing it over to Zhang Shi, he added, I'll leave you to it then, Ms. Zhang. I'll head out now. Zhang Shi released Tommy. In a flash, Tommy assumed human form and looked at her. You're back, Ms. Zhang. Judging by your expression, I'd say your trip paid off. Did you manage to resolve the issues in the Marvel world? In a manner of speaking. At least, my storyline is complete, Zhang Shi replied. Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about. Now that I've finished my storyline, does that mean I've begun to take control of the Marvel world? That's correct, Tommy nodded. Congratulations, Ms. Zhang. You're about to transition from an experimental subject into an official existence, one that even we can't control anymore. Just a few days ago, the Finger contacted me to say that the Marvel Fragment system is malfunctioning, becoming more and more uncontrollable. He told me to fix it as soon as possible. If I couldn't, permission would be requested to shut the whole system down. Though Tommy's words were veiled, Zhang Shi understood perfectly well what shut down meant. How did you respond to him? Zhang Shi asked, narrowing her eyes. I told him I understood and would take care of it as soon as possible. Tommy shrugged. You've put so much trust in me, even letting me stay in touch with the outside world while imprisoned. How could I possibly betray you? You're just scared of drowning in filth, aren't you? Zhang Shi said irritably. All right, let me ask you. Look at me now. Would you say I've already escaped their control? I told you just now. Ordinary people can't do anything to you anymore. But you still need to keep trying. The truth is, assimilating an entire world isn't easy. You have a long road ahead of you. I know. Zhang Shi patted the box and said, go back in for now. You'll have to stay inside a little longer. Once I convince John, I'll let you out. By the way, is there really no way to restore people who've already been assimilated by your kind? At least I've never heard of one. When you finally catch the Finger, you can ask him. He might know something. Yeah, all right. I'll ask him if I ever actually catch him. Zhang Shi replied with a hint of resignation. Honestly, the whole thing was madness. Strictly speaking, all his abilities had come from those high-ranking Earthlings, and now he was actually using these powers to get rid of them. The irony wasn't lost on him. But what choice did he have? They were the ones threatening Earth's safety, after all. Get back in. Oh, I nearly forgot. There's one more thing. Don't forget to keep an eye on that guy called the Finger. He's worth making a big move over. Watch him closely, and if you hear anything, let me know. Got it. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shi's biggest problem right now was a lack of manpower. He was powerful enough, but the others, including Su Tian, were just average at best. As for the rest of his subordinates, well, there wasn't a single one worth mentioning. Zhang Shi had done his research. Among the higher-level Earthlings, Devourers were considered only average in terms of combat strength. Even dealing with someone like that was tough for his team. If a full-scale battle broke out, wouldn't things be even worse? That's why he was determined to get his hands on the heart-shaped grass. Zhang Shi drove leisurely across the endless grasslands with Li Kuaning beside him. To the west of Mechanical City stretched a vast prairie as far as the eye could see. After carefully studying the map, Zhang Shi had concluded that this was the place Su Tian was most likely to show up. The vast horizon is my love. Zhang Shi finally understood why so many people love traveling to the grasslands. Racing across an endless open plain brought a sense of exhilaration. Freedom. Really, grasslands meant freedom. And who didn't long for freedom? You seem pretty happy, Brother Zhang. Li Kuaning remarked from the passenger seat. Well, why wouldn't I be? What reason do I have to be nervous? It's just... Before he left, Su Tian told me his trip might be dangerous and warned me to be prepared. Now he's been gone 5 days without a word. Shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? It's all right. There's no communication equipment here. So maybe this is Su Tian's hometown. He probably lost track of time while he was here. That's perfectly normal. So don't worry. Just relax, okay? Perhaps Zhang Shi's calmness was infectious, because Li Kuaning couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped him gradually began to melt away. But what he didn't know was that Zhang Shi was only trying to comfort him. Zhang Shi had actually already done his homework on the village marked on the map. The place was called Dahailing, Great Black Ridge. Even the name itself sounded rather peculiar. This was an endless stretch of grassland. How could there possibly be a ridge or mountain here? From what Zhang had learned, the Highling still lived much like a primitive tribe, with people relying mainly on hunting to survive. It was the 21st century, and in such a technologically advanced place as Mech City, there was still a tribe living like this? It was almost unbelievable. But then again, it was a little like something out of the Marvel universe. Wakanda was known as the most technologically advanced country in the world, yet its people still lived by the traditions of their ancient tribe. When you thought about it that way, maybe it wasn't all that strange after all. There was only one road leading to the Highling. If Su Tian had finished his business, they would have definitely run into him on this very road. Now that they were almost there and still hadn't seen Su Tian, there could be only one explanation. Su Tian must have run into trouble. So, despite his relaxed facade, Zhang was actually just as anxious as Li Kuaning. There was something truly uncanny about the Highling. For all he knew, they might be walking straight into a fierce battle. Thinking of this, Zhang couldn't help but feel a little helpless. What was going on? One problem after another. And just when he managed to settle one, there was bound to be some major catastrophe waiting on the other end of his mission. Was a moment's peace too much to ask for? After driving a bit further, Zhang noticed a car parked up ahead. As mentioned before, this was a primitive tribal area, so the road didn't actually lead all the way to the Highling. They pulled their own car over to the roadside. Li Kuaning said, "Brother Su Tian was driving this car the other day. There's no mistake. This has to be his." "Yeah, I know," Zhang replied, walking over to inspect the car. The car looked perfectly fine. There were no signs of a struggle or anything out of the ordinary, which meant that at least, up to this point, Su Tian hadn't run into any trouble. Zhang pulled out the map, checked their bearings, and said, "All right, we need to head east for about 10 kilometers, then south for another 20. That should get us there." Li Kuaning's eyes went wide with disbelief. "Wait, Zhang, are you saying we're going to have to walk the rest of the way?" Zhang Shibai shot him a glare and snapped. "What did you think? Were you hoping to drive? Dream on. There's no road ahead. We'll have to walk the rest of the way." Although they had both been trained, the idea of hiking such a long distance made Li Kuaning's legs feel weak. But there was no other option. The two of them could only continue on foot. After about 3 hours of walking, Li Kuaning, panting heavily, plopped down on the ground and said, "Brother Zhang, I really can't go any further. Can we take a break?" "You really are hopeless." Zhang sighed, then pulled out the water bottle he'd brought along and handed it over. "Dear, have some water." "If only we had a horse right now," Li Kuaning grumbled between gulps. "We could get a taste of galloping across the plains." "Let's talk about that when we arrive," Zhang replied. "That place we're headed, the Highling. I'm sure if there'll be horses." They chatted as they rested, and time seemed to slip by quickly. Zhang glanced at his watch and said, "That's enough of a break. We need to get moving if we want to arrive before nightfall. Otherwise, we'll have to camp out here. Won't we get dragged off by lions if we do?" "I wouldn't rule it out," Zhang answered. "All the more reason to get going." They hadn't walked far when Zhang suddenly stopped. A primal sense of danger washed over him. He raised his hand and whispered, "Stop. Don't make a sound." "Huh? What's wrong, Brother Zhang?" Li Kuaning asked, puzzled, clearly unaware of anything amiss. Zhang's eyes swept the surroundings like radar, and suddenly his gaze locked onto a patch of shrubs not far away. Whoever was hiding there had done a good job concealing themselves, but Zhang still spotted their footprints. Normally, Zhang would have struck in an instant, but these people weren't his enemies, and who knew, he might even need to work with them in the future. "Come out. I've already seen you," Zhang called out calmly. "I'm not your enemy, so don't aim your arrows at me. If there's a misunderstanding, it won't end well for anyone." "Who are you talking to?" Li Kuaning barely finished his question when, with a sharp whistle, several arrows came flying straight at their chests. The arrows shot through the air at terrifying speed, far too fast for any ordinary person to dodge. But Zhang was no ordinary man. Lightning flickered in his palm, and with effortless precision, he shattered the incoming arrows, leaving both of them unharmed. "Monster!" 5 or 6 figures burst out of the shrubbery, panic-stricken, and bolted away as fast as they could. This place truly was a primitive tribe. The people here wore animal hides and carried the most basic of bows and arrows. Their hair was wild and unkempt, their faces smudged with dirt, but their movements were agile and quick, darting about with astonishing speed. Fortunately, they seemed willing to reason, which saved me a great deal of trouble. With a thought, Zhang activated his Quicksilver ability and, in a blink, appeared right beside them. The group was startled, their voices rising in alarm. "Hey, what do you want? I'm warning you. Don't come any closer, stay back." Zhang chuckled warmly. "Everyone, no need to be nervous. I'm not here to cause any trouble. I'm just looking for someone." He pulled a photo of Su Tian from his pocket and handed it to the group. "Have you seen this person before?" The leader of the group took the photo with trembling hands, glanced at it, and blurted out, "Su Tian." "Oh." Zhang was surprised, quickly pressing, "You know him?" The man nodded. "Yeah, I know him. He arrived just a few days ago. You guys are?" "Haha, that's great." Li Kuaning stepped out with a broad smile. "He's our friend. This is all just a misunderstanding. We're here to find him, that's all. By the way, what's your name?" "My name's Yezi." "Nice name," Li Kuaning replied. "All right, lead the way, take us to him." Zhang shot Li Kuaning a fierce glare, cursing him inwardly for being so talkative. Charging ahead without understanding the situation at all, truly, teaming up with him was like working with a hopeless partner. Thankfully, Yezi paid no mind to any of this. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is, just a misunderstanding. All right, follow me. I'll take you to Su Tian." With that, he led his group back the way they had come. Li Kuaning gave Zhang a smug look. "See? Sometimes you just have to speak your mind. Don't overthink it. Be direct, and things work out best." Zhang snorted. "I don't need you teaching me. You just got lucky this time. If it had been someone else, you'd probably be dead by now." With that, he followed Yezi and the others. The journey was long and winding. As they walked, they chatted, and after a while, Zhang learned that these people were out hunting and that they all came from Dahailing. It was truly a case of searching high and low, only to find what you needed right under your nose. Zhang hadn't expected to find people from Dahailing so easily. It really caught him by surprise. He asked, "So, after Su Tian came to your tribe, did he say anything?" Yezi said, "Of course there is. I heard he grew up in our tribe as a child. The elders gave him a family heirloom remedy that made him stronger, and this time he's come back to look for that medicine." Li Kuaning asked, "And did he ever find it?" Yezi shook her head, "But I don't know. I'll have to go hunting after hearing that much. After all, our tribe didn't have any food left. But I vaguely recall that the sacred medicine of Dahailing is incredibly potent, and to obtain it, you have to pass a series of trials. I guess he's probably facing those challenges right now." "Trials, huh?" Zhang couldn't help but laugh. It really was a little like the movie Black Panther. But if Su Tian had already received this so-called sacred medicine before, that must mean he'd already passed the trials once. Surely this time, the challenges would be nothing to him. But this time, Zhang was mistaken. The trials were not so easily conquered. Yezi and the others seemed to take quite a liking to Zhang and his friends. As they walked, laughter filled the air, and the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. The journey was long, but with so many companions, it never felt dull. At last, after another 5 hours on the road, they finally saw the glow of firelight in the distance. By now, it was deep into the night. Zhang and Yezi were holding up well, but Li Kuaning was completely exhausted. He clung to Zhang arm, panting for breath as he complained, "I swear, I'm never walking again. This road is just too long and too tough." "Hey," Zhang whispered in his ear, "pull yourself together. I'll have you know I was planning to give you that sacred medicine. If you keep carrying on like this, though, I just might not." "Huh?" Li Kuaning blinked in surprise. "That stuff, will it turn me into a superhero?" "It's just like the heart-shaped herb. What do you think?" Hearing this, Li Kuaning instantly straightened his back and declared, "I'm fine. Really, I'm totally fine." "Well, lovable guy," Zhang said with a helpless chuckle. Once they arrived at the tribe, Yezi led them straight to the elders. The elder's name was Fran. He appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. His hair and beard were completely white, but his spirit was lively, and he radiated a sage-like presence. "Hello, elder." Zhang stepped forward and greeted him politely. "My name is Zhang. I'm a friend of Su Tian's, and we've come looking for him." "Oh, that young man," Fran chuckled. "Well, perhaps I shouldn't call him young anymore. I watched him grow up, after all." "What?" Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Elder, are you saying that you're the teacher Su Tian mentioned?" Fran stroked his beard with a gentle chuckle. "He certainly tells you everything, doesn't he?" "That's right. It's been 10 years since we parted ways. I didn't expect him to return." "Elder, then, could you tell me where he went?" Zhang asked with utmost politeness. "He's gone to the Valley of Heroes to undertake the trial," Fran replied. "He wants to obtain the divine medicine, but to do so, he must pass the trial of the Valley of Heroes. However, something seems amiss." "What happened, Elder?" "He's been gone for quite a long time. By all accounts, he should have returned already, but there's been no word from him. The Valley of Heroes is perilous. Ordinary people shouldn't go near it. That's why I'm so worried." Hearing this, Zhang grew anxious. "Where is this Valley of Heroes? Please, Elder, tell us. We need to find him." Fran turned around and pointed behind him. "Follow this road straight ahead, and you'll come to a vast canyon. That's the Valley of Heroes. But be warned, it's dangerous, especially after nightfall. Are you sure you want to go?" Zhang nodded resolutely. "Yes, we have to go. Not tomorrow, but right now. Su Tian is my good friend. He's missing, and I must find out what happened." "I see," Fran said thoughtfully. It's been a long time since I've witnessed such deep friendship. Come, I'll show you the way. Stay close. Li Kuan-ning, who had been silent, spoke up. Maybe we should eat something first before. But Zhang shot him a fierce glare, and Li Kuan-ning shrank back, swallowing the rest of his words. Li Kuan-ning's mind was still that of a child. He hadn't fully adjusted to the situation. She decided to take him along to the Valley of Heroes. Saving Su Tian was one reason, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to toughen Li Kuan-ning. After all, he truly cared about his growth. With himself there, even if the valley was dangerous, nothing too serious should happen. Still, Su Tian's continued absence made Zhang uneasy. He knew Su Tian's strength, not as formidable as his own, perhaps, but certainly not someone to be underestimated. So why hadn't he returned? Guided by Elder Fran, they arrived at the mouth of a canyon. What met Zhang's gaze was a yawning gorge, so deep its bottom could not be seen. The canyon was vast, its shape like a gaping maw, as if it would swallow anyone who dared to approach. This is the Valley of the Brave, Fran said slowly. The divine elixir lies at the very bottom of the gorge. Once you descend, you'll be able to find it. I doubt it'll be that simple, Zhang said, his gaze fixed on the canyon. What exactly is down there? Wild beasts or something else? Fran replied. Within the gorge dwells the sacred beast that guards our great Black Ridge. Only by defeating it can you obtain the elixir. But luck also plays a part, if you happen to sneak in while it's asleep, you might just be able to snatch the elixir away. In the end, it all comes down to luck or strength. Whether you succeed, that's for you to decide. I see, Zhang nodded thoughtfully. He continued. So how do we get down there? There's a rope to the side. You can descend along the rope. Got it. Zhang turned to Li Kuan-ning and said, let's go. It's time for us to head down. Li Kuan-ning swallowed hard, then stammered, Brother Zhang, are we really going down there? This canyon, it's terrifying. Of course we are. If we weren't going down, why would we have come all this way? Zhang snapped, clearly exasperated. Stop hesitating and get moving. Su Tian must be in trouble by now. Without giving Li Kuan-ning a chance to argue, he grabbed him and started climbing down the rope. As he watched the two figures disappear over the edge, a strange expression flickered across Fran's face. That one, he's different. Sacred beast, I pray you show mercy. There was much that Fran hadn't told Zhang. While it was true that the sacred beast guarded the divine elixir for the people of Great Black Ridge, it didn't seem to serve any other purpose. In fact, it often charged out to prey on the people of the ridge. Sometimes, Fran even wondered if it was really a sacred beast at all, or simply a savage monster. He had thought about resisting it, but the sacred beast was simply too powerful. Its hide was as tough as a beast of burdens. Neither arrows nor blades could leave. A mark, coupled with the ancient legends passed down through the generations. The people of the Great Black Ridge had no choice but to revere it as a sacred beast. Perhaps the beast's power was also thanks to the divine elixir it guarded. Zhang and Li Kuan-ning slid down the rope, inching their way toward the canyon floor. Zhang went first, with Li Kuan-ning above him. He'd arranged it that way, just in case Li Kuan-ning lost his grip. This way, Zhang could catch him if he slipped. The further they descended, the more uneasy Zhang felt. His spider sense screamed at him. Something truly terrifying lurked within this gorge, something whose strength rivaled his own. To think that on Earth, there was a being as powerful as himself. Well, this was getting more and more interesting. Zhang was feeling quite excited, but things were far less easygoing on Li Kuan-ning's side. The gusts of wind whistling through the canyon made him shiver uncontrollably, and since it was night, the darkness was so thick he could barely see his own hand in front of his face. Their only source of light was the flashlight they brought, which did little to ease Li Kuan-ning's anxiety. Kuan-ning, remember this, Zhang said as he made his way downward. Nothing in this world comes for free. If you want to succeed, you have to become stronger. And to get stronger, you must face one challenge after another. I want you to grow, not for me, but for yourself. After all, one day you'll have to take over the Li family, won't you? Zhang's words gave Li Kuan-ning a bit of confidence. That's right. He was the heir of the Li family. How could he back down over something like this? He needed to be stronger, much stronger, so... Li Kuan-ning's resolve hadn't even finished forming when a group of bats suddenly swooped toward him. He let out a piercing scream, nearly losing control of himself in fright. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Zhang unleashed a flurry of lightning bolts that struck down the bats one by one. Having recently survived a vampire virus attack, Zhang still felt uneasy about bats, so he hadn't held back at all. All right, it's fine now. I've taken care of it, Zhang, she called down to him. We've reached the first platform. Let's rest here a bit before moving on. Okay, if you say so, Li Kuan-ning replied, his voice still trembling from the scare. The canyon was so deep that To prevent anyone from falling to their deaths in one go, the villagers had built 3 platforms at different levels. The canyon itself was nearly 1,000 meters deep. Even falling from the first to the second platform meant plunging over 300 meters. No one could survive that, not even with the platforms in place. But as the villagers put it, at least if you died, your remains wouldn't look so gruesome. Zhang, she surveyed the area around the first platform. Since they'd be resting here, he had to make sure it was safe. Zhang. Zhangji, Li Kuaning stammered, his voice quivering. Look, over there. What now? Can't you toughen up a little? Zhangxi replied impatiently. No, it's not that. Zhangji, look, over there, isn't that Su Tian? Zhangxi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly followed the direction of Li Kuaning's trembling finger. At the edge of the platform, he saw a figure sprawled out on the ground. The person was covered in dust, with scars and gashes all over his body. His limbs twisted at odd angles, clearly broken. Anyone could see at a glance. He'd just been through a fierce battle. That person was none other than Su Tian. Zhangxi hurried over and placed his hand under Su Tian's nose to check for breath. Thankfully, he was still breathing. He wasn't dead. Hey, brother Zhangxi, Li Kuaning said from the side. Do you think he fell down from up there? Quiet, Zhangxi replied, moving quickly to administer first aid to Su Tian. Although he wasn't particularly skilled in medicine, his recent trip to the Marvel world had taught him a few things. He couldn't claim expertise, but basic first aid was within his grasp. First, Zhangxi straightened Su Tian's broken leg. Since Su Tian was unconscious, he wouldn't feel any pain, so there was no need to hesitate. After straightening the leg, Zhangxi snapped 2 branches from a small tree by the platform's edge. He then tore a strip from his own clothing to fashion a makeshift splint. It was crude, but it would have to do for now. While working, Zhangxi explained, judging by the situation, he didn't just slip and fall. Su Tian isn't like you. He wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. The injuries on his body show he's been through a fierce fight. He must have been knocked out and sent flying. Wow, he got thrown this far? That's rough, Li Kuaning remarked from the side. Zhangxi shot him a glare and barked. If you're not going to help, then sit down and keep quiet. Otherwise, I'll toss you down myself. Li Kuaning shuddered in fear and stood silently off to the side, not daring to say another word. Zhangxi placed a hand on Su Tian's chest and summoned a bit of his thunder power, using it much like a defibrillator to try to revive him. He vaguely remembered that Thor had used a similar trick to wake up Tony. Sure enough, after just a couple of jolts, Su Tian's eyes fluttered open. Groggy, he asked, where am I? Zhang, she spoke softly, you're still in the Valley of Heroes. Honestly, what were you thinking, running off on your own? Do you really think you can handle everything by yourself? Why didn't you wait for me, so we could go together? Ow, it hurts, Su Tian groaned as the pain in his body caught up with him now that he was awake. Zhangxi held him down and said, don't move. Your leg's broken. You need a rest. We'll get you out of here, and the rest is up to us. Gritting his teeth, Su Tian insisted, no, brother Zhang, I can't leave. There's someone strong in this canyon, a mythical beast. We'll need to work together if we want to defeat him. I know, Elder Friend already filled us in on the situation, Li Kuaning chimed in. But now's not the time for the wounded to take the field. Leave it to us. No, you don't understand what I mean, Su Tian said. This creature is tough as nails. Normal attacks are useless against it. But I've already discovered its weakness. Only if I'm there can we defeat it. Zhangxi frowned and said, why don't you just tell us its weakness directly? We'll take care of it. No, I really don't know how to explain it, Su Tian replied, forcing himself to stand up. When you see this monster for yourselves in a bit, you'll understand what I mean. Zhangxi hurriedly reached out to steady him, a trace of nervousness in his voice. Don't get worked up. Take it easy. You know me. I can handle it. You should go back now. No, brother Zhang, Su Tian insisted stubbornly. I have to go. Please, don't stop me, all right? Zhangxi didn't know why Su Tian was so adamant, but faced with Su Tian's unwavering gaze, he finally relented. All right, but if there's a fight later, you stay in the back and watch. Kuan Ning. He turned to Li Kuan Ning and said, from now on, your job is to look after Su Tian. No matter what happens, you have to keep him safe. Can you do that? Su Tian's determination and Zhangxi's tone gradually changed something in Li Kuan Ning. His fear faded, replaced by a newfound resolve. He nodded firmly and said, I understand. Don't worry, brother Zhang. I'll make sure of it. Good. Then let's keep moving down. Su Tian, are you up for it? Gritting his teeth, Su Tian nodded. No problem. I can do it. After a brief rest, the 3 of them grabbed hold of the rope and began descending slowly. Zhangxi still led the way, with Su Tian in the middle and Li Kuan Ning bringing up the rear. As they made their way down, Zhangxi asked, Su Tian, what exactly is that monster? It did a real number on you. Su Tian forced a bitter smile. It's about 5 meters long, covered in thick scales, no legs, part snake, part dragon. It's vicious, and its body is incredibly tough. It's not easy to deal with at all. Zhangxi nodded to himself. This matched up with what the residents of Dahe Ridge had described. He still didn't know exactly what kind of creature it was, but he could guess how it had come to be. In the Valley of Heroes, there was a miraculous herb that resembled a heart, the kind of thing that could change one's fate. Most likely, this monster had mutated after eating the heart-shaped herb. But whatever it was, Zhangxi was determined to defeat it. Because Su Tian was injured, their pace slowed considerably. It took them over an hour just to reach the second platform. Zhangxi shone his flashlight downward, and from here, he could just make out the faint outline of the canyon floor below, though the legendary monster was still nowhere in sight. The deeper they descended, the more Zhangxi could feel gusts of cold wind swirling up from the depths, filling the air with an eerie, spine-chilling gloom. It seems we're in for a tough fight, Zhangxi muttered to himself. Suddenly, Li Kuaning let out a startled cry. The shout made Zhangxi jump. He snapped, annoyed. Hey, Kuaning, what's with the yelling? Are you trying to scare us to death? No, Zhang, look. Li Kuaning pointed at Su Tian. Su Tian had already gotten his feet and was testing out his injured right leg. Zhangxi wasn't surprised in the least. After all, Su Tian had taken the heart-shaped herb, a medicine much like Captain America's super soldier serum, capable of fully unlocking a person's potential, including their ability to heal. Of course, it was nothing compared to Wolverine's legendary healing, but it was still far beyond what any ordinary human could hope for. Smiling, Zhangxi said, "It's nothing special, just the power of the miracle herb. Now you see what it can do, right?" "My goodness, it really is something," Li Kuaning replied, wide-eyed with amazement. "If only I could be that strong, too." Zhangxi rapped him lightly on the head, half amused, half exasperated. "Then work for it. As long as we pass the trial of the brave, you can get the miracle herb, too." "Yeah, I know, I'll definitely." Before Li Kuaning could finish making his bold vow, a deep, earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted, as if it were bursting forth straight from the depths of hell. Zhangxi instantly tensed, channeling both thunder and the despair virus into his hands. In his excitement, he even summoned the Hulk fragment, his most uncontrollable power. The canyon trembled as if it were about to split open, a thunderous rumble echoing all around. Zhangxi whispered, "Get ready. The fight's about to begin." No sooner had he spoken than something enormous, dragon-like, burst forth from the canyon's depths. It spiraled upward, letting out a roar so thunderous it seemed to shake the very sky. The sound was deafening, so powerful that even Zhangxi's ears throbbed with pain. But he wasted no time. His eyes narrowed. With a sharp shout, he leapt onto the monster's back, raised his fists, and unleashed a furious barrage of blows. Zhangxi put every ounce of strength he had into his assault, blending several powers into each punch. Even though the beast's hide was tough as iron, Zhangxi's relentless pummeling forced it into a series of anguished howls. "Hey, Brother Su Tian," Li Kuaning asked anxiously from his side. "Didn't you just say this creature has a weakness? Hurry and tell Brother Zhang, what is it?" Su Tian's face was grave. He shook his head and replied, "No, not yet. It's not the right time. Wait a little longer." The enraged divine beast, driven mad by pain, leapt and thrashed about wildly. Zhangxi was nearly thrown off its back. Li Kuaning's heart pounded with worry, but since Su Tian remained silent, he had no choice but to hold back. Su Tian turned to look at him and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't waste any more time here. You're the weakest one among us, so you can't really help in this fight. Right now, shouldn't you be hurrying down to search for the divine medicine?" Li Kuaning froze for a moment. Then the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Of course, why hadn't he thought of that? When it came to fighting, he was no match for anyone here. The only thing he could do was seize this opportunity to get his hands on the divine medicine. Otherwise, he really would only get in the way. "Right, I understand, Brother Su Tian." Gritting his teeth, Li Kuaning grabbed the rope and began his descent. Meanwhile, Zhangxi, in the thick of battle, kept his senses sharp, eyes scanning and ears alert. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Li Kuaning sliding down the rope. Immediately, he understood what Li Kuaning was about to do. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip and did everything he could to keep the divine beast's attention locked on himself. Thanks to Zhangxi's efforts, the beast had no time to worry about anything else. It roared in fury as Zhangxi clung to its horns, slamming his fists down on its forehead again and again. At this moment, he seemed to transform into the Hulk, smashing anything in his path, his fists coming down like a relentless storm, each blow landing with a resounding thud, leaving the beast battered and bloodied. Seizing this chance, Li Kuaning sped down to the bottom of the canyon. He had no idea where the divine medicine might be, but after sweeping his flashlight around, he realized the canyon floor was utterly barren, not a single plant in sight. That was good news for him. It would make his search much easier. Where is it? Where could it be? Li Kuaning dashed across the ground, his short legs pumping as he ran, eyes watching every detail around him. The canyon was vast, and searching blindly would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Su Tian's voice echoed from above. Keep going straight. Go all the way to the end of the canyon. That's where you'll find the divine medicine. Hearing this, Li Kuaning broke into a full sprint. Above him, the battle between Zhang Shi and the divine beast raged on, shaking the very ground. Stones tumbled down from above, but by sheer luck, not a single one struck Li Kuaning as he ran. As Li Kuaning made her swift escape, the battle between Zhang Shi and the so-called divine beast had reached its most intense and furious phase. Now Zhang Shi finally understood. This creature was no divine beast at all, but a thoroughbred monster, exuding a palpable aura of evil. The reason it was called a divine beast, he reckoned, was probably because the people of Dehailing couldn't defeat it and thus gave it that name out of fear. Clearly, this monster had devoured plenty of miraculous herbs. Its ability to heal itself was now downright terrifying. Each time Zhang Shi managed to leave a wound, it would seal up in the blink of an eye, making it a formidable foe. Damn it! Zhang Shi gritted his teeth. Su Tian, where exactly is its weak point? Tell me, where is it? He was anxious, but Su Tian was even more desperate. He had been searching for the monster's weakness all along, but it continued to elude him. How could that be? By all logic, it should have been possible to find it. At last, the monster's patience snapped. With a furious roar, it burst out of the canyon, unleashing a surge of electricity that crackled across its body. Holy! Zhang Shi was caught off guard and struck by the lightning. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and the traces of lightning energy in his own body offered some resistance. He wasn't knocked out. He twisted through the air in a series of deft flips before landing steadily on the second platform, right beside Su Tian. Are you all right, Brother Zhang? Su Tian asked, his voice taut with worry. I'm fine, Zhang Shi said, catching his breath. But where is its weak point? Su Tian replied. I used to be able to sense it, but now it's gone. Strictly speaking, this thing is a mutated snake, and the old saying goes, hit a snake at the 7-inch spot. Find its 7-inch mark, and you can take it down easily. But its 7-inch spot keeps moving, so I can't pinpoint where it is. I see, Zhang Shi nodded. So, I was right. This is no divine beast, just a mutated bastard. No sooner had Zhang Shi finished speaking than the monster lunged at him again. Left with no choice, Zhang Shi dove back into the fray. This creature was so relentless that Zhang Shi couldn't imagine how those who'd obtained miraculous herbs before had managed it. Perhaps they'd only succeeded by sneaking up while the monster was asleep. Meanwhile, thanks to the cover provided by Zhang Shi and Su Tian, Li Kuaning finally reached the end of the canyon. Before her eyes stretched a patch of lush green plants, standing out vividly in the otherwise barren canyon. This must be the miraculous herb Su Tian had spoken of. She rushed forward and spotted a white blossom. Even without a second thought, Li Kuaning knew this flower had to be the legendary miraculous herb. At that moment, the monster finally noticed Li Kuaning as well. The divine medicine was the source of its power, and now that someone was attempting to take it, there was no way it would let this go. With a furious roar, it charged straight at Li Kuaning. Its movement so swift and its strength so great that even Zhang Shi couldn't stop it. Zhang Shi was now perched atop the monster's head, unleashing every ounce of his strength while shouting, "Get out of the way, Li Kuaning. Move now." Li Kuaning turned his head, but it was too late to dodge. The monster was almost upon him, and in that split second, he acted on instinct. He plucked the flower and, without the slightest hesitation, swallowed it whole. Su Tian had taken the divine medicine, but still proved no match for the monster. So Li Kuaning never expected to defeat the beast by taking it himself. He only hoped it would make him tough enough to survive. The moment the divine medicine slid down his throat, Li Kuaning felt a tremendous surge of power coursing through his body, transforming him from the inside out. This divine medicine was far more potent than the heart-shaped herb. The moment you consumed it, its effects took hold instantly. In that crucial instant, Li Kuaning's body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. His strength, his speed, both now pushed to the very limits of human capability. He had become, at last, a master on par with Su Tian. With a mighty roar, he thrust out his hands and clamped them tightly around the monster's head. Zhang Shi's heart leapt with joy. With his right hand, he struck with all his might, driving it deep into the creature's neck. Enormous power pierced through the gaps in the creature's scales, inflicting a devastating wound, the worst injury the monster had ever suffered. I found it, Su Tian cried out from the sidelines, his voice ringing clear. Its heart is just below the neck. The so-called 7-inch point of a snake isn't its neck or its head, but its heart. A heavy blow to the heart can kill a snake in an instant. Even though this monster had mutated, at its core, it was still a serpent. When Zhangxi's hand plunged into the monster's body, the pain sent its blood surging. Su Tian saw it clearly. Right at the base of its neck, something the size of a basketball was pounding violently. That was its heart. There could be no mistake. Only someone with Su Tian's extraordinary powers of observation could have uncovered the monster's weakness, which was why he insisted on staying to the end. Now that he knew the weak spot, Zhangxi could have finished the creature off with ease. But instead, he stepped back and left the opportunity to Li Kuaning. Now, Kuaning, right here, do it, Zhangxi shouted, pointing directly at the monster's heart. He, too, wanted to see just how far Li Kuaning had come after taking the divine medicine. Li Kuaning's eyes had shed all traces of their former timidity. In their stead, a steely resolve flashed with a hint of ferocity. He drew a dagger from within his coat and shouted with all his might. With his left hand, he pried open the monster's scales, while his right hand drove the blade deep into the gap between them. There was a dull, wet sound as a crimson arc of blood spurted forth from the creature's wound. In an instant, the monster's whole body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, like a balloon suddenly deflated. With the combined efforts of the three, this savage divine beast, or perhaps it was more fitting to call a monster, had at last been subdued. Zhangxi gasped for breath, chest heaving with exhaustion. After such an intense battle, fatigue was inevitable. What a waste, he thought. In these last few fights, he hadn't gained a single ability fragment, all that effort for nothing. He'd thought his strength was sufficient, but as more formidable opponents appeared, the urgency to grow even stronger gnawed at him. It seemed it was time to seek out ways to further his own evolution. After a brief rest, Zhangxi walked over to Li Kuaning and patted him on the shoulder. How are you feeling now? Li Kuaning clenched his fist, marveling in newfound strength unlike anything he'd ever experienced. I feel like I could punch an elephant to death with one blow. Zhangxi tilted his head back and let out a soft laugh. Then his expression turned serious. Kuaning, there's something you must remember. Power itself holds no distinction between good and evil. The same sacred medicine that gives strength can turn someone into a beast that harms others. Just like that monster, if used the wrong way. But used rightly, it can make a hero. Whether it's righteous or wicked, that's for you to decide. Don't worry. I'll put this power to good use. Li Kuaning replied without hesitation, but Zhangxi couldn't shake a sense of unease. For one, Li Kuaning's performance was almost too dazzling. He just consumed the sacred medicine, yet his strength now rivaled Su Tian's. It didn't add up. Even if his power had increased, he shouldn't have the experience to match. How had he managed it? And then there was that fleeting look in Li Kuaning's eyes. For just a split second, Zhangxi thought he saw a wild, animalistic glint that unsettled him. Could Li Kuaning possibly? Of course, it was only a passing thought. Surely not. Zhangxi reassured himself. After all, Su Tian was still here, watching over things. Su Tian slowly approached. Zhangxi turned to him and asked, "How's your recovery going?" It's not too bad. At least I can walk now," Su Tian said as he looked at the monstrous creature. "The divine herb has a certain growth cycle. The next one probably won't appear until a year from now. And actually, the herb doesn't just bloom. With a single flower each time, it produces many. But this creature always leaves just one behind, luring people down here. Maybe it's for food, or maybe just for its own amusement. Either way, this thing has been toying with us all along." Li Kuaning let out a cold snort. "So what if it's powerful? Now it's lying here like a dead snake. Anyway, since it's over, shouldn't we be leaving? Before we go, how about we bring this thing's corpse back? Let the locals of Dahailing see what their so-called sacred beast really looks like." "No." Zhangxi shook her head firmly. "No matter what, we can't do that." "Why not?" It wasn't just Li Kuaning who didn't understand. Even Su Tian found this puzzling. Zhangxi spoke slowly. Everyone has something they believe in. To the people of Dahailing, this creature is their faith. To us, it's a monster, a beast. But in their hearts, it's not a monster at all. It's a sacred beast. Now that we've killed their sacred beast, what do you think will happen to us? She paused for a moment, then continued. Also, this divine herb needs to be relocated as soon as possible. It absolutely can't be left here. I'm not doing this out of selfishness, but because it's simply too powerful. If we let it grow here, there are just too many unpredictable risks. That's why it has to be moved quickly. Zhangxi laid out two suggestions in one breath, but both Li Kuaning and Su Tian found her words a bit dramatic, thinking she was making a mountain out of a molehill. Their impression of the Dahailing people had always been positive. They had been treated well here. Especially Su Tian, who had grown up in this place, felt Zhang she was overreacting. But soon, they realized how wrong they were. Just as Su Tian was about to say something, several dark figures suddenly slid down ropes from the second platform above. They looked at the three of them, then stared at the monster's lifeless body on the ground, and asked in astonishment, "Did you? You killed it." Li Kuaning replied with a shrug, "Yeah, that was us. But don't blame us. The thing wasn't a sacred beast. It was just a monster. A real, honest-to-goodness beast. Now the threat's gone, you don't need to worry anymore. I'm starving, though. Let's get something to eat." The man in the lead trembled violently, his hand shaking twice before he raised his weapon and shouted at Zhang Shi and the others, You actually killed our sacred beast? You three bastards. I'll make sure you don't even have a place to die." Li Quan and Su Tian were both dumbfounded after hearing the man's words. They truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. They had thought Zhang Shi's warning was pure fantasy. Who could have guessed he would turn out to be right? "Hey, wait a minute," Su Tian blurted out anxiously. "All these years, I've watched that thing devour 30 or 50 villagers with my own eyes. How could such a monster be called a sacred beast? Are you all blind? Now that it's dead, we're all finally safe. Can't you see that?" "The one who doesn't understand is you," a figure replied, slowly walking forward. Just then, the moon hung directly overhead, illuminating the canyon, and by its light, Zhang Shi saw who had arrived. It was Fran, the elder of the Great Black Ridge tribe. "Elder, you're here. They've killed the sacred beast," the leader began urgently. Fran waved a hand to cut him off. "Enough. No need to say more. I saw everything." The leader, still unwilling to let it go, pressed on. "Since you saw it all, Elder, shouldn't we deal with them? According to tribal law, whoever harms the sacred beast must be beaten to death. There's no exception." Fran looked at him and said, "Step back. I'll handle this matter." "But, step back. Don't make me repeat myself." Fran's voice was full of authority. As a tribal elder, he had naturally received the sacred medicine. Despite his age, if it really came to a fight, few could stand against him. The leader lost his nerve. With a stomp of his foot, he and his men climbed back up the rope, leaving the canyon. Now only 4 people remained at the bottom of the canyon: Zhang Shi, Su Tian, Li Quan, and Fran. Su Tian was the first to speak. "Elder, you're the one who made this rule, aren't you? You're the one who called that thing a sacred beast, right?" Fran nodded. "That's right. It was me." "Then, you know it isn't a sacred beast at all, but a demon, a monster?" Fran nodded again. "Yes, I know." "Then why?" Su Tian almost shouted, his voice trembling with emotion. "You've always been the person I respected most. Why would you do something like this?" Fran stepped right up to Su Tian, and without warning, slapped him hard across the face. The old man's movements were so swift that neither Zhang Shi nor the others had time to react. He jabbed a finger at Su Tian's nose and cursed. "Do you really think you're so clever? That you alone know what's going on? Do you think I'm some cold-blooded bastard? Well, let me tell you, this divine beast, it was created by me. I've been feeding it miraculous elixirs every single day, and that's how it became what it is now." This can't be." Fran's words left everyone utterly stunned. They could hardly believe their own ears. Not even Zhang Shi could fathom his motives. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Shi actually wondered if Fran intended to use these divine beasts to seize control of the world. That thought sent a chill through Zhang Shi's heart. "Elder," Zhang Shi's expression grew grave. In a cold voice, he demanded, "Tell me, why did you do it?" Fran replied, "You all only know that we have miraculous medicines here, and that we hold the trial of the brave. But do you know what happened here before any of that? I'm listening, but you'd better give me a convincing explanation. Otherwise, I'll have to consider you an extremely dangerous man." Zhang Shi summoned the power of the Doom virus. "Anyone who threatens the safety of Earth, I'll eliminate them. Every last one." He'd already experienced the strength of that monster just moments ago. If it were only that one, he could handle it, but if there were more, he wasn't sure he could wipe them all out. "Oh, so that's how you see me? Very well, young man, then listen to my story." Fran began, his voice slow, as he recounted the history of the Great Black Ridge. Many years ago, there were no miraculous medicines in the Great Black Ridge. Resources were scarce, and survival meant everyone had to stand together. Then one day a massive fissure cracked open in the earth. The crevice grew wider and deeper, and eventually became the very canyon we now call the Valley of the Brave. Curious folk ventured to the bottom of the canyon, where they discovered a strange kind of flower. It was odd, yet beautiful. Maybe it was hunger, maybe curiosity, but someone decided to eat the flower. No one could have guessed what happened next. After eating the flower, their physical strength improved dramatically. In the days of the old tribes, a strong body was the greatest asset for survival. News of the flower that could make you stronger spread like wildfire. No one was willing to let such a gift slip by, and more people came, all hoping to find these miraculous blossoms. But with so many people and only a handful of flowers, how could everyone possibly get share? What happened next is almost inevitable. Since the dawn of time, the simplest way to claim limited resources has always been through conflict. The once united people of the Great Black Ridge began a fight. At first, it was just a handful. Then it became a few rival factions. In the end, everyone joined the battle for the miraculous medicine. Where there is conflict, there will inevitably be death. More and more people were not dying at the hands of their enemies, nor falling prey to wild beasts, but instead were being killed by their own companions. Friend simply cannot accept this. So, he racked his brains and came up with a solution to create a deity. He proclaimed that this medicine was a divine elixir. Given its extraordinary effects, no one doubted his claim. Shortly after, Fran began to experiment. He secretly gathered some of the divine elixir and fed it to small animals to observe which ones benefited the most. In the end, he discovered that snakes responded best. After ingesting the elixir, the snakes not only grew larger, but also became far more powerful and aggressive. At last, when the snakes were sufficiently developed, Fran released one back into the canyon. The snake, unleashed into the canyon, was like a beast freed from its cage. It slaughtered everyone it encountered in the canyon, making no distinction between friend or foe. As a result, although everyone desired the divine elixir, faced with the ferocity of the great serpent, they found themselves completely helpless. Seeing the time was ripe, Fran seized the opportunity to turn this monstrous snake into the guardian deity of Blackridge. He declared that the elixir was a gift from the god, and that only those who passed the deity's trial could earn the right to receive it. Through his persistent efforts, people gradually lost interest in the divine elixir, and the residents of Blackridge regained their former unity. Although there were still those who attempted to claim the elixir, the large-scale conflicts of the past had faded away. And so, peace prevailed for decades, until today, when it was shattered once again. Having recounted the whole story, Fran let out a heavy sigh and said, "That's right. Maybe in your eyes, I'm a bastard, the one who caused all of this. I admit it. I've indirectly caused many deaths. But I've also saved even more lives. Now, you've broken this fragile balance, destroyed everything I've worked so hard to build over the years. So tell me, who's really the bastard here? Who is the true culprit?" After hearing Fran's words, Zhangxi breathed a long, deep sigh. There was no denying it. All of this was indeed Fran's doing. Strictly speaking, he was the culprit. Yet, one could not ignore the fact that it was precisely his animalistic methods that had spared so many from the ravages of war. Su Tian said, "Is it really that bad? So much time has passed. Surely people aren't that desperate for the divine elixir anymore. It shouldn't be a problem now, right?" "Is that so?" Fran replied with a cold laugh. "You're still as naive as you were when you were a child. But you have no idea. It's already begun." At that moment, several figures slid down ropes from above, each carrying a blazing torch that cast such a bright glow over the canyon, it was as if night had turned to day. A hint of confusion flickered in Fran's eyes. Through the glow of the flames, it was as if he was seeing years into the past. The scene of many people fighting desperately, risking life and death, all for a single divine herb. "Is this the sacred beast?" asked a man holding a torch. "Has the sacred beast really died?" "Of course it has. That's no ordinary creature. It was a sacred beast, and now it's truly dead. There will be no more so-called trials for heroes from now on. As for the divine herb..." "Huh, you wish. Already thinking about the divine herb, are you?" another man retorted. "Let me tell you, that herb is mine. Nobody else is getting their hands on it. You want the herb? Dream on. Oh, come off it. What makes you think you deserve the herb? I'll tell you right now, there's no way I'm letting you have it. It's mine, and that's final." Fred had been right all along. At first, there had still been a trace of respect and fear toward the sacred beast. But in just a few short hours, even the faintest hint of fear had vanished completely. Now, the sight of the divine herb had set their eyes ablaze with greed. Every thought, every ounce of attention was focused solely on the herb. "Elder, please," Li Kuaning cried anxiously. "Aren't you supposed to stop them? Aren't you the elder? The highest authority here? You have to do something. Would they even listen to me now?" Fran let out a heavy sigh. "In truth, I bear some of the blame. I thought you all didn't stand a chance against the sacred beast. I never imagined you'd actually be so formidable. I should have warned you earlier. If I had, even if you did get the divine herb, as long as the sacred beast lived, none of this would have happened." Zhangxi pressed his lips together. His worries had come true after all. Now he knew what he had to do. Remove the root of all this chaos before things got any worse. He exchanged a quick glance with Su Tian, who, catching on instantly, hurried toward the divine herb. The herb itself was actually a small tree, Thankfully, it was a tree and not some kind of vine, which would have made it much harder to carry away. Zhangxi quietly moved to the side and circled around the tree, loosening the soil at its base. With utmost care, he began to lift the tree from the ground. Their movements were light and cautious, but someone from Dehailing caught sight of them. "Hey, everyone look! They're trying to steal the divine herb." A shout rang out, and in an instant, every eye turned toward Zhangxi and his friends. Zhangxi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly whispered to Li Kuaning and Su Tian, "Go, I'll cover you." Well, all right. Their opponents might not have been strong fighters, but there were so many of them. Worst of all, Zhangxi and his companions couldn't use lethal force, and that alone put them at a serious disadvantage. Without another word, the two hefted the tree and took off running. Zhangxi glanced at Fran and said, "Elder, if you trust me, let me take the divine medicine for now. Right now, it's not a treasure. It's nothing but a disaster waiting to happen." Fran, of course, understood this. He nodded, replying, "All right, it seems I have no choice but to trust you now." "Good." Zhangxi nodded vigorously. Fran might have accepted this, but the residents of Black Ridge certainly did not. When Li Kuaning and the others tried to leave with the divine medicine, how could the villagers possibly let them go? Raising their weapons, they shouted, "Outsiders want to steal Black Ridge's divine medicine. We can't allow that. Quick, take it back." The villagers charged at Li Kuaning and his group like a pack of wolves. Zhangxi's eyes narrowed, and he felt power surging rapidly within him. A faint spark of lightning flickered on the tip of his right index finger as his speed increased to a blur. He weaved through the crowd with lightning-fast agility, launching attack after attack. He didn't waste any movement, but every strike was deadly. His thunder-charged finger jabbed at the villagers' foreheads, each tap sending another villager convulsing to the ground, stripped of the ability to resist. In that moment, Zhangxi seemed less like the god of thunder and more like a master of lightning. Even as he fought, another thought weighed on Zhangxi's mind. To become a true king, it takes more than strength. Endurance alone isn't enough. To be a king, you must be willing to pay the price. Sometimes, it's not that you want to become ruthless, but only by hardening your heart can you protect more lives. This is the price of being a king. Was this truly the fate that awaited him? Though the villagers of Black Ridge were many, they had little real fighting power. Zhangxi toyed with them single-handedly, running circles around them. 10 minutes later, most of the villagers were sprawled on the ground, while the rest huddled together, staring at Zhangxi in fear, too scared to make a move. "Well, come on then," Zhangxi said arrogantly. "Didn't you all want the divine medicine? Today, whoever can defeat me can have it. Don't say I never gave you a chance. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you have the guts, come and take it. If not, then stand there and behave." Zhangxi's display had left everyone stunned, moving like a phantom, as if he were a true deity. After his challenge, not a single person dared step forward. They remained rooted to the spot, staring fixedly at him. Looking at the crowd, Zhangxi suddenly had an idea. Maybe, just maybe, this would be the way to make the crisis disappear once more. Zhangxi walked over to Fran, bent down, and whispered a few words in his ear. Fran, who had looked grave and solemn just moments ago, couldn't help but break into a knowing smile after hearing this. Looking at Zhangxi, he said, "That's a great idea. Let's do it your way. You have my support." "Thank you, Elder," Zhangxi replied with a gentle smile. Then, turning to address the residents, he announced, "Everyone, I have something to tell you. The hero's trial hasn't been canceled. It's simply been changed. We're giving it a new form. From now on, the hero's trial will take place at Mechatown's Shiyu Corporation. Every June, you'll have the chance to go to Shiyu and participate in the trial. If you earn our approval, you'll be awarded the divine medicine. This time, the trial will be safe. No one's life will be at risk. If you fail, you won't die. So now, I hope you all can shift your mindset and stop acting recklessly. The divine medicine belongs to the strong, and that's what I wanted you to know." This was Zhangxi's solution, to give them a brand new hero's trial. In truth, a talent selection system. He had already impressed them with his earlier display of strength, so there was no need to worry that they wouldn't obey him. Later, he could handpick people from among them, personally interview them, and evaluate their skills and character from every angle. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about rogue elements slipping through. Zhangxi's plan was well thought out, but there was always someone who didn't know their place. Suddenly, a man stepped forward, looking at Zhangxi with disdain. "Humph. Tell me, who are you to give orders? Why should we listen to you? You're not one of our tribe, and you're just some young upstart. What right do you have to lead us?" Zhangxi sighed. In truth, he didn't want to resort to this, but he had no choice. It was just like when Fran had cultivated the sacred beast with his own hands for the sake of the tribe's stability. Suddenly, Zhangxi thrust out his hand. A massive bolt of lightning shot forth, striking the man square in the chest. The man had no time to react. The shock sent him hurtling more than 20 meters before he crashed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. A cry of alarm went up from the crowd, and even Fran was left speechless. Moments ago, they'd thought Zhang had already shown his full strength, but now they realized how wrong they'd been. Compared to this thunderous display, the earlier lightning seemed like child's play. Zhang spoke slowly and clearly. Why should you listen? Because of this. Strength is everything. Who else has a problem with my authority? It's fine. Step forward. I'll accept a challenge from anyone here. Meanwhile, Li Kuaning and Su Tian had already made off with the divine medicine, vanishing without a trace. With Zhang standing in there. The residents had neither the opportunity nor the courage to resist. In truth, there was no longer any point in resisting at all. When he saw everyone lower their heads, Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had used considerable force just now. If he had to do it again, he wasn't sure he'd be able to bring himself to do it. Well then, since that's settled, let's make it official. Friend stepped forward at just the right moment, turning to Zhang. Zhang, I would like to earnestly invite you to serve as the chief examiner for the distribution of our tribe's sacred medicine, responsible for overseeing its allocation. What do you say? Will you accept? If Zhang were to make these decisions alone, without any formal recognition, it would surely stir up trouble before long. But with Fran making the request, things were different. After all, Fran was still an elder. Once the villagers had calmed down, his words carried significant weight, and no one dared oppose him. It might sound childish, just having a different person say the same thing, but the effect was worlds apart. Then again, if everyone here were so clever, this place wouldn't still be a primitive tribe, just a few hundred kilometers from the city. Zhang nodded. Elder, I'd be honored to serve. Fran broke into a smile, looking at Zhang as he spoke. This is our sacred medicine, and you are in charge of its distribution. That makes you the guardian of the medicine. Into Hiling, you are a god, the new guardian spirit of our sacred medicine. Zhang was momentarily stunned. By rights, Fran was appointing him. So how did he suddenly become a god? Before he could process what was happening, Fran was already kneeling, calling out, "We welcome the new god! We welcome the new god!" the others echoed. Meanwhile, Li Kuaning and Su Tian were tearing through the village in a mad dash. Now that both had taken the sacred medicine, their physical abilities had improved dramatically. Pushing themselves to the limit, they quickly reached the parking area. Breathless, Li Kuaning gasped, "Su Tian, what do we do next?" Su Tian glanced back at the village, gritting his teeth. "Go. You take the sacred medicine and get out of here now." "Wait," Li Kuaning said anxiously. "If I leave with the medicine, what about you? What will you do?" "I need to go back and check on Zhang." "Just go." Su Tian's tone was cold and decisive. "Remember, everyone has their own task. Right now, your job is to get the medicine out of here. Nothing else matters. You're just doing your duty, understand?" Li Kuaning still wanted to argue, but Su Tian gave him no chance. He popped open the trunk, pulled out a small off-road motorcycle, and sped back toward the village. Li Kuaning looked down at the sacred medicine in his hands. Then, after a moment's hesitation, steeled himself, climbed into the car, and drove off. Back at Zhang side, he looked at the people kneeling before him, feeling utterly dazed and overwhelmed. All of this happened far too suddenly. Just moments ago, everyone was on the verge of despair, and now, out of nowhere, I've become a god? Is this some kind of joke? Fran walked over and spoke softly. "We need something to believe in, a spiritual anchor. Now that the divine beast is gone, only you remain. Could you please take on this role for us, even if it's a bit much to ask?" Zhang looked at Fran and replied, "No, that's not what surprises me. What surprises me is you. Since you understand everything so clearly, why have you let the people of Dahe Ridge keep living like a primitive tribe? Wouldn't it be better to integrate into modern society?" Fran smiled and said, "Perhaps it's precisely because I see things so clearly that I don't want to blend in. All right, that's enough talk. Let's head up. We'll hold a coronation ceremony, and then you'll be free to leave." Zhang gave a wry smile. "A coronation ceremony? You're really going all out, making it feel like the real thing. What else did you expect?" Since it had come to this, Zhang couldn't object anymore. If he was going to play this part, he might as well play it to the end. Everyone climbed up the rope together. Led by Fran, they arrived in front of an altar. Though this was a primitive village where people lived in thatched huts, the altar was remarkably grand. Zhang could tell at a glance that they had put their hearts into building it. The altar was constructed entirely out of stone, with a layer of clay carefully smoothed over the surface. All sorts of patterns had been painted on it. Fran had been right. The people of the tribe truly needed something to believe in, and the way they had built this altar showed just how important faith was to them. And now, Let us welcome our new god to ascend the altar and accept the ceremony of deification. Fran declared in a clear, ringing voice. Dressed in a wildly colorful outfit, she strode up the steps. The villagers of Dahe Ridge, Fran included, all knelt before him in perfect unison. They bowed deeply and, with great reverence, chanted, "Welcome, our new god. Long live the new god." Looking at everyone kneeling before him, she felt completely ill at ease. To be worshipped as a living god out of nowhere, he could hardly process it. Still, he had enough nerve to put on a dignified front. Seated on the altar, he addressed them, "Very well, my people. Rest assured, I will bring the blessings of the new god to you all. From now on, you are my subjects, and I will lead you toward a brighter future." As the new god, she didn't really know what to say. But he figured that all over the world, the words for such occasions were more or less the same. Just these few lines, really. Fran watched Zhang, his gaze growing deeper and more inscrutable. In truth, he'd never told Zhang that he possessed a certain ability to glimpse the future. He could sense key words and then deduce how things would unfold in the future. From Zhang, he picked up on 2 words. Hope. That was also why he wanted Zhang to become their new god. He had a vague premonition that Zhang could lead Dahailing into a brand new future. Su Tian rushed over in a whirlwind. He'd been bracing himself for a fierce battle, but who could have guessed that, as soon as he arrived, he'd see Fran and Zhang walking over together, both grinning from ear to ear? For a moment, he was completely stunned. "Su Tian," Zhang called out when he saw him, unable to hold back his concern. "How's your injury?" Su Tian shook his head woodenly. "I'm fine, it's just a scratch." Brother Zhang, what's going on here?" Zhang chuckled and replied, "Here's what happened." He then recounted everything that had just taken place, leaving nothing out. After hearing Zhang's explanation, Su Tian gave him a silent thumbs up. Having a smart, level-headed mind really was invaluable. Such a huge crisis, and Zhang had resolved it with just a few words, truly impressive. "By the way, where's Quan Ning?" Zhang asked. "Oh, I sent him ahead with the divine medicine. I was worried the medicine might die if it stayed out of the earth too long, so I thought it best for him to leave first." "Well done." Zhang nodded, then turned to Fran. "Elder, there's something I'd like to ask you." "Of course, go ahead." "This divine medicine, could it trigger someone's latent beastly instincts?" "I couldn't help but notice something strange in my brother's eyes after he took it." Fran frowned and said, "I can't say for sure, but it's certainly possible. When I first tried to create this divine beast, I chose a docile snake that would never attack humans. But after it consumed the divine medicine, it became incredibly violent. My guess is that only a small portion of the medicine has that effect, making people aggressive." "I see." Zhang murmured thoughtfully, nodding. "But you don't need to worry too much," Fran added. "It's a normal reaction. After all, when anyone's power increases dramatically, it's only natural for them to change a bit. Wouldn't you agree?" "That's true," Zhang said to Fran. "Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any further. Here's our address. Let's stick to what we agreed on. Every year, the Highling will send 10 people to us. I'll select from among them and decide whether or not to give them the divine medicine. Also, I think this place should be developed a little. Staying stuck in old ways won't do any good. Nobody wants to be a primitive villager forever, right?" He paused for a moment, then continued. "Times are changing, and society is moving forward. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid your people are too naive for the outside world, that they'll be tricked or hurt. You don't have to worry about that at all. I'll protect them." "All right then," Fran replied with a cheerful laugh. "From now on, you're our new god. We'll leave everything in your hands." Zhang chuckled. After a few more words of courtesy, Zhang and Su Tian began their journey home. This trip had been quite fruitful. Zhang had finally found the divine herb he'd been dreaming of, something much like the heart-shaped grass. He planned to use this herb to cultivate more powerful people. After all, he didn't have many capable hands at his disposal now, and that guy called Finger will be making a big move soon, so he had to prepare in advance. But Zhang had to make sure that this divine medicine didn't have any side effects. For reasons he couldn't explain, he felt a lingering sense of unease. As the two of them drove back, about halfway along the road, they spotted a convoy ahead. All the vehicles were sleek black Mercedes vans, creating an intimidating sight as they sped down the highway. "I'd bet anything that Li Kuaning is in one of those cars," Zhang said with a grin. He stopped their car in the middle of the road. The lead vehicle pulled up right in front of them. Suddenly, a man jumped out, swearing loudly. "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you blind? Blocking the road like this? Get out of the way now." "Kuaning, losing your temper isn't good for you," Zhang said calmly, stepping out of the car with a smile. Li Kuaning froze for a moment. When he recognized Zhang, he hurried over and asked, "Brother Zhang, are you all right? Everything okay?" I'm fine, but you really gave me a scare, Zhangxi replied, patting him on the shoulder. Come on, I've wrapped up everything at the Hiling. Let's discuss anything else back at the office. Turn around. Let's go. All right, got it. In no time at all, they were back at the company. Li Kuaning returned with the divine medicine tree in tow. As soon as he got back, he casually tossed the tree to Wang Shuang and the others, then led his team straight over to carry out the rescue. Wang Shuang was utterly perplexed, feeling like a monk lost in a fog. Why would Li Kuaning refuse to speak to him and just throw a huge tree at him? What was that supposed to mean? Fortunately, instead of simply tossing the tree aside, he went ahead and planted it. If the divine medicine tree were to wither and die, Zhangxi and the others would likely perish as well. Hey, brother Zhangxi. Chen Xiuyu and Luo Womeng walked over, eyeing the tree curiously. What kind of tree is this? Don't tell me you disappeared all that time just to bring back this thing. You know what? That's exactly what happened, Zhangxi replied with a cheerful grin. But don't underestimate this tree. It's my secret weapon. It's incredibly useful. Really, the two girls, knowing nothing about the tree, weren't particularly interested. Still, a faint suspicion was already forming in their minds. Zhangxi had been acting strangely lately, which could only mean he was hiding something from them. He just wasn't willing to say what it was yet. It seemed they'd have to find an opportunity to pry the truth out of him. Before long, Wang Shuang came over, and Zhangxi asked, So, any discoveries? Wang Shuang replied, I consider myself fairly knowledgeable about botany, but I've never seen a tree like this before. It almost feels like it doesn't belong to this world. It's just a tree, what's the big deal? Luo Ruomeng muttered, pouting. Zhangxi rested his chin in his hand, thinking deeply. Perhaps he was getting a bit jumpy, but whenever he heard mention of something not of this world, his mind would wander to other possibilities. Call John over for me, and have him bring Tommy along. I have something to ask them. Ruomeng, Xiuyu, you two head back for now. I'll come find you in a bit. Hearing that Zhangxi was trying to send them away again, Chen Xiuyu and Luo Ruomeng were quite unhappy. Still, there wasn't much they could do. If they stayed, Zhangxi would keep his lips sealed, and they'd get nothing out of him anyway. Getting any information directly from Zhang, she was clearly a lost cause. Their only hope was to try asking John or Su Tian instead. Once the two girls had left, Su Tian leaned in and whispered, Brother Zhang, I think they're starting to get suspicious. At this point, how could they not? What, do you think they're fools? Zhangxi replied with a wry smile. It looked like it was time to have a word with John. Soon enough, John arrived. Zhangxi asked, Where's Tommy? Here he is. John let Tommy out. Zhangxi couldn't help but feel that Tommy seemed much more spirited than before. Maybe it was just his imagination, but it looked like John had been treating him better lately. At least, he hadn't forced him to eat filth as he did before. Mr. Zhang, Tommy greeted respectfully. May I ask what you need from me? As a matter of fact, I do have something, Zhangxi replied, pointing at the divine medicine tree. Take a look at this tree. Have you seen it before? Tommy walked over, circled around the tree once, then nodded. Yes, I have. This is the divine medicine tree, a plant from the upper world. Zhangxi frowned, unable to hold back his question. Then why is it here? Was this part of your plan too? That's right, Tommy answered with a nod. At the beginning, we simply brought things from the upper world over here. We weren't researching any sort of system back then, so this tree is something we brought over earlier. I see, Zhangxi said, then pressed. So tell me, how can I get to your world? There's a special spaceship that can travel beyond time and space. That's how I got here. But, Mr. Zhang, I advise you not to go now. Why not? Su Tian interjected. Are your people too powerful? It's not that, Tommy explained. The problem is, you don't have our pass. Without it, you die the moment you arrived. It's because our life forms are fundamentally different. It's not about strength. So if we get the pass, we can go. Su Tian asked. In theory, yes, Tommy replied. But to be honest, I can't guarantee it. No one's ever come to our world before. That's enough, Zhangxi said, waving his hand. To be honest, it was too soon to talk about these things. For now, he had no intention of heading to their world. First, he wanted to fully master the fragment collection system and gain complete control over the Marvel world. Only then would he consider making his move. Mr. Zhang, this divine tree is extraordinary, Tommy added. With it, you could cultivate countless strong warriors, and there aren't any side effects at all. Zhangxi had wanted to ask about that, but since Tommy said there were no side effects, there was nothing more to discuss. But just then, something unexpected happened. Li Kuaning burst in, panting for breath. Zhangxi rushed to steady him and asked, What happened, Kuaning? Take your time. Catch your breath. Brother Zhang, Li Kuaning finally managed to gasp out. Something's wrong. Lu Zhongyong from the Lu family brought a group of people. They're blocking our entrance. Looks like they're here to cause trouble. Lu Zhongyong is here? Zhang, she was a little surprised. Ever since he had visited the warehouse where they hid the Jew character medal, Lu Zhongyong hadn't caused them any trouble. Why was he showing up now, and with such an aggressive attitude? Could it be because of... Zhangxi glanced at the divine medicine tree. In that case, let's go have a look. His eyes narrowed, and he strode out the door, taking the lead. Li Kuaning followed closely behind, already prepared for a confrontation. When they arrived at the company's lobby, they saw Lu Zhongyong sitting there with an air of leisurely confidence. Zhangxi smiled, faintly, walked over, and greeted him. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lu. It's been quite a while since we last met. What brings you here today? I have business. Lu Zhongyong locked eyes with Zhangxi, his voice icy. Your company is engaged in unfair competition. Because of you, both of our products can't be sold anymore. I'm here today to demand compensation. Unfair competition? Zhangxi was baffled. He hadn't managed the company's affairs for a long time, so this accusation came out of nowhere and left him confused. Hey, what do you mean, unfair competition? That's a stretch, don't you think? Chun Shuyu stepped forward, her tone sharp. We use the same technology, but you didn't even apply for a patent. On what grounds do you accuse us of unfair competition? Honestly, are you just desperate for money? Those two products of yours have been outdated for years. No one would want them even if they were free. And now you expect us to compensate you? That's impossible. I'm telling you, absolutely impossible. Impossible, is it? I'm telling you, we're not leaving until you pay up. If you've got the guts, go ahead and sue us. I won't. Taking you to court is far too slow. I'll use my own methods to reclaim what's rightfully mine. The two of them argued back and forth, their voices rising in a heated exchange, while Zhangxi started to suspect that something was off. He was almost certain now that Lu Zhongyong was just an empty shell, a puppet. The real mastermind behind him was someone from high-rank Earth, Black Dragon. After being warned to go to Moonshadow Island last time, Zhangxi understood that Lu Zhongyong also wanted to break free from there. Control, but he just hadn't found the right opportunity. He wasn't foolish. He wouldn't come picking a fight over something so trivial. There had to be more to this than met the eye. Suddenly, Lu Zhongyong sprang to his feet, his face twisted in anger. So, what you're saying is, there's no way to settle this, is that it? Settle this? What you're doing is nothing but shameless extortion. You bastard. All right, if that's how it is, then there's nothing left to discuss. Lu Zhongyong's gaze hardened, and he suddenly roared. Start smashing. Break everything. No one goes home tonight unless you ransack their house for me. Yes, sir. In an instant, the men Lu Zhongyong had brought pulled weapons from their coats and charged forward. They attacked everything in sight, people and objects alike, without the slightest hesitation or explanation, smashing and breaking whatever they saw. Zhangxi and the others were caught completely off guard, unable to react in time. Damn it, Zhangxi cursed in fury. Was this guy insane or just an idiot? He strode quickly over to Lu Zhongyong, seized him by the hair, and demanded in a low, forceful voice, Are you out of your mind? What exactly do you want? Aye. Before Lu Zhongyong could finish, Zhangxi sensed a surge of danger. Instinctively, he released his grip and sprang back. No sooner had he stepped away than he noticed a sharp dagger had appeared right where his foot had been. A man stood between them, a man Zhangxi knew all too well. Hey Lung! Zhangxi fixed his gaze on the man before him. Now he understood. This man was also a devourer, and not just any devourer, but the most powerful one. Heilung's expression remained unchanged. He spoke in a calm, measured tone. I can't let you hurt him. No one can. Is that so? That's almost touching, Zhangxi retorted, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders. I don't go looking for trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If you won't get out of the way, then don't blame me for what happens next. Truth be told, he'd want to take on Heilung for a long time, but something had always held him back. Now, with Heilung coming straight to him, he wasn't about to let this rare opportunity slip by. He already knew how to deal with devourers, but Heilung was the strongest among them. The usual methods wouldn't be enough. He'd have to wait for him to expose a weakness. Brother Zhang. As Zhangxi and Heilung faced off, Su Tian came rushing over in a panic. Zhangxi frowned, keeping his eyes locked on Heilung, and said, What are you doing here? Go deal with those Lu family thugs. Stop them. No, that's not the main problem. Su Tian caught his breath, then leaned in close to Zhangxi's ear and whispered, Brother Zhang, I just got a message from my informant. All the devourers have started moving, and they only have one target, our company. What did you say? He'd been mentally prepared, but hearing it still shocked Zhangxi deeply. According to Tommy, devourers, especially those who had integrated into human society, would almost never take action unless there was one compelling reason. Only a leader of even higher rank than Fingers could give an order that would make them risk exposing their disguise and come out into the open. Zhangxi narrowed his eyes, gazing at the black dragon before him. He couldn't read a single clue from Black Dragon's face. What's more, Tommy hadn't received any information either, giving Zhangxi a foreboding sense of unease. Could it be that Tommy has been exposed? Or perhaps, are they brewing some colossal conspiracy? It seemed that if he wanted to uncover the truth, his only chance was to get information out of Black Dragon. With that thought, Zhangxi clenched his fist, turned to Black Dragon, and said, "This battlefield feels a bit too small for us, doesn't it?" "For us, yes it does," Black Dragon replied, gesturing outside before striding out of the building. Who could have guessed? This Black Dragon turned out to be a battle-hungry devourer. A faint smile appeared on Zhangxi's lips as he followed. The two of them made their way to the plaza at the company's entrance. They faced each other, standing tall. Black Dragon spoke first. "Seems like you know quite a lot." "Maybe I do. Who's to say?" Zhangxi replied without a hint of politeness. Black Dragon nodded, then, without warning, lunged at Zhangxi, swinging his elbow in a powerful strike. Facing an opponent of equal size, Zhangxi feared no one. He called upon Quicksilver speed, dodged Black Dragon's blow in a flash, and then, fusing the power of thunder and the Doomsday Virus, landed a punch on Black Dragon. For an ordinary devourer, that attack would have been fatal. But Black Dragon was far from ordinary. He was the most formidable among devourers. Zhangxi's fist passed straight through him. At that moment, Black Dragon's body transformed into a cold, rubbery substance, effortlessly absorbing the attack. "You've got some real skill," Zhangxi said, a faint grin playing at his lips and a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. Excitement at finally meeting a worthy opponent. "That attack of yours would work well against our kind. I suppose you already know who we are, don't you?" For the first time, a trace of emotion crossed Black Dragon's face. Zhangxi fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's right. I know." There was no point hiding it now. Although he wasn't absolutely sure, Zhangxi could more or less guess their intentions. Clearly, Finger had discovered something, obtained authorization, and sent the Devourers to come after him. As for why Lu Zhongyong had come, it was obvious. He'd been coerced and enticed by Black Dragon. "You're so forthcoming. Aren't you afraid I'll spread the word?" Black Dragon extended his right hand, which morphed into a pool of liquid, gradually shaping itself into a blade. "Not at all," Zhangxi replied, narrowing his eyes, his body now glowing with green energy, the power of the Hulk coursing through him. "Because from the moment you arrived, I never intended to let you leave. I hope your strength is truly as great as you claim." The Black Dragon raised his hand like a blade and slashed fiercely at Zhangxi. In an instant, a wave of invisible sword energy shot toward Zhangxi. Zhangxi was at a disadvantage without a weapon at hand. All he could do was dodge. But before he could recover, a second wave of sword energy rushed at him. Meanwhile, in a nondescript corner of the mechanical city, this area was filled with what looked like ordinary homes. No one would have guessed that there was something extraordinary hidden here. At the very center of these houses stood a small, plain dwelling. On the surface, it appeared unremarkable, but beneath it lay a vast, secret base. How to describe it? Imagine something like the Hive from Resident Evil's Umbrella Corporation. Descend about 500 meters underground, and you'd be there. Because of its depth and the meticulous protection above, no one knew of its existence. The Hive earned its name from its honeycomb structure. Here, though, let's call it the ant nest because it truly did resemble an anthill. In the deepest part of the ant nest, a man in a white lab coat sat in front of console. He looked no different from any ordinary person, except for his astonishing good looks, the kind that would make any girl scream with delight. He had a tall, slender figure, striking features, and a confident smile that betrayed his self-assurance. Every gesture exuded both the authority of a king and the grace of nobility. This man was known as Finger, the current leader of the Upper Earth faction in Mechanical City. No one knew why he chose the name Finger. It was said he named himself, but what meaning did it hold? Perhaps even he didn't know. At this moment, he was staring intently at the computer before him, remotely monitoring every move of the Shiyu Corporation. Zhangxi was still too naive. No, it would be more accurate to say that Lu Zhongyong was too naive. The people from Upper Earth were not so easily deceived. The moment Lu Zhongyong signaled Zhangxi with that secret code, Finger already knew what was happening. Yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he chose to wait and see, hoping to catch a bigger prize. He had deliberately allowed Zhangxi to breach Moonshade Island. After all, Zhangxi was an experimental subject, and Finger was eager to see what this experiment was truly capable of. However, what followed caught him completely off guard. Zhangxi not only managed to take control of part of the Marvel world, but also obtained the Tree of Divine Medicine. At that point, Finger realized Zhangxi was slipping beyond his control, so he decided to strike. Finger held a cup of coffee, a platinum ring with a massive gemstone gleaming on the ring finger of his left hand. He was a man of exquisite taste. From his appearance alone, no one would ever suspect him of being ruthless. Most would take him for a successful professional. This test subject is rather interesting, Fingers murmured softly. But if it won't obey control, even the best test subject loses all value. Don't you think? Am I right? A seductive woman sauntered out from behind him, flashing a charming smile. Exactly, that's how it goes. No matter how big an ant grows, it's still just an ant. Creatures like that can never stir up a real storm. Fingers let out a hearty laugh, and, taking advantage of the moment, drew the woman into his embrace. Though he wore a smile on his lips, his thoughts told a different story. He had worked with test subjects before, but Zhangxi was the first who managed to turn the system against its master. Fingers had a strong hunch. This man was destined to become something extraordinary. Fingers despised anything beyond his control. The best solution, he knew, was to nip such threats in the bud before they had a chance to grow. If Hei Lung and his team failed, he would have to intervene personally. No one knew the true extent of Fingers' power, but his position alone spoke volumes. His strength was unfathomable. The scene shifted back to Zhang, Shi, and Hei Lung. After dodging Hei Lung's sword aura, Zhang Shi swiftly pulled out his slingshot and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Hei Lung drew back his right hand, which transformed once more. The blade that had threatened moments before now morphed into a sturdy shield, effortlessly blocking Zhang Shi's attack. Facing this version of Hei Lung, Zhang Shi felt genuine trouble. The man wasn't just strong and fast. What made him truly formidable was his uncanny ability to change form at will, almost like a transformer. No wonder he was an elite. Taking him down wouldn't be easy. As Zhang Shi pondered his next move, a sudden voice echoed through his mind. He froze. By all rights, he shouldn't be hearing this voice right now. So why was it appearing? He only hesitated for a split second before understanding dawned. Perhaps this was a sign he was gradually mastering the Marvel World's fragment system. But that didn't matter now. What did matter was that the system's function had reactivated, and with that, a new opportunity had arrived. With quiet confidence, Zhang Shi stood his ground and faced Hei Lung. Is that it? Is that all you've got? A dangerous glint flashed in Hei Lung's eyes. I don't know who gave you the guts to talk to me like this, but let me make it clear. I'm the strongest devourer. You can't defeat me. Oh, the strongest among a pile of trash is still just trash, Zhang Shi shot back, extending his hand and beckoning mockingly. Come on, show me what you've really got. Use every trick you have. I want to see just how strong you are. The Black Dragon was truly enraged now. His fierce pride would not allow him to ignore Zhang Shi's provocation. With a furious roar, both of his hands transformed into blades, and he launched a relentless attack at Zhang Shi, striking from left and right. The Black Dragon came on like a storm, leaving Zhang Shi no room for carelessness. Harnessing the speed of Quicksilver, Zhang Shi dodged swiftly to either side, and the Black Dragon couldn't land a single blow. The more he missed, the more desperate the Black Dragon became. And the more desperate he grew, the sloppier his attacks became. This couldn't go on. Realizing this, the Black Dragon halted his assault for a moment, fixing his gaze on Zhang Shi. What you're doing won't defeat me. All you're doing is dragging this fight out endlessly. Is that so? Zhang Shi replied coolly. Well, what does it matter? My people have already suppressed yours. If this drags on, we'll just have a few more worthless devourers show up. They pose no real threat to me. Oh, really? But I've noticed something. You're sweating, the Black Dragon retorted, his eyes catching the faint sheen on Zhang Shi's brow. I have limitless stamina, but you? You're different. I haven't dropped any power fragments for you. So the longer this fight goes, the less strength you'll have left. Let's see how long you can hold out. Indeed, Zhang Shi's stamina was beginning to wane. Typically, it's the one dodging, not attacking, who tires faster. The constant evasion, with no time to recover, was taking its toll on him. But Zhang Shi had his own plans. This was an opportunity, a rare chance to push his strength to a new level. If he could seize it, defeating the Black Dragon would no longer be a problem. The Black Dragon struck again, this time with far more ferocity than before. He had realized his greatest advantage was his endless stamina, allowing him to attack relentlessly. Zhang Shi now found himself scrambling, and more than once, the Black Dragon managed to land a hit. Excitement flashed in the Black Dragon's eyes. Back at the ant nest base, even the onlookers watching through the surveillance feeds couldn't help but smile at the sight. Yes, you truly are a remarkable specimen, but I'm sorry. Today you must die. At last, the Black Dragon saw his chance. While Zhang Shi was still airborne, he leaped high into the air and aimed a crushing blow straight at Zhang Shi's head. A strike as unstoppable as a falling mountain. Zhang Shi, now on the brink of exhaustion, had no strength left to summon Quicksilver speed. As the blade hand drew closer and closer, his pupils dilated in alarm. Summoning the last of his strength, he raised his arms, bracing himself to take the blow. A cold smile played at the corners of the black dragon's mouth. Though his arm had transformed into the blade, its hardness far surpassed that of most metals. How could Zhang Shi, with his mere flesh and blood, possibly withstand such an attack? Die, you meddlesome experiment. In the next moment, Zhang Shi would be split in two by this fierce and powerful blow. A sharp metallic clang rang out. The black dragon froze, staring at Zhang Shi in utter disbelief. Slowly, Zhang Shi raised his head, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold, sinister smile. At some point, Zhang Shi's right hand had transformed into a blade, keen and unyielding. With this blade, he had locked the black dragon's attack in place. If you can't quite picture the scene, imagine Zhang Shi now in a state not unlike Alex Mercer. What's wrong? Surprised, Zhang Shi sneered. To be honest, I'm not sure how it happened either. But throughout our battle, you've been shedding fragments. Even if they weren't ability fragments, pieces of your power have been falling away. For the first time, Zhang Shi saw fear flicker across the black dragon's face, a look he had never caught there before. So, the black dragon swallowed hard, struggling to get the words out. That's why you were deliberately stalling for time, wasn't it? That's right. Unfortunately for you, you walked right in my trap. From the very beginning, the sound of the system's notifications had been echoing in Zhang Shi's mind. Beep beep. Devourer transformation fragment detected. All along, Zhang Shi had only been able to collect attribute fragments in the Marvel Universe. It was both his strength and his limitation. After all, the Marvel world wasn't his reality, and it wasn't always embroiled in conflict. If he didn't visit for a while, there would be no chance for him to grow stronger. But after completing his personal storyline, Zhang Shi's fragment collection system had gradually evolved. Now, even in the real world, he could make progress, at least for now. Of course, the main battlefield for his growth would always be the Marvel Universe. Just now, he had been trading his stamina for the Black Dragon's fragments, pushing himself to complete his own evolution. He didn't know if mastering this new technique would be enough to defeat the Black Dragon, but any boost in strength was welcome. If you asked what Zhang Shi lacked most at this moment, it wasn't power or speed, nor was it another array of superpowers. What he lacked was a weapon. Yes, a weapon. Zhang Shi had never had one that truly suited him. Tony had once offered to make him a weapon or two, but Zhang Shi had always refused. In Zhang Shi's view, any weapon was an external force. Relying too much on a weapon might make him dependent, and if that was the case, he'd rather do without. Now, he finally had his own weapon. This fragment was different. Just a bit of effort would bring it to 100%. The strength of a body-turned-weapon depended entirely on Zhang Shi's own power, and that was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. Black Dragon's hand trembled slightly. He muttered, "I never expected you to master the system to this extent, using it even in the real world. There's a lot more you can't imagine," Zhang Shi replied with a cold laugh. "Now, I'll give you a choice. Surrender, and I'll spare your life." "Surrender? Do you take me for a fool?" Black Dragon threw his head back and laughed. "You think just because you absorb my abilities you can defeat me? Let me tell you, my body is immortal, nothing like the weaklings you've faced before. Killing me? You're not even close." "Is that so?" Zhang Shi sneered. In an instant, his left hand transformed into a sharp, curved blade, which he drove mercilessly into Black Dragon's body. In that moment, the power of the Desolation virus and thunder erupted together, while Black Dragon hastily activated his defenses. No matter what force Zhang Shi unleashed, he felt as if his strength was sealed away, unable to break through. Black Dragon laughed wildly. "I told you, you're no match for me. You can't kill me, no one can." "It seems I really can't kill you. You're far trickier than I imagined," Zhang Shi said flatly. "But that doesn't mean I have no way to deal with you." "Oh, I'd love to see what you're planning," Black Dragon replied, his curiosity edged with doubt. "You're a devourer too, aren't you?" "Yes, I am. And you—" Black Dragon stopped mid-sentence, a foreboding chill creeping into his heart. Could it be? A wave of dread crashed through Black Dragon, but Zhang Shi didn't give him a chance to react. John now. At some point, John had appeared behind him, holding a box that made Black Dragon's blood run cold. It was the very box Tommy had used to punish himself, the box meant to contain him. John acted swiftly, snapping the box open. At the same time, Zhang Shi shouted, mustering the last of his strength to unleash the power of the Quicksilver fragment. Zhang Shi's right hand, now a red-hot blade, sliced through Black Dragon with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, Black Dragon was cut into countless pieces. Zhang Shi knew this wouldn't kill him, but it was enough to defeat him. With lightning reflexes, John swept up the fragments of Black Dragon and stuffed them all into the box, slamming the lid shut. Phew! Zhang, she let out a long breath, finally sitting down, wiping the sweat from his brow. I didn't expect this Black Dragon to be such a handful. If it weren't for this box, relying on strength alone wouldn't have been enough to deal with him, Zhang, she remarked. Exactly, Tommy chimed in, appearing out of nowhere with a cheeky grin. It's all thanks to Mr. Zhang's clever idea. Otherwise, that dragon would have been nearly impossible to handle. John turned to look at Tommy, his voice cold as ice. Let me ask you, do you have any more of these boxes? You're not thinking. Leaving you outside is too easy on you. So here's what you're going to do. Find another box, lock yourself in it, and stay there. I haven't forgiven you yet. You still need to pay for what you did. All right, I get it. But let me tell you, there aren't any more of those boxes left. Annoyed, Tommy threw up his hands, acting as if nothing could faze him. After all, he'd just redeemed himself. Shouldn't things be a bit easier for him now? Zhang, she stepped over and broke up their squabble. Enough. Let's not waste time bickering. What's the situation inside the company? It's all been taken care of, Su Tian replied. The men Lu Zhongyong brought were no match for us. They've all been subdued. Now, the only thing we need to watch for is the devourers heading our way. Good. Be ready for them, Zhang, she said, then added, by the way, what about Lu Zhongyong? He's secured, right in the main hall. Take me to him. Also, I've used up too much energy just now and need a rest for a while. You all hold the line against the next wave. They're just ordinary. Devourers, you should be able to handle them. With that, Zhang, she took the box containing the Black Dragon from John and made his way back into the company building. As soon as he stepped through the door, Zhang, she saw Lu Zhongyong tied up. Approaching him, he said, Mr. Lu, the Black Dragon has been dealt with. Do you still have any concerns? Lu Zhongyong was clearly taken aback by this. He stared in disbelief and asked, What did you say? The Black Dragon. You took care of it. Of course, Zhang, she replied. I never joke about these things. Now, what I need from you is your attitude. My attitude? You know who the Black Dragons really are. I want to know where you stand. Are you sincerely trying to help them? Or is it just because you've been threatened? Lu Zhongyong raised his head and looked at Zhang Shi. Does this question really matter? Of course, Zhang Shi replied. Let me make my position clear. Anyone who threatens the safety of Earth, I will deal with them immediately. So, it's inevitable that I'll go to war with these people. Right now, I just want to know where you stand, Mr. Lu. Zhang Shi had assumed that. Without Heilong, Lu Zhongyong would agree to his proposal without hesitation. But to his surprise, Lu Zhongyong's expression was filled with inner turmoil. Curious, Zhang Shi couldn't help but ask, What are you still hesitating about? Are you really still attached to them? Lu Zhongyong fell silent for a moment before speaking. I admit, I do want to break free from their control. Telling you about Moonshade Island was my way of trying to weaken them. But now, without them, I actually feel lost. Everything I have, technology, my company, money, protection, it all comes from them. Without them, I'll lose it all. After hearing this, Zhang, she was so exasperated he nearly lost his composure. At a time like this, how could Lu still be thinking about such things? If Earth itself was gone, did any of that matter anymore? Now he understood. What was truly terrifying was not the invaders from the higher ranks of Earth, nor their temptations. The most frightening thing was human greed. That greed was so overwhelming that people would abandon everything for the sake of possessions that ultimately meant nothing. Fine. If that's how it is, then go ahead and die. If you want to throw your life away in front of me, I won't stop you. And don't come begging for help. You wretched fool. With that, Zhang, she stormed off in anger. Oh. Inside the ant nest, the one known as Finger witnessed the scene and was equally shocked. Heilong's defeat didn't concern him. The Devourers were merely the lowest tier of creatures, hardly worth considering as real combatants. What truly stunned him was Zhang Shi's power. He had mastered the system to such an astonishing degree, even managing to evolve. The enchanting woman's face grew solemn as she spoke in a low, chilling tone. This man, he must not be allowed to live. Finger sighed and replied, I know you're right, but our superiors seem very interested in him. So far, they haven't issued any orders to eliminate him. If we act rashly, it might not be wise. Gone was the woman's earlier coy demeanor. Now her voice was icy and resolute. Don't forget our mission. Anyone who poses a threat must be eliminated, without exception. All right, you're right, Finger nodded. But we can't rush this. We need to plan our next move carefully. This woman, don't be fooled by how unassuming she usually appears. In reality, she's even more terrifying than the Fingers. Now, back to Zhang Shi. With the Black Dragon taken care of, the remaining Devourers were as good as delivered into their hands. Once they figured out how to deal with these creatures, taking them down was as easy as slicing vegetables. They cleared them all out effortlessly. The fingers had gone to incredible lengths to plant the devourers among humans, expending untold resources and effort. But now, with their entire operation wiped out in one fell swoop, the loss was beyond measure. It was right at this moment that Chen Shuyu and Luo Ruoming appeared. By the time they arrived, Zhang Shi had already wrapped everything up. As usual, they hadn't noticed a thing. "Brother Zhang Shi, did you take care of all the Lu family's people?" Chen Shuyu asked. With a gentle smile, Zhang Shi replied, "No problem at all. They're all gone. Everything's settled. You don't need to worry anymore. That old scoundrel Lu Zhongyong is truly despicable. One of these days, I have to find a way to teach him a real lesson." Luo Ruoming said, pouting. "Don't worry, your chance will come," Zhang Shi said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "All right, let's leave it at that for now. Let's tidy up here and talk more later." Naturally, cleaning up the battlefield wasn't something the women wanted to be involved in. After lingering for a bit, they drifted away. "Brother Zhang, what should we do next?" Su Tian walked over and asked. Zhang Shi smiled faintly. "What's next? Obviously, we interrogate the Black Dragon. He must know quite a bit about High Earth, and with an opportunity like this, we can't let it slip by." "I see. All right, I'll get the interrogation started right away," Su Tian responded. The Black Dragon now was a shadow of his former self. Once he'd been brimming with arrogance and power, but now, well, pitiful barely began to describe his state. Devourers are remarkably resilient. As long as the damage isn't too severe, just a simple dismemberment, they don't die, which makes interrogating them all the easier. If they let the whole creature out, there was always the risk of it escaping. So Zhang Shi only took a small part of the Black Dragon out of the box, just enough for a thorough questioning. He tossed a chunk of Black Dragon tissue onto the table. The sticky mass quivered for a moment, then slowly morphed into the shape of a human head. "Not bad at all," Zhang Shi remarked with a cheerful grin, unfazed by the bizarre scene. "Honestly, this look suits you, Mr. Black Dragon." Black Dragon's face twisted with rage as he spat. "Zhang Shi, you're playing with fire. Mark my words. You'll pay dearly for what you've done." Zhang Shi scratched his ear and casually remarked, "Is that so? If I were you, I wouldn't be making any bold threats right now, because having to eat your own words later really stings. All right, enough chit-chat. Today, we're here to interrogate you." "Humph. If you think I'm the same kind of trash as Tommy, you couldn't be more wrong. You won't get a single word out of me. I guarantee you won't learn a thing." "I'm fine." Zhang Shi shrugged, snapped his fingers, and then put on a face mask. Just then, John came in carrying a small basin, and the instant he entered, the room was filled with a foul stench. Yes, that's right. Zhang Shi was resorting to the same disgusting tactic again. What are you doing?" Hei Long was visibly rattled. Zhang Shi picked up a small spoon, stirred the contents of the basin a bit, and spoke in a light tone. "Tommy told me something interesting. You devourers have very dull sense of touch, but your taste and smell are extremely sensitive. This here is fresh. The smell should be just right. Go on, try it. It's a local saying where I'm from. If you don't know, you'll learn by eating a spoonful of. Well, you get the idea. Of course, you don't have hands now, so it might be hard for you to help yourself. But that's not a problem. I can help. Come on, let's see if it's salty enough." With that, he raised the spoon and moved it toward Hei Long's mouth. "Wait, hold on. You bastard, you." Hei Long was a loss for words, as the revolting spoon was already at his lips. Zhang Shi burst out laughing. "So, not bad, right?" Admittedly, this method was utterly revolting, but when it came to dealing with devourers, it was unfailingly effective. By the third spoonful, Hei Long simply couldn't bear it any longer. "All right, I'll talk. I'll talk." Hei Long dropped his usual aloof demeanor and wailed. "You're a monster. You devil. An absolute devil." Zhang Shi paid no attention to his outburst. Now wasn't the time for that. He simply asked, "Tell me, what's the big plan Fingers is about to set in motion?" Hei Long gasped for breath, then said with difficulty, "There's an organization that's already discovered our existence. They haven't confirmed it yet, but they're suspicious. If we don't act, it'll be dangerous for us. So Fingers has stockpiled a huge amount of weapons and is planning to wipe that organization out in one fell swoop." A secret organization? Hearing this, Zhang Shi was both surprised and a little excited. If he had to face these high-ranking Earthlings on his own, he would indeed feel tremendous pressure. After all, this was a mysterious organization, whether in terms of strength or other aspects, they were far above him. If it really came down to a fight, his chances of winning would be slim. But now he had allies. With support at his side, his odds of success increased dramatically. At the very least, he would no longer have to fight alone. "Tell me everything you know about this organization. Every detail," Zhang Shi said, snapping his fingers for emphasis. "Right now, tell me everything you know, and don't hold anything back. Otherwise, you know what your fate will be." Black Dragon hurried to reply. All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Amid Black Dragon's mournful sobs, Zhang learned some key information about the organization. It was called the X Organization, sharing the same codename Zhang she had used in the Marvel world. This group hadn't existed from the very beginning. Rather, as people around the world gradually became aware of the high-ranking Earthlings, they came together and formed this organization on their own initiative. As for the identity and whereabouts of their leader, Black Dragon and the others still didn't know. But one thing was certain. Whoever that leader was, they were far from ordinary. The Fingers had devised countless plans to deal with them, but every single one had ended in failure. At first, they thought it was just bad luck. But after failing 5 or 6 times in a row, they finally realized things were far more complicated than they'd imagined. After repeated investigations, they managed to track down this organization. They had launched multiple attacks against X Organization, but each time, they came up empty-handed. After so many setbacks, the Fingers became furious. In their eyes, it was deeply humiliating that mere humans could outmaneuver them at every turn. At last, they pinpointed X Organization's base in Mechanical City. This time, they weren't about to make any rash moves. Instead, they meticulously prepared, determined that if they were to act, they would finish the job in one decisive strike. That was their plan. After hearing Black Dragon's account, Zhang nodded slightly. He pondered for a moment. Right now, the most crucial thing was to get in touch with this mysterious X Organization, so they could join forces against the high-ranking Earthlings. All right, then give me the address, Zhang demanded. Black Dragon hesitated visibly, but only for a moment. He quickly gave in. At this point, he had no leverage to negotiate with Zhang and no way to resist. Their base is at 25 East Street. There's a cafe there. That cafe is their headquarters. Zhang shot a look at Su Tian, standing beside him. Su Tian immediately pulled out the electronic map and began searching. Brother Zhang, he's telling the truth. There really is a cafe at that location, and according to the records, the cafe belongs to the Luo family. The Luo family? Zhang was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. If the property belonged to the Luo family, this business would be even easier to handle. Given his relationship with Luo Ruomeng, dealing with this matter shouldn't be a problem at all. All right, I understand. Su Tian, get ready. In a bit, we'll go pay our respects to the head of the Luo family. Yes, Brother Zhang. With the plan set, Zhang lowered his head and looked at Black Dragon. You should have just handled things properly from the start. Instead, you had to come and provoke me. Wasn't this all your own doing? After hearing Zhang words, Black Dragon was filled with regret. In fact, Finger hadn't even noticed Zhang at first. It was Black Dragon, who spotted him and volunteered to take care of Zhang. Only after learning more about Zhang, did Finger decide he needed to be eliminated. Sigh, Zhang was absolutely right. He really went looking for trouble where there was none. All right, John, lock these two, Black Dragon and Tommy, up. No one lets them out without my order. On the plus side, Tommy's got some company now. Understood, Brother Zhang. The box for imprisoning devourers wasn't limited to just one at a time. If you wanted, you could fit 3 or 5 in there easily. After all, they were liquid, so they didn't take up much space. As Tommy entered the box, he couldn't resist teasing. Hey, buddy, we meet again. The sight of Tommy made Black Dragon furious. He growled. You got the nerve to face me? You coward, deserter, traitor. Who's your buddy? Get lost. Spineless wretch. Fine, I'm spineless and you're not. You're strong, you're capable. So what? You think you got the right to judge me? And so, the 2 major devourer leaders ended up captured by Zhang. What's more, through his fight with Black Dragon, Zhang had evolved and gained even greater strength, something he hadn't expected. The head of the Luo family was named Luo Chuanbiao. Judging by the name alone, he sounded like a domineering figure, and indeed, he was formidable, a bald head that gleamed, features fierce and intimidating, and impressive fighting skills to match. Among the 5 great families, no one was more ruthless than Luo Chuanbiao. It was hard to imagine how such a rough-and-tumble character could have a daughter as beautiful as Luo Ruomeng. That, in itself, was something of a miracle. On the way, Su Tian asked Zhang about another matter. By the way, Brother Zhang, what are we going to do about Lu Zhongyong? That was a good question. Zhang had been so preoccupied with the X Organization that he'd honestly forgotten what to do about that guy. Although Lu Zhongyong might be pitted to some extent, strictly speaking, he had brought this upon himself. His selfishness knew no bounds. People like him only care about immediate gain and can be truly dangerous. After pondering for a moment, Zhang said, if the Lu family decided not to let him take over in the future, wouldn't things get much better? That's true, but it would be very difficult, Su Tian replied. All the assets, the house, the cars, everything, are in Lu Zhongyong's name. Taking these things away from him would be extremely hard. What if we spent some money and bought everything belonging to the Liu family out of his hands, and then took over ourselves? Wouldn't that make things much easier? Su Tian couldn't help but gasp after hearing Zhang Shi's idea. As one of the 5 great families in Machine City, the Liu family's fortune was immense. Buying out all those assets was no simple task. Zhang Shi simply smiled and said nothing. In truth, in that very instant, a plan had already formed in his mind. Soon, they arrived at the Luo family's residence. Zhang Shi got out of the car and looked at the imposing front gate. Although his relationship with Luo Ruomeng was anything but ordinary, this was his first time visiting her family home. The reason, as it turned out, was that Luo Ruomeng didn't get along with her father. Rumor had it that he was constantly involved in affairs. But as the saying goes, once someone reaches that position, how many men could really resist temptation? Stop right there. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the car, a group of men dressed in black surrounded them. Their voices were cold and sharp. "Who are you? And what's your business here?" With a faint smile, Zhang Shi replied, "Hello, we're from Shiyu Corporation. My name is Zhang Shi. We're here to see the head of the Luo family, Luo Chuanbiao." The leader of the men in black looked Zhang Shi up and down and said, "So you're Zhang Shi, our second Mrs. Boyfriend?" That question left Zhang Shi a bit bewildered. He scratched his head and said, "Yes, that's right." "Enough." The leader waved his hand and barked. "The head of the family has given orders. No matter who it is, if you see Zhang Shi, eliminate him on sight." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of men in black charged forward. Zhang Shi was stunned. What was going on? Why would his future father-in-law treat him like this? But there was no time for Zhang Shi to dwell on it. Watching the men in black close in, he had no choice but to fight back. After all, these were people from the Luo family, and he would need their help in the future. So Zhang Shi refrained from using any of his special abilities and relied solely on his hand-to-hand combat skills to deal with them. Zhang Shi's fighting skills had grown sharper and sharper. As time passed, the fragments of the Captain America evolution serum within him had surpassed 70%. In pure hand-to-hand combat, he was now a match for Captain America himself. Dealing with these men was hardly a challenge for him. Standing his ground, Zhang Shi met every attacker head-on. His movements were subtle and swift. What looked like a casual punch would send a burly man flying with ease. In just the blink of an eye, he had taken down more than 20 opponents, without even taking a single step back. The leader's face grew uneasy. He'd only ever heard rumors of Zhang Shi's strength, dismissing them as exaggerations. Now, facing him in person, he finally understood the true extent of his terrifying power. Grabbing hold of one of the Luo family's bodyguards, Zhang Shi spoke, "Brother, I don't want to fight with you. I didn't come here looking for trouble. Even if the head of your family wants to kill me, let him come and say it to my face. What do you think?" The leader wanted to refuse, but Zhang Shi's overwhelming strength left him no choice. If he tried to stop him by force, he'd bear the consequences himself. After a moment's hesitation, he gave in to Zhang Shi's request, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and reported Zhang Shi's arrival to Luo Chuanbiao. "Our master says he'll be here soon. Wait here for a bit," the leader said. Zhang Shi nodded, then leaned against the car, lighting a cigarette at a leisurely pace. Being a son-in-law is really tough, Zhang Shi grumbled to Su Tian, who stood beside him. "I come to my father-in-law's house and can't even get through the door, and he wants me dead, too. What kind of treatment is that?" "If I were him, I'd probably do the same," Su Tian replied bluntly. "Who would want a son-in-law playing both sides? Oh, and by the way, when Kevin came by the other day to talk about opening the factory, he mentioned you were engaged to Princess Tina, right?" Enough. Zhang Shi quickly waved his hand. "Let's drop it. Not another word. If you tell Shui Yu or the others, watch your back. I might just beat you up." Su Tian chuckled. "Don't worry, I was just making conversation." As the two of them bantered, a commotion arose at the Luo family's gate. Zhang Shi straightened, sensing that the person they'd been waiting for had arrived. From the crowd emerged a bald man with a menacing glare that made Zhang Shi unconsciously swallow. Although they'd never formally met, Zhang Shi had heard plenty about him. There was no mistaking it. This had to be Luo Chuanbiao. Luo Chuanbiao strode up to Zhang Shi, his tone icy as he asked, "You're Zhang Shi, aren't you?" "That's right, it's me." Zhang Shi sounded a little timid. Not because he was intimidated by the man's strength, but because this man was his father-in-law, and Zhang Shi still wasn't quite used to it. "You two-timing bastard." Luo Chuanbiao jabbed a finger at his nose and cursed. "I'm warning you. Stay away from my daughter, or I swear I'll make you regret it." Zhang Shi, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, Mr. Luo, it's not that I'm pestering her. Actually, we're already together, and now. So, are you saying my daughter threw herself at you? You're even living together now. Is that it? The words hit Luo Chuanbiao like a thunderclap, and before he knew it, he charged at Zhang Shi with reckless abandon. No, that's not what I meant. Please calm down. Calm down. Zhang Shi turned and bolted, while Luo Chuanbiao chased after him. The whole scene was both comical and painfully awkward. No one knew how long the chase lasted, but eventually Luo Chuanbiao stopped, gasping for breath. Zhang Shi said, Mr. Luo, I honestly don't know how to explain this, but I hope you'll believe me. We're nothing like what you're imagining, and besides, I didn't come here today to talk about that. Then what did you want to say? Luo Chuanbiao asked. Zhang Shi stepped up to Luo Chuanbiao and said, The X organization. Have you heard of it? At those words, Luo Chuanbiao froze, staring at Zhang Shi in disbelief. Are you saying you know about the X organization? Zhang Shi let out a sigh of relief. Good, just as he'd thought. With such a powerful family, nothing slipped past their notice. Their businesses had become a base for this organization. There was no way Luo Chuanbiao didn't know about it. That's why Zhang Shi had come to him first, rather than heading straight to some random cafe. Let me be clear. I'm standing on the same side as the X organization. We know, actually all of us, share the same goal, to take down those high-ranking Earthlings. I came here today because there are some things you need to know. Soon, the Finger is about to make a big move. Luo Chuanbiao might have a fiery temper, but when it came to serious matters, he knew how to keep his priorities straight. He simply said, All right, I understand. Come in. With that, he led Zhang Shi inside. The sudden shift in Luo Chuanbiao's attitude left the rest of the Luo family momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, he'd been ready to explode. Now he was all calm and cooperative. What in the world had just happened? As they walked, Luo Chuanbiao said coldly, Listen here, kid. Business is business, but that doesn't mean I've forgiven you for what you did with my daughter. You'd better keep your distance from her. You hear me, you scoundrel? All Zhang Shi could do was muster a wry smile in response. The Luo family home wasn't ostentatiously decorated. Instead, it had a simple, fresh style that made everything feel bright and inviting. After inviting Zhang Shi to take a seat, Luo Chuanbiao asked coldly, Would you like tea or something else? Don't stand on ceremony, tea will do, Zhang Shi replied. Before long, the tea was served. Zhang Shi took a gentle sip, then got straight to the point. Mr. Luo, I need you to tell me now. What is your position within the X organization? Luo Chuanbiao countered. What makes you so sure that I'm part of that organization? Zhang Shi answered. Mr. Luo, you have a commanding presence, the air of a true hero. That's why I'm certain you're with the X organization, and that you're also bold enough to stand up to those arrogant types who think they're above everyone else. Zhang Shi knew exactly when to flatter. After all, Luo Chuanbiao didn't think highly of him to begin with. If he didn't seize the opportunity to offer some praise, their relationship would be impossible to salvage. Yet, Luo Chuanbiao was clearly unimpressed. He cut him off with a look of disdain, saying, Enough, enough. Don't bother with all that nonsense. It's pointless. What I want to know is, what is it you came here to tell us? You haven't answered my question, Zhang Shi pressed him. What exactly is your role in the X organization? I'm the head of the Mechanical City Outpost. Zhang Shi nodded to himself, just as he had suspected. All right, I'll tell you. The Fingers have already amassed a stockpile of absolute metal and sky thunder. Their goal is to wipe out the X organization's outpost in Mechanical City in one fell swoop. No matter what, we have to take action. Luo Chuanbiao frowned and asked, You mean the Fingers have already discovered our hideout? That's right, Zhang Shi replied with a nod. Just now, the Lu family, under the control of the Devourer, came to make trouble for me. It was from the Devourer's own words that I learned this news, so I came straight to you. The location of your organization was revealed to me by that Devourer. All right, I understand. Luo Chuanbiao didn't doubt Zhang Shi's words. He had received a device from the leader, a device that could tell whether someone was truly human or from the higher world. According to the device, Zhang Shi was human. There could be no mistake. Besides, when it came to matters like this, it was better to err on the side of caution. The only reason they'd managed to avoid the Fingers' attacks before was that the leader had warned them in advance. Now, with no word from the leader, getting caught would mean certain death. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Oh, by the way, Mr. Luo, there's something else I want to ask you, Zhang Shi said. The leader. You all keep talking about. What kind of person is he, really? I heard from that Devourer that he's incredibly powerful. Is that true? When the time is right for you to know, I'll tell you, Luo Chuanbiao replied. For now, there are many things about the leader that you're not ready to hear. Hearing Luo's response, Zhang Shi felt a pang of disappointment. Still, it made sense. The more cautious Luo was, the safer it was to work with him. All right then, Mr. Luo. From now on, we're strategic allies. Let's hurry and figure out how we'll handle this attack, Zhang Shi said with a cheerful grin. Cut it out. Don't try to get chummy with me. I'm warning you. We're not done with our business yet. You scoundrel. The two continued to bicker, but beneath the playful banter, their battle plan was already taking shape. Previously, whenever they ran into Shoji, their only option was to run. There was simply no other way. After all, no matter how skilled the members of X organization were, they were still just ordinary people. In terms of combat power, they couldn't even hold their own against a basic devourer, let alone go up against Shoji and his kind. They simply weren't in the same league. But things were different now. With Zhang Shi, a formidable outsider, on their side, they decided that this time they would stand their ground and meet the enemy head-on. They had a stockpile of absolute metal and heavenly thunder. This was no child's play. It seemed the ambitions of the high-ranking people from Earth were growing bolder by the day. If they didn't give them a show of force, those people might really forget their place. To be honest, when it came to the equipment they had prepared, Zhang Shi wasn't too concerned. He'd already learned how to counter absolute metal from a Marvel world, so it posed little threat to him. And as for heavenly thunder, it mainly affected electronics and living beings, another problem Zhang Shi could easily handle. What truly worried him was the strength of Shoji and his companions. Before coming here, he'd asked Black Dragon about Shoji's abilities. Black Dragon had answered him bluntly, "I'm not even worthy of being compared to one of his fingers." Whether that was sincere or just modesty, the implication was clear. Shoji's power was extraordinary. Since no one could predict when the attack would come, they had to be vigilant at all times and stay on high alert. Zhang Shi immediately called back to dispatch people to the cafe to establish contact with the X organization. From now on, he'd have to spend every night stationed there himself. As the saying goes, on a dark, windy night, blood is often spilled. There was a good chance their enemies would strike after nightfall. At the same time, as a precaution, all senior members and important documents had to be secretly moved out as soon as possible. In case Zhang Shi and his team couldn't hold the line, at least the losses would be minimized. Once everything was ready, Zhang Shi led his people to the cafe, the secret base of Organization X. The cafe was called Lucky Cafe. Its decor was quite ordinary, and the location was extremely remote. There were hardly any buildings nearby, so naturally, there were almost no customers. Looking at the cafe, Zhang Shi couldn't help but complain. This cafe wasn't originally meant for this, was it? Why on earth did you open it way out here? Do you just have money to burn? Luo Chuanbiao retorted bluntly. Watch your mouth. Don't speak carelessly if you don't know the whole story. This cafe wasn't mine to begin with. It belonged to a good friend of mine who later went abroad, so he left it with me to take care of. That's all. And you, show me some respect. After all, I'm from one of the 5 great families, and I'm Ruomeng's father. The least you can do is show some basic respect, right? Fine. Zhang Shi shrugged and fell silent. Luo Chuanbiao then led Zhang Shi, Li Quaning, Su Tian, and the others inside. As they entered the cafe, someone came over. Seeing Luo Chuanbiao, he immediately asked, "What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea?" "A pot of Longjing tea." Coming right up. Ordering Longjing tea at this cafe was clearly a coded signal between them. "Stay close, and don't touch anything," Luo Chuanbiao instructed. Zhang Shi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. But tell me, why do you still need to use a code word?" "The devourer has the power to absorb others' abilities. If I were to be devoured, we'd be in real trouble. It's not just me. Anyone coming here has to give the code." You had to admit, they were nothing if not cautious. Their group followed the server into the operations room. The server approached a wall, moved a vase slightly, and, just like that, the wall slid open in the middle like a secret door. Who would have thought this little cafe was so high-tech? Luo Chuanbiao, as always, was the first to enter. Zhang Shi and the others followed close behind. As soon as they stepped inside, 2 people immediately came over. "Brother Luo, what brings so many strangers today?" Luo Chuanbiao replied, "They're all our allies. The enemy is about to make a big move that concerns our survival. Everyone, gather now. We need a meeting." Zhang Shi and his team had made all their preparations, but little did they know, at that very moment, the finger was already changing the battle plan. Turguo. An airplane slowly descended onto the airport in Tour Kingdom. A young couple stepped off the plane together. With their sunglasses on, no one could quite make out their faces, but one thing was certain. Both of them exuded an unmistakable aura of coldness. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a face of striking beauty and allure. Such breathtaking women were a rare sight, drawing glances from those around her. She gently linked her arm with the man beside her and spoke in a soft, tender voice. "It's been a long time since we last played a role, hasn't it?" The man nodded. "Yes, it really has. I actually kind of miss this feeling. But, I think we should change our approach, eh? Little. At the very least, we ought to smile, not be so cold." Otherwise, our act won't seem convincing. Don't you think so, Nico? These two were none other than the ones known as Fingers and the Enchanting Woman, Nico. Like Fingers, Nico was one of the high-ranking Earthlings in charge here. You have a point, she replied. But for people like us who have severed all feelings, that's a bit difficult. Still, I'll try. He chuckled. True enough. Fingers stretched lazily, then asked, All right, so what's our next move? Just follow my lead from here on out, Nico replied. I'll make sure Zhangxi falls right into our hands. As she spoke, Nico let a smile curl across her lips. Yet there was nothing bewitching in that smile, only a chilling coldness. Lately, Tina's mood had been nothing short of terrible. She was plagued by frustration. Even though she and Zhangxi were now formally engaged, ever since that day, Zhangxi had never once taken the initiative to contact her, let alone come to see her. Every time she called, Zhangxi would rush through a few words before hurriedly hanging up. She'd even asked Mike and Kevin, who often went to the Mech City, about Zhangxi's whereabouts, but they said they'd barely seen him either and had no idea what he was busy with. This left her feeling deeply insecure. Though she was a princess, she was, above all, a woman. When it came to the man she loved so deeply, she simply couldn't let go. She could accept Zhangxi having several wives and concubines, but she could never accept being ignored by him. Tina, what's wrong? Her father, Tia, couldn't help but ask with concern, noticing her distracted expression. You seem upset. Is something bothering you? It's nothing, Tina replied. That's enough for me. I'm done eating. You all carry on. With that, she stood up and returned to her room. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Tia longed to go after her and ask what was troubling her. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. These days, Tia himself was exceedingly busy. The situation in the kingdom of Tur was far from stable. Although he held the upper hand against the rebels, this latest wave of opposition seemed especially tenacious, each faction fiercer and more unyielding than the last. It was giving Tia endless headaches, and he simply had no time to worry about his daughter's troubles. He never imagined that it was precisely because he hadn't worried about his daughter that a series of events would soon unfold. Your Highness, do you think perhaps the princess should? Forget it. Leave her be, Tia said with a wave of her hand, her voice laced with irritation. Withdraw for now, and have Mike and the others come in. We need to work on the next phase of our battle plan. Yes, Your Highness. Back in her own room, Tina collapsed on her bed. She snatched up a pillow and began to pummel and squeeze it with all her might, all the while muttering curses under her breath. Zhangxi, you jerk, you rotten scoundrel, you're the worst. After a while, her anger faded. She buried her face in the bed and began to sob softly. After all, she was still just a young girl. Just then, her phone rang, the sound breaking the silence. Tina instinctively shot upright and grabbed her phone, but as she looked at the screen, disappointment washed over her once again. She had hoped it was a call from Zhangxi, but instead, the display showed an unfamiliar number. Tina hesitated, thinking of ignoring it, but then reconsidered. She was a princess, and very few people had her number. Maybe it was something important. With that thought, Tina picked up the call and held the phone to her ear. Hello, who is this? On the other end came the delicate voice of a woman. Hello, I speak with Princess Tina. The voice was unfamiliar. Tina was sure she'd never heard it before. She paused, then replied, Yes, this is Tina. And who are you? I'm a friend of Mr. Zhangxi. At the mention of Zhangxi, Tina's demeanor instantly shifted to one of anxious concern. She hurriedly asked, What's going on? Is Zhangxi in Tur now? The woman sighed and replied, Yes, he's in Tur, but the situation is rather, well, it's not good. A surge of panic gripped Tina. She nearly shouted, What happened? Tell me, what's wrong with Zhangxi? He snuck over, hoping to surprise you. But as soon as he arrived in Tur, he was ambushed. He's been seriously injured and can't move for the time being. Seriously injured? Tina, still inexperienced in the ways of the world, was completely thrown into confusion by this news. Yes, he's badly hurt, but try not to panic. The situation isn't quite as dire as it sounds. As long as he gets prompt medical attention, he'll survive. But you mustn't tell anyone else. Just bring a couple of doctors. There may be a traitor among your guards. It's very likely they were the ones who did this to Zhangxi. All right, I understand. I'll come at once. Please, take care of Zhangxi for me. Don't let anything happen to him. Tina was already in tears, her voice choked with urgency. Don't worry, I promise you. I absolutely won't let anything happen to him. Trust me. So, hurry over, all right? We're at a small village by Tianlai Mountain. Okay, I got it. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Tina was just about to leave when a strange feeling crept over her. Something didn't seem right. After all, she was still young and inexperienced, but she wasn't stupid. Tianlai Mountain was so far away. What could they possibly want there? With these doubts swirling in her mind, Tina pulled out her phone and called Zhang Shi, hoping to get to the bottom of things. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. That automated message sent a surge of panic through Tina. Without another second's hesitation, she rushed out, gathered her private medical team, and set off toward Tianlai Mountain. At the same time, Su Tian glanced at Zhang Shi's phone and couldn't help but ask, "Zhang, why'd you turn your phone off? That could really cause problems, you know." Zhang Shi scratched his head and replied, "Honestly, I don't know what's going on lately. It feels like my number's been leaked. Every day, people call me trying to sell me cars or houses. I'm going crazy with all the spam, so I just turned it off for now. I'll switch it back on when things quiet down. Oh, and if anything urgent comes up, they'll probably call you for the time being, so keep an eye out." "All right, I will." What Zhang Shi didn't realize was that this simple act, turning off his phone, would end up putting Tina in real danger. "Huh, that's a brilliant plan," Fingers said, clapping his hand with a laugh. "Today I finally understand what they mean when they say a woman's heart is the most ruthless of all. She's really vicious, really ruthless, haha. Human feelings are their greatest weakness," Nico said coolly. "As long as we exploit that, not a single member of this family can stand against us, not one." "Exactly," Fingers replied with a cheerful grin. "Once we've got their weakness, they're doomed. There's no way they'll win, haha." The two of them had already set everything up at Tianlai Mountain, just waiting for Tina to walk into their trap. The phone call, of course, was arranged by them. They found someone to pester Zhang Shi with endless calls, forcing him to turn his phone off. That way, even if Tina tried to call him to confirm, she'd never get through. And by luring Tina to bring a few members of her medical team, they made the whole situation seem much more plausible and also eased Tina's suspicions. A win-win strategy. The plan was far from flawless, but against someone as naive as Tina, it was almost too easy. "So what should we do with her?" Nico asked. "Kill her outright? Or have a little fun first?" No, that's far too cruel. And besides, we can't just throw away her remaining value." Fingers chuckled. "We could kill her, sure, but only after we get what we want. She's a valuable bargaining chip. We'd be fools not to use her to the fullest. They say a woman's heart is the most ruthless, but you're not much better yourself, Fingers." The two were chatting when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A girl's voice drifted in softly. "Excuse me, are you a friend of Zhang Shi?" Fingers and Nico exchanged a knowing smile, then walked over and opened the door. An hour later, the coastline of Tuer is impressively long. After all, as a major trading nation, maritime shipping is of great importance here. Countless docks line the shore, and hundreds of tons of goods pass in and out of the harbors each day. It's quite remarkable. Of course, this abundance also provides plenty of opportunities for illegal immigration. Airports are heavily guarded, but the ports are far less strict by comparison, and every year many people slip through. At first, Taya tried to keep things under control, but after a while he gave up. There were just too many people. As long as things didn't get out of hand, he chose to turn a blind eye. No one noticed as a small passenger boat, engines roaring at full power, sped away from the shores of Tuer. Not a soul saw it happen. Not even Tuer's most advanced electronic surveillance detected the vessel's departure. "You have to admit, this jamming device really works wonders," Fingers said with a chuckle. "It's like we're invisible. What a rush." Nico, at the helm, smiled slightly. "Of course it does. After all, it's my invention." In a corner of the cockpit, several people were tied up, Tina and her companions, who had just tried to rescue Zhang Shi on Tianlai Mountain. Fingers sauntered over and looked at Tina. "Such a devoted girl," he said. "But honestly, I can't see what's so special about him that you'd go to all this trouble. Makes me a bit jealous, I have to admit." Gritting her teeth, Tina shot back. "Where are you taking me? I'm warning you. If you dare lay a finger on me, my father and brother Zhang Shi will never let you get away with it." "Oh, I'd actually welcome that," Fingers replied breezily. "I'll take you to see Zhang Shi, but what happens after that? I make no promises." His laughter echoed in the confined space. At this moment, Tina revealed a remarkable resilience. She neither cried nor caused a scene, but glared at Fingers and Nico with eyes full of hate. Fingers considered teasing her further, but thought better of it. There was no point now. Once they brought her back, the initiative would be his. He could simply wait for Zhang Shi to come and walk right into the trap. The first person to notice Tina's disappearance was Taya. Taya had just returned from suppressing some dissenters, only to find that Tina was nowhere to be seen. At first, he thought she had simply gone out to play and didn't give it much thought. But as evening fell and dinner time came around, Tina still hadn't come back. That was when Taya realized how serious the situation was. He immediately sent everyone out to look for Tina, but no one could find her. The old man was beside himself with worry. Tina was the apple of his eye. If anything happened to her, he feared he wouldn't be able to bear it. It was then that Mike came over to remind him of something. Your Highness, when we were worried about the princess's safety before, you set up monitoring on her phone. Shouldn't we check it now? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Taya snapped back to attention and hurried to access Tina's call records. Soon enough, he found Tina's phone and listened to the entire recording of what had happened. Quick, send people to Thunder Mountain at once, hurry. Taya roared. Yes, Your Highness. And who was responsible for monitoring Tina's calls? Find that person and have them executed. If only they discovered this sooner, things might never have gotten to this point. Your Highness, please calm down, Mike said softly. At the time, to protect the princess's privacy, you didn't let anyone else monitor her phone. You did it yourself. Damn it, Taya cursed, though it wasn't clear who he was angry with. Before long, the team sent to Thunder Mountain reported back. In a rundown, thatched hut halfway up the mountain, they found signs of a struggle and one of Tina's earrings. Even a fool could see what had happened. Tina had been kidnapped. The old man was truly frantic now. He pulled out his phone and immediately called Zhangxi. Zhangxi's phone was on now, and he was sitting in the Luo family's coffee shop, leisurely playing on his phone. These days of waiting were the hardest to endure. Not knowing when the other side might call, he had to keep a constant watch. The man known as Finger still hadn't given Hei Lung and the others any orders, so an ambush couldn't be ruled out. Bored as he was, he had no choice but to keep his eyes glued to the situation. The phone suddenly rang, its tone sharp and urgent. Zhangxi glanced at the screen. It was Taya's private number. Why would Taya be calling him now? Puzzled, Zhangxi picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Hello, Your Highness, what's going on? He heard Taya's anxious voice, almost breathless. Zhangxi, something terrible has happened. Tina's been kidnapped. What did you say? On hearing this, Zhangxi shot to his feet at once. Taya quickly recounted the whole story to Zhangxi, from beginning to end. As Zhangxi listened, a cold sweat broke out all over him. Damn it, of all times, something had to happen to Tina now. Someone impersonated him, tricked Tina out, and then kidnapped her. Other than those people from the Fingers, Zhangxi couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. Despicable. He hadn't expected those bastards to stoop so low as to target Tina. In a way, Zhangxi blamed himself. He had gone out of his way to protect Luo Ruomeng and Chen Xiuyu, but he had let his guard down with Tina. Sigh, just one wrong move, and everything had changed. Zhangxi always cherished those close to him. That's why, for him, Tina was his greatest weakness. Taya was now completely panicked. He had never feared any enemy, no matter how formidable. But now that his own daughter had been kidnapped, he truly had no idea what to do. Zhangxi understood how he felt. After all, when you have just one precious daughter, if anything happened to her, the old man would move heaven and earth to save her. After a moment's thought, Zhangxi said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll take care of this. How can I not worry? There's not a word of news yet. Wait, hold on. Taya suddenly seemed to realize something. From what you're saying, Zhangxi, do you know where Tina is being held? Zhangxi didn't hide anything. He nodded. Yes, I do. If I'm right, she should be in the Mechanical City by now. Mechanical City? I'll explain everything in detail later. But rest assured, I give you my word on my own head, I won't let anything happen to Tina. Hearing Zhangxi speak with such conviction, Taya finally felt a bit of relief. With a sigh, he said, All right then, I'll leave Tina in your hands. As soon as he put down his phone, Zhangxi's eyes flashed with a sharp, steely light that startled Luo Chuanbiao and the others. Zhangxi, Luo Chuanbiao couldn't help but ask, What's going on? Did something happen? Zhangxi replied, The Fingers have kidnapped a close friend of mine. It looks like their plans have changed. He didn't reveal Tina's true identity. After all, she was his future father-in-law's daughter. Speaking out would be as good as signing his own death warrant. Is that so? Luo Chuanbiao said. Well, that does sound tricky. Suddenly, Zhangxi turned to Luo Chuanbiao and asked, Mr. Luo, do you know where the Fingers base is? If I did, do you think I'd be sitting here getting pushed around? Luo Chuanbiao replied irritably. They're always hiding in the shadows. I really have no idea where their base might be. I see. Zhangxi nodded thoughtfully. If that was the case, maybe it was time to try a different approach. Remaining still, Zhangxi thought, the only reason Finger kidnapped Tina must be to use her as leverage against him. Therefore, there was no need for him to do anything rash. They would inevitably come looking for him. But this meant Tina would have to suffer, and Zhangxi swore to himself that he would make Finger pay for this. He stood up and walked toward the door. Luo Chuanbiao hurriedly called out, Hey, where are you going? Without turning his head, Zhangxi replied, The plan's changed. There's no point staying here any longer. I need to go back and think about how to rescue my friend, Su Tian, just in case you stay here. If there's any news, let me know immediately. Understood. What? Isn't this a bit irresponsible? We got a big enemy looming over us, and you're just leaving? What else do you want me to do? At least stop and think about this. Luo Chunbiao stopped Zhang Shi and said, since she's your friend, that makes her a friend of our ex-organization too. Don't leave yet. Let's figure out together how we can rescue her. Zhang Shi paused to consider. It was true. If Luo Chunbiao was willing to help, things might go much smoother. All right, Zhang Shi agreed. My friend is the daughter of Princess Taya from the Kingdom of Tuer. Her status is rather sensitive, so whatever plan we come up with, we must guarantee her safety. Understand? Luo Chunbiao shot him a sidelong glance and asked suspiciously, she's not another one of your love interests, is she? Zhang Shi's face flushed, and he gave a couple of awkward chuckles. Of course not. You're overthinking it. She's a princess. How could someone like me ever catch her eye? Yeah, you've got a point, Luo Chunbiao replied. This secret was bound to come out sooner or later, Zhang Shi thought. He'd have to figure out how to explain things when the time came. Meanwhile, Finger had already returned to the secret base in Machanica City. It had to be said, this guy worked with incredible efficiency. Moving like a shadow, he made it back in less than a day. His speed was truly astonishing. To avoid drawing attention, Finger had given Tina a dose of tranquilizers, and she was already fast asleep. Watching over her sleeping form, Finger couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful girl. It's a real shame she got dragged into this mess. What's this? Feeling sorry for her, Nico asked from the side. No, I was just thinking, if I were Zhang Shi, I'd definitely value this girl a lot. Now that she's disappeared, how do you think he feels? What's going through his mind? Want to give him a call? Nico suggested. I actually think this Zhang Shi guy is pretty handsome and capable. I'd like to know him better. If we could get him to join us, that'd be a real win. Finger couldn't help but laugh. This girl was actually jealous. Still, Nico's suggestion wasn't without merit. After all, they'd run countless experiments, and Zhang Shi was the only one who could use the system. To such an extent. Of course, the system's instability played a part, but there was no denying Zhang Shi's personal abilities were impressive. Someone this talented was certainly worth recruiting. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Shi's number. It was the first time he'd taken the initiative to contact someone from Earth. The phone rang. Zhang Shi glanced at the screen, an unfamiliar number. After a brief moment of thought, he immediately guessed who it was. He put the phone to his ear and answered, Who is this? A brazen voice came from the other end of the line. Haha, you're Zhang Shi, right? Finger. Yes, that's me. Finger nodded as he spoke. You're a smart one, Zhang Shi. I like dealing with clever people like you. Cut to the chase, Zhang Shi said bluntly, showing no courtesy. What do you want? You got Tina, don't you? What's your game? Very sharp. Finger spoke slowly. Since you already know, there's no point beating around the bush. Tonight at 8, in the park at Yeoman District, Mech City. I'll be waiting for you there. Don't be late. And by the way, it doesn't matter if you bring a few people along. That's fine with me. The confidence in his voice was evident. He had no fear of being outnumbered. Zhang, she remembered the park. It was a remote spot, and Finger had clearly chosen it for its seclusion. His intentions couldn't be more obvious. This was shaping up to be a dangerous trap. But with Tina in his hands, Zhang, she had no choice. Even if it was a death trap, he'd have to walk right in. Fine, I understand. Don't worry, I won't bring anyone else. I'll come alone. After hanging up, Zhang, she drew a deep breath. Tonight was bound to be perilous. There was no doubt about it. He didn't go back to the office or inform anyone. Silently, he turned off his phone and drove alone toward the park. It was still early, but Zhang Shi arrived in advance. He wanted to scout the area, searching for a suitable escape route in case things went south. He still didn't know what Finger was truly capable of. But as an elite, his abilities must be formidable. If he brought Luo Chunbiao or anyone else, it could mean unnecessary sacrifice. Tina was his responsibility. He wouldn't let others risk themselves for her. Sitting by the window of a tea house near the park, Zhang, she sipped his tea, his eyes fixed on the park ahead. Sorry, Earth is closed today. A familiar voice called out from behind. Zhang, she glanced at the TV behind him and saw that Avengers: Infinity War was playing. It was right at the scene where Thanos' army invades and Iron Man makes his dazzling transformation. Yes. Not only are the problems of the real world a headache, but the troubles in the Marvel Universe are even more worrisome. The next part of the story should move on to Doctor Strange and Thor, Ragnarok. The main battleground of Ragnarok is Asgard, and judging by the way the system works now, he probably wouldn't be sent into outer space, so he likely wouldn't be involved in Thor's story. But as for Doctor Strange, he would probably be part of that. Speaking of Doctor Strange, there's an even more terrifying villain, Dormammu. This guy is even stronger than Thanos. He has transcended time itself and rules over his own dimension. Doctor Strange had to die 1,000 different ways before he finally managed to force Dormammu to retreat. In reality, the Marvel storyline has already reached Avengers: Endgame, where Thanos is defeated. Many people speculate that, now that the Time Stone is gone, the Avengers' next enemy might actually be Dormammu. How will the story unfold from here? Zhang couldn't help but look forward to it. If things go well, he just might be the first to see Avengers 5. But enough digression. Zhang had been sipping tea in this tea house for over 3 hours. Dusk had quietly crept in. Checking the time, he saw it was already 7:30. It looked like it was time for him to head inside. Zhang placed 200 yuan on the table, then slowly made his way toward the park. He had only taken a few steps when he felt someone tap him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw it was the owner of the tea house. Zhang was momentarily surprised, then politely asked, "Is something the matter, boss?" The owner looked at him and asked, "Are you heading into the park to meet someone?" "Yes, that's right. How did you know?" The owner chuckled and replied, "Of course I know. Your friend has been waiting for you in the tea house for quite a while now. He asked me to let you know that if I saw you, I should tell you he's waiting in a private room on the 2nd floor. Could it be him? The one with the finger?" Zhang said, "All right, take me up quickly. Oh, by the way, how many people are upstairs?" "Just 3, 2 women and a man. They're all quite good looking too." "Huh, all right, let's hurry. I've still got work to do." With the owner leading the way, Zhang followed him up to the 2nd floor. Every step Zhang took was careful and deliberate, for the enemy he was about to face was truly formidable. "All right, here we are." The owner pushed open the door and called out, "Sir, someone's here to see you." Zhang peered inside. He didn't recognize the man called Shoji, nor did he know Nico, but there was someone he did recognize. Tina, his fiancée. So it was true. Shoji was here. "Ah, thanks, boss," Shoji said with a snap of his fingers and a grin. "You can get back to work now. Unless there's something important, don't come in and interrupt us." "All right." Tina looked up. She saw Zhang, and her face instantly lit up with joy. She wanted to speak, wanted nothing more than to leap from her chair and rush into Zhang's arms. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stand up, nor could she utter a single word. Noticing Tina's distress, Zhang grew anxious. His right hand morphed into a blade, and the powers of thunder and the desolation virus surged together, condensing onto the weapon. He raised the blade high, leveling it at Shoji. "So you're Shoji, aren't you? What have you done to her?" Shoji nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. Not bad at all. I didn't expect your strength to grow so much. Truly impressive. Don't worry, I haven't harmed her. I just temporarily sealed her movements. She'll be fine after a while. Now have a seat. Let's get down to business." With that, he patted the chair next to him. Nico even poured Zhang a cup of tea. Zhang, she felt uneasy. Shoji's attitude was hard to read. With their history, shouldn't Shoji have tried to kill him already? Why all this politeness? Was there some hidden agenda? He sat down, but, wary, didn't touch the teacup. If it was poisoned, dying over a cup of tea would be a pointless tragedy. Instead, he spoke coldly. "Shoji, I'm here now. Don't bother with all these pointless games. Tell me, what do you really want?" "You're quite impatient," Shoji replied, smiling with narrowed eyes. "But it seems you misunderstand me. Today I don't intend to fight you. That said, just because I don't want doesn't mean I won't if it comes to that. I'm here to discuss something important." "Oh," Zhang raised an eyebrow. "What tricks are you playing at?" "Listen to yourself." Shoji took a leisurely sip of tea, then became serious. "You're strong. To be honest, your abilities have exceeded my expectations. You're a rare talent. Even among the elites of our high-earth world, you'd be considered a master. So, out of appreciation for your abilities, I'd like to invite you to join us. What do you think?" "Oh, so you wanted to join your group?" Before coming here, Zhang had imagined countless scenarios, but it had never crossed his mind that Shoji would try to recruit him. Tommy had warned him long ago. These high-ranking Earth people were notoriously arrogant and stubborn, looking down on ordinary Earthlings and considering themselves above everyone else. But now, to his surprise, they actually wanted to recruit Zhang into their group, something he had never expected. You can think of it that way. "So what do you say?" Nico walked over and gently lifted Zhang's chin. Tina, standing nearby, looked as if sparks were about to shoot from her eyes. If she could move, she would have rushed forward to take Nico on, no matter the cost. "I have a question." Zhang finally spoke after a long silence, his voice steady and composed. "What happens if I say yes? And what if I refuse?" "You already know the answer, don't you?" The tone in Finger's voice turned icy in an instant. "If you agree, you'll become one of us, one of the high-ranking Earth people. Your status and treatment will be second to none. You'll be above everyone else. But if you refuse, you'll be our enemy. And honestly, whether you walk out of here alive today is questionable. The path is right in front of you. It's up to you to choose." As Finger spoke, a chilling aura radiated from him, an overwhelming, cold presence unlike anything Zhang had ever encountered. It was a coldness that sent shivers down the spine, terrifying and full of murderous intent. In that moment, the handsome man before him seemed as though he could transform into a fearsome vampire at any second, unleashing a massacre. Zhang Shi realized he was no match for him. He thought the enemies he'd faced in the Marvel world were frightening enough, but compared to these high-ranking Earth people, they were nothing. These people possessed a power far more terrifying. After all, they were the creators of the Marvel world, beings on a whole different level. Zhang Shi decided to avoid direct confrontation with Finger for now. He would bide his time, look for the right moment, and take Tina away from here. This is a serious matter. I'll need some time to think before I can give you an answer, Zhang Shi said slowly. That's fine. I'll give you some time. 2 hours should be enough, right? Finger replied with a cold laugh. But let me warn you, don't try to play any tricks. Just because you've got Quicksilver speed doesn't mean you can do whatever you want here. I'm really not impressed by your little bag of tricks. As soon as he finished speaking, a teacup appeared in Finger's hand. Zhang Shi clearly remembered that this teacup had been sitting 10 meters away just moments before. It seemed that things were indeed getting complicated. Zhang Shi, brother. At last, Tina managed to speak, though her voice was weak and her body still paralyzed. Zhang Shi, please, don't agree to their demands. Zhang Shi walked over and gently pressed her shoulder, his voice soft and reassuring. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Nico and Finger showed not the slightest hint of worry. The two of them sipped their tea and nibbled on pastries, chatting and laughing as if without a care in the world. Despite this relaxed scene, Zhang Shi dared not make a move. A person's reputation is as daunting as the shadow of a tall tree, and the pressure these two exerted on him was overwhelming. What on earth was the right thing to do? Time ticked by, second after second. Tina clung tightly to Zhang Shi's hand, trembling with fear. Zhang Shi fared a little better, but his face was far from calm. All right, time's up. Finger walked to the door, then turned to look at Zhang Shi. So, have you made up your mind? Zhang Shi's eyes darted about. Then he replied, fine, I agree. But I want to know, what exactly will I get out of this? If I'm just another test subject, then I see no reason to accept your offer, do I? Finger's expression grew serious. I'm tempted to say you're greedy, but honestly, that's exactly why I find you trustworthy. As long as you agree, you'll become our representative in Mechanica City. You'll have full access to the Marvel Shard collection system. Use it however you please, I won't interfere. There are many new resources for you to choose from, and I can make you a king on Earth. Finger's words were alluring, almost too good to be true, but a lingering doubt gnawed at Zhang Shi's heart. What was the real motive behind the actions of these high-ranking Earthlings? Was it truly just boredom, or something else at play? Looking at Finger, Zhang Shi asked, what's your real purpose in all this? Do you want to rule the Earth? There's no need for you to ask right now. When the time is right, you'll know. And there's one more thing. As he spoke, Finger pulled a pill from inside his coat and tossed it to Zhang Shi. I'm not one to put my faith in people. I'll tell you straight, that pill is poison. I'll split the antidote into 7 doses, 1/4. Each year, miss a dose, and you're dead. No question. If you want me to trust you, you will swallow the pill. Right here, right now. Zhang Shi hadn't expected this turn. He'd thought agreeing would be enough, but who could have guessed Finger would resort to such ruthless methods, using poison to keep him under control? There was no way he could take that pill. That would be the end. Zhang Shi's voice turned cold. Trust is a two-way street. How can I be sure you'll give me the antidote on time? Finger simply flicked his wrist. In a flash, a razor-sharp blade of energy shot toward Zhang Shi, slicing off a swath of his hair before he could even react. Even Zhang Shi, hardened by countless battles, broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Instinctively, he reached up to check his head, and only after confirming it was still attached to his neck did he let out a shaky sigh of relief. If I wanted to kill you, it would take but a moment. There's no need for such elaborate scheming. So, you have no other choice. Either you eat it today, or you die. The decision is yours. Terrifying, this man's power was truly unfathomable. Compared to him, all those devourers they'd encountered before were as fragile as infants, utterly helpless in the face of his strength. Events had spiraled far beyond Zhang Shi's expectations. This man was simply too strong, so strong it was frightening. But no matter what, Zhang Shi absolutely could not take the medicine. Zhang Shi spoke up. I'm sorry, but I can't. Believe me if you want, if not, so be it. Even if it means death, I won't swallow that thing. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. The man known as Finger let out a sigh. What a pity. I thought you had potential. I even wanted to mentor you. But now you can die. No sooner had his words fallen than Finger's figure dissolved into a gust of wind, rushing straight at Zhang Shi. When a cat catches a mouse, it rarely kills it swiftly. Instead, it toys with the mouse, playing with it until exhaustion sets in, and only then delivers the final blow. Clearly, this was what Finger intended. He relished this game of cat and mouse. His movements are not fast now. At least compared to before, he seemed to be moving at a crawl. Jiangshi could have dodged, but he didn't dare. Tina was right behind him. If he moved aside, Tina would be doomed. Jiangshi activated his defense mode. Crossing his arms before his chest, his body slowly transformed into a massive shield. At the same time, the power of Hulk surged within him, turning his arms a pure, vibrant green. This transformation greatly bolstering his defense. But Jiangshi was still too naive. Finger lunged forward and landed a vicious kick on a shield. The impact was like being struck by a speeding locomotive. Jiangshi was sent flying, his body feeling as if it were being torn apart. Fortunately, in that crucial moment, he managed to shield Tina in his arms, sparing her from harm. Sprawled on the ground, Jiangshi spat out a mouthful of blood. The sight terrified Tina. Tears streamed down her face as she grabbed his arm, panic-stricken. "Brother Jiangshi, are you all right? Please don't scare me." "So, have you realized how powerless you are?" Finger stood tall, arrogance radiating from him as he looked down at Jiangshi with contempt. After coughing up another mouthful of blood, Jiangshi felt a slight relief, but despair welled up in his heart. Utterly crushed, he never imagined the gap between himself and Finger would be so vast. In every way, he was completely overpowered. Even in the official Marvel universe, Jiangshi's strength would never be considered weak. As for Finger, his abilities certainly weren't superior to those of the established Marvel superheroes or villains. For instance, if Finger ever had to face Thanos, there was no doubt he would be no match for him. Yet why was there such a vast gap in power between the two? The only explanation lay in the difference in levels of power and the way their abilities countered one another. No matter how formidable Jiangshi was, his power ultimately came from the system. It was only with the system's backing that he possessed such might. And since Finger had once been the system's master, there was a fundamental difference in the hierarchy of their powers. Fortunately, Jiangshi had absorbed a portion of the Devourer's abilities and learned to shape-shift. Otherwise, that last blow from Finger would have sent him straight back to where he came from. With difficulty, Jiangshi managed to stand. He looked at Finger, racking his brain for a way to deal with him. There was no chance of winning in a direct fight. Escape was the only option. With this thought, Jiangshi grabbed Tina's hand, tapped in a Quicksilver's speed, and made a flee. But he was still far too naive. Jiangshi dashed towards the exit, but in a blink, Finger appeared before him, blocking his path. With a brutal punch, he struck Jiangshi hard in the chest. The force sent Jiangshi staggering backward. He dropped to one knee, completely drained of strength. "I told you, Jiangshi, you're far too naive," Finger said with smug disdain. "If you want to take me on, your power is nowhere near enough. Tell you what, I'll give you one last chance, your final chance. Will you take the pill or not?" Staring at the pill in Finger's hand, Jiangshi clenched his fists. He was truly at the end of his rope. Finger's strength was overwhelming. What could he possibly do to escape this crisis? "Brother Jiangshi." Tina's fear faded from her face. She reached out, gripping his wrist tightly, then spoke with gentle resolve. "Don't worry, Brother Jiangshi. No matter what happens, I'll stay by your side. Even if it means dying, I'll die with you." "Tina." Jiangshi was deeply moved. He responded, "Don't worry. I won't let you die. I promise, I'll get you out of here, no matter what." "Oh, so you two think I'm invisible?" Their intimate exchange grated on Finger's nerves. He bellowed, "This isn't the time for melodrama. If you've made up your minds, then fine. I'll just kill you both. Right now, die." With that, Finger chopped his hand through the air, aiming a lethal blow straight at Jiangshi's neck. The strike was swift and ruthless. In the next instant, Jiangshi's head would be severed, his body left with no burial place. And it was at that very moment that a miracle occurred. Just as the Finger's hand was about to reach within 10 centimeters of Jiangshi's neck, it suddenly stopped. A pale, slender hand clamped tightly around his wrist. The Finger was startled and turned to look, only to see that it was Nico, the one who had remained silent all this time, gripping his wrist. "Nico, what are you doing?" The Finger quickly regained his composure, roaring, "What's the meaning of this?" Nico didn't reply. Instead, with a swift motion, she grabbed the pill from the Finger's hand and shoved it into Jiangshi's mouth. Then, grabbing the shirts of both Jiangshi and Tina, she hurled them straight out the window. Such great power, such deep loyalty. Killing a man like that would be a shame. Nico released the Finger's wrist and said coolly, "He's taking the medicine now. Give him a year, let him think things through." The Finger glared fiercely at Nico. Technically, they were equals. Neither outranked the other. In fact, when it came to sheer strength, Nico was every bit his match, perhaps even stronger. "Don't look at me like that. I'm only doing what's best for our interests, Nico said, settling back into her seat and sipping her tea. Besides, he's ingested the drug already. Are you really worried he won't end up obeying us in the end? No, that's not what concerns me, the finger replied, fixing his gaze on Nico. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, slowly he spoke. It's just, you seem different, not quite yourself. It's as if the feelings that were sealed away inside you are starting to awaken. At his words, Nico's hand trembled slightly, and a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. But almost at once, she regained her composure. That's impossible, she said lightly. You're overthinking it. My emotions aren't so easily restored. I hope you're right. But I need you to remember, no matter what, we must never let our feelings return. Emotion breeds attachment, and attachment breeds weakness. We can't afford weakness. With that, he turned and strode away without another word. Truth be told, he could still catch up to Zhang Shi if he wanted, but there was no need. Zhang Shi was now powerless to resist them, and with the poison inside him, he'd be at their mercy from now on. He didn't notice, however, that Nico had kept her right hand clenched tightly ever since the confrontation, as if she were determined to hide something. Meanwhile, on Zhang Shi's side, he had just managed to escape the finger's control. There was no way he would dare linger. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, as if he had been torn apart, but he gritted his teeth and, ignoring the pain, dashed toward his car as fast as he could. Once they got in the car, Zhang Shi was about to take the driver's seat when Tina spoke up beside him. Brother Zhang Shi, you're badly hurt. Please rest for a while. I'll drive. Just tell me the way. Zhang Shi nodded and closed his eyes. Tina started the car, then stepped hard on the gas. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, racing off with a whoosh. Zhang Shi had never been wounded this badly before. His body had become so tough that not even a high-explosive grenade could harm him. But in the face of the finger, he was still frighteningly weak. It seemed the finger barely needed to exert any effort to pin him to the ground and toy with him. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with a fire of unwilling rage. He had thought he was strong enough. So why was there still such an enormous gap? Noticing the fierce look in his eyes, Tina asked nervously, Brother Zhang Shi, are you all right? Please don't get angry. Anger will only make your injuries worse. I'm fine. Turn left here, Zhang Shi replied. Okay, say Brother Zhang Shi, why do you think that woman let us go? Zhang Shi didn't know the answer to that, either. He couldn't understand why Nicole had spared him, and, most crucially, hadn't made him take that pill. Although it was only for a brief moment, Zhang Shi had clearly sensed that Nicole merely waved the pill near his mouth, then closed her hand around it. She was obviously just putting on a show for the finger. I don't know. That woman's actions are truly hard to understand, Zhang Shi answered honestly. But no matter what, we managed to escape for now, didn't we? Yes, Tina sighed. Then she asked, so, Brother Zhang Shi, what should we do next? These people are just too powerful. As for what to do next, Zhang Shi wasn't sure himself. But there was one thing he was certain he had to say. From here, you need to leave at once. Go back to Turk country as quickly as you can. Why? Tina slammed on the brakes so abruptly that Zhang Shi nearly went flying. She shouted, her voice hoarse with emotion. Why are you sending me away? Give me one good reason. Tina, listen to me, Zhang Shi said, rubbing the spot where his forehead had bumped the windshield. Mechanical City isn't safe right now. You saw it just now. I'm no match for them. If I can't protect myself, I won't be able to protect you either. For your own safety, you have to leave. No, Tina insisted. We're not just boyfriend and girlfriend, and we're more than just friends. We're husband and wife now. A married couple is supposed to support each other. So no matter what you say today, I'm not leaving. Husband and wife? Zhang Shi was genuinely moved by Tina's words. But despite his feelings, now was not the time for sentiment. Tina was indeed in grave danger. And beyond that, there was an even more pressing issue. If he brought her back, he simply couldn't explain it to Luo, Roman, and the others. It wasn't that Zhang Shi was shirking responsibility. It was just that he had no energy to worry about these things right now. Troubles were piling up as it was, and he didn't want to let anything else distract him at this crucial moment. Tina, it's precisely because you're my fiancé that I can't let anything happen to you. I'm a man. I must protect my woman. If anything were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself. Do you understand, Tina? Tina wavered a little after hearing Zhang Shi's words. He was right. The enemies Zhang Shi faced now were beyond what anyone could imagine. Her own abilities were simply not enough to help him. If something really did happen, she'd only get in the way. She truly couldn't offer any real assistance. Staying here would be utterly meaningless. Tina lifted her head and looked at Zhang Shi, her gaze resolute. All right, Brother Zhang Shi, I'll go. If I can't be your armor, then I'll never become your weakness. But there's one thing I want you to remember. Brother Zhang Shi, You and I are two halves of a whole. If you ever fall to this enemy, I will never survive alone. She was stunned. He hadn't expected Tina to say something so heartfelt. In that instant, his emotions surged, joy, gratitude, guilt, all mingling together in a bittersweet tide. He said nothing, but pressed a gentle kiss to Tina's forehead. 1,000 unspoken words were contained in that kiss. Tina reached out and pulled She into a tight embrace. In that moment, nothing more needed to be said. After a while, She let go of Tina and said softly, "All right, go now. When this is all over, I'll come find you." "Okay," Tina replied. There were no flights to Turk country at all right now, but for someone from Turk country, that was hardly an obstacle. Once she felt a little better, he took out his phone and dialed Tia's number. Tia, on the other hand, was at her wit's end. She'd been pacing circles in her room, not knowing what to do. Her mood was a storm of frustration. Whoever crossed her path got an earful, but afterward, she'd hide in a corner and quietly shed tears. No one could truly understand her feelings. Yes, she was known as the iron-blooded queen, but who could have guessed there was such a vulnerable side? To her heart, as the saying goes, only the drinker knows if the water is warm or cold. In this world, no one can ever fully share another's pain. Ring, ring, ring. The phone began to ring. Tia picked it up, and, seeing that it was she calling, immediately felt a surge of energy. His hands trembled as he answered, speaking softly. "Hello, Zhangxi, how's the situation?" "Your Highness, it's me." Zhangxi's voice came through from the other end. "I've successfully rescued Tina. We're heading to the airport now. Please send someone to pick her up immediately." You said you've rescued Tina?" Tia spent a full 3 minutes just letting that sentence sink in. It wasn't until he heard Tina's voice in his ear that, after a long silence, he leapt up in excitement. "Zhangxi, thank you. Thank you so much. Tina, are you all right?" "Dad, don't worry. I'm fine, really. I'm safe now. Tina, wait for me where you are. I'll come pick you up right away." Normally, picking someone up would be a job for Mike and the others, but this time, Tia insisted on going himself, bringing along his own personal guards. He simply couldn't trust anyone else. Only by going himself could he be at ease. What should have been a journey of over 3 hours, Tia finished in just 2. When he saw Tina at the airport, he didn't say a word. He rushed forward and threw his arms around his daughter. It was also the first time she had ever seen Tia cry. In that moment, he truly understood just how much Tina meant to Tia. She walked over and gently patted Tia on the shoulder, speaking softly, "Your Highness, it's all right now. Tina is safe. It's over. Everything's okay." Tia turned back, his eyes fierce as he stared at Zhangxi. Then, in a voice cold as ice, he demanded, "Tell me. I want you to tell me right now. What exactly happened? Who kidnapped Tina? Today, I swear, I'll tear them limb from limb." Zhangxi understood how he felt and knew what he would do, but he couldn't reveal who was behind it. No matter how strong Tia's guards were, they weren't on the same level as Shoji and the others. Facing them with just a handful of men would be suicide. Taking a deep breath, Zhangxi spoke slowly. "Your Highness, listen to me. The enemy this time isn't someone ordinary people can handle. So please, don't insist. Leave this to me. Trust me, I won't let you down." "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Tia patted Zhangxi's shoulder, adding, "You know as well as I do, Tina is my daughter. I can't allow anyone who harms her to go unpunished. Whoever did this must die. No exceptions." Tina spoke up from the side. "All right, Dad, it's fine. I'm okay now, really. You have to trust Brother Zhangxi. He'll handle everything." With that, she turned to Zhangxi and said, "Well, Brother Zhangxi, I'll head off now. Take care of yourself, and remember what I said. I always keep my word." Zhangxi nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Tina. I remember what you told me. I won't let you down." Perhaps because of what Tina had just gone through, Tia felt Mechanical City was no longer safe. He didn't linger. After exchanging a few words with Zhangxi, he turned and boarded the plane. After seeing Tina off, Zhangxi slumped heavily onto his seat at the airport. The tension of the past hours had kept him numb, but now, as his body relaxed, waves of pain and exhaustion crashed over him so intensely he could barely raise his arms. What should I do next? For the first time, Zhangxi found himself swept up in a sense of utter despair, something deeper than anything he'd ever felt before. Finger's power had far exceeded anything he'd imagined. It was as if they weren't even from the same world. He realized how naive he'd been after dealing with a few small-time thugs. He'd actually thought he could take on someone from the upper echelons of Earth. But reality had slapped him hard in the face. Fortunately, the super soldier serum in his veins was working to heal his body. After resting for about an hour, he felt a bit better, though a dull ache still lingered in his chest. No matter what, he had to face what was coming. He knew far too little about Finger, and even less about people from the higher ranks of Earth. So he decided to seek out Black Dragon and Tommy. Maybe, just maybe, they could help him. With that thought, Zhang stood up and made his way back to the company. Soon, he arrived at the company building. But as he stepped through the doors, he was met by a completely unexpected sight. Luo Chuanbiao was there, and beside him sat Luo Rolling. "Mr. Luo, what brings you here?" Zhang asked in surprise. Luo Chuanbiao's face was dark as thunder. He turned to Luo Ruomeng and said, "Ruomeng, you go on ahead. I need a word with him." Ruomeng glanced at Zhang Shi, then stood up to leave. As she passed him, she whispered, "My father's in a bad mood. Be careful." "Don't worry, I understand," Zhang Shi replied, nodding before approaching Luo Chuanbiao. The next moment, Luo Chuanbiao exploded, his voice booming with rage. "Zhang Shi, what the hell are you playing at? Are you toying with me? You said there'd be an attack, and now everyone in the company is on edge. What did you run off to? Tell me, are you a spy for them?" That question from Luo Chuanbiao was really quite brainless. If Zhang Shi had truly been a spy, the rest of them would have been dead hundreds of times over by now. In truth, Luo Chuanbiao was a sharp guy, but his fiery temper often got the better of him, especially when he was angry, which explains such an over-the-top remark. Fortunately, Zhang Shi didn't stoop to his level. Instead, he simply said, "I just had a run-in with Finger," and the woman at his side, I think her name was Nico. The two of them. As soon as he heard this, Luo Chuanbiao fell silent. Although he often talked about Finger, the two had never actually met, let alone fought. He couldn't resist asking, "So, is Finger really that strong?" Zhang Shi replied, "Strong doesn't even begin to describe it. To put it bluntly, I was completely crushed. Against Finger, I didn't have a chance to fight back. He's that powerful." Luo Chuanbiao drew in a sharp breath. He knew all too well how strong Zhang Shi was, so to hear that Zhang Shi had lost so badly, just how terrifying was Finger. Zhang Shi continued, "Anyway, this is the situation for now. You should head back. Finger could attack at any moment, but in my opinion, forget about facing him head-on. If you can run, do it." "I understand. I'll make arrangements right away." Before Zhang Shi could finish, Luo Chuanbiao cut him off, finishing his sentence for him. With that, he didn't linger and left immediately. Watching Luo Chuanbiao's retreating figure, Zhang Shi let out a sigh, then headed inside the company to find Tommy and Heilong. Tommy's life was getting better and better. Maybe as time went on, John's hatred for Tommy had faded, or maybe he'd truly seen that Tommy had turned over a new leaf. But Heilong wasn't so lucky. After pulling himself together, Heilong was as surly as ever. Even when he was shut inside a box, he couldn't stop cursing and grumbling, much to the annoyance of John, who was responsible for keeping an eye on them. When Zhang Shi walked in, John was in the middle of dealing with Heilong. He was squishing parts of Heilong's body into balls and then rolling them into sticks, almost like playing with modeling clay, and finding it rather amusing. Off to the side, Tommy watched the spectacle, shooting Heilong a look of sympathy. "Mr. Zhang, you're here." Tommy was the first to spot Zhang Shi and hurried over to ask, "Is there something you need, Mr. Zhang?" John stopped what he was doing too, carelessly tossing Heilong onto the table. Heilong slowly reformed into the shape of a head, returning to his usual self. Zhang Shi had no interest in their chaos. He took a seat, looked at Tommy, and asked, "Tommy, today I had a fight with Finger." Tommy gave a slight smile and said, "So, you must have lost terribly, didn't you?" Zhang Shi looked a bit surprised and asked, "It seems like you already knew I would lose?" "Of course." Tommy shrugged as he spoke. "There's a gap in your levels. Losing is only natural. It's not that the Finger is too strong. Rather, it's that the privileges he possesses can nullify your powers entirely, so you never really had a chance to defeat him. So that's how it was." A sudden realization washed over Zhang Shi. While the Finger was indeed powerful, it felt a bit much to say he completely crushed him. He'd wondered why he was so weak in front of the Finger. Now the reason was clear. "So what should I do?" Zhang Shi asked. "Am I supposed to master the system bit by bit? But things are urgent right now. I don't have the time to figure it all out." "You're right. That's certainly one way to go about it," Tommy replied in a leisurely manner. "But there's another way. Want to hear it?" "Hey, I'm warning you. This is no time to keep me guessing. If you don't spit it out, I'll kill you." Zhang Shi roared in frustration. All right, Tommy said. "As I just mentioned, he can neutralize your abilities, but not those of others. That makes things simple. Train someone else to become strong enough, and then have them face the Finger. Problem solved, right?" "Ha ha ha." Before Zhang Shi could respond, the Finger burst out in unrestrained laughter. "Let me tell you, no matter what you look like now, even if the Finger couldn't neutralize your powers, you'd still be no match for him. And look at the useless bunch you've got at your side. Who among them could possibly put up a fight? Huh? What kind of trash are they? You think you lot could ever beat the Finger? Dream on." Though Heilong's words were harsh, there was truth in them. Even at his peak, Zhangxi was no match for the finger. For ordinary people, it was even more hopeless. Was there really no other way? As if reading Zhangxi's thoughts, Tommy gave a sly chuckle and said, Mr. Zhang, the finger may be hard to deal with, but it's not like we're completely out of chances. If you grasp the opportunity, you just might find a way out of this dead end. Zhangxi sighed, not taking Tommy's words to heart. Easy for you to say. Find hope in a hopeless situation? Where's the hope supposed to come from? He couldn't fully control the system for now, and it was impossible to train someone strong enough in a short time. Things truly seemed dire. Zhangxi, now you know what despair feels like, don't you? Hei Lung let out a wild laugh. You're going to pay for everything you've done to me. Go on, die. Just die. Zhangxi's ears were ringing from all the shouting. He glanced at John beside him and said, John, it seems your skills aren't quite up to par yet. The guy still doesn't realize his mistake, does he? With a blank expression, John replied, I understand, Brother Zhang. I know what to do now. Ignoring the black dragon's howls of pain for the moment, Zhangxi sat off to the side, deep in thought as he considered his next move. So, Mr. Zhang, do you think I'm joking with you? Tommy leaned over, his tone serious. I'm not playing around. We really do have a way to deal with him. There's a way, sure, but there's not enough time, Zhangxi replied with a wry smile. It's just not possible. By the way, let me ask you, what's the strength of those high-ranking earthlings like? That finger, what level is he? Well, how should I put it? He's a bit below average, Tommy answered honestly. In our world, everyone has gone through selective training. No one's a jack of all trades, but everyone's a genius in their own field. The tech experts focus on tech. The fighters focus on fighting. Training is tailored to each person's strengths. So, unless there's some special counter, there aren't many people stronger than the finger. But if someone happens to be his natural counter, all bets are off. All right, I get it. Zhangxi waved his hand in irritation. So, what am I supposed to do next? Mr. Zhang, don't be so anxious. Have you forgotten you still have an ace up your sleeve? Tommy grinned. That sacred tree, you've got it now, right? With that tree, are you still worried about not being able to train up talented people? For a moment, Zhangxi was stunned, then it dawned on him. That's right, he still had that tree. As long as he had it, raising and training people wouldn't be much of a problem. I know a thing or two about this tree. First, its natural growth cycle is a year. That's a long time, right? But it's fine. If we speed up the training, we can cut that cycle in half. In 6 months, it'll bloom. With its miraculous flowers. We can use that time to cultivate as many talents as possible, toughen them up, and then have them take the divine medicine. The results will be incredible, absolutely top-notch. 6 months, plenty of time. The finger believed the medicine he'd taken would last 7 months, and without the antidote, he'd be dead for sure after that. He'd given himself a 7-month deadline, so if Zhangxi's plan came together in 6, it would work. Zhangxi shot Tommy a sharp look and asked, Tommy, why are you helping me? Don't forget, we're enemies. Besides, I can't beat the finger right now. Aren't you worried I'll lose? Tommy sighed, his voice dropping to a wistful tone. Honestly, I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing it for my son. You mean John? Zhang, she was a little surprised. After all, it had been several decades since Tommy had been swallowed, and by all accounts, any trace of Tommy's consciousness should have long vanished from his mind. Yet now, the look in Tommy's eyes was unmistakably that of a father's love for his son. You may not know this, but every high-level earthling must undergo a process to purge their emotions. There's simply no escaping it, and I was no exception. But ever since I met John, I've started to sense, faintly at first, a feeling awakening from deep within my subconscious. This emotion has only grown stronger, and now I can't control it anymore. He paused before continuing. So, right now, it's not for you, and it's not for myself. I'm doing this for John. Zhangxi understood now. The love of a parent for their child had gradually changed Tommy's perspective. Perhaps at first, he had helped out of obligation or reluctance, but now, he was doing it of his own free will. Looking at Tommy, Zhangxi couldn't help but smile. Is it true that people from the higher ranks of Earth have no feelings? They believe this is their trump card, but Zhangxi saw it differently. He believed it was their greatest weakness. If he navigated this carefully, defeating the fingers was not an impossible task. Glancing outside at John, who was busy scolding the black dragon, Zhangxi couldn't help but ask, should we tell him about this? Tommy shook his head and replied, no, it's better not to. Even though I inherited part of his father's consciousness, I'm still not him. And there's no denying that I killed his father with my own hands. Telling him about this would only leave him torn and conflicted. It wouldn't accomplish anything. All right, Zhangxi nodded. Yes, Tommy was right. One way or another, they were no longer sitting around waiting for doom. Now that he knew Tommy's true intentions, Zhangxi saw no need to keep him locked up. Instead, he took him to the laboratory where the divine tree was kept. Tommy, look, Zhangxi pointed at the tree. Some of the leaves are turning yellow. If this keeps up, will it die? Tommy plucked off a leaf and examined it. Then, after circling the divine tree 3 times, he said, "Don't worry, it's just a temporary adjustment issue. Nothing serious. Let me do some research, and it'll be fine soon." "I see. Then, I'll leave the divine tree in your hands." With the divine tree taken care of, Zhang, she turned to arranging his team. This time, the matter was of utmost importance. He had to select the best of the best. Strength was important, but above all, the candidates had to be people of true character. This time, Zhangxi was set to train 10 super soldiers, each of whom would possess abilities comparable to those of Black Panther, the Winter Soldier, or Captain America. If any of them lacked noble character and turned into enemies, they would become the most terrifying foes imaginable. As for connections, Zhangxi had nothing to worry about. He had already called the Li family, the Luo family, the Chun family, and even that mysterious X organization. By now, the existence of high-ranking Earthlings had become an open secret. All the major families of Mechanical City were aware of them. Just like Zhangxi, none of them wanted to have their fates dictated by others. So when word spread that Zhangxi was planning to take action against these high-ranking Earthlings, everyone was instantly alert and energized. Zhangxi requested 10 people from each family, gathering a total of 40 or 50 individuals. Each of these people had been carefully selected. Every one of them was incredibly skilled, truly the best of the best. Now, they stood in a line before Zhangxi. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhangxi paced slowly in front of them, because the finger might track their location through the internet. She had chosen a remote mountain setting for this special training. Of course, he didn't need to worry too much about the details. The actual training would be handled by Li Quan, Ning Su, Tian Su, and the others. He only needed to make an appearance at the beginning. In truth, these were not the people Zhangxi had initially intended to train. His original idea was even bolder. He wanted to invite Tony and a few others from the Marvel world to join forces against the Finger. Of course, that was just a fantasy. After all, Tony and the others belonged to the Marvel Universe, to the world of the system. Unless Zhangxi grew powerful enough to fully merge the Marvel world with reality, they could never truly come here. For now, it would remain just an idea. As he walked, Zhangxi spoke in a calm, deliberate tone. "I believe you all know the purpose of your mission, don't you?" "Yes. Train hard and defeat the high-ranking Earthlings." The answer was immediate and powerful, the kind of response only true elites could give. Every word rang with confidence and strength. "Excellent." Zhangxi nodded in approval and continued. "From now on, your collective codename will be the Iron Blood Legion. You will be the strongest fighting force humanity has ever had. I want you to defeat the high-ranking Earthlings and show them that, though they may be stronger, we are not lambs to be slaughtered. We will make them pay the price. They will pay the price." When Zhangxi finished speaking, he glanced at Su Tian beside him. Thanks to the Finger's suicide maneuver, all the devourers hidden among humanity had been wiped out. That meant Su Tian was temporarily free from trouble, making him the perfect choice to help train these people. Truly, there could not have been a better fit. Su Tian walked over, and Zhangxi said to him, "For this election, we value quality over quantity, especially character. I trust your judgment when it comes to reading people. I know you won't let me down on this." "I understand." Su Tian nodded, then continued. "What should we do with those who are eliminated?" "Send the eliminated ones back to me. Whatever you do, don't let them wander elsewhere. I have other plans for them." "Understood." Su Tian nodded again, then turned to face the group. He shouted, "Everyone, we don't have any time to waste. First, we'll start with a physical test. The mountain here is 1,200 meters high. I want you all to go up and down within 2 hours." The crowd couldn't help but laugh after hearing Su Tian's words. 2 hours to go up and down the mountain? That sounded far too easy. 10 laps. Anyone who can't make it is out. No exceptions. Suddenly, no one was laughing anymore. 10 laps? That was absurd. This wasn't a test. It was a challenge to human limits. The requirement was indeed harsh, but there was no other way. Zhangxi was looking for people who could push beyond their limits. "Ready, go." Su Tian didn't give them a chance to think it over. He gave the order to start running right away. No one dared delay. They all set off at a run. Zhangxi stretched lazily and said, "Su Tian, I'll leave things here to you. Your job for the time being is to train them. If you get overwhelmed, I'll have Li Quan come assist you. Don't worry, I'll handle it." As he watched the group sprinting away, Zhangxi's gaze grew distant. Was he really going to have to rely on them? It seemed he had no other choice. She turned and left. He had more important matters to deal with. The forces behind Shoji were strong, yet they hadn't launched an open attack. Instead, they kept stirring up trouble from the shadows. Why was that? There had to be a reason. Zhang Shi guessed that they still had their own concerns. If they drew too much attention, they might not be able to extricate themselves if things went wrong. So, the best way to buy time was to strengthen his own position, to make them hesitate before making any moves. Although Shiyu Corporation was growing quickly, it was a continuous process. If he wanted explosive growth in a short period, he needed an influx of outside capital. The first person Zhang Shi thought of was Wu Kursin. Our dear Xian definitely had the resources for that. But Zhang Shi didn't want to get too entangled with her. The reason was simple. Xian liked him, but he didn't have the same feelings for her. If you accept someone's help, you're beholden to them. If he asked her for help and she demanded something more in return, Zhang Shi knew he'd be in a tough spot. Later, Zhang Shi thought of the kingdom of Tuer. But after all, their princess had almost gotten into trouble because of him, and now he was asking them for help. It just didn't feel right. Sure enough, things given by others are still just gifts. If you truly want to succeed, you have to rely on your own strength. Now, Zhang Shi's sights turned to a new target, Lu Zhongyong. As one of the 5 great families of the Mechanic City, Lu Zhongyong's power was beyond question. With deep family roots, massive influence, and considerable wealth, if Zhang Shi could win him over, his own strength would reach new heights. Besides, even though Lu Zhongyong seemed a bit pitiful, as the saying goes, those who are pitiful often have their own faults. Even at such a critical moment, he was still worrying about those 2 yuan Zhang Shi owed him. Truly, unbearably petty. With that thought, Zhang Shi made up his mind. The Lu family's assets, he would have them. When he returned to the company, Zhang Shi found Luo Ruomeng and Chen Shuyu both looking at him with grave expressions. He was caught off guard for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're both here? Wonderful. I just happen to have something I want to discuss with you. Come on, gather round." "Hold on a second." Chen Shuyu spoke up first. "It seems like you're hiding something from us." Zhang Shi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be they'd found out about Tina? That shouldn't be possible. He'd been careful with secrecy. What exactly are you referring to? Before he could finish, Luo Ruomeng suddenly burst into tears. Now Zhang Shi was truly flustered. "Hey, Ruomeng, don't cry. Let's talk things through, okay? No need for tears. Honestly, it's not what you think, Not what?" Luo Ruomeng sobbed. "Zhang Shi, you're afraid we'll worry, and we understand that. But what's our relationship? You're facing such dangerous enemies, all on your own, and never told us. Is that fair to us? Is it fair to you, Zhang Shi?" Zhang Shi stood there, stunned, not knowing how to respond. Before he could find his words, Chen Shuyu said, "Stop pretending. My father already told us. You're up against those high-ranking Earthians. They're extremely powerful, incredibly tricky to deal with, and you've had more than one close brush with death." After hearing Chen Shuyu's explanation, Zhang Shi let out a quiet sigh of relief. So that was it. Thank goodness, I didn't know about Tina. Steadying himself, Zhang Shi spoke earnestly. "Shuyu Umeng, this isn't something you two were ever supposed to be involved in. That's why I kept it from you. But since you know now, I won't hide anything anymore. Yes, it's true. There are indeed high-ranking Earthians in our world. For most people, this situation would be extremely difficult to understand. It feels almost like reading a science fiction novel. Yet, Chen Shuyu and Luo Ruomeng had no doubts at all. They knew that Zhang Shi was telling the truth. Since everything was now out in the open, Zhang Shi recounted his encounters with the people known as the Fingers to the 2 Women, going through each detail step by step. However, he kept the matter of the system a secret and didn't mention it to them. After all, the system was far beyond the grasp of ordinary people. It was better left unsaid. When Zhang Shi finished speaking, Luo Ruomeng and Chen Shuyu both stepped forward and embraced him. "My dear, you've really been through so much. You've shouldered so many burdens that you should never have had to bear alone. Don't worry, we'll face it all together with you. Not for the sake of the world, but for you." Zhang Shi let out a sigh and slowly closed his eyes. He was overwhelmed by a rush of emotions. Now there were 3 women willing to stand by his side and share his burdens. But given his circumstances, was it truly fair to them? He shook his head, pushing aside these troubling thoughts for the moment, and then straightened up, his expression turning serious. "It's all right, I can manage for now. But there are some things I'll need your help with. Brother Zhang Shi, just tell us what you need. As long as we can help, we absolutely will," they replied without hesitation. Sitting back in his chair, Zhang Shi lit a cigarette and said, "Right now, I need a stronger force to help me buy some time. So, I'm thinking of taking over the Lu family's business. Give me your ideas." The 2 women were not surprised by this, only nodding firmly. "You're right. It's about time Lu Zhongyong got what's coming to him. That guy deserves whatever's coming," Chen Shuyu said through gritted teeth. "Even so," Zhang Shi added, tapping his temple, "our goal isn't to see him dead, but to take their assets. So, we'll need to use our heads." That was true. This was a real challenge. After all, Such a massive business empire couldn't be swallowed up overnight. Zhang Shi set himself a deadline of 1 week. If it took any longer, it would be too late. As Zhang Shi pondered the situation, Luo Ruomen and Qin Shuyu were deep in thought as well. How, exactly, could they take control of the Lu family's fortune? By the way, Zhang Shi suddenly asked, how's business at our company lately? If I remember correctly, our business is in the same field as the Lu family, right? How's our competition with them? Oh, that, Qin Shuyu replied. Thanks to Kevin getting the factory up and running, and with the blueprints you provided, our products have completely outperformed theirs. We're leaving them far behind. I see. Zhang Shi narrowed his eyes, speaking softly. If I'm not mistaken, their company is a corporation, isn't it? They're publicly listed, right? That's right. But if you want those shareholders to sell their stocks, that's nearly impossible. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though their situation isn't great right now, the market still has faith in them. I know that. Zhang Shi smiled faintly and said, getting shareholders to sell is almost out of the question, and it won't do much even if they did. But what if we can get Lu Zhongyong to give up on the company himself? Wouldn't that settle everything? Both Qin Shuyu and Luo Ruomen were taken aback, looking as though Zhang Shi was daydreaming. But in Zhang Shi's eyes, there was a glimmer of brilliance. After Lu Zhongyong returned to the Lu family home, he locked himself in his room and didn't step outside at all, arousing curiosity in everyone around him. What happened? He went out once, and now he's a completely different person. Just what did he go through out there? Lu Zhongyong sat alone in his room, lost in thought, his mind a tangled mess. He was drifting and confused. Before, even though he'd been under Heilong's control, Heilong had given him enough technology and a steady flow of money. But now, Heilong was gone, and his company was being pushed to the brink by Zhang Shi. The future looked bleak and uncertain, leaving him in utter bewilderment. Deep down inside, he was already starting to regret telling Zhang Shi about Moonshade Island. What was he supposed to do now? Could he really shoulder the Lu family's legacy on his own? Truly, one had to admit, this man was shameless beyond compare. A sharp knock sounded at the door. The interruption only frustrated Lu Zhongyong further, and he snapped coldly. Get lost. I'm not in the mood for anyone. Master, there's someone here to see you, the servant said softly. I don't care who it is. I'm not seeing anyone. Get out. The servant stuck out his tongue and whispered, well, Master, he wanted me to tell you his name is Zhang Shi. He said, if I mention his name, you'd definitely agree to see him. Zhang Shi. Lu Zhongyong was stunned, puzzled that Zhang Shi had just sent him home, and now he was already here to see him again. He mulled it over for a moment, then finally said, all right, let him in. Yes, sir. Not long after, Zhang Shi strode in, brimming with confidence. Looking at Lu Zhongyong, he greeted him with a cheerful smile. Mr. Lu, it's been a while. Yes, by my count, it's been 2 or 3 days since we last saw each other. So what brings you here? Ignoring the sarcasm, Zhang Shi sat down and said, I'm here today to help you. Help me. Lu Zhongyong let out a scornful laugh. Don't make me laugh. What could you possibly help me with? I know you look down on me, but that's just how it is. There's a saying, everyone, for himself, and heaven and earth will destroy those who don't look out for themselves. I'm doing this for my own sake. No one can judge me for that. Not even you. Isn't that right? The corner of Zhang Shi's mouth curled up as he spoke in a cool, measured tone. Is it because the company's hit a bottleneck? You don't know how to keep it afloat anymore, do you? Do you really think I'm just a puppet? Lu Zhongyong slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Let me tell you, this business, the Lu family's business, even without Heilong, I can run it and make it thrive. This is my company. Mine. Oh, is that so? Then take a look at this. Zhang Shi casually pulled out a financial statement and tossed it onto the table in front of him. I know you're clueless when it comes to this stuff, but surely you're not so hopeless that you can't even read a financial report, are you? I got this information from interrogating Heilong. Your company has been running at a loss for 3 months straight. Tens of millions lost each month. At this rate, Tisk, give it another 2 or 3 years, and you'll have nothing left. Lu Zhongyong's face grew darker with every word. What Zhang Shi said was true. The company was indeed on the verge of collapse. So, what are you planning to do? Zhang Shi asked. You're out of options, aren't you? I'm a kind person by nature. Even though we've always been rivals, I still want to help you out at a critical moment. I'm offering you a way out. What do you propose? For someone like Lu Zhongyong, who cherished money above all else, there was nothing that couldn't be negotiated when it came to profit. His tone softened noticeably. Zhang Shi lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly as he asked, tell me, what do you think of my company? It's great, a rising star, and getting better all the time. Zhang Shi spread his hands and said, exactly. That just goes to show I have a knack for running a business. Here's my proposal. Let's strike a deal. I'll take over the management of your company now, but I'll need a share of your stock. Of course, you'll still be the majority shareholder, and you'll get your dividends every year. No question about it. You handle the money, and I'll handle the operations. How about it? It's a pretty good deal, don't you think? After hearing Zhang Shi's words, Lu Zhongyong's eyes widened in shock. He sprang to his feet, pointing at Zhang Shi's nose and shouting, Zhang Shi, you're saying you want me to give up my family's legacy? Let me tell you, never, never. You can forget about it. Don't speak too soon. Zhang Shi replied lightly. You should know your own worth. Without the technology Black Dragon provided you, you're nothing. My product is about to be upgraded. What about you? Do you really have the strength to compete with me? This, Lu Zhongyong stammered for a long time, but couldn't get a single word out. Zhang Shi continued. Just as you said, every man for himself, right? You want money, don't you? I'll give you money. I can guarantee you'll keep your current standard of living. What more could you want? If I were you, I'd accept these terms. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing, left holding an empty basket. Sitting in a chair, Lu Zhongyong began to carefully weigh the meaning behind Zhang Shi's words. He had to admit, when it came to business, he really wasn't much. Handing things over to Zhang Shi might not be such a bad idea. At the very least, Zhang Shi seemed far more reliable than Black Dragon, who had never taken him seriously. Yes, it was almost like hiring someone to manage the family business. Nothing to lose sleep over. Lu Zhongyong spoke slowly. All right, then I need you to tell me, what exactly do you want, and what do I get in return? Zhang Shi smiled, snapped his fingers, and replied, It's very simple. From now on, all the Lu family's businesses will be merged under Shiyu Company. You'll become the largest shareholder in name. After me, but you won't be involved in management, just in the dividends. If you prefer, you can even keep those small factories. I don't care for them. That's all I'm asking. What do you think? So that's it. Zhang Shi's ambitions were quite large. Still, Lu Zhongyong couldn't say the conditions were unacceptable. To put it plainly, he was being swallowed up. But, dressed up in nicer words, this was a strategic partnership, a pooling of strengths. Framed that way, it didn't sound so bad. So, do you agree? Lu Zhongyong seemed to hesitate, then nodded slowly and said, All right. I don't know exactly what you're planning, but you must have your reasons. I guess it's to deal with Black Dragon and his people, right? Since that's the case, I'll agree. I'm willing to merge my family's assets in a Shiyu company. But I have one condition. My name must appear on the executive list. I don't need real power, but my name has to be there. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Shi couldn't help but laugh. This guy really liked to keep up appearances, even if he knew it was just for show. Fine, I agree. If you have no further objections, just sign here. As he spoke, Zhang Shi casually tossed a contract onto the table in front of Lu Zhongyong. Lu Zhongyong glanced over the documents briefly, finding that there was little difference from what Zhang Shi had described. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the papers. Looking at the documents in his hand, Zhang Shi smiled with satisfaction and said, All right, that's settled then. Tomorrow we're holding a press conference. I'll need you to come and help make this public. No problem, but about my money, you'd better not. Before he could finish, Zhang Shi pulled out a check from his pocket, grinning as he said, Here's a little something. This is the dividend from Shiyu Company for this quarter. In the future, the amount will only go up from here. Take a look, are you satisfied? Lu Zhongyong took the check, and for a moment, he was utterly stunned. Even though he was a big boss himself and had seen plenty of money, the string of zeros before his eyes left him speechless. Was this really just a dividend? When did Shiyu Company become so wealthy? The truth was, Zhang Shi didn't know either. He hadn't managed the company before. It was entirely Luo Ruomeng and Chen Xiuyu running things. The two of them were truly remarkable. Somehow, the company had grown into a major enterprise in less than half a year. Watching the greedy glint in Lu Zhongyong's eyes, Zhang Shi knew he had succeeded. He understood Lu Zhongyong perfectly, cowardly, but greedy for money. Give him a little scare, and he'd have no reason to refuse. Next up was preparing for the press conference. Zhang Shi picked up the contract, stood up, and said, All right, it's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. Mr. Lu, get some rest. I'll call you when it's time for the press conference. All right then, I won't see you out. Lu Zhongyong's gaze remained glued to the check, not even blinking. Back at the company, Zhang Shi strode excitedly into Luo Ruomeng and Chen Xiuyu's office. As soon as he walked in, he tossed the contract onto the table and said with a bright smile, Comrades, it's done. Wow, that was fast. Luo Ruomeng walked over to look at the contract, her voice full of disbelief. Unbelievable. You actually settled things with Lu Zhongyong in such a short time? He's nothing much. Just a piece of cake for me. Well, just as Zhang Shi was about to say more, Li Kuan-ning pushed open the door and announced, Brother Zhang, there's a group of people outside. All of them are those who were eliminated during Brother Su Tian's training. Really, that caught Zhang Shi by surprise. He hadn't expected people to be eliminated so quickly. He turned to Chen Xiuyu and the others and said, I'll go take a look. We'll talk about the rest later. Go ahead, the two replied. They knew that, compared to the acquisition, the training was even more important. Zhang, she came downstairs, and what he saw was truly startling. Down below, there were at least a dozen people gathered. It was only the very first day of training. How could so many have already been eliminated? With a helpless sigh, Zhang Shi rubbed his forehead and asked, "What was the reason you were eliminated?" "My stamina just couldn't keep up." Su Tian said I wasn't upright enough. "My body coordination is terrible." Everyone chimed in with their own explanations, offering Zhang Shi a long list of reasons. For a moment, Zhang Shi didn't know what to say. He let out a sigh and said, "All right, in that case, go and get some rest." "It's all right, don't lose heart. That place isn't even fit for people," someone complained. "The demands just keep getting harsher. Who could possibly meet them all?" "No complaining," Zhang Shi said firmly. "Remember, you're not ordinary people. You are members of the Iron Blood Legion. Only if you complete those trials can. You truly call yourselves the Iron Blood Legion, understand? No one will blame you if you can't do it, but complaining is another matter. That's not acceptable." After Zhang Shi had spoken, no one said another word. The group saluted him and then left. With Su Tian being so strict, it seemed clear the Iron Blood Legion would not disappoint. Zhang Shi didn't concern himself further with the matter. After all, he had already given Su Tian full authority. It was best to let him handle things on his own. Too much interference might only backfire. What came next was the press conference. Zhang Shi needed to put enormous pressure on Shoji to show him that he was not someone to be trifled with. Not someone so easily pushed around, even though he didn't know exactly what Shoji was worried about. As long as he became strong enough, Shoji would inevitably be afraid. After sending everyone off to rest, Zhang Shi returned to his office. He continued, "All right, let's get back to business. Shuiyu, you're good at organizing press conferences, aren't you? I'll leave this to you. Get in touch with the reporters and the TV stations. Make it as big as possible. Don't worry, I know what to do." Chun Shuiyu nodded. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Brother Zhang Shi, I have a theory. I'm not sure if it's correct." Zhang Shi smiled and said, "Don't worry, just speak your mind." Chun Shuiyu went on, "Why is that guy Shoji holding back? Their power far surpasses ours. If he wanted to deal with us, it would be effortless. So why go to all this trouble? I have a suspicion." After a brief pause, Chun Shuiyu continued, "There are really only two possibilities here. One is that they covet our people, and the other is that they want their territory. Because no matter how great the difference in strength, as long as a war breaks out, there will inevitably be casualties. So could it be that they..." Before Chun Shuiyu could finish, Zhang Shi cut in, "You mean they want to turn our Earth into their colony?" "We can't rule out that possibility," Luo Ruomeng chimed in from the side. "These high-ranking Earthlings can be seen as people from 2 or 3 centuries in the future. If you look at Earth's current condition, and if humanity keeps recklessly destroying the environment, by that time the planet will be uninhabitable. They'll have to look for a new colony. That's why they have their eyes on our Earth." It had to be said, Luo Ruomeng and Chun Shuiyu's imagination was truly something else. The idea was bold, even risky, but Zhang Shi didn't doubt it for a second. In fact, he thought this was the most likely scenario. Zhang Shi mulled it over for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "You know, you two might really be onto something. If your theory is right, then what I need to do now is call a press conference. Immediately, right now." No sooner said than done. There was no time left to hesitate. Under Chun Shuiyu's coordination, every journalist in Machanica City rushed to the press conference. This truly counted as breaking news. For years, the city's economy had been controlled by the 5 great families. Through all that time, there had never been a major incident, and the balance had held firm. But now, Zhang Shi was actually about to swallow up the Liu family. It was almost unbelievable. Shoji sat silently at his computer, staring at the press conference announcement on the screen, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "Who would have thought? This guy's actually pretty sharp," said Nico, strolling over with a canicola in hand, taking a sip as she spoke. Shoji looked up at Nico, his voice icy. "This is all your fault. If you'd killed him back then, none of this would have happened. But you insisted on letting him go. And now look what's happened. Are you going to take responsibility for this?" Nico gave a bright, careless smile. "Oh, come on. This is nothing, just a minor hiccup. Besides, there's still the poison controlling him. There are only 7 months left. After that, he won't be jumping around anymore. What are you so worried about?" Shoji thought about it carefully and realized she was right. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Yeah, you're right. I almost forgot about that. Let him enjoy his moment for now. He doesn't have much time left anyway." Nico walked out with a smile, but the moment she stepped outside, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a heavy seriousness. If Finger ever found out that he hadn't actually made Zhang Shi take the poison, he'd probably fight her with everything he had, wouldn't he? Still, Nico didn't. regret what she'd done for you, because it had been so long since she'd felt any warmth from others. The bond between Zhangxi and Tina had truly moved her. As for what might happen next, she'd leave that for another day. For now, it was time to check out Zhangxi's press conference. The press conference was being held right in the lobby of Shiyu Corporation. The space wasn't large, but today something big enough to shake the entire Mech City was about to happen here. Everyone of importance in Mech City had shown up, including the prominent Li and Shin families. To be honest, even they were surprised, this Zhang. She really had some skills. After all, the Liu family's power was on par with theirs, and yet Zhangxi had managed to take them over so smoothly. Brother Zhangxi, almost everyone's here. Shall we begin? Zhangxi glanced around the room, then nodded and said, "All right, let's get started. Mr. Liu, could you please join me on stage?" "Yes, of course." The two men walked up to the stage, and the reporters immediately burst into a frenzy of camera flashes. Zhangxi waved cheerfully and took his seat, preparing to start the press conference. Bathed in the wild glare of the cameras, Zhangxi showed not a hint of nervousness. He tapped the microphone, then got ready to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhangxi, CEO of Shiyu Corporation. Today, I'm delighted to welcome you all to our press conference, as we witness a historic moment for Shiyu Corporation together." Thunderous applause broke out. Zhangxi gave Liu Zhongyong, standing beside him, a subtle glance, signaling that it was his turn to speak. To be honest, letting someone speak right after you've taken over their entire family business, it was the kind of move that cut deeper than any blade. Liu Zhongyong, for his part, didn't seem to mind. He nodded and said, "For the better development of the Liu family's business, we have chosen to form a strategic alliance with Shiyu Corporation. Shiyu's technology is outstanding, so it's only right they take the lead. In the interest of advancing technology, the Liu family is happy to play a supporting role and assist Shiyu Corporation. The purpose of today's press conference is to let everyone know about this partnership. I hope you won't read too much into it or jump to wild conclusions. Thank you." After Liu Zhongyong finished speaking, the audience fell silent. In truth, many of them had initially thought she must have forced Liu Zhongyong into handing over his assets. But now, with Liu Zhongyong saying all this himself, it was clear their assumptions had been wrong. This was voluntary. There was no reason to suspect otherwise. After hearing these words, the heads of the Chun, Li, and Luo families didn't feel particularly concerned. After all, they had always gotten along well with Zhangxi, and his growing strength would do them no harm. But there was one person whose expression darkened noticeably. That was Wang Haoren, the patriarch of the Wang family, the last and largest of the great families in Mechanical City. The Wang family was a mysterious and formidable presence in Mechanical City. They kept a remarkably low profile. In fact, if no one mentioned them, people might almost forget they existed. While the other families frequently clashed, the Wang family never got involved in these disputes. Despite their understated ways, no one could ignore their existence. They had a hand in nearly every sector. In a sense, life in Mechanical City unfolded under the silent influence of the Wang family. You were born in a Wang family hospital, attended one of their private elementary schools, purchased property developed by them, shopped at their supermarkets, and even in death, your ashes would rest in an urn and a grave sold by the Wang family. This family's power was truly unmatched. As its head, Wang Haoren never meddled in petty quarrels. The chaos of the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. And, in truth, no matter how others schemed and struggled, his empire remained untouched. But now things had changed. Zhangxi's takeover of the Liu family was a significant warning to him. At the moment, the various great families were divided and posed no real threat to him. But if they were ever to unite, he might face real trouble. He could afford to ignore the past, but today's events demanded his attention. He could choose to keep a low profile, but the Wang family's dominance could never be challenged, not under any circumstances. "Master," a house servant approached and asked quietly, "Should we give them a warning?" Wang Haoren shook his head and replied, "Not yet. The time hasn't come. Remember, without my command, you must not act rashly. For now I want you to find out exactly what happened. Why did Liu Zhongyong, a notorious penny pincher, suddenly agree to work with that young man?" "Yes, understood." The servant nodded, then turned and left. Wang Haoren gave Zhangxi a long, searching look before getting up and leaving himself. He had a vague premonition that a confrontation between himself and this young upstart might be inevitable. The press conference was a resounding success. Once again, Zhangxi's name swept through Mechanical City like wildfire. By now, there wasn't a soul in the city who didn't know him. Everyone was talking about how this young man had swallowed up the Liu family. Finger frowned as he watched the live stream of the press conference on his computer, his mind working through its own schemes. "Is that what you're worried about?" Nico chuckled from aside. He's the king of Tia's son-in-law. If you're not even scared of that, why would this concern you? It's not the same, Finger sighed. Mech City is the place we plan to make our capital. By comparison, the country of Tur isn't nearly as important. Their technology isn't up to our standards. Whether we have them or not makes no real difference. That's what I'm worried about. Nico stood up, a playful glint in her eyes. Well, your ambition is impressive. I'll give you that. Fine, let's leave it at that. If things are as you say, he might really be a tough opponent for us. I don't want to pin my hopes on him choosing to side with us, Fingers said coldly. This guy is dangerous. I've decided to give up on winning him over and just get rid of him directly. Oh really? Nico replied with a hint of intrigue. Interesting. But how exactly are you going to do that? Didn't I just warn you? It's not so easy to touch him. In the real world, we definitely can't, Fingers said, stretching lazily. But don't forget, we still have partial control over the Marvel fragment retrieval system. If we ramp up the difficulty of the Marvel world, letting him die there seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? He let out a low, sinister laugh. Fingers' words were delivered so casually, yet Nico felt a chill run down her spine. Of course, she'd almost forgotten about that. As the system's administrator, Finger had the authority to adjust the difficulty of the Marvel world. In the beginning, Zhang Shi, who could barely defend himself, had managed to survive the chaos of the first Avengers scenario largely because Finger used his privileges to lower the difficulty. In fact, he had actually helped Zhang Shi before. But Finger, Nico said, what you're saying does make sense, but you have to realize if you do this, it might actually make him stronger even faster. You might not be able to counter that, and wouldn't that make him even harder to deal with? You have a point, Finger admitted. But you don't have to worry. In that case, we'll just arrange for him to face an enemy he could never possibly defeat. Put him in a scenario where survival is absolutely impossible. Wouldn't that solve the problem? As she watched Finger's sly grin, an uneasy feeling crept over Nico. Somewhere along the way, Nico had stopped wanting Zhang Shi to die. His love story with Tina had truly touched her, and if Zhang Shi were to die, she knew she'd be heartbroken. But there was nothing she could do. After all, they were on opposing sides. With things as they were, she could only let it play out. At this moment, after the press conference, Zhang Shi found himself with little left to do. Naturally, the work of consolidating assets fell to Luo Ruoming and Chen Xiuyu. Zhang Shi trusted their abilities completely. He was certain that before long, Xiyu Corporation would become a financial powerhouse. By then, if Shoji ever wanted to make a move against him, it would have to think twice. With this extra layer of security in place, Zhang Shi was in high spirits. He had managed to buy himself a little more time. So what should he do next? After taking a week off to rest, Zhang Shi mulled things over for a while and decided to head up into the mountains to see how Su Tian and the others were progressing with their training. Besides, Zhang Shi had recently been planning a trip to the Marvel world. Only through constant battles and participation could he hope to truly master that world. With every challenge, his strength would grow. Su Tian and his group were training on Longfeng Mountain. The name was pleasant enough, and the scenery was beautiful, but for those undergoing training, the place had become a living nightmare. Su Tian, with his fiery temper, was 10 times fiercer than King Yama himself. He either yelled or laid into the trainees without hesitation, his heavy boots landing mercilessly on their backsides, drawing pained cries from the lot of them. When Zhang Shi first arrived, he could hardly believe his eyes. Before him stood more than 20 people, each one battered and bruised, their clothes in tatters. They looked more like a band of wild men than anything else. "Brother Zhang, you're here," Su Tian called out as he walked over. Zhang Shi pointed at the sorry-looking bunch and said, "Wait, are these really the results of your training?" Su Tian grinned sheepishly. Yes, I promise they are. But Brother Zhang, don't be fooled by how rough they look. They're a lot tougher now. After my training, I guarantee they're completely transformed. Well, I can't really tell if they're any stronger, but I can definitely see they look more like wild men," Zhang Shi said, scratching his head. "Of course, I'm not blaming you. I'm just making an observation. You go ahead and train them however you see fit. Don't worry about what I think. I have only one requirement. Each of them must be tougher than the last." "Got it. Haha. Don't worry, Brother Zhang, I've got it covered." "No problem at all." With that settled, Zhang Shi left the mountain at ease. After returning home, he pondered his next move and made up his mind to head to the Marvel world. There was nothing urgent in the real world for now. If he didn't seize the opportunity to go, it would be a waste. With a single thought, Zhang Shi set off for the world of Marvel. Where did Brother Zhang go? Su Tian scratched his head in confusion, holding 2 freshly roasted rabbits in his hands, utterly bewildered. "The system has been activated." The Finger sneered, then used his authority to forcibly raise the difficulty of the Marvel world. Intervening in the system's settings like this would have some impact on his own privileges, but the finger felt it was necessary. Zhang, she was the kind. A guy who wouldn't give up, not even at the very last moment. People like him were the most dangerous. He needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Zhang Shi, I refuse to believe you can survive this. Zhang Shi opened his eyes to find himself in a completely unfamiliar world. He was in an enclosed space, shimmering with golden light, and actually quite beautiful. But when he looked towards the main gate, something felt off. No matter how you looked at it, this place was clearly a prison. How did he end up in a prison? Hey mate, welcome, welcome. Zhang Shi turned around, his hand instinctively transforming into a sharp blade, ready to strike. The other man quickly grabbed his arm and said, Whoa, easy there. Don't waste your energy on me. Mate, you'll need it if you want to get out of here. Only now did Zhang Shi get a good look at the stranger, a man made entirely of stone. Zhang Shi felt a flicker of recognition, though he couldn't immediately place him. After a moment's thought, it finally clicked. Of course, this was that chatty stone guy from Thor, Ragnarok. What was his name again? Zhang Shi. Couldn't remember. These four names were always so long, and besides, the guy was just a minor character. No wonder Zhang Shi had forgotten. Wait a minute. Had he really been transported into the world of Thor, Ragnarok? Did the Doctor Strange storyline just get skipped? The thought left Zhang Shi a bit disappointed. He'd really valued Doctor Strange's abilities, and if he missed this chance, he'd have to find another opportunity during Infinity War. Hello, my name is X. Mate, can I call you Stone Man? Zhang Shi asked politely. Stone Man? All right, if you like, you can call me that. Zhang Shi stepped closer and asked, Stone Man, have you seen someone who looks a lot like me? Muscular guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, long hair, has he been here? Zhang Shi was asking about Thor. At the beginning of Thor, Ragnarok, the scene should be between Asgard and Earth. If they were in a prison now, this must be the Grandmaster's planet. In other words, Thor should have already been captured. Oh, you mean him? Stone Man replied. Yeah, I've seen him, but his hair is short, not long. He's over there, having a chat. Following the direction of his finger, Zhang Shi finally spotted Thor. Thor now sported a stylish short haircut and was sitting on the ground, tossing small stones at the person in front of him. Zhang Shi recognized that person as well. It was none other than Loki. The stones passed effortlessly through Loki's body. Since the Loki's standing, there was nothing more than an illusion. Zhang Shi walked over and patted Thor on the shoulder. Hey Thor, long time no see. Thor looked up at Zhang Shi in surprise. X, what are you doing here? How did you get in? Was it a wormhole? Or the Bifrost? Do you have that thing around your neck that zaps you? I'm not really sure how to explain it. Let's just say it's a long story. Zhang Shi sighed and turned his gaze to Loki before him. Loki flashed a sly smile. X, greetings, new Avenger. I wouldn't call myself new. More like a founding member, really. Zhang Shi stretched a little and said casually, Loki, let me give you some advice. You're a sorcerer. Stop trying to fight people hand to hand. You'll just get yourself killed faster that way. Thor waved his hand dismissively from the side. No need to worry about him, X. He's died more times than I can count. Last time, I even buried him myself. That's just what he does. Playing dead is his hobby. Oh, brother, you really wound me when you talk like that, Loki said with a resigned sigh. But I'm touched truly. As a token of my gratitude, I'll go see the Grandmaster and try to get him to let you off the hook. Of course, I can't promise it'll work, but I'll give it a shot. With that, Loki turned into a streak of light and vanished. Well, there he goes. Thor slumped back onto the ground. Now, let's talk about our situation. My damn sister is back, and I have to find a way home. Asgard needs my protection now more than ever. If there was anyone in the Marvel Universe Zhang Shi truly felt sorry for, it had to be Thor. So far, the Thor trilogy was nothing but a saga of family heartbreak. First film, beaten by his father. Second, beaten by his brother. Third, beaten by his sister. Truly, it couldn't get more tragic. Zhang Shi said, All right, let's focus on escaping first. By the way, your new look is actually pretty good. Is that a fresh haircut? I swear by Odin's beard. No one is allowed to make fun of my hair. Thor declared. Zhang Shi rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, get a rest. Just an hour ago, you swore by Odin's beard that nobody would ever touch your hair. And look at you now. So much for that. Thor looked a bit embarrassed. How did you know about that? Guys, let's not worry about all that. The stone man walked over and said, Didn't you want to get out of here? I'll tell you how. If you want to leave, you'll have to defeat a powerful enemy first. At the mention of this, Thor instantly perked up. He sprang to his feet, flexing his fists and stretching his arms, then declared, Oh, that? Leave it to me. I'm the mightiest Avenger, a real fighter. I am the god of thunder, after all. Zhang Shi glanced at Thor and couldn't help but sigh. He could gloat now, but once he discovered who his real opponent was, chances were he'd lose that smile. Alas, to think they'd have to face that guy again made she feel a wave of despair. Still, perhaps this was an opportunity, a chance to truly hone his own strength. She thought it through. According to the story, the next big event was the fight between Thor and Hulk. It had nothing to do with him, so he might as well stay close, collect whatever fragments they left behind, and keep himself out of trouble. Normally, that's exactly how things would have played out. But just then, the finger took the rare step of using one of its limited privileges, forcefully raising the system's difficulty. From that moment on, everything began to change. Thor's determination to challenge the champion was something she could understand. Thor needed to get back to Asgard as soon as possible. Otherwise, Hela's power would grow so great that no one would be able to stop her. After the conversation with the Grandmaster ended, Thor returned to the prison. The moment he came back, he headed straight for Zhangxi. "Hey, X, I need to discuss something with you." Seeing Thor's sneaky expression, Zhangxi knew nothing good was coming. He snorted coldly and said, not bothering to hide his impatience, "Cut the nonsense. Just say it, what do you want?" "Hiv. Thor rubbed his hands together and gave an awkward laugh. "The Grandmaster really appreciates my strength. He said that my showdown with the champion will be an earth-shattering battle, but if we just fight straight away, it doesn't seem very interesting. So, he wants to add a little appetizer before the main course." "An appetizer?" Zhangxi asked, confused. "What do you mean?" "It means someone has to take on the champion before me. Nobody else is up to the task. The rest are useless, can't count on them at all. After thinking it over, I figured we should rely on our own. You're strong enough. You can handle it." "So, oh, now I get it." Only now did Zhangxi finally understand what Thor meant. He plopped down on the ground and spoke bluntly. "Think about it, no way. There's no way I'm going to fight for you. Honestly, Thor, you got some nerve. Aren't we supposed to be best friends? Loyal comrades in arms? And yet you're just throwing me into the fire like this. You really think this is fine? No problem at all? It's not a fire pit. Come on, who are we? We're the Avengers. And you're sitting among the mightiest of us all. I believe in you. You can absolutely do it. Really, there's no question." X. The mere thought of fighting Hulk made Zhangxi's heart fill with a million refusals. He jumped to his feet and said, "No way. Forget it. I don't care what you say. I'm just not doing it. If you want to fight, do it yourself. Leave me out of it, you shameless guy." "Well, there's nothing to be done. I've already submitted the roster and the Grandmaster approved it. The match is scheduled for tomorrow." "What did you say?" Zhangxi felt his mind buzz, and then a wave of anger surged through him. This Thor, was he even human? "No, listen to me, buddy. I really have to find a way back to Asgard," Thor said earnestly. "We're a team, and I need your help. I mean it." "Help you? Easy for you to say. But what if I die?" "Huh? What then?" "Well, what else? I'll avenge you, of course." Looking at Thor's sly yet innocent face, Zhangxi finally understood why Hulk would smash him. Because of that insufferable expression. Things had gotten to this point, and Zhangxi was out of options. Oh, well, what could he do? With someone like Thor around, you just had to take whatever came your way. That night, Zhangxi didn't sleep a wink. Deep down, he sensed something was off. This was his first time in Alien World. Why? Was it really just because he'd landed in the Thor, Ragnarok timeline, and someone had slotted him into the story? The next day, inside the arena, thunderous applause filled the air. No matter the era, people have always been passionate about duels and combat. From ancient showdowns to modern boxing and MMA, these have remained some of the world's most popular sports. Okay, hello everyone, I'm the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster's avatar appeared above the arena, and his voice echoed through the air. The duel that everyone's been waiting for is about to begin. Today, we've got 2 matches lined up. First up, we have a little-known challenger here to give our champion a warm-up. Of course, even if he isn't famous, this match won't be boring. After all, we're here to see the champion, aren't we? All right, let's welcome our first challenger, the unremarkable X, making his grand entrance. Thor clapped Zhangxi on the shoulder from behind and said, "Hey, buddy, you really don't have much of a reputation, so the Grandmaster's wording might sound a bit insulting. Not like me, you know, but don't take it to heart, it's nothing." Zhangxi muttered under his breath. "That's rich coming from you. The Son of Odin title doesn't seem to count for much around here, does it? If it did, would your hair look the way it does now?" Thor bristled, about to retort, but Zhangxi had already marched forward, head held high. He knew exactly who he was about to face. He fastened his armor, picked up his weapon, and steeled himself for battle. Of course, he didn't count on the armor to offer much protection. He was all too familiar with the Hulk's strength. The gates slowly opened, and Zhangxi strode ahead. Although he'd faced Hulk before, this time the danger was on a whole new level. Last time, all he had to do was stall for time, not defeat him. This time, he had to take Hulk down completely, a task that bordered on impossible. Fortunately, there was no shock collar around his neck, or things would be even worse. Seeing Zhang Shi, the Grandmaster rubbed his hands together in excitement and continued. Okay, X has entered the arena. Next, let's welcome our champion. I think you all know him. He's unbelievably strong, one of a kind. Let's bring out the champion, Hulk. Hulk! With a roar, a hulking green giant burst from the gates opposite Zhang Shi. In one hand, he wielded an axe, in the other a hammer, an intimidating sight. When Zhang Shi watched Thor, Ragnarok, he treated it like a comedy. But now, with Hulk standing right in front of him, there was nothing funny about it. Hulk radiated a murderous aura, as if he was about to flatten Zhang Shi where he stood. Taking in Hulk's massive green arms, Zhang Shi instinctively swallowed hard. He realized he'd been far too naive. Going head-to-head was out of the question. Maybe it was time to try some of Black Widow's moves. The sun's getting real low. Before Zhang Shi could say anything, Thor, who was standing nearby, was already cheering with excitement. Wow, this is amazing! Thor exclaimed, practically leaping into the air. He turned and shouted to the Grandmaster. Grandmaster, there's no need for this fight to go on. We know each other. He's our friend. We're comrades in arms. The Grandmaster had been smiling, but at Thor's words, his grin froze awkwardly on his face. He glanced back at Loki, who stood at his side, looking both embarrassed and alarmed. Hulk turned to look at Thor, then shifted his gaze to Zhang Shi. Banner, this is X. Don't you remember? This is X, our comrade from the battles we fought together, Thor said with an easy laugh. It's time to go home, Banner. Hulk gripped his axe, glancing from Thor to Zhang Shi. Under Hulk's cold, unblinking stare, Zhang Shi couldn't help but shiver. There's no Banner, only Hulk. First you, then him. Hulk growled, and with a guttural roar, charged straight at Zhang Shi. His gear clanked as he ran. Zhang Shi could feel panic rising inside him. This was no comedy. Anyone, when faced with a raging Hulk, would feel an icy fear creeping over them. Bring it on. Zhang Shi's eyes grew sharp with determination. He gripped his blade and rushed at Hulk in return. Meanwhile, Shoji sat back in his seat, sipping tea at his leisure. It was a pity he couldn't use the system to watch Zhang Shi at this moment. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't miss out on such a spectacle. He had chosen the setting of Thor, Ragnarok precisely because the enemies here were formidable. Whether it was Hulk, Hela, or Surtur, any one of them would be a real challenge. For Zhang Shi, sure, Dormammu from Doctor Strange was even more powerful, but with the time stone involved, that brought unpredictable variables he wasn't willing to risk. Zhang Shi, let's see how long you can last. Marvel Universe, the Grandmaster's Arena. Zhang Shi's blade clashed hard against Hulk's axe, but the small knife was no match for Hulk's brute strength. At the very first strike, Zhang Shi's blade bent out of shape. Without missing a beat, Hulk lifted his foot and kicked at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi's reflexes were sharp. Immediately, the green giant's fragments materialized before him. He crossed his arms, forming a shield, and managed to block Hulk's crushing kick. He blocked it, yes, but there was no way to absorb all that force. The kick sent Zhang Shi hurtling across the arena, slamming him into the wall with a bone-jarring impact that made it feel as if he'd been torn apart. Yes, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Hulk threw his arms wide, savoring the adoration. This was exactly why Hulk disliked Earth. On Earth, people saw him as a monster. Everyone feared and shunned him. But here, he wasn't a monster. He was a champion, a king above all. Of course, now was not the time for such discussions. Just as Zhang Shi was struggling to his feet, Hulk hurled his axe straight at him. Instinctively, Zhang Shi ducked his head, and the blade skimmed so close it shaved off a large chunk of his hair. Damn it, you bastard! Thor cursed from the side. Banner, you lunatic, are you out of your mind? Huh, that's our friend you're attacking. Enough, Thor. Leave Banner out of this. Hulk hates hearing that name. Zhang Shi said as he stood up, lightning flickering across his hands. No matter what, he had to fight. Back now. Hulk's tough hide could withstand even his strongest blows, and he might not even hurt him, but if Hulk fought back, it could easily be the end for Zhang Shi. Oh, this guy's lightning is every bit as powerful as mine, Thor muttered to himself, a note of awe in his voice. What a terrifying kid. Zhang Shi dashed forward, leaping high into the air, and slammed his hand on a Hulk's face, unleashing his most powerful surge of lightning. Hulk shuddered violently from the shock and crashed to the ground. But Zhang Shi didn't let up. He launched attack after attack at Hulk. Hey, you idiot. What if you kill him? Are we really allies here? You're all going for the kill. What's wrong with you? At this moment, Thor turned into the king of backseat drivers, gesturing wildly and shouting out his commentary. Hey, I'm wondering the same thing. Why are they all going so hard? Cord chimed in from the side. Thor shrugged. I have no idea. This is absolute madness, completely unacceptable. But what they didn't know was that Zhang Shi didn't dare hold back. He had to seize this moment to knock Hulk out, or he'd be in real danger. However, Hulk was not so easily subdued. Suddenly, Hulk's blood-red eyes snapped open. He grabbed Zhang Shi by the leg before Zhang Shi could react, and began swinging him around, slamming him into the ground again and again. Yes, that's the feeling. Loki leaped up in excitement, shouting with wild enthusiasm. Back in the first Avengers, he'd been smashed around just like this. Seeing Zhang Shi suffer the same fate filled him with wicked delight. The Grandmaster also broke into a wide grin. No matter what, Hulk was not allowed to lose. Truth be told, he'd just been a little worried Hulk might actually be defeated. Normally, after a few slams, Hulk would have let go. But this time, perhaps because Zhang Shi had actually hurt him, Hulk kept pounding a dozen times and still showed no sign of stopping. With such brutal blows, Zhang Shi felt like he was about to be beaten to death, his insides almost ready to spill out. The worst part was he couldn't find any chance to fight back. He tried to lift his hand and fire off a few bolts of lightning, but Hulk dodged them with surprising agility. Watching this unfold, the Rockman turned to Thor and said, "Oh man, I hate to say this, but at this rate you might as well use your friend for meatballs in a minute. Shut up. Say something encouraging." Although Thor was thinking the same thing, he knew you couldn't just say it out loud. The fight was utterly one-sided. Zhang Shi didn't even have a chance to fight back. Desperate, he could only transform the leg that Hulk had grabbed into the shape of a blade, then heat it up with the extremist virus. But Hulk, lost in a frenzy of rage, seemed completely numb to pain, no matter how Zhang Shi struggled. The grip never loosened. Things looked grim for Zhang Shi. Finally, after being slammed into the ground more than 30 times, Hulk seemed to tire a little. He tossed Zhang Shi aside and roared, "Hulk!" The arena erupted once again. Zhang Shi forced himself to sit up, feeling as though his insides were all churned up. Damn it, this makes no sense at all. Sure, Hulk was fierce in Thor, Ragnarok, but he was never this terrifying. Right now, he was more like a monster, and there was just no way to handle him. Faced with this invincible Hulk, Zhang Shi was out of options. Reluctantly, he had to turn to Thor for help. "Thor, I need your help," Zhang Shi shouted. "Get over here quick." That finally snapped Thor out of it. He shouted, "Hey, Grandmaster, my friend doesn't stand a chance against your champion. The difference in strength is just too great. This match is getting boring. Why not let me join in? 2 against 1, what do you say?" The Grandmaster snorted coldly and replied with obvious displeasure. "Do you take me for a fool? Victory's almost in my grasp, and you want me to do something so foolish? 2 against 1? No way." Loki, who'd been silent for a moment, perhaps his ever-changing nature was kicking in again, spoke up, "Well, Grandmaster, I actually think his suggestion has merit. After all, everyone knows how strong Hulk is. If he beats both of them at once, we'll draw even more attention and rake in more money. What do you say? Shall we give it a try?" "Hulk! Hulk! Hulk!" The crowd's chant echoed through the arena. As the saying goes, spectators always want more excitement. They didn't care who lived or died, as long as the fight was entertaining. The Grandmaster hesitated. Sensing his chance, Loki pressed on. "Grandmaster, I know exactly how strong those two are. Even together, they're no match for Hulk, I promise." "Fine, for the sake of the show, I'll take the risk," the Grandmaster finally agreed. After all, he still had the switch that controlled the God of Thunder. If things got out of hand, he could just zap Thor and put an end to it. The main gate swung open, and Thor stepped out slowly. Somehow, a hammer had appeared in his hand. Not, of course, the mighty Mjolnir. In truth, Thor's favorite weapon had always been the Thunder God's hammer. Even the later Stormbreaker couldn't win his affection the way his first hammer did. When he saw Thor enter, Zhang Shi finally let out a breath of relief. With a wry smile, he muttered, "Damn, this was your idea, and I almost got myself killed here." Thor replied expressionlessly, "Yeah, I'll admit that was my fault. But now that I'm here, you can go and rest." "All right, I'll leave it to you. This fight was meant to be yours from the start." Zhang Shi leaned against the wall, slowly closing his eyes. Though his body had grown remarkably tough, he was still only flesh and blood. No match for someone like Thor, the true god. The brutal pounding he just endured had nearly cost him his life. Still, it wasn't all for nothing. The brawl with Hulk had earned him a good number of Hulk fragments, and with those, he'd only grow stronger in the coming battles. Thor strode steadily toward the Hulk, hefting his hammer. His voice was cold as he called out, "Banner, I know you're in there. I'm going to get you out. I don't know what's happened to you, but I need you to remember one thing. We're friends. We're comrades." With fury in his eyes, Thor swung at the Hulk, and the two clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. The crowd roared again and again, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Zhang Shi was the happiest of all, as shards of thunder power and Hulk's strength flooded into his body, reinforcing him even more powerfully than before. At this rate, He'd be back to full strength in no time. But just then, the situation changed. Perhaps the match was getting too intense. So much so that the Grandmaster began to worry Hulk might actually lose. So, he pressed a button early, sending a jolt through Thor that knocked him out cold. Damn it! Hell! Zhang Shi cursed through clenched teeth. The situation was turning sour. According to the story, Thor's powers should have awakened here, but now that hadn't happened. A bad sign. Things might be manageable against Hulk, but what about when Hela came? Would Thor ever manage to awaken his power? A sudden thought struck Zhang Shi. Now that he'd altered the Marvel Universe, would he end up the main character in every movie to come? There was no time to dwell on it. Thor collapsed in the arena, unconscious, while Hulk leapt high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Zhang Shi had no choice. Left. Forcing his battered body forward, he rushed to Thor's side, thrusting out both hands to shield him, turning them into a makeshift shield, bracing for impact. A deafening crash thundered through the arena. With the help of gravity, Hulk's punch carried a force that could shatter mountains. Zhang Shi, who had already been tossed around by Hulk like a rag doll, hadn't fully recovered yet. This punch landed squarely, knocking him out cold on the spot. All Zhang Shi could feel was the world spinning wildly, as if his very consciousness had slipped away. In the haze, only the roar and cheers of the crowd remained, echoing endlessly. "It seems it's over," said Finger, checking the system with a smirk. "I thought you'd be something special," Finger continued, shaking his head. "Didn't expect you to fail at the very first challenge. What a disappointment." Nico walked over, her attention fixed on the system. She stared at the data for a long time. Had Zhang Shi really reached his limit? "No, not quite," Nico said, eyes never leaving the screen. "There's still a faint sign of life in him." "It doesn't matter anymore," Finger said with a stretch, sounding bored. "Even if he's not dead yet, he probably won't last much longer. With such weak vital signs, Hela won't be able to deal with him, let alone Surtur. Anyway, it's done. Let's just leave and grab a drink." Nico let out a long sigh. Was this really how Zhang Shi's journey would end? Snuffed out before it truly began? Then, slowly, Zhang Shi opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a warm, comfortable room. Thor was sitting across from him, and Hulk was off to the side, still swinging his massive fists in the air. Smash, smash, smash. "You're awake." Thor leaned in, concern in his voice. "How are you feeling?" Zhang Shi closed his eyes with a wry smile, taking stock of his own body before replying. "My legs seem fine, but I can't feel my arms at all. It's as if they're completely useless now." Thor glanced at Zhang Shi's arms and spoke gravely. "Well, that's not surprising. Both of your arms are broken. It'll be a while before you recover." With that, Thor turned and shot a fierce glare at Hulk, barking, "You big green oaf! Look what you've done." I held back. "If I hadn't, both of you would be dead already." Hulk rumbled in protest. "Dead my foot. If the Grandmaster hadn't interfered, you'd have lost for sure," Thor snapped back. "Can we not argue about this right now?" Zhang Shi forced himself upright. "Shouldn't you guys be more worried about my condition?" Hulk let out a frustrated growl, then reached for a jar nearby and tossed it onto the bed. "Use this. It works great." Zhang Shi looked at the jet black ointment and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Was this that legendary black jade fracture salve he'd heard about? No matter what, right now he was temporarily out of commission. Thinking it over, heading back seemed like the safest option. After all, the upcoming enemies were still formidable. If he tried to tough it out, he might just end up losing his life. With a single thought, Zhang Shi tried to return, but his expression quickly grew grim. He had realized that he couldn't go back. There was no way to return to the real world. When he got this news, Zhang Shi's face turned pale with fear. Now he was truly terrified. Up until now, the Marvel world had always been dangerous, but at least he'd had the option to leave at any time. Sure, he might not have gained anything by leaving, but at least his life wouldn't have been at risk. Now, though, there was no going back at all. He had no choice but to stick with Thor and see the rest of the story through. This chapter was called Thor Ragnarok, which meant that only Thor had the protagonist's aura of invincibility. Everyone else, himself included, was fair game. If Hela killed him in an instant, it wouldn't be anything strange or unexpected. Damn it, and now his arm wouldn't heal anytime soon. Was he really going to die here this time? Something was wrong. Zhang Shi could sense that the Marvel world wasn't quite right anymore. By all rights, it shouldn't be this difficult. He should have been able to leave easily. But now, everything had taken a turn for the worst. What was he supposed to do? "Hey, buddy, this might sting a bit. Hold on while I patch you up," Thor said as he started tending to Zhang Shi's wounds. A sharp pain shot through Zhang Shi's arm, making him frown. "Go easy. That hurts like hell. Seriously, what is it with you two? Aren't we supposed to be comrades? Friends, even? Why does it feel like you're both out to kill me?" Thor kept working on Zhang Shi's wounds as he replied, "Hey, don't blame me for this. If you want to point fingers, blame that big green oaf over there. If not for him, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. By the way, Hulk, you've got medicine here too? Did someone hurt you? Are you getting rusty? Or is there someone even stronger around now? Hulk was chomping on an unknown fruit, taking huge bites as he grumbled. Thor, not good. X, also not good. Zhang, she wanted to scold him a bit more. But looking at Hulk's childlike demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to say anything else. After all, Hulk hadn't meant any harm. Once his arm was quickly bandaged, Zhang, she stood up. He didn't know what kind of medicine this was, but it was certainly working. He could feel his arm slowly healing, even if the recovery was still rather slow. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Zhang, she sat up, looking at Thor and Hulk. So what should we do next? You said you were abused by your sister, right? Thor shot him a glare. Watch your words, man. Okay, fine, Zhang, she replied. Asgard really is in serious danger right now. Our top priority is to figure out a way to get back. But Thor, you'd better be prepared. There's not much I can do to help you in my current state. If I went up against your sister like this, she'd probably skewer me and roast me over a fire. I never expected you to be much help anyway, Thor said as he stood up. Hulk, I need your help. We have to find a way to get Valkyrie on our side. She's one of Asgard's elite warriors, sworn to serve Asgard. If we bring her back, she'll definitely be an asset. Zhang, she remained silent. In truth, he harbored a much bigger, bolder plan in his heart, but he didn't dare to act on it lightly. Thanos was immensely powerful, and Hela was no less formidable. Surtur, of course, was in a league of his own, the very being who destroyed Asgard with his own hands. If he could just manipulate things a little, perhaps keep Hela alive and let her face Thanos instead. But that idea only flashed through his mind for a split second. Zhang, she didn't dare take such a gamble. Even if Hela did defeat Thanos one day, things wouldn't be much better. With Hela's nature, she'd set out to conquer and invade everywhere, and by then, maybe not even half of humanity on Earth would survive. Given all that, it was better to stick to the original storyline for now, and see if there would be a chance to break free once things had developed further. Soon, Valkyrie arrived. Thor, visibly excited and a bit awkward, stepped forward. Hey, you're Valkyrie, right? Valkyrie gave a cold smirk, grabbed a bottle of liquor, and said, Yeah, that's me. But whatever you have to say, make it quick. You got the time it takes me to finish this drink. With that, she tilted the bottle back and started chugging. Thor panicked and blurted out, Look, I got to tell you. Hela's back, and she wants to rule Asgard. She's way too strong. We can't take her on by ourselves. So I'm hoping you'll help us. Come with us, and we'll fight Hela together. Valkyrie tossed the empty bottle to the ground with flair, then said coolly, I'm done drinking, and I assume you're done talking. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Zhang, she stepped forward, blocking her path. Valkyrie glanced at him with disdain. What? Do you really think you're a match for me right now? Zhang, she spoke calmly. You are a Valkyrie. When Odin realized he could no longer control Hela, he decided to imprison her, and that's when you and Hela went to war. Countless lives were lost in that battle, and the only reason you survived is because you weren't strong enough. Suddenly, the Valkyrie lunged forward. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she pressed it to Zhang Xi's throat, her voice icy. What are you getting at? How do you know all this? It doesn't matter how I know, Zhang Xi replied, completely unafraid. But what I want to know is, do you still have any feelings for Asgard? Do I? The Valkyrie lifted another glass, downed it in one gulp, and said, I don't even know how to answer that myself. Whether you want to face it or not, there are things you must confront, aren't there? Zhang, she said, even if you no longer care about Asgard, you still have to stop Hela. If you don't, the entire universe will be plunged into chaos and destruction. The Valkyrie fell silent, clearly torn by a fierce struggle within her heart. Thor got to his feet, pointing out the window at the aircraft outside. That's it, right? In that case, let's get moving. With that, he dashed straight for the window and leapt out. Wait, Thor! Hulk shouted anxiously and jumped out right after him. In the original story, their escape attempt wasn't successful at first. They fumbled around for quite some time before finally making it out on the Grandmaster's ship. Zhang, she didn't want to waste that much time, knowing that the longer they delayed, the more unpredictable things could become. But right now, his arm wouldn't allow him to do much more. He turned to the Valkyrie and said, Our only hope now rests with you. I hope you'll help us steal the Grandmaster's ship. Oh, and if you can bring Loki along. He may be unpredictable, but there's no way he'd want to see Hela sitting on Asgard's throne. With that, Zhang Xi also jumped out the window. Despite his limited mobility, Zhang Xi's movements were still remarkably agile. In just those brief moments, his arm had improved significantly. The combination of medication and his own healing ability was speeding up his recovery. The Valkyrie sat by the window, watching as the others raced away below. As soon as Hulk and the others made their escape, the Grandmaster noticed immediately. Without hesitation, he took action, summoning both Loki and the Valkyrie to appear before him. I'm furious, truly furious. The Grandmaster held the melting rod in his hand, his gaze icy as he looked at the two before him. My favorite champion has escaped, and you're his brother. And you're the one who brought that Lord of Thunder here. So both of you bear undeniable responsibility for this. Grandmaster, said Valkyrie, give me 2 hours, and I'll bring them to you myself. An hour is all I need, Loki interjected. Fine, I'll trust you, the Grandmaster replied. No matter what you do or how you do it, you must bring them to me. This is your last chance. The two left the room. Off to the side, Loki spoke quietly. You're a Valkyrie, aren't you? So you know, Valkyrie replied. Yes. What's your plan? Are you going to fight our wretched sister? Honestly, I don't think we stand a chance. We're outmatched. You're just adopted. Don't get so familiar, Valkyrie retorted. I said you'd help us, right? I can't say for sure, Loki shrugged. You know me. I'm nothing if not unpredictable. At least you're upfront about it. Valkyrie stopped, turning back to look at Loki. Listen carefully. We're heading back now, and I expect you not to get in our way. If you do, I'll personally send you to hell. All right. No need to get so worked up, Loki replied with a hint of resignation. Elsewhere, after a series of mishaps, Zhang-Shi and Thor managed to sabotage the Quinjet Hulk had been using. Hulk had reverted back into Banner, and the three of them now wandered the city streets, looking a bit lost. So what do we do now? Banner asked nervously. He'd spent the entire time as Hulk and had no idea what had transpired. Now, suddenly himself again, it was only natural for him to be scared. It's fine, really. Everything's fine. The sun's going down. The sun's going down. We'll keep you safe, Thor said cheerfully. Zhang, she spoke softly. Right now, our task is to sneak into the Grandmaster's fortress, find his ship, and figure out a way back to Asgard. Thor, you spoke with Heimdall just now, didn't you? Yeah. If we want to get out quickly, we'll have to go through that wormhole above us, Thor replied. Ordinary ships won't do. It has to be the Grandmaster's. Let's head over. But do you think? You mean Valkyrie and Loki? Zhang-Shi asked. Valkyrie should be fine, but your brother? Hey, watch your words. Adopted, remember? Thor retorted, a bit annoyed. Let's go. Under clever cover, the three of them returned to the Grandmaster's castle without drawing any attention. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw Valkyrie waiting for them in front of the spaceship, while Loki was tied to a chair, completely unable to move. Thor casually picked up a can and tossed it at Loki. Once he was sure this was Loki's real body, he grinned and said, You know, little brother, this suits you so much better. Oomph. Loki turned his head away in a huff. It's just that I got caught, that's all. Nothing to make a fuss about. Valkyrie spoke up. This ship can help us through the wormhole, but it doesn't have any weapons. So we'll need to be extremely careful. Got it. Zhang-Shi and the others boarded the ship. Thor glanced at the pitiful Loki and asked, Should we bring him along? If we leave him here, will the Grandmaster melt him down? Don't worry. You don't need to bother about that. Zhang-Shi said from the side. He won't die. Just leave him. That's what I thought too. Thor settled into the pilot's seat. Hang on tight. We're taking off. With that, they piloted the ship and shot straight out. Hey X, Banner asked from the side. Was your injury my doing? Zhang-Shi waved it off. Yeah, but don't worry about it. I'll be fine in no time. All right. I'm really sorry, Banner said sheepishly. I couldn't control myself. It's nothing. Really, don't give it another thought. Zhang-Shi flexed his arm a little. Now at least it felt somewhat better, not as paralyzed as before. But facing Hela like this was hardly different from walking to their deaths. Thor, I'll leave the coming battle to you, Zhang-Shi said. I'd love to help, but honestly, I'm not sure I'd be much use right now. Thor chuckled as he steered the ship. Relax and leave it to me. It's not like any of us could beat her even if we tried, so it hardly matters who takes the lead. Already giving up before the fight? Aren't you worried about crushing morale? Valkyrie shot him a glare, exasperated. If you think we can't win, we might as well turn around now. Thor laughed heartily. Come on, as long as there's a sliver of hope, we can't give up, right? Meanwhile, in Asgard, Hela. She walked slowly through the great halls of Asgard's palace, her gaze falling on the magnificent, towering rainbow bridge beyond the windows, eyes brimming with a conqueror's longing. Ambition and power had swelled within her to a terrifying degree. This was the goddess of death, Hela. The entire universe will be mine. Asgard shall reign supreme over all. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered into existence. Hela turned her head to see Thor, Zhang-Shi, and their companions standing right before her. Indeed, after a breakneck chase across the Grandmaster's planet, Zhang-Shi and the others had finally returned to Asgard. Although Hela was known as the goddess of death, she was strikingly beautiful, far more so than in the movies. When Zhang-Shi looked at her, he couldn't help but feel dazzled. Of course, That beauty was as deadly as it was enchanting. Hela glanced over the group, giving a slight nod and a sly smile. Well, are you here to join me? Thor readied himself for battle, his voice cold and steady. We're here to defeat you. Oh, I must admit, I'm looking forward to that. With a graceful toss of her hair, Hela waved her hand, and her undead army materialized at her side. Big talk for ones with such little skill. In that case, let me see what you're made of. With a fierce gesture, Hela sent her undead horde surging forward. Thor and Valkyrie stepped in front of Zhang Shi, shielding him. You're still injured, be careful, they warned. Zhang Shi offered a faint smile. Don't worry, these lackeys are no match for me. The real threat is her, Hela, and her pet, Fenrir. I'm surprised you know so much about Hela. Valkyrie, eyeing the queenly figure of Hela, felt a flicker of unease. Hela was even more formidable than she'd been during their last encounter. So powerful, it was almost beyond belief. That's right, and I also know that, right now, it's impossible for us to win, no matter what we do. The words stung, but they were simply the truth. Then let's fight and see. Valkyrie's eyes flashed with determination. Twin weapons appeared in her hands as she charged into the fray. The undead soldiers weren't particularly strong, but their resilience was astounding. Valkyrie cut them down with swift, precise movements, felling them one after another. But defeating them wasn't enough. Killing them required repeated blows. Zhang Shi flexed his hands, wincing at the lingering pain. It seemed he wouldn't be able to use them much in this fight. Thor, your sister is your responsibility. Family matters are best settled by family, Zhang Shi said. Thor nodded. To be honest, sometimes I really wish you could step in. But right now, if you tried, it would be suicide. Leave it to me. Thor had yet to awaken his true power, and Zhang Shi couldn't help but worry. In the coming battle with Hela, would Thor finally rise to the occasion? Thor left. Zhang Shi stretched out his right leg, transforming it into a blazing blade. Triggering both his doomsday virus and shape-shifting abilities, he found these powers more than sufficient to deal with the undead army, at least for now. As for Banner, without Hulk, Banner was like a helpless bystander. He hid inside the spaceship, watching the battle unfold. In the midst of the fight, Zhang Shi kept collecting fragments of strength, stamina, and other energy shards scattered about. These fragments greatly hastened the recovery of his injuries. It proved true yet again. No matter the circumstances, combat was always the best way to grow stronger. Just then, a brilliant bolt of lightning split the sky, crashing down upon the palace of Asgard. Zhang Shi couldn't help but smile at the sight. Fortunately, Thor had awakened his true power. Zhang Shi's presence hadn't interfered with Thor's evolution after all. At that very moment, Loki arrived, piloting his ship. One had to admit, Loki certainly knew how to make an entrance. Dressed in his iconic Avengers attire, he descended from above, declaring with pride, Asgard, behold your king. Fenrir leapt down from the sky, sprinting across the dazzling bridge of rainbows. Zhang Shi raised his head and roared, Banner, now's the time to get angry. The sun's come up. Oh, all right. Banner slowly walked to the edge of the spaceship. I don't want to, but there's no choice. You have to come out now, Hulk. With that, he hurled himself off the ship. With a heavy thud, Banner crashed onto the rainbow bridge. His eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Fenrir sniffed at him, nearly kicking him off the bridge in disgust. But at that very moment, the Hulk emerged. He seized Fenrir's tail with a single hand, let out a furious roar, and hurled the beast violently away. Fenrir reacted quickly. With a powerful whip of his tail, he dragged Hulk down from the bridge along with him. Thor also returned to the battlefield just then. At last, the true battle was about to begin. Though this wasn't an Avengers movie, the scale of the conflict was no less epic. Zhang Shi, Thor, and the others squared off against Hela's undead army, promising a battle as fierce and brutal as any ever fought. Thor's left eye was now a bloody mess. Loki pointed at him and asked, Can you still see out of that eye? Gasping for breath, Thor replied, No, it's blind. Well, I saw that thunderbolt just now, Loki said, glancing up at Hela as she strode calmly out of the palace. Quick, hit her with lightning. Oh, I already blasted her with my strongest bolt, Thor answered, a bit helpless, but it didn't seem to do much. Zhang Shi rejoined the group. Thor looked at him and couldn't help but ask, Is your hand healed enough? Zhang Shi nodded. Yes, mostly. There's still some after effects, but I'm ready to fight. All right, I have to admit, sometimes I really admire you. When are you going to teach me that superpower of yours, the one that makes you stronger the more you fight? I'd love to learn it too. We'll talk about it when there's a chance. Zhang Shi looked at Hela standing before him and couldn't help but ask, Thor, shouldn't you be thinking about how to deal with your sister? I just had an epiphany, Thor said, waving his hand. We can't defeat her, but there's someone who can. Loki took down an undead warrior and chimed in, "Hey, brother, I don't remember anyone in Asgard who could do that. Even when Odin was alive, he'd have a hard time fighting Hela, as she is now." "Who said he's from Asgard?" Thor replied gravely. "Loki, you need to head to the vault right now. There's something there that looks like a giant bull's horn. That's Surtur's crown. Throw it into the eternal flame." Loki reacted instantly. "So, if I do that, Surtur will come back to life, right?" "Exactly. At this point, only Surtur's power can defeat Hela." Valkyrie, standing by, interjected, "Thor, if we do that, Asgard will be destroyed. Surtur is the being prophesied to bring about Ragnarok." "Yeah, I know," Thor said seriously. "That's exactly what I want, to bring about Ragnarok. Now I understand, our goal isn't to avoid Ragnarok, it's to fulfill it. Asgard was never just a place. Asgard is its people. Wherever our people are, that's where Asgard is." "All right, brother, I always thought I was bad enough, but you're even crazier than I am. I like this plan. Just wait, I'm on it." With that, Loki dashed off. Everything was unfolding just as the story called for, so Zhang-Shi said nothing more. Even though he was curious whether battling Hela might net him a piece of her essence, the risk was simply too great. Even if he had the chance, he had no desire for a head-on fight with her. But Zhang-Shi had no idea that, at this very moment, the difficulty level of the story was about to spike again. How could this happen? The Fingers, having finished his drink, returned to his computer and stared at the system in shock. All of Zhang-Shi's stats had suddenly returned to normal, and not only that, his power had grown considerably. "Looks like something's changed." Nico leaned in, her voice wary. "What do we do next?" "What do we do?" The Fingers responded without hesitation, tapping out a string of symbols on the keyboard. Nico's expression changed instantly when she saw what he was doing. "Hey, Fingers, calm down. The first difficulty increase already affected your permissions. If you keep pushing it, you'll lose control over the system entirely." "I have no choice," the Fingers said coldly. "If I don't stop him, he'll only grow stronger. I must stop him. But if you fail, you'll completely lose control over the system." Nico grabbed his hand, refusing to back down. "And in doing this, you might actually make him even more powerful." "Don't worry. This time, I'll make sure he dies," the Finger replied, his voice icy. "I'm wagering all my authority on this one change. I refuse to believe he can survive after what I'm about to do." You're not saying?" "That's right. It's exactly what you're thinking." The Finger sneered. "No one is walking away from this alive." Marvel Universe. Zhang-Shi and the others had just finished wiping out Hela's undead army. But at that very moment, Hela unleashed overwhelming power. Hulk was still locked in battle with Fenrir, unable to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Hela transformed into a master of weapons, conjuring one black blade after another in her hands, forcing Thor and his companions to keep their distance. Getting close to her, let alone landing a hit, was nearly impossible. "Is this all you're capable of? How disappointing," Hela said arrogantly, her voice dripping with disdain. In truth, Hela's attacks weren't unstoppable, at least not impossible to resist. Her true threat lay in her relentless assault, wave after wave, combined with her incredible endurance. An enemy like that was a nightmare to face. It's worth mentioning that, although he hadn't deliberately tried, Zhang-Shi had managed to grasp a few fragments of Hela's power during the battle. Of course, it was only a small amount. Thor spread his hands and said, "You're right, we're no match for you, but it can defeat you." "What are you talking about?" Hela demanded. The words had barely left her lips when, behind her, an enormous figure, entirely crimson, towering like a mountain, slowly rose from the royal palace of Asgard. Even the rivers nearby began to boil from the heat he radiated. This was Surtur, unleashed at full power, 100% of his strength. "Oh no, what have I done?" Thor muttered in bewilderment. Loki, appearing out of nowhere, shouted, "Hurry, everyone get to the ship, now." Surtur's coming would bring Ragnarok to Asgard. The city, once glorious, would soon be no more. The people of Asgard had never seen such a spectacle. Led by Loki, they rushed toward the ships in a desperate scramble. Thor clapped Loki on the shoulder, grinning. "Didn't expect you to care about the people's lives. Maybe you're not so bad after all." "I told you. I'm full of surprises," Loki replied. Hulk also leapt out of the river. Fenrir had already been dealt with, and he turned to go after Surtur, but Thor hurriedly grabbed his arm and pleaded, "Hey, don't go. Leave him alone, just this once." "All right," Hulk replied, reluctantly hopping onto the spaceship. Hela climbed out of the water and launched herself into battle with Surtur. Yet, her razor-sharp sword was utterly useless in this moment. Surtur advanced relentlessly, barely noticing Hela's attacks as he wrought destruction. Everyone boarded the spaceship. From the deck, Thor shouted to Zhang-Shi, "Quick, X, get on board." "I know," Zhang-Shi called back as he turned and ran. In fact, he'd spent the last moments desperately absorbing fragments. After all, This was a rare opportunity. The stronger the enemy, the greater the power he could gain. Monsters of Hela and Surtur's cosmic caliber were nearly impossible to encounter under normal circumstances. If he missed this chance, who could say when, if ever, it would come again? Moments ago, Zhangxi had already absorbed a fair number of fragments. Feeling he'd nearly reached his limit, he was just about to leave when, suddenly, he realized he couldn't move a muscle. This wasn't a joke. He couldn't move at all, not even the slightest twitch. The system's notification chimed. Mobility system failure. Host is temporarily unable to move. For Zhangxi at that moment, this sound was a nightmare, truly the nightmare of all nightmares. Thor sensed something was wrong and rushed to go save Zhangxi, but Loki grabbed him firmly. "Let me go, Loki. Let me go. I have to save him." Thor struggled and roared in anger. "Hey, brother, I know you want to save your friend, but I'm sorry. To me, you're far more important than he is." It was hard to blame Loki for his cold logic. He and Zhangxi barely knew each other. Meanwhile, Surtur had already raised his flaming sword, red light flashing across its blade. "Asgard, face your doom." No, the voice wasn't Zhangxi's, it was Hela's. Now driven to utter despair, she threw herself at Surtur with everything she had, but her attacks were as futile as scratching an itch. The spaceship was already rising. Thor gazed down at the stunned Zhangxi on the ground, grief written plainly on his face. But he couldn't afford to stop. If he did, everyone aboard would perish because of his decision. "Brother, I must remind you, as a king, you must learn to make sacrifices. Your people are all aboard this ship. You absolutely cannot act on impulse," Loki reminded him. "I know, Loki." Thor drew a deep breath. "I don't blame you." At that moment, Zhangxi finally snapped out of it. He could move again. But even if he could move, what difference would it make? He was utterly trapped here, unable to leave no matter how hard he tried. The only thing waiting for him was death. After Surtur had utterly destroyed the royal palace of Asgard, he raised his massive blade high above his head and drove it down toward Asgard with a thunderous thrust. "No, Hela and Zhang," she roared in unison. In that instant, Zhangxi's entire body turned green as he unleashed the power of the Hulk. He leapt high into the air and rained furious blows down on Surtur's head. This attack managed to halt Surtur's next move, preventing him from driving his sword into Asgard. System warning. System error has been corrected. Host may choose to return to the real world in 10 minutes. Repeat. Host may choose to return to the real world in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That was Zhangxi's window to escape. If he could survive long enough, he would make it back to the real world. But, given the current situation, how could he possibly last 10 minutes? Zhangxi's mind raced. But in a split second, he came up with a plan. Landing beside Hela, he saw her raise her sword, aiming it straight at him. Zhangxi batted her blade aside and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? You're still thinking about killing me now? What we need to do is take down that big guy, right? How dare you insult me?" Hela snapped, furious. But the events unfolding had already spiraled far beyond her control. As the goddess of death, her pride made it hard to accept Zhangxi's words. But at this point, she had no better options. Could Zhangxi and Hela defeat Surtur together? The answer was obvious. No, not a chance. They were completely outmatched. But fortunately, Zhangxi didn't actually intend to defeat Surtur. All he needed was to buy time, and that was the only thing on his mind. Hela summoned two sharp blades and glared at Surtur, shouting, "Aim for his crown attack." What an irony. Zhangxi would never have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that he would one day fight side by side with Hela. It was truly ridiculous. He had summoned Surtur in the first place just to defeat Hela, and now, here they were, unexpectedly united against a common enemy. Zhangxi transformed into the Hulk once more, his right hand morphing into a gleaming long blade. "All right, let's see if we can cut off Surtur's crown. Your resistance is pointless. Pointless. All of you must die. Every last one of you." Surtur roared, swinging his flaming sword in a furious onslaught against Zhangxi and Hela. Fortunately, both of them were agile enough to dodge his attacks. "I didn't expect you to have some real skills, human," Hela said, panting for breath. Zhangxi sneered, "So what? We're still no match for that giant. He's not easy to take down. If we can't win, then you'll die here with me." Hela shot back, launching another fierce attack at him. In the midst of this battle, Zhangxi's power was growing at a startling pace. He absorbed Hela's abilities and Surtur's powers without reservation, claiming them as his own. Now the fragments of Hela's strength within him had reached about 30%, while Surtur's power wasn't being enhanced, but rather, Zhangxi's own doomsday virus was gradually assimilating what belonged to Surtur. These two forces should have been unrelated, but perhaps because they were both rooted in fire, Zhangxi's power grew more formidable with every passing moment. As his strength surged, Zhangxi and Hela, against all odds, began to push back Surtur. Surtur was incensed. Who was he? He was the being capable of destroying Asgard itself. Even Odin at his peak hadn't been able to kill him, only seal him away. And now, these two mortals were managing to suppress him? With a furious roar, Surtur raised his flaming sword high and plunged it down towards the land of Asgard. The fire sword blazed with an overwhelming brilliance. This one strike, was enough to reduce all of Asgard to ashes. I am a nightmare of Asgard. No, Hela and Zhang, she had fallen into utter despair. Surtur had thrown his full strength into this attack. No matter how hard they fought, there was simply no way to withstand it. Damn it, was this where everything ended? Zhangxi's heart burned with unwillingness. What was wrong with the system? Was that finger-manipulating trickster at it again? He'd grown so much stronger from this battle, but was he really going to lose everything, unable to return home? What a cruel joke. Just then, a voice like music from the heavens rang out. X, quick, reach out your hand. Zhangxi looked up and saw, without knowing when, Thor had reappeared above him. Thor stretched out his hand, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Perfect timing. You're a real lifesaver, Zhangxi exclaimed with excitement, reaching out instinctively. Then, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. There was certainly risk in this, but just might work. He reached out, grabbed Hela beside him, and with a powerful motion, hurled her straight into the spaceship. Thor was, of course, taken aback, but Zhangxi was already leaping up. Thor had no choice but to grab Zhangxi's hand and pull him into the ship. Then, turning urgently, he shouted, Go! Get us out of here! Now! Oh, I see now. The pilot finally snapped out of it and immediately steered the spaceship away. No sooner had they left than Asgard, beneath the might of Surtur's colossal sword, was reduced to nothing but ashes. Phew, we're finally safe. Zhangxi wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice still trembling with lingering fear. This was the closest he had ever come to death, so close that he'd nearly been lost forever. But just as he was catching his breath, Thor stormed over and grabbed him by the throat. What are you doing? Do you even understand what you've done? Thor nearly screamed, his voice raw with emotion. Why do you think? We did all this. Why would I let Asgard be destroyed and Surtur be resurrected? Do you truly not see the pain behind my decision? Do you think your actions would ever move me? Hela slowly rose to her feet, an aura of chilling coldness radiating from her. She spoke, each word crisp and icy. Asgard fell because of you. That's why I'll kill you all. Not a single one will be left alive. Save your breath, Hela, Zhangxi replied. Your strength comes from Asgard, but Asgard is gone. You no longer have the overwhelming advantage. I'd suggest you conserve your energy. You'll need it for the enemies that are coming next. Enemies? Hela sneered. Are you trying to frighten me? You'll find out soon enough, Hela, Zhangxi answered, unflinching. But I'd advise you not to make a move in the meantime. Think about it. Do you really believe you could take all of us on at once? Hulk, Thor, Loki, Valkyrie, and me. Without Asgard's power to back you up, do you still think you can win? Hela fell silent at that. She could feel her strength ebbing away, little by little, and compared to her peak, she was truly a shadow of her former self. Don't think for a second that I'm afraid. Hela stood, then turned to leave. No one dared come within 5 meters of her as she passed. After Hela left, Loki sauntered over, glancing at Thor. Is your friend a little unhinged? What are we supposed to do now? Thor had calmed down by then and shook his head. No, whatever X does, he always has a reason. He has some ability to see the future, so I trust he had his reasons for this. Is that so? Loki scoffed, then drew a dagger and pressed it to Zhangxi's throat. Then tell me, what's your reason? Zhangxi kept a calm face as he spoke. I've already given my reasons. Because soon, we'll be facing an even more formidable enemy. Killing Hela now wouldn't be a wise decision. I want to see if it's possible to change what was meant to happen. Thor frowned and asked, You mean Thanos? That's right, him. Zhangxi stood up and said, All right, I'm going to rest for a bit. We'll talk later. Oh, and Loki. Loki turned around. What? I hope, this time, you only pretend to be dead. Zhangxi looked deeply into Loki's eyes, then turned and walked away. Loki was momentarily caught off guard. He glanced at Thor and asked, What was that supposed to mean? Thor's brow furrowed even tighter, and he replied, I have no idea, but it's probably nothing. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I can't communicate with you two at all. Loki stretched lazily, then turned and left as well. But Thor's frown never relaxed, not for a second. Zhang, she made his way to Hela. Hela was fixing her hair, and the moment she saw Zhang, she almost instinctively drew a weapon and held it to his throat. Easy, it's me. After all, I did save your life, Zhang, she said with a teasing grin. Hela scoffed, lowering her sword with a slow, deliberate motion. Don't think I'm some helpless lamb at your mercy now. If I wanted to kill you, it would be child's play. I know, Zhangxi replied. Tell me, have you ever heard of Thanos? Thanos? Is that the enemy you just mentioned? Hela asked. What of him? Is he really that powerful? Oh no, it's not just about power. You're his dream woman, you know. Is that so? Amazingly, Hela laughed. He likes death, doesn't he? Zhangxi just smiled, saying nothing more. He turned to look out the window, then spoke slowly. My time here is almost up. I'll be leaving soon. I hope that by the time I return, you'll have seen things more clearly, assuming you're all still alive. Hela responded, fine. I don't know what kind of person this Thanos is, but I'm certainly not afraid of him. Surtur was an exception. This Thanos, I'll kill him myself. Is that so? If that's the case, you would end up saving half the people in the world, Zhangxi said gravely. Hela, I hope you realize that in this world, conquest and slaughter will never bring you everything you desire. You think you're a ruler, but in truth, there is no sense of accomplishment in it for you. If you don't believe me, just wait and see, Hela. I sincerely hope you can rein in your ambition, because you really are a formidable force, and besides. At this point, Zhangxi stretched out his hand, and a black, razor-sharp blade materialized in his palm. You could do it too? Hela exclaimed in astonishment. Zhangxi gave a cold chuckle and replied, That's my ability. No matter who I face, I can always learn their skills. That's enough for now. Think it over carefully. With those words, Zhangxi turned and walked away. Every time Zhangxi came to the Marvel Universe, he would almost inevitably get caught up in some major event. It seemed that time here didn't quite run parallel to the real world, and the system had a mind of its own when it came to selecting his path. Now, if Zhangxi went back, there was a good chance that when he returned again, the story would still be at the beginning of Avengers: Infinity War. Why save Hela? This was a bold experiment for Zhangxi. Simply following the plot would only make it impossible for him to take control of the Marvel world. By now, Hela's power had already waned. Even if he wasn't around, the rampaging Hulk and the newly awakened Thor shouldn't lose too badly. Most importantly, Thanos was coming very soon. At the end of Thor, Ragnarok, there was a post-credit scene where Thanos' army invades Thor's ship and Loki dies in the ensuing battle. Whether for real or not, it's a tragic scene. The Hulk also gets utterly beaten by Thanos, leaving him traumatized and unwilling to fight for the entirety of Infinity War. Thor, too, suffers terribly. If not for a stroke of luck that led him to the Guardians of the Galaxy, he might not have survived at all. That's why, after much deliberation, Zhangxi decided to save Hela. With her powers on his side, maybe the coming battle with Thanos would go a little better. And, if Zhangxi remembered correctly, Hela's ambition grew hand in hand with her strength. Now that Asgard had been destroyed, perhaps letting Hela experience what it feels like to be invaded and slaughtered would change her perspective, at least a little. That was Zhangxi's hope, anyway. Now that things had reached this point, Zhangxi's part was finished. The system had already issued its subtle cue for him to leave. The system always divided Zhangxi's storyline into segments. There was rarely any crossing over between plot lines. Perhaps the next time he returned, he'd still find himself aboard this very ship. Here's where the contradiction lies. Why was Tony able to call himself earlier? Does the system's timeline intermittently pause and resume? In any case, the mysteries surrounding this system seem endless. With a single thought, Zhangxi returned to the real world. At that exact moment, Shoji sat in his seat, his face clouded with frustration. In order to get rid of Zhangxi, he had paid a steep price. Now, he no longer had any authority over this shard system, not even the ability to monitor it. And what about Zhangxi? Not only had he survived, but his strength had undergone a complete transformation, as if he'd been reborn. Nico, standing nearby, glanced at Shoji and spoke coolly. I already warned you not to act recklessly, didn't I? But you just wouldn't listen. I don't know exactly how powerful Zhangxi is now, but at the very least, half of the system is under his control. My suggestion is to report this to our superiors. Things are out of our hands now. No, Shoji shook his head firmly. We absolutely can't let the higher-ups find out about this. Even though this is just a trial system, the superiors value it greatly. If they discover what's happened, I'll be the one to take the fall. Thankfully, he's been poisoned. No matter what, he'll be dead in a few months. Let's just hope he doesn't cause any trouble before then. Nico considered this and realized he had a point. Still, what was done, and they had to deal with the fallout. She was silent for a moment before saying, All right, let's leave it at that for now. There really isn't any better solution. Both Shoji and Nico felt helpless. Zhangxi's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Someone so completely uncontrollable was truly terrifying, utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, after returning to the real world, Zhangxi immediately checked his stats. What he saw stunned him. He had practically become a god. Host, Zhangxi. Attributes, strength, 270, speed, 178, endurance, 500. Special abilities, Captain America's Evolution Serum, 100%, Mjolnir Shard Power, 73%, Perfect Marksmanship, 100%, Surtur's Flame Power, 43%, Hulk Mutation Ability, 50%, Goddess of Death's Power, 42%. The power of Surtur's Flame had evolved from the Extremis virus. There were a few other minor attributes, but they hardly mattered now. At this point, Zhang had undoubtedly become an invincible superhero. Among all his attributes, there was one that brought Zhang the greatest joy. His control over the fragment system had now reached 48%. In other words, nearly half of this system belonged to him. After the battle with Thor 3, Zhang, she could truly say he had undergone a complete transformation. His power was now so formidable that even on a high-tiered Earth, he would still be a force to be reckoned with. He had become incredibly strong. Could he defeat the Finger now? Zhang wasn't sure. He contemplated the question for a while, but ultimately decided to wait a bit longer before taking any action. There was simply no need for him to take unnecessary risks at this point. If he were to lose again, the Finger would certainly show no mercy. Now that he was prepared, it was better to stay cautious, proceed steadily, and ensure that if he did make a move, it would be a decisive, one-shot victory. That was Zhang Shi's mindset. So what should he do next? Zhang Shi pondered for a moment. With Su Tian and the others handling the training, he had nothing to worry about on that front. The cultivation of the divine tree, however, was of greater importance right now. 6 months was still too long in his eyes, so Zhang Shi decided to visit the lab to see if he could accelerate the tree's growth. As soon as Zhang Shi entered the laboratory, he was greeted by the strong smell of medicine. Tommy, Wang Shuang, and the others were bustling around the divine tree, busy with their work. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the divine tree had already shown signs of change. Small, white flower buds were starting to appear on its branches, a promising sign. It had only been about half a month, and there were already results. Mr. Zhang, you're here, Tommy said, turning to greet him. Are you here to inspect our progress? Zhang Shi waved his hand and replied with a cheerful smile. No need to be nervous. I'm just here for a casual look. I must say, you're all doing a great job. To see results in such a short time. Is that right? Tommy chuckled modestly. It's just luck, really. The divine tree is in its prime right now, so prompting it to bloom is relatively easy. The only downside is that it might shorten the tree's lifespan a little. Is that acceptable? Of course. At this point, time matters more to me than anything else, Zhang Shi answered, gently running his fingers along the white blossoms. So, how much longer until it blooms? About another month or so, Tommy estimated. Zhang Shi stepped closer and asked, is it possible to speed things up any further? It is, Tommy replied. The tree doesn't need nutrients, it needs energy. If someone can provide it with a powerful surge of energy, its growth will accelerate. But the energy required is enormous, far beyond what ordinary people can give. I see, Zhang Shi nodded, then asked, is there a specific form the energy needs to take? Yes, electricity. Zhang Shi couldn't help but laugh. Truly, what you search for far and wide often comes right to your doorstep without effort. Other forms of energy might have been hard to come by, but here was electricity delivered straight to him. His power over thunder would finally prove its worth at this moment. He reached out and pressed his hand against the divine tree. Instantly, his eyes turned a brilliant white, and streams of thunder burst forth from his palm, striking the trunk of the sacred tree with relentless force. Each surge of thunder crackled with immense power, making Tommy and the others tremble slightly. This strength was simply overwhelming. Zhang Shi's abilities had grown even stronger. Wang family villa. Wang Howren was in his study, practicing calligraphy. He had a deep love for the art, and his own skill was nothing short of impressive. After all, a man ought to have a few hobbies. Suddenly, his hand shook, and the final stroke of his character faltered. He sighed, set down his brush, and gazed at his work, murmuring, what a shame, a fine piece ruined in an instant. Calligraphy is all about one's state of mind. If your heart isn't calm, the words you write will reflect that. Wang Howren's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he turned around, only to see a young woman sitting behind him, though he hadn't noticed her arrival. A faint, enigmatic smile played at her lips, lending her an alluring air. Yet at this moment, Wang Howren felt nothing but fear. There was only one thought in his mind, a chilling terror. He was certain he had locked the study door himself when he entered. How had she gotten in? What's more, outside the study were numerous servants and bodyguards, and he hadn't received any warning at all. How had she managed to appear here? Don't look at me like that. I'm human, not a ghost. Though I do possess a few special abilities, she said calmly. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Howren asked nervously. Are you here to assassinate me? Oh, not at all. Don't be so nervous. I have no intention of harming you. The woman smiled gently, then introduced herself. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Nico. I came here today to discuss a possible partnership. A partnership? Wong Howard frowned. Do you mean a business partnership? You could say that, or not, Nico said as she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. As the most powerful family in Mecha City, the Wongs are formidable indeed. But there's someone standing in your way, isn't there? Am I wrong? You mean Zhang Shi? That's right, him. Nico's expression turned serious. Let's not waste words. Let's work together. I can provide you with technology. All you need to do is suppress Shiyu Corporation and drive them out of Mecha City. What do you say? Women, truly, they're all changeable by nature. Even though Nico was a woman from the higher echelons of Earth, she was still as fickle as any other. It was true. Nico had been moved by Zhang Shi, who had rescued her. But that was then, and this is now. The gratitude remained, but she felt nothing for him. She didn't want to see him die, yet she could accept it if it came to that. Ever since old feelings had awakened within her, she realized she had fallen deeply in love with Finger. This time, Finger had made a grave mistake, one that could easily cost him his head if things went awry. No matter what, she simply could not allow Finger to die right before her eyes. So, Nico came up with a plan. Because of her concerns about Zhang Shi's power, they couldn't act rashly. But if Zhang Shi lost his influence, they could petition their superiors to take care of him. By then, even if Finger was at fault, it wouldn't be a fatal error. Women, they are capricious, and they can be ruthless. Always such contradictory creatures. So, no matter whom you offend, never provoke a woman. Otherwise, you might not even know what killed you. But enough digression. After listening to Nico, Wong Howard fell silent for a moment before asking, slowly, why should I use your technology? Is it really that impressive? Nico smiled and replied, you'd be wise not to underestimate us. Let me put it this way, the Liu family? We've been the ones providing Liu Zhongyong with his technological edge from behind the scenes. It was only after we pulled our support that Liu Zhongyong sold all his assets to Zhang Shi. Do you believe that? So that's how it was. Wong Howard had always wondered why someone like Liu Zhongyong, so shrewd and possessive, would willingly hand over his business. Now it all made sense. It seemed this woman was more capable than he'd thought. Wong Howard picked up the cup on the table and asked Nico, care for a drink? How about some porridge? Once they shared this cup of tea, it was as if they'd become friends, a tacit agreement that Wong Howard would work with Nico. In matters of business, Nico trusted that Wong Howard understood far more than she did. There was no need for her to worry about anything else. All she needed to do was provide the technology. But she never imagined that Wong Howard would make things even easier for her than she'd expected. Wong Howard spoke up, I don't need the technology right now. Once I've taken him down, then you can hand it over. Nico was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I don't quite understand. Aren't you supposed to fight him with our technology first? There's no need for that, Wong Howard replied coolly. If all we do is wage a technological war, who knows how long it will drag on? I don't have that kind of patience. Either I don't act, or I go for a single decisive strike. Oh, is that so? Nico's interest was piqued. She crossed her legs leisurely and said, let's hear your plan. These days, I've been working on ways to deal with Zhang Shi. I won't claim to know him inside out, but I've got a pretty good grasp on him now. He's a tricky one, but we can shift our thinking, try approaching it from a different angle, and target the people around him. Is that so? Nico laughed. We've already tried that trick once, haven't we? If we use it again, I doubt he'll fall for a second time. What's that saying? The same move doesn't work twice on a Saint Seiya. Something like that, right? I'm not sure what you're getting at, but I do know what you've done, Wong Howard replied. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. I may not know you personally, but I know the gist of what's happened. You used kidnapping. That may control a person for a while, but it can't hold them forever. My method is different. I want to sow discord among them, make them turn on each other. Internal discord? Nico was taken aback, then said, as far as I know, Zhang Shi's team is very united. Stirring up trouble among them won't be easy. It's not easy, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Wong Howard picked up his phone and dialed a number. All right, you can come in now. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Wong Howard walked over and opened it, and a rather unremarkable-looking man stepped inside. Mr. Wong, Nico asked, does this guy have any special skills? Of course he does, otherwise I wouldn't have called him in, Wong Howard replied with a cheerful grin. Come on, Ning Kai, show the lady your talent. Ning Kai nodded, then said a few words. After hearing what he said, Nico's expression changed instantly. Lately, Wu Kerson's mood had been terrible, truly awful. All her life, no matter where she went, she was always the center of attention. People flocked around her, and she always thought that was her biggest annoyance. But only now, when she found herself ignored, especially by the one she loved, did she realize that this was the real agony. She had only met Zhangxi that one time. Although they'd agreed to work together, Zhangxi had refused to see her again. Whenever there was business to discuss, it was always Chen Shuyu and Luo Ruomeng who would relay the messages. She might be called a heartthrob, but what was the point if she couldn't win over the one she truly cared about? Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang. Feeling irritated and distracted, Wu Kersin picked up the receiver and pressed it to her ear. Hello, who is this? Who are you? Kersin, why so feisty? It's me, Zhangxi. Hearing this, Wu Kersin was caught completely off guard. Zhangxi was someone who rarely, if ever, called her. Why would he suddenly reach out now? What could he possibly want? And he just called her? Kersin? Realizing this, a blush crept onto Wu Kersin's cheeks, and her tone softened noticeably. She lowered her voice and asked gently, President Zhang, is there something I can help you with? Zhangxi's voice came from the other end of the line. Nothing in particular. I just wanted to see you. So are you free? If you are, how about dinner tonight? I'm free. Wu Kersin had wanted to play it cool, but in front of Zhangxi, she simply couldn't put up any resistance. He chuckled. Great. Then let's meet tonight at Sweet Melody Bistro. I've already reserved a table. You have to come, all right? 6:55 sharp. I'll be waiting. And with that, he hung up. Sweet Melody Bistro? That was the hottest dating spot in the entire Mechatronic City. If Zhangxi was inviting her there for dinner, could it possibly mean? Wu Kersin could no longer maintain her image as the cool, unapproachable goddess. Overcome with excitement, she leapt into the air and dashed toward the dressing room. Tonight, she was determined to present the most beautiful version of herself in front of Zhangxi. Meanwhile, Kevin was also in Mechatronic City these days. The new factory, Inter-Country, had officially started operations, but the workers there were still getting used to the new equipment. Kevin had to be on-site, offering guidance and support. His phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Kevin saw an unfamiliar number. He picked up, asking, Hello, who is this? Hey, Kevin, it's me, Zhangxi. Kevin paused in surprise, then couldn't help but laugh. Zhangxi? What a surprise. Did you get a new number? Yep, this is my new one. Had it specially chosen, supposed to be lucky. All right, save the small talk. I'm busy here. Kevin cut in. So what's up? Why are you calling? A sly tone came over the line. Old buddy, I just did you a huge favor. So, how are things going with Wu Kersin lately? Come on, are you trying to rub salt in my wounds? Kevin shot back in exasperation. It's the same as ever. She still won't answer my calls, won't speak to me. I've never failed so badly before, seriously never. You see, when it comes down to the wire, you can always count on your buddy, Zhangxi whispered. Today I've arranged a date for you with Wu Kersin at the Sweet Melody Music Restaurant. She'll be there right on time at 7 p.m. Remember to dress sharp, okay? If she doesn't fancy you, that's not on me. Hey, seriously, why are you meddling in my business? Don't you have anything better to do? Kevin shot back, clearly annoyed. Calm down. Actually, it was her idea to go out. You know how girls can be a little shy about these things, so she asked me to pass the word along. Honestly, I think there's a pretty good chance this will work out for you. What did you say? I actually have a shot. Kevin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yep, you do. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't lose your cool. How am I supposed to stay calm? How could I not be excited? Oh my God, I actually did it. I finally made it, haha. Don't worry, I'll make the most of this chance. Now you're talking. But listen up, you'd better time it just right. Don't get there too early. It's best if you both arrive at the same time. You know, Wu Kersin doesn't like waiting for people, and she doesn't like being kept waiting either. Don't worry, I know that much. All right then, it's settled. After hanging up, Kevin took off his work uniform and tossed it aside. Dooley couldn't help but ask, Mr. Kevin, the class isn't over yet. Where are you going? Walking away without looking back, Kevin replied, Class is canceled for everyone today. We'll continue tomorrow. I've got something to take care of, so I'm heading out. Watching his retreating figure, Dooley muttered to herself. What's got him in such a good mood? Is he having a bit of luck and love, or something? Both Kevin and Wu Kersin were in high spirits, though for entirely different reasons. Neither of them knew what the other was thinking. Each believed their crush had invited them out for dinner. But was that really the case? Wong Family Villa. Nico stared in disbelief at the man in front of her, Ning Kai, and exclaimed, Mr. Wong, I never imagined you had such a remarkable person here. Haha. Miss Nico, you flatter me. He's not that extraordinary, just happens to have a few special skills. Oh, come on, you're being modest. That skill is truly something else, Nico said, shaking her head. With a single phone call, he can plunge everyone into confusion. With Zhangxi's closest allies gone, the whole plan could fall apart. It's almost unbelievable that Mr. Ning Kai can imitate anyone's voice so perfectly, even better than computer-generated effects. That's right, all those voices just now had been Ning Kai's doing. Ning Kai was neither scholarly nor skilled in martial arts, but his voice was a gift from the heavens. He could mimic any person, animal, or sound, with an accuracy so uncanny that it bordered on perfection. Just moments ago, he had used this talent to imitate Zhang Shi's voice, calling both Kevin and Wu Kersen separately to arrange meetings with each of them. If the two of them actually went to the appointed place, only to discover that things were not as they seemed, all their anger would inevitably be directed at the person who called them, Zhang Shi. In this way, the relationships between them and Zhang Shi would naturally begin to unravel from within. But if it's only this, it's not enough, not nearly enough, Wang Howren sneered, turning to Ning Kai at his side. Ning Kai, at 7:30, I need you to make another call for me. This time call Zhang Shi, but speak as if you're Wu Kersen. Tell him she's been kidnapped and is being held at the Sweet Melody Music Restaurant. Make it sound as desperate and dangerous as possible, understand? Ning Kai nodded, signaling that he understood. Nearby, Nicole couldn't help but nod to herself in silent approval. She had to admit, the season still outsmarted the young. Wang Howren had carefully staggered the timing, ensuring Wu Kersen would arrive first, then Zhang Shi, and finally Kevin. The three would appear one after another, setting the stage for quite a dramatic scene. Time slipped by quickly, and before they knew it, evening had fallen. At 7:30, Zhang Shi was still working overtime at the office. After recharging the sacred tree, its growth had accelerated once again. Zhang Shi stayed close, tending to it from time to time, making sure it remained brimming with vitality. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Shi picked it up and answered, "Hello, who's this?" "It's me, Zhang Shi," came Wu Kersen's anxious voice from the other end. She cried out, "Zhang Shi, help me. Please hurry." Zhang Shi tensed immediately. "Don't panic. Tell me what's going on." "I don't know all the details. There was a group of people who tried to kidnap me. I barely managed to escape. Please, you have to help me." As soon as she finished, the line erupted in chaos. Before Zhang Shi could ask more, the call was abruptly cut off. His expression hardened in worry, a real sense of urgency creeping in. If it weren't for what had happened with Tina before, perhaps he wouldn't have been so alarmed. But with Tina's ordeal fresh in his memory, he couldn't help but think, were those people targeting Wu Kersen now? Though he didn't have any particular feelings for Wu Kersen, she was still his business partner. Zhang Shi would never stand by and watch something happen to her. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his coat and dashed out the door. The Sweet Melody restaurant was quite a distance from where Zhang Shi was. Even by car, it would take about half an hour. As soon as Zhang Shi stepped outside, he got into his car, pressed the accelerator, and the black Mercedes shot forward onto the road. Meanwhile, Wu Kersen had already arrived early at the Sweet Melody restaurant. A waiter approached her and asked politely, "Miss, do you have a reservation?" "No, but my friend should have made one. Could you check for me?" "His name is Zhang Shi." "Oh, so you're Mr. Zhang's friend?" the waiter replied with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Zhang has indeed made a reservation. Please follow me this way." All right. Following the waiter, Wu Kersen was led into a private room. The room was decorated in an incredibly romantic style. Soft pinks and gentle hues created a delicate background, and anime posters adorned the walls, instantly evoking a sense of girlish delight. Though Wu Kersen was known as a strong-willed woman, that didn't mean she was always so rigid and severe. Seeing the room's decor brought genuine happiness to her heart. "Miss, this is your room. Would you like to order first?" the waiter asked. Wu Kersen shook her head and replied, "No need. I'll wait for my friend before ordering." "Of course." The waiter nodded and quietly exited the room. "Well, I have to admit, this guy does have a bit of charm," Wu Kersen mused with a cheerful smile as she settled in her seat. She put extra effort into her appearance tonight, looking absolutely stunning. She thought to herself, when Zhang Shi sees me, he's bound to be wide-eyed in surprise. By now, Zhang Shi had arrived at the restaurant entrance. He burst through the doors, full of urgency. As a waiter approached Zhang, she rushed forward, grabbed the waiter by the collar, and pulled out a photo of Wu Kersen. "Have you seen this woman?" he demanded. The startled waiter, still catching her breath, pointed upstairs and stammered, "Room 235. A wave of relief and tension washed over Zhang Shi. He let go of the waiter and dashed upstairs, pushing open the door to room 235. Once inside, he saw Wu Kersen and froze on the spot. For a long moment, he just stared before asking in a daze, "Wu Kersen, are you all right?" Wu Kersen simply laughed and replied, "What could possibly be wrong? Weren't you the one inviting me to dinner? Here I am. Did you want to say something to me?" Zhang Shi was left speechless by her words. Wu Kersen didn't pay him any mind. Instead, she walked over and took his arm. And just at that moment, someone who shouldn't have been there suddenly appeared. It was Kevin. Tonight, Kevin was dressed in a sharp suit, holding a large bouquet of flowers, his face beaming with joy. But the moment he walked in and saw the scene before him, his smile froze in place. He happened to catch sight of Wu Kursin grabbing Zhang-Shi's hand, the two of them looking rather intimate. At that very moment, in that very scene, there's only one way to describe it. The scariest thing is when the air suddenly goes still. Zhang-Shi held Wu Kursin's hand. Kevin stood there holding a bouquet of flowers. Awkwardness hung thick between the three of them. Of them all, the one who burned with the most anger was surely Kevin. Zhang-Shi reacted first. He quickly let go of Wu Kursin's hand and stammered. "No, Kevin, let me explain. This isn't what you think it is." Hold on. Kevin flung the flowers to the ground and thrust out his hand, shouting at Zhang-Shi, "Not what? Tell me clearly, not what?" "No, it's not what you think between Wu Kursin and me. Before he could finish, Wu Kursin's patience snapped. She shouted, "Zhang-Shi, what do you mean? Weren't you the one who called me? Asking me to meet you here for dinner? What are you trying to pull now?" As Wu Kursin's words rang out, Zhang-Shi was left dumbfounded. Kevin glanced down and caught sight of a box of condoms, and that was the last straw. He completely lost it, not a shred of reason left in him. Zhang-Shi was utterly confused. When had he ever called Wu Kursin to arrange this? What on earth was going on? Was someone playing a prank on him? Before he could make sense of it, Kevin, standing right beside him, suddenly erupted, his voice ringing out like a siren. He jabbed a finger at Zhang-Shi and cursed. "Zhang-Shi, you bastard! Are you doing this on purpose to humiliate me? Damn it, if you two have something going on, just say it. Why drag me here to witness this? Is this a joke to you? You call me saying Wu Kursin wanted to meet, and now I walk in on the two of you messing around. Damn it." Kevin had truly lost his temper. Normally, he was a civil man, but in his rage, he couldn't hold back the torrent of foul words. He cursed Zhang-Shi up and down, leaving him utterly humiliated. Wu Kursin, too, lost her cool. She yanked her hand away, her face flushed with anger, and shouted, "You jerk! Zhang-Shi, you are the worst kind of jerk. Bastard." With that, Wu Kursin stormed off without a backward glance. Kevin, his face red and veins bulging, continued to unleash a barrage of insults at Zhang-Shi. Zhang-Shi stepped forward and slapped a hand over Kevin's mouth, saying, "No, really, what do you mean? When did I ever call you? Huh?" Kevin bit Zhang-Shi hard. Luckily, Zhang-Shi was tough enough not to get hurt. Kevin had put all his strength into that bite. Had it been anyone else, their finger might have been bitten clean off. "You bastard, don't play dumb with me." Kevin spat, rage burning in his eyes. "I treated you as a brother. I opened my heart to you. And this is how you repay me? This is how you humiliate me? Use your head and think for once." Zhang-Shi was furious as well. "You're such a smart person most of the time. So how are you acting as dumb as a pig? Right now? Why would I do this? Am I humiliating you for fun, just because I have nothing better to do? What on earth goes through your mind every day?" "Cut the crap," Kevin shot back. "Let me tell you something. From today on, we're done. Our brotherhood ends here. You don't know me, and I don't know you. You bastard. To hell with you." With that, Kevin stormed off. Zhang-Shi collapsed into his seat, drained, his mind a tangled mess. Damn it, what the hell is going on? How did everything turn into such a chaotic mess all of a sudden? Both Wu Kursin and Kevin were his key business partners. Now, at this critical moment, they were at each other's throats. Was this some kind of joke? "Hello, sir." A waitress walked in, her voice polite. "May I take your order?" Even though Zhang-Shi had just been rather harsh with her, she was a professional after all. No matter how bitter the pill, she swallowed it and did her job. Zhang-Shi waved her off, frustration written all over his face. "No, I don't want anything." "Oh, right. Who reserved this room?" "It was reserved by Mr. Zhang-Shi," the waitress replied. Zhang-Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Damn, I'm right here, and now they're telling me I made the reservation? What kind of joke is this?" "Are you sure it was me?" Zhang-Shi asked. "I never even showed up." The waitress nodded. "Yes, I'm sure. Even though you didn't come in person, there's no mistaking your voice. I remember it clearly." "My voice?" Zhang-Shi frowned, deep in thought. The strangest part of this whole affair was that phone call. He had never called Wu Kursin or Kevin about any of this, yet they both swore he was the one who told them. Now, the waitress was insisting she recognized his voice too. With that, all the puzzle pieces suddenly fell into place. Someone had imitated his voice to stir up trouble. Zhang-Shi's eyes narrowed. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 5,000 yuan, and handed it to the waitress. "Sorry, there won't be a reservation here today after all. Still, thank you for your help. I hope everything you heard tonight, you'll forget. Understand what I mean? Today had been a disaster, utterly humiliating. Whether it was all a misunderstanding or something else, if word got out, it would do serious harm to Zhang-Shi's reputation." The waitress wasn't stupid. It was clear Zhang-Shi was giving her hush money. She nodded and said, "I didn't hear a thing, sir." "Good." With that, Zhang-Shi turned and left. Back in the car, Zhang closed his eyes wearily. He truly couldn't figure out who was working behind the scenes, pulling all these little tricks. Was it Shoji and his people? Could it be that they wanted to weaken his influence in Mechanical City, and then make their move against him? But did they even have the ability to mimic other people's voices like that? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang realized just how serious the problem was. Even though his strength had grown immensely, after enduring the trials of the Thunder God 3, matters of human relationships could never be solved with brute force alone. It seemed clear he needed to expose the person behind all this as soon as possible. Right now, all of this was just a misunderstanding, nothing that couldn't be resolved. If he explained things, there was still a chance to fix everything. But if this person pushed him into a real crime or something worse, he'd have no way to defend himself, no matter what he said. He stepped on the gas and hurried back toward the company. But just then, Zhang Shi's phone rang. "Hello, Zhang Shi? It's Luo Ruoming." Luo Ruoming's voice came through the line. "Zhang Shi, I'm not sure what happened, but Wu Kersin from Tianyi Technology suddenly called and said she wants to terminate our contract. I asked her why, but she wouldn't tell me. Can you talk to her and sort this out?" Zhang Shi let out a sigh. He really couldn't explain the situation to Luo Ruoming, even if he wanted to. All he could do was reply helplessly, "All right, I understand. Let's talk about it when I get back." He hung up, but almost immediately a second call came in, this time from Chen Shuyu. "Hello, Shuyu, what's going on?" Chen Shuyu's tone was sharp. "I don't know what happened between you and Kevin, but I need to tell you." Kevin's furious. "He called me and tore into you, said you're completely useless, then packed up and left town last night. If he had the authority, I bet he'd have moved our entire factory out, wouldn't even leave us a single screw behind. You'd better start thinking about what to do next." Zhang Shi sighed again. One crisis was already enough to give him a headache, and now there was Kevin too. He'd braced himself for trouble, but now that it was actually happening, he felt at a complete loss. Damn it. When it rains, it pours. Fine, I know what I have to do. I'll be at the company soon. Wait for me. With that, Zhang Shi hung up. But what Zhang Shi didn't know was that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Even more trouble was on its way, rolling in like a gathering storm. When he arrived at the company, Zhang Shi called Luo Ruoming and Chun Shuyu into the conference room for a meeting. In the past, Zhang Shi always took the lead at such meetings. But today, the two women sat coolly at the table, fixing him with icy stares. "Give us an explanation." "Sai, this is a bit complicated to explain. You might not believe me, but I promise everything I'm saying is absolutely true." With that, Zhang Shi proceeded to tell the whole story to the two of them from start to finish. When Zhang Shi finished, Luo Ruoming and Chen Shuyu exchanged a glance, then burst out laughing, unable to contain themselves. They laughed so hard that tears nearly rolled down their faces. "Hey!" Zhang Shi banged on the table, his voice sharp with frustration. "Do you two think I'm joking? Am I telling you a funny story? Don't you think you're taking a bit too far?" "Oh, I can't take it. This is hilarious," Luo Ruoming managed between laughs. "I never thought you'd fall for such a ridiculous trick. Honestly, I'm speechless." Zhang Shi scratched his head and said, "Fine, if you think it's funny, then laugh all you want. But once you're done, you'd better give me some advice. What am I supposed to do now?" The two ignored him, still caught up in fits of laughter. It was only after Zhang Shi lit a cigarette and finished a cup of tea that their laughter finally died down. "Listen, Zhang Shi," Chen Shuyu said, settling down. "What you need to do now is send a message to everyone right away, telling them your current phone number is your only number, and you'll never change it. And you should add a password. Every time you call, start with the password. That way, you won't get caught off guard like this again." "That makes sense," Zhang Shi nodded, then added, "But have you thought about this? It's already too late." "Too late? Take a look at your phones. We've already got a flood of calls just now, probably from our business partners. If I'm not mistaken, they're all calling to terminate our contracts." A chill ran through the two as they picked up their phones, and cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Zhang Shi was right. The calls had indeed come from all their partners, and some had even sent messages. The content of those texts was anything but pleasant. A few harsh words, followed by official notices of contract termination. "Oh my god, they're moving way too fast," Luo Ruoming stammered, his voice trembling. "If that's the case, we're going to have a tough time with what comes next." Now, bad news was hitting them like a relentless storm, threatening to capsize the fragile boat that was Shiyu Company. It was hard, unbelievably hard. "All right, no matter what, we need to take action on our end," Zhang Shi said as he straightened up, then laid out his plan. "You two, send someone immediately to explain the situation to our partner companies. If they choose to believe us, great. If not, then so be it. We don't need to humble ourselves too much. Next, I'll need you to mobilize your family's connections to find a suitable field for cooperation. Let the Luo and Chun families, along with our Shiyu Corporation, begin working together. Immediately." Nothing would be a better slap in the face than this. Of course, the two measures you just mentioned are also absolutely necessary, and I'll take care of those right away. This was the best solution Zhang she could come up with for now. As for the situation with Wu Kersen and Kevin, it was simply too awkward. Zhang she couldn't think of any way to resolve it at the moment. It would be better to wait until he uncovered the mastermind behind all this before dealing with them. All right, we understand, Brother Zhangxi. We'll get on it right away. With that, Luo Roman and the others headed out the door. Hold on a moment, Zhangxi called after them. There's still something I haven't figured out. Let me ask you. I can't shake the feeling that those high-ranking Earthlings wouldn't be capable of stirring up such a commotion on their own. They must have colluded with someone from the Mechanical City to pull off something of this scale. Help me think. As our company has grown, whose interests have we threatened? Luo Romeng and Chun Shuyu exchanged glances, pondering the question for a while before replying. To create such a big disturbance, it can't be the work of a minor player. There are only 5 major families in Mechanical City. You've met 4 of them, and you have a pretty good relationship with all of them. That leaves the last family, the Wang family, as the most likely suspect. The Wang family? Zhang Shi asked. But haven't they always kept to themselves? Why would they do something like this? No one truly keeps to themselves, Chun Shuyi replied. I heard from my father that he's dealt with Wang Howren before, and the impression he got was terrifying. Wang Howren is a classic smiling tiger, outwardly friendly, but dangerous underneath. In recent years, he's been recruiting talent from everywhere and has some rather extraordinary people under his command. If anyone's behind this, he's the most likely culprit. The Wang family. Wang Howren. Zhang Shi nodded to himself, silently repeating the name in his mind. He had certainly heard of the Wang family's formidable reputation, but he hadn't expected them to become his enemy as well. If it were the Liu family, he might have been able to bluff and scare them off, but dealing with the Wang family would not be so easy. Zhang Shi rose to his feet. No matter what, this issue had to be resolved quickly. He said, You all take care of your tasks. I'm going to visit the Wang family. Remember, without my command, do not act rashly. Understood. But Brother Zhang Shi, the Wang family isn't like the others. They're very powerful. Please be careful. Don't worry, I will. The scene shifted. Nico returned to the secret base of the high-ranking Earthlings. Shoji was sitting at his desk, staring absent-mindedly at the computer. Nico froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. She said, What are you doing? Just daydreaming. I just feel like something's off. Finger turned to look at Nico and said, Zhang, she should know by now that he's been poisoned. So why is he still struggling? What's so strange about that? It's perfectly normal for someone to fight for their life, Nico replied, though her gaze flickered uneasily. She turned her head aside and asked, What are you worried about? Why is he so calm? Finger spoke slowly. He's so methodical, acting like nothing's wrong. That doesn't make any sense. And the poison, we developed it with the most advanced technology and the latest formula from High Earth. There's no way Zhang, she could have found the antidote. If that's the case, then there's only one possibility left. Oh, Nico asked, and what would that be? Finger's eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he lunged at Nico's side. Before Nico could react, Finger's hand shot out and gripped her throat. There's a line from Sherlock Holmes that I admire in this world. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Which means you never gave Zhang Shi the poison at all. Now, look into my eyes and tell me, am I right? Finger's tone was icy cold, his gaze sharp and fierce, as if the person before him wasn't Nico, but Zhang Shi himself, the one he hated most. Nico was starting to choke, gasping for air as she beat against Finger's arm, struggling as she said, Let me go, Finger. Are you out of your mind? I think the crazy one is the person who guessed right. Finger roared, his voice blazing with anger. You've ruined all my plans. Tell me, am I right or not? Nico raised her leg and kicked Finger away, then greedily sucked in air before she spoke. That's just your suspicion. You don't have any proof. And for a mere suspicion, you treat me like this? Do you really think this is the right thing to do, Finger? Are you truly so heartless? I told you already, I have no feelings. It's exactly because I have no feelings that I've made it this far. Finger showed not a trace of retreat. You should be just like me. If I were just like you, you'd be dead already. Nico gazed deeply at Finger, then turned and walked away. Perhaps this was the moment when Nico began to lose hope in Finger, a moment that planted the seed for what was to come. Finger clenched his fists tightly and stood there in silence. Meanwhile, on Zhang Shi's side, he had already arrived at the Wang family villa. Parking his car, Zhang Shi looked at the house before him and nodded to himself in quiet approval. Zhang Shi had already visited all of the 5 great families, but the Wang family struck him as the most unadorned and unassuming of them all. People often said the Wang family was low-key, But now Zhangxi truly understood what that meant. He was genuinely surprised that such a prominent family lived in such an ordinary house. "Hello, may I ask who you're looking for?" A house servant stepped out and inquired politely. Lighting a cigarette, Zhangxi replied in a calm, measured tone, "I'm here to see your family head, Wang Haoren. I know you'll probably say he's busy, but I suggest you tell him that Zhangxi is here and I have important business with him." The servant had no idea who Zhangxi was, but seeing the confidence in his demeanor, he dared not be negligent. He immediately turned and hurried inside. "Master, master!" Wang Haoren was practicing calligraphy, just about to finish the final stroke. The knocking unsettled his concentration and his brush slipped, leaving a stray mark. He let out a weary sigh, then opened the door, his tone edged with impatience. "Asai, what is it? What do you want?" Swallowing nervously, Asai stammered, "Master, there's a man outside named Zhangxi. He says he wants to see you, and he insisted that just mentioning his name would guarantee you'd come out." "Zhangxi?" Wang Haoren's expression changed instantly. He asked hurriedly, "Are you sure Zhangxi is looking for me?" "Yes, master. That's what he said." Wang Haoren clenched his fist. He hadn't expected Zhangxi to show up so soon. It seemed Zhangxi was already suspicious of him. This man truly was as sharp as they said. With a cold tone, Wang Haoren ordered, "Go gather all our Wang family's combat servants in the courtyard and wait for my instructions. Then, call this number and tell her Zhangxi is here. She needs to come help right away." Asai took the note and quickly left. After composing himself, Wang Haoren walked outside. At the entrance, he saw Zhangxi waiting. Instantly, he donned a false, affable smile and said, "Ah, isn't this President Zhang? What an honor to have you visit today. May I ask what brings you here?" "No need for such formality, Mr. Wang." Zhangxi stepped forward and casually asked, "How exactly do you know me?" Wang Haoren replied with a hollow smile, "How could I not remember a promising young talent like you? President Zhang, you've already made quite a name for yourself in Mechanical City, especially after recently taking over the Liu family. How could I forget? Thank you for your kind words, but let's be accurate. Mr. Wang, it wasn't a takeover. It was mutual cooperation, nothing more." "Ah, cooperation. Well said, indeed." Wang Haoren smiled thinly. "Please come in, President Zhang." As Zhangxi stepped into the Wang family's villa, he glanced around. Inside, it wasn't much different from the outside, though there was a stronger air of scholarly refinement. Yet, he couldn't shake the sense that something unusual lingered in the air. "I have a fondness for practicing calligraphy, so there's a lingering scent of ink," Wang Haoren explained. "Is that so? I wouldn't have guessed." "Mr. Wang, you do seem to have quite the artistic side," Zhangxi replied with a smile. When they reached the study, Wang Haoren poured Zhangxi a cup of tea and asked, "So, President Zhang, what brings you here today?" Cradling the teacup, Zhangxi spoke slowly. "Today, I've come to tell you a story." "Oh, what kind of story requires your personal visit?" "It must be a fascinating one," Wang Haoren remarked with interest. "Just listen carefully," Zhangxi said, his expression turning serious. "There are many worlds in the universe, and our Earth is just one of them. Above us, there's a place called High Earth. For reasons unknown, people from High Earth have come to our world. They enjoy making deals with the powerful families, but as you know, these so-called partnerships are really just a form of indirect control." "You mean control?" Wang Haoren asked, his brow furrowing. Zhangxi waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Hear me out. No matter how deep our grudges run, we're still human, aren't we? We can't yet figure out what the High Earth people are after, but I can guarantee you this. They don't have good intentions. That's why I hope you won't be fooled by them." After a moment of silence, Wang Haoren spoke slowly. "Are you warning me? What do you think?" Zhangxi replied gravely. "As the most powerful force in Mechatronic City, is it really fitting for you to play games behind the scenes? Don't make yourself sound so noble. I'm only doing what I must." Wang Haoren's tone grew cold. "Whether what you say is true or not, there's one thing I know for certain. You've become a threat to the Wang family. So, you found someone who can mimic anyone's voice perfectly. That's your solution, isn't it?" Zhangxi cut in. "And what if it is?" Wang Haoren retorted, throwing caution to the wind. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, a group of armed men surged into the room, each one brimming with a murderous intent. Zhangxi couldn't help but laugh. He scratched his head and asked, "Why are the rich always so petty? And so underhanded, too?" "Zhangxi, I was planning to deal with you eventually, but who would have thought you'd walk right into my hands? Today, you're not leaving," Wang Haoren declared menacingly. With a soft chuckle, Zhangxi stood up, took in his surroundings, and nodded to himself, as if quietly approving of the situation. Indeed, it's just as one would expect from the largest family in Mechanical City. Even their household staff is on a different level. With just a glance, Zhang could already gauge their strength. Since that's the case, perhaps it's time to give them a little demonstration. Mr. Wang, you'd better understand what you're doing right now. Zhang tone grew icy. Are you as stubborn and pig-headed as Lu Zhongyong? A cold chuckle escaped Wang. Zhang, you underestimate me. Lu Zhongyong is useless, but I am not. If you think you could get a share of the Wang family's business, you'd better stop dreaming. Fine. If that's how it is, then it's time to show him what I'm capable of. Just as Zhang was about to make his move, a sudden voice rang out. Stop! Startled, Zhang turned around. At some point, Nico had appeared behind him. If it had been Shoji who arrived, Zhang would have charged forward without hesitation and taught him a harsh lesson. But this was Nico. He couldn't bring himself to raise a hand against her. In a way, Nico was his savior. If not for her, he'd have been dead long ago. What are you doing here? Zhang asked. Nico walked over, looked him in the eye, and said, Stop. He's my business partner. I absolutely will not allow you to harm him. I'll listen to you, Zhang replied, drawing a deep breath. But right now, I have to ask, do you regret saving me? I never regret anything I choose to do. If I would regret it, I simply wouldn't do it. Very well, you've got backbone. Zhang pressed on. Tell me your purpose. If I can accept it, I won't stand in your way any longer. But if I can't, I'll fight you. Fight all you high-ranking Earth people to the end. Believe me, I keep my word. Nico gazed into Zhang's eyes for a long, silent moment. At last, she spoke, her voice slow and steady. Then let me be clear. You won't be able to accept it. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Zhang slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a jet-black sword materialized in his grip. You once saved my life, but that doesn't mean I'll show you mercy now. To me, the safety of Earth comes before anything else. Step aside, don't try to stop me. After enduring the trials of the Raijin, Zhang's strength had reached a level that defied belief. Power alone wasn't all. More importantly, his mastery over the system had grown deeper and deeper. Nico was no longer his match. Nico paused and thought. Then, all of a sudden, she couldn't help but laugh. Zhang blinked in confusion. What's so funny? He asked. I'm laughing at you, Nico said. You keep claiming you're acting for the safety of the Earth. But is that really your goal now? You're only thinking about your own interests. Don't make yourself sound so noble. At this point, you're no different from Lu Zhongyong and his lot. Zhang hadn't considered that before, but now that he thought about it, it made sense. The only reason Wang Howren was coming after him was business competition. It wasn't nearly as lofty or profound as Zhang had made out to be. After some deliberation, Zhang decided to let Wang Howren off the hook. As long as he taught him a small lesson, that would be enough. Weighing the sword in his hand, Zhang suddenly flung it forward. The blade whistled past Wang Howren's cheek, leaving a thin, crimson scratch along his face. Wang Howren reached up and touched his cheek, cold sweat instantly breaking out all over him. Zhang's strength was terrifying. If that sword had aimed for his throat instead, he wouldn't have had time to react at all. With an easy grin, Zhang said, All right, I'll let you save face today. Nico, I won't touch him for now. But Wang Howren, listen closely. Don't play any more games behind my back. If you do, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a thud, Wang Howren collapsed onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't that he was weak, it was just that Zhang's power was overwhelming. No one wants to die, and, at the edge of death, who could promise to face it calmly? Nico was just as surprised. She hadn't expected Zhang's strength to have grown so much. As Zhang turned to leave, he glanced back at Nico and said softly, Thank you. After Zhang left, Wang Howren finally managed to pull himself together. In a trembling voice, he asked, Miss Nico, what am I supposed to do now? Nico replied, Don't worry. He won't really do anything to you. But I suggest you stay quiet for a while. Don't make any moves. Let's just wait and see. She said this mainly to give Wang Howren a way out. Even if someone ordered him to go after Zhang now, Wang Howren probably wouldn't dare. A faint look of confusion flickered across Nico's beautiful face. Perhaps even she didn't quite understand what she was really feeling inside. Back at the office, Zhang grew increasingly uneasy. From Nico's words, he could tell that the high-ranking Earthlings were indeed brewing a massive conspiracy. Yet Zhang still had no idea what their plan was. The unknown is always the most terrifying, and Zhang couldn't shake that feeling. He resolved not to drag things out any longer. It was time to settle things with Shoji once and for all. With this thought, Zhang pulled out his phone and dialed Su Tian's number. Right now, Su Tian was putting the Iron Blood Legion through their final training. After all, these men were the elite picks from every major family, each with impressive potential. The whole process had gone much smoother than he'd expected. In fact, it had taken only half the planned time for them to reach a level where they could be considered fully trained. Of course, none of these people were ordinary. In the end, only 15 remained, no more, no less. These 15 were truly the cream of the crop, with both skill and willpower that stood out as nothing short of extraordinary. Su Tian was overseeing their live combat drills, holding fast to the belief that the more tears shed in training, the less blood shed in battle. The Iron Blood Legion didn't pull their punches. There were no protective pads, just real kicks and real blows. Suddenly, his phone rang. Su Tian picked it up, pressed it to his ear, and asked, "Hello, Brother Zhang? What's up? Is there something urgent?" He could hear Zhang Shi's voice on the line, asking, "Nothing major. How's the training going?" "Oh, the training? It's going great. They're basically ready to graduate," Su Tian replied, pride filling his heart as he spoke. He clearly had a lot of confidence in what he'd achieved. "Excellent," Zhang Shi said approvingly, then continued, "I need you to gather everyone and bring them back to the company immediately. Right now." Su Tian was caught off guard. "But Brother Zhang, we haven't finished training yet. Why do we need to go back? Besides, isn't it still a long time before the sacred tree blossoms? You just said the training's pretty much done, right? If that's the case, there's no need to wait any longer. As for the sacred tree, don't worry about it. I'll handle it myself. Now hurry back." "Oh, all right. Got it." Su Tian hung up, looked at his men, and shouted, "Everyone, take a break. Gather up." Aside from their formidable combat skills, the Iron Blood Legion's greatest strength was their obedience. Each one of them was powerful, enough to be a dangerous enemy if left unchecked, so Su Tian had devoted significant effort to drilling discipline into them. Now, their discipline was rock solid. Even though a moment ago they'd been locked in fierce combat. The instant Su Tian barked his order, they stopped at once, swiftly lining up in front of him with their eyes fixed on their commander. Su Tian addressed them. "Brother Zhang's plan has changed. Our original 6-month boot camp ends here, ahead of schedule. But I believe that even with just 2 months of training, none of you will let Brother Zhang down. Because you are the Iron Blood Legion." "We are the Iron Blood Legion," they thundered back in unison. There were only 15 of them, but they radiated a presence and confidence that felt as imposing as a force of 150. In truth, each one of them could take on 10 men at once. They were all that formidable. "All right, everyone listen to my command. Run to Shiyu Corporation, pack your things, and get ready to move out." "Yes, Brother Su." Their training ground was about 30 kilometers away from Shiyu Corporation, almost the same distance as a marathon. For ordinary people, running this far without prior training would be utterly exhausting. But for the Iron Blood Legion, this was child's play. At that moment, Zhang Shi of Shiyu Corporation was standing before the divine tree, relentlessly channeling energy into it. Wave after wave of power surged into the divine tree, causing its blossoms to grow larger and larger. Tommy, watching from the side, couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward and said, "Mr. Zhang, you can't keep this up. Even if your body can handle it, the divine tree won't survive. This will drastically shorten its lifespan." Zhang Shi replied coldly, "I know, but I have no choice right now. You people from High Earth must be plotting something monumental, and I need to find out what it is as soon as possible." After hearing Zhang Shi's words, Tommy fell silent. Indeed, Zhang Shi had a point. The leaders of High Earth were the very definition of secretive schemers. More than a decade ago, they began infiltrating the real Earth, which only proved they were hatching something immense and sinister. As lightning crackled from Zhang Shi's hands onto the divine tree, its blossoms continued to swell. At last, with one final surge of thunder, the flowers on the divine tree burst into bloom. One after another, pure white blossoms appeared on the tree, as beautiful as the legendary snow lotuses of the Tian Shan Mountains. This was Zhang Shi's first time truly witnessing what the divine medicine looked like. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhang Shi couldn't help but smile. "I never expected these flowers to be so beautiful." 1, 2, 3. Tommy counted the blossoms beside him, then exclaimed with delight, "Mr. Zhang, this is a great harvest. There are 12 divine flowers in total." Hearing Tommy's words, Zhang Shi was filled with excitement. He knew exactly what these 12 blossoms meant for him. With these 12 divine flowers, he could nurture 12 supreme warriors. However, Tommy quickly brought bad news. But this has also reduced the divine tree's lifespan. For the next 3 years, it won't bear any more fruit. Zhang Shi frowned. "What if I use my old method again?" Tommy answered firmly, "If you try that again, the divine tree will die. No power on earth could save it then." That was indeed a problem. Still, that was a question for the future. For now, with 12 blossoms in hand, he could raise 12 peerless masters, more than enough for the time being. "All right, now all that's left is to wait for Su Tian and the others to return," Zhang Shi said, stretching lazily before stepping out of the laboratory. Tommy watched Zhang Shi's departing figure, realizing that the decisive battle with the fingers was soon to begin. She entered the main hall, just about to take a break, when suddenly a thunderous rumble erupted. A deep, pounding sound shook the air. Not the footfalls of just one person, but the synchronized march of over a dozen, echoing with the force of 100. Following the sound, he saw more than a dozen people running toward him in a perfectly straight line. Leading the group was Su Tian. He'd always been tall, dark, and burly, but after their rigorous training, he looked even darker and stronger. A real-life bear come to life. The people behind him were not much better off. Almost every one of them bore fresh scars, a testament to the brutal training they'd endured. Attention! Su Tian barked as they reached Zhang Shi. Instantly, the whole group halted and stood at attention, eyes fixed on him. Come on, let's head inside. If we keep this up out here, we'll end up scaring the whole neighborhood, Zhang Shi said, leading them indoors. Once they were seated in the hall, Zhang Shi turned to Su Tian. Report your results. Yes, brother Zhang. Su Tian took a deep breath. As of today, we've completed every training course. 15 remain, each one an elite. I guarantee it. Zhang Shi stood and clapped Su Tian on the shoulder, then looked around at the group, speaking slowly. Do you know what your codename is? Yes, we do. We are the Iron Blood Legion. Good, that's right. You are the Iron Blood Legion. Now, do you know who your enemy is? Yes, our enemy is the high-tier Earthlings. And are you afraid? Sir, we do not know the meaning of fear. Zhang Shi was more than satisfied with the Iron Blood Legion's response. He spoke with measured gravity. You must always remember your mission. From this day forward, you are no longer ordinary people. You are the strongest warriors on Earth. Your mission is to protect our planet and strike back at the high-tier Earthlings. I will push your bodies to their absolute limits. Together with me, we will drive those so-called high-tier Earthlings back where they came from. Drive them back where they came from, the group roared. Their momentum was truly impressive, but Zhang Shi knew that spirit alone was not enough. Su Tian spoke up. Brother Zhang, should we show you some of our moves? Zhang Shi waved a hand. No need. I trust your judgment. If you say they're ready, I believe you. All right, let's head to the lab. This trust moved Su Tian deeply. He was well aware of what these people meant to him. When he arrived at the lab, Tommy had already picked the flowers of the divine medicine and laid them out on the table. There was no need for any complicated preparations with this medicine. You simply ate the flower as it was. It was simple, convenient, and highly effective. Mr. Zhang, the divine medicine is ready, Tommy announced. But there are only 12 flowers here, and I count 15 of us. I'm afraid there isn't enough for everyone. It's all right, Zhang Shi replied, turning to face the group. He asked, you all heard just now. There isn't enough divine medicine to go around. I trust that each of you is equally capable, so I want to use a fair method to decide who receives it. Let's draw lots. The winners will take the medicine. Agreed, came the response. With a snap of Zhang Shi's fingers, John brought over a handful of slips of paper and set them out before the group. Zhang Shi announced, all right, let's begin. No matter who drew a winning lot, Zhang Shi believed that person could become a vital ally. These 15 individuals would be his greatest strength in dealing with the Earth's high-ranking humans. When the drawing was done, 3 people hadn't drawn a winning lot and would have to forego the divine medicine. Still, with 12 out of 15 being chosen, the odds were quite good. If you didn't make it with such a chance, you could hardly blame anyone but yourself. Zhang Shi handed the divine medicine to the 12 winners. He addressed them. Listen carefully. After you take this medicine, you will no longer be ordinary humans. In a sense, you'll become superheroes. I hope you'll stay true to your original intentions. If anyone loses their way, I'll deal with them myself. Is that clear? Understood. The group snapped their heels together and stood ramrod straight. Excitement surged in their hearts. They knew all too well what this divine medicine meant. Zhang Shi asked, who among you is the team leader? That would be me. My name is Lu Feng. One man stepped forward and replied. Lu Feng, Zhang Shi said, patting his shoulder. From now on, you're the leader of the Iron Blood Legion. When I'm not here, you'll be in charge. Any objections? Lu Feng straightened, his expression resolute. Understood, brother Zhang. All right then, Zhang Shi said. You may take the divine medicine now. The group nodded, picked up the flowers, and swallowed them. The effects were immediate. As soon as they ingested the medicine, they could feel it working. A tremendous surge of power was awakening their potential. Cries of pain escaped their lips as the transformation began. The process was agonizing, but they understood that such a metamorphosis demanded endurance. Zhang Shi had intended to wait for their evolution to complete, but John didn't give them that chance. John hurried over, his voice tense. Zhang, something's up. You need to come right away. Zhang Shi turned, puzzled. What is it? I don't have time right now. John replied, no, you have to come now. The finger just contacted Black Dragon. We're tracking the source of the signal. If things go well, we might be able to locate the finger's position. Hearing this, Zhangxi couldn't keep calm. Why had they always been on the defensive? The reason was clear. Aside from the difference in power, they'd never managed to find the finger's base of operations, leaving them constantly at a disadvantage. Although they discovered Moonshadow Island before, that hardly counted as a real stronghold. If they could track down the finger's location, they could finally move from being hunted to taking the offensive. With everything nearly ready, it was time to strike back. With that thought, Zhangxi quickly followed John to where Black Dragon was. Black Dragon hadn't been having an easy time lately. Although, as a devourer, his exhaustion wasn't outwardly visible, it was clear his mental state was in shambles. We just tried contacting him, but the call didn't go through. If we keep missing him, the finger is bound to get suspicious. Whether he gets suspicious or not doesn't matter anymore, Zhangxi said, stepping closer to Black Dragon. Still hoping for a rescue? Think the finger will come for you. Black Dragon snorted coldly. Listen, you'd better not underestimate the finger. His power is far beyond your reach. I'll give you that. He's formidable, Zhangxi replied with a mocking smile. But what does that have to do with you? The finger. I'll defeat him myself. Just then, the communication device crackled to life again. Zhangxi picked it up and asked, can we trace this? I'll try. Stall for time if you can, John said, readying the equipment and beginning the trace. This tracking and surveillance device was Tommy's handiwork. As a former top scientist from High Earth, building it was no challenge. As long as he understood the frequency, it was just a matter of modifying the existing gear. But things weren't as simple as they'd hoped. Even with the device, pinpointing the location of the finger's messages proved difficult. Zhangxi suspected that their security measures were exceptionally tight, making them nearly impossible to trace. Now, for reasons unknown, they had suddenly managed to pick up a faint signal. This was indeed good news. Zhangxi picked up the device and held it to his ear. Before he could say a word, the voice on the other end was already roaring in anger. Black Dragon, are you dead or something? Why haven't you contacted me for so long? What the hell are you doing? Tell me, do you have a death wish? If you do, just say it. I'll send you to the next world myself, you bastard. Zhangxi was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. He said, hey, Finger, you sure sound fired up. Those crude words don't really match your usual style, do they? Finger paused for 2 or 3 seconds, then asked instinctively, are you Zhangxi? Yeah, good memory. That's right, it's me. Impossible. How do you have a device, unless... That's right, my friend, you guessed it. Black Dragon here has been kidnapped by yours truly. Zhangxi replied with a cheerful tone. I hear he's your right-hand man. Want to save him? Boss, don't. Black Dragon shouted from the side. Hang up now, he's... Before Black Dragon could finish, Zhangxi moved quickly and clamped a hand around his throat, cutting him off. Zhangxi, I'm warning you. You'd better not lay a finger on Black Dragon. If you do, I swear you'll pay for everything you've done. Finger clearly valued Black Dragon a lot. Black Dragon was highly capable, both in combat and as a leader. If Zhangxi hadn't tricked him with that box before, it would have been tough for Zhangxi, at his former strength, to take him down. Zhangxi glanced over at John and saw that both John and Tommy were hammering away at their keyboards. Judging by the clatter, they still hadn't tracked down Finger's location. With no other choice, Zhangxi decided to stall for more time. He said, make me pay, huh? That's a bold threat. Honestly, I don't really care about Black Dragon. The only reason I grabbed him was to ask you a few questions. If you cooperate, I just might let him go. Fine, ask, Finger finally conceded. As long as it's something I can answer, I'll tell you. Good. Zhangxi nodded, then asked, so tell me, what is it you high-ranking Earthlings are really after? This was what Zhangxi cared about most. Only by understanding their true motives could he plan his next move. There was a long silence from Finger before he finally spoke, his voice slow and heavy. I'll tell you. The truth is, we're just bored. That's all there is to it. Is that really so? Save it for someone who'll believe you. Zhangxi scoffed, utterly dismissive of Finger's answer. Just then, John and Tommy finally locked on a Finger's location. Zhang, we've got it. We know exactly where that guy Finger is hiding. A surge of joy rose in Zhangxi's heart, but just to be safe, he decided to verify things before saying anything further. He spoke into the phone, addressing the person on the other end, known as Finger. Hold on, I need to check if what you said is true. Contact me again in 5 minutes. That's it. With that, he ended the call. Did you find it? Zhangxi asked. John nodded, then opened the map on the tracking system. As he zoomed in, a red marker appeared on the screen, right before Zhangxi's eyes. This is the place, John said, pointing at the screen. Judging from the signal, I suspect this base is underground. It's been sealed off with layers of metal and concrete, blocking any radio waves from escaping. That made it tough to locate them before, but now it's a different story. Why's that? John shrugged with an easy smile. Because this is an old residential block. With the demolition work around here, they must have accidentally torn open the shielding of Finger's base. That's why it was so much easier for us to pinpoint their hideout. After hearing John's explanation, Zhangxi couldn't help but laugh. It truly felt like fate was on his side. At that moment, Finger's call came through again. Zhangxi, I don't have time to waste with you. The answer you wanted, I've already given it to you. Now I want you to release my man, immediately. Do it now. Zhangxi snorted coldly. Not much skill, but quite the temper. Finger, your words might fool a ghost, but you've got a long way to go before. You can fool me. No matter, though. I'll get to the bottom of this myself. So, Finger, let's leave it at that. We'll talk again when the time comes. Wait, hold on, Zhangxi you. Beep. The call had already been hung up. Finger stood there, stunned for a moment, then angrily slammed his equipment to the side. This Zhangxi, he's insufferably arrogant. I swear, I'll make him pay, I will. But Finger had no way of knowing that Zhangxi, who'd always been on the defensive, had finally decided to strike back. With Finger's location now locked in, Zhangxi made his way to the laboratory. The moment he entered, a heavy, almost suffocating pressure bore down on him. 15 men stood before him, each built like a mountain, their gazes sharp and unyielding. They were his own people, yet even Zhangxi felt the weight of their presence the longer he looked at them. It was easy to imagine. Everyone knew how formidable Panther was. Now, if you put together a team of 15 men who each matched Panther's strength, just think how unstoppable they'd be. Su Tian approached and whispered softly, Brother Zhang, it's done. Zhangxi nodded and said, Yes, I can see that. Call everyone to the conference room immediately. We need to finalize the battle plan. I've already found Finger's hideout. Once the plan is set, we launch the attack. Yes, Brother Zhang. With the order to attack, Su Tian was visibly excited. As the saying goes, an army is trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. After all this training, it was finally time to prove themselves. Soon, the group made their way to the conference room. Once inside, Zhangxi began outlining the operation. Tommy, I need to confirm something with you. Among your people in Mech City, besides the Devourer and Finger, are there any other fighting forces we should know about? Tommy fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. As far as I know, that's all. But there's always the chance Finger hasn't told me everything. He's obsessed with his research, absolutely fascinated by machines. It wouldn't surprise me if he had put together a squad of robots or something like that. Ah, robots. Li Kuaning replied with a proud smirk. I'll smash them to scrap metal. Perhaps it was the rapid growth of his own power, but Li Kuaning had become somewhat arrogant, his confidence swelling by the day. In his eyes, only Su Tian and Zhangxi were worthy of respect. He even thought little of John compared to himself. Zhangxi waved his hand and said, Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Arrogance leads to mistakes. Kuaning, if you keep this up, I won't let you come along. Li Kuaning scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Come on, Brother Zhang, don't take it so seriously. I was just joking, don't mind me. Ignoring Li Kuaning, Zhangxi spread a map out on the table and continued. Here's the layout. This is an abandoned residential area, all small, single-story houses. Based on our scouting, it's likely Finger has set up his base underground. We've pinpointed the exact house. It's this one right here. Zhangxi drew a circle in the very center of the map. This place is called Lianga's Wang, and this spot is the very heart of the area. The streets connect in all directions. Our objective is to eliminate Finger, so we absolutely cannot let anyone escape. Su Tian, you'll take 10 Ironblood Legion fighters and surround the area. I want every street sealed off. No one gets out. Yes, Brother Zhang. Kuaning. Zhang, she turned to Li Kuaning. Your task is simple. Stick with me. Head straight for Finger's lair. And remember, do not kill him. I want him alive. He's still useful to me. Li Kuaning grinned. No problem. I got it, Brother Zhang. Zhangxi, with methodical precision, assigned all the tasks to his team. When he finished, he closed his notebook and looked at everyone as he spoke. Everyone, I want you to understand that the enemy you face today is not just any ordinary foe, but one with formidable strength. To be honest, it's not just you. Even I cannot say with absolute certainty that we will defeat him. But I need each of you to give your absolute best, to join forces with me and stand united against him. Let's come together and protect our Earth. United as one, let's defend the Earth. All right, everyone, listen up. We move out. At that moment, Shoji had no idea that Zhangxi had already set his sights on him. Nico walked in and saw Shoji drinking gloomily. Although they had just had a disagreement, business still needed to be handled. She asked, What are you doing here? Get out of my sight. Shoji roared. Do you even know? Heilong has been captured by Zhangxi. Do you realize who that is? That's Heilong. The one who's fought through thick and thin with me. And it's all your fault. Yours, all yours. Halung's capture? Nico was taken aback. It was clear this was beyond anything she had anticipated. Still, since the situation had already taken a turn, she had to find a way to respond. Nico asked, "Does Zhangxi want something?" "Huh, now you care about that." Shoji sneered, then brushed past her and stormed out. At the same time, Zhangxi and his team arrived at Lianga's Wang. Pointing at the map, he said, "It should be this house. No mistake about it." "All right, is everyone ready? Then let's proceed as planned." Meanwhile, Shoji still had no idea that disaster was about to befall him. But was he really just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? The answer was of course no. Inside Shoji's secret base, he had already built his own private army. Using advanced technology from High Earth, he had created a number of powerful combat robots. On top of that, the base itself was riddled with deadly traps he had personally designed. If ordinary people wandered in, they wouldn't even have a chance to react before falling victim to these snares. Zhangxi, together with Li Kuaning and 5 members of the Iron Blood Legion, quietly slipped into an abandoned house. The moment they entered, Li Kuaning frowned. The house looked like it had been deserted for years. The door had no lock, the windows were covered in cobwebs, and the place felt more like a haunted house than a residence. In fact, not just this house, but all the buildings nearby were in the same sorry state. This was practically a ghost town. "Brother Zhang, do you really think that old fox, Shoji, would be living here?" Li Kuaning asked, his voice tinged with doubt. "Look at this dump. There's absolutely nothing here. Are you sure we haven't got the wrong place?" Zhang, she let out a cold chuckle. "No, our information is spot on. Shoji is definitely here." "Huh? How can you be so sure?" "It's simple." Zhang, she walked over to the window and ran his hand along the frame, then moved to the table and did the same to its surface. He spoke slowly. "See? There's a thick layer of dust on the window, which means no one's lived here for a long time. But the table, there's not a speck of dust on it. What does that tell you?" "It means the table gets used all the time." Li Kuaning's eyes lit up in sudden realization. Propping his chin thoughtfully, he muttered, "The table is in regular use, and you just said Shoji's secret base is underground. So, does that mean it's right under this table?" "Exactly. You're not as slow as you look." Zhangxi replied with a hearty laugh. "So what do we do now? Should we just go down?" Perhaps it was the realization that they were standing in Shoji's base, but Li Kuaning's demeanor grew tense. He lowered his voice, as if afraid even the slightest sound would alert Shoji. Zhangxi, however, remained perfectly calm. With a faint smile, he said, "Relax. There's no need to worry. Shoji probably spotted us the moment we got here." "What did you say?" Zhangxi was right. From the moment they stepped into the building, Shoji had been aware of their presence. There was no way his base would go without surveillance. The monitoring system here was state-of-the-art. The moment anyone unfamiliar showed up, it would instantly raise the alarm, no matter what they did. At this very moment, Shoji was watching Zhangxi through a computer screen. Well, you actually managed to track me down." "Impressive," Shoji mused, unruffled. In his mind, even if Zhangxi had gotten stronger, he was still no match for him. More importantly, Zhangxi was now on his turf. There was nothing for Shoji to fear. With a snap of his fingers, a fully armed robot appeared before Shoji. He commanded, "All units, assemble at the entrance. Stand by for my orders. Be ready to attack at a moment's notice." The robot didn't speak, or rather it couldn't. Its eyes flashed twice in acknowledgement, then it turned and left. The sound of bullets being loaded echoed through the room, creating a tense and foreboding atmosphere. Maybe Zhangxi had become even more formidable than before, but so what? It was time for Shoji's robot army to put him to the test. However, since he was here, it wouldn't be in Finger style to let him go without a little welcome gift. With a faint smile, Finger pressed a button. Meanwhile, Zhangxi was searching for an entrance into the base. The desk seemed the most likely spot for a hidden switch. After all, everywhere else was thick with dust. Yet, Zhangxi searched all around the desk and still couldn't find any mechanism to open the way in. Who would have thought it would turn into a puzzle game at the end? "Interesting," Zhangxi sneered. "Not that interesting, Zhang." Li Kuaning was starting to get anxious. "I don't know why, but something doesn't feel right. Do you notice it's getting colder in here?" Perhaps because Zhangxi had Surtur's flame inside him. He hadn't noticed until Li Kuaning mentioned it. But now that he paid attention, he really could feel the chill creeping in. "It does seem that way." Zhangxi had barely finished speaking when a series of deep thuds echoed through the room. In an instant, every exit, doors and windows alike, snapped shut. "Careful, it's coming," Zhangxi said coldly. 2 sleek black blades appeared in his hands as he tensed, eyes scanning the room. Zhangxi and his companions raised their guard, but as the minutes dragged on, nothing seemed to happen. Was it all just an empty threat? Zhangxi refused to believe Finger would be so careless. That cunning bastard always had a plan up his sleeve. Suddenly, a sprinkle of dust fell from above. Zhangxi looked up, and his face paled. The ceiling above them was descending, pressing down like the plate of a hydraulic press straight at them. Down! Everybody down! Zhangxi shouted, transforming his arm into a blade and stabbing it up at the ceiling. His body was now incredibly tough, even tougher than the blades he could conjure from Hellas power. Yet, despite its hardness, the blade couldn't even scratch the surface of the ceiling. Zhangxi struck with all his might, but the ceiling remained unmarked. Wasted effort. Finger sneered, watching them through the surveillance camera. That ceiling is made from the hardest metal on high-tier Earth, even Marvel's vibranium. Can't compare. And you think you'll break through that? Save your strength. Looks like round one's already over. How dull. Zhangxi, can't you give me a real surprise? Seeing that brute force was useless, Zhangxi quickly switched tactics. His body turned red-hot as he tried to melt the ceiling with sheer heat. However, he failed once again. This thing seemed almost invincible, impervious to force, untouched by blades or bullets. So what now? Should they retreat? But if they pulled back, getting into this place again would be close to impossible. No matter what, they had to succeed this time. At this point, the only option left was to find a mechanism that led into the base. Gritting his teeth, Zhangxi raised both arms, bracing himself against the descending ceiling, and shouted, "Hurry up! Find the entrance now!" Only then did Li Kuaning and the others snap back to their senses. Without hesitation, they rushed to search for a way into the base, finally realizing something crucial. This mission was far from as simple and easy as they'd imagined. A single misstep, and it could cost them their lives. Cold sweat trickled down Zhangxi's face. By all rights, his strength was already extraordinary, yet he still felt the immense strain. The ceiling above pressed down like a hydraulic press. Its power was overwhelming. Well, not bad. You really have improved, sneered the man with the ring, letting out a cold laugh before pressing another button. Let's see how you handle this, Zhangxi. You'll pay for your recklessness. Suddenly, Zhangxi felt the pressure intensify. The weight of the ceiling grew even heavier. Even with the might of the Hulk flowing through him, he was barely holding on. Meanwhile, Li Kuaning and the others searched faster, but the entrance was ingeniously concealed. No matter how hard they looked, they simply couldn't find it. We can't go on like this. Li Kuaning's eyes narrowed as his mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he spun around and shouted, "Everyone, hold your breath now. Zhang, hang in there and try not to move." "Easy for you to say, kid. I can hold on, but only for a few more seconds." "That's enough, it'll do." No matter how cleverly designed, every entrance has a gap. With all the windows and doors sealed shut, there shouldn't be any breeze inside this room. If that's the case, Li Kuaning plucked a hair from his head, set it upright on the floor, and held his breath, watching intently for any movement. Sure enough, in the stillness, the hair shifted ever so slightly. In an instant, Li Kuaning whipped around, eyes fixed on the wall beside him. "It's here!" Li Kuaning roared, dashing forward and tearing down a mural from the wall. And there, revealed before their eyes, was a door, a heavy iron door. Perhaps it was out of concern that an emergency might make escape difficult, but every corner of this house had been designed with utmost solidity in mind. The strongest. Metals had been used everywhere. Yet, ironically, for this most crucial iron door, he hadn't employed any special techniques. Just an ordinary iron door, nothing more. Li Kuaning glanced back, and Lu Feng instantly understood. He rushed over, lifted his foot, and with a forceful kick, sent the iron door crashing open. "Hurry, you all go in first." Zhangxi was already down on one knee. The pressure from the ceiling above had grown so intense that even he could barely withstand it. "But, go. I have my own way." Li Kuaning and the others didn't hesitate any longer and dashed inside. The moment everyone was through, Zhangxi unleashed the power of Quicksilver. In a blur of speed, he too darted inside. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than the ceiling came crashing down with a thunderous boom, filling the room with dust and debris. "Damn it!" Zhangxi wiped the sweat from his brow and cursed. What kind of trick is this? Never expected that bastard Finger to be so well prepared. He had barely finished complaining and hadn't even caught his breath when a voice echoed through the room. Well, Zhangxi, not bad at all. You haven't let me down. Beating someone like you. That's going to feel like quite an accomplishment." Zhangxi slowly stood up, his voice icy as he replied, "Finger, since when did you stoop to playing these petty tricks? This isn't your style. What's wrong? Are you scared to face me head on?" Finger replied with a cold chuckle, "Zhangxi, don't bother trying to provoke me. If you think you're so capable, why not test your luck in my maze? Let's see if you can make it through." "A maze?" Before Zhang, she could react, the floor suddenly gave way beneath their feet, sending the whole group plummeting down. In the chaos of the fall, Li Kuaning vanished, her whereabouts unknown. The others landed hard, and, as Zhangxi looked up, he took in their new surroundings. They were in a sprawling labyrinth, corridors branching out in every direction, all gleaming white. Just around him, there were 3 or 5 different paths. No way of telling which way to go. Finger's laughter echoed all around. How about it, Zhangxi? Welcome to my maze. Exciting, isn't it? Let's begin. What do you mean? Where's Kuaning? Oh, you mean that kid? Well, right now, he's at the exit of the maze. I've strapped a little something to him. You have 2 hours after that, the device will explode. In other words, if you don't find the exit within 2 hours, you can say your goodbyes to your friend. Damn it, Zhang, she cursed angrily, admitting to himself that he had underestimated Finger. He hadn't expected that Finger's base would be riddled with so many traps. The information he had was far too limited. He had been reckless. But there was no use regretting now. Since he had already come this far, he had to face what was ahead. Li Kuaning, Zhangxi would not let him die. How could they solve the maze? Trying each path one by one would be foolish. Not to mention whether they had enough time, they might never make it back. Zhang, how about we split up? Lu Feng came over and suggested. Zhang, she shook his head. No, splitting up is far too dangerous. Since you all came here with me, it's my duty to get every one of you back safely. But, don't worry, leave it to me. Zhang, she stepped aside, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard against the wall. There was a heavy thud as chunks of plaster crumbled to the ground, but beneath the same damned, infuriatingly hard metal was exposed. It was enough to give anyone a headache. Humph, trying to smash through the walls? Wishful thinking, Finger sneered. But this time, Finger was wrong. Zhang, she picked up 2 chunks of broken plaster, walked to a fork in the corridor, and hurled 1 stone down a passageway. The stone flew through the air and struck the wall with a sharp crack. Zhang, she closed his eyes, listening intently to the echo that reverberated from within the fork. A moment later, he moved to the second fork and hurled the second stone. Using the echoes from the stone's impact, Zhangxi relied on his exceptional hearing to distinguish between blocked passages and open ones. In this way, he could save a great deal of time exploring the maze. So that's how it is, Finger murmured, a cold smile spreading across his face. Excellent. An opponent like this was worth defeating. If things had been too easy, it would have been a disappointment. At last, after listening at every junction, Zhangxi narrowed the options down to 3 passages. These 3 aren't dead ends. Looks like this maze is even harder than I thought, he remarked. Having successfully ruled out several routes, only 3 remained. Now, what should he do next? Zhang, she hesitated. He knew that unless he eliminated the wrong paths, the maze would cost them precious time. And right now, time was something they could not afford to lose. The slightest delay could put Li Kuaning's life in jeopardy. Zhang, we really need to take action, Lu Feng urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. We can't just stand here. Why don't we each pick a path and go separately? Sure, we have enough people now to cover all 3 routes, Zhangxi replied, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. But what about later? If the paths branch again, how will we divide ourselves then? That's not the way to get through a maze. We have to figure out the rules of the maze if we want to rescue Kuaning safely. But then what should we do? Lu Feng was at his wit's end. He added, we can't just keep wasting time like this, can we? Zhangxi lifted his head and looked at the 3 branching paths ahead. Suddenly he asked, you all checked? Are all the houses around here occupied? Lu Feng wasn't sure why Zhangxi was asking. He nodded stiffly and replied, yes, that's right. This is the only house where we couldn't find any information about the owner. We found the owners for all the other houses. So that means their base can only be further down. The surrounding areas aren't places they could use, right? Zhangxi smiled slightly as he spoke. In that case, the most likely direction of the maze is also downward. If that's true, at this point, Zhangxi pulled out 3 steel balls from his pocket. He always carried them to use with his slingshot, but now they came in handy. He let go of the steel balls and watched them closely. One of the steel balls, the one in the path directly ahead of Zhangxi and his companions, began to roll slowly, while the other 2 remained perfectly still. A grin broke out across Zhangxi's face. Fingers, oh Fingers, your design is clever, no doubt about it. But no matter how ingenious, every design has its flaws. Fingers hadn't accounted for everything, and he had left behind plenty of clues for Zhangxi to puzzle over. This is the way. Let's go. Zhangxi stood up and spoke to Lu Feng and the others behind him. Watching Zhangxi and his team on the computer screen, Fingers' face turned ashen. That damn Zhangxi, he really does have some skills. Fingers had thought his design was clever enough, but Zhangxi still managed to find its weak point, turning all his painstaking work into nothing but a joke. This guy is dangerous, and he's not easy to deal with. That was all Fingers could think now. So what should he do next? If Zhang kept following the rolling steel balls, he would soon find the exit of the maze. For a moment, Fingers was at a loss, but Zhang wasn't about to give him any time to react. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, following the path the steel ball had revealed. The maze ahead was a tangled web of branching corridors, but thanks to his method, Zhang always managed to pick the right direction. It had to be said, Fingers had poured a lot of effort into designing the maze. But now that Zhang had found the trick, all that effort seemed laughable. Cold sweat began to bead on Fingers' forehead. This couldn't go on. He needed to come up with another plan, and fast. After pondering for quite a while, Finger 9 gritted his teeth. Fine, if I can't win above board, then I'll have to play dirty too. Zhang, don't blame me. This is all because you forced my hand. He pulled out a small walkie-talkie and spoke into it. Robot number 23, move now. Head to the maze's exit, then. After all, it was just a robot. If it was destroyed, so be it. The rest of the way, there were hardly any obstacles. Finger 9 had given Zhang 2 hours to finish, but Zhang managed to reach the maze's exit in less than 40 minutes. Ah, we finally made it, Lu Feng said with a broad grin. You're incredible, brother Zhang. Who would have thought you'd crack this tough maze so quickly? It's nothing. I just calmed down and thought things through for a moment. You should remember this too. No matter what you're doing, don't just blindly charge ahead. Think about your next move, understand? We understand. We'll remember. Lu Feng and the others nodded firmly. Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the time. Outside the maze, the area opened up, just a wide, empty space. Ahead stood a single door, and in front of it, Li Quaning was bound. He was tied to a chair, a rag stuffed in his mouth. On his chest, something with red letters flashing ominously was strapped to him, without a doubt the bomb. Seeing this, Zhang rushed forward, but just then a robot blocked their path. The robot placed its hand on the bomb, strapped to Li Quaning's chest, and Finger 9's voice came out of the robot's mouth. Don't move. If I so much as touch this, the bomb will go off instantly. Zhang stopped in his tracks at once. A surge of fury rose inside him, and he roared, Finger 9, what the hell do you mean by this? Didn't you say I just had to find the exit? What is this? Are you going back on your word now? Going back on my word? Huh? Did I ever say I would definitely keep my promise? Zhang, let me tell you something, I will never lose. Never. Zhang folded his arms behind his back, silently preparing to unleash Helisword for a lethal strike at the robot. Meanwhile, he was searching for any sign of weakness in the machine. He spoke up. Fine. Then tell me. What do you want me to do? What do I want? Finger 9 sneered. I want all of you dead. That's all. This bomb is powerful enough that with the press of a button, you'll all die. Every last one of you. No one will make it out alive. All right. I'll take your word for it. The bomb is powerful. Zhang nodded. But do you really think you'll survive once it goes off? What about your base? We'll just come out unscathed. Nonsense, of course I'll be fine. What do you think I'd blow myself up to? True, you're not that stupid. Zhang scratched his head, then said with a proud air, Finger, I'm sure you never expected me to make it here. Still, I have to ask, are you really so certain that this bomb will definitely go off? Zhang, what are you getting at? Zhang replied, let's make a bet. I bet your bomb won't go off. If I lose, I'll give you $100. What do you say? Doesn't that sound familiar? That's right. Zhang had picked up this line from television. Though Zhang had great confidence in his own speed, there could be no room for carelessness in this matter. He figured his own body might withstand the force of the explosion, but what about the people around him? If the bomb went off, everyone nearby, Li Quaning, Lu Feng, and the others, would almost certainly be killed. Left with no better option, Zhang could only hope to use his bravado to pressure his opponent. He doubted Finger could be frightened so easily, but for now, there was no better plan. But what Zhang hadn't expected was that Finger really was rattled by his words. From the moment Zhang entered the base, Finger had been on edge. Zhang's performance had far exceeded his expectations, and now, with this sudden provocation, he was starting to lose his nerve. It surprised Zhang that Finger seemed genuinely shaken. Unable to contain a smile, he pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and laid it before the robot. He was certain Finger could see it. See that? You can hit the switch now if you want. If you win, that 100 is yours. You could use it for an all-you-can-eat buffet. Ever tried one? Ours are pretty good. Cheap and delicious, too. Shut up. Finger felt utterly insulted, and his voice erupted in fury. You think I'm an idiot? Is that it? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm warning you. If you threaten me one more time, I'll hit the button right now. You hear me? Zhang's heart was pounding in his chest, but he managed to keep a calm facade. He simply replied, Oh, if you got the guts, then go ahead and press it. I'm waiting. At this point, the one called Finger truly began to lose his nerve. Could it be that Zhang, she had really pulled something off? Since he'd managed to sneak into the base undetected, it was entirely possible he'd tampered with the robots too. If he really had done something, then what on earth should he do? Meanwhile, Zhangxi's eyes were far from idle. Though he appeared indifferent as he stared at the robot before him, in reality, he was carefully analyzing its makeup, trying to guess which part was most likely its core. He would only get one shot. If he couldn't strike a fatal blow in a single move, the consequences would be dire. The air was thick with tension, and cold sweat trickled down the faces of Lu Feng and the others. Even Li Kuaning, who was always so arrogant, dared not make a sound now. He simply stared at Zhangxi with pleading eyes, hoping Zhangxi could save them. I refuse to believe you can control my robots. Finger blurted out, try to convince himself. My robots are top of the line. No matter how many pieces you break them into, they won't die. My bombs are the very best too, incredibly stable. No matter what you try, nothing will go wrong. Zhangxi, if you're trying to scare me, it won't work. But this outburst was just the clue Zhangxi needed. So that's how it is, he realized. This robot doesn't have a single definitive core. Any part of it could serve as the core. If that was the case, his plan would have to change. Zhangxi decided there was no point in waiting any longer. In his right hand, a blade as cold as death itself shimmered into existence. In a flash, he lunged forward, aiming directly for the robot's arm, and brought the blade down hard. His swift, razor-sharp movements, enhanced by lightning-fast reflexes, left even a master like Finger stunned and unable to react. All he could do was watch in disbelief as Zhangxi sliced the robot's arm clean off. Without pausing for even a second, Zhangxi's left hand transformed into a crimson glowing blade, which he used to slash through the ropes binding Li Kuaning. He scooped Li Kuaning up and retreated swiftly. It was only then that Finger finally snapped out of his shock. His furious roar echoed through the chamber. Zhangxi, don't think this is over. You'll pay for this. All of you will pay. But Zhangxi, triumphant, just laughed. Finger, you don't need to set off the bomb. I can do it for you. Thanks to you, I'll be able to open that door now, which I couldn't have done otherwise. What do you mean? Finger stammered, confused. Before he could finish, Zhangxi shouted to Lu Feng and the others. Quick, get behind the maze walls, move now. Because they had just come out of the maze and were still very close to it. And Zhangxi was well aware that the maze's walls were forged from a special metal of exceptional hardness. Lu Feng and the others didn't ask why. In their vocabulary, there was no such thing as why, only obedience, obedience, and more obedience. Once everyone had withdrawn, Zhangxi summoned the blade of the goddess of death once again. He seized the weapon and hurled it fiercely at the bomb held in the robot's hand, then quickly took cover behind the wall. These bombs exploded with even the slightest heavy impact, let alone being pierced by a blade. A tremendous explosion followed. The force of the blast was even greater than anyone had imagined. If it weren't for the protection of these solid metal walls, Zhangxi and the others truly couldn't say what might have become of them. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, Zhangxi and his companions emerged slowly from the ashes. They looked ahead at the great door, now twisted and warped by the explosion. Zhangxi walked over, gave it a couple of casual kicks, and easily knocked the door open. Not bad. If it weren't for that bomb, I'm afraid it would have taken us a while to get inside, Zhangxi said with a relaxed chuckle. He patted Li Kuaning on the shoulder, her face still pale, and asked gently, How are you holding up? Are you all right? Li Kuaning swallowed hard, struggling to answer. I'm okay. Zhang, you don't need to worry about me. What do you mean, don't worry? Nonsense. Zhangxi replied in a half-scolding, half-concerned tone. But you should have realized by now, out here it's not like. The sky is number one, and you're number two. There are plenty of things you can't control, and plenty of people stronger than you. Do you get that now? Li Kuaning forced an awkward laugh. I get it, Zhang. From now on, I'll never underestimate any opponent again. Seeing Li Kuaning like this, Zhangxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. They'd made it through this ordeal by the skin of their teeth. If anything had really happened to Li Kuaning, he doubted he could ever forgive himself. Just as Zhangxi and the others were preparing to move forward, a sudden roar of machinery filled the air. Zhangxi turned to look and saw a large contingent of those same robots advancing toward him step by step. They were fully armed, equipped with both cold steel and firearms, radiating a murderous aura that was truly intimidating. Zhangxi frowned. It seemed that Finger had finally lost his patience. He'd already unleashed his robotic army. Staring at the robots before him, Zhangxi suddenly felt as though he'd been transported back into Avengers, Age of Ultron, facing down wave after wave of mechanical foes, just as he had against Ultron himself. In that great battle, even when faced with all sorts of disadvantages, they still managed to win a sweeping victory. So this time, Zhangxi glanced at his teammates, unable to suppress a helpless shake of his head. Last time, they had Thor and the others on their side, which allowed them to hang in there. But now, the people around him were nowhere near the level of the Avengers. Their combat strength was decent. After all, they were all warriors who had taken the heart-shaped herb, but their battle experience was sorely lacking. Without ever having been tempered by real war, it would be tough for them to stand up to these mechanical legions. Lu Feng, call everyone who stayed up above and tell them to come down and fight alongside us. Oh, and when you make the call, don't forget to explain the route we just took to get here, so they can find the way. Got it. But the path we came through has already been sealed off by that rooftop. They can't get in, Lu Feng replied. That's all right. Su Tian will take care of it. Lu Feng thought it over and realized that if Zhangxi said so, there was no point arguing. He pulled out his phone and got in touch with Su Tian and the others. This battle could very well be the final confrontation with the finger. It seemed the enemy had no intention of escaping. In that case, having Su Tian's group stay outside would just be a waste of manpower. They should come down and fight side by side. Unlike Zhangxi and his comrades, who were risking their lives, Su Tian and the others were having a rather leisurely time outside. There was no fighting, no sign of people. After a few hours, they were practically bored out of their minds. Brother Su, a soldier from the Iron Blood Legion, came over and asked, "Do you think Brother Zhang and the others are all right?" Su Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let's just wait. Trust in Brother Zhang's abilities. This won't be a problem for him." But we haven't heard anything for ages. I'm getting worried. The man hadn't finished speaking when Su Tian's phone started to ring. "See? There's news," Su Tian said with a chuckle, picking up the phone. Before he could say anything, Lu Feng launched straight into relaying Zhangxi's orders. Lu Feng faithfully conveyed everything Zhangxi had told him, from start to finish. When Su Tian finished listening, his heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the finger to be so well prepared. Clearly, Zhangxi's judgment was spot on. Staying outside any longer was pointless. The only right move was to rush to support the team. Understood. Tell Brother Zhang we'll be there right away, Su Tian said, then hung up. Turning to the others, Su Tian announced, "Let's go. It's time for us to move. Brother Zhang needs our help now." All right. Everyone had been itching for action, and hearing this, they followed closely behind Su Tian, heading straight for Shoji's secret base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhangxi and his team had already engaged Shoji's mechanical army in battle. Watching the robots relentlessly close in on them, "Zhang," she said coldly, "everyone, pay close attention. These robots have no core. Any part of their body can fight independently. So if you want to defeat them, you have to turn them into what you see over there." As he spoke, Zhangxi pointed to the front of the gate, where a poor robot lay blown to pieces, its remains scattered everywhere. "Understood, Brother Zhang. We got it." Though everyone agreed, deep down they felt uneasy. These weren't wooden dummies. They were made of solid steel. Smashing these iron giants into scrap like that seemed almost impossible. Zhangxi understood this as well. In the coming fight, if Li Kuaning and the others could just keep themselves safe, that would be enough. The real question was, how many robots could he take down himself? "Attack!" Shoji gave the command to advance. The robots all raised their machine guns, aiming at Zhangxi and his team. Zhangxi raised his arms, transforming them into shields, planted himself in front of the group, and shouted, "Quick! Everyone get behind me now." Lu Feng and the others scrambled to take cover behind Zhangxi just as the mechanical army launched their assault. Their hands morphed into launchers, firing at Zhangxi. But instead of bullets, they unleashed beams of energy, like lasers. Each blast struck Zhangxi's makeshift shields with a hiss, sending up black smoke. Fortunately, Zhangxi's defenses were strong. He held his ground, protecting everyone behind him. Yet the pain was real and couldn't be ignored. His hands burned with an intense, searing pain, but he grit his teeth and endured it. "Brother Zhang, are you all right?" Seeing the pain on Zhangxi's face, Li Kuaning couldn't help but ask with concern. "Don't worry about me. Just stay down. None of you can handle this attack yet." That was Zhangxi, always the one to stand up in the critical moment, shielding his team at the very front. Let's see how long you can last. Keep firing, don't stop." Shoji seemed to have lost his mind, barking out orders for the attack. Over and over. Gone was his usual calm and wisdom. He had become a madman, determined to go head-to-head with Zhangxi to the bitter end. For 5 whole minutes, the robots kept up their relentless barrage. Zhangxi was barely holding on, but at last, the robots' ammunition was completely spent. Yet the real battle was only just beginning. After exhausting their ammunition, the robots drew their cold steel weapons and charged straight at Zhangxi and his companions. Zhangxi put away his shield as well. Rubbing his slightly aching arm, he shouted, "They've run out of ammo. Now charge." With that, he dashed forward at the forefront. The shield form he had maintained for so long had left his arm unable to morph into a weapon for the moment. Fortunately, with the sword of the goddess of death in his hand, he was still ready for battle. Zhangxi summoned a gleaming blade, aimed at the nearest robot, and thrust it forward with force. In truth, this was a test. If these robots were made of the same hard metal as before, breaking them apart wouldn't be easy. Perhaps all these metals were forged from the legendary Ju metal. Harnessing Surtur's flames, Zhangxi infused his sword with fire, then let out a fierce roar and unleashed a series of wild slashes at the robot. In a flurry of blows, he completely dismantled the machine before him. Seeing this, Zhangxi couldn't help but grin. It seemed these robots weren't as formidable as he'd thought. At least he could handle them. "Everyone attack," he ordered. Just then, Su Tian and the others finally pried open the deadly ceiling and broke into the secret base of Finger. Their actions did not escape Finger's notice. In fact, he spotted them immediately. But now, he was powerless to intervene. There was nothing he could do. He had been too confident. Far too confident. From the very beginning, he hadn't left himself any way out. The base had only one exit, not even an emergency escape. In other words, Finger was now cornered, with no choice but to fight Zhangxi to the end. He picked up his phone, intending to call Nico. She had gone somewhere and hadn't returned. If she could come back, she'd be a powerful ally. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and tossed the phone aside. No, now wasn't the time. The situation was far too dangerous. If he called Nico now, it would be like dragging her into certain death with him. He couldn't do something so foolish, absolutely not. For now, he could only pin his hopes on his army of robots. With 60 mechanical soldiers at his command, he refused to believe Zhangxi could break through them all. Meanwhile, Zhangxi found himself locked in a tough battle. For him, these robots were beatable. The strength he possessed made defeating them no real challenge. But for Li Kuaning and the others, things were different. It would be no problem for them to simply knock the robots down, but to tear them to pieces like Zhangxi could, that was far beyond their ability. Although Zhangxi had given each of them a death goddess sword, they were still struggling mightily. This couldn't go on. These mechanical troops were only the appetizer. The real enemy had always been the Finger. If too much time and energy were wasted on these minions, it would put Zhangxi at a serious disadvantage. But what should he do? Was there a better way? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhangxi. He remembered another special ability he possessed. During the fight against Ultron's Iron Legion in Avengers 2, Zhangxi had once wielded a unique power. He'd almost forgotten about it, as it had lain dormant since then. Now was the time to bring it back. He was an alchemist. Alchemy covered a broad spectrum, from manipulating metals to creating magical creatures that served their master. All fell under its domain. If used skillfully, perhaps he could turn these steel automatons into his own fighting force. That was not an impossible feat. With this thought, Zhangxi's eyes sharpened. He dashed forward, seized a robot's head, and activated his alchemy, attempting to rework its system. But this was no easy task. First, the Finger's original design was extremely complex, making it difficult for Zhangxi to seize control over the robots. Second, Zhangxi's own alchemy skills weren't at the highest level, so the actual process proved challenging. Third, he had to stay alert for attacks from all sides, making the operation even more precarious. Still, Zhangxi had a clear objective. Even if he couldn't fully control the robots, at the very least, he could try to stop them from attacking, thus giving himself and his allies a much-needed advantage. "Cover me," Zhangxi shouted. Li Kuaning and the others instantly understood and rushed forward to shield him. What is that guy doing? For the first time, the Finger sensed something was amiss, but he still couldn't figure out what Zhangxi was up to. It was incredibly tough, far more difficult than Zhangxi had imagined. Sweat poured down his face as he fought to gain control over the mechanical monster before him. Yet, Zhangxi's efforts were not in vain. At first, the robot resisted fiercely, but gradually, its resistance faded. Eventually, it just stood there in a daze, letting Zhangxi manipulate it at will. At last, after nearly a minute, Zhangxi managed to take control of the robot. The robot knelt before Zhangxi on one knee, its eyes flickering as it spoke. "Master, what are your orders?" A surge of joy bubbled in Zhangxi's heart. Clearly, he had succeeded. He wasted no time. Use the fastest and most effective method you know to eliminate all these robots. Right now, without delay. "Yes, Master." The robot sprang up at his command and launched a swift assault against its fellow machines. Zhangxi had made precisely the right call. As a robot himself, he knew exactly where their vulnerabilities lay. In fact, the design of their fingers was particularly ingenious. The robot's power came from several small energy devices housed within their bodies. and he remembered perfectly where those energy sources were located. With a single, deft motion, the robot dispatched one of its comrades. Zhang couldn't help but break into a grin. Savoring this taste of success, he immediately set his sights on a second target, preparing to seize control of yet another robot. This is bad. Only now did Shoji realize the gravity of the situation. Aside from these robots, he had no other forces at his disposal. Even if he had hoped to avoid calling Nico, he now had no choice. Hello, Nico. The base is under attack from Zhang. You need to return immediately for backup. I repeat, come back right now. Nico was out clearing her mind when the call came through, and she was utterly shocked. Despite her dissatisfaction with Shoji as both a comrade and his lover, she could never leave him in jeopardy. Understood, Shoji. Hang in there a little longer. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Shoji took a deep breath. Now, he had no choice but to intervene personally. If Zhang was given more time, he'd soon command enough robots to launch an all-out assault. Then, Shoji wouldn't be facing a single enemy, but an entire army of his own machines. With that thought, Shoji stood up and strode outside. By now, Zhang and his companions were already close to Shoji's room. In a blink, Shoji arrived at Zhang's location. And in that brief moment, Zhang had already taken control of 4 robots, each of them now attacking the mechanical army with relentless fury. Within their system, robots recognized each other as allies. No matter what happened, they would never turn on the robots under Zhang's control. As a result, everyone could only stand by helplessly as Zhang's commandeered robots tore through their ranks. Stop right there. Witnessing the scene before him, Finger felt as if lightning had struck him from above. He grabbed his remote control and frantically pressed the buttons, but no matter how hard he tried, not a single robot would obey his commands. Zhang couldn't help but laugh at Finger's frantic and disheveled state. Finger, I never imagined I'd see the day when you'd be so flustered, he said. Zhang Finger was utterly furious. There was a time when he brimmed with confidence and strength, but now, to be toyed with so easily by a mere human, it was something a powerful high-tier earthling like him simply could not tolerate. Hey, calm down, Zhang said. I didn't come here today to annihilate you. I just want to get to the bottom of something. Don't get so worked up. If you give me the answers I need, I might just let you walk away from this. Let me walk away? Zhang you must be joking. Finger snapped, his rage boiling over. You think you're so impressive? No, let me tell you. Right now, I'm going to send you to your death. With that, Finger pulled out a knife, aiming it straight at Zhang's chest. Despite losing his composure, Finger's skills were still razor-sharp. The moment he moved, Zhang could only think fast. Incredibly fast. In the past, Zhang would never have had the chance to fight back. But now, he could keep up with even this kind of speed. A spectral sword, the blade of the goddess of death, appeared in Zhang's hand, and he swiftly raised it in front of his chest. With a sharp clang, sword and dagger collided, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Finger flipped backward in a graceful arc and landed lightly on the ground. By now, his mechanical army had been completely neutralized by Zhang's commandeered robots. At this point, Finger was utterly isolated, with no one left to help him. Li Kuaning and the others slowly stepped forward, and at that moment, Su Tian and his team also arrived at the battlefield. Together, they surrounded Finger, swords drawn, the tension in the air palpable. Confronted by so many formidable opponents, Finger suddenly smiled. What's so funny? Zhang asked coolly. Do you really think you could defeat all of us? Finger waved a hand dismissively. No, to be honest, your strength has far surpassed my expectations. I can't guarantee a win. It's just, seeing all of you standing together like this, it reminds me of something from long ago. In a world of high-tier earthlings, Finger hadn't always been someone important. He started out as a penniless nobody at the very bottom. The only reason he'd clawed his way up to where he was now was because he could fight. Standing before these powerful adversaries, he couldn't help but recall scenes from his past. Their fighting spirits soared to unprecedented heights, and the blood that had cooled began to boil once again. Finger's hands transformed into sharp blades, and he fixed his gaze on Zhang and the others before him, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Zhang narrowed his eyes. It seemed this battle would not be as straightforward as he had imagined. Get ready, go. At Zhang's command, Su Tian and the others charged at Fingers. With the dual boost of miraculous medicine and intense training, their strength had reached an unimaginable level. They moved with astonishing speed, and their collective assault created an imposing front. Yet, Fingers showed not the slightest intention of retreating. As the fists came flying toward him, Fingers remained perfectly composed. With the smallest of movements, he dodged every attack, and then, with equal subtlety, struck back. No one could evade Finger's counterattacks. Each blow landed with overwhelming force. Often, just a single strike was enough to leave the Iron-Blood Legion's warriors unable to resist any further. Fingers didn't bother finishing them off. After all, he had only one target, Zhang Shi. Watching his warriors fall one after another, Zhang Shi felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't anticipated that Fingers would be even more formidable than he'd imagined. Clearly, his decision not to rush and recklessly had been the right one. Though it wasn't exactly honorable, Zhang Shi knew that, in order to ensure Fingers' defeat, he would have to rely on strength and numbers. Zhang Shi's eyes grew steely with determination, and he too launched himself into the fray. The moment Fingers spotted Zhang Shi in the crowd, his eyes flared with hatred, enemies meeting red with rage. He let out a fierce shout and charged straight at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi gave a slight smile. Good, at last, it's time for a showdown. This time, I won't repeat my past mistakes. Just you wait, Fingers. Fingers wasted no time, unleashing a storm of rapid, relentless attacks against Zhang Shi. Bring it on, Zhang Shi roared, gripping his twin swords tightly as he joined battle with Fingers. Now, Fingers was holding nothing back, revealing his full strength. His speed was astonishing, so fast that even Li Kuaning and the others couldn't react in time, unable to keep up with Fingers' tempo. At first, Zhang Shi was caught off guard as well, but as he gradually mastered the system, Fingers' attacks no longer left him completely defenseless. Calling upon Quicksilver's speed, Zhang Shi launched a merciless counterattack. Under his fierce assault, Fingers was forced onto the defensive. This can't be. Impossible. Fingers bellowed, his voice raw with disbelief. You're nothing but a test subject. How could you possibly defeat me? Finger, do you know something? Zhang Shi dodged Fingers' attack with perfect composure, then spoke calmly. Your biggest mistake was underestimating me. In this world, there's no such thing as a mere test subject. There's only the question of strength. You should have understood this. It's your arrogance that's led you to defeat. Truth be told, at this moment, the two were evenly matched. Neither dared claim certain victory. Zhang Shi's words were meant to disturb Fingers' mindset. If his composure wavered, his moves would become sloppy, and that would be Zhang Shi's opening. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Shi's taunts, Finger flew into a rage, springing up in a fury. He threw himself into the attack with all his might. His two daggers flashed in his hands, moving with a wild energy that was almost mesmerizing. But although his movements became much faster, they lost all form and technique. He was just swinging wildly, like a brawler with no discipline. For Zhang Shi, this kind of attack was all too easy to dodge. Dodging nimbly, he taunted, Faster, come on. You can move even quicker than that. Weren't you a lot sharper before? Is it that I've grown stronger, or have you grown weaker, Finger? Ack, you're driving me mad. Finger, fiercely proud, couldn't withstand Zhang Shi's provocations. His attacks became increasingly chaotic, and that was when Zhang Shi seized his chance, slashing a neat cut across Finger's arm. At that moment, Nico finally returned to the base. Seeing the house in disarray, a wave of dread washed over her heart. It seemed things were far worse than she had imagined. Who's there? Someone emerged from the house, eyeing Nico warily. Zhou Tian handled things with meticulous care. Although Zhang Shi had told him to summon everyone, Zhou Tian had still left 2 men at the entrance, just in case Finger tried to make a run for it. But instead of running into Finger, the 2 guards found themselves facing Nico. It was the last thing they expected. Realizing Nico was just a young woman, they both relaxed a little. Little miss, you should leave. It's dangerous here. Nico didn't slow down. Walking straight ahead, she replied, Oh, I know. The 2 of you are the danger. By the time the men realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Nico struck first, taking them both down in one swift, clean move. Looking at their unconscious bodies, Nico muttered to herself, Please, let me make it in time. Meanwhile, inside the base, Zhang Shi and Finger were locked in a game of cat and mouse. If they really fought without holding back, and both were at their normal levels, Finger would probably be just a bit stronger than Zhang Shi. However, after his base was infiltrated, he lost his composure. Coupled with Zhang Shi's taunting, he was now performing at less than 70% of his usual strength. Zhang Shi, on the other hand, was in peak condition. No matter how formidable Finger was, he was still human, not a god. The relentless fighting was wearing him down. His stamina was failing. As he slowed, Li Kuaning and Su Tian, along with the others, finally spotted their chance. Each of them held a sharp sword that Zhang Shi had distributed earlier. As expected, all the best tools seemed to end up in the hands of the villains. With this function, Zhang Shi no longer had to worry about his teammates being unarmed. When Finger turned his back to them, Li Kuaning and Su Tian exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, hurled their swords forward. Sensing the dangerous rush of air behind him, Finger had no time to look back. He could only trust his instincts to dodge. Under normal circumstances, he would have evaded both attacks with ease. But now, his speed wasn't what it used to be. He managed to dodge one, but the other he simply couldn't avoid. Thunk! The sword struck hard against Finger's shoulder. His body was exceptionally tough, but this was no ordinary sword. The blade was strong enough to pierce even his defenses. Ah! Finger let out a cry of pain. Zhang Shi, seeing his opportunity, seized it. He swung his fist and landed a solid blow right on Finger's forehead. The impact felt to Finger like being slammed by a speeding train. With a muffled grunt, he was sent flying. Hold him down. At Zhang Shi's command, Lu Feng and the others rushed forward without hesitation, pinning Finger firmly to the ground. And so, this powerful adversary was finally subdued by Zhang Shi. Strictly speaking, Finger's strength was far from weak. He was much stronger than most. But he ended up in this sorry state entirely because he failed to control his own emotions. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Of course, Zhang Shi's outstanding adaptability and leadership were also key factors in their victory. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shi steadied himself. The battle had seemed effortless on the surface, but in truth, danger lurked at every turn. One false move, and he could have been killed by Finger. Fortunately, his plan worked. Finger fell right into the trap, saving Zhang Shi and his team a great deal of trouble. Slowly, Zhang Shi crouched down, looking at Finger. He couldn't help but grin as he spoke. Finger, long time no see. Bet you never imagined you'd end up in my hands one day, did you? His fingers struggled desperately, but Li Kuaning and the others were pressing down so tightly that he had no chance to resist at all. After a while, the man called Shoji closed his eyes and spoke slowly. I truly underestimated you, Zhang Shi. Now my life is in your hands. Do as you wish, whether it's to kill or torture me. But if you hope to get any information about our plans from me, let me make it very clear. It's impossible. You're dreaming. Shoji was not like Heilong or Tommy and his crew. He was in a league of his own. Zhang Shi was convinced that Shoji meant what he said. Since he refused to talk, no matter what Zhang Shi tried, it would be useless. So what should he do? Kill him? Stop. Just as Zhang Shi was wrestling with this dilemma, a figure burst into the room. Zhang Shi turned around and saw Nico standing before him. You're here, Nico, he greeted her. After all, she had saved his life once, so Zhang Shi had always treated Nico with a certain respect. Yes, I'm here, Zhang Shi. There was a trace of tension and a hint of cool detachment on Nico's stunning face. From her beautiful pale blue eyes, Zhang Shi could see clearly how much she cared about Shoji. She walked over slowly, reached out her hand, and said, Let Shoji go. Take me as your hostage instead. Seeing her like this, Zhang Shi couldn't help but laugh. Nico, do you really think I'm kidnapping you all? No, that's not what this is. I just want to capture him, that's all. I have no intention of harming you. But that doesn't mean I won't if I have to. Do you understand, Nico? Nico replied fearlessly. Is that so? Then are you a man who repays his debts? If you are, then I'm cashing in on the debt you owe me for saving your life, for sparing you. And in return, I'll tell you everything you want to know. The condition being that I let Shoji go, isn't it? Exactly. Zhang Shi fell into deep thought. No matter how you looked at it, Shoji was a formidable enemy. Even though he'd managed to capture him this time, Zhang Shi never underestimated him. The only reason their plan had gone so smoothly was pure luck. If he let Shoji go now, who knew what disaster might follow should he return one day? Seeking revenge? Shoji shouted. No, Nico, you can't. Have you forgotten our mission? We are loyal to. Enough. Nico interrupted, her voice tinged with despair. Look at the situation we're in. Do you want to die? If you do, I don't. I won't let you die. Nico, because I love you. Those 3 words, I love you, no matter when they're spoken, are always impossibly romantic. Though there was always something special between Nico and Shoji, this was the very first time they had ever spoken those words to each other. Hearing what Nico said, Finger froze, his hands suspended in midair. He stared at Nico in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, What did you just say? Nico's eyes brimmed with tears. She spoke softly, I can say it as many times as you want. I love you. I don't know when it started, but my feelings have come alive again. I realized I can't live without you. So, to hell with all that talk of loyalty and duty, I just want you to survive. I just want to be with you. Finger's heart wavered. The feelings he had buried for so long surged forth, breaking through his defenses like a dam bursting under a flood. Dangerous Earth is a world stripped of emotion. Every warrior there has their feelings suppressed by some means. But Earth itself is a place full of warmth and humanity. Whether Finger or Nico would admit it or not, they had both been subtly changed by this world. Now, they were no longer just cold-blooded killers. They had learned to love, to feel like ordinary people. You think we're just going to stand here and watch your little romance? Li Kuaning started to say, Brother Zhang, we can't just, but Zhangxi raised his hand, cutting him off. Sometimes, victory is won without a fight. This was the best outcome. If all went well, there was a real chance that he could resolve this conflict without shedding any more blood. After a long silence, Finger let out a sigh and spoke slowly. Zhangxi, I'll cooperate with you. Ask whatever you want. Once you're done, you can kill me, but I hope you'll let Nico go. Zhangxi replied, whether we let you go depends on how much you cooperate. All right, I understand. Finger sighed, then said, go ahead. Whatever you want to know, I'll answer. Hearing this, Zhangxi finally relaxed. No matter what, his goal had been achieved. Since Finger had agreed, there was no need to keep pressing him. After all, Zhangxi was not a ruthless man. Let him go, Zhangxi said calmly. But Li Kuaning began to protest, but Zhangxi's tone grew firm. I said let him go. Li Kuaning sighed. Zhangxi was still too soft-hearted. If Finger decided to fight back at this moment, what would they do then? Despite his worries, Li Kuaning released his grip. Finger stood up and stretched his aching limbs. The wound on his shoulder still throbbed with pain. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd been injured. Strangely enough, he found himself almost missing the sensation. I have a question for you, and I want you to answer honestly. Zhangxi fixed his gaze on Shoji's eyes and asked, word by word, what exactly is the goal of you high-ranking Earth people? Now that Shoji had opened up, he seemed to have nothing left to hide. He said to Zhangxi and the others, come with me. I want to show you something. With that, he turned and walked toward his room. Zhangxi hesitated for a moment, but followed him. He trusted his own instincts. The looks exchanged between Shoji and Nico just now didn't seem fake. They entered the room. Shoji sat down at his computer and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. While searching for something, he spoke to Zhangxi. Let me ask you, do you know what the greatest incident of people killing their own kind in Earth's history is? Zhangxi was caught off guard. He couldn't answer right away. Shoji continued. It's war. Wars between humans. On your Earth, there have always been wars, and on our Earth, too, war has never stopped. But the wars on our Earth are far more devastating than yours, because our technology is so much more advanced. That made sense. Sometimes technology is truly a double-edged sword. While people enjoy its conveniences, they must also bear its consequences. So is that your reason? No. The truth is far worse than you imagine. As he spoke, Shoji pulled up an image on the screen and pushed the computer toward Zhangxi. Take a look. This is our reason. Zhangxi looked at the screen, and his pupils widened in shock. Was this Earth? Even hell itself couldn't be more terrifying than the scene before his eyes. The sky was shrouded in darkness, painted an ominous red, with flashes of lightning occasionally tearing across the gloom. The air was thick with a red mist, and even through the screen, Zhangxi could almost smell its acrid stench. He looked down at the ground. Nothing but desolation stretched as far as the eye could see. The landscape was littered with the ruins of broken walls and collapsed buildings. There wasn't a single intact structure left. No animals, no plants, nothing living at all could be seen on the ground. Zhangxi was stunned. Su Tian, Li Quan, Ning, and the others were equally speechless, their faces pale with shock. Well, surprised? Shoji gave a faint, bitter smile, then went on. This is our world now. Years of relentless war have turned our home into this wasteland. We simply can't survive here any longer, so we have no choice but to search for a new colony. So, we set our sights on your world, your Earth. This planet is strikingly similar to the beautiful world we once had. The higher-ups ordered us to come here through the wormhole and gradually invade. But the most important command from the top was that we must never engage in large-scale warfare with your kind. Instead, we are to use subtle, gentle means to slowly take over your Earth. Upon hearing this, Zhangxi asked, You're worried your world will be destroyed again, aren't you? That's actually quite clever. But what I don't understand is, why did you create the system? What's the point of it? To be honest, there are very few of us left now. That great war wiped out 80% of the population in our high-tier Earth. Those who survived were simply lucky. With so few of us, trying to rule a planet like yours, with its 7 billion people, is nearly impossible. That's why we want to use the help of your own people to make our takeover of Earth smoother. You really are shameless. So, you lose your own home, and then you come to invade someone else's? You have no shame at all. We're not so different, are we? Look at your Earth. Hasn't it always been the same story? Who's really better? Anyway, do you have any more questions? Having figured out the true purpose of the high-tier Earthlings, Zhangxi felt a major knot in his heart untangled, at least for now. But what he wanted to ask next was something else. Now that things are like this, I want to know, who's my next opponent? Don't tell me it's a toe. The Finger ignored his joke and replied seriously. Honestly, I don't know. There are many people who could end up being your opponent. We still have quite a few superiors on Earth. So, I really can't answer your question right now. All right, fair enough. Zhangxi nodded, then continued. Then tell me, how strong are they? Are they powerful? Let me put it this way. The gap between me and them is like the difference between you and me the first time we fought. The most crucial thing is that their control over the system far exceeds mine. Do you understand what I mean? With a grave expression, Zhangxi nodded. Clearly, the road ahead was going to be a long one. The finger was right. Dealing with these high-tier Earthlings had to be done in secret. Too many people knowing would only cause panic, and if it escalated to the use of mass destruction weapons and open conflict, Earth would be doomed. All right, do you have any more questions? The finger asked. And another thing about the system. Zhangxi asked, who can control my system? Old Cat, Fingers replied. He's one of the top scientists in Upper Earth, and your system is one of his creations. The highest level of access is in his hands. Old Cat. Zhangxi repeated the name, narrowing his eyes. At the same time, he continued, tell me, do you have his address? No, Fingers said. We operate on a one-way chain. Our superiors know where we are, but we don't know where they are. You should actually understand this. You caught Black Dragon, you caught Tommy. If they'd known where to find me, would have been so hard for you to track me down. That was true. Zhangxi nodded in agreement. All right, is that everything? If you have no more questions, isn't it time you honor the promise you just made? A glimmer of hope appeared in Fingers' eyes. After all, nobody wants to die. Now that he had revealed everything, his only hope was that Zhangxi might let him go. In truth, given his and Nico's abilities, if they fought with everything they had, they could put up a decent fight. But at this moment, neither of them wanted to resist, so there was no point in struggling. You all talked so much just now. I really did forget what I promised, Zhangxi said with a cheerful smile. Remind me, what exactly are you referring to? Without a hint of fear, Fingers stated, let Nico go, and I'll leave my fate in your hands. Nico rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Fingers and shouted, no, you can't hurt him. If you want to kill someone, then kill me instead. It was hard to believe. A melodramatic scene straight out of a TV drama was now unfolding between these two cold-blooded individuals. For a moment, Zhangxi was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Logically, the easiest solution would be to get rid of them both. But emotionally, Zhangxi found himself hesitating. Su Tian leaned in and whispered, Brother Zhang, I know this is harsh, but I agree with Quan Ning. These two are just too dangerous. Letting them go is like releasing tigers back into the wild. Even if you don't kill them, you have to make sure they can't fight back. Zhangxi understood this perfectly well, but he still couldn't bring himself to be so ruthless. Brother Zhang, Su Tian, Li Quaning, and the others grew anxious. They simply couldn't understand why Zhangxi, usually so decisive, had suddenly become hesitant at such a critical moment. Zhangxi waved them off. Enough. I know what I have to do. He walked over to Fingers and Nico and asked, let me ask you both. If I let you go, what will you do? The two exchanged a glance, and for the first time, Fingers gripped Nico's hand tightly. He said, we don't want anything else. If we make it out alive today, all we wish for is to find a place where we can live a simple, peaceful life. That's all. Zhangxi nodded and replied, if that's all you ask, I can grant it. But I need one more thing, a reason to believe you won't become a threat to me. How are we supposed to give you that? Do you expect us to cripple ourselves? Nico blurted out, her anxiety clear. If we really could, we'd even consider giving up our powers. But we simply can't do it, no matter what. Fingers responded, we might not be able to destroy our own abilities, but if it's trust you're after, we can manage that much. As he spoke, he reached into his coat and took out a pill, placing it directly in front of Zhangxi. You should recognize this. It's the same pill we tried to make you take at the very beginning. Now, I'm giving both this pill and all of its antidotes to you. We can take it ourselves. After that, our lives will be in your hands. 4 Fingers. Saying these words was no easy feat. They marked his true resolve. He had finally decided not to be Zhangxi's enemy any longer. Zhangxi was silent for a long while. His expression remained calm and unreadable. No one could guess what was on his mind. After about half an hour, Zhangxi finally looked up and, instead of answering directly, asked, what do you think of the country of Tuer? Nico and Fingers were both caught off guard. They stared blankly for a moment before replying, it's nice. Tuer is a very good place. A faint smile appeared on Zhangxi's lips. Tuer isn't just beautiful in itself. There are many small islands around it, with beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate, perfect for living. You know, I have a good relationship with the king of Tuer. If you're willing, I'd like you to go there. I'll ask Tia to give you your own island. Settle there. Don't go back to your high Earth. After all, it's no longer fit for humans, is it? You mean you're letting us stay on Earth? Fingers asked in surprise. Zhang smiled slightly, then took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Only someone who has experienced loss truly understands how to cherish what they have. We humans may be full of flaws, but compared to you high Earth people, we're practically angels. If you genuinely love this land, you should know what it takes to make it better. Before, you wanted to recruit me into your cause. Now, I want to invite you to join us, to join the team protecting Earth. That's all. After he finished speaking, he walked over and gently patted Finger on the shoulder. Then, taking the pill that Finger had handed him, he tossed it onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. This thing is useless. For me, a look from you means more than any medicine. It tells me far more about your intentions and makes me believe you truly won't stand against Earth anymore. Finger stared at Zhang Shi in bewilderment. For the first time, he felt a true sense of leadership emanating from Zhang Shi. All right, let's go. Zhang Shi came back to himself and turned to Su Tian and the others. Time to head back. We've been at this half the night, and I'm exhausted. Let's grab a late-night snack and get some sleep. Okay. The situation had turned so quickly that Su Tian and the others could barely keep up. Although they disagreed with Zhang Shi's decision. Since he had made up his mind, there was nothing more they could say. All they could do was follow behind him as he led the way out. Finger gazed at the pill Zhang Shi had ground into the floor and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe it's time for us to try something completely new. Finger. Nico walked over and took his hand. She wanted to say something, but words failed her. Only the silent trail of tears in her eyes revealed her feelings. Come on now, don't cry. The usually stoic Finger showed a rare tenderness. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Nico's eyes, then took hold of her right hand with his other hand. Let's get rid of this. We don't need it anymore. In Nico's hand was a bomb gleaming with a red light. It was a special model, powerful enough that, if detonated, it would have obliterated the entire base. Nico smiled and weighed the bomb in her palm, then asked, "Do you think Zhang Shi knew I was carrying this just now?" "I'm not sure, but someone like him probably had it all figured out." As Finger spoke, he gently pulled Nico into his arms. "Come on, let's get our things together. Life in Turk country is bound to be interesting." At the same time, Zhang Shi had already left the base and gotten into the car. Watching the first rays of dawn rise in the east, he couldn't help but smile. "Brother Zhang, are you sure this was the right decision?" Even though everything had already happened, Su Tian couldn't help but ask. Zhang Shi gave a faint smile. "Who knows? But I do know this. If we'd insisted on killing them just now, that would definitely not have been wise. Anyway, our next opponent is Old Cat. The names of people from High Earth are always so peculiar. First there was a Finger, and now there's an Old Cat. It sounds quite amusing. However, no matter the time or place, you should never judge someone's strength by their name alone. Finger is a perfect example of that. Now, Finger is no longer a match for Zhang Shi. His new opponent is that fellow called Old Cat. The reason Zhang Shi is certain that this Old Cat is his adversary is simple. Old Cat holds the system in his grasp, the very lifeline of Zhang Shi. As long as he doesn't have complete control over the system, Zhang Shi cannot rest easy. If someone more powerful than Finger holds even higher authority, and if he can manipulate Zhang Shi's system, then that would spell disaster. For this reason, Old Cat is the only real candidate to deal with him. Or at least, that's what Zhang Shi believes. Next, Zhang Shi decided to return to the Marvel world, to seize every moment and strengthen his command over the system. Once the system is fully under his control, nothing will be able to stand in his way. But before that, he needed to resolve the current issue at hand. This time, he was heading into the storyline of Avengers, Infinity War. If you were to ask which Marvel movie had the bleakest story, it would have to be Infinity War. In the world of Infinity War, Thanos truly rampaged without restraint, leaving countless casualties in his wake. At his current level, Zhang Shi wasn't a match for Thanos. However, thanks to his deliberate interference, Hela had survived. With Hela's help, just how much would their odds improve? In any case, it was best to prepare thoroughly before making a move. "Hand me the phone," Zhang Shi said. "Oh sure." Taking the phone from Su Tian, Zhang Shi dialed Tia's number. No matter what, he had just promised Finger and the others, and he was a man who kept his word. "Hello, Princess Tia." Tia was surprised to receive a call from Zhang Shi. She answered, "Hello, Zhang Shi. It's been ages since you last called. What's going on? Do you need something?" "Yes, actually I do." Zhang Shi was always straightforward with Tia. "Are there any unoccupied islands around Tuer country? If so, could you give me one?" Tia sounded puzzled as she asked. "Well, there are plenty of islands, but what do you want one for?" "I promised someone an island as a gift. They're good friends of mine, so I can only turn to you for help." "Oh, I see." Tia replied with a cheerful laugh. "No problem. It's yours. Just come by and pick one whenever you have time." "Haha, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Shi noticed that Su Tian and the others were staring at him in utter astonishment. Zhang, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why are you all looking at me like that? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Kuaning was the first to speak, exclaiming, "My goodness, Brother Zhang, you're incredible. That wasn't just some ordinary thing. It was an entire island. And you just asked for it and got it? That's amazing. It's nothing special. I'm just on good terms with Tia. If you want one too, I could get you an island as well. Just not right now, though. If I ask for too much at once, Tia might go crazy." Zhang, she replied with a cheerful grin. The whole group burst out laughing, feeling the tension melt away. In that moment, their confidence in Zhang Shi's decisions grew even stronger. If someone as capable as Zhang Shi wasn't worried, what did they have to fear? A week later, the place where the sea meets the sky is always the most breathtaking, where the blue of the heavens and the blue of the ocean blend into a scene of incomparable beauty. Although they had been on Earth for quite some time, most of it had been spent fighting and struggling, with hardly a moment to pause and appreciate such scenery. For Shoji and Nico, it was their first time seeing such a sight, and both felt completely at ease and uplifted. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Zhang Shi walked over, smiling warmly. Shoji turned around to face Zhang Shi and replied, "Yes, it's truly beautiful. This is the most scenic island of them all, though it is a bit small," Zhang Shi noted. "That's all right, it's just the two of us. How big does it need to be?" Shoji replied with a laugh. Zhang Shi let out a hearty laugh, patted his shoulder, and teased, "Well, you never know. Maybe there will be 2 of you, or 3, or even 4. It all depends on your abilities, both of you." He laughed again. Nico blushed at Zhang Shi's joke and lowered her head shyly. Shoji handed Zhang Shi a cigarette, and the two stood facing each other, taking a smoke together. "You taking up smoking now?" Zhang Shi asked. Shoji sighed and said, "I've always held a respectable position on High Earth, but honestly, I was never truly happy. What I really longed for was this kind of peaceful, ordinary life. Thank you for giving me this chance." "No, it's not my doing. It's yours," Zhang Shi replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "There's an old saying here on Earth. One who brings misfortune upon himself cannot escape it. You were supposed to be transformed, your emotions sealed away. But I can sense that your feelings have gradually begun to return. That's my reason. I believe you, too, no longer pose a threat to Earth." "I'm afraid it's more than that," Finger said with a faint smile. "If we really went all out, maybe you would win, but there's no way you'd come out of it unscathed, right? You know, Finger, when you're calm, you're incredibly sharp. If there ever comes a day when you don't let me get under your skin, I doubt I'd be able to beat you. Bringing up old wounds at a time like this, that's not very nice, you know." The two shared a smile. Their relationship was a delicate one now. Not quite friends, but no longer enemies either. At the very least, there was no hostility between them. Zhang Shi asked, "By the way, how much do you really know about that guy, old cat? You said he was smart, so does that mean he's not much of a fighter?" "You'd be wrong to think that," Finger replied with a subtle smile. "You should know, in our High Earth, there are hardly any true all-rounders. Most people are specialists. But old cat is an exception. Not only is he a technical genius, but he's also pretty formidable physically. Maybe just saying it doesn't mean much. So let me give you some numbers." After a brief pause, Finger continued, "Old cat arrived on High Earth with 6 doctoral degrees, from the sciences and 2 in the humanities. On top of that, he's won 3 world-class championships, freestyle fighting, taekwondo, and judo, all of them recognized as the toughest competitions out there. He's really strong." "I see." Zhang Shi nodded thoughtfully, then raised another question. "That day, you mentioned that you'd all sworn allegiance to someone. Who is it? Is it the supreme ruler of your High Earth?" At the mention of this, Finger's previously calm expression grew grave. He looked at Zhang Shi and stayed silent for a long moment before answering. "Try to understand, I can't tell you that right now. With your current abilities, I'm warning you. Whatever you do, don't cross this person. Don't. When the time is right, I'll let you know." "When the time is right? What do you mean by that?" "When you fully master the system, I'll tell you. But for now, it's out of the question." Even with only half the system under his control, Zhang Shi was already this powerful. Yet Finger insisted he had to master it completely before he could even think about challenging that person. It was clear just how formidable this individual had to be. Zhang Shi nodded, then asked, "At least tell me his name." "We all call him Zeus." "Zeus, the Lord of the Universe, King of the Gods." Just hearing the name was enough to know. This was someone both domineering and dangerously unpredictable. "All right, got it." Zhang Shi stretched lazily, then patted Shoji on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. Let's get something to eat. I'm starving." Sure." Everything on the island was ready and waiting. Electricity, internet, all the comforts of home. If Shoji wanted, he could even have servants at his beck and call, but he chose not to. Lunch was freshly caught fish from the sea, delicious and full of flavor. The 3 of them ate and drank together, the atmosphere warm and easy. After the meal, Zhang chatted with them for a while, then took a boat straight to the kingdom of Tur. After all, he had received such a great favor from Tia this time. It would be ungrateful not to thank him properly. Just thinking about to made Zhang sigh. Kevin, that stubborn guy. Even after Zhang had explained everything, laid out the cause and effect, and made it clear that the whole thing was just a misunderstanding, Kevin still refused to listen. Their relationship had hit rock bottom. The trouble women cause, and the lengths men go for them. Now Zhang truly understood the meaning of those old sayings. Soon, Zhang arrived on the mainland of Tur. King Tia came out to greet him in person. When he saw Zhang, Tia beamed and walked over, asking, "So, how do you like your little island?" "It's wonderful, truly." "Thank you so much, Your Highness," Zhang replied. Tia clapped Zhang on the shoulder and said, "It's nothing, really. We're friends, aren't we? If you like, I can give you more. After all, one day, all of this will be yours. All mine." Zhang instantly caught the deeper meaning in those words. What exactly did Tia mean by that? Tia realized he'd said too much and quickly tried to brush it off with a laugh. "Oh, nothing, just talking. Come on, let's get in the car. I'll take you back. Nana's been thinking about you so much she's nearly lost her mind." At the mention of Tina, Zhang forgot everything else. The last time he'd seen her was when he was kidnapped by Shoji. Life really was unpredictable, eh? A few short months ago, he and Shoji had been mortal enemies. Now, in the blink of an eye, they'd become friends. The change was almost too fast to believe. Tia sat beside Zhang, as the car started up. He turned to Zhang and said, "Zhang, can you tell me what on earth is going on between you and Kevin? This past month, he's come to me almost every day, complaining about you, saying you're untrustworthy, that you're two-timing, and urging me to cut ties and ban you from the country. Honestly, I'm about at my wits' end with him." Well, there was a little misunderstanding between us, just like last time. Really, only this one got a bit more serious. But Your Highness, I promise you, it's not as bad as you might think, and I'm not that kind of person. We were completely set up by someone else. Don't worry, Zhang. I believe you, Tia said with a warm chuckle. It's all right. I was just making conversation, that's all. Phew, thank goodness, Tia still trusted him. Zhang let out a sigh of relief. After what happened last time, he was genuinely anxious. The saying rumors can be deadly rang true. If there was another misunderstanding, he might never be able to clear his name. Before long, they arrived at Tia's palace, where Tina had already been waiting at the entrance for quite a while. The moment she saw Zhang step out of the carriage, she rushed over without a word, threw her arms around him, and burst into tears. "Hey Tina, don't be like this." Zhang struggled a bit. "I'm really fine. Why are you crying? And besides, your father's standing right there. Try to keep it down. I just missed you so much, that's all. I really missed you, darling." Tina pouted, her voice full of longing. Found yourself a lover and forgot all about your father, huh? Kids these days, Tia teased with a sigh. "Oh, Dad, stop it," Tina protested, embarrassed. They all entered the palace together. Tia turned to the guards and said, "You can leave us now. We need to talk." "Yes, Your Highness," the guards replied before leaving the room. Once they were alone, Tia looked back at Zhang and asked, "You didn't come here today just to say thank you, did you? Is there something you need my help with?" "There's really nothing I can keep from you, Your Highness." Zhang gave a sheepish smile, then continued, "I need your country's latest detection equipment. I have a use for it." As the most technologically advanced nation in precision industry, Tur's technology was naturally the best. After communicating with his contact, Zhang had learned a few things. As an all-rounder from High Earth, Lao Mao was responsible for keeping the big picture in check. Because of this, he often had to send out messages, and whenever he did, he would inevitably leave traces. What Zhang lacked most right now was intelligence. Only with the most advanced equipment could he intercept Lao Mao's communications and decide his next move. "So that's what this is about." Tia nodded, then said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll have someone deliver the most advanced equipment to you shortly. As long as you input the frequency range, no matter how faint or distant the signal, you'll be able to find it." "Thank you, Your Highness." With this problem settled, Zhang felt a little more at ease. He then asked, "By the way, where's Kevin? Isn't he here?" "He's not here. As soon as he heard you were coming, he left right away. Clearly, he has no intention of talking to you. So how does it feel? Awkward, isn't it?" Yeah, it is a bit awkward." Zhang scratched his head. "Maybe you could help me talk to him sometime, Your Highness? He's a good guy. I'd really like to be friends with him." "We'll see about that later." As they chatted, the door to the room swung open. Someone walked in from outside. In all of Tur, there were probably fewer than 5 people who would dare to walk so boldly into Tia's room. and he was one of them. Mike, is something the matter? It had been quite some time since Zhang she had last seen Mike. Spotting him, Zhang she started to step forward to greet him, but something in Mike's expression made him stop. Zhang she knew Mike too well. His every mood played out plainly on his face. And right now, that face was unusually serious. Clearly, something serious had happened. Mike glanced at Zhang Shi and said, "You're here, Zhang Shi. Good timing. We've run into some trouble." Zhang Shi was caught off guard and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of trouble?" Mike replied, "Your Highness, when we went to suppress the opposition, things got complicated. They're tough fighters, and a lot of them have special abilities. Ordinary weapons can't hurt them. They're like monsters. If we try to force our way through, we'll suffer heavy losses. So, you need my help, right?" Zhang Shi said with a cheerful grin. "Yes, if you can help, that would be perfect." No sooner had Mike finished speaking than Tina pouted in protest. "Hey, Mike, what's that supposed to mean? Zhang Shi just got here, and you want him to take on something so dangerous? What's wrong with you? Are you and Kevin in cahoots, or something?" Mike ignored Tina and instead turned to look at Tia. Tia thought for a moment, then said, "Zhang Shi, I think Tina has a point. It's not right to ask you to handle this. Mike, listen, I have plenty of people with special abilities in my personal guard. Take them with you, all right." Before Mike could reply, Zhang Shi stepped forward and said, "Come on, Your Highness, don't be so formal with me. I'm Ter's son-in-law now. Ter's problems are my problems. I can help, so let me handle this." It's fine, Your Highness, really. This is no big deal for me," Zhang Shi said, rising to his feet and stretching. He turned to Tina and added, "Wait for me, Tina. Give me an hour, and I'll have it all wrapped up." "All right then. If you must go, Brother Zhang Shi, please be careful," Tina said, her reluctance written all over her face. "Don't worry, Tina. It's nothing," Zhang Shi replied casually, then turned to Mike and added, "Okay, Mike, let's get moving." The two of them turned and headed out. When he was on duty, Mike was a man of few words and rarely smiled, so Zhang Shi didn't bother cracking any jokes. He simply asked, "What kind of abilities do our opponents have?" "They're invulnerable to blades and bullets," Mike answered as he drove. "We've tried all sorts of methods, bullets, explosives, you name it. Nothing works. They're like living tanks. Honestly, they're a real headache." "I see. That does sound tricky," Zhang Shi nodded thoughtfully. "But don't worry. I'll take care of them. You can count on me." Mike knew full well how strong Zhang Shi was. In truth, if even Zhang Shi couldn't handle these enemies, Mike honestly couldn't imagine who else possibly could. Before long, they arrived on the outskirts of Ter. They parked the car far from their destination. Zhang Shi caught a strong scent of gunpowder and blood in the air, the aftermath of a brutal, savage fight. "Captain Mike, you're back." A few ragged Turian men approached as soon as they spotted Mike. Zhang Shi recognized them. Tia's personal guards, usually fierce and formidable fighters. But now, seeing them so battered, Zhang Shi realized the enemy was no mere show-off. They clearly had real skill. Mike gave a curt nod. "I'm here. What's the situation?" One of the men sighed heavily. "We still can't break in. Those powered folks, they're like towers blocking the door. No weapon can hurt them. We've been stuck for ages, and there's just no way in." Mike glanced at Zhang Shi. "Any ideas?" Taking the binoculars, Zhang Shi surveyed the scene ahead. In front of them stood a solitary little house, ordinary concrete and steel. Yet at every side of the building, 3 or 5 powered individuals stood guard. No matter the weapon, bombs, bullets, anything, they blocked it effortlessly with their own bodies. Whenever Tia's guards tried to force their way in, the people inside the house fought back fiercely, keeping Tia's men pinned outside. This tiny house had become an impenetrable fortress. There was simply no way to get inside. Zhang Shi tossed the binoculars aside and declared with confidence, "Everyone fall back. I'll handle this myself." Mike frowned, his tone sharp. "Zhang Shi, I know you're strong, and I trust you can handle this. But aren't you being a bit reckless taking them on alone? The version of me, you know, is from several months ago. I'm not the same as I was. I've grown stronger. All right, enough talking. Let's deal with the situation here. By the way, do you know what grudge they have against His Highness?" Mike answered, "They're that group of stubborn old men. To stop His Highness from pushing forward with his open policies, they've tried to assassinate him multiple times. And, just so you know, the people who threw the bomb at your engagement ceremony were them." Hearing this, a slow-burning fury rose in Zhang Shi's heart. No matter what, Zhang Shi could never forgive the people who had ruined his engagement ceremony. Everyone had retreated to safety. Zhang Shi took off his coat, then raised his hands. His left arm transformed into a sturdy shield, while a gleaming sword appeared in his right hand. Ready for battle, he prepared to charge forward. "Hey, I know maybe I shouldn't question you," one of the royal guards spoke up, "but they're all armed with heavy weapons. Charging him like that is as good as throwing your life away." Zhang Shi turned to look at him. His lips moved as if to speak, but in the end he said nothing. Perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered to reply. He drew a deep breath, then dashed straight toward the enemy stronghold. The opposition spotted Zhang Shi and immediately swung their guns toward him, unleashing a relentless barrage. But ordinary bullets barely scratched Zhang Shi's skin, let alone now with a shield in his hand. As bullets sparked and ricocheted off his shield, Zhang Shi locked eyes on one of them and, with a sudden motion, hurled his sword straight at an enemy esper who was facing him. The esper saw the sword flying toward him, but didn't even try to dodge. In his mind, a sword was far less threatening than a bullet. If bullets couldn't harm him, why should he fear this? He raised his hand, intent on blocking it. The next second, regret hit him hard. Zhang Shi's sword pierced straight through his palm, without slowing down, continuing its flight into the room beyond. A scream rang out, and someone inside was wounded. "Careful! He's dangerous! Everyone, stay sharp and watch out!" someone shouted. But he didn't need to say it. Everyone had already witnessed Zhang Shi's strength. Shock and fear gripped them. Who was this young man, and how could he so effortlessly break through their powers? A smile remained on Zhang Shi's face as he advanced, hurling sword after sword. Before his relentless assault, no one could withstand him. What had seemed like an impenetrable fortress collapsed in an instant under Zhang Shi's onslaught. My God, did you see that? His hand just turned into a shield. That's not all. Where did all those swords in his hands come from? How'd he draw them out like that? I've seen people with special abilities before, but I've never seen anyone with powers this freakish. Hey, did any of you notice that just now? There's a faint green glow around him. The members of Tia's royal guard whispered among themselves, unable to hide their amazement at Zhang Shi's performance. They were utterly convinced he was simply too strong, almost unbelievably so. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi remained completely unaffected by their chatter and strode straight to the house nearby. In a cold voice, he declared, "You're no match for me. Surrender now." "What a joke," came a voice from inside the house, old, yet firm and resolute. "You're just Tia's lapdog. How dare you ask me to surrender? Today, you'll never leave here alive." No sooner had the words fallen than a group of fully armed soldiers burst out of the house, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they glared at Zhang Shi, clearly determined to tear him apart. Zhang Shi shook his head with a resigned sigh. In the real world, he never wanted to kill anyone. Otherwise, with his abilities, taking their lives would be effortless. He clenched his fists, and lightning began to crackle around them. With a roar, he unleashed bolts of thunder that shot from his hands. Instantly, the battlefield erupted with cries of pain. Even though Zhang Shi had held back his power, the shock of the lightning was far from pleasant. One by one, his opponents collapsed, convulsing on the ground, none of them able to get back up. Within minutes, not a single enemy was left standing before Zhang Shi. Gazing at the fallen superhumans, he couldn't help but chuckle. They really were as tough as steel rods, but steel conducts electricity, after all, so it made perfect sense. Mike walked over, gave Zhang Shi a pat on the shoulder, and asked, "All done?" Zhang Shi nodded, replying with ease, "Yeah, piece of cake. By the way, they're just unconscious, not dead. Be quick and tie them up before they can recover and resist." "Got it," Mike answered. This siege had dragged on for more than a day, but with Zhang Shi's arrival, everything was settled in less than 10 minutes. That was the extent of Zhang Shi's power now in the human world. He was practically unbeatable, far beyond the reach of ordinary superhumans. Yet he knew time was still not on his side, because his true opponents would be anything but ordinary. When they returned to Tia's palace, Tina rushed over to him, asking, "Brother Zhang Shi, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Zhang Shi smiled gently. "Don't worry, I'm fine." With a hearty laugh, Tia herself came over. "My son-in-law is truly incredible, absolutely outstanding." "You flatter me, Your Highness," Zhang Shi replied politely. "Come in, all of you," Tia said, leading the way inside. Since there was nothing urgent to deal with, Zhang Shi decided to stay here for a few more days. On one hand, he needed some rest. On the other, he wanted to meet with Kevin. After all, their relationship had hit rock bottom, which would make any future collaboration between them quite difficult. It was best to clear the air as soon as possible. Taya understood Zhang Shi's concerns, so despite Kevin's protests, he dragged Kevin back and arranged for a private room where the two could talk alone. No sooner had Zhang Shi stepped inside than Kevin spoke up. "If you're here to apologize, save it. It's pointless. I won't accept it." Zhang Shi was taken aback for a moment, then burst out in anger. "Hey Kevin, are you out of your mind? Are you seriously not letting this go? So what? We're just done from now on, is that it? Who the hell wants anything to do with you? Listen, there are two grudges in this world that can never be forgiven. The murder of one's father and the theft of one's lover. You took my beloved away from me, and you still expect me to get along with you? You're lucky I haven't beaten you to a pulp. Bastard. Trash." Hearing this, Zhang Shi nearly lost it. This guy was being completely unreasonable, making a scene over nothing. Had Xin ever said she was with him? Was there ever anything between them? Even if she was with Xin, what business was it of Kevin's, anyway? She took several deep breaths, struggling to keep his temper in check. Then he said, "Listen to me, Kevin. This whole thing is just a misunderstanding. I didn't make that call that day. It was my competitor trying to stir up trouble between us. If you don't believe me, I can call him right now. Come on, why can't you just trust me? Do you have to assume the worst?" Kevin let out a cold snort, his tone harsh. "The only one with something wrong in his head here is you. I don't care if you're telling the truth or lying. It doesn't matter anymore." "What's that supposed to mean?" She demanded. "I mean, whether or not you made that call, the outcome would be the same. The real problem is that Xin likes you, not me. And since that's the case, there's a grudge between us that can never be resolved. As long as I'm alive, I'll never forgive you. We're enemies for life." She felt a surge of anger well up, ready to explode as he stared at Kevin's infuriating face. He was as close to slapping him right then and there. "For crying out loud, I'm practically your country's son-in-law now. What are you so worried about? In our country, we don't even practice monogamy. You could find someone else, and it wouldn't matter. Do you have any idea how much I love Xin? I swear, I'm willing to give every drop of my life's blood for her. I'll never fall in love with another woman as long as I live." Watching Kevin's agitated expression, she was truly on the verge of fainting from anger. "Damn it, what do I owe you anyway? How many years of my life am I going to lose just from your tantrums? What? You have nothing to say now. Say something. You despicable, shameless scoundrel. Go on, say it." Suddenly, she broke into a laugh. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Kevin, and said, "Fine, if that's how it is, then I'll just tell you. I really did go after Wu Kursin. Isn't that what you said? I'll even sing her a song. How about Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star? Hey, falling for you makes you my little Shing, shining so bright up there in the sky. Hey, doesn't that sound sweet? I wonder if she'll be moved. I'm going to strangle you, you bastard." Kevin bellowed, his voice echoing through the room. In a flash, he charged at Shi, and the two of them tumbled into a scuffle. But how could Kevin ever be a match for Shi? With just one hand, Shi pinned him down, easily holding him in place. All the while, he kept singing his silly song about little Shing. After a short struggle, Kevin ran out of strength. Shi let go, and Kevin glared at him with burning eyes, yelling, "From this day forward, we are finished. Our friendship is over." With that, he stormed off in a fury. As soon as Kevin left, the smile faded from Shi's face. He let out a heavy sigh and shook his head helplessly. Their once close bond had now turned into outright hostility. It was clear that this needed to be resolved quickly. Even if Kevin and Wu Kursin couldn't end up together, she had to at least make sure Wu Kursin no longer had feelings for him. Otherwise, things might spiral completely out of control. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During that week, Shi stayed in the country of Tu'er, and his days were rather pleasant. He'd stroll around town during the day, wander through the streets, sometimes go hunting, and in the evenings, he'd spend time with Taya and Tina. Life was truly good. After all the tension and chaos he'd been through, being able to relax like this felt like a rare and welcome reprieve. Of course, happy times always seem short. Before he knew it, it was time for Shi to leave. The situation in Mechanical City couldn't be ignored, and soon it would be time to head back to the Marvel world too. Most importantly, he had to hurry back with the equipment and try to uncover Old Cat's hideout. Striking first was always better than sitting around waiting for trouble to come. At the airport in Tu'er, Tina clung to Shi's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Brother Shi, can't you take me with you? We've been engaged for so long. We should have been married ages ago. But now we can't even live together. This just isn't right." Shi smiled gently, then softly patted Tina on the head and said in a tender voice, "Tina, I'd love to take you with me, but it's just not possible right now. What happened last time is still fresh in my mind. I simply can't let you get hurt again, truly. Those two bad guys still haven't been dealt with." Tina asked. She shook his head slightly and replied, "Not yet. There's still many enemies out there. But I promise you, once everything is settled, I'll come back and take you with me." "I see. All right then." Tina lowered her head with a touch of disappointment. She didn't really understand what Shi meant by enemies, but her woman's intuition told her that he was hiding something from her, and it felt like there was another reason why he didn't want to bring her back. Taya also agreed with Shi. After all, since the last incident, the old master had truly been frightened. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, since Mechanical City isn't safe, it's better for Xiao Na to stay here for now. Once everything is settled, you can bring her over. What do you think?" Shi chuckled and said, Exactly, that's what I was thinking too. And so, Zhangxi boarded the plane and left the country of terror. The journey passed in silence. Upon returning to Shiyu Corporation, Zhangxi immediately handed the equipment he'd brought from Tur over to Tommy and the others, assigning them the task of locating Old Cat. After examining the equipment, even Tommy couldn't help but repeatedly praise it. Incredible. On a planet as technologically backward as Earth, there's actually such advanced machinery. This is just amazing. However, Zhangxi frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, "However what? Is there a problem?" Tommy nodded and said, "The downside is this device can't hide its own presence. When we're scanning the target, there's a good chance we'll expose ourselves, too. I'd suggest we find a way to fix that." Li Kuaning, who was standing nearby, snorted and said sourly, "That's just unavoidable. With a company as big as ours, anyone who wants to dig can find us. There's no hiding from their eyes. We're always on the defensive, out in the open, while they're hidden in the shadows. There's nothing we can do about it. You high mighty Earth folks, honestly, what goes on in your heads all day? Are you stalling on purpose?" Tommy was a little angry, but didn't dare to lash out. After all, he was still technically Zhangxi's prisoner. Even though Zhangxi treated him much better than before, that didn't mean he could do as he pleased. "All right." Zhangxi waved his hand, then turned to Li Kuaning with a sharp tone. "No matter what he's done before, right now he's one of us. Stop harping on his background, understand? If you keep this up, I won't let you off so easily." Li Kuaning looked a little embarrassed. He couldn't understand why Zhangxi was being so nice to Tommy, but he was smart enough not to say anything more. Otherwise, Zhangxi might really give him a slap across the face. Ignoring Li Kuaning, Zhangxi continued, "I think Tommy has a good point. Sure, we're out in the open while they're lurking in the shadows, but there's still some things we shouldn't let them find out. If they realize we're monitoring them, they'll become more vigilant. Right now, we're no match for Old Cat. According to Fingers, that guy's tough as nails. We need time to get ready." After hearing this, Li Kuaning fell silent. He knew Zhangxi was right. With their current strength, they wouldn't stand a chance if a fight broke out. Zhangxi stretched, then said, "Okay, that's settled. I got another meeting. Tommy, I'm leaving this to you. Get it done for me, all right?" Tommy. There was no answer from Tommy for a long moment. Zhangxi walked over and patted him on the shoulder, only to be startled when he realized Tommy was crying. For a moment, Zhangxi didn't know what to say as Tommy knelt down before him. "Hey Tommy, what are you doing? Get up," Zhangxi said. Tommy, tears streaming down his face, sobbed, "Mr. Zhang, thank you for what you just said. Thank you for trusting me. I swear here and now, even if it costs me everything, I will follow you to the end." "Enough of that, get up." Zhangxi helped Tommy to his feet. "You may have been our enemy before, but ever since you joined us, I've seen what you're capable of. You've long been one of us. You're not a prisoner. You're my brother, understand? Mr. Zhang." At this, Tommy was overwhelmed with emotion, barely able to speak through his tears. "All right, enough crying. I'm counting on you to handle this machine for me. Help me find Old Cat, will you?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Zhang." It might have seemed like a small gesture, but it moved Tommy deeply. If he'd helped Zhangxi before out of necessity, now it was truly for Zhangxi's sake. Once everything was settled, Zhangxi went to find Luo Ruomeng and the others. There was still company business to deal with, and leaving everything to Luo Ruomeng and Qinshu made Zhangxi feel a little guilty. Just then, something unexpected happened. Zhangxi glanced out the window without thinking, and suddenly he saw something astonishing. In the sky above the mechanical city, a faint, shifting wormhole hovered. Zhangxi rubbed his eyes, but the wormhole remained. He was certain this was no illusion. For some reason, that wormhole seemed almost like an eye. The dark, swirling hole loomed above, and beneath it, a blue beam of light shot straight up, connecting to the wormhole. What on earth was this? Where had he seen it before? Suddenly, Zhangxi's pupils widened in shock. At last, he remembered where he'd seen this wormhole. It was from the world of the first Avengers. Zhangxi's whole body trembled violently. He was sure he wasn't mistaken. This was the very wormhole Loki had opened in Avengers 1, unmistakable in every detail. After all, he hadn't only seen Avengers 1 in the cinema. He had lived through it himself. But why was this wormhole appearing in the real world? Zhangxi was utterly baffled, unable to find any explanation. "Hey Zhangxi." Luo Ruomeng and Qinshu had just walked out. Seeing Zhangxi lost in thought, they couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up, the meeting's about to start." Zhangxi pointed out the window and asked, "Do you see something in the sky?" He still harbored a trace of hope that it was all just his imagination. Hearing Zhangxi's words, the two turned to look. Well, it wasn't an illusion after all. There's a hole in the sky out there. Zhangxi clenched his jaw. He still didn't know what was happening, but he had a strong premonition. Something monumental was about to occur. "Shuiyu, Ruomeng." Tell everyone in the company to stay inside and not go out. That goes for you too as well, Zhang, she commanded coldly. Oh, why? Isn't it just some natural phenomenon? Do as I say. No one is to act rashly, understood? Zhang, she bellowed, his anger flaring. The two weren't fools. Hearing the tension in Zhang Shi's voice, they realized something truly serious was happening. All right, we understand, but before they could finish, Zhang Shi had already run out. What on earth is going on? Why is he so tense? Luo, Ruomeng muttered. Hey, Ruomeng, Chan Shi said absently. Did you just see something come out of that big hole? Huh? What? I wasn't really looking, Luo Ruomeng replied. Chun Shuyu shook her head and said, I didn't see it clearly either. Hopefully, it was just my imagination. That figure was so blurry. Was it really just their imagination? Zhang, she sprinted forward with long, determined strides. As he ran, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Shoji's number. Right now, the only thing he could do was to ask Shoji and get to the bottom of what was happening. The call connected almost immediately. Shoji sounded puzzled as he answered. Zhang Shi, what's going on? Is something wrong? Zhang Shi didn't have time for small talk. He cut straight to the point. Shoji, I just saw a portal in the sky above Machine City. The same kind of wormhole from the first Avengers, the one Loki opened. Do you know what's going on? A wormhole? Are you saying a scene from your Marvel system is appearing in the real world? Is that what's happening? That's right. Zhang Shi replied, his voice urgent. Tell me, what happens next? What's going on here? I need answers. Calm down. Take a breath, Shoji said, his own tone growing serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. I've never encountered something like this before, but I have some data here. Let me check it out and see what this could be. Good. Hurry. Something about this feels very wrong. With that, Zhang Shi ended the call and rushed toward the wormhole at a brisk pace. Once the call ended, Shoji went straight to his room. He switched on his computer and plugged in his portable drive. What's the matter? Nico came over with a plate of fruit, noticing Shoji's tense expression. She couldn't help but ask, Don't tell me. Our superiors have come looking for us? No, it's not that. Zhang Shi just saw a Marvel scene in Machine City, Shoji replied, his fingers flying over the keyboard. I suspect the system's special. Function has been activated. I'd only heard rumors about it before, and I never believed it was real. I can't believe Old Cat actually made this thing work. Hearing this, Nico's face grew serious as well. She set the fruit down and asked, Then what should we do? First, we need to figure out exactly what's happening. Don't panic. If it really is what I think, there's nothing we can do except leave it to Zhang Shi. Meanwhile, a crowd had already gathered directly beneath the wormhole, drawn by the spectacle. People were chattering excitedly, each with their own theories. Wow, look at that. What is it? It's like something out of a sci-fi movie. Do you think aliens are coming? My goodness, this is terrifying. Aliens? I don't buy it. It's probably just a coincidence, some sort of weather phenomenon. Zhang Shi looked up, his brow furrowed tightly. The wormhole above him was growing darker and darker. At first, it had seemed like nothing more than a projection, but now, its outline was becoming sharper and more distinct with every passing second. So what's going to happen next? Will something come out of the wormhole? Suddenly, Zhang Shi seemed to have spotted something. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Everyone get out. Move now. It's dangerous here. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Shi, but not a single person ran away. After all, nothing had actually happened yet. Zhang Shi grew anxious, because he had clearly seen something inside the wormhole. Without time to think, Zhang Shi instinctively triggered Quicksilver speed. In a flash, he dashed beneath the wormhole and whisked away. Everyone standing directly below it. And just at that moment, the bystanders who had remained to watch finally saw what was inside the wormhole. It was the alien army that had invaded Earth in the first Avengers movie. Meanwhile, in an unknown corner, a middle-aged man sat in front of a computer, watching as events unfolded in Machine City. Finger and Nico, those two traitors, there's nothing more to say about them. Still, it was that person's foolish decision that led to their failure, the man said bluntly. Always worrying about damaging Earth. How can you act decisively with such concerns? As long as you're not using weapons of mass destruction, what's wrong with a little collateral damage? Utterly foolish, just ridiculous. A young man nearby, his voice tinged with worry, said, But, Master, we don't have authorization. If he finds out you did this, or if something really disastrous happens, what will we do? The man turned to him, his gaze cold as ice. Are you questioning my decision? The chill in his voice sent a shiver down the young man's spine. He quickly replied, No, I wouldn't dare question you, Master. I'm just worried about you, that's all. The man let out a cold snort. It's fine. There's no need to worry. If anything really goes wrong, we can just cut the connection. Don't forget who designed the Marvel system. Even if Zhang Shi is starting to slip out of control, the system is still my creation.